the 18-year-old college student in front of him, although young, has the highest seniority in the village. From the over 100-year-old elders in the village to the 3-year-old children, they all respectfully call him grandpa. In other families, grandfathers come to pick up their grandchildren for vacation, but your 80-year-old grandson comes to pick you up for winter vacation in a three-wheeler. In the university in the Magic City, a very discordant voice sounded. Attention! Reversing! Attention! Reversing! The automatic voice of the three-wheeler instantly attracted the attention of the campus crowd. And what was even more shocking was that the driver of this three-wheeler was an old man with gray hair, probably over 80 years old. The school security guards were also nervously watching the old man, and then hurried over to help. But the old man repeatedly waved his hand and refused, saying, "No need. I'm in good health. I can come by myself." After speaking, the old man looked at the school's teaching building again, not knowing where the old ancestor had gone. Xiao Shuiying, who was live streaming Winter Vacation Chronicles on the side, immediately thought that the old man was here to pick up his grandson. Feeling that the old man was not easy, so she ran over to help. "Hello, sir, are you here to pick up your grandson?" The old man waved his hand and said, "What grandson? I'm here to pick up my old ancestor." The people around were all stunned, looking at the old man in confusion. This old man is so old. What must his old ancestor be like? Xiao Shuiying looked puzzled and asked the old man, "Are you really here to pick up your old ancestor?" The old man innocently nodded and said, "Yes, I am here to pick up my old ancestor. Is there any doubt? I may be old, but my mind is still sharp." Xiao Shuiying smiled and asked, "Grandpa, how old are you?" "I am 80 years old this year," the old man replied. Xiao Shuiying was surprised. If an 80-year-old man calls someone grandpa, doesn't that mean he's over 100 years old? There seem to be 1 or 2 leaders in the retirement home in the Magic City who are over 100 years old. Could one of them be this old man's grandpa? "Grandpa, is your grandpa a retired leader from our university?" "What a coincidence. I happen to have the retirement home's phone number. Let me call and ask for you," Xiao Shuiying said. During the winter break live broadcast, viewers praised Xiao Shuiying for being clever and helpful to the old man. But before the praise could finish, the old man gave everyone a resounding slap and said, "What leader? My grandpa is not a leader of this school. He's just a freshman. I'm here to take him back to the village for the new year." Everyone was dumbfounded. Does this mean this grandpa is an 18-year-old freshman? The people around were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This lineage is too bizarre. I've heard of strange things, but this is the first time I've seen something this bizarre. Xiao Shuiying was stunned, her face full of disbelief as she said, "Grandpa, are you not joking?" The old man had an expression of speechlessness and said, "Young man, do you think I am joking? My great-grandfather was a freshman." Seeing the serious look on the old man's face, everyone felt that he was not lying. At that moment, the old man looked towards the teaching building. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked extremely excited. "Ah, great-grandfather, you have finally come." After saying that, the old man quickly ran over. Xiao Shuiying followed the direction the old man ran in and looked over, her face full of surprise. The person in front of her was tall, handsome, and very charming, with a clean and clear aura in his eyes. Was this person the so-called great-grandfather? Everyone couldn't believe that the person in front of them was an old great-grandfather. But the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The old man ran over and knelt down directly, knocking his head loudly to the young man. "Great-grandfather, Xiao Ming is here to pay his respects to you." Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. But what surprised everyone even more was that the young man patted the old man's shoulder and said with deep meaning, "Well done. Xiao Ming understands etiquette. Your parents in the afterlife should be comforted." Hearing this, tears welled up in the old man's eyes, deeply moved. It was all the teachings of the great-grandfather, and the great-grandfather deserved my respect. During the live broadcast of the Winter Vacation documentary, the audience all felt mentally confused. With crazy barrage messages, everyone felt a sense of magic in their hearts. Why do I feel like they have swapped roles? This is too exaggerated. I don't believe there are such bizarre generational differences. It's common for younger generations to have higher status, but I have never heard of an ancestor having a higher status. However, looking at the old man's appearance, he doesn't seem fake. It's really similar to when I saw my great-grandfather. To be honest, I kind of believe it. If he's not an ancestor, who would kowtow? Xiao Shuiying reacted from her daze and felt happy. Is this a good opportunity given by God to herself? The person in front of her should be the best subject for shooting a winter break documentary. Taking another look at the live broadcast room, the popularity soared as soon as this boy appeared. It indicates that this boy naturally attracts attention. Excitedly, she ran over and said, "Hello, classmate. I am from the winter break documentary team. May I ask what your name is?" The boy casually replied, I am called Qin Feng. Congratulations, Qin Feng. You have been selected by us to be interviewed for this program, Xiao Shuiying said excitedly, and the live broadcast room exploded. The Snow Eagle Goddess has chosen her interviewee? Xiao Shuiying ignored the barrage of messages and looked confidently at the person in front of her. But Qin Feng coldly uttered 3 words. I refuse. For a few seconds, the live chat room went crazy. No one expected their goddess Xiao Shuiying to be rejected. Xiao Shuiying was also stunned. She did not expect to be rejected. Qin Feng glanced indifferently and said, unless you pay more. Xiao Shuiying was stunned again, suspecting that she had misheard. Are you asking for more money? Otherwise, I have appeared on the show. Shouldn't it be free? Xiao Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief and silently thought that it's better to ask for money than to refuse. After all, the person in front of her had a large following. She just hoped he wouldn't ask for an exorbitant amount. So Xiao Shuiying smiled and said, don't worry, the exit fee is 1,000 yuan per day. How about that? Qin Feng didn't make things difficult for her and agreed directly. Xiao Shuiying was very happy to achieve her goal. But the viewers in the live broadcast room were not happy, as their admired goddess was asking for money, leading to a wave of complaints. At this time, the old man also picked up Qin Feng's snakeskin bag. Grandpa, I'll throw your luggage onto the tricycle. Okay, be careful, Qin Feng said casually, then whistled. Xiao Shuiying frowned beside him, looking at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. But she didn't blame him. She just chose to help the old man proactively. The old man refused without hesitation, saying, no need, I am in good health. He grabbed the snakeskin bag and threw it onto the trampoline with a bang, almost as fast as lightning. Then he clapped his hands, looking effortless. The viewers in the live stream were amazed. What did I just see? Is this old man really only 80 years old? He's more impressive than me at 18. I, a fragile college student, cried, realizing I'm not as good as this grandpa. Xiao Shuiying curiously tugged at the snakeskin bag, feeling its lead-like weight almost dislocating her hand, her face turning pale. The old man, puzzled, asked, what are you doing? This snakeskin belt weighs at least 100 catties. Don't mess around. The crowd was confused by this statement. 100 pounds? Xiao Shuiying stuttered in surprise. Yeah, the white-haired old man Qin Ming said without thinking. At those words, Xiao Shuiying's eyes were filled with shock. No wonder this old man won't let Qin Feng help. This body is really powerful. I'm afraid he's some kind of a master. He's 80 years old and still has this kind of strength. He's a master of Tai Chi Chuan. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also obviously reacted. And at this moment, Qin Feng took the initiative to ask, aren't you going to interview me? Say it. Qin Feng opened the door and said, oh, Xiao Shuiying paused. Student Qin Feng, may I ask, what are your plans for the winter vacation? Go back to the village for the new year. Qin Feng said, our entire village is waiting for old ancestor master to go back to open the altar for sacrifice. Qin Ming, who was on the side, added. At those words, Xiao Shuiying blinked her eyes. Open the altar for sacrifice? Isn't this the kind of folklore research she wants to do? Just in time. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying instantly put her concerns behind her and excitedly said, okay, let's go back together then. I'm counting on Mr. Qin Feng for this interview. Saying that, Xiao Shuiying greeted the photographer and was about to sit on the triple trampoline together. And at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly said, wait, 2 words in a nonchalant manner. It made both Xiao Shuiying and the photographer's hearts skip a beat. How? What's wrong? Xiao Shuiying asked uneasily. Faced with a hard-won opportunity, Xiao Shuiying cherished it and, naturally, didn't want to mess it up. Going to our village? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. Well, Xiao Shuiying nodded and asked humbly. No. And the sight of the goddess's humble plea broke the hearts of netizens. Dog Qin Feng, rejecting my goddess again. Damn it There's one thing to say, and Qin Feng was right to refuse. Some villages are just xenophobic. Yes, it's New Year's Eve. People's villages are full of their own people. It's normal that some people don't want to be filmed. If I didn't guess wrong, it feels like Qin Feng's village should be a poor and remote place. This kind of village is usually very closed. Goddess Xueqing should not go upstairs. How did you guess? Is this hard? You guys look at this Qin Feng, eating the cheapest white buns. This mineral water bottle was used multiple times, and asking Goddess Xueqing for a filming fee. This is a random inference that leads to a conclusion. I think this wave of analysis makes sense. And at this moment, Xiao Shuiying also thought of this. As a girl with a good heart, how could Xiao Shuiying not see it? Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying also gradually let go of her obsession. In that case, no go. However, Qin Feng's voice sounded at that moment. It's okay to go, but it's extra. the venue fee will have to be increased by $500 per day. Qin Feng said with a straight face. Shuiying Xiao, webmaster, nice guy. They extrapolated half a dozen times. Numerous reasons were given to Qin Feng. As a result, you're damn well one to add money. Raise the money to live in the earth, is it? Xiao Shuiying was also speechless for a while. Okay, then you wait, Xiao Shuiying said. The Winter Break Chronicle is a section started by her photography club. Therefore, the president must be notified if funds are to be made available. So, Xiao Shuiying left for a few minutes to talk to the president on the phone. When she came back, Xiao Shuiying squeezed out a smile on her face. No problem. Xiao Shuiying was in a sweat. Feng, the president was already a bit upset. Inadequate funding for associations. $1,500 a day is already sky high. For a college student, you know, rupees are only $70 a day. However, the president also sympathized with Xiao Shuiying's efforts to do a good job with the column. And, in the end, agreed to the request for additional money. Thinking, Xiao Shuiying prayed silently in her heart. I only hoped that Qin Feng would stop shouting the price. Otherwise, the column is really hold to not be able to do it. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief, then got on the triple trampoline with the photographer. However, she saw that Qin Feng had been looking at her without moving a muscle. Now, Xiao Shuiying panicked. There's not going to be an extra charge, is there? Let her think. What other tricks does this Qin Feng have up his sleeve? Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying oddly glanced at the triple trampoline underneath her. Don't tell me that there's a charge for riding this triple trampoline, right? Xiao Shuiying said through gritted teeth, as if it were a fried kitten, and milky and mean. At those words, Qin Feng, however, revealed an innocent expression. What do you think I am? The kind of person who falls for money? Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying almost didn't spit out blood. Then, tilting his head, he looked at Qin Feng. The look seemed to say, isn't it? Qin Feng read her meaning. Okay, I was trying to tell you to transfer the money to me. At those words, Xiao Shuiying almost didn't spit out blood. Well, it's no extra money. However, the money has to be transferred to Qin Feng first. It's not falling into money, but it's close enough, alright. And at that moment, the netizens in the broadcast room were amused by the scene. Ha 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 ha, it's time to say no. This kid has some sense of variety. Inexplicably, I feel that these two still have a bit of a sense of CP, and when they looked at each other just now, both of them were so adorable. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, upstairs, don't stand for the wrong CP. Shuiqing's official mate is me, thanks. Upstairs, draw your sword. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also added Qin Feng's prestige. Transferred 500 straight through. Roger, Qin Feng revealed a smile. I could tell he was happy. 1,500 and you're this happy? Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying's heart was suddenly a little sour, especially after seeing Qin Feng's plain clothes, and the mineral water bottles that had been utilized multiple times. And at this point, straight from the booth, Li Hao, who was about to arrive, saw that Xiao Shuiying had already talked to Qin Feng. A mouthful of blood almost came out. He spun his brain quickly. Then, sending pop-ups. Goddess Shuiqing, run. Brothers, don't you see it yet? This man is a liar. What old grandpa? I've never even heard of such a bizarre generation. This person must have found an actor and conspired to trick Goddess Shuiqing. And those words came out. Instantly, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, causing 1,000 waves. Of course, in fact, people themselves have always been skeptical about the whole generation thing. Yeah, I almost forgot. In that case, this person is so suspicious. Goddess Shuiqing won't be abducted by bad people, right? It's okay for the photographer to follow the goddess, right? This photographer is so strong. So worried about my goddess. Don't have an accident. Xiao Shuiying, on the other hand, didn't notice the pop-ups. At this moment, her attention was focused on the white-haired old man Qin Ming. As he watched, Gramps sat straight up on his ass in the driver's seat. Xiao Shuiying and the photographer both revealed worried looks. An 80-year-old man driving a trike? The old man dared to drive. They wouldn't dare sit on it. Granted, the old man had just displayed amazing strength. Xiao Shuiying couldn't understand, even now, what was going on. But driving involves lives. Even Xiao Shuiying was reasonably skeptical. The eyes of an 80-year-old man. Can he still see? Xiao Shuiying shivered at the thought of this, so she spoke carefully. Grandpa, why don't you come sit in the back? I think this car, let Qin Feng drive it. Saying that, Xiao Shuiying's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Qin Feng. This Qin Feng is tall and strong. It's too bad if he doesn't use it to catch a strong man. Seeing Xiao Shuiying's sly smile, the live broadcast was instantly flooded with her fans again. Ha 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 ha, is Goddess Shuiqing taking revenge for the added money? It's not too much to ask to get one. 500 a day. Drive a car, and put in a little effort. Goddess Shueching is so cute when she smiles. I'm willing to be your chauffeur forever. And I don't want any money. Gratuitously. I'd like to plus 999. TSK, TSK, a bunch of clowns. The goddess asked Qin Feng. She didn't ask you. However, upon hearing this, Qin Ming's old face immediately pulled down. A pair of aged eyes full of vicissitudes glared straight at Xiao Shuiying and angrily rebuked. You're a girl doll. You've got no manners at all. This is my old ancestral master. It's only natural for me, as a grandson, to work for my old ancestor master. Letting an ancestor work for a grandchild is absurd. I'm still afraid of losing my life. This car, you love to ride. I pull my old grandpa. With a few words, Xiao Shuiying was scolded to death. The live feed froze as well. Instantly, netizens were heartbroken and angry. Why is this old man so angry? What has he done to my goddess? I feel sorry for Shueching. Shueching, good boy. Hurry up and get off the car. Let's not take this triple trampoline. What's the big deal? As a result, countless people were discouraging Xiao Shuiying in getting off the bus quickly. However, compared to the heartbreak of the internet, Xiao Shuiying was, in turn, much stronger mentally. She guffawed. Sorry, Gramps, I was abrupt. Those words, don't take them to heart. Don't be angry to your bones. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying obediently kept quiet. And hearing this, Qin Ming grunted and turned his head away. Then, it was time to fire up the tripper. At this point, the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked and helpless. Goddess Shueching is also too kind. Right, was scolded and still so sympathetic to the body of the old man. Hey, such a good woman. Really rare. It can't be helped. Shueching is very enterprising. She really wants to do a good job with this column. Having a career doesn't conflict with being aggravated either. Upstairs, you make it sound simple. So tell me how to solve this problem? Shueching has decided to interview people. Where can we find a suitable new subject in the interim? You're also right. Hey, my heart goes out to Shueching. I hope she can make the achievements she wants. Shueching will definitely do it. And that's when, exhausted and panting, Li Hao finally arrived at the entrance of Magic City University. And what Xiao Shuiying left him with was a back that was so far away that it was almost invisible. Immediately, Li Hao was so angry that the screen of his cell phone, which was being pinched, almost shattered. Especially seeing the scene in the live broadcast where Xiao Shuiying was being reprimanded by the old man. Li Hao instantly exploded, tapping the words at a rapid pace. Snowflakes, you've got the wrong focus. The focus should be that the goddess has been tricked by this dog thief master and grandson. And the words came out. It also woke up the internet. Yes. Have we all forgotten that this Qin Fang's so-called senior ancestor generation is a fake? So this old man must be a fake as well. Having been invited by Qin Feng to put on a show. TSK, TSK, if acting, then this old man's acting skills are too bullish. At least a few $100s a day, right? In order to cheat people, Qin Feng has put in a lot of blood. Goddess, hurry up and wake up. It's not too late to wake up. Countless netizens were discouraging Xiao Shuiying. However, Xiao Shuiying was now simply not having the time to read the pop-ups. Because, only to see, this Qin Ming yelled. Sit tight. Take off. Qin Ming was old, but his heart was not. At those words, Xiao Shuiying bristled. You can still take off in a trike? It's not like there are wings on this tripper. It was while she was silently spitting. Suddenly, he saw Qin Ming vigorously twisting the handlebar. The tricycle then immediately sped off. A moment's effort. Xiao Shuiying only felt a gust of wind whistling by. The speed was so fast that it made her dark hair look like it was dancing in the wind. Even, hitting the white cheek, a clear pain came. You can imagine how fast that was. The scene also scared the netizens on the air. The old man is really sick. Driving a 3 trampoline can still drag race. Bull knows. Is this old man taking some kind of miracle drug? It's stronger than my 20-year-old bodily functions? Have you overlooked one point? The old man's strength is big, but also half to this car speed. You have seen who 3 trampoline. Speed so fast? Even if it's fast, it's still so stable. And that one sentence woke up the crowd. Yeah, normal tricycles go just under 25 kilometers per hour, much lower than motorized vehicles. However, this trike on the air, almost at breakneck speed. The motorized vehicles on the main road next to them were all left behind by the triple trampoline. Even, this moment, those drivers on the scene, too, were stunned by the wild trike. There was a lot of scratching down of the windows and saluting this way. Don't even drive the car. On the road, all motor vehicles stopped. It creates a spectacle. Everyone stopped driving and got out of their cars to watch. This is even if it's not live. It's also properly going to be on the local newsbeat. Such a spectacle, however, did not remain for long. For, Soon, the shadow of the three bouncers disappeared before the crowd. It went far ahead. At this time, Xiao Shuiying couldn't even care less about the live broadcast. A violent cold wind caused Xiao Shuiying to sneeze. It's cold. Xiao Shuiying shivered. Frozen to the bone, the beauty reveals fawn-like, helpless eyes. Xiao Shuiying only hated herself for going out today and wearing less clothes. And just then, suddenly, a jacket appeared in front of self. Xiao Shuiying looked at Qin Feng incredulously. Put it on, Qin Feng said with a calm face. Xiao Shuiying was stunned. What followed was touching. She was about to thank Qin Feng. Suddenly, something came to mind. Xiao Shuiying then looked at Qin Feng with a wary expression. Want money? Not if you want to pay for it, Xiao Shuiying declared in advance. With the funding the association gives, 1,500 a day is the ceiling. The president said any more would have to come out of her purse. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was determined to never let Qin Feng earn his own money. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was speechless for a while. No need. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying slightly lowered her heart. Then, it boldly draped itself over Qin Feng's jacket. A strong hormonal scent lingered at the tip of her nose, and inexplicably, it reassured her. The main thing, of course, is the warming effect. Instantly, it was less cold, and on Xiao Shuiying's face, there was finally a smile, and the netizens in the live stream were, straight away, numb. I'm sour. I'm jealous. At this moment, I wish I was Qin Feng. Goddess Xueqing, don't want that man's jacket I'm dead. The thought of the goddess wearing another man's clothes. I'm difficult and it breaks their hearts. It's still back there. At this time, the three bouncers had arrived at the foot of a hill. Look at the towering mountains in front of you. Xiao Shuiying was in a bit of a trance. It's only been a few minutes. Feng, her mind was still on communicating with Qin Feng. It's only been a while. Surprisingly, just drove from the city to the suburbs, and eye to eye, going into the mountains? It's also this moment. Xiao Shuiying just knew. It turned out that the village where Qin Feng was located was in the middle of a large mountain. She had thought that it would be a suburban village at best, but she hadn't realized that it would be so remote. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying's heart had a bad premonition. She couldn't think about that yet, though. Right now, what made Xiao Shuiying more concerned was, this one's a triple trampoline. How do you drive to the mountains? However, Master Qin Ming stepped on the gas. Swish dash. At once, the three bouncers sprinted up the hill. Xiao Shuiying was directly taken aback, and panic. She also didn't hold the car in time. Thus, Xiao Shuiying's body directly fell to the side. Bang! Solidly, it crashed into someone's arms, and the scene was accurately captured on the live stream. Watching the beloved goddess having intimate physical contact with another man. At that moment, those fans who had been crying out earlier, it's a moment where it's all fucking tempting to hang yourself. Qin Feng dog thief, bring me my sword. Brothers, I have realized that this Qin Feng is a scheming dog. This is a setup from the beginning. Look at this. First he sends a jacket to win the favor of the goddess, and now he deliberately creates physical contact. This guy is an expert. It's over. The setup is so deep. My goddess will have to fall too. Ciao. It's a straight up set of moves. That's awesome. Isn't that so? In order to pick up girls, he even hired actors and put on such a big show. If he doesn't succeed, who will? Come out with a book. I'll definitely buy it. Apparently, these internet users think, starting at the entrance to the campus, everything, it was a setup laid by Qin Feng. In order to do so, it was to get Xiao Shuiying into the jar. After all, in the eyes of the general public, this old ancestor generation is also too bizarre. In contrast, it was still Qin Feng who did whatever he could to pick up girls. The latter, that's more convincing. But this moment, the picture on the live feed suddenly began to shift again. The crowd was originally still cursing Qin Feng, but was surprised to find out this tripper was climbing over hill after hill. It's a mountainous road, and the point is, this road, it's very bad. It had just rained and the roads were muddy. Potholes. It's not a very good chassis to drive a motorized vehicle through. All of them can turn people upside down like they're on a frog machine. And look again. The three bouncers. But it's very stable. It's even surprisingly stable. There were some people in the livestream who were curious about this as well. The quality of this trike is too good, isn't it? Where did they come from? I want to buy one for my mom and dad. Yes, I also want to buy. In the village, the road is not good. The road is small. It is not suitable to drive a motorized vehicle. Just 3 trampoline is the most suitable. But I used to look for a long time. I have not seen so agreeable. Goddess Xueqing, look at the sign for us, please. What do you mean? It must be the light of the country. The Golden Rock, Gold Pak, is the most well-known brand of electric triplex. It is also an old brand, affordable, strong performance, known as the light of domestic. However, questions have also been raised. This is definitely not Jinpeng. I am the dealer of Jinpeng. The color and appearance of this car will not be the right. Besides, Jinpeng is really not so good quality. The second half of the sentence is the point. The crowd froze when they saw the second half of this sentence. Not even as good as domestic light. What a powerful manufacturer this must be. And that's when someone else spied a business opportunity. So, it has been asking for the brand of the triple trampoline. There are also those who claim to know the king. It's all about the cards, but it says a lot. There's just not a single match. Right now, Xiao Shuiying didn't have the time to read the pop-ups. The way the car raced, it wore out the beautiful woman's heart. And that's when some smart ones, too, took direct pictures of the live broadcast. Then, read the map according to Al, and really found the corresponding brand. Brother Mo, I found it. This 3-tramp brand is Flying Eagle. I checked. This Flying Eagle is a car factory, which models include the 3-tramp. But it's weird. This statement drew curiosity from the crowd. What's so strange? Why don't you tell me? Yes, this is the time to hang on to your appetite. Hurry up and tell me. Since it's domestic, what can't you say? Say it quickly. We can still go buy it and support domestic. Newspaper good sense. You really can't buy it. The person who sent this pop-up is the same one who found the Flying Eagle sign just now. I checked. This car factory, but directly to the state. That is to say, this factory under the car, not even sold to the public. At the moment, say the words. The man all sucked in a breath of cold air, and countless netizens saw this sentence. He was also confused. Not for sale to the public? That means, selling only to the top? But the question is, this old man is driving well. How come it's not for sale? And at this point, Fong investigated the Flying Eagle brand of people. It also looked more and more odd. He searched the internet. But, except for the word Soaring Eagle, there is information about this brand that is all but unknown. So he snapped. Brothers, is there anyone who knows how to find information? Come and find it too. Some well-wishers joined in, but after some effort on the part of the group, they still didn't find any results. This situation made everyone even more puzzled. You know, the information society, it's impossible to do that without a trace. Not to mention, a garage that already has a finished product. There is so much that can be left behind. Unless, of course, there is a big invisible hand. Erased it all. The thought of this terrified the crowd. If that's the case, then this old man, I'm afraid he's not simple. But then, someone else said, you guys are thinking a little too much, aren't you? Maybe it just went out of business years ago, and as it happens, the old man found an old one and refurbished it. Is it really as NB as you guys say? And you still live in this shithole mountain? The words came out. The crowd was enlightened. Yeah, it's that they're thinking too far out of the box. Everything, it's just a coincidence. At this point, however, the man who had investigated the Flying Eagle still frowned. Those two words always seemed a little familiar to him, as if, you've seen it on the international news? But at the moment, it was not at all memorable. A few seconds later, he laughed to himself again. International news? How can a trike go international? True joy. With that, he turned off the computer. The idea? It's just ridiculous. It's better to wash up and go to sleep. I can't even dream of it. With that, he put his eyes back on the live feed. For the little drama that happened in the live party, Xiao Shuiying didn't know. At the moment, all of her attention was focused on the beauty in front of her. Just see, after the triple trampoline went over this hill, then came the breathtaking view. Wow, nature is really beautiful. Xiao Shuiying fiercely inhaled a long breath. Just think, in this natural forest oxygen bar, the air you breathe is so sweet. The netizens on the air, however, couldn't stop laughing. Pristine nature in the eyes of Xiao Shuiying. In their eyes, wasn't it Xiao Shuiying who was about to enter Qin Feng's den of thieves? The girl is still giggling, and I can't stop laughing. Shuiqing, you wake up a bit. Look at this big mountain. Look at the trees, tall and dense. What is this if not a green screen? Weekly, what is a green tent? A green tent means a large area of planted vegetation that can hide a person's tracks. A perfect setting for many murderers to dump their bodies. What? My goodness. Shuiqing won't have to be on the livelihood news tomorrow, will she? Blah blah blah. Don't curse our Shuiqing. Brothers, quickly look at the positioning. There is no in the neighborhood. Hurry to find Shuiqing or Shuiqing will be finished off. At this time, Xiao Shuiying who was on the rise. I would have liked to share the beauty with the live streamers, together. However, after she read the pop-up, instantly, the smile came to a screeching halt. Seeing all these pop-ups worrying about self being killed, gradually, Xiao Shuiying's heart, too, was lifted. In an instant, Xiao Shuiying's heart also began to blame herself. It was just too careless. I can't believe I didn't take a closer look along the way. And now, as soon as Xiao Shuiying opened her cell phone, she checked the map. Exempt. Nice guy. This place couldn't be more out of the way. Moreover, it was actually about 100 kilometers away from Mordor University. Not to mention Mordor University. That's a long way from the side where there are people. It's probably all a long way to go. The more she thought about it, the more scared Xiao Shuiying became. And then associate this kooky grandparents and grandchildren. Of course, Xiao Shuiying didn't believe in the so-called old ancestor generation. Take another look at the pop-ups. It won't really be true what these netizens say. She was set up by Qin Feng, right? At that moment, Xiao Shuiying broke out in a cold sweat. Rural sets are deep. She's going back to the city. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying went numb. The photographer is also numb. The two men looked at the place that was not in front of them. It's on the verge of tears. You're not really going to die by Qin Feng's hand today, are you? And just as the two molded over, isn't it time to sneak away? Suddenly, the tripper stopped. Arrived. Qin Ming yelled. And it was at this time that Xiao Shuiying noticed that at this intersection, there was actually a carved large stone door. There are 3 big words written on it, Taoyuan Village. And under the gate stood 4 old white-haired men. A glance at the immortal. And this group of old men saw Qin Feng. Then he immediately followed Qin Ming's example and directly knelt down. Old ancestor master. Accept my obeisance. Old ancestor master. You've come back. My grandson misses you Lu. The 4 old men said in a chorus. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. The netizens were also dumbfounded. Magic. This is too magical. See, this is still saying it's not a setup? I'm afraid these 4 old men must be 500 years old combined. Mom, yeah, this old man is not afraid of losing his life by shouting at his juniors indiscriminately. Believe me, I have one wish after living to be over 100 years old, and that is how not to die earlier. In order to cheat people, such a big deal. It seems to be determined. Goddess Xueqing, rat tail juice it. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also staring at the pop-up screen the entire time. If anything, before, Xiao Shuiying was that little bit skeptical of Qin Feng. Now, then, it's 100% skeptical. Otherwise, the scene in front of us is really unbelievable. It's not made up or anything. It was a moment of weakness in the legs. Turning around, Xiao Shuiying was about to run away. And just then, an old man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, if it isn't Xueqing, don't you remember old grandpa me? I even hugged you when you were little. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Then, with a strange face, he looked at the old man in front of him, who was talking to self. Really don't remember me. I'm Qin Xiaochang, your Xiaochang grandpa. The white-haired old man Qin Xiaochang poked Xiao Shuiying's head, and at that moment, Xiao Shuiying also suddenly remembered. Master Chang, it's really you. Why are you still alive? Speaking of this, Xiao Shuiying's face jerked violently. No, I don't mean that. Master Chang, your body, bones can be really good. Xiao Shuiying smiled awkwardly, then, incredulously sized up Qin Xiaoqiang. When Xiao Shuiying was a child, she was brought up by her grandfather, and in those days, her grandfather used to play chess with his neighbor, Grandpa Kung. Later, she went to middle school, and Strong went back home to the countryside to spend his days. For so many years, Xiao Shuiying has always thought that Strong Moncler Outlet Online has. Unexpectedly, Strong Moncler Outlet Online now live in front of the self, and also a look of vitality. And at this moment, Xiao Shuiying opened her mouth and asked, Master Chang, you used to say you were returning to your hometown. Is this Taoyuan village your hometown? Yes, Qin Xiaoqiang immediately said back. Receiving this answer, Xiao Shuiying also nodded. Instantly, the whole thing relaxed. Master Chang is known throughout the compound as a good man. With him around, Xiao Shuiying was at ease. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong spoke up and asked, Xueqing, is your grandfather still at home, or has he gone off to travel the country in style? And the words came out. At once, Xiao Shuiying's tears assaulted her eyes. My grandfather died last year at the age of 85. Upon hearing this, Moncler Outlet Store Strong said with a look of regret. Ah, this, so young, hey, it's a pity. Saying that, Grandpa Chang let out a long sigh and waved his hand. When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying froze for a moment. The netizens were also dumbfounded. 85? Young? Did I hear something wrong? According to medical science, people of our generation who live to be 70 years old without getting cancer are already lucky to smash the lottery. I'll go. How old does this old man have to be? Xueqing quickly asked. When this statement was made, many water users were swiping gifts and asking about Strong's age. Xiao Shuiying wiped her tears and muttered in her heart, Master Strong, may I take the liberty of asking how old you are? This year? And the question seemed to stump Strong Moncler Outlet Online. He squeezed his fingers together straight away. Let me do the math. Seeing this scene, the waterbenders were shocked again. Good guy. This even self how old have forgotten. This has really lived too long. I'll put a number on it. No more than 90. It has to be at least 95. And when you say 82 young, this must not add up to a dozen years. And it was then that Strong finally did the math. Yes, I remember. The old man is 121 years old. Exempt. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying's microphone almost didn't fall on the ground. 121? Xiao Shuiying only felt that self was almost unable to recognize the numbers. In fact, she had deduced it in her mind earlier based on her grandfather's age. She thought that Strong was supposed to be in his early 100s. Never thought it would be 121 years old. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying froze. It really can't be seen at all. You look like you're 60 or 70 years old at most, Xiao Shuiying exclaimed. Master Chang, you are truly long-lived and blessed. And when he heard that, Moncler Outlet Store Strong was happy. You just haven't seen the world. This is nothing in our village. And the words came out. Xiao Shuiying was once again dumbfounded. Master Chang, do you mean that there are others in this village who have lived longer than you? As she spoke, Xiao Shuiying was so excited that her entire body was trembling. If that's the case, then this village, definitely the famous village of longevity. This alone, for the gimmick, her column, then, is destined for fire. And at this point, in the live room, the water boys perked up as well. Longevity village? That's great. That's awesome. I love it. Show me more. Broadcast more. I want to know how they live long. Is this village looking for a son-in-law? I want to join the family. Is there a little brother in the village who wants a wife? I can. It's really not for longevity. I'm just curious to see. And at that moment, Strong suddenly glanced at the old man beside him. Not to mention the village. These brothers, they've outlived me. With that, Moncler Outlet Store Strong began the introduction. This is your Master J, 123 years old. This is your Grandpa Lei, 122 years old. This is your Grandpa Chang, 130 years old. Exempt. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying was directly numb. The netizens are also numb. Good day, Grand Master. Good day, Grand Master. Xiao Shuiying greeted with a trembling voice. Unbelievable. The old man standing in front of self. Surprisingly, it was a full 6 times the age of self. What a spectacle. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also thought of something and immediately said to the camera. Hello everyone on the air. Now, we have arrived at Taoyuan village. As you can see, these 4 Moncler Outlet Store are all senior citizens, and their age, even, is not the highest in the village. Want to reveal the mystery of the longevity of Taoyuan village? Then please lock our live broadcasting room. Also please point your attention and send some flowers. Oh, love you all. The entire time he spoke, Xiao Shuiying's eyes were bright with light and very excited. And the words came out. The gifts in the live room instantly skyrocketed. That's the secret to a long life. Throughout the ages. Who doesn't want to live a long life? And at this time, the heat of the live broadcast also instantly soared to 5 million. A whole 5 million people watching the live feed. This heat is top-notch. Go back to the village. At this moment, Qin Feng spoke. Upon hearing that, those few old men then immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Then, 4 white-haired old men stood behind Qin Feng in unison. The only person who looks up to Qin Feng is Qin Feng. See this scene. The crowd was appalled. That's when the crowd finally remembered something. In that case, the seniority of old Grandpa Qin Feng is true. It must be true that you can get 4 senior lifers to call out Master Lao Zu and not be afraid of losing their lives. This generation is also too bizarre. How messed up the genealogy must be. Upstairs, this is something I disagree with. It's better to talk about seniority than not to talk about it. And now, some families, even the genealogy is gone. There's one thing to say. Just now everyone is smearing Qin Feng. Now, isn't it necessary to apologize to Qin Feng? Yes, everyone has wronged Qin Feng. He didn't even think of latching on to your goddesses. He was just being dedicated to earning 1,500 a day in exit fees. Apologize to Qin Feng. The facts were right in front of the crowd. The matter of Qin Feng being an old ancestral master was indeed true. As a result, in the live broadcast room, there were also some water users who were brushing apologizing pop-ups for Qin Feng. At this point, Xiao Shuiying put her eyes on it. All that was visible was a long, muddy path underfoot, connecting to the distant sky. The road is lined with lush green farmland. Lifting his eyes, he saw the rolling hills in the distance. Suddenly, A flock of birds flew out of the thick woods and formed a formation. The crisp chirping of birds rang in his ears. This scene is so beautiful. Wow. This really isn't a documentary? The name Taoyuan Village is true to its name. It's a paradise beyond the world. Goddess Shueching, you're still laughing, but you won't be able to laugh when you're going to suffer tonight? Upstairs? How? What else is there to ask? Such a remote place must be very primitive. And then look at these old men. They can live to be 100 years old. The more you can nourish yourself, the more quaint it is. The analysis makes sense. You see, now those old den do not want to die, are running to the mountains to recuperate. This kind of place, only nourishing. Yes, the city is full of steel and concrete. Industrial pollution. You can't even hear the birds chirping anymore. It's just that I pity Shueching. This kind of place is afraid of all thatched huts. I guess the family only has thatched latrines. There is no toilet with sewerage. I feel heartbroken for Shueching. Goddess Shueching is going to participate in the metamorphosis. And the words came out. The pop-ups are all heartbroken over Snowgreen now. And see the pop-ups. Xiao Shuiying's heart was also thumping. Yeah, this place looks so backward at first glance. It's not like, there's not even hot water for bathing, is there? Think of the metamorphosis I used to watch. It was like a crucifixion. Xiao Shuiying shivered at the thought of this. But even if it's scary. But Xu Suoding has always been very dedicated and hardworking. So she smiled for the camera. I appreciate the snowflakes caring about me. As the saying goes, let the storm come harder. More suffering is what makes people grow. And I, for one, am not afraid of suffering at all. So, no matter what comes my way later, I'll be strong. And just as the words were said, suddenly, the strong Moncler outlet store beside him stopped in his tracks. He looked at Xiao Shuiying with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about suffering, you doll? Later, when you enter our village, you'll know what it means to enjoy your happiness. With a few words, Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. Netflix was also baffled. Blessed? What's wrong with this Mr. Chang? How can he enjoy his happiness in a shithole? Yeah, I guess it's just a different concept. The older generation, they think suffering is a blessing. When Mr. Chang said this, I knew that he must not have enjoyed any happiness. These days, who still thinks that living in the village is a blessing? So backward. Having a car and a house in the city is the ideal of life. If it were the richest village like Huaxi Village, it would be okay, but this is obviously not. To be honest, Shueching is the only one willing to go there for the interview. Otherwise, what young person would want to stay here? The pop-ups were immediately noisy, and at that moment, Xiao Shuiying blinked her beautiful eyes. Got it, Master Strong, she said with some fear. Face the elders, even if they are not right. But Xiao Shuiying wouldn't refute it. After all, old enough to have a real fight. She couldn't be held responsible if the old man got angry or something. Therefore, Xiao Shuiying gently uncovered this matter. But what was on her mind was pretty much the same as the pop-up. Nature that nourishes the human body and mind. But really, it's about enjoying the blessings. That's just far-fetched. Modern happiness is, more than anything else, built on economics. And the small mountain village in front of him, obviously, away from the standard of happiness in the eyes of Xiao Shuiying. It's not even close. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying shook her head and sighed in her heart. As far as I can remember, Strong has always been a man who knows right from wrong. Now, how is it that you can't get your head around this kind of issue? Could it be that it's too old and confused? It's the only possibility left. It seems that Strong Moncler outlet store is still in good health. The brain, however, is still aging. Regarding the matter of being reprimanded by Grandmaster Chang, Xiao Shuiying felt indifferent. But the snowflakes were in a hurry. How come this Mr. Strong can't tell the difference between good and bad? There's nothing wrong with what our Shueching said. Yes, Shueching is just too gentle. If it were me, I would have rebutted this old man long ago. Goddess Shueching is still too kind, preferring to aggravate herself in order not to anger the old man. It's not that the old man is too stubborn. Really, what else is there to enjoy? If this place is to be able to enjoy happiness, I'll stand upside down and eat shit. And just moments after that pop-up went out. At this time, Xiao Shuiying and his group also came to the side aspect of Taoyuan Village. The orientation of this village is toward the west, and as the group reached the end of the path, they naturally saw a corner of the village, and after catching a glimpse of the village, Xiao Shuiying froze. The netizens were also dumbfounded, only to see, in front of me, where was some crumbling little mountain village. Instead, it was a village where countless small three-story houses were erected, and at a glance, it was very affluent. Even, the village was very large. A glance at the vast expanse, countless small houses, lined up. The most important thing is that the decoration of this small house is not only foreign and good-looking, but also exquisite and luxurious. Not the kind of big white walls, but a country house. You know, starting a self-built house. It is very expensive, but any decent, 3-story building will cost $500,000 or $600,000. There's already enough for a set of pigeonholes in the city. And here is a small house. Although you can't see inside, but from the outside, the decoration is exquisite. And there are large floor-to-ceiling windows. Cold knowledge, the larger the windows, the more expensive. So, a rough estimate of such a villa would be at least $1 million. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying almost didn't bite her tongue off in fear. Qin Feng, is this really Taoyuan village? Xiao Shuiying could hardly believe it. Yeah. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Shuiying with a speechless face, as if to say, what's the fuss about not having seen the world? At that moment, Xiao Shuiying's face turned red. Couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground. Master Strong is really scolding the right ah. She has the nerve to talk about suffering. Excuse me, Xiao Shuiying, who has lived in the city all her life. In my life, I've never lived in such a nice villa. So not only is it not wrong for Strong to say that she's here to enjoy her life, and it can be so true, the netizens in the live stream were also embarrassed. So many houses, and I saw the solar power. Who dares to say that this is a small mountain village? Who dares to say this is a small mountain village? In the mountain villages of the whole country, it has to be ranked in the top few. Not much different from Huaxi village. Why do I think this is not worse than Huaxi village? On the contrary, this is much more bullish than Huaxi village. Do you see the airplane ramp in the corner? Bullnose. There are airplanes in this village. I see a hospital. There's an airport, a hospital, and a school. And this. You're fucking telling me that this is a fucking mountain village? What are you playing at? Who was the one who was looking for a way to shit upside down? Find it? I'll go through the pop-ups. TSK. This dog is straight out of the booth. 6. The internet went straight numb. Say yes to the little mountain village. And end up giving me a whole airplane pad? And hospitals, schools, supermarkets. You fucking tell me. It's a village? Tease it. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also completely dumbfounded. With a pop-up reminder. She just noticed. It turned out that there were actually so many surprises in this Taoyuan village. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying hated the fact that there was no medicine for regret in this world. Then he immediately salvaged his ass and said, this village is really powerful. Thinking, Xiao Shuiying suddenly had a flash of insight. Qin Feng, your village chief must be a marvelous big shot. To actually run such an awesome village must be a very successful uncle. And the words came out. Netizens also reacted immediately. Yeah, the development of a village, and the village head, are closely related. It's nice to be able to give the village such a good look. I think that the village head of this Taoyuan village must have been a great elder. And a wizard with such a vision and such skillful means is destined to be not too young in terms of experience and age. However, the 5 lords present froze directly after hearing Xiao Shuiying's words. Xueqing ah, what a silly girl. What village chief are you looking for? Our village chief. Right in front of you, Grandpa Chang said with an amused look on his face. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, a few of the other Moncler jackets laughed as well. And at this point, the words came out like a thunderclap. Boom. Xiao Shuiying's brain directly went blank. The live feed was also stunned. This is a joke, right? How can Qin Feng be the village chief? Yeah, he's only 18, just started his freshman year of college. Usually those who can be village officials have to have graduated, and at least have to be in their 20s, not to mention, can still make the village so good. How can he only have just turned 8 years old? Upstairs, I suspect you're playing a voice. Is not at all possible ah, this Peach village chief, maybe according to the seniority, Qin Feng at least seniority high. But the village's operation, certainly, and he has nothing to do with. 18 years old only. The hair is not long complete. The rash boy, how can be so powerful? Yes, this village may have a wilder path, depending on the generation given. And at this point, seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Xiao Shuiying also nodded in realization. The netizens' analysis made perfect sense to her. Granted, the gold content of being able to get into Mordor University is definitely not low, but the village in front of us, it's also never something a 985 freshman can handle. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying said too. So that's how it is. Then from now on, we'll have to call Qin Feng the village chief. Saying that, Xiao Shuiying thought of something. Then our Taoyuan village. The way of recommending the village head is still quite special, according to seniority. And the words came out. A few of the older men in the room froze again. What generation? Old ancestor became the village chief because each of us villagers voted with our own hands, and voted it out. If it weren't for old ancestor master, we, the villagers, wouldn't be able to live such a good life at all. And if he's not the village chief, who will be? Speaking of which, It was 5 or 6 years ago that we voted for Master Lao Tzu to be the village chief, and in the blink of an eye, the village has changed so much. And Moncler Outlet Store. This remark of Chang's triggered the reverie of the other Moncler Outlet Store. Master Chang stroked his white beard inside as he looked at the imposing village in front of him. Yes, time flies. Think back to 5 or 6 years ago. I still live in a broken hut that leaks when it rains. It's all thanks to the blessing of my old ancestor. I'm an old man. I can only live in a small 3-story house in this life. Old ancestor master. Accept my obeisance. Speaking, strong Moncler Outlet Store got excited and was about to kneel down. And when the other few grandfathers saw this, they also burst into old tears and directly kneeled and kowtowed to Qin Feng. Old ancestor master. Your great kindness is like the kindness of a parent, a few grandmasters said excitedly. And see the scene before you. Xiao Shuiying was directly dumbfounded. The party that was there. There is just too much information. The netizens were shocked too. 5 or 6 years ago, voting? It's all because of Qin Feng alone that the village has developed like this over the years? Wait, Qin Feng is only 18 this year. 5 or 6 years ago, so he was only 13? That means he was already the village chief when he was in his first year of junior high school. Good guy. When others lead the whole township to get rich, I'm still playing with mud in the village. People compared to people. Have to be angry. Numb, really numb. Is this still a human being? This is a god, right? At 13 years old, he could turn a small mountain village into the richest village. Even a TV show wouldn't dare to make it up like this. TSK, let's just ask you guys, is it worth it to shout out this old ancestor master? Upstairs, you're so right. Goddess Shueching, help me ask, is this village still recruiting outsiders? I'm also willing to kowtow and kneel to old ancestor master. I have no other requests. I just want to join the Peach Source Village. Upstairs, your math. I heard it all at Cantonais. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all instantly swiped up. So fast, it's hard to see one. In a split second's time, it was crowded out again by the next pop-up. And the gifts, too, are all over the place. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also excited. In the eyes that looked at Qin Feng was shock after shock. Suddenly, there was a flash of horror in his heart. At 13 years old? It's no longer summed up by the phrase other people's children. I'm afraid that, all over the world, there can't be a second person as bullish as Qin Feng. Or rather, in everyone's opinion, it can't even be called human anymore. It would have to be a god to be that good. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also felt very lucky. It was surprising that he had fished out such a bullish character as Qin Feng at the entrance of Mordor University. She had a strong premonition. At this point, watch as the heat rushes to the top of the internet. Tens of millions of people are watching Fire Up. This is really on fire. With this kind of heat, not even a popular fry can do it. Xiao Shuiying felt deeply. This program, later on, will surely become self-representing as well. And there's only one reason for that. That is, Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying looked at Qin Feng in front of her and a hint of fervor flashed in her eyes. And at this moment, Qin Feng completely failed to notice Xiao Shuiying's burning gaze. With a chagrined face, he looked at the 4 old men kowtowing towards self in front of him. Come on, come back to this again. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Qin Feng was speechless, and the words came out. All 4 of those old men looked out in embarrassment. Said how many times? Xiao Ming, Xiao Chang, Xiao Jie, Xiao Lei. Qin Feng directly is a Yanwan de Daobing. In the future do not move to me kneel. No not? I'm embarrassed alright. Qin Feng said breathlessly. See the scene in front of you. Qin Feng was speechless. He is a traveler. 18 years ago, Qin Feng relied on tire piercing and came to this world. Unfortunately, the parents of this body, both died unexpectedly shortly after his birth. And as a fatherless and motherless traveler, Qin Feng had a very happy childhood in the village. The villagers of Taoyuan village are simple and kind, and everyone voluntarily assumes the responsibility of raising Qin Feng. He was given tuition and food, and was even allowed to live in his own home, where he was raised as if he were his own child. Therefore, Qin Feng had always been grateful to the villagers. Originally, he wanted to grow up, find a job to make ends meet, return home to be a small village chief, build Taoyuan village, so that the villagers out of poverty and live a good life. Back then, Taoyuan village was too poor, so poor that there was even no network signal, and there was only one TV in the whole village. There was also only one thatched roof elementary school in the village, and when it rained, the children got soaked, so poor that even the chalk for the board books was often missing. How can you send a child out of a big mountain village in such a situation? Qin Feng also relied on his 2 lifetimes. Plus, he was a school bully in his previous life, with a high IQ and an excellent memory. That's why, with his rich knowledge base, he became the first student from Taoyuan village to be admitted to the county middle school. Things took a turn for the worse. When he was 12 years old, the system suddenly came down. The full name of the system is called the Perfect Life System. Depending on the points, you can redeem any skill in the mall. There are all sorts of skills, from cooking, to medicine, to art, and everything in between, and it's dozens of pages of great detail. Points, however, need to be exchanged for money, and $1 is a point. And for one of the most common low-level skills, it costs 1,000 points. So, while other kids were playing with mud, 12-year-old Qin Feng was already figuring out how to make money. Start with the cheapest skill exchange. Over the years, Qin Feng has also made a lot of money by realizing his skills, allowing the villagers to live a good life. The status quo, however, did not satisfy Qin Feng. What he wanted, it wasn't enough. Even the skills, Qin Feng felt that self had not mastered enough of them. The current Taoyuan village was just a prototype away from his goal. However, in the villagers' opinion, over the years, Qin Feng had made a huge difference in their lives. From poverty, it's a straight flip to affluence. That alone is enough to make them grateful. That was why these four old men kneeled so reverently. It was as if, standing in front of them, was not a person. Rather, the god of their Taoyuan village. Get up, Qin Feng once again helplessly urged. How many times have I told you? In the future, when you're out there, don't move to kneel to me. If others see this, they'll think I'm abusing the elderly. Qin Feng sighed and said. The words came out. The geezers all smiled in embarrassment and stood up. I'm sorry, old ancestor master. I won't dare next time. Hey, we are really too grateful to the old ancestral master. So, we can't help but just. Then you'll have to hold back in the future. Qin Feng spat out. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast instantly all laughed and laughed. It was a scene that was really interesting. Ha 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 ha, I won't dare next time. Abbreviated as next time I dare. Qin Feng is too funny. You guys look at his PSTD-like appearance. It looks like he hasn't been misunderstood much. Upstairs, this scene is going to look like elder abuse to anyone who watches it under unknown circumstances. Right? Ha 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 ha, really Lu? Qin Feng's only trouble must be this. This annoyance is indeed quite annoying and I don't want to have it ha ha ha. Seeing the live room filled with joy, Xiao Shuiying was also in a good mood. These old grandpas. The people are old and the scene is really interesting. The effect pulls straight through. And just then, discordant voices emerged. At this point, Li Hao, who was still at the entrance of Magic City University, standing for half a day, not knowing what to do, seeing the snowy green goddess he had been pining for, smiling like a flower at Qin Feng. In an instant, Li Hao's heart broke into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, Li Hao could only feel colorful light flickering above his own head. Li Hao, who had gone to extremes, had forgotten. Xiao Shuiying was never who he was, but Li Hao automatically ignored this. In his eyes, Xiao Shuiying was his sooner or later. At that moment, Li Hao looked at the scene happening in the live broadcast room, but he scoffed. 13 years old and you're a village chief? And pulling up the village's GDP? Let the villagers all live in houses and have a good life? Who the fuck is this? Write a novel and dare to make it up like that. Then all the fuckers have to be knifed to death by the readers. Thinking about it, Li Hao was about to disperse public opinion in the live broadcast again, but was about to type. Li Hao hesitated again. Just now, he had also been relentlessly telling everyone that Qin Feng was a liar. But it turns out, Qin Feng is a liar. It's still brilliant. Laid such a trap, and dragged Shueqing to the movie set. Just this. 99% of the world's crooks can't do it. Honestly, Li Hao felt that if self was so fooled by Qin Feng, being in the middle of the situation, it was possible for him to believe it, not to mention the naturally dull Xiao Shuiying. Plus, he also reminded multiple times just now. But netizens have memories, like fish, that last only a few seconds. When Qin Feng and then the whole new living, throwing out new scams, these people immediately took what he said and put it behind them. So, at the moment, the place to break the ice is won. Finding Qin Feng's cracks, Li Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the four old men in the live broadcast. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Yeah, why didn't he think of that? Li Hao directly slapped his head. Then, a quick screenshot of the four old men standing side by side. These few old men were kneeling and shouting old ancestor master at Qin Feng. This natural acting. That's definitely a real actor. If it's an actor, it's on the internet. You can definitely find it. Even, Li Hao felt that with such exquisite and realistic acting skills, he was afraid that he was not a very qualified actor. Once you look for it, you can definitely find it. So, Li Hao immediately took this photo and threw it into AlSearch. Then a line appeared on the cell phone page. Please be patient. Retrieval in progress. Looking at the spinning signal, Li Hao's heart was lifted. It's got to be found. 2 seconds later, the phone suddenly shook. Then a screen full of text appeared. Search successful. Here's the relevant information AI was able to find. Li Hao's eyes widened after reading the above. At that moment, Li Hao erupted into a maniacal laughter. Winning this game, he won hemp. He, Li Hao, is absolutely a genius. So many people had been hoodwinked by Qin Feng. He, Li Hao, was the only one awake. At this moment, Li Hao looked at the message displayed on his cell phone with glee, only to see that the result of the search above was clearly the oldest Qin Baochang. He, on the other hand, is an elderly actor. Guest starred in several costume dramas. Even, quite a few stills of him can be found. Li Hao directly downloaded several stills of Qin Baochang. As for a few others, Li Hao didn't find it for a while. However, he felt that the truth of the matter must be this. The others must have been pulled in by Qin Baochang as well. Because, just now, he checked Qin Baochang again. Unexpectedly, this Qin Baochang fame is quite big. Every year there are a lot of film contracts. However, because the image is limited, coupled with the age is too big. So, he plays, basically, characters like the old lifer. And the point that Li Hao confirmed was that Qin Baochang's age was real. That is, a proper 130 years old. Think, then, of the other 3 old men, whose ages are real. Li Hao argues. Looking around the country, where can we find so many old men of advanced age hugging each other? Doesn't any old person, who has lived to this age, stay at home or stay up in the hospital? And these few, all of them are alive and well, and have a good image, and really look like immortals. This look, not to be used for acting. As an amateur, Li Hao felt pity. So, Li Hao thought that the other 3, along with Qin Baochang, were all actors, just, perhaps, not as famous in comparison. There are a lot of runners, and not everyone has a 1,000-degree profile. So the nail in the coffin is this. These 4 old men, they're actors. It was Qin Feng who pulled in the act. Thinking about it, Li Hao didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Uploaded the photo directly to my own teasing personal space. Then, the username was changed to Counterfeit Dummy Qin Feng's Guide to Preventing Fraud. Then it flew through the pop-ups. Brothers, don't be fooled by this Qin Feng. My homepage has fake information. Absolutely true. Brothers, don't be fooled by this Qin Feng. My homepage has fake information. Absolutely true. Brothers, don't be fooled by this Qin Feng. My homepage has fake information. Absolutely true. It's important to say it 3 times. The thought of goddess Xueqing about to be colored by Qin Feng. Li Hao was so anxious that he directly popped up and brushed the entire live broadcast. And with Li Hao attacking like this, soon, the live stream fell as well. Many netizens flocked to Li Hao's homepage in waves. And after seeing Qin Baochang's profile, all of a sudden, everyone understood. It's a good thing there's this brother. Otherwise, I'd almost be cheated. I remembered. I really have seen this old man's drama. This old man's acting skill is so good. He's also my god. Ha 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 ha. 80-year-old grandma's man? Old people follow stars too? What's wrong, can't you? Master Qin Baochang's body is so strong that he can't tell he's 130 years old. And he's charmed all the old ladies in his neighborhood. And his 80-year-old husband doesn't even smell good anymore. Gosh, my focus is skewed too. And I'd love to ask Master Chang for some longevity and maintenance tips. I don't only want to ask Master Chang for advice. I also want to ask a few other masters. To be honest, Qin Feng is also good enough. Where to hire these 4 living treasures? This day's wages. I'm afraid it's more than $1,000. In this way it seems that Qin Feng is still losing money. Goddess Xueqing just gave 1,500. Not enough. Not enough at all. This is called shedding the child and not catching the wolf. But honestly, it's not easy for a few old men to make money at their age. Yes, this Baochang grandpa is still out shooting at the age of 130. TSK, this must be the son or daughter is unfilial. If this is in our hometown, the son or daughter must be poked and prodded in the backbone. There is a market only when there is a sale. To say the least, Qin Feng also has a fault. If it is not, he spends money to find Moncler outlet online. Moncler outlet store to such a hard time? It also contributed a wave of divine acting skills. TSK, goddess Xueqing, this Qin Feng has gone to such great lengths. This is a determination to eat you up. That's not right. Doesn't this goddess Xueqing know Master Chang? Or is she an old friend? And the words came out. In an instant, the pop-ups of the party that had been crusading against Qin Feng one after another also stopped. Yeah, they forgot about that. Xiao Shuiying is acquainted with Master Chang. And at that moment, looking at the pop-ups on the live stream, Xiao Shuiying and the photographer also had big heads. Just now, they also took advantage of Qin Feng walking ahead. Then he stopped and clicked into Li Ho's homepage. The information on that is absolutely true. It is indisputable that Bao Chang Moncler Outlet Store is an actor. But Moncler Outlet Store Chang, Xiao Shuiying's does know. Just when Xiao Shuiying was in trouble, others said, isn't that normal? People change. If money is available, even their own daughters are pitched, not to mention other people's daughters. Yeah, I'm standing upstairs on this wave. Money solves 99% of the world's problems. Not to mention, looking at these four Moncler, they all look quite short of money. Speaking of which, this village is also very evil. Haven't you noticed? Such a rich village, but there's no road construction. Right. And, really if a richest village, and, Xin Feng is still the old ancestor master, then how will just a Ming de master driving a 3 trampoline to pick up Xin Feng? This 3 trampoline is only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Who has the money to buy a 3 trampoline to pick up the old ancestor? Yes, in that case, I'm becoming more and more suspicious of Xin Feng. Is there any doubt about this? There must be a trick. Then how do you explain this village? The shooting base, the scene is built up, are model houses, not a real house. This model house, a square of a few $100s, I can build a big villa out of it. At this point, the public opinion in the live broadcast has completely reversed. Yeah, this thing, in and of itself, is evil enough. First, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. It's common sense, but the Taoyuan mansion looks like it's brilliant and grand and not bad. Yet even the road outside is still the most common stone path. And, by the looks of it, that's the only way. If it's really the richest village, then how can it rely on this road? How did it get so rich? Want to get rich? That must have done a big business. Cold knowledge. Working is not rich. However, it seems that the road from Taoyuan village to the outside world is the only one. Plus the doubts raised by netizens. Take another look at it in such a combination. The first thing that came to mind was that there was no credibility at all. If you write a novel, you wouldn't dare to make it up like this. At this time, Xiao Shuiying's heart was also beating a drum, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all brushing, telling Xiao Shuiying to hurry up and run. It's still not too late, but right now, it's almost into the village. The photographer was a tall man though, but the guts are even smaller than Xiao Shuiying. At this point, watching the netizens have been discussing various so-called murder and partition cases. At that moment, the chubby cameraman was scared to be all sweaty, and his legs were so soft that he could be swaying. Xu etching, let's run away. Photographer Little Black was on the verge of crying, and that's when the netizens in the live broadcast room also heard Blackie's voice with a sobbing tone, as well as the shaky cam. It perfectly illustrates how scared Blackie is. Blackie, stop shaking. The camera is shaking me to the point of vomiting. Upstairs, you don't have a heart, and you don't sympathize with how panicked Blackie is right now. You're going to be more panicked than he is. It's not easy for Blackie either. It's so sad. Have you ever felt that Xiao Hei is now especially like a New Year's pig that is going to be slaughtered at New Year's Eve? It's too scary. Too detrimental. Right. But this sentence does say in place. Goddess Shueching is so beautiful. Xin Feng will definitely keep it. But Xiao Hei is useless and will definitely be karma wasted. Blackie, we'll remember you. Go in peace. Missing Blackie, you'll always be in our hearts. Nostalgia plus 223. I go, and at that moment, seeing the pop-ups have all started to miss self, Blackie was almost about to shoot off an expletive. I'm not dead yet. What are you guys missing? Really, Xiao Hei cursed, but there were also tears in his eyes. Gas is really gas, but panic is really panic too. By this time, Blackie had begun to swing, said nothing and refused to move a step forward. Seeing Xiao Hei, whose face was pale, Xiao Shuiying spoke out to comfort him. Don't be afraid of what's really coming later. I'll protect you, Xiao Shuiying said with a serious face. I'm a national taekwondo youth champion. The words came out. At once, the broadcast room exploded. Taekwondo youth champion? Gee, I didn't realize my goddess was actually a treasure girl? Oh my god. I can't believe you guys didn't know that. You're all face fans, right? This championship is still taken this year. They're all just a bunch of old colorful people who look at faces. Only we truly love goddess Shueching. This award is hard to get. No wonder Shueching is so brave. She really has 2 skills. Yes, this shall not dry 3 men with 1 punch. Not to mention, these old men are so old. Xin Feng's words, nowadays college students are all brittle. Surely cannot beat goddess Shueching. Then I'm relieved. It's no problem now, but if we enter the village later, it's hard to say. Listen, Shueching, run early. And this one was full of dadgum and instructive pop-ups. That's what Li Ho sent. His statement, however, was met with some agreement. What I'm saying is, goddess Shueching, don't be gullible. In the end, It's still too young and vigorous. And at this point, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying's eyes were nevertheless complicated. In fact, she wasn't being exuberant, thinking that she was so strong in her own martial arts. Rather, thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying deliberated for a moment, and her eyes lit up with a resolute light. I've seen all the words of all the waterbenders just now. I appreciate that people are so concerned about me, even more than myself, about my safety. Snowgreen is here to thank all of you family members. But Snowgreen has decided to go anyway. Upon hearing this, the pop-ups instantly exploded. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with a good word. Goddess Xueqing, don't think about it, count on me to beg you. What is the magic of this Qin Feng that attracts you so much? Stupid to the core, this woman is hopeless. Even some voices abusing Xiao Shuiying appeared as well. It is important to realize that internet users do not mean that they are qualified. Chucky, in this place on the web, many people reveal an unknown side of themselves, but Xiao Shuiying directly ignored those bad remarks. She said directly, actually, no secret, in my heart, I am also full of questions and disbelief about this Qin Feng and Taoyuan village, but I still have to go, said Xiao Shuiying, taking a deep breath. Only when I go will the truth be revealed. Let me be this knife to lift the fog, and in the future, no one will fall for it. The words came out. Blackie froze. The netizens in the live broadcast room, too, were stunned. They thought of a million reasons. There was the feeling that Xiao Shuiying was simply bubbling with stupidity. There are those who feel that Xiao Shuiying thinks she is strong in martial arts. There were even people who thought that Xiao Shuiying just fell in love at first sight with Qin Feng and committed lovebrain. But all possibilities come to mind. Except for this. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all touched. Rather than disregard your own safety, you'd rather catch the bad guys and risk your own life. That's righteousness. Seriously, as a man. But I feel that I am far inferior to Goddess Xueqing even since Powder Xiao Shuiying is the greatest honor for the snowflakes. The winds of the pop-ups were instantly reversed. Those words praising Xiao Shuiying. Xiao Shuiying didn't have the heart to look at it either. Instead, he looked at Blackie with a determined expression. I'm here. Let's go, Xiao Shuiying said. At those words, Xiao Hei's heart fluttered. As that pop-up said, he's a 6 feet 8 inches man. Boldness and courage are no match for Xiao Shuiying. What's more, Xueqing had done so in order to fake Qin Feng and uncover the truth. For that matter, it all makes sense. Thinking of this, Xiao Hei also revealed a resolute look like going to his death as he nodded his head heavily. Yes, these two people, then, took a step to follow Qin Feng and the others. At this point, live blogger, it can be said that they have worked their asses off for Xiao Shuiying, especially Li Hao. Eyes glazed over with anxiety. Xueqing, be sensible. Xueqing, just listen to the advice. Listen to the advice and eat. This Taoyuan village is a front. Qin Feng is a complete fraud. It's not just Li Hao. Everyone else was also anxious for Xiao Shuiying. Xueqing, count on us, Xuehua, to beg you. Don't think about it. Hey, I'm leaving. I really can't watch. I can't stand by and watch Xueqing go into a desperate situation. I can't do it. Is there anyone who can help Xueqing? Brothers, don't worry. I'm right here in Grand River County. I'll set up an action team right away and go to the rescue. The person who sent this pop-up. It's a young man from the county seat of Grand River County, where Peachland Village is located. At this time, the young man named Zhang Nuo was also a recent college graduate, an outsider who had only been admitted to Day County this year. This young man, very motivated, wants to do something. When he happened to see the content of the live broadcast, all righteous, he thought, this is absolutely false in front of him. What a 100-year-old man. What a richest village. If it was really the richest village, how could it be in this poor county? Therefore, Zhang Nuo did not examine the evidence, so he thought everything was a joke. However, Zhang Nuo still left a heart and soul. Originally, intending to go to find Governor Qin, it's important to talk to the governor about something this important. However, the governor said it was an important family matter and took a few days off. Currently, it's not here. So, Zhang Nuo planned to set off with his own people. And at that moment, live on air, seeing the pop-up screen sent by Zhang Nuo, the netizens were instantly relieved. It's great that someone has finally stepped up to the plate. I wish I could work harder and faster. Come on. Zhang Nuo closed the live broadcasting room and immediately boarded the car to Taoyuan village. The man stood out and threatened to bring people to rescue Xiao Shuiying. In an instant, the tense atmosphere of the live broadcast room eased considerably, and at this point, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei also slightly lowered their hearts. It was obvious that this young man called Zhang Nuo was very enthusiastic and capable, mobilizing people in such an emergency. Thinking about it made them less nervous. Later on, If anything really happens, there's this bottom card. They also don't have to worry about their lives being threatened. After all, it would only take half an hour tops for Zhang Nua to come by car. Everything in time. And just then, Qin Feng had already led them to the gate of the village. From here, the village can already be seen. Old ancestor master is back. Suddenly, Grandmaster Ming suddenly yelled. The voice was like a bell, resounding through the entire sky. The birds in the distance were all startled by this voice and flew out from the forest. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He also covered their ears with a shocked expression. This old man's voice is too loud, isn't it? My mic blew up. Goddess Xueqing, when you finish your vacation, please help me to ask, how do these grandfathers maintain? I also want to be able to re-employ when I am old. I can't be one when I am young, and it's not bad to curve and act as an old lifer. That'll have to wait for when Zhang Nua arrives. It should be pretty fast on a small car, right? It can't be any slower than a triple jumper. That's for sure. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to Zhang Nua's arrival, saving Xiao Shuiying and at the same time uncovering Qin Feng's deception. Just as the crowd was waiting for Qin Feng to be revealed, suddenly, it was visible. Before his eyes, suddenly, it was as if an earthquake had struck. It's like the ground is shaking. Then, Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened in shock, and countless pairs of eyes on the live feed. Also at this moment, it froze outright, only to see, in front of him, suddenly, in great numbers, at least hundreds of people appeared. All of these people ran in Qin Feng's direction. While running, he also spoke excitedly. Old ancestor master, you're back. Old ancestor master, finally you're back. We all missed you so much. And at that moment, Qin Feng and the others' footsteps did not stop. Xiao Shuiying also immediately followed, closer and closer. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also finally saw the scene in front of her. Just see, this is clearly the entrance to the village. The place was full of people, from old men and women with gray hair to 3-year-olds who couldn't even walk. And many of them come in the form of families. The women were busy washing dishes and cooking. The men were busy setting up. The children were not idle, helping the women with their errands. Even the village dogs have firewood for cooking in their mouths. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. The netizens were also dumbfounded. The scene in front of us is so spectacular. Hundreds of people, all eagerly looked at Qin Feng, affectionately calling out a cry of old ancestor master. There was even a little tear in their eyes, and behind them, a whole long street of red-clothed tables. It was covered with delicate and rich dishes, and even from a distance, a fragrance floated in the air. And what shocked Xiao Shuiying the most was, at this point, stand closer. She just realized, these little townhouses are, indeed, proper buildings. It's not a built-in backdrop at all. At this point, the internet realized this. God, this house is all real. I know, Qin Feng must have rented this village. There's so many people here. I'll be damned. There must be 100 of them. If you hire a group show, even if it costs $70 a day, it'll cost you $7,000, right? That's a lot of money to spend just to cheat people. Do you really think it's enough to hire a group show and pay a group to perform? Dragging all these people to the mountains and bento doesn't cost anything? Plus the hidden costs, the cost of renting the venue, it's less than $20,000. TSK, Qin Feng is really rich. So much money. Do what is not good. Do fraud. A few tens of thousands of dollars can fool the goddess Xueqing. This deal, I'm willing to do it. Upstairs, don't let Zhang Nua hear this. Be careful. When you arrest Qin Feng later, you'll be arrested too. Not that I'm saying, this battle, it's really too real. Not to mention Xueqing, if I were to go, I'm sure I'd be fooled as well. Yeah, I think so. At this point, netizens still feel that Qin Feng is a liar. After all, Zhang Nua had stepped in. He, of all people, is the best proof. Xiao Shuiying, on the other hand, was a bit shaken at this time. Mind you, she was really there. Unlike in the live room, the netizens who could only glimpse a little, Xiao Shuiying stood in this group of villagers. Those simple smiles and innocent eyes will never lie. Xiao Shuiying could even see it. Some of the men's pant legs were caked with mud, and they looked like they had just come up from the ground. Combined with that tan smile and the black and white on his body, it was clear that he had been in the sun for a long time while doing farm work to get this sunburn break. And just then, Xiao Shuiying made another discovery. At that moment, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Apparently, some of the netizens with great eyes in the broadcast room had noticed it as well. Wait, have you noticed? So many people in this village are wearing gold and silver. I go, you see, this dressed in holding a child sister. 2 hands add up to 5 gold bracelets. I go, this is not small 100,000. Isn't it normal to give hardware for a wedding now? Normal my ass. if one person, even if, you see, this village men and women, all with gold, the man's neck with a big gold chain, good guy, so big, a string of tens of thousands of dollars, I cannot afford to buy, I'll go, and I realized as soon as you guys mentioned it, I also saw someone with a green aqua ghost wristwatch, holy shit, this little kid is actually holding the latest handheld, the 10,000+1, did you guys see that the dogs are wearing LVA? You're telling me these guys are a group? Who's a groupie with all the luxuries? How can you afford to hire these guys for $70 a day? Crap. If not with fake goods, then this village, simply rich. Is there a possibility that it's a fake? I'm a luxury buyer, and I can vouch for my character that these are all absolutely authentic. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying's heart, too, was thumping. Since childhood, every year, her parents would give Xiao Shuiying high luxury as a birthday gift, in the name of the girl's daughter to open her eyes more. In the future, will not be easily cheated by the poor boy. So, Xiao Shuiying's boudoir closet of high luxury, the total value of millions. Therefore, Xiao Shuiying could tell at a glance, right in front of you, it's definitely the real deal. And just then, the villagers also surrounded Qin Feng in a group. A kindly-looking Auntie Zhang, who was in the lead, said with tears in her eyes, "Old ancestor master, why don't you let our whole village go and fetch you?" At those words, Qin Feng said helplessly, "Too many people for that." Now, the pop-up instantly understood. It turned out to be Qin Feng or else the villagers to pick him up, rather than the villagers do not want to pick up. If you want to, estimated, the door of the Magic City University are crowded. It seems that Qin Feng is quite low-key. Hearing this answer, the 50-something-year-old Auntie Jean was still a little sorry. AI. Well, we, the little ones, can only listen to old ancestor master. And at that moment, Qin Feng also looked at Xiao Shuiying and introduced himself to the crowd. This is the filming team for a program that, from now on, will be filmed in our village. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Shuiying. This is my photographer, Little Fatty. From now on, when we move about in the village, I'll ask for your guidance. Xiao Shuiying introduced herself greatly. The crowd of villagers all smiled and looked at Xiao Shuiying. Since it's someone brought by Master Lao Zu, they were definitely respectful. This girl is so handsome nah. Look at the sign. It's also from Mordor University. Ha, it's the same school as our old grandpa. Don't be polite. Girl, when you come to our village, treat it like your own home. The villagers of Taoyuan village are all very enthusiastic. In an instant, the nervousness of Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty was swept away. And just then, Xiao Shuiying inhaled. Her eyes lit up at the delicacies before her. Fragrance. It's just too flavorful. The food in this Taoyuan village is also too good. It's no exaggeration to say that it's practically a state dinner standard. Osmanthus duck around moon red, aged beef jerky, smoked chicken with red pepper and rice, grilled peeled shrimp with cucumber. These are dishes that you don't normally get in restaurants. And now, they show up at a village feast. Excellent color and flavor with excellent ingredients. I believe Qin Feng is definitely an old grandpa. These dishes, who would make them if not to welcome a big shot? I'll go. Qin Feng is also too good. Return to a village. The whole village reception not to mention, but also made so many good dishes. Damn. Good for nothing me. I'm embarrassed to go back to the village for the new year. I can see that the villagers love the village chief, Qin Feng. At this time, Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty were also so greedy that they kept swallowing their saliva. And when Auntie Zhang saw this scene, she was just about to open her mouth. Suddenly, he paused again and looked at Qin Feng with a respectful face. Old ancestor master, can we start dinner now? Qin Feng leisurely said. Open up. The room cheered at those words, especially a bunch of kids. When you have a seat to eat, you are naturally happy. And hearing this, Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty were also rubbing their fists in excitement. It's like a big deal. However, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. You guys want some too? At those words, Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty were both dumbfounded. No, Xiao Shuiying said pitifully, covering her empty stomach. I just nibbled on a loaf of bread this morning. Then it took most of the day to toss and turn to get here. And now I'm starving. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and said expressionlessly, yes, get the answers you want. Instantly, both Xiao Shuiying and Fatty put their hearts down. Again, he heard Qin Feng speak. It's all about the extra money. Shuiying Xiao, Fatty, $100 apiece. Qin Feng picked up his cell phone and explicitly transferred money between the two. Ha 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 ha, this Qin Feng is really a fortune hunter. Goddess Xueqing has to be gripped clean when she comes on this trip. There's one thing to be said for $100 that really isn't bad. It's worth it. Yeah, I'd pay $1,000. But unfortunately I don't have that opportunity. And Xiao Shuiying and Fatty thought the same thing. they were straight up cool with the transfer. As soon as he finished his spin, he immediately sat down in his chair and began to chow down. At the first bite, Xiao Shuiying felt the chicken meat in her mouth. It was just too smooth and tender. A look of surprise appeared. Delicious, just too delicious. For the first time in her life, Xiao Shuiying had eaten such delicious chicken. And fatty, too, ate like a champ. It's like a relentless feeding machine. Good lord, how long have these two not eaten? Starving like this? Nope, this is clearly so delicious that goddess Xueqing couldn't even care less about eating. TSK, 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 TSK. I'm getting hungry just watching it. When will Taoyuan village be open for tourism? Ah, I want to go. At this time, Xiao Shuiying could barely care about the live broadcast. For the first time, in front of the camera, it showed such an out-of-control side. No way. It was just so delicious. Until you've eaten for 10 minutes or so, the stomach starts to get braced. Xiao Shuiying's movements only slowed down. And Fatty is still eating. The empty plates in front of him were piled a small mountain high. Sitting next to Xiao Shuiying was the warm-hearted Auntie Zhang. At this moment, when Auntie Zhang saw Xiao Shuiying stop eating, she kindly asked, "Is that enough for you, girl? Shall I get you some more?" Auntie Zhang said with a smile. At those words, Xiao Shuiying's heart warmed and she hurriedly waved her hand. "No need, Auntie. I'm full. Thank you, Auntie." Xiao Shuiying smiled sweetly. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying noticed. This auntie is a proper rich woman. The left and right hands, combined, wore a full 5 gold bangles, yellow and mesmerizing to the eye. I'm going to go. This older woman is so rich. She's carrying 100,000 or so in her hand. Brothers, I'm not chasing after goddess Xueqing. Nothing else. I just want to ask if this auntie lacks a younger brother. Upstairs. You're not good. Men have to work hard. Don't always think of eating soft food. Xueqing, auntie's contact information for me. I have a bad stomach. Thanks. Everyone in this village wears gold and silver, so it seems that the poorest of the poor is the village head. Qin Feng. The village head is clean and the villagers are rich, so he is a good village head who works for the villagers. Xiao Shuiying looked mesmerized, and it wasn't her fault. Auntie Zhang's gold bracelet had a very special style and a very elaborate design. With a design like this, the labor cost was over $100 per gram, making it a well-deserved luxury item. Therefore, Xiao Shuiying praised it. Auntie, this bracelet of yours is so beautiful, it especially matches you. Xiao Shuiying had always been sweet-talking and would coax her elders. Originally, Xiao Shuiying only wanted to boast a few words to bring her relationship with Auntie Zhang closer. Unexpectedly, Auntie Zhang's answer stunned her. That's true. This is a gift from our village chief, and the village chief's vision is outstanding. Auntie Zhang was delighted. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was shocked. The live feed is also silly. What? Xiao Shuiying asked in a daze. Auntie, do you mean that these gold bracelets are all issued by the village head? Yes, Auntie Zhang said happily. This is the welfare of our village. Every year, each woman 2 gold jewelry, style of your choice, and 100,000 end of the year dividends. I have a total of 10 or so gold bracelets. Hey, unfortunately, I have only 2 hands here. There is really no place to wear. I do not lack that little money, do not want to sell, so I have to change the style every day with. When this precise statement came out, instantly, the netizens were numb with envy. 2 gold bracelets at the end of the year? Jesus, 2 gold bracelets. That's $50,000, and you can pick any one you want? That's too generous. There is still 100,000 end of the year dividends it. Who said Qin Feng poor? These villagers rich. Are all Qin Feng gave? You tell me this is called poor? Where the hell is this poor? Crap. We also heartache Qin Feng. The original, the clown is actually my own. What does this Qin Feng do? He's so rich. I strongly recommend that our village headman learn from Qin Feng. At this moment, even Xiao Shuiying, who was from a middle-class family, could not help but freeze. That's too ho-hum. Rich people she's seen too much of, but rich people who spread their wealth so generously. Qin Feng was the first. With that thought, Xiao Shuiying glanced at Qin Feng who was not far away. It only felt that the image of village chief Qin Feng, instantly, became taller. And just then, Xiao Shuiying noted. Qin Feng was so disinterested that he only ate a little. Appetite doesn't seem to be on the upswing. This made Xiao Shuiying feel strange. As a student at Mordor University, Xiao Shuiying was very clear. The food in the cafeteria at Mordor University is filling it best. Expecting it to be tasty, that's never going to happen. As for takeout, that's all Hextech. It's a far cry from the all-natural delicacies in front of us. By the way, Qin Feng has been away for a semester. All the more reason to miss the meals of his hometown. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying asked, Qin Feng, why don't you eat more? At those words, Qin Feng inclined his head and swept her a glance. Finally, disgruntled eyes looked at the reception in front of them, and this gaze, all of a sudden, made Auntie Zhang tense up. The flavor is far worse. A few seconds later, Qin Feng spat out a sentence. At that moment, Auntie Zhang said in a hurry, Master Laozu, it's my fault, I've regressed in this craft. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was puzzled. No, it's obviously delicious. The netizens in the live stream, too, couldn't read it. Feng, Xiao Shuiying and Fatty ate so much that they were licking their plates. You call that not even close? This Qin Feng's taste, it's too tricky. There's one thing to be said for being a money-scattering boy. Qin Feng is super-duper good, but as a village head, the culinary requirements for the villagers are a bit high. Right, yes, it's well known that Xueqing is a beauty who loves to diet. Just now that meal, Xueqing ate so much that she couldn't even care about her image. It was absolutely delicious. It seems that it's not easy to take Qin Feng's money, and it's not easy to be a villager of this Taoyuan village. And that's when, having heard Xiao Shuiying's words, Auntie Zhang, however, turned her head and looked at Xiao Shuiying fixedly. Old ancestor is right. The flavor is indeed far worse. I know it myself. Xiao Shuiying revealed a question mark. She was clearly speaking for Auntie Zhang, but Auntie Zhang was still defending Qin Feng, just as Xiao Shuiying was puzzled. Suddenly, Qin Feng spoke. The beef in this aged jerky isn't sliced thin enough and the oil isn't heated hot enough. As soon as these words came out, the 50-something-year-old Aunt Zhang immediately pulled out a small book in a hurry. Then, just take a pen and listen while you take notes. The serious look was as if he was a third-grade student listening to his teacher. And Qin Feng is that teacher. Qin Feng's voice continued. The crispy chicken doesn't marinate long enough. At least 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. However, she did not make a sound to disturb Qin Feng, but listened quietly. If the cinnamon duck, the flavor, on the contrary, is better than before, Qin Feng said with a frown. Hearing this compliment, Auntie Zhang, who had lived half her life, actually, revealed a childlike happy smile. But, Qin Feng said with a beat, with that, Auntie Zhang's face also became serious once again. It's just that the cinnamon is a little old, so next time you'll have to pick some fresh cinnamon. Other than that, no, Qin Feng said, and Auntie Zhang was taking notes fast. Then she closed her notes, a look of delight on her face. Thank you, old ancestor master, for pointing out my shortcomings. In the future, Guihua will work harder again, Aunt Zhang said with a pious face, and at this moment, Xiao Shuiying was directly stunned. This auntie, she's actually asking Qin Feng for cooking lessons? Nowadays, college students are mostly limbless. Plus, Auntie Zhang's cooking skills did make Xiao Shuiying unable to say anything wrong, but Qin Feng pointed out a whole lot, and Auntie Zhang still accepts it all and, with an open mind, learns from it? Xiao Shuiying was truly unable to see it, and when Auntie Zhang saw Xiao Shuiying's confused look, she laughed. Girl, truth be told, I learned my craft from my old ancestor, including these meals. That was invented by the old grandpa. You've never eaten old grandpa's handiwork, so that's why you think my cooking is good. If you eat you'll realize the difference. The words came out. Boom! Xiao Shuiying's brain went blank. With that, the spittle began to secrete again. This auntie's handiwork was actually taught by Qin Feng? In other words, Qin Feng's craftsmanship was the real master. I'll go. It seems that we're the ones who misunderstood Qin Feng again. That Qin Feng instructed correctly. He's a master. Crap. It's better than Auntie Zhang's cooking. This Qin Feng's cooking, how delicious must it be? This question also made Xiao Shuiying curious. Subconsciously, he licked his tongue. Then is there a chance that I can eat old ancestor master's cooking? Xiao Shuiying secretly swallowed her saliva and said with a curious expression. Seeing her look like she was craving for a flower cat, Auntie Zhang was amused. Yes, tomorrow, our village is going to kill the New Year's pig. TSK, talking about the pig-killing rice made by our old ancestor. Don't say it's you. My harumps are flowing. As soon as she said this, Auntie Zhang's eyes were filled with the color of longing. I could tell she really loved the flavor. At this point, Auntie Zhang's words came out. Let alone Xiao Shuiying. The other villagers craved it. So looking forward to tomorrow. All year long. I look forward to this bite from Master Laozu. It's over. I'll have to think about Master Laozu's handiwork again tonight. I can't sleep thinking about it. Insomnia night. Several villagers discussed. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty were also craving for more. Especially Fatty. that was just like a light in his eyes. I was just full and immediately hungry again. And just then, suddenly, there was a bustling commotion at the entrance to the village. A small, white car stopped. Then 3 or 5 young men came down. The man in the lead was none other than Zhang Nuo. Zhang Nuo brought the young men behind him over in a flurry of wind. The look on his face was one of justice. And at that moment, both Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty's faces changed. Now, they already knew that Qin Feng, the old ancestral master, wasn't lying. Zhang Nuo was completely misled by the keyboard warriors in the live broadcast. And that, at this point in time, the watermen, in their hearts, were also very clear. You know, after Auntie Zhang showed off 5 gold bracelets, as well as seeing the village dogs all wearing LVs, the mentality of these waterbenders was immediately reversed. They all couldn't wait to join the Taoyuan village and become a part of it. And Qin Feng, too, had become their cyber village chief. Therefore, nowadays, they were all on Qin Feng's side. Thus, after seeing Zhang Nuo, the waterbenders collapsed. I'll be damned. What's this brother doing here? I almost forgot about him. Throwing. Isn't that Zhang Nuo? Didn't he watch the live broadcast all the way? Other people's Qin Feng has clarified the misunderstanding. Don't hurt our Taoyuan village chief. Upstairs, add me one. Help. Does anyone know Zhang Nuo? Hurry up and remind him. I can pick my toes out of the castle just thinking about the picture later. And it's a moment's work. Zhang Nuo had already led the way and arrived in front of a group of villagers. His gaze was the first to settle on the beautiful and moving Xiao Shuiying. Goddess Xiao. Don't worry. I'm here to save you. Zhang Nuo thought of himself as handsome and came up with a sentence. Then, he looked at Qin Feng with a righteous face. Your name is Qin Feng, right? Come with me, he said, about to greet the people behind him. And that's when, to the side, coldly, a voice that Zhang Nuo had always feared and respected rang out. Little Zhang, how are you talking to old ancestor master? A middle-aged man in a casual shirt with a serious face walked out. Zhang Nuo sniffed and looked. At that moment, his face went pale. Prefect, why are you here? Zhang Nuo was so scared that his mouth was bald and leathery. I went home to save my family. No, old ancestor master came back from his winter vacation and came to greet old ancestor master. Saying that, Zhang Qin respectfully then looked at Qin Feng. The tone and expression of these two sentences, when directed toward different people, are noticeably switched. When talking to Zhang Nuo, Qin Junjie was clearly carrying his boss's impatience and reproach. However, when he saw Qin Feng, Junjie Qin incidentally became the character underneath, and between his demeanor and tone of voice, he was filled with respect. Old ancestor master? Zhang Nuo was dumbfounded. The live feed froze as well. This man is actually the governor? Taoyuan village is really talented. I thought all per capita in the village to lie flat, waiting for the old ancestor to send year-end benefits. Said reasonable, Qin Feng that year-end benefits a hair shall not top head workers a year without eating and drinking to save the money. Which if I would have been swinging, the villagers must surely learn from the village chief when he is so good. That makes sense. It's old man Zhang Nuo who has to be sweating his ass off. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, what happened to a little bit tragic and a little bit funny? Zhang Nuo's expression can simply be sealed. It's just like a broken egg. Still not quick enough to greet old ancestor master. Seeing the sluggish appearance of Zhang Nuo, at that moment, Junjie Qin was whispering in his ear, lightly shouting. The voice was not loud, but it was enough to make Zhang Nuo tremble with fear. Zhang Nuo saw the look on Qin Junjie's face as if he were a king of hell. Just realize. Self-imposed future. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to keep it. The first thing that happened was that he wanted to slap himself in the face. How did you not think this through before you left? This governor's surname is Qin. Old grandpa's name is Qin, too. If you think about it, but check it out. There would be no need for this embarrassing scene. At this moment, Zhang Nuo was appalled in his heart and looked at Qin Feng incredulously. The mind is slowly coming to terms with the fact. Since the governor is standing here, then it meant that there were all those ridiculous claims about Qin Feng that were true. Zhang Nuo had a sense of unreality. The teenager in front of him was clearly only 18 years old. Self was 6 or 7 years older than him. Yet the difference was so great. However, a thought, even the county governor, Zhang Qin, had to nod his head to Qin Feng. Compared to that, what is this little karami of mine? Thinking that, Zhang Nuo hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry, old ancestor master. It was me who was abrupt just now. You're an adult and a great forgiver. Don't take it personally. As he spoke, Zhang Nuo kept touching the false sweat on his face. The body was shaking as well. Ha 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 ha. I can see that Zhang Nuo, this old brother, is really frightened. Let's just ask you if you're scared. Messing with the leader's old grandpa is too beautiful a picture to imagine. Jesus Christ. Vicariously. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. I even doubt that this Zhang Nuo went back. Is not necessary to go to hang up a number. Prescribe some medicine to suppress the shock. Otherwise the psychological shadow left by this incident can be too big. And at this point, everyone's eyes were also focused on Qin Feng, even the governor. In the village, it's also the oldest ancestor who has the final say. It's indisputable. And at this point, Zhang Nuo's heart, too, was beating a drum. Xiao Shuiying also felt jittery. What exactly will this Qin Feng do? Only to see that Qin Feng suddenly spoke out. I haven't fed my fish in a while. I'm going home to feed them. Putting down a sentence, Qin Feng turned around to leave. Qin Feng had no intention of paying any attention to Zhang Nuo. See this scene. Zhang Nuo's heart shook. With that came a sense of dread. The feeling of being completely ignored. Such a powerful aura. It showed that the old ancestor master didn't give him a second thought. Zhang Nuo, who was bent over, still couldn't straighten up, only feeling that he was being pressed by an invisible force. An 18-year-old has such a city. No wonder, he was able to make an entire village bow down to him. And at that moment, Zhang Qin's cold voice came. Get up. Humph. Qin Junjie didn't have a good face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nuo snapped and raised his body, not even daring to look at Junjie Qin. Leader, I'm sorry, I was too sloppy. Zhang Nuo apologized endlessly. Qin Junjie, however, didn't bother to listen. Alright, it is also the old ancestor master generosity. Do not care, otherwise, said. Qin Junjie paused, thought of something. His face actually appeared a kind of fear. It was a look Zhang Nuo had never seen on his face before. Always, this leader is all wind and fire. Heaven is not afraid. And now, this appalled face? What is it? Exactly. That scares him so much? Zhang Nuo couldn't guess, but he knew that it must have something to do with Qin Feng. And that's when Qin realized that he couldn't go any further. Forget it. You go. Qin Junjie waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nuo also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, this thing is kind of over. Then, Zhang Nuo didn't dare to stay any longer. Let him go, and he'll have to go right away. So, and Xiao Shuiying is not even greeted. Then immediately take people. Directly spread legs. A gust of wind like run. The pop-ups were happy to see this scene. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Nuo has a bit of funny attributes in him. If you've upset Master Laozu, mustn't you hurry and run away? I'll have to be more careful next time and not make that mistake again. And at this moment, Xiao Shuiying also came back to her senses. So she greeted little Fatty and caught up with Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the two who followed him with a look of rejection. What's wrong? He spat out two words coldly. Xiao Shuiying had already adapted to Qin Feng's high spirits and didn't feel anything. She smiled sweetly. I thought you said you were going back to feeding the fish. I kind of like keeping fish too. I keep a lot of them at home. So if you don't mind, let me do you a favor. And what Xiao Shuiying didn't expect was, as she uttered the words, suddenly, the temperature around them, in an instant, dropped a point. All the villagers looked at Xiao Shuiying with odd eyes. Xiao Shuiying and Fatty didn't understand what was happening. She blinked her confused eyes. What? What's wrong, Auntie Zhang? Why are you looking at me in such a way? Auntie Zhang, who was named, was subconsciously about to blurt out. After seeing a look swept by Qin Feng, he immediately shushed. No, nothing Aunt Zhang squeezed out a forced smile. And that's when, to say that the one who was the happiest was Qin Feng. That's right, Qin Feng actually revealed a happy expression. It was as if he had found a confidant. And even, with a gaze tinged with gratitude, he looked at Xiao Shuiying. Are you really willing to help me feed the fish? Qin Feng said. Of course, Xiao Shuiying said without thinking. That's great. I was worried I'd never be able to find help. Since you're so enthusiastic, then as payment, you can stay in my house for free. Qin Feng said. These words also happened to solve Xiao Shuiying's and Fatty's pressing problems. These two are worried. They don't have a place to stay tonight. Plus, Qin Feng had surprisingly broken the law by not asking for payment. Both of them were grateful to Qin Feng in their hearts. Come with me. And at that moment, Qin Feng said to the duo. Then, he turned around and headed towards the southwest of the village. And the duo following behind Qin Feng glanced at each other. Suddenly the village chief seems nice. I think so, the two said. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also praising Qin Feng. Old ancestor master actually didn't ask for money this time. It seems that goddess Xueqing's beauty has finally worked. Estimated to be on the part of fish farming. This villager's house are so good, the village head's afraid of better. Such a good environment. A night to charge a few $100s is not too much. Is the Xueqing earned? This wave of analysis makes sense. Xueqing this deal. It's so worth it. Ooh, I also want to go and raise fish for old ancestor master. Can old ancestor master take me in for the sake of being so sincere? There's one thing to say. Have you guys noticed that old grandpa is really handsome? With this body, he can even make a debut, right? Once this pop-up came out, the picture in the live room was instantly skewed. The show is going on now. The number of Qin Feng's female fans was also growing wildly. After all, who wouldn't like a young man who was so good at 18? And that's when Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty, too, followed Qin Feng's lead. Just walk. A wave of unease rose in both of their hearts. Just see. This direction. The more you go is more remote. The forest of trees around them, too, was getting denser and denser. There's not a lot of people around. It's very primitive and quaint. A few minutes later, Xiao Shuiying then saw in front of him a very beautiful cabin. It stands at the foot of the mountain, and next to the cabin is a deep river. The bubbling river was flowing and it was quiet and secluded. The scenery is great, but it also, inexplicably, gives the impression of being too quiet. Xiao Shuiying and Little Fatty even felt a little cold, and both of them winced. At this point, the live stream was also dumbfounded. The village headman is so bold to live so remotely by himself. Seriously, human habitats are safer when they are huddled together, let alone in deep forests like this, where there are too many wild animals. Maybe the old ancestor master likes seclusion. You can guess it by looking at the nature. At this time, Xiao Shuiying's heart, too, was beating a drum. However, she wasn't terribly scared. Qin Feng can live here all by himself. All fine. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Just visible, on the way to the cabin in front of us, was a wooden bridge. The wooden bridge was short, probably just 100 meters or so, and underneath the bridge is the deep, bottomless river. The group all stood on the wooden bridge. You guys wait here, I'll go get food to feed the fish. Qin Feng suddenly dropped a sentence and left. Xiao Shuiying nodded and didn't say anything. Bored, the two of them then looked around at their surroundings, watched the pop-ups from time to time. That said, do you guys notice anything wrong? The old grandpa said it's been a long time since he fed the fish, and it looks like he's the only one here. So may I ask, what kind of fish can go so long without food and still not die? Suddenly, there was a question from one of the men. It was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Yeah, why didn't they think of that just now? The life of the fish is very fragile. All have to be very carefully raised. It is impossible to not eat for so long or still alive. A semester did not feed, have become a fossilized fishet. Maybe it's an edible fish kept in the river? Then if that's the case, there's no need to feed yourself at all. The pop-up was momentarily lost in thought. Xiao Shuiying also looked confused. And just then, Qin Feng is back. And in his hands, he was actually clutching 2 live chickens. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying had a black question mark on her face. I don't eat chicken, Xiao Shuiying said subconsciously. Not for you to eat. Qin Feng responded. Xiao Shuiying, question mark. Now, Xiao Shuiying was even more confused. Don't talk about her. The water boys froze as well. I don't know what kind of trick Qin Feng is going to pull. And at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly stuffed the chicken into Xiao Shuiying's hand. Take it, and from now on, every morning, you'll be in charge of feeding the chickens to river. Then, Qin Feng pushed Xiao Shuiying's hand out slightly, and the 2 chickens, they were set up over the river, let out a shrill yelp and shook off all the chicken feathers. Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded and still didn't know what had happened. Just as she was about to ask who Little River was, suddenly, there was a shudder from under the bridge. Boom! An athletic and huge figure emerged from the water, at the sight of the behemoth. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying was so frightened that she couldn't even scream. Fatty was also scared to death and the camera kept shaking, only to see, in front of him, was a crocodile that was several meters long. That rock-solid skin reveals a deep, bottomless eye, underwater, like the athletic figure of a dragon. At this moment, suddenly, it jumped out of the river, and then, with a row of sharp teeth, it directly bit away the 2 chickens. In a matter of moments, Xiao Shuiying could no longer hold back and screamed out. What the hell is this? Xiao Shuiying flew directly behind Qin Feng. The live feeds were also scared silly. What the fuck is this fish? It's a fucking crocodile. This crocodile is so big. My god. I just watched it fly like a dragon style. It's so handsome. Upstairs, the focus is wrong. The focus should be the snow green goddess, so delicate goddess to feed the crocodile. This picture is too horrible. I do not dare to see. I'll go. I said, why is the old grandpa suddenly so generous and cool? TSK, the longest road Shueching has ever traveled is the old grandpa's set. Goddess Shueching is really miserable. It's fucking easier to compare this to the metamorphosis. Or the metamorphosis. And that's when Xiao Shuiying also came back to her senses slightly. but her face was still pale, and even her lips were bloodless with fear. This. You actually raised crocodiles? Xiao Shuiying's entire body was shaking. Don't you fucking mean fish farming? This is fish? This has nothing to do with fish at all. Okay? Even the always good-tempered Xiao Shuiying. This is the moment when upbringing also leaves home for a while. Facing Xiao Shuiying, who was so infuriated that she stormed off, Qin Feng remained indifferent. It seems like it, but it's not important. Qin Feng explained. Shuiying Xiao, what's important is that as payment for your stay, you have to help me feed Xiaoyi every day. That's already been agreed upon. Qin Feng emphasized again. Shuiying Xiao. Looking at Xiao Shuiying, who had a vegetable face, Qin Feng naturally knew her fear. Actually, Qin Feng has been raising Xiaoyi for several years now. Over the years, villagers rarely dared to come to his side, and Qin Feng was usually very busy, so he did need a helper to help feed the creek. Actually, Xiaoyi has a very gentle nature. It just looks a little bit scary. Qin Feng paused. Speaking of the word horrible, Qin Feng also specially lowered his voice and feet in the river. Xiao Shuiying could see it clearly. The brutal and bloody scene of the big crocodile, 5 or 6 meters long, smothering 2 chickens in one bite. A few seconds of work and the chicken's little life is gone. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xiao Shuiying's mouth jerked several times. A little scary? Ha! Where the fuck is just a little bit of that? It was simply horrible to die for. You'll be safe on the bridge. However, I won't force you. You can also borrow a villager's home. Qin Feng added. At those words, a light immediately lit up in Fatty's eyes. He rolled his eyes. Then he saw the way River looked at him intently. High-fat fatties like him. Definitely a tasty little treat for the gators. Thinking about it, Fatty was so scared that his legs were wobbling and he just wanted to hurry up and leave. But Xiao Shuiying was in trouble. It's not that I don't want to, but didn't you see it just now? The people in this village, all of them live long lives. Almost all of them have 4 generations in the same family, and there are even 5 generations. Although their house is big, their family is also large, and it's not very convenient for us outsiders to live in it. Xiao Shuiying spoke out her own thoughts. This crocodile is scary, but as long as we don't fall into the river, we'll be fine. Besides, it would never happen. The bridge is sturdy. These words are carefully considered. Fatty hesitated for a few seconds and also felt that Xiao Shuiying was right. Then I'll listen to you. And that's when Qin Feng opened his mouth. Sure, I need to remind you that I still have some critters here. At those words, Xiao Shuiying gave a start. Critters? Both have crocodiles. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. There shouldn't be any other scary animals here either. The small animals in Qin Feng's mouth should be some squirrels, rabbits and the like. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying nodded heavily. Think about it and don't change it. Okay, come on in then. With that, he turned around and headed towards the cabin, and then opened the door to the cabin. The cabin, too, looks a bit old, but it's a good quality look. Once inside, the house was small but full of everything. The layout of the place. It's a 4-bedroom, 1 bathroom, as opposed to the villagers' dabino. This cabin of Qin Feng's is really small and plain. It's full of rawness. Qin Feng introduced them one by one. The biggest rooms are my bedroom, which is the master bedroom, and my workroom, both of which don't come in. The other 2 small rooms, they are guest rooms, so choose for yourselves where to stay. The kitchen is outside, so if you want to eat anything, make it yourselves, but it's New Year's Eve lately, so you won't have much of a chance to do it yourselves. Other than that, I like to be quiet, so don't make any noise during the week so as not to affect my work. Qin Feng said the precautions. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both listened attentively, and at this moment, Xiao Shuiying looked at the workroom behind Qin Feng with a curious expression. The door, which was hidden, showed a corner. It was obvious to see that in the corner, there was a cold machine sitting. It was impossible to see exactly what it was, but it gave off an eerie feeling. Xiao Shuiying was horrified and did not dare to look any further. Thank you, it's really troublesome. She looked at Qin Feng and said, it's no trouble. You still have to help me feed Xiaoyi. Qin Feng reminded. Shuiying Xiao, never mind, it's as good as done. Xiao Shuiying, do what I say. Xiao Shuiying said as such, and Qin Feng silently looked at her and said nothing. Turning around, with a bang, he directly closed the door of the studio. Behind him, less than a few seconds of work, a violent roar came from just inside. It was as if the machine was starting up. Xiao Shuiying's little face was filled with curiosity, and the sound, so loud, that the netizens in the broadcast room felt a ringing in their ears. What is the mayor doing? What's all this commotion? Xueqing goes to check it out. It's not good, is it? Master Man Laozu said not to bother him at work. Then again, Who else remembers that the old grandpa was just a freshman on winter break this year? Think about it, folks. Freshmen haven't even graduated yet. Where's the job coming from? I, also a freshman, still only know how to abba. I get it. This studio must be the source of the old ancestral master to make money. Free time to remember to dig a little. You can solve the mystery of the annual Taoyuan village so many years of the final dividend. Then in this way, it seems that the old ancestor is really a good village chief, living in a wooden hut by himself, and the villagers live in foreign houses. And he doesn't even know to rest on the first day of vacation. The first thing he does when he comes home is to work. Love it, love it. Who wouldn't want such a good village chief? The pop-ups flew by, talking Xiao Shuiying into getting more and more curious as well. However, she didn't forget Qin Feng's advice. Xiao Shuiying was an educated person, and as such, would never trespass on another person's studio. Watching the pop-up discussion get more and more out of hand, there were even those who went overboard and asked her to sneak a peek in the middle of the night. Xiao Shuiying was speechless for a while, and she had no choice but to change the topic. Well, water friends, let's look at something else. Look at the scenery, how nice it is. The air, how fresh it is. Stop thinking about those dark things in your heart, Xiao Shuiying reminded. And that's when Xiao Shuiying walked to the river. Deng thought of something and swept her gaze over. Then he saw a golden eye lurking in the water, showing. Abruptly, Xiao Shuiying's small face turned white, so she hurriedly ran back to the bank, far away from that creek. See this scene. The pop-up geezers are having a blast. Ha 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 ha. Shuiqing flew up in fear. You wouldn't fly in your place? This crocodile is also too scary. Master Lao Zu is also really bullish. He dares to raise crocodiles. I seriously doubt that Qin Feng is afraid of crocodiles himself. Otherwise, why would he not feed himself and let others feed him? That's a good point. Closing the door in the middle of the day. Is it a special hiding place? Shuiqing is too timid, isn't he? This crocodile is only in the water. It can't hurt you. It's not a sin for Shuiqing to cry. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying saw the pop-up. There was some displeasure in his mind. What do you mean? Too chicken? Why don't you come if you have the guts? This crocodile is at least 5 or 6 meters long. That long tail casually stirred and created a layer of waves in the water. You can imagine if this was a tail slap. Don't even bother with the face. Of course, that's not the most frightening thing about crocodiles. The crocodile's deadly weapon lies in its teeth. Huge bite, plus death rolls. Add to that the rocky skin and the silent approach to the prey. Without realizing it, just lurk around. Then, bristling, it flew out of the water and bit its prey dead center. Thinking about this made Xiao Shuiying shiver in fear. But, by nature, she is strong. Don't want to be laughed at all the time by the pop-up geezers. Then he suppressed his fear and screamed. I'm not afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Shuiying said while also cheering herself up. Just now that Lifetime has your old brother right. This crocodile are in the water. I am on the shore well. I am afraid of what? As long as you don't go near the river. Guaranteed. I'm here. Fine. Nothing at all. Saying that, Xiao Shuiying turned around. Then he saw behind him, standing a large pile of trees. The leaves are very green and crunchy. Mesmerized Xiao Shuiying's eyes. Wow. Look at this old guys. The leaves are so beautiful here. I want to pick a piece to make a bookmark. Xiao Shuiying had always used leaves as bookmarks, so she held out her hand. And that's when the older guys in the live stream, however, noticed something was wrong. This leaf isn't right. It's so big and connected. Crouch, 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 crouch. This is a fucking python? Shuiqing, run. I go. This Taoyuan village is also too dangerous. Shuiqing, run. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying didn't see the pop-up. She reached out and grabbed at it. However, the leaves were not picked. Instead, and with eyes wide open, a huge pile of creatures began to move. Then the huge head was revealed. That golden pupil stared straight at Xiao Shuiying, especially a vertical line in the pupil that was so black it sent chills down his spine. At that moment, it made Xiao Shuiying directly explode in fear. Fatty, who was not far behind him, also let out a mournful scream in fear. Then both men were shocked to the ground. And the scariest part is, that big snake, it seemed, did not intend to let the two go. A huge snake, still hovering over the tree, but it moved long enough to probe. Xiao Shuiying and Fatty were too scared to move. The camera was also tossed aside, but the scene, too, was still captured obliquely. The older guys on the live feed saw it and freaked out. I'll go. This snake is too big. It has to be 3 meters long, right? What kind of snake is this? It's green in color. Is it the reincarnation of green? Such a big snake, perhaps, is really the reincarnation of a god. Don't make a fuss. just keep it for a long time. This should be green tree python, specializing in the tree. This kind of snake is quite scary. This kind of snake dare to keep, really reckless. If he really dares, the creek will not feed itself. I seriously doubt that this snake is probably wild and happened to get into the village head's house. It makes sense. Such a big snake. Who dares to raise TSK? When Shin Fong came, estimated, will not be better than the snow green and small black them. And just then, the door to the studio opened. As soon as Shin Fong came out, then he saw both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He fall to the ground in a sorry state. Xiao Shuiying seemed to have seen a savior and looked at Shin Fong with supplicating eyes. Help! However, Shin Fong swept a displeased glance at her. You're scaring it. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was confused. The water friends in the live room were also dumbfounded. This it? Who is it? The people who were frightened. Weren't Xiao Shuiying and Fatty? Only to see that Shin Fong directly skipped over Xiao Shuiying and little Fatty. Instead, he walked directly to the green snake's side. He reached out his hand and was about to touch the big green snake's head. This scene scared Xiao Shuiying so much that she almost screamed out in shock. She had wanted to tell Shin Fong to hurry up and stop. However, he saw that the large green snake then followed Shin Feng's hand and climbed onto his shoulder. Then, little by little, it moved over, until most of the snake's body was wrapped around Shin Feng's body. And Shin Feng was not only not afraid. Instead, one stroked the green snake with its hand. That big snake also enjoyed Shin Feng's touch as if it was very intimate and relied on him. The scene in front of me was just too surreal. You know, this big snake. It was more than 3 meters long in its entirety. It was simply a behemoth. And, the point is, it had fangs that were not removed at all. There are also a number of people that tame large snakes. But basically, the poison of the big snakes is removed in advance, in case you get bitten. Snakes that have had their fangs removed are, essentially, less threatening, became a human plaything. And at the moment, Shin Feng's the fangs are still fine. Young, is really too brave. Seriously, being wrapped around the whole body by this 3-meter snake was as frightening as the 5-meter giant crocodile under the river behind him. After all, the crocodile is in the water, but the snake, it's on the body. Who said Shin Feng was timid? You call this cowardice? This can break the world record, right? In the world, there is no one braver than Shin Feng. My goodness, how dare the old man. I also play with snakes, but they are all small snakes. Such a big snake, I really dare not touch. The body is thicker than a person. It feels like it can swallow a person. Yeah, aren't there a lot of foreign news about pet pythons eating their owners? Master Lao Zu is really brave. And at that moment, Shin Feng was still caressing the green snake. Be good, green. Don't be afraid, he said gently. No one can hurt you with me here. Shuiying Xiao, Blackie, older brother on the live feed. No, who's hurting who here? A snake eating a man is more like it. Not to mention hurting people. I feel like Blackie was almost scared to death. Old ancestor master, this raising of favorites is truly protective. I feel like Goddess Shueching is dying of speechlessness. Who wouldn't be speechless at this? At this time, Xiao Shuiying also had an innocent look on her face. She thought of something and said immediately, Shin Feng, didn't you say that apart from the creek, there are only some small animals here? At those words, Shin Feng was looking at her with a puzzled expression. I'm the one who said that. Is there a problem? Xiao Shuiying was about to explode with anger, thinking in her heart, this person is deliberately playing tricks on her. Thus, Xiao Shuiying hurriedly said, a small animal? Look at the boa constrictor on you. You call that a critter? However, hearing this, Shin Feng, however, had an innocent look on his face. I was right. It hasn't grown up yet. It's still in its juvenile stage. If it grows up, it must be at least 10 meters long. It's only 3 meters now. What is it if not a small animal? When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. The aquanauts in the live room were also stunned. Crap. I can't believe I feel that the old ancestor master has a point. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. When you grow up, you can grow up to 10 meters. And now it's only 3 meters. So that it's still in the juvenile stage. It's indeed considered a small animal. 3 meters, only? Walt Disney. A 3-meter chorizo is scary. And this is a python. This Shin Feng can't be lying. Right? I am also a reptile lover. This green tree python. The world found the largest, but only 3 meters. It's almost as long as this one. How can it be that the adult size is at least 10 meters? Xiao Shuiying was about to die of anger in her heart when she saw the pop-ups above. A 3-meter python? A small animal? Those two words don't connect in any way. Where was the word critter in a snake so thick it could swallow her human? And Xiao Shuiying saw the last pop-up sentence. I also felt strange enough in my heart to say that pop-up. Then, Shin Feng said without thinking, That's because they've never seen a bigger one. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was once again dumbfounded. You mean, you've seen bigger? Qin Feng did not answer her question directly, but said, in the deepest rivers of the Amazon, where there are as many 10-meter snakes as there are people in a fair. A mention of snakes. Qin Feng's eyes then lit up slightly with light, seemingly very interested. And that's when Qin Feng also had a rare look of interest and offered an invitation to Xiao Shuiying. I can take you with me if you're interested. It was nothing short of a spectacle, and I'm sure, when you see it, you'll fall in love. Shuiying Xiao. Immediately, Xiao Shuiying broke out in a cold sweat. No, I'll use it. I don't need it. Thank you very much for your kindness. I really don't need it. Every cell in Xiao Shuiying's entire body was screaming for rejection. What about you? Qin Feng looked at Xiao He. No, old ancestor master. I thank you and I don't need it. Xiao He, who was suddenly named, was so anxious that he was close to crying. Alright. At those words, Qin Feng revealed a disappointed look. I understand if you guys don't understand appreciation. Shuiying Xiao, Blackie, don't know how to appreciate? Goddess Xueqing's heart is probably cursing her mother. Is this the romance of a straight man? Other people can't get it at all. I'm a straight man, and straight men say, don't come to the edge thank you. There's not many people in the world who have the guts for a 10-meter snake. Master Lao Zu is really awesome. Who dares to go to that place in the Amazon River stream? And that one pop-up line, instantly, got the crowd thinking. 10-meter snakes are as plentiful as if they were in a fair. Needless to say, it must be the most dangerous part of the Amazon River flow. That kind of place, I'm afraid, scares more than just pythons. That place is old dangerous. Not a list of the top 10 most horrible creatures of the Amazon River flow. 10 of them all eat people. Crap, this is fucking hell on earth. Ahem. I come to prove that this place is really dangerous. History, there are brats in English soil war. Brats more than 1,000 people of the army across the river. As a result, the moon dark and windy. Simply cannot see the river with crocodiles. Even the English soil soldiers are terrified to call the brats to return to the shore. The results of the two sides of the language is not clear. The brats thought it was to chase to fight them. The results run into the river to run even more fiercely. Then once the water is said that whole night, are the wailing sound of the little kid. The next morning, the river bank is floating on the bulk of the little kid. Crap, this is too scary. But what's wrong with me sounding a little bit cool? It's like an anti-Japanese crocodile. Anti-Japanese crocodile? Ha ha ha. Old brother, you're too talented. Wait. Doesn't anyone else realize something's wrong? This old man has been to the Amazon? How did he dare to go there? Probably paid for the tour. Money solves 99% of problems. Yes, I know this one. National Geographic has it. Go to Africa to see the Great Migration of Animals. More than $80,000 a person on a group tour. 10 days or so. I'm going to spend over $8,000 a day. It's so luxurious. Master Lao Zu is so generous to himself. National Geographic has this activity I know, but the Amazon River stream dense forest is simply no one to go. Could it be? The old ancestral master is looking for the local group? Can Goddess Xueqing ask for me? I'm quite interested too. There were also some animal lovers in the live feed. The person who asked the question, called Sure Dato, is a practitioner in a natural discipline. He was very eager for the Amazon, a place full of mysteries, and at this moment, Xiao Shuiying, who saw the fan request, naturally wouldn't ignore it. She opened her mouth. Mayor, can you give me the contact information for a tour group? Don't get me wrong. It's not me going. Xiao Shuiying spat out her tongue, only to feel a vicious chill run through her body. The mind wondered how anyone could dare to go to such a horrible place. Actually, Stato's idea was also simple. Qin Feng would have gone with a group. This local tour, then, must have ensured safety issues. Just pay the right amount of money and enjoy nature. So, he then, as a matter of course, wanted to go. However, upon hearing these words, Qin Feng gave a start. No tours. No tour group? Then it can't be you who went alone, right? Xiao Shuiying asked back in confusion. At those words, Qin Feng was looking at her with a face that looked at her like she was an idiot. Yes, those two simple words. At that moment, it made Xiao Shuiying's jaw drop in shock. The netizens in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Crap, one person going alone? How did this happen? This is too brave, isn't it? And at that moment, Qin Feng continued. Was it one of your fans who asked? I was worried about not having a partner. To tell you the truth, I've always wanted to go deep into the Amazon rainforest again and catch a couple dozen morpho boas, but I'm just suffering from a lack of manpower, and locally, I can't find any willing to go along. Your fans should contact me if they are interested. Shuiying Xiao, live blogger. And that's when Stato was also dumbfounded. He thought Qin Feng was going to the Amazon with a group. I didn't realize that this dude had the nerve to break into the Amazon all by himself and catch a couple dozen boa constrictors. A boa constrictor is a typical man-eating python. Catch one and it's a big deal. And catch a couple dozen more. You've taken out their nest? Really? Werewolves also said he couldn't find anyone locally to go with him. It's a hell of a lot easier for someone local to want to go. The villages that live in places like that have pythons that swim hundreds of miles to eat people every year. It's dangerous enough to stay in the village, but to run off to the rainforest, I'm afraid I have a bubble in my head. Gee, brave. It's real brave. He didn't have the guts to go with Qin Feng. Thinking that, Dato hurriedly typed to clear the air. Goddess Shueching, just now my words, take them back. Thank you. Little brother's life is too weak. Can't carry it. Really can't carry it. Ha 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 ha. Scaring Brother Sure into typing in a hurry. Crap. Brother Sure exited the live room after saying that. This is really scared. I'm just asking you if you're scared. Right? I understand the Sure brothers. It's fucking really scary. The old grandpa is really bullnose. How dare a person just break into the rainforest? The werewolves are not so cattle. Old grandpa is going off the deep end with reptiles. No one's curious? What's the point of catching so many boas? I think it's for research. I looked it up. Mori boa are hiding in the rainforest away from people. So there's very little information that can be found. Wow. Then it would seem that Master Laozu is still a research scholar. That alone is something to be admired. Yeah, it's heartwarming to do that and also to push research forward and make people more aware of the discipline of Mori boa. The one who sent this was none other than Stato, who had just returned. However, he had changed his account just in case he was recognized and caught him going to the Amazon with Qin Feng. Amazon he didn't have the guts to go to, but the live stream still intrigued Stato. As a result, Dato put on a new vest and squatted on the live broadcast. And at this point, there was uncontrollable admiration in Dato's gaze as he looked at Qin Feng. It's singable. With that in mind, Stato swiped Carnival with a direct swipe of his pen. All of a sudden, the live feed was filled with grand and brilliant fireworks. This is the first Carnival on the air. Soon the second one came back. Then, there is the third. It took 5 swipes in a row for Stato to stop. XL. At this point, the netizens in the live broadcast room all boiled over. Wow. Here comes the tycoon. Brother Sure. 666. How come there's another one named Sure? I've stabbed Sure's nest today. Upstairs. I suspect you're cursing. I don't have it. I really don't have it. Brother Toho 666. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying looked at the carnival flying all over the sky and was so happy. Was just about to thank the old iron. Just see Stato's statement. Goddess Shueching, don't get me wrong. I swiped this carnival for Master Laozu. The flowers are for you. Please don't misunderstand. Please don't get me wrong. I can't brush them for Master Laozu since he's not on the air. So please pass them on to Master Laozu. When these words came out, the corner of Xiao Shuiying's mouth jerked. And this one little expression of eating, all of a sudden, also let the old friends in the live broadcasting room cannot live to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Goddess Snowgreen's first carnival. And before I could get excited, I was told it was for Master Laozu. What's wrong with being too miserable and a little bit funny? Sympathize with Goddess Shueching. It should be said not to be said, but it is also a blessing from the old ancestral master. Ha 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 ha. How can I spin this? How dare you think of that? And at that moment, Stanto also hurriedly said, I also know that this method of mine is a bit strange, but I really can't help it, because I really want to support the old ancestor master. And to tell you the truth, I am the relevant person. And I am the one who researches the Mori boa. There is so little information on the Mori boa. They are ghostly and hard for people to find. So I am very grateful to old ancestor master. It's because of people like him who do research even at the risk of their lives, that we can push forward the advancement of the natural disciplines. And don't underestimate this small step. It's highly possible that it's this big step for mankind. Staunton's words were a thrill to say the least. The sincere feelings, instantly, infected the water friends present as well. Yeah, Master Laozu is going to the rainforest to catch a boa constrictor even if he has to risk his life. Times. And catch a couple dozen more. That's not doing research. That's what it is. This small step. Well, that's a big step for mankind. It is with such brave and fearless scholars. It's what makes people happy today. At this time, the water friends on the scene swiped their gifts. This wave of research spirit of Master Laozu really touched me. I also study natural subjects. This specialty is really too cold. Low treatment not to mention. Job opportunities are also very few. Many people are in order to survive to change the profession. Originally I was also very hesitant to change. but see the old zoo master. I decided, do not change, just in this line of work, to pay tribute to the old zoo master predecessor. That said, it seems like old grandpa majored in finance, right? Looking at it this way, old grandpa also came from a different profession. That was also a change of profession for the love of it. But the profession is not important. The spirit of the old ancestors' research is the most important thing. This wave of gifts is all swiped for Master Lao Zu. At this time, looking at the live broadcast room full of gifts, Xiao Shuiying's mental feeling is, this splash of riches has finally come. Though, with this wave of gifts, everyone is naming Master Lao Zu. It wasn't for self, but Xiao Shuiying wasn't a calculating person. The heat of the live stream, at least, was also increasing, and that alone was enough of a surprise for her. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying's face had a little smile on it. She slowly stood up and looked at Qin Feng with a face of admiration. Old ancestor master, I'll keep this in mind, and in the future, if anyone also wants to area the Amazon rainforest to do research, I'll contact you. However, the words came out. Qin Feng's face then became odd. Doing what kind of research? Xiao Shuiying was stunned. Wasn't it you who wanted to do boa research, and catching dozens of them? I caught them to sell for money. Qin Feng said directly. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying froze. The people in the live broadcast room who were still singing Qin Feng's praises just now also froze. Money? What money? Xiao Shuiying was so shocked that she couldn't speak properly. It just felt like a mess in my head. US dollars. Qin Feng was speechless. At those words, Xiao Shuiying finally slowed down. That is, you didn't go to the Amazon rainforest to do natural science research at all, but to make money? Yeah. What? You didn't have a part-time job during summer vacation? Qin Feng said breathlessly. Shuiying Xiao, I'll go. Screw it, this old grandpa isn't doing research at all. He's catching Mori boas on the side and selling them for money. Anaconda, what did I do wrong? No. What kind of student catches boa constrictors on the side? Who would dare? We're just handing out flyers. Don't slander us. Mr. Zhu. Old Master Zhu's part-time jobs are also different. Heartbroken for the brothers who just swiped their gifts. And at this point, Sure Dato, who was looking at his cell phone, also almost had a mouthful of old blood that didn't spurt out. He was moved to tears for most of the day. As a result, this guy Qin Feng is simply catching the Mori boa for money. And Self also swiped so many gifts for him. Instantly, Sure Dato felt that Self had paid wrongly. And at that moment, the corners of Xiao Shuiying's mouth twitched violently. At the risk of asking, how much do you get paid for catching one? Not much, Qin Feng said directly. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was about to nod her head. In the next second, Qin Feng was heard saying again, just $100,000 apiece. Xiao Shuiying almost didn't spray out blood. $100,000. On it? That's a whole 600,000 or $700,000. You can get $700,000 for one. Qin Feng is going to catch dozens more. That's going to make a fortune. It's so Versailles. Did you catch quite a lot before? Xiao Shuiying was getting more and more curious. It was hard to believe that all the money in Taoyuan village was earned by Qin Feng through his part-time job. Not much, a dozen or so. Qin Feng said directly. Along the Amazon, there are also many natural scientists that have been catching signs of the boa constrictor, but they searched for years and never found it. He was also commissioned by those people by chance, and when they open their mouths, it's a line that starts at $100,000. If you can catch one that's more massive in length, there's an extra charge. Qin Feng was originally also interested, just incidentally, to make a billion point money. Think of it as subsidizing the cost of the trip. Of course, the snakes. Later it was also used for research. So, in a nutshell, there's nothing really wrong with grabbing it for research. With that in mind, Qin Feng opened his mouth. Actually, there's nothing wrong with saying it's research. The people I captured and sold them to were also scientists who specialized in the study of Morina. Only, the researchers weren't me. I'm just the boa's porter. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying and the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. Nice guy. You're still doing the farmer's 3 punches thing, aren't you? Whoever the porter is. A few $1 million a trip. Ha! And this fortune. It was also discovered by everyone through the internet. I suddenly feel that this is a good way to make money. If you are not afraid of death, brother, you can really try. That said, is this how old ancestor master made money to turn Taoyuan village into a rich village? In that case, old ancestor master is truly touching in the aspect of being a village chief. I guess it is. Otherwise, where to get so much money? Try and die. Forget it. This job, I really don't dare to do it. And that's when, suddenly, a grungy pop-up appeared. Brothers, I just got back from going through the list of the 10 scariest creatures in the Amazon. and this pop-up came out. Instantly, it made the crowd laugh and not live. How long has this been going on? Turn the page. Did this old man just drop out of the line? Ha 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 ha. So much happened in a few minutes. Old brother missed so many great moments. And just as a bunch of netizens were laughing and smiling, suddenly, this netizen sent a thought-provoking conversation. Brothers, stop laughing. I promise you won't be laughing anytime soon. Did you guys see the ranking? The top 3 are: first place is a man-eating crocodile, second place is a man-eating python, third place is a man-eating shark, and the old grandpa this 10 accounted for 2, or the first and second place, and the words came out. Boom! Immediately, it made everyone's brains go blank, especially Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He. The two had just gotten to their feet. Dang's legs started to wobble again. 10 of the most terrifying creatures. The old granddaddy took up 2 of this land, or the 2 most vicious ones. Immediately, the netizens in the live broadcast room all broke out in a cold sweat. I'll be damned. These 2 aren't the ones brought back from the Amazon, are they? If that's the case, then I can only say, Goddess Xueqing, fend for yourself. At this time, Xiao Shuiying was also scared to the point that her little face turned white. And just then, Qin Feng also saw the panic of Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He, so he opened his mouth. You don't have to be too scared. In fact, Green and River are both good children. If you don't believe me, you'll see. Saying that, Qin Feng then suddenly looked towards the river, and then made the sip 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 sound that greeted the dog. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was directly dumbfounded. Big brother, this is a crocodile, not a dog. Xiao Shuiying was speechless for a while, and the netizens on the air were puzzled. Old ancestor master, you are only old in generation, but your body should still be young. Yeah, the swamp puppy is just a terrier. Why is Master Lao Zu coming up seriously? However, that's not all. Abruptly, not far from the river, Little River thumped straight up the bank, taking short, little steps. Then, it came to Qin Feng's feet. It was really like a puppy, very affectionately sniffing Qin Feng's scent with its mouth. Shuiying Xiao, webmaster. The moment. The crowd was profoundly impressed. What it's like to be punched in the face. I knock. This crocodile is too obedient. Jesus, this crocodile can actually walk, and it's so fast. Hell, if this is chasing people, people can easily be caught up. This is the Bay crocodile. This crocodile is very fierce, and is also a famous man-eating crocodile abroad. Does the front of your face hurt? It's not called a swamp puppy. It's called something. This is more than just a puppy. This creek listens to its master better than most dogs. And the words came out. The eyes of the crowd, too, gradually widened, only to see that Qin Feng actually greeted Xiao He. He used his hand and placed it directly over River's mouth. Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. You know, crocodiles are notorious for their death rolls. A bite and then that flip. Rip off an arm. Don't make it too easy. The expected bloody images, however, did not appear. Instead, all the crowd could see was that Xiao He was very much enjoying Qin Feng's touch. It's like a little green. This snake and crocodile are both very obedient. It was as if Qin Feng was treated as the master. The scene had the crowd in stitches. Who was it that said Master Laozu was afraid of crocodiles? You tell me. You call this fear? Man has completely disciplined these 2 beasts alright. Goodness. This is also a masterpiece in the poisonous pet world. If we rank the generations, in the poisonous pet world, Qin Feng also deserves the name of the oldest ancestor. More than worthy? It's fucking convincing. Old ancestor master accepts my obeisance. Compared to that, those little vipers I played with, that's really nothing. It's worthy of Master Lao Zu. At once, the netizens in the live broadcast room all admired Qin Feng. That's normal. After all, the scene in front of him was just too explosive. And at this point, seeing Qin Feng, he had trained these 2 beasts, so well behaved and sweet. Let the creek run and it will run and it won't move. And that little green will follow orders. Not only will they listen to commands, but they even give people the feeling that they have developed a spirituality. Animals with spirituality are good for people. So, it's a moment's work. Surprisingly, the crowd felt that it was not as scared as before. Even the crocodile and the serpent. The more you look at them, the more beautiful you feel. Xiao Shuiying felt the same way. She has always been a very caring girl and loves animals. Still, some people are scared. Like Fatty. At this moment, still shivering, he had been hiding behind Xiao Shuiying. At this time, Xiao Shuiying was more interested in that green snake. The more I looked, the more I realized that this snake with a turquoise body, glowing with emerald luster, especially in the sunlight, it was simply beautiful. However, she was still scared to let Xiao Shuiying touch it, only dared to admire it from afar. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying watched as Qin Feng kept stroking Xiao Qing, who was in a very happy mood, and her entire body was very dependent on him. Plainly, there is complete trust in the master. This scene, the more you look at it, the more it gives you a cozy feeling. At this time, there were also netizens in the live broadcast who couldn't help but sigh. This scene is really so rare. Master Laozu must have been a very animal-loving and gentle person. Yeah, he must be a reptile lover and know a lot about it. Otherwise, he couldn't have tamed this poisonous pet very well. The main thing is still love and patience, which are the strengths of the old grandfather. Seeing the pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying's heart agreed. Yeah, needless to say, Qin Feng is definitely an animal lover. Otherwise, it was unlikely that Cheng and Xiaohe would trust him so much. Dog training are pretty hard to come by, not to mention these fierce pets. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying said with a smile, Old Grand Master, I can see that you are a very caring and animal-loving person, and so am I. However, upon hearing this, Qin Feng, however, said with a cold expression, yes, no. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was stunned. The live streamers were also in a lather. And just then, Qin Feng's voice sounded once again. Actually, I'm raising them just to keep an eye on the house. Shuiying Xiao, webmaster, housekeeping? These two poisonous pets are caretakers? Did I hear something wrong? Old ancestor master, you just admit to yourself what's wrong with being a caring person. Do you have to make excuses? This kind of raptor. When you say caretaker, I'm better than all of them. Yeah, look homie, this is something crocodiles and pythons can do? And that's when Xiao Shuiying also asked in a daze. Watcher, tell me, these two behemoths, what's the view? Qin Feng, however, said with a face that took it for granted, Green is in charge of eating the mice. River is in charge of patrolling and watching the house, each in their own way. What did I say that was wrong? Boom. The words came out. The crowd's brains ached again. Yes, why didn't I think of that? This snake loves to eat rats, and this insidious and damp deep forest must have the most rats. The crocodiles are used to patrol the house so that outlaws won't dare to steal it. Right? I think it makes sense. I go, so to say, really useful, so that the home really a mouse or gone. Hey, to tell you the truth, I have a lot of mice in my house, and I've always had trouble with this problem. Not to mention, my house is also by the river, far from the village. Often there are vagabonds come to steal things. If my family also raised crocodiles in the river, then surely no one would dare to come over to steal things. Then why don't you guys get a python or a crocodile too? The words came out. The old men who were still in the mood just now instantly sobered up. They weren't old ancestor masters who could tame Xiao Chang and Xiaoyi so well behaved and obedient. Dare to keep a python or an alligator in your house? That's simply try and die. Forget it, old man. Spare me. That's true, but in your conscience, is that reasonable? TSK, who's preventing rats with python? Sprinkle some rat poison is not on the line. Can only say, the old grandpa is ruthless. If you take too much rat poison, the rats will be resistant to it. So all things considered, it's still Green who wins. Old grandpa defines the new patrol watchers. In that case, Xiao He and Xiao Qing also have to work, just like goddess Shui Chang. So there is not a single idle person in this family. Not to be outdone, Master Laozu, the whole house, every person, every snake, every crocodile cannot be idle. And at this point, the corner of Xiao Shuiying's mouth, too, jerked. There was also a hint of sympathy in the gazes that looked at Qing and Xiao He. In essence, she's the same as Green and River. Here, all have to serve Master Laozu. Then, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He went to their respective rooms. It's going to stay here tonight. The night is deepening. So, got to get the house out as soon as possible. After the two left, Qin Feng looked at the very docile Xiao Chang and Xiao He. The reason he was able to tame these two poisonous pets, it was also by chance that I acquired the divine pet training skill. Qin Feng's thoughts were indeed what he had said before. Let Green catch the mouse. The creek is in charge of the caretaker. That way, he's away from home even for long periods of time. With the two of them around, Qin Feng didn't have to worry that the house would be scourged by other creatures. It's natural to get attached after spending a lot of time together. Therefore, it would be impossible to say that Qin Feng had no feelings at all for Xiao Chang and Xiao He. Just saying, he didn't all come from a place of love either. Thinking about it, Qin Feng dispersed Xiao Chang, Xiao He, and at that moment, the camera was set up outside. This scene, too, was captured on film. The crowd then saw Qin Feng barked out an order. Go back and hold on to your posts. Then it was as if the little Green and the little River understood human speech. Green retreated back into the tree and then began to patrol the roof in earnest. That 3-meter-long body, hovering over the roof, at first glance, visually pulls full circle. The creek, on the other hand, went back into the river and maintained its previous patrol. It had been quietly lurking in the water, staring in the direction of the bridge, the golden, mesmerizing pupils intimidating, as if to say, no master's orders. A fly couldn't get in here. The netizens were happy to see this scene. I don't know why. The more I look at them, the more I feel that these two eyebrows are clear and pretty, but also strange to look at. Is it swollen? Upstairs? You're not right. I'm knocking. You're not going to be an Indian athlete. Don't mess around. Besides, the ones in that accident were lizards and cows. This python and crocodile. San wouldn't dare. Take more. I just love seeing these images of the animal world. Ha 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 ha. I would call it, two long laborers in the house of the old grandfather. Upstairs you're afraid you're going to kill me with laughter. There was a lot of joy on the air. Soon it was time for the evening. It's only 8 or 9 o'clock. At this time, the city's beatniks, after work, hurry to catch the subway, with all the fatigue and then, back at home, just a sliver of strength left, and this was just after dinner. Outside the window, the lights are very bright, and the streets are bustling with traffic, but the hustle and bustle is still lonely for those in the pigeonholes, and at this time, the village of Taoyuan, located in the middle of the mountains, because of the proximity to nature. So, here it is, the brightest lights again. It all looked dark in the darkness of the night, but the people in the homes, all opened their doors, each in front of their doorway while warming themselves over the fire and chatting. Old people on the road, in groups of 3 or 5, have been stringing along. The young man was climbing in as well. The kids were running around too. At this time of the year, the children, too, have changed into new clothes, wearing a tiger hat, holding a sugar gourd, cute as if the New Year's Eve dolls. Taoyuan village is small, but the village has a good culture, and the joint families are thriving. There is no traffic, no skyscrapers, and even, there are very few people here. But the hearts of the people who live here are buzzing, and at this time, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both bursting with food, had that meal in the afternoon. It's simply not enough for them. So, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He packed up the house, so they came out to rub it in again. No, after eating, the two returned to the cabin. As for old Master Zhu, he said he had no appetite, so he stayed in the house and didn't come out. When Auntie Zhang learned of this, she also knew that it was her own handiwork that had failed to satisfy old Grandmaster. Then he studied the notes he had taken during the day more carefully. See this scene. It made the crowd all the more curious. How good must Qin Feng's handiwork be? Look at the whole village raving about it. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He that were getting more and more curious. After the curiosity comes the drooling. The good thing is, tomorrow morning, the village is going to kill the New Year's pig. Then it was time to make a pig-killing feast. And it was cooked by Qin Feng himself. It's going to be hilarious tomorrow. Think about it. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both very much looking forward to it. A short jog back to the cabin, especially over the wooden bridge. The two ran like hell. I'm afraid I'm going to fall. The netizens were happy to see the scene. Ha 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 ha. It automatically accelerates as soon as you walk to the wooden bridge, doesn't it? I can understand that. Who wouldn't be scared? And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also went back to her own house. Posies, then I'm done filming for today. So I'll let Xiao He take care of the part after that. Xiao Shuiying said goodbye to the camera. And then, she quickly turned around and returned to her house. Daytime. She had already discussed it with Blackie. As an exquisitely beautiful beauty, Xiao Shuiying naturally couldn't be 24 hours a day, exposing herself to the nightlife. And for this column, it's a 24-hour shoot. So it's up to Blackie to take care of that part of the night. For this, of course, Blackie himself was happy. After all, he was too scared to be alone. With that thought, Black squeezed out a smile for the camera. Brothers Mo, tonight, it's so nice to have you guys stay with me. With my brothers around, I am instantly not afraid in my heart, Xiao He said grudgingly. And for that, the netizens are having a field day. I don't want a fat house. I want goddess shoe etching. I've heard all the math you've been playing, and I'd like to say that I'm in on it, too. And at this point, Blackie had opened the bedroom door and stepped inside. As soon as he went in, Blackie instantly felt a chill rising from his rear. Moment. Blackie then winced in fear. Actually, Blackie has always been scared. Instead, it was Xiao Shuiying who was a little more daring. At this moment, Blackie carefully touched the bed and lay down. But don't dare close your eyes. At the slightest sound of movement, his eyes snapped open and then looked around. And most damning of all, the number of people in the live room, too, was decreasing rapidly. Seeing this scene, Blackie wanted to cry. Brothers, don't go away. Keep me company. How scared I am alone. Xiao He directly shrank in the corner in fear. For some reason, he always felt that Green was nearby. Faintly, the breathing of the python could be heard. It is important to realize that the breathing of a python is, well, very loud. I'm sorry, Blackie, who told you to be a man? A bunch of old colorful bastards who forget what they see. Though, and I, too, slipped away. The older guys on the live feed are still honest. As soon as he saw the goddess go, he was going to go too. And just then, bang! A crashing sound scared Blackie half to death. He looked up, after seeing the little green head poking out of the corner. Instantly, screaming out in terror. It's true what they say, what you fear comes back. Immediately, Blackie was so scared that he took the door. After hesitating for a while, he knocked on Qin Feng's door. In fact, it's just after 9 o'clock. Xiao Hei felt that Qin Feng should still be awake. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Qin Feng's voice was heard. Something's wrong? Qin Feng's cold voice came out. That. Xiao Hei's voice carried a hint of supplication. Old ancestor master, this Xiao Qing is in my house. It's too scary. Can you keep green out of that house? There are a lot of rats in that house. It's just foraging for food at night time. It can't be stopped. Qin Feng's voice came through the door. If you're really scared, at night, you can stay at the studio. It's safe there. And these words, in an instant, made the stone in Xiao Hei's heart fall to the ground. And he didn't have time to think about why the studio was safe. Thank you, old ancestor master. Little Black was grateful. Well, take an early rest, Qin Feng said. At those words, Xiao Hei's heart warmed. Brother Meng, old ancestor master is really a great person, helping me with my urgent needs. Xiao Hei only felt moved. Netflix, on the other hand, is a bit disinterested. Family members who understand. I was going to leave. See the little green and back, but now you are going to leave again. So what is there to see? Yeah, I want to see green too. Blackie, don't go to the studio. Go back to the bedroom. At this moment, seeing these pop-ups, Blackie simply wanted to vomit blood. You're a stand-up guy, aren't you? These people are proper keyboard warriors. If they were there were pythons crawling on the roof. A large crocodile nearby. These guys are certainly no better than him. The good thing is, the studio is safe. With that thought, Little Black immediately burrowed into Qin Feng's studio. And once inside, Blackie was baffled. Just see, this studio is very crowded. The desk was cluttered with many thick books and mountains of drawings. In the corner, there was also a machine. Daytime, there were also many people who were curious about Qin Feng's studio. So, as soon as Blackie arrived at the studio, the netizens in the live streaming room, who were not even sleeping anymore, were watching curiously. Holy shit, what's the formula on this drawing? How come I can't read it like that? Xiao Hei also picked up a drawing to look at it. Couldn't stop scratching his head, scouring what little knowledge he had. Is there a big guy who knows what to say? This is supposed to be physics and chemistry formulas, right? Anyone studying engineering. Ha 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 ha. Look at Blackie. It feels like he's going to grow a brain. These formulas are complicated. And, what a mess. Why is there even a model diagram of the car here? I also saw the design drawings of the guns. It's hard to believe that Master Lao Zu is still a modeling hobbyist big shot? I guess so. Old Grandmaster has quite a few hobbies. This is the romance of the Polytechnic man. I guess. Blackie searches again. Maybe he can find a model to play with. See these goading pop-ups? Blackie didn't fall for it. Old irons. That's enough. Old ancestor master told me to come here to sleep, not to come here to rummage through people's things. Xiao Hei kinda knew his place. When he said that, the netizens in the live broadcast room also felt that Self had gone too far. And so, no more of that nonsense. And that's when Blackie made a tour of the house. Then, it went in towards the corner. What's this machine for? Pressing noodles? Blackie touched the huge stainless steel machine in front of him with some curiosity. The stainless steel tabletop is large and, even, can accommodate 3 people lying on it, and above, a pair of mechanical arms in front. On the back shelf, a bar. Just can't see how that works. I have a spaghetti press at my house. That's not how it works. It's reasonable to say that machines in the countryside are usually crop-related. And this thing doesn't look like it in any way. Yes, it's so strange. Master Lao Zu's collection is really special. People looked and looked, couldn't even tell what it was coming from. Of course, they'd be damned if they could see that, because this machine, itself, was made and remodeled by Qin Feng. On the market, there is no such thing, only this one. And at that moment, Blackie also got sleepy. Suddenly, looking at the wide desktop in front of him, Blackie had a flash of inspiration. Hey, I can sleep here. It's just right for a bed. Saying that, Little Black climbed directly onto the machine bed. XL. A trip up there. And all of a sudden, Blackie felt comfortable. Old timers, this thing is a really good sleeper. I want to sleep as soon as I make the trip down. Blackie squinted and laughed. a look of enjoyment was revealed. By the way, this thing is supposed to be a bed. I think the old ancestor master just put a bed in the studio. And when he got tired of working, he used it to rest. Not to mention, this machine bed is really comfortable. That seems to make sense, but not much. Who would build a machine specifically to be a bed? Yeah, but by the looks of it, it's kinda like a bed. I go, Blackie, this can be seconds to fall asleep. Is really sleepy. There's still a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that he really likes to sleep in this bed. Shouldn't you be sleeping here all this time, right? Presumably, the old granddaddy said the studio was safe, and that pop-up came out. The netizens were also caught up and thought, why is the studio safe? Green doesn't even come in. Doesn't that mean that there's something scarier than Green here? Crap, you have a good point. This old grandpa wouldn't have raised another bunch of killer spiders in the studio. Xiao Hei, don't sleep. It's dangerous here. The netizens were shocked when this was said. Yeah, there are pythons and alligators out there. And here, it's actually safer than outside, where even a boa constrictor wouldn't dare come in. That's not what it says. Is there anything in here that even a boa constrictor avoids? Soon. However, there were others who debunked this theory. It's not right. Think about it. Xiao Chang and Xiao He are the old ancestors' longtime workers. What role can this spider play? Besides, if there is really something dangerous, this Xiao Hei found it a long time ago. Not so much that he's still sleeping so soundly now. It's still true that this fat boy is so timid. I'm going to go. It's a real sleeper. I'm actually snoring. Could it be that he's just overthinking it? Maybe the old ancestor master sprinkled this house with something, so as not to let Qing come in and disturb his work. And this machine, which is really just a bed for resting. Yeah, not to mention, this stainless steel tabletop is hard. Just perfect for a nap. The netizens' discussion. And that's as far as it went. As they watched Xiao Hei sleep more and more, the crowd was getting sleepy. TSK, it makes me sleepy to watch. I'm an insomniac. I'm so envious of this machine. This machine is so amazing. I'll fall asleep as soon as I touch it. I want one too. I'll take it too. But I'm not doing it for sleep. I simply feel sleepy. And don't you guys think that the machine has quite a violent aesthetic appeal? It looks quite violent, but it's really just a bed. Otherwise, would the human Blackie dare to sleep so well? That's true. Wait for Master Laozu to post the link tomorrow +1. That was how the night went. Blackie is sleeping really well. And he could clearly feel it. Sleeping better than ever. 8 o'clock the next morning. Koro was awakened by a loud noise outside the house. At this point, the live stream is still in progress. Live blogger. We all know that the village of Taoyuan is going to kill the New Year's pig today. Or the old granddaddy himself. A crunchy college student who has to lead a yearly pig kill. Think about it. The scenes are fun to watch. Killing the New Year's pig is now a New Year's custom in every family. Generally speaking, killing the New Year's Eve pig is all a pain in the ass. It took 7 or 8 men to subdue the yearling, then cut the neck and bleed it out. A series of maneuvers that require a lot of strength and dexterity. Live on the net, there was also a large group of students about the same age, in an age where college students are losing more and more fitness. In the village, these people are not allowed to kill the annual pig and can only watch their fathers and mothers on from afar. Therefore, everyone was curious as to how Qin Feng, who was also 18 years old, could subdue the yearling pig. After all, the villagers of Taoyuan village were so proud when they talked about the look on the village head's face when he killed the pig. It was as if Qin Feng's heroic gesture of slaughtering the New Year's pig was right in front of his eyes. So even though it's only 8 in the morning, it's a big year, and the live streams are buzzing with an influx of viewers. And at this moment, Blackie, who was woken up, but still didn't want to get up, rolled and went back to sleep. This scene will not be able to make the old men in the live room whole. This kid comes to work to sleep, right? Wake up. It's so noisy outside. Hurry up and check it out. And that's when the door to the studio was also opened. Qin Feng walked in. As soon as he saw Blackie lying on the machine, at once, the face changed. And that's when Blackie woke up. Why are you sleeping here? Qin Feng's face was serious, with majesty. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hei was immediately dumbfounded. Said Blackie nervously, you should sleep on the couch. Not here. Qin Feng frowned in displeasure, and Blackie followed the direction he was pointing. Just realized that in this corner, there really is a small couch. Only, there were a lot of books piled up on it, and last night, the sight was too dark for him to ignore it. I don't know. You can't ask me if you don't know? Qin Feng's tone was even a bit fierce. He came up suddenly. Frightened, Black immediately jumped off the machine bed, only to see that Qin Feng inspected it. After a few seconds, he suddenly spoke. Count your boy lucky. After saying that, Qin Feng flung his hands and walked out of the studio, leaving behind a confused Blackie. I'll go. Why is Master Lao Zu so fierce? Isn't it just sleeping on a machine bed? Why are you so angry? I guess there's a wake-up call. A lot of people do that. No matter how much you get up, you can't just lash out at someone else. Can you? It's not like Blackie did anything wrong. Xiao Hei is so miserable. Suddenly I feel that Qin Feng isn't that good either. And that's when Blackie, the heart is also full of grievances. However, he hadn't bought time to commiserate for long. It was seen that a group of villagers suddenly walked into the studio. Then, just skimmed right over him. 7 or 8 manly men, at Qin Feng's command, carried that machine bed out. See this scene. Blackie froze. No, he's going to be here for a while yet. Move the bed. Where will he sleep after? As for the small sofa, Qin Feng said, since sleeping on this machine bed, Blackie is halfway to the top of the list. Where does a couch smell like a machine bed? No, where are you moving my bed? Blackie muttered in a small voice. The villagers were all working hard to lift the machine and didn't hear it, but the netizens on the air saw it. The netizens were immediately happy to see Blackie's heartbroken and hurt look. Master Lao Zu is doing too much, isn't he? Not letting people sleep, but also directly removing the bed? Xiao Hei is too poor. So fat. This sofa must not be comfortable enough to sleep on. And that's when everyone saw it. Blackie really went after him. I can see that. Is in love with that machine bed. And that's when Blackie also followed the villagers' lead and walked to the courtyard. Just see. The yard is very busy today. Not as cold as yesterday. There are many villagers, men and women, standing here, and 3 big, fat yearling pigs. Female villagers were starting pots and boiling water, while others were washing vegetables. The male villagers are all greeting the annual pig with a clear division of labor. As for Green and River, neither snake nor crocodile is visible. It was presumably because the old ancestor had given orders that both of them had temporarily recused themselves. Thinking of this, Xiao Hei instantly felt a little more comfortable in his heart. Soon, however, his heart became uncomfortable. Only the villagers placed that machine bed in front of the yearling pig. Then, a few people combined their efforts and tied the yearling pig right to the bed of your machine. The yearling pig is struggling violently, and that's when the crowd saw it. Qin Feng connected the machine to electricity and then pressed a red button on the side, only to see that the pair of cool mechanical arms suddenly clamped down on the yearling pig's huge head. The yearling pig, at the moment, was clamped so tightly that he couldn't move halfway. A clear and confused look came into his eyes, and just for a moment, that blue mechanical arm suddenly made a zip violent sound. Electricity. A spark flashed in Piggy's brain, then quickly faded away. In an instant, Piggy was lifeless. See this scene. Blackie froze. The netizens in the live broadcast room, too, were dumbfounded. Where the fuck is the bed? This whole piggyback safety machine. However, what gave Blackie a huge fright was yet to come. Only, the machine didn't stop. Instead, it continued to emit a booming sound that resonated throughout the sky. Then, the carry-on that, suddenly, popped out a very sharp blade, directly to the dead pig's body to greet. And at that moment, a villager trotted over and placed an iron bucket next to the machine. Just a few seconds of the machine's work, and the party was still intact. The year-old pig, cut into pieces. Then the gurgling blood, down the pipe, into the bucket. At that moment, the entire scene was, to say the least, bloody. And after this one was killed and the villagers brought down the meat, they immediately served the second one. Dent. Blackie's entire body was trembling madly. Last night, he was lying on it for the whole night. Crouching. Bullnose. What kind of machine is this? Killing people. Not right. Killing pigs like hemp. I finally know why old ancestor master is being mean to Xiao Hei. I really don't blame old ancestor master for this. I go, begging for Blackie's psyche. Is Blackie okay now? Don't really say. Xiao Hei sighs. And the piggy in front of me seems like almost. Xiao Hei has become a piggy. This machine is really good. I also this year New Year's Eve at home to kill the New Year's pig. The fatter the pig, the greater the strength. This year, my old man pouted, and now still lying in the hospital. If there is a machine, it would not be so troublesome. Yes, I would like to beg for this machine. 2. Where did Master Lao Zu find such a good treasure? It is urgently needed. Requesting a link. Kuro is so pathetic. No one cares about Kuro's sadness at all. And at that moment, Blackie's entire body went numb. It's numb. It's really numb. A moment ago he was exclaiming how good the bed smelled. Only now, where the fuck is the bed? This whole killing machine. Honestly, it would be easy for this machine to kill someone. Just thinking about it sent a vicious chill through Blackie's body. The horror of this studio. No less than greeny at all. Okay. At once, Blackie's heart wailed. And unlike Blackie, Xiao Shuiying was very interested in the scene in front of him. after seeing a sky full of begging for links. Xiao Shuiying said as she looked at Moncler outlet store Chang next to her. Master Strong. This machine is so good. The netizens in the live broadcast room all want to beg for a link. If you don't mind, could you tell me a little bit about where you got it? However, when these words came out, Strong Master was stunned. Bought? You can't buy this stuff. Ha, then where did this machine come from? Xiao Shuiying was puzzled. The watermen are also confused. You can't buy it with your mouth. So where did the machine come from that was placed in front of us? Killing pigs like a horse? It couldn't have just popped out of a rock, could it? Only to see. Grandmaster Chang suddenly smiled and said, of course it was invented by our old ancestor. Don't you see? Our old grandpa, with his good looks, young age and high IQ, was admitted to Mordor University. In fact, he's also an inventive genius. No, this machine, he specially invented it to kill the New Year's pig. Just ask you, on killing pigs, is the old grandpa a cow? And this extreme Versailles talk. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying and the others would not be made whole. What? This machine, surprisingly, was invented by Qin Feng? Isn't this Qin Feng studying finance? How come he's still making inventions? Xiao Shuiying froze throughout. Our old ancestor master is erudite. What's so strange about that? Grandmaster Chang was speechless. And see this scene. The crowd was stunned. This machine was really invented by old grandpa? I remembered. Isn't this old grandpa's desk very much full of multiple formulas and drawings? Could it be that he really is a genius? TSK, in order not to tire themselves, specially invented a pig-killing machine. The old ancestor is really bull. Save your strength. More than saving him alone? Killing the New Year's pig is a village-wide event. And with this machine, everyone is comfortable. I'll ask you one thing. Is it worth it to shout this old grandfather master? It's worth it. It's so worth it. To be a villager of Taoyuan village. To have a year-end dividend not to mention. There is also a knowledgeable village head. I declare that to be born in Taoyuan village is to win at the starting line of life. Then is it too late for me to reincarnate? Upstairs, the probability is not really high. Now only San is giving birth violently in the world. So the probability of being reincarnated into San is mostly higher than being reincarnated into Taoyuan village. Then forget it. I want to throw myself into the village of Taoyuan. I want to go to enjoy the blessings. If I go to San, it is to live even worse than an animal. So it seems, it is better to live well. The villagers are blessed, but the piggies are pitiful. And that one pop-up line, instantly, it brought the crowd's attention. Back to the pig. Just see, but it's only 10 minutes of work. A whole several hundred pounds of pig, in an instant, was in pieces, bones and meat cut to perfection. This is if manpower to cut. It would take a whole day to cut that carefully. It's still only a matter of time. And the bottom line is that the force isn't so much that you have to waste your wrist. This machine, it's just awesome. Loved it, and I really wanted one so bad. It's a shame. Old grandpa invented it. It's the only one of its kind. It's really good for killing pigs. It's not proper to kill pigs with fast instruments. And that's when someone noticed a blind spot. Is there a possibility that Master Laozu did this because he also pitted Piggy? Piggy has been dismantled. Poor what? Brain crazy, right? You forget. This machine just before the start. The pig is the first to be electrocuted. Less than a second immediately dead. After the cut, the pig is dead. Is no feeling. And everyone generally kill the pig. Are stabbing the knife in. A little bit of bloodletting. Compared to the old grandpa this approach. Much gentler. And that immediately drew the approval of the netizens as well. That's really true when you put it that way. Yeah, the process of killing a pig, as we all know, is brutal. White knives go in, red knives come out. The pigs don't die right away, but are bled out a little bit. To say it was torture would be an understatement. So, there will also be people who are not too psychologically strong, who see the process of killing a pig and go back and have nightmares. Some people who stick to a vegetarian diet tend to just be psychologically challenged. And at this point, it occurred to the crowd that the old granddaddy had done this. Also, to make Piggy's death painless. At once, in the hearts of the crowd, the image of the old ancestor master was even taller. It's a real blessing for Piggy to have Master Laozu, isn't it? In order to kill a pig painlessly, a special machine was invented. Old grandpa is not only a genius of invention, but also a deservedly great benefactor. Really moved to. I am a pig. I also like Piggy. Usually do not eat pork. However, I am not an extremist, and cannot stop people to kill Piggy. I just think, the old ancestors of this behavior, really benefit Piggy. That's right, Master Laozu is really a caring and good person. And that's when, Xiao Shuiying saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. There was also a wetness in my eyes. She was also impressed by this love from Qin Feng. Xiao Shuiying isn't a vegetarian and doesn't really like piggies much. It just feels like giving food a pain in the ass is the best outcome. The thought of dying so tragically. To be honest, Xiao Shuiying instantly felt that she didn't have much of an appetite. Compared to that, this method of old ancestors was really benefiting Piggy. Unfortunately, there is only one machine. It would be nice to invent more out of it and spread it across the country. Then Xiao Shuiying was certain that business would be good. There was so much demand in this area. People need to eat pork, but they don't need to execute piggies and pigs in such a dismal way. Give food some respect and compassion. That's what a higher order biological human should be. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying was very touched and opened her mouth. Old ancestor, it's wonderful that these piggies have you. You're such a great benefactor that you specially invented this painless pig-killing electrocution, so that the piggies don't have to be bled out, and go peacefully without having to suffer from torture. However, the words came out. Qin Feng, however, looked at her with an odd expression. That familiar expression. At once, it left Xiao Shuiying stunned. It couldn't be that she said the wrong thing again, could it? Am I wrong? Xiao Shuiying carefully opened her mouth, only feeling her heart thumping. If that's not the case, then what else could be the purpose of the old grandfather going through all this trouble to specially invent a machine? And at that moment, Qin Feng also spoke. Of course not. I invented this machine just to keep the flavor of the pig. When mammals are frightened, their flesh secretes large amounts of acids that can sour the meat. In that case, it's not good. Boom! At those words, Xiao Shuiying's brain went blank. The water friends in the live room were also dumbfounded. Nice guy. They were moved for most of the day for nothing. You still think Master Laozu is some kind of piggy good guy? As it turns out, people are just trying not to affect the taste. What a great line. It's not good anymore. At that moment, the crowd also felt a rush of scalp numbness, only to feel a chill running through their body, running to all their limbs and bones. What a horrible person this is. In order not to affect the taste of the food, then the hog killing machine was invented. Then if someone messes with Master Laozu, wouldn't that also give the invention of a killing machine? This is something that old grandpa is so good at. Instantly, the crowd only felt scared. Good guy. I thought the old grandpa was a great benefactor, but as a result, you gave me a whole fear of affecting the taste. I feel my face hurting right now. Master Laozu, this is too much of a show. Flashing my waist. I take back what I just said about Master Laozu having love. The word love has nothing to do with Master Laozu, his old man, at all. Not only no, that's too no. This man is just killing pigs like hemp. Taoyuan village is simply a pig's purgatory among pigs. At this point, Blackie saw the pop-ups on the air. The heart also recoiled, especially thinking about this Buddha's mouth and snake's heart look of the old ancestor master. A fear of affecting the taste is all it takes to electrocute a pig. And self lay there last night. This machine bed, invented, would have been several years old. It's not just during the new year that pigs are killed, either. That is to say, in this bed, an unknown number of pigs died. At that moment, Xiao He went straight you. Xiao Shuiying heard Xiao He's vomiting and turned to run to see him. Are you okay? Xiao Shuiying was a little worried. Not good. Very bad. Blackie's entire face went green. It was obvious that the body really couldn't hold out. See this scene. The older guys in the live feeds, too, are taking some pity. TSK, this is too much for me to bear. If you really can't, just leave. The psychological shadow is too big. Yes, yesterday was a good young man. Now the face is white to what kind of? Suffered too much shock. And at this time, in Xiao He's heart, he also beat a retreat. Especially seeing Qin Feng. And he freaked out, as if possessed by a pig. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Xiao Shuiying also noticed. The moment Xiao He saw Qin Feng, he shook like a sieve. I'll go. When Xiao He takes a look at old ancestor master now, it's as if he's seen the king of hell. Is this being possessed by the dead spirit of a pig? It's still possible that Blackie may have weak 8 characters and can't be suppressed. Upstairs, don't be superstitious. It's just simply being scared. Plus, don't you guys think Master Laozu is really a little bit scary? More than a little? It's too scary. Okay? Xiao Shuiying said somewhat helplessly. Xiao He. Old ancestor master's remark was a joke. She then tried to comfort little Black in an attempt. Times L. However, as soon as these words came out, Xiao He's face was out of place. He's not joking. The old ancestor master is more serious than anyone else when he says it. No, I really have to go. I can't stay in this place anymore. Xiao He's eyes were brimming with tears. The boy was genuinely frightened. Seeing him like this, Xiao Shuiying was not in a good position to persist. So, she went up and talked to Qin Feng about it roughly. Qin Feng's mood didn't fluctuate much either. Leave if you want to, he replied with just 5 simple words. And aside, Moncler Outlet Store Strong said. Young man, want to go ah? This is almost dinner. This way, after dinner, I'll drive the 3 trampoline to send you to the foot of the mountain. Strong Moncler Outlet Online. People are quite warm-hearted. Hearing this, Xiao Hei's heart was a bit stuffy. What a time. Where was he in the mood to eat? This time, the women had already given the pork a rough cleaning. Under Qin Feng's arrangement, a portion of the male villagers removed the fat pork, then rubbed it with 3 coats of salt, and when they were done, they put the pork in the machine that canned the salami. A section of salami, so done, was then plated into a strip. Next, it was hung onto a bamboo pole and then placed on the roof. Everyone present had a job in hand. This hot and steamy scene is what Xiao Shuiying wants to capture the most. So, she took the camera directly from Blackie's hand. Then, it took out a triangular stand and set it up in the open space, aiming it at Qin Feng. And at this time, Grandpa Chang also took out an apron and respectfully handed it to Qin Feng. Master Lao Zu, put it on, Master Chang said. At those words, Qin Feng nodded his head. Qin Feng, who had put on a gray apron, copied a large spoon in his left hand. It's a pig-killing dish, made in a big pot. So, the physical demands are pretty high, and 3 whole yearlings were killed today. More meat means more dishes to cook, too, and most of the dishes have to pass through Qin Feng's hands. Thinking about this, Qin Feng did not feel tired. After all, it's a big year, a pig-killing feast handed down from ancient times. It's not just about celebrating a year's harvest. It is also an opportunity to bring the whole village together and to merge the caravanserai. No, in front of us, adults and children are all gathered together, talking and laughing, presenting a picture of the joyfulness of Taoyuan village. And this, too, was what Qin Feng, as the village chief, wanted to see. As for how Qin Feng became the pig-killing banquet bearer, it starts with the year of awakening the system. At that time, Taoyuan village was just like most of the countryside now. The young people have gone out to work, and there are only children in the village. There are also a lot of people who have to work on New Year's Eve or can't get a ticket to come back. Therefore, the young and strong Qin Feng took on the responsibility of carrying the load. At first, Qin Feng was in charge of killing pigs. After a year or two, he found it too laborious, so he invented a machine specialized in killing pigs. But to cook this kind of thing, you still have to do it yourself, and the craftsmanship of the machine is certainly not as good as that of the human hand. There's a lot more to cooking than killing a pig. Plus, the villagers thought about Qin Feng's craftsmanship all year round. Therefore, this spring festival pig-killing banquet, Qin Feng will show his hand. Other times, in the village, non-essential, Qin Feng is not much cooking. After all his time is gold and has to be spent on earning it. And the menu of the pig-killing feast in Taoyuan village includes crispy pork, back-to-pot bacon, ham, pork, stewed with vermicelli, pig red boiled with spinach, stewed pork ribs with tzatziki mushrooms, stir-fried pork, fried pork liver with garlic. Take every part of the pig and utilize it to the max. The names of these dishes, which are very common and not highbrow, are exactly what the farmers need, heavy on oil and salt, and eat them to have the strength to work. Big bowls of food and big bowls of wine are the only way to have a good meal. And at this time, the first thing Qin Feng made was crispy meat. A freshly cut strip of fresh meat was copied and then coated in flour. Fry them directly in hot oil. At that moment, in the hot frying pan, the sound of zip, 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 zip emerged. The oil used by Qin Feng is the self-produced and homemade peanut oil from the villagers of Taoyuan village, which is very fragrant. As a result, as soon as the meat was dropped into the frying pan, it bubbled with flavor. Straight away, the people in the room were perfumed and confused. And that's when Blackie sniffled. Dang, who had a vegetable face just a few moments before? Suddenly, it eased up quite a bit. Xiao Hei directly stood up and directly came to the front of that cauldron, greedily inhaling the scent in the air. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was almost startled when she saw Xiao Qing, who suddenly appeared. Aren't you going back? Why haven't you left yet? As soon as I heard that, Blackie showed an embarrassed look. He looked toward Qin Feng fishing out the handful of golden-colored crispy meat. Dang's harumph went down. This crispy meat, it's delicious at first sight. Fresh meat, freshly killed and made to be the most tender. Not that fast food frozen meat. Thinking of this, Xiao Hei scratched his head in embarrassment. And I suddenly changed my mind. I can't just walk away. I'm needed in this column. How can this shoot even go on without me? You can't be so selfish as a human being. So I'm going to stay. Xiao Hei said impassionedly. Shuiying Xiao, see this scene. The veterans of the livestream were also relentless in poking at Black. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, look at the expression on Goddess Xueqing's face. It's so wonderful. Xueqing said, Do you think I'll believe a word you say? Ma yeah. How good must this old ancestor's handiwork be, to make Blackie crave like this? Is there a possibility that Blackie was originally a foodie? I don't think so. This little Black was scared just now. Did you see it? He really wants to eat it now. His hala can't contain it. This crispy meat must be delicious. Mom yeah. I'm craving it as I look at it. Whenever Taoyuan village comes out with peripheral food, I'll be sure to sell it. Do you think this is the Academy of Agricultural Sciences selling products? The pop-ups were instantly joyful. And that's when Xiao Shuiying was happy to see that Xiao He was willing to stay. So she didn't say anything. Keep filming then. Yes, Blackie said with great vigor. With the same guy who was making a scene earlier. It's a complete contrast. Next, the two then continued with the shoot and explained. And Qin Feng had been stir-frying the vegetables in an organized manner. The other villagers, too, were giving Qin Feng a hand, dividing the labor in an orderly manner and playing along. So, it's not too tiring. About 2 hours or so later, the dishes are all done. And in front of Qin Feng's small courtyard, just a whole 10 tables, there was a wide array of dishes right on top. Smelling the flavor, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both revealed greedy gazes. However, they could only endure it, until the old granddaddy sat down, sitting in the C-seat at the very center table. And this table, except for Qin Feng, were all old men with gray hair. All are senior citizens of Taoyuan village. After all, those who could sit with old ancestor master must also be elders of high seniority. As for Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He, since they were outsiders, they sat with the children. At this moment, the eyes of the entire village were all focused on Qin Feng, watching with bated breath. And at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly stood up. The villagers beside him immediately moved out an 8 imperial table, 4 square, neatly arranged. Next, 8 bowls, and 8 pairs of chopsticks were placed on top. The bowls all held a little bit of rice inside. This sudden series of operations, it left both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He in a daze. Both of them eyed the dishes laid out in front of them. There was a succession of several more swallows. Those eyes, so greedy they almost let out light. Only, the whole village didn't move. They would be even more afraid to move. Ha 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 ha. What is this old ancestor master doing? Look at how much our goddess Xueqing has been craved. This is shouting for rice, isn't it? We also have it in our village, where we pay homage to our ancestors before eating. Ha 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 ha. Hang in there. Don't drool. And at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly shouted loudly. Today, it's the annual pig-killing feast in Taoyuan village. We are gathered here to be together in harmony and family joy. Ancestors in heaven, please bless the new year with fair winds and good rains. After saying that, Qin Feng picked up the wine glass and then spilled the wine on the ground. When they saw this scene, the old white-haired men started burning paper money. And carry on here. Every villager, in an orderly fashion, began to stand up. Then, in ranks of seniority, they went to the front of the table of 80 mortals and began to kneel. Qin Feng, on the other hand, continued to sit in the highest seat. Devotion was written all over the faces of every villager, including 3-year-olds. Seeing everyone come forward, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He stood there, neither sitting nor not sitting. So the two simply followed the villagers' example and knelt down. Only when it was all done did he return to his own position. The whole process, which took over 20 minutes, under Qin Feng's arrangement, it was solemn and sacred. Everyone is afraid to be sloppy, and that's when dinner was finally served. After Qin Feng's command, finally, everyone can move their chopsticks, and it was at that very moment, Xiao Shuiying felt it keenly. The villagers who still had natural faces just now, in a few seconds, a greedy gaze appeared in his eyes, staring intently at the dishes on the table. This scene made Xiao Shuiying a bit strange. As for that, would that be a bit of a stretch? Having just said that in his mind, the next thing he saw was the villagers immediately feasting on the food. Eating that is so forgettable. Throughout the meal, no one spoke at all. Everyone was busy eating. The eyes, as if they had seen their prey, were very focused and engaged. Only the sound of chewing was left. And for a moment, the table was divided. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying became anxious. She hasn't eaten yet. So, too, he immediately joined the team. However, the first bite goes down. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying felt that the entire person had been sublimated. The taste of that food in your mouth. It was absolutely delicious, like nothing she had ever eaten before. It almost didn't make Xiao Shuiying bite her tongue. Xiao Shuiying directly gave a thumbs up. Delicious, is really too delicious. Xiao Shuiying was full of praise. The moment she finally understood deeply why Qin Feng would be so difficult with great Aunt Zhang's cooking. Because people Qin Feng is really capitalized to be picky yet. So much for eating up. The difference is really too great. And having said that, Xiao Shuiying didn't lose a bit of effort. continue to wolf it down for fear of losing it. Xiao Hei's speed was, let's just say, faster than Xiao Shuiying. Seeing the two eating and drinking with such disregard for their image, the netizens in the live broadcast room, too, watched with harried eyes. Damn, I'm getting a craving just watching it. Order a takeout. It's useless to order takeout. This food is different. I also want to taste Master Lao Zu's handiwork. How delicious it must be to make Goddess Xueqing crave like this. It's obvious that Goddess Xueqing ate even more exaggeratedly than last time. Don't mention it. The human Auntie Zhang is also eating vigorously. She's no more restrained than Goddess Xueqing. And that pop-up came out. And everyone just noticed. Nice guy. This is not far away from Auntie Zhang. Also ate that called a wolf. No one at the table spoke at all. All were very much enjoying the food in front of them. Until 40 minutes later. It was only then that the villagers of Taoyuan village finally ate their fill. Everyone's stomachs. They're holding out round. Even Xiao Shuiying, who had always been extremely concerned about her image, was not surprised. The food wasn't finished, though. Instead, there were quite a few fresh ones left. Qin Feng made multiple servings, and those leftovers were not served. Instead, it was put aside. This was also deliberate on his part. Every year, the villagers would say that they didn't have enough to eat, so Qin Feng made a little extra for them to bring back for dinner. And at that moment, the villagers, who had only just eaten their fill, all looked intently at the dishes still left on the table not far away. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei didn't know that there was such a rule. So, by the time they reacted to what was going on, one could only watch as all those vegetables were snatched up by the villagers. The villagers were bursting at the seams with food and were still beaming with joy. This year my old man finally snagged more than his share of back bacon. Mom and Dad, I've made a name for myself. I've snagged fried pork liver. I've honored my ancestors. Look at other people's dog eggs. They all grabbed them. But you actually didn't grab any of them. I raised you for nothing. Dad. Mom. I'm sorry. I swear. 30 years. 30 years. 30 years. Next year. I'll grab it. It's a happy occasion for all who grab it. Those who didn't grab it were disappointed to the core. And those who didn't know, thought something big and sad had happened. Then those who had grabbed it all hurriedly slipped away, clutching their vegetables. I'm afraid I'll be missed. The reason for coming to the house to hobnob with the old grandpa's cooking. Usually no problem. But the old granddaddy did it. That's a no-no. It's only once a year that we get to eat it. They don't even have enough to feed themselves. After eating it, you have to think about it for a year. So even the always harmonious Taoyuan village, at this moment, also produced a drop of disharmony. At this time, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were also repentant. The thought of not being able to eat this tomorrow, the two men looked that forlorn. What to do? So despondent. Xiao Shuiying revealed a crying expression. Ha. Goddess Xueqing, don't cry. Just think of it as losing weight. Look at how fat you really are. Not to mention, Goddess Xueqing is becoming mellow. Asshole, we can't eat it anyway. So why don't the anchors just stop eating it? At this time, the mother fetus singled Xiao Shuiying. A deep realization of what it is like to be as if you have lost your love. Blackie did the same. And the two were as if their souls had dropped. And that's when Strong, clutching a bowl of back bacon, passed in front of the two men. At once, the two men glared at each other. The scene scared Moncler Outlet Store Strong to death. Ha. You two tighten up a bit. Don't scare the old man. Strong Moncler Outlet Store says, don't come in for a dip. When Master Chang slowed down, he stroked his white beard and smiled broadly. Do you want to eat? Instantly, both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were pounding garlic and nodded their heads vigorously. Seeing this scene, Strong Moncler Outlet Store was very generous. Then come eat at my house. When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were both pleasantly surprised. That's great, Mr. Strong. You're really nice. Master Chang, I thank you for the rest of my life. Great kindness. Xiao Hei will never forget it. The two men were so excited that they said words of gratitude. And at that moment, Auntie Zhang came over. Granddaughter-in-law. Grandpa Strong called out to her. It was only after hearing this that the two Xiao Shuiying understood. It turns out that Auntie Zhang is Master Chang's granddaughter-in-law. What a coincidence. Fortunately, Auntie Zhang is not a stingy person. She politely greeted. When you go to my house, don't be polite. Just treat it as if you were going to your own house. Oh, right. Suddenly, Auntie Zhang thought of something. These 2 days is the village to do put the noodle hair, by the villagers to do the ancestor worship snacks. During this period of time, the old grandfather will not step forward. As soon as he heard this, Blackie perked up. It's one thing to crave the craftsmanship of your old grandparents, but staying here, that's another story. Thinking about it, Xiao Hei said in a hurry, Auntie Zhang, can we stay at your place for the next 2 days? Saying this, Xiao He exchanged a wink with Xiao Shuiying, just in time to film the scenes of the village making the ancestor offering pastries. Anyway, there's not much material to shoot here if the old grandpa doesn't do it. How could Xiao Shuiying not see Xiao He's intentions? It's obvious that he's too scared to spend the night here. Plus, that bowl of back bacon. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying licked her tongue in gluttony. I think this is a good idea. Auntie Zhang laughed. Of course. With that, he turned around and led the way for the two. The two got their plan right and then gave a yay sign. See this scene. The old guys in the live room were happy. Ha 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 ha. For a bowl of back bacon, the two put up a fight. How delicious this has to be. Damn. I've got a whole craving for it too. A person's blood letter begging Taoyuan village to open up its tourist village program. Yes, the upstairs is right. Now there are not many ancient towns and rural areas to engage in cultural tourism construction. This can just drive the economy and enrich the local farmers. How good. This is a good idea. So that the villagers of Taoyuan village, without leaving their homes, can make a lot of money. But look at Taoyuan village. It's full of small houses, and the villagers don't lack money, do they? This is not necessarily so. Now Taoyuan village can have this scene, but also rely on the old ancestor master to go to the Amazon to catch chili to earn. Can't always rely on the old ancestor master. Self can make money, better than anything else. Yes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. That's right. The old grandfather is kind-hearted and gives everyone money every year, but you can't always live off the old grandfather. People have to stand on their own 2 feet. It was about a 10-minute walk. The group finally arrived at Strong's home. Strong's home is a small 3-story house. The exterior is composed of red, blue and yellow tiles in a lovely color scheme. On the first floor is the very expansive front door, which at first glance is worth a lot of money. And at that moment, Strong Moncler Outlet Store opened the door directly. See the view from inside. Even Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He from the city. Nor could he help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just see. This living room is very spacious. A leather collection of sofas, a whole set, neatly arranged. Crystal chandeliers are very ornate and with such lights, they are usually very expensive. And the structure inside the townhouse is a duplex, with solid mahogany handles for the stairs. At a glance, Xiao Shuiying's feelings were 2 words, spacious and luxurious. Not at all inferior to the big villas in the city. Those rich people's villas are built the same way. Crap. This house is all mahogany. Big family. This set of mahogany is worth a suite in the county, right? I'm afraid it's more than that. This Mr. Kung's family is so luxurious. It is estimated that the old ancestral master gave too much. Damn. But also crowded head to grab what Magic City account. If I say, this Taoyuan village account. Also very fragrant. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also numb. This is too luxurious. The moment. Xiao Shuiying also completely broke Self's previous stereotype. What rural areas have to be poor and backward? Not really. Look at people's Taoyuan village. A villager's house. This level of economy. I'm afraid, all of them can hang on to the families in the first-tier cities in China. Again, living in this natural environment. It's just too good to be true. The townhouses have plowed fields next to them. Honestly, every Chinese, the dream of old age should be all about a cottage and fields in this natural countryside. At first, Xiao Shuiying didn't understand why Dashan left the Magic City and insisted on returning to the countryside. If she were in her place, she'd want to live here, too. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong looked at the 2 stunned young men and called out, "What are you waiting for? Come in." The gentle Auntie Zhang brought 2 pairs of slippers. The 2 changed their shoes and walked to the living room, and Xiao Shuiying walked to the TV wall. After seeing the wide 110-inch TV in front of her, Xiao Shuiying was again so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened a few points. Because of this TV, she recognized it. It's a high-end TV from XX's family, with prices starting at $100,000. Seeing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room, also numb. Good lord, a TV costs $100,000 to buy. What kind of family must this be? Old ancestor master is really paying in a big way for the villagers of Taoyuan village. I would be willing to live in the countryside for the rest of my life with such a village chief. Obviously. Until now, everyone thought, this $100,000 TV, it must have been bought for the villager's family by the old ancestor. Every family, every hand won it, and Xiao Shuiying's opinion is the same. This old grandpa is also too good to you guys. He even helped buy the TV. So much careful consideration. However, upon hearing this, Auntie Zhang let out a pfft laugh. What's going on here? Master Lao's family is so busy. They have a lot of work to do. Why do they still care what kind of TV we use? Little girl, you really know how to joke. This TV must have been bought by us ourselves. Auntie Zhang laughed, and when these words came out, Xiao Shuiying froze. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned. It wasn't bought for the old granddaddy. It's hard to believe that you bought it yourself. But this TV? It's $100,000 to start with. To extrapolate a bit more, judging from Auntie Zhang's words, not hard to guess. They should have paid for all the furniture and decorations inside this house as well. This speculation, however, is really only common sense. Old grandpa goes to the Amazon and grabs chorizo and makes millions of dollars a trip. It was certainly a lot of money. But if it was separated and given to each villager, and there were more than 100 households in Taoyuan village, distributed to everyone, it is estimated to be just a few $100,000 for a family. You can't beat a couple $100,000 for the renovations in this house. For a TV, it's $100,000. And Auntie Zhang is a wonderful person. She could see Xiao Shuiying's speculation and didn't mind, saying with a big smile, "This TV was bought by my boy with his salary, and when the boy is older, he knows how to honor our old man. But it's okay, it's just a month's pay." The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was stunned. $100,000 a month in salary? Nice guy. What does one have to do to make so much money? Immediately, Xiao Shuiying's eyes lit up. Auntie Zhang, does your son work in a big factory in Magic City? Is it a pig factory? Or a penguin? See this scene. The know-it-alls on the air have also expressed their own opinions. Definitely. And, at 100,000 a month, that's an annual income of 1.2 million, not to mention the year-end benefits and whatnot. A salary that, at the very least, hits the core level. Domestically, it's true that just the big factories can afford to pay that kind of salary. Then it seems that Auntie Zhang's son is really accomplished too. That's the right thing to do. You can't keep living on the year-end benefits given by Master Lao Tzu, can you? One still has to rely on oneself in order to live a good life. In this case, it seems that the old ancestor of this approach is not so good. Well, give money, not as good as raising. The Taoyuan village's offspring are cultivated in order to make the Taoyuan village development better. So, this young man, he still has to go out and work to make money. There is no future in the village. That makes sense. Although, the separation of mother and child is painful. But for the sake of life, young people should go out there and fight for their lives. And that's when Auntie Zhang gave her own answer. What penguin pig factory? Auntie Zhang looked puzzled. I've never even heard of it. These words made Xiao Shuiying even more puzzled. Not these two. What other major manufacturer in the country can be so bold? It's not going to be a meter snub, is it? Original God. Activate. So you play the original God too. The original batch is here again. Back off. Don't be like this. I feel 100% that it's just Mikuyu. Now Mikuyu is the most friendly big factory for young people. It pays well and has good benefits. Well, it's all about 996. 996 can make $1 million a year. And 100% of the people would like to. Yes, now the economy is bad. Earn $3,000 a month. Have to be exhausted. If I can make $1 million a year, not to mention exhausted, squeeze me into a dry corpse, I would be happy. People in this life can earn $1 million, are the rare ones. Seeing the pop-up, Xiao Shuiying also immediately asked, is it a meter lull? However, Auntie Zhang shook her head once again. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying froze. Crap. If it's not pig factory, if it's not penguin, if it's Mikuku, then who else could it be? I'm also a core technician. At the top of the hog factory, it's only $500,000 a year. And with such a good deal, I'd like to jump ship. Anchor, concerned. Such a great job. And just then, Auntie Zhang said somewhat helplessly, I didn't understand a word you kids said. My son doesn't work in a place like that. He works in the village factory. Boom. The words came out. The crowd's brains went blank. Go to work at the factory. $100,000 a month in 1 month? Jesus. A factory in this village? There's a factory in this village? It's not surprising, is it? Many villages have wood factories and garment factories and so on. It's just that the wages are not high. Playing screws exhausted a month down. At most a few $1,000s. I'm sure he's not a screwdriver. He must be an engineer. This pop-up also solved Xiao Shuiying's doubts. Yeah. Jobs where you can make $100,000 a month. No matter what line of work. That's all at the top of the heap. So, even if it is a factory, it must be a core class. I see. Auntie Zhang. Your son must be a core backbone, right? Sitting in the core at such a young age. How outstanding. This remark embarrassed Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang laughed. No la, my son is just an ordinary bottom floor employee. Speaking of which, all the men in my family work in the factory, and my husband looks after the gates. His paycheck, though, is not as much as my son's. At those words, Xiao Shuiying let out a sigh of relief. That's normal. Generally speaking, the wages of security guards are very low. What's more, this kind of security guards in the village factory without establishment is estimated to be, at the top of the day, just 2 or 3,000 a month. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying laughed. It's not a lot of money, it's a good-sized job, and 2 or 3,000 will subsidize the family. However, when these words came out, Aunt Zhang looked at Xiao Shuiying with a shocked gaze. What 2 or 3,000? Can a man live on $3,000 a month? That's all the salary. That's not as good as our factory. $30,000 a month for looking at the gate. This salary of my man. I still don't think it's enough. Strange. The market out here. Is it that bad? Auntie Zhang had some Versailles words. At once, it made Xiao Shuiying whole. Auntie Zhang, are you telling the truth? Your husband gets $30,000 a month for watching the gate at the factory. Yeah, if you don't believe me, I still have my pay stub here. Look. With that, Auntie Zhang took out a payslip from the drawer. Just to see, the base salary on this. It's $25,000. Other 7s and 8s add up to $5,000 or $6,000 in various subsidies. Among them, the heat and cold allowance is $2,000. With 3 subsidized meals, the share of each meal is $500. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying was directly numb. The netizens in the live stream, too, went numb. Sour. It's really sore and numb. Look at the gate. That's $25,000 a month in base pay. That's enough for a college student who just graduated with a $3,000 salary to do almost a year's worth of work. And to be a security guard, you don't need a degree. It's pretty much a no-brainer. Anyone can do it. Crap. Is this true? If this is true, then the benefits are too good. Too humanized, right? The big factories don't even have such high benefits. The heat, the cold, and the meal allowance, the communication allowance. It's everything imaginable. It's all there. What I didn't expect is all there. Cold subsidies. It's really the first time I've heard of it. Then it would seem that Auntie Zhang's statement that her son's bottom-level employees can earn $100,000 per month is also true. Looking at the front door, it's $20,000 to $30,000, and the employees must be giving even more. Mom, yeah, I also want to enter this factory. As a security guard is fine. Anchor quickly helped me ask. Still hiring. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying. The shock received was in no way less than that of the Waterboys. Xiao Shuiying is a student of Magic City University. Highly educated. High starting point. But if you graduate, you are also starting from scratch. It's going to work up to the $25,000 pay grade. It would have to be honed for years at least, with a lot of effort. And in Taoyuan village, just looking at a gate. We all know how great it is to look at the front door and not have to do anything. It's just sitting there, drinking tea and reading the paper and moping around. Easily $25,000. Such a job. Cost effective. Could be much better than her trade. Seriously. Not to mention the Waterboys on the air. Even Xiao Shuiying was moved. Thus, Xiao Shuiying immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. That, Auntie Zhang. Let me ask for the old men in the live broadcast room. Are you still short of people here? Preferably a gatekeeper. And we guarantee immediate availability. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang laughed. I'm sorry, girl. This factory is in our own village. And we don't recruit outsiders. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying was also shaken. This factory is actually owned by Taoyuan village. And it doesn't recruit outsiders. Damn. I thought I was going to be salty about this. Can't you just give me a break? I'll do any cleaning job. As long as the money is there. Wages are so high. That means this factory is very profitable. What does this factory do? And these words reminded Xiao Shuiying. All along, Xiao Shuiying was also puzzled by this question. So she inquired, Auntie, what does this factory do? Is it so profitable? However, upon hearing this, Auntie Zhang immediately revealed a serious look. No comment on that one. A look of secrecy. Instead, it made the older guys on the air even more curious. What's there not to say? It's not an illegal business, is it? It's still a real possibility that this would be a lot of money to report. However, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying was disapproving. She knew Master Strong well. Therefore, the descendants of the Strong Moncler outlet store, she also felt, must be good people. Besides, this is a society of law and order. If they were really doing illegal business, they would surely have been found out a long time ago and wouldn't have waited until now. It doesn't feel like it. The villagers are all very rustic looking. You guys are simply overthinking it. Yeah, maybe it's really the business that can't be told. Which can't be told. But it's too much. Crap. The more I say the more curious I am. Goddess Shueching, one day to visit the factory. Let us see. Security guards will be able to open 25,000 a month of the factory. What does it look like? I agree with both hands and feet. And at this point, seeing that Xiao Shuiying hadn't said anything, Auntie Jean was a little embarrassed, reflecting on whether she had just been too rigid in her intensity. So she said quietly, if you really want to go ask Master Laozu. This factory is the old grandfather's, and if his old man would let you go, you could go. All the people in our village, too, were arranged to go in by Master Laozu, and the words came out. At once, the crowd froze. What? This factory is owned by old grandpa? You're kidding, right? I'll go. This is to let the villagers have a good life, and a special factory. Who was it who said before that it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish? And look, the old ancestor has long since done it. Not only did he do it, but he did it so well that he was paid tens of thousands of dollars a month. Moo is really moo. The biggest failure of my life is not being reincarnated in Taoyuan village. Damn. The more I think about it, the more difficult it is. Why was I born in our village so poor and backward place? If I am given a chance to cross over, I really want to go back to the year 99, spend a few dozen dollars to my father to buy a tea, let me die in it, are better than I can only envy the villagers of the village of Taoyuan now. Upstairs, you've got me clammed up with that. The hall is full of people who are practically in mourning. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also confused. It just felt like, well, a messy brain. Half the time, it turned out that the factory was run by Qin Feng. So it's like this. Then I know. Thanks a lot, Xiao Shuiying said to Auntie Zhang. The heart was beating a drum. Looks like an interview after this. It still had to be centered around Qin Feng to work. This guy is the Peach Village, the real protagonist. And by this time, almost half an hour had passed. Auntie Zhang glanced at the two. It's been quite a long time standing. Are you hungry? Why don't you eat that bowl of back bacon? As soon as I heard that, at once, the two who were still confused, immediately, he was in high spirits. Okay, Auntie Zhang, I'll trouble you then. You can eat the handiwork of your old grandparents. These two are more aggressive than anyone else. Then come to the kitchen, Auntie Zhang said. Then the two were taken to the kitchen. Auntie Zhang's house, made with an open kitchen. So, just eat on the island in the center. However, as soon as he saw the golden island stage in front of him, at once, it made Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei whole. Xiao Shuiying even tried to touch it. Nice guy. It's solid gold. Such a big table. It's all made of gold. It must be several $1 million? At that moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were directly numb. This is too trenchant. The waterboys on the live feed. At once, the eyes went straight. Nice guy. First time I've seen someone build a gold bar for eating. It's a bit too big of a deal, isn't it? And at that moment, pop-ups were swiping. Jesus Christ. This one table is as good as this townhouse, right? I'm afraid it's more than that. This thing is solid. You can't hit both. That's awesome. This family is so luxurious. It's considered a powerful family. Speaking of which, when compared like this, Master Laozu's house, too, looks too plain. That's right. It's Master Laozu who runs the factory, and it's Master Laozu who pays out the year-end dividends. And as a result, while the villagers are rich as hell, Master Laozu is so pristine. Crap. This is sacrificing self so that everyone can have a good life. It makes sense. This strong Moncler outlet online family, just the men. There are 7 or 8, each working in the factory. A month will be able to take hundreds of thousands of dollars in wages. Dry 2 years. This table can also get it. TSK, such a good village chief. Give me a dozen. I'm not a glutton for punishment. 1 is enough. Really, a good village chief in Huaxia. People like Master Laozu are rare. At this moment, the pop-ups were all praising Qin Feng in a flurry of praise. Xiao Shuiying was also moved for a moment. Yeah, being in the middle of it, she felt it far more intensely than her water friends. After all, she was human. Standing right here for real. Feel everything around you. It can also be appreciated. Compared to the little house in front of you, Master Laozu's little courtyard is, indeed, too plain. And the person who opened a factory in the village and allowed the villagers to live an affluent life was Qin Feng. Now, so pristine and simple. But Qin Feng, thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was overcome with emotion. At only 18 years of age, he has such a heart. I'm afraid, the whole of China, couldn't find many either. Even Xiao Shuiying, asking himself, he could not be as broad and selfless as Qin Feng. Human nature is selfish. Most people, when they have money, want to put it in their own hands and hold on to it. To be willing to part with a little bit of it would qualify as great love. Not to mention a loose cannon like Master Laozu. I think that the old ancestor, he, must have loved the land of Taoyuan village deeply. He saw the villagers, all of them, as his own people. Such a great mind, a great man. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. And that's when Auntie Zhang had already warmed up the back to pot bacon, and from the fridge, a bunch of homemade dishes, all fresh and hot. Of course, the taste can't be compared to old grandpa's. Auntie Zhang brought up the dishes, at her command. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He also sat at the edge of the golden bar. One touch of this solid gold bar. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both looked a little less natural. Shocker. It's really shocking. See the hose. I've never seen such luxury. And at that moment, Auntie Zhang seemed to have seen the nervousness and uneasiness of the two. Showing a gentle smile, he said, "Did you all feel out of place as well? And truth be told, I still do to this day. Hey, old ancestor master is really something too. I don't want it. I have to give it to me. Even if you give it away, you're giving away such a big, solid gold bar that I'm looking cramped in this house." And the words came out. Dent. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both dumbfounded. The netizens in the live stream also froze. This bar was given to you by old ancestor master? Xiao Shuiying's voice was trembling. Auntie Zhang said with an odd look on her face. Yeah, what else? In our village, the richest, is the old ancestral master? This thing is his old man? Do not want, also lazy to deal with? So through to us. Every family in our row has one. Shuiying Xiao, live water boy, nice guy. It's a shame that they just sang the praises of old Master Zhu's rusticity and simplicity. Dare I say it, the old human ancestor master is the one who is the richest. Compared to the old grandpa, these villagers are just small fry, even the most valuable in the house. In fact, it is also the old grandpa do not want the object, lazy to deal with just rewarded them. The moment, all of them felt their own faces, raw and painful. Good lord, this old granddaddy is really deep. It's really hard to tell. TSK, 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 the clown is actually myself. I can't believe I'm still heartbroken about my old ancestor. For God's sake, I should be heartbroken about myself. Honestly, it's really hard to tell. And that courtyard is too quaint. Maybe the old grandpa is a very low-key person. That said, the big boys are very low-key. Xiao Shuiying's mood was complicated. Then something occurred to her. Then he took the initiative to ask, Auntie Zhang, did this old ancestor master send you anything else? Xiao Shuiying was curious. How deep is this old ancestor's family? Wow. Goddess Xueqing Kana asked what I wanted to ask. I'm also curious as to what other goodies the old ancestor master, the money scatterer, has sent to the villagers. With a gold bar in front of you, and all the rest, surely it can't be that bad. Just in time, brothers, for today's eye-opener. It's not something we should be looking at with a monthly salary of 3,000. Who remembers that this was supposed to be a winter vacation documentary program? It's a treasure hunt now, isn't it? Upstairs, it's not a no-no. And this question, as it happened, went right to the heart of Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang laughed. There is, look at this house. So many objects, all given by the old ancestral master. By the way, just this painting, it was given to my family's old birthday boy, a while ago. This old birthday boy is naturally talking about Grandpa Strong. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong came over. Xueqing girl, you're interested in this painting? Grandpa Chang stroked his beard while smiling. Xiao Shuiying glanced at the painting, but the expression on her face was a bit odd. Just see, the painting is a very ordinary bamboo picture. By the looks of it, there's nothing peculiar about it. Yes, Master Chang, this painting, is the one that Master Lao Zhu gave you? As soon as he heard this, Strong Moncler Jackets Outlet came to the fore and said very happily, yes, this painting was specially given to me by Master Lao Zhu last year, on my 120th birthday. 120 years old is considered a very high life expectancy. In the countryside, if there is a high life expectancy out there, it can be regarded as a birthday boy and is celebrated by the whole village. After all, it's a good indication that the soil and water here feeds the people. The land here is good and the people who live here are blessed. All things considered, this is a great thing. So, as a birthday gift for a 120-year-old birthday boy, it certainly can't be too bad. And Qin Feng sent this painting. Very ordinary, by the looks of it, even a little unremarkable. Xiao Shuiying looked left and right, but could not see any doorway here, and the older guys on the air were thinking the same thing. This can't be right. You gave me a gold bar, and you're giving me a painting for my birthday. It feels like this painting is the kind sold in front of elementary schools for no more than $30. Is there a possibility that the gold bar is what the old grandpa didn't want and sent off to the villagers? But the birthday gift was a real gift. so it was casually put off. This seems to be a bit of a non-starter. It's really a bit perfunctory. It shouldn't be. At this time, the capital. Inside an antique store. Jia Wei, the owner of the antique store, wearing a long shirt, was lying down on a chaise longue, crossing his legs and brushing his quick feet. On the screen was none other than the coolly dressed young lady. Bowsy guys, brush your gifts. Love you. Wahahaha. The sexy female anchor was pampering herself. Just after that statement, the tongue played a trick. Looking at Jia Wei was a burst of excitement. His face was given to hold red, and then quickly swiped the gift. Here you go. It's all yours. Jia Wei desperately poked the cell phone screen with his fingertips. Barely poked the screen. The hostess who received the gift was also very happy, and directly gave a fragrant kiss, and then pulled the clothes. The scene of the old shoulder was born. Jia Wei looked so salivating. However, before he could be happy for long, suddenly, the screen directly went black. It shows that the anchor is blocked. At that moment, Jia Wei was a burst of Zwan words. Crap, I just spent money on this. Damn, this scale is getting smaller and smaller lately. It doesn't move and it's closed. Joint anchors to scam money. Ha, Jia Wei was furious and red in the face. And that's when he scratched his hand carelessly. Then, it opened up the live feed of Dujang. Where was Javi in the mood to watch the live broadcast? Immediately, it was about to be turned off. But at the sight of the screen, a flash of a painting, the whole thing stopped breathing for a few moments. What did I see just now? Jia Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening a few inches. Hurriedly, he brought a magnifying glass over, and then, looked carefully at the painting on that wall. Crap, it's actually this thing. Jia Wei was shocked. As an antique store owner who has been in business for over 20 years, Javi is a master of antiques too. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that this thing was the famous Zhang Xiaoqian's multi-million-dollar series of paintings, Bamboo from Pine, Orchid, Plum and Bamboo. This set of paintings is Zhang Xiaoqian's legacy. Although it is a simple 4 ornamental plants, pine, orchid, plum and bamboo. However, in the interpretation of the heirloom artist Zhang Xiaoqian, it is very evocative and a well-deserved treasure. And the series, years ago, was broken up. After this, there was even less news. Within the antique world, there are a number of powerful bigwigs who are acquiring this set, not looking for a full set. Even if it was just one of them, the minimum price was $5 million. And that's just the reserve price. Isn't it poor money that antique stores make in business? The last thing a rich man needs is money. At once, Jia Wei realized that self could make a fortune. In this live broadcast, hanging on the wall, it is the famous bamboo. And one more look at the background of this broadcast. Nice guy. Such a treasure. I can't believe I showed up in a rural area. No wonder there's no news at all after all these years. It actually got into the hands of the farmers. That's normal when you don't see the light of day. At the same time, it made Javi realize, since they are villagers, then self can buy it at a low price, resell it at a high price when the time comes. Not a proper earner. Of course, Javi wasn't that stupid. He could still see it. The decor of this household wasn't bad. It wasn't considered a luxurious family, but it was still considered a small fortune. So, when it came to giving the price, Javi still deliberated a bit. Master, I'm Jia Wei, the owner of the Jumbo Jade Antique Store in the capital. I'm buying this bamboo at a high price of $2 million, and I'm requesting that master cut me off. Javi was afraid that the message would be crowded out. So, one face swipes through several carnivals, and then, the message goes straight to the screen. And that's when, see the pleas that are flying all over the place. The netizens were shocked. Master, I'm Jia Wei, the owner of the Jumbo Jade Antique Store in the capital. I'm buying this bamboo at a high price of $2 million, and I'm requesting that master cut me off. At this time, Taoyuan village. See the pleading pop-ups all over the place. Xiao Shuiying was directly confused. This thing is actually being acquired? And for $2 million? In an instant, Xiao Shuiying rubbed her eyes, always feeling as if self had misread the situation. However, after reading it again several times, yes, it is not written incorrectly. Crap, $2 million? There is no mistake. This painting is actually so expensive? This isn't going to be a scam, is it? Goddess Xueqing, hello. I'm Jia Wei, the antique store of the capital Jumbo Jie. I'm sincerely seeking to buy this painting. I guarantee it with my character. If you really don't believe it, you can shidu. You can find my store on the map. I can attest to the fact that I bought stuff from this house and there's nothing wrong with it except that it's a little expensive. I'm going to go. I really found this store on the map, which means this thing is really worth $2 million? I shit. Hair, this strong Moncler jackets have to earn hemp. I don't even have a concept of $200,000. $2 million? That's how much money it must be. And at this point, see the pop-ups on the live feed. Javi is confident. He was pretty sure that he could take the painting. This family, although it didn't look bad, were always villagers. This is a category of people with low eyesight and a lack of appreciation. Instead of letting the painting sit with him and gather dust, selling it to himself for $2 million would be a superior choice for the villagers. However, what Javi didn't expect was this. The live broadcast unexpectedly killed an uninvited guest. Suddenly, a pop-up was seen appearing on the live stream. Good day, Miss Anchor. Good day, old man. I am the owner of Magic City Auspicious Hall Antique Store. I sincerely seek to buy this pair of bamboo. The bidding price of $3 million. I implore the old man to raise the love of. This pop-up came out. At once, the old men in the broadcast room were not calm. Crap, it's only been a minute and it's gone up $1 million? Mom, is this thing really that valuable? We really misjudged Master Laozu. Yeah, just the old grandpa's fortune. Casually throwing a piece of trash and smashing it into an ordinary person's body. It's all a splash of riches, right? And that's when Javi wasn't fazed. Fuck, I didn't expect to kill a fellow traveler. The price increase is $1 million jump. It seemed that the other party was also interested in taking the painting. At the thought, Jiao Wei gritted his teeth. This painting, he must get his hands on it. So Javi spoke again. I'm Jiao Wei, and I'm bidding $4 million. Just when Javi was so pleased with himself, he was bound to take it. It didn't take long for the other party to make another bid. I'll offer $5 million. Put. Jiao Wei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that this dead peer is really going to fight with self. Javi, $6 million. $7 million. At this point, the old men in the live room had their eyes glazed over. Crap. It's amazing that this painting is worth so much. It's only been a few minutes. It's just doubled. And as you can see, it's approaching $10 million. $10 million? That's something. To put it bluntly, many people, in their entire lives, have never seen so much money. And the money. Now, it's going to fall on such an ordinary 120-year-old man in front of us. At this moment, everyone was envious and jealous. The old man is really hairy. Yeah, a turnaround to make $10 million. With $10 million, it's not a proper life winner. So much money, the future generations do not have to work, mixing food and waiting for death. As long as you do not die to start a business, do not go to the mess. To feed 10 generations are not a problem. Mr. Kung is a millionaire overnight. I'm envious. Obviously, everyone was certain that Strong Moncler outlet store would sell the painting. Just, probably after a few minutes, prices continue to climb. In the blink of an eye, it's now shouted at $12 million. However, the old man was looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast with a calm face. It never let up. See this scene. Even Javi, who had been up and shouting just a moment ago, it also froze slightly. What's going on here? And that's when the old men on the air were puzzled. This shouting has been going on for most of the day. Why didn't the old man say anything? Yeah, $12 million is really good. The initial price was only $3 million. Now, it's quadrupled. These antique store owners also noticed that something is wrong. This is not shouting. It cannot be. Is the old man still not satisfied with the price? Surely, the old man must have felt that the price could have gone up a bit more. Hey, you can't be too greedy, right? It's genuinely good to make $12 million. Yes, Gramps, get it over with. Almost. And at this point, Xiao Shuiying's beautiful eyes were all incomprehensible as well. Now, the price is not moving. This is the best time to strike. Besides, it's $12 million. With that kind of money, overnight, you could be a multi-millionaire. Thinking that, Xiao Shuiying reminded, that's a really good price. Old man, it's time to take the plunge. So let's do it. Xiao Shuiying didn't mean anything else. It's simply that I think, if I can get the $10 million, why not? However, upon hearing this, Strong Moncler outlet store was stone-faced. It's not about the money. It's about, I'm not for sale. The words came out. The crowd was shaken. That's $12 million. At this time, Blackie was also numb. Master, are you serious? This isn't $1,200,000. This is $12 million. Xiao He had a sense of unreality when he spoke of the numbers. No concept really. How many zeros were behind that 12 million? He wasn't even sure. And that's when the older guys on the air weren't calm. If it were up to me, I wouldn't say 12 million. I'd sell it for $120,000. It's just a painting. It's just a painting. It's not like you can eat or drink it. Yeah, the old man shouldn't be senile. It's not like I'm not giving enough, is it? At this point, Jiao Wei was also very puzzled. Is it hard to believe that not enough is really being given? At the thought, Jiao Wei gritted his teeth. This painting, he was bound to get. Master, I'm Jiawei. I know. Isn't it just that the money isn't there? In this case, I offer 13 million. This is the highest price. The last chance. You see, this money you want to earn. Then hurry up to bid. Do not delay. It is not good for everyone. And this pop-up came out. Instantly, the broadcast went crazy. The crowd didn't expect it. I can't believe it's going up again. And that's when the antique store owner who had confronted Zhao Wei just now didn't bid again either. At that price, there's little room for profit. The only thing left is the collector's value. And that's when it was seen that the live stream was all aghast. Zhao Wei was very satisfied. This time, he felt that self won steadily. Then, compare it to the craziness of others. Strong Moncler Outlet Online still not impressed at all. Master Chang. This, 13 million, Xiao Shuiying reminded. Strong Moncler Outlet Online said breathlessly. I know this eye of mine is not blind, said Strong Moncler Outlet Online. What's wrong with you young people? Are you deaf or blind? I told you I'm not for sale. I'm not for sale. This is a gift from my old ancestor. I have to take it to my coffin. This time, Strong Moncler Outlet Store is really coming to temper. And see this scene. Xiao Shuiying and the others froze. Look at Master Chang like this. Dare I say it, the old man really doesn't want to sell. Instead, they were narrow-minded and misunderstood the old man. All of a sudden, the live feed was a guilty conscience. I was wrong about the old man. People just really don't want to sell. TSK, not even moved in front of $10 million. The old man is so awesome. Upstairs, not 10 million, but 13 million. This gift from Master Laozu means more than money to Master Chang. And that's when Zhao Wei, who didn't take bamboo, was naturally in a foul mood. It's a waste of time. Thinking about it, Zhao Wei opened his mouth in a depressed manner. Forget it, if it's not for sale, it's not for sale. Anyway, it's just an orphan item. That said, I'm going to really collect it. Not in sets. It's hardly a profit margin. Speaking of which, Zhao Wei was also instantly a bit relieved. Good thing, this Strong Moncler Outlet Store didn't sell him. This is just one of the series. If a set was sold, it would be worth at least $100 million. But if you break it up, the price of each individual item, it's a big discount. He took it back for $13 million and there wasn't much room for profit. To summarize, even if you get it, it's a waste of time. And that's when saw this pop-up from Javi. Strong Moncler Outlet Online instantly remembered. Said, speaking of this series, I remember. We really do have them in our village. All from the old man. For each of us, our birthday gifts will be pine, orchid, plum, and bamboo. Add it all up and it's a complete series. Boom! The words came out. It was like a thunderbolt. It blew everyone's mind straight away. Especially Javi. 1 second. He was yelling that it's not worth much if it doesn't come in sets. In the next second, what Strong said was like a loud slap in the face. Immediately, Zhao Wei was confused. Mr. Chang, are you telling the truth? This series of heirloom paintings by Zhang Xiaoqian are all here in this village? Seeing this pop up, Xiao Shuiying was also shocked in her heart. See Javi jumping up and down like this. Xiao Shuiying knew in her heart that if a whole set was here, the value, let's just say, is very high. In all likelihood, a number she could never, in her lifetime, have imagined. And at this point, see the fussing crowd. Strong Moncler Outlet Store still has that careless attitude. Look at all the fuss you're making. You've never seen the world before. You're about to meet the old Grandmaster's collection. Speaking of which, the appetites of everyone on the air were whetted. And so did Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He who were at the scene. They all looked at Moncler Outlet Store Strong with an expectant face, expecting him to speak on. However, Strong Moncler jackets for men sensed the overly fiery look. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he coughed twice. What I said just now, let's pretend I didn't say it. As for this Songlan Meiju, they are indeed all in our village. If you don't believe me, I'll bring you a photo to show you. With that, Strong Moncler Outlet Store pulled out his cell phone. Little old man with a smartphone. And the operation is very six. Seeing Strong Moncler Outlet Store very skillfully clicked on the album, and then rummaged through it. This scene also reminded the crowd of something. Grandpa Chang is really living and learning. So old and still plays with smartphones. My grandmother is over 80 and can't even play the old man's cell phone. Looking at it this way, the people in the village not only live a long life, this brain is also still very clear. A little bit of Alzheimer's disease is not there. The soil and water in this Taoyuan village is really good. Upstairs, aren't you guys curious about what else this old grandpa has in his collection? It always seems to be very rich. I'm curious too, but we can't do anything about it if Master Chang doesn't say anything. It feels like Master Lao Zu is such a mysterious Elusive man. Love love love. Is this the so-called mysterious big brother? At this point, looking at the pop-ups in the live stream, Xiao Shuiying was also curious for a while. It only felt that the surprises Qin Feng had brought her were just too many. And just then, Strong Moncler Outlet Store also turned the photo over, directly into the camera's lens. Take a good look, won't you? Master Strong said. And at that moment, Jia Wei, who had been waiting, immediately took the magnifying glass and looked at it carefully. In a matter of seconds, Javi was sure. All authentic. My God, this old grandpa didn't say where he came from after all, but he was able to put together this series? Javi was shocked. Mind you, the series, a century ago, was broken up. Even, there are rumors circulating. It was early years ago that he was taken overseas. This makes it like a needle in a haystack to find it. So for years there was no news at all. If anything, it was the old granddaddy who brought them back from overseas. Well, in a way, this behavior is nothing less than heroic. This is an ancient treasure of great value. At the thought of this, Javi got a rush of excitement and immediately sent the pop-up. Master Chang, since you don't want to sell, then I won't force myself. I just hope you can take good care of these treasures. These treasures are true masterpieces with heirloom value. And seeing this pop up, Strong suddenly laughed away. That's for sure. It's a gift from the old ancestor master. Every villager in Taoyuan village. 120 years old birthday gift. Only one. Old man. Even if I were too poor to eat, I would never sell the birthday gift that old ancestor master gave me. That's a lot of information in a few words. The brunt of that is that 120-year-old birthday gift. Does Master Chang mean that every villager, at the age of 120, will receive a birthday gift from Master Lao Zu himself, and that the gift will be worth a lot of money? I'm guessing that's what it means. That's a lot of bull. And that's when Javi thought of this layer. At once, he had a flash of insight. From the conversation just now, it's not hard to guess. A treasure in the hands of the old grandfather. I'm afraid it's more than what he is lying around in this store, since you can't buy it even if you pay a high price for it. Right now. Then, there's only one thing to do. That is, to become a villager of Taoyuan village. Thinking of this, Jia Wei immediately said, Master Chang, I'm asking you to ask Master Lao Zu if the village is still looking for people. I'm really not looking for a 120-year-old birthday gift. I simply want to join the big family of Taoyuan village. And once this pop-up was sent, the old men on the air were so happy. I'll just laugh and not tear you down. Good guy, Boss Jia. You're not small-minded. This Taoyuan village can be full of long-lived old people. If you want to join, not only will you live longer, but you'll also get a birthday gift. That's two benefits. I'm sure it's a good idea to open a store for business. And that's a good calculation. And to that, I just want to say, add me to the list. Damn it, I've wanted to join Taoyuan village for a long time. Don't take it from me. And that's when Xiao Shuiying also gave the whole won't. This group of people, day in and day out, were just clamoring to join Taoyuan village. It was just endless. Of course, in Xiao Shuiying's heart, she was also quite eager to join the village. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying suddenly laughed playfully. Old ancestor master, look at how enthusiastic the viewers of this live broadcast are. Everyone wants to join Taoyuan village. Our village shouldn't exclude outsiders, right? It can't be that the villagers' marriages should be restricted to the village as well, can it? And this sentence from Xiao Shuiying, instantly, it revitalized the aquanauts on the air. Yes, it's worthy of my goddess to ask the point at once. It's understandable that the village factory is restricted to local people, but the marriage must be open to the public, right? Otherwise, inbreeding will be a disaster for the next generation. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong spoke up. That said, you're right. At those words, Xiao Shuiying's heart was delighted. The watermen were also excited. Chances are he's not coming this way. But, the crowd didn't have long to rejoice. Just heard Strong Moncler Outlet Online speak with a twist of words. Unfortunately, in our village, there are no more young men of the right age. The words came out. Unsurprisingly, the crowd was greatly disappointed. None of them? It's okay if you've just come of age. Good guy. So small. You've got it down. I'm not in a hurry to get married in a couple of years, he said. I reckon that this market in Taoyuan village may have been taken down a long time ago. Yes, a young man of the right age is not single. That means, it's been snatched up long ago. If I had been born in Taoyuan village, I wouldn't have to worry about getting a wife. If I didn't have a house or a car, I'd still have a lot of people to marry. The crowd was disappointed. I just hate that I didn't know about Taoyuan village sooner. And that's when Javi still refused to die. So Javi continued to ask. There are no singles of this age. So what about those who aren't? Ahem. Of course, the gender has to be appropriate. And as soon as this pop-up was posted, it's a whole lot of old men on the air who won't be able to do it. Good man, Boss Jia. You're just going out on a limb in order to join Taoyuan village. Boss Jia is really not picky. And that's when Strong Moncler Outlet Online saw the pop-up. The first thing that happened was that his eyes lit up. Not really, there is such a thing. Strong Moncler Outlet Online said. Hear that? Everyone was energized. There's hope. Not to mention, Boss Jia has really guessed it. Thinking about it, there are so many people in so many villages. It's impossible for every family to be in pairs. At this point, Moncler Outlet Store Strong also continued. Here's the situation. There's an 80-year-old woman right next to me, and a couple years ago, her man went to town on business and got hit by a car and died at the age of 85. The old lady is quite lonely and in good spirits, and wouldn't be so lonely if she had a companion. The words came out. Boom. The crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room had blank brains. It's not age appropriate even. This is too uncomfortable. An 80-year-old widow? How this Boss Jia looks. He's only in his early 40s. It doesn't really go together anyhow, and things coincide. It just so happened that this 80-year-old woman happened to be passing right in front of Moncler Jackets for sale of Strong's house. So, Strong Moncler Outlet Store stopped the old lady straight away. Suehua, haven't you been clamoring for an old man every day? I've got it for you. Come and look. At those words, Xiao Shuiying saw. Hers was an old, gray-haired woman of advanced age, wearing a blue crushed shirt. Unlike other old ladies, though, this Grandma Suehua looks in good spirits, although she is 80 years old, but it looked, instead of being in high spirits, more like early 60s, but even so, still much older than Javi, too. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying felt, this is definitely a bad idea. Javi will never agree to that. However, things developed in a way that Xiao Shuiying had not anticipated. Just see, this Suehua grandma, as soon as she heard the word old companion, the first thing that happened was a thumping. Happy run. Uncle Daxiang, did you really help me find my old partner? Good. I have an empty house. Hey, after being widowed, I realized that a hot man in this family is better than anything else. When she finished speaking, Grandma Suehua laughed, the wrinkles on her face twisting together. And see this scene. The water boys were all shaken up. This old lady, she's a formidable character. This if it goes over. I'm afraid I'm not going to be eaten out of house and home. For a while, the pop-ups were all silent. It's a soft meal, and it's not for everyone. And just then, Hobby sent a video request directly to the live feed. Xiao Shuiying directly nodded in agreement. 3 seconds later, the crowd then saw Jiao Wei's face, appearing on the live feed. At that moment, Trisha came along. Suehua, you're looking at me. Do you think I'm hit? Jiao Wei smiled with an attentive face. Shuiying Xiao, Waterman, good man. This Boss Jia is really not picky. It never occurred to me that in order to join Taoyuan village, Boss Jia was actually willing to sacrifice to this extent. TSK, 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 TSK. Bro Mo, don't look at him smiling so happily now. In fact, he has long been crying uncontrollably behind his back. So what? It's not like everyone doesn't know Boss Jia's purpose. It's all about the birthday gifts. The birthday gifts given by old ancestor master. Those are all non-rich and expensive goodies. Yes, when you think about it, it makes sense. If a woman wants to fight for 20 years less, why can a man? Boss Jia's hair is 100 years less. Makes sense. Then I'll sign up too. Grandma Suehua, what do you think of me? I'm even younger and more handsome than Boss Jia. I just graduated this year and I'm working as a security guard. I don't want to be a security guard anymore. I want to be a softie. And this last pop-up. Surprise, surprise, and straight up tawdry breaks the backs of the crowd. And right on the heels of this oddball waterboy, more and more people with unique tastes are surfacing. Grandma Suehua, I'm better than him. I'm a bricklayer. Look at my sizzling muscles. Isn't that better than Boss Jia? Goddess Shu Etching, I'm sorry. I'm going to betray you and pursue my happiness. P.S. My muscle photo has been sent to your backstage. Please help me show it to Suehua. It's only been a few minutes. The drawing style of the live broadcast room, in an instant, turned into a dating section. Countless watermen have volunteered to sign up. Surprise Grandma Suehua Num. The old lady laughed her ass off. I didn't realize that at 80 years old, wifey, I could still be so sought after? When these words came out, all of a sudden, it made the people present all clam up. Xiao Shuiying awkwardly glanced at Grandmaster Chang. Stronger Moncler Outlet Store would have coughed softly a few times. Suehua, some of these young men, some of them have impure intentions. You have to sift through them. However, Grandmother Suihua heard this and directly waved her hand. Then if it's not for my money, can it still be for my wife's person? Grandma Suihua was unexpectedly very understanding. At those words, the crowd froze. Understanding that this Grandma Suihua is also a person of understanding, the burden in everyone's heart also instantly fell to the ground. I just want to find an old companion to accompany me only. As long as I can serve my wife happily, the property and everything will be divided in half. Grandmother Tsuehua waved her hand and said happily, and the words came out. Instantly, the live stream was abuzz. You know, the birthday gift from the old grandpa, that you have to be 120 years old to get it. But Tsuehua's grandma's words were a clear statement that she usually gets paid. The villagers of Taoyuan village, however, can get tens of thousands of dollars in wages every month, and this year-end dividend, there are more than 100,000 it. Although, Grandma Trisha is 80 years old and definitely not working, but over the years, just by relying on the year-end dividend, in the village, it must have saved a large sum of money as well. Needless to say, the money she had on hand could definitely be described with the word abundant. Now, those watermen who were already interested were even more motivated, so the picture of the live broadcast was, straight away, skewed. At a glance, they are all courting Grandma Trisha. It was the first time Xiao Shuiying had seen such a scene, totally just freaked out. It's not important to eat soft food or anything, what I care about is being able to join the Taoyuan village. As long as you can join the family, anything is fine. The child can take your surname. Good man, this is a werewolf. Grandma Tsuehua is 80 years old, how can you do that? Is there a normal person here? And that's when Javi was outright anxious. Originally, he had thought that there would be no competition. That's why it's a bold courtship. Unexpectedly, this stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. I can't believe there are so many people who want to steal this bowl of rice from self. So Javi said hurriedly, Suehua, all these people are trying to eat soft food and figure out your money. But I'm different. I really fell in love with you at first sight. To get the birthday gift. What a thing to say. Javi has the nerve to say it. Fruity. Upon hearing this, the crowd of waterbenders went numb. Damn. You begged for yours. What are you pulling and stepping on us for? Little old man or heartthrob, right? TSK, TSK, you see how honest this boss Jia is? This was said to Grandma Tsuehua, but has been looking at the painting on the wall. Who believes it? The words came out. Everyone went to look, and sure enough, they saw Jia Wei's gaze, and it was fixed on the painting. Nice guy, that's what you call having your eyes open. Grandma Tsuehua, don't believe him, this man is just trying to get your birthday gift. Look at me. I don't want a birthday present. I only want your money. I'm much nobler than him. How can you even compare this? I'm really convinced that you guys are fighting for a soft meal. And that's when, look at Javi in the video. Grandmother Tsuehua, however, frowned with a disgruntled look. This one is too buried looking. I refuse. Javi, ha 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 ha. It's so funny that it was actually eliminated directly by Grandma Tsuehua. Boss Jia's behavior is downright clownish. This is what happens to the heartthrob. Deserves it. And that's when Trisha suddenly muttered, Girl, is there anything else? I'll look at them one by one. Don't say. This Grandma Tsuehua, who is quite a child at heart, actually played. Hear that? The crowd was straight up numb. Choosing a male consort online? Or grandma's playing with flowers? I'll go. There's still this trick. I really didn't expect it. Ha 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 ha. Who remembers that this column was supposed to be a winter vacation column? It's become a male consort selection column. It's not like it's not working. These king's wife dating programs are popular right now. Goddess Shueching has become a king's wife. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also numb. What's going on here? Just when Xiao Shuiying wanted to say something, suddenly, a look came from strong grandpa. Just do what Tsuehua girl said. Master Chang said this. This one chick almost didn't make Xiao Shuiying react. However, after a few minutes, Xiao Shuiying still understood Moncler Outlet Store Strong's peace of mind. This strong grandfather is 121 years old, and Grandma Tsuehua is 80 years old, and the two are neighbors. Needless to say, this strong grandpa watched Grandma Tsuehua grow up. So, there is really nothing wrong with strong grandpa calling a chick. Perhaps it is also because of the neighborly layer. So, strong grandfather cannot bear to see Tsuehua grandma alone, so he thought, to find a companion for her old man. Since Grandma Trisha herself was so active, Xiao Shuiying said to herself in her heart that she would consider it a good deed for the old man. So she said, you all heard what Grandma Trisha said, so if you're interested in signing up, pop in a video request. And the words came out. Video requests. A dozen of them popped up instantly. Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Nice guy. This Trisha grandma is quite a steal. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying said helplessly. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, one by one. Then, Xiao Shuiying opened the first video request. This time, it was a very young guy across the street. See that green face? The crowd was stunned. Hello everyone, I'm 18 years old. I have a bad tooth. I like to eat soft food, and I'm currently unemployed. The young man spoke up. I go. This young man can young age, found the road to wealth. Really bull. The young man has a bright future ahead of him. Damn. You're so young. Why don't you do something good and come to steal the soft rice from us? Young people, you have to know how to struggle. Do you know that? You're right. Young people, you have to have a fighting spirit. If you're so young and you're all about eating soft food, then this society is doomed. One time, a number of people attacked the lad, and this young man is quite strong. Mentally. Instead of getting angry, he said with a smile, don't you guys just want me to give up? Then self will have one less competitor. Think twice. This bowl of soft rice, I'm going to eat it, the young man said with great certainty, his eyes filled with a resolute light. The scene stunned a crowd of waterbenders. Good man. You're for real. This is a tough one. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also smiling from ear to ear. It's really amusing. She looked over at Grandma Tricia. Grandma, this young man, what do you think? Not great. Grandmother Tricia shook her head, dissatisfied. This answer made everyone stare. Mind you, this is across the street, but it's an 18-year-old. How young? Not even 18 years old? This grandma is too picky. Sure enough, this soft rice, it's not for everyone. TSK, TSK, TSK. This grandma wouldn't be looking for a young and handsome man, would she? She's got high hopes. And that's when Xiao Shuiying was also confused for a while. What kind of grandma is this one going to pick? Next, Grandmother Tricia urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying could only say stiffly, then let's have the next one. 3 seconds later, appearing on the opposite side of the video was a middle-aged man. But just like before, just one word, and it was out of the way for Grandma Tricia. That's 3 eliminated in a row. I'll go. Is this Grandma Tsuewa genuinely looking for a date? This is too picky. Yeah, pretty much. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also confused, not at all sure what to do about it. And just then, suddenly, there was a sound of agitation in front of Moncler Outlet Store Strong's house. Old Ancestor Master. What brings you here? Old Ancestor Master. This dim sum isn't even ready yet. It's the voice of the villagers, hearing the words Old Ancestor Master. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying subconsciously ran to the door of the house. Sure enough, Qin Feng's tall and handsome figure was seen appearing nearby, only to see that Qin Feng was talking to a villager, in a low voice, about something, and at that moment, Qin Feng said something and saw Xiao Shuiying. He walked over, and that's when, as soon as he saw the old granddaddy, those present couldn't care less about choosing a male consort. Even Grandpa Strong and Grandma Tsuehua, all of them had to come and say hello to old Grandpa respectfully. Qin Feng saw such a big battle. As the village chief, I'm sure I'll have to ask about it. After a few minutes, Qin Feng also understood what was going on, and at this moment, Qin Feng's grave expression, all of a sudden, caused the hearts of those present to lurch. Old Ancestor Master won't not give outsiders a chance to join the family. Will he? Really? If that's the case, then the slightest chance, it's all gone. Old Ancestor Master, this Tsuehua is not easy to be alone, so Xiao Chang I dare to be bold. Strong Moncler Outlet, an old man of more than 100 years old. At this point, standing in front of an 18-year-old. The aura, actually far worse, on the contrary, but also groveling, eyes are respect and humble. At this time, Qin Feng quietly listened to what Moncler Outlet Store Chang said and did not say anything. This gloomy look, at once, made the entire crowd tighten their expressions. I don't think this old grandpa would not allow a family member to join the family. Would he? If that's the case, then the slightest chance of trying to enter Taoyuan village is gone. See this pop up. Instantly, the mood of the crowd was grave. And at that moment, Grandma Tsuehua said, Old Ancestor Master, this matter is Tsuehua's idea alone. If Old Ancestor Master doesn't agree, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was aghast. When did I disagree with you getting an older partner? So what do you mean? Grandmother Tsuehua's eyes suddenly lit up. And that's when Strong Moncler Outlet Online suddenly thought of something, and his face immediately stared. Old Ancestor Master, both of Tsuehua's parents have passed away, so this marriage matter can only be decided by you. Old Ancestor Master, Grandmaster Chang said respectfully. When these words came out, Tsuehua's eyes immediately lit up as well. Yes, Old Ancestor Master, this Tsuehua's life matter will trouble your old man. Your old man is very knowledgeable. Have you for my Tsuehua gatekeeper? then Tsuewa's heart can be placed in the stomach. Hear the words. The old men in the live room gave the whole won't. Good fellow. This Qin Feng is only 18 years old, officiating a marriage to an 80-year-old woman. How does this sound? How is it awkward? Don't look at age. Just look at generation. Although, it's kind of weird to look at generation. The point is, old Grandmaster is young. Can he read people? In case you find an unreliable one for Grandma Tsuehua. I've never even held a girl's hand when I was this old, so I don't know anything about it, let alone whether it's a good idea to look for a partner. There was a lot of concern expressed about this. Xiao Shuiying wasn't very optimistic either. On the one hand, she admitted that Master Lao Zhu was indeed excellent, but on the other hand, Xiao Shuiying believed that old Master Zhu was only 18 years old. This marriage matter, given to a teenager who has just become an adult, this sounds, inevitably, too unreliable, right? And at this point, hearing Tsuewa's plea, Qin Feng laughed. Alright, little Trisha, I'll take care of this. This sentence, little Cui Hua, almost didn't flash the crowd. Good lord, that's quite a spoiled phrase from Master Lao Zhu. Little Cui Hua, just ask yourself if she's really small, wrapped up in Master Lao Zhu. I'd like to ask, how? Curious plus 999. Hearing this, instantly, Grandma Tsuehua laughed that big smile, and Master Chang immediately understood, and hurriedly brought over a chair, and Qin Feng just sat on the high seat. To the side, Grandpa Chang and Grandma Tsuehua both only stood. Grandpa Chang greeted the dumbfounded Xiao Shuiying. Shuiqing girl, what are you still standing around for? Hurry up and give old ancestor master a look. Oh, Xiao Shuiying nodded in a daze before trotting over, her face all confused. What is this Qin Feng up to? Only to hear. Qin Feng opened his mouth. Send me all the photos of the interested parties. All of them, to show me, to be a frontal photo, and require clear features, not blurred. When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying was even more puzzled. Is this about face picking? If that's the case, that's too shallow. As the saying goes, you can't make a man look like a man, and you can't measure the sea. Instead, Grandmaster Chang immediately understood what old Grandmaster meant. Master Lao Zhu is here for a face reading, so please come prepared with photos for all those who are interested. Strong Moncler outlet online, that's what came out. Xiao Shuiying immediately realized how stupid Self's earlier thoughts were. At once, the look was awkward. Friends, if you are interested, please send your photos backstage and we will now begin to let Master Lao Zhu choose. Ha 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 ha, good man, this is a non-honest bar. Master Lao Zhu also knows how to read faces, 666. Really knows everything. I'm envious. Isn't old grandpa only 18 years old? This face reading is a profound study. And at this point, Xiao Shuiying's backstage is getting crowded. It took a while to scroll through to the first guy who sent in a picture. Xiao Shuiying immediately handed her cell phone to Qin Feng for viewing. Master Lao Zhu, take a look. Qin Feng swept a glance over. At once, his eyes tightened and he waved his hand. Not this one. It only took 2 seconds. This scene left the crowd puzzled, especially the water boy who was denied. Master Lao Zhu, please speak more clearly. How come I can't? I'm going to go. It's only been 2 seconds. Why isn't it working? Old ancestor master is truly divine. He can tell at a glance that this man is no good. Goddess Shuiqing, let's see what's wrong with her. Hey, 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 upstairs, believe it or not I'll send you razor blades. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also confused. Mind you, the young man in this photo has pretty decent features, and a bunch of waterbenders were frantically smashing gifts, wanting to see exactly what this person looked like. Xiao Shuiying was a bit uncertain, so she cautiously inquired, Old ancestor master, the viewers of this live broadcast, they all want to see the photos, and listen to you in the meantime. You see? Let them watch. Qin Feng waved his hand, unconcerned. So, Xiao Shuiying took the photo and handed it to the camera. In a moment, my friends, starting with the second one, the photos will be published on camera. And that's when the attention of the waterboys was on the photo. Only the young man in the photo had very decent features and looked, well, svelte, and, just in her 30s, very young. This would be a good match for Grandma Tsuehua. That's more than enough. Young man, I'm sorry for what I said just now. I really think it's quite good. Why does Master Lao Zhu say it's not? Yes, this young man is actually put in the ordinary people. Is considered handsome. Why this old grandpa than Tsuehua grandma still pick ah? That old ancestor master is also really bothering to find the object for his juniors, and is also demanding for miles. It seems like it's not that easy to get into Taoyuan village. TSK, so demanding. This young man can't do it. Then I have even less chance. Slipping away. And that's when Strong Moncler outlet store was also confused and asked with an inquisitive attitude. Old ancestor master. Xiao Chang has also been studying physiognomy lately. Only, it's a poorly learned art. I don't see the way. Can I trouble you? Old ancestor master. To give me some pointers? Master Chang had an attitude of humbly seeking guidance. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng immediately said, lips too thick, likes ambiguity, seeks excitement, fishtail fried flowers at the corners of the eyes, combined with the color of the lying eyes, rotten peach blossoms are on the high side, pitted skin, rotten orange face, extreme machismo, and very serious violent tendencies, as well as liver fire and endocrine disorders. This person is geared to be a combination of scum and violence. Not a good match. The words came out. The whole room was in shock. Crap. It's only 2 seconds of work. And Master Lao Zu sees so much? Old ancestor master is looking really carefully. These oriented characteristics are really there. It's not right. There are so many people in this orange peel. So everyone can't be a domestic violence scumbag, right? In the face of the questions that were raised, Xiao Shuiying also immediately relayed them to Qin Feng. Qin Feng said with a bashful face, this is where the cause and effect happens to be reversed. In fact, it's not that orange peel-oriented people are necessarily scum. It's because these types of oriented people are very emotionally unstable, prone to fire and violence, temperamental and indecisive, inviting a lot of bad things to happen, which feeds the environment in which the orange peels grow. The crowd was energized by these words. And just then, suddenly, an unholy pop-up appeared in the live broadcast. Isn't this my husband? He's sleeping next to me. The crowd was shocked at these words. I'm going to go. This man has a wife and still comes to a blind date. Bullnose, old iron. And at that moment, the user that the pop-up had just been sent from immediately sent a video request. Xiao Shuiying directly tapped acceptance. Then, the next second, the crowd saw it. The video shows 2 men wrestling. But soon, the man with the bare shoulders had the upper hand. Stinking cousin, don't get in the way of the laborer's fortune. You wish. The woman who was beaten screamed miserably. Soon the video was discovered by the man. Crap, how dare you shoot me? Then the video was turned off by the man. In this moment, the whole room was silent. The crowd was silent. I go, but also really by the old ancestor master to say, this whole domestic violence scum even though I'm a guy too. This is the moment I want to speak up for women who don't box. Cherish your life and stay away from domestically abusive men. God or have to Lao Zu sure Truth be told, Lao Zu sure. I'm on a blind date recently. Can you help me look at the face of the blind date I'll go. Why didn't I think it could still be like this? Then I'll beg Master Lao Zu to help me too. Good lord. Who remembers to match Grandma Tsuehua? The pop-ups became joyous once again. Shueching girl, grab the next one. Good. Xiao Shuiying nodded. And then, presented the second photo. All the crowd could see was a picture of a 60-year-old man. His hair was gray and his face was covered with age spots. However, the divine light of the eyes was still bright. And seeing this, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. Nice. Hearing this, the crowd came to their feet. Good. How? Tell me. Help. I'm finding that I'm enjoying listening to Master Lao Zu more and more. Is that even a word when the old grandmaster says it? That's teaching us a lesson. And at that moment, Qin Feng continued to speak. This old man, I believe that when he was young, he should have been doing a job like saving lives and helping people. That comment was immediately followed by a video call from that old man. Old master, you are truly divine. How did you guess it? The 60-year-old old man admired old ancestor master very much. The words were respectful. I see under the corner of your eye. You have the Een kite line, a long thin line that looms just below the recumbent silkworm. It is a mark of a man who has done a great good, as hoeing and saving a man's life. And this old man, not only has one Een kite line, but several, and, with clear and clean eyes and a pure heart, enough to be seen, is a great benefactor. After saying that, Qin Feng swept a glance at Suehua. Trisha, are you satisfied? At this point, Suehua couldn't say how satisfied she was. Looking at this old man's picture is soul-crushing. Satisfied. Satisfied grin. I really like what the old ancestor master sees. After saying that, Suehua looked at the old man in the camera with a shy face. May I ask, what is your name? And to hear the words, the white-haired old man was still a bit unresponsive. A good few seconds passed. It took him a moment to sort out his emotions. Hello, my name is Lei Daji. I am a retired firefighter. My partner died a long time ago. Children also went abroad. This time, but also they watched the live broadcast on the internet. Gave me the idea. I also did not expect. So quickly became. Lei Daji's tone is somewhat excited. In that case, then are you willing to follow me to live in Taoyuan village? Suehua asked with an expectant face. And at this point, across the screen, Both are equally old men with lonely hearts. In this moment, it seems that a light in that life has been found. Upon hearing this, Lei Daji was also pleasantly surprised. Willing? Of course. Good. Then this matter. It's a done deal. Grandpa Chang was also overjoyed. Xiao Shuiying was also excited, rejoiced that Grandma Trisha has found happiness. And at the moment, the live feed was also warm. It's so nice. I can't believe I'm a little touched by what's going on. Old Ancestor's vision is also really poisonous. It just so happens that the one chosen is the one that makes Tsuewa's grandma's heart flutter. And after passing several in front of her, none of them make Tsuewa's grandma feel anything. That's why it is said that the Tao is high. Or it has to be Master Lao Zu. Ah! So it's over? Are there any more widows and orphans in the village? I want to sign up too. If I can't, I'll sign up my old lady. All in all, if one person goes ashore, the whole family will be in trouble. Good man. Did you say that with your great-grandmother's feelings in mind? The matter of giving Tsuewa's grandma a blind date has also come to a conclusion. Grandma Tsuewa and Grandpa Lei exchanged contact information. As soon as the two turned off the live video feed, this Trisha grandma is holding a cell phone and chatting away. Although, it was not possible to see exactly what these two old men had talked about, but seeing Grandma Tsuewa still smiling at her age, as if a thumping teenage girl, it was a joy to see the old men on the air. I'll be damned. This is real love, isn't it? Look at that. Just how long we've known each other. And we're laughing all the way to the bank. I'm so envious. Young people are playing with their feelings, but instead, the feelings of the elderly, they are all so pure and sincere, and just chatting is so satisfying. Elderly people are all supportive of each other, and in this day and age, it's the relationships that support and give to each other that last the longest. And soon, Master Lao Zu's next words, at once, it made the old men in the broadcast room boil. Tsuehua, since you've also found a suitable match, let's set a date. Tell you what, old ancestor master, I don't have much to offer, so I'll give you 6 gold bracelets, each one above 50 grams, signifying 6 and 6. You're from Taoyuan village. I'll help you with this dowry as well. A dowry of $500,000, and a few pieces of jewelry. As for the style, you'll go back to my house and choose yourself. Qin Feng waved his hand. His tone was very relaxed, as if it was a very small amount of money. As for the old men in the live broadcast room, they only felt that this splash of riches had passed by with self. My God, this is a big deal. How much does it cost? If you add it all up, it'll be $1 million. This Master Lei is really blessed, marrying an old lady and getting so many favors. No wonder so many people are squeezing their heads. Good Lord, Master Laozu, you call this nothing to give away? 6 50-gram gold bracelets alone is something. This. Go to the house and choose any jewelry you want? I'm now getting more and more curious about this old ancestor's treasure house. This Taoyuan village girl is really fragrant. Not only the girl, this old lady, that are fragrant miles. But unfortunately, now even the old lady, we do not have a share. And just then, Master Laozu stood up. Seeing the old ancestor master suddenly stood up. In an instant, the party was still hot in the chamber. At once, it was quiet. All of them looked at the old grandmaster very silently. I'm also here to make an announcement to all of you. Due to the recent war in progress. Speaking of this, Qin Feng's face quickly turned serious. Seeing this scene, the old men in the broadcast room raised their spirits. It's over. It's chaotic out there. Nothing's going to happen. Is it? Guess so. Now that the economy is in a recession, a lot of businesses are going out of business. It can't be that the factory is not doing well, can it? Hey, it seems that Taoyuan village is also affected. However, at that moment, Qin Feng's words, but it's the water boys who have been blown away. Business is very good at the plant and it's a critical time, so no one can afford to slack off as we approach the new year. Recently, some more orders have been added, and the factory is short of manpower, so I have decided that in these days, all employees, who are willing to go to work, will be paid triple wages. The words came out. The villagers of Taoyuan village were all in a state of great joy. Excellent, Master Laozu. I do. So do I. I volunteered for overtime. See this scene. The old boys in the live room gave the whole won't. Holy shit, did I hear right? It's a mess out there. How come business is booming? It's hard to believe that Master Laozu is an arms salesman. Right. Oh, speaking of which, there aren't a lot of model drawings in this old grandpa's studio. Are there? I'll be damned. Could it be that old grandpa is really an ordnance designer? That's not possible, is it? If that's true, that's a violation of international law, and that's punishable by imprisonment. That's strange. What's this factory all about? Everyone's closing down, but your factory's getting better. You have not noticed the triple wages this point. Good guy. Usually a month to work wages on 100. yuan. Triple, which shall not be more than 300, not to mention volunteering to work overtime. I'd be happy to die in the factory if this happened. I'm a real lemon. The moment Xiao Shuiying, who was standing at the side, also blinked her beautiful eyes in puzzlement, looking at the fluttering young man in front of him. The curiosity about him in his heart gradually deepened, and at that moment, the old grandmaster walked out. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Cheng immediately followed. At this time, outside the door of Strong's home, this is a village access road, but for the moment, there were several tables set up. Standing next to them, busy with their work, were the women of the village. At this point, everyone is wrapping up their snacks. There are patties, steamed buns, baked cakes and buns. There should be everything. These were prepared for the village ancestor festival, and at that moment, a yell attracted Xiao Shuiying's attention. Xiao Shuiying put her eyes on it. Only a few women were seen making patties. Everyone swaps a bit. However, it didn't take long for the fight to run out of steam. Everyone's a dish rag. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly walked over. Then, take the hammer from the woman's hand. The woman was still pushing and shoving. Old ancestor master, how can I startle your old man with this kind of thing? I'll do it. The woman had an embarrassed look on her face. You rest first. I happen to be sweating, Qin Feng said. Seeing that old ancestor master was insistent on this, the woman couldn't say anything else. Master Lao Zhu is going to play patty cake? The old grandparents have a high seniority, but they don't have a frame of mind at all, letting the villagers get rich. Not to mention that they are personally involved in such a small matter. Why don't you say that it's worth it to call out to the old grandpa? But playing patty cake is a tiring job. Even the strongest man has to exchange. Old Master Zhu, this one person hard to resist. It's not a thing. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying's expression also crumbled a bit. Looking forward, he saw that Qin Feng had driven away several other women. It was as if he wanted to come alone. At this, Xiao Shuiying felt incomprehensible. This crunchy college kid, he's not called that for nothing. People's fitness levels, nowadays, are plummeting. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying wanted to persuade Qin Feng. It's New Year's Eve, such a festive day. If you break your body, it's not going to be a good year. In everything, you have to make do with what you have. However, before her words could come out, Qin Feng has already started to make patties. One movement, the line goes down. Not the slightest bit of effort. Only to see that the patty was whacked to pieces by Qin Feng in a matter of moments. This patty cake, it's with glutinous rice, soaked overnight first. It is made by steaming it the next day and pounding it with a hammer. But the process of making mochi is labor-intensive. Basically, at least 2 hours. Many people can't carry the patties for 2 hours in a row. But right now, time passes slowly. As he watched, the old granddaddy nonetheless didn't cry out in exhaustion. And, it's the more you fight, the easier it gets. Even, a hint of glee appeared on his face. Sweating is refreshing. Qin Feng wiped his sweat slightly, feeling painfully refreshed. And seeing this pause in the old granddaddy's life, the crowd thought that Master Lao Zhu had been fighting for a full half hour, finally felt tired of people and had to change. However, the old ancestor master didn't change a single tired sound. Instead, he freed the hammer and proceeded to hit the patties. I'm going to go. This is almost 40 minutes of fighting. Is this old grandpa's hand steel? How come there's no cramp in his hand? Let alone 40 minutes. I couldn't last 14. Upstairs, then you're already better than most people. I can't do it for 5 minutes. Who said Mr. Zhu was a crunchy college student? Where's the crunchiness in this? He can't even hold a hammer properly. It's still Master Lao Zhu. Then another hour or so passed. To the shocked eyes of the netizens, Master Lao Zhu finally called it quits. As he watched, Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and lowered the hammer. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god. Is Master Lao Zhu finally tired and wants to change? It's so hard. Whoa shit. The whole thing took almost 2.5 hours. All by Master Lao Zhu's hand alone. I declare that in the area of patty cake playing, Qin Feng also claims the title of Old Ancestor Master. The rest of us are really too comfortable. This old grandpa has been fighting for more than 2 hours, and the heaviest strength work is all out of the old grandpa's hands. Yes, these older women, they should really thank Master Lao Zhu. Quickly change the person. Let the old ancestor master rest. Have a drink of water. Give me a heartache. The next contestant will please come up. Hey, I'm not saying you guys are addicted to watching patty cake. That's really quite interesting. The netizens in the live stream were in a state of joy. This patty cake is really quite a fun job. However, just as the crowd was waiting for the next player to come on, the next second, they were surprised to see the villagers' older women who were present actually put away the patties. Xiao Shuiying was confused. Auntie, Why are you putting it away? It's not done yet? Xiao Shuiying looked at the patty cake making tools that were about to be put away. Her little face was all unfulfilled. That, I also want to try, Xiao Shuiying weakly added. The older women froze at those words. Little girl, why didn't you say so earlier? Master Lao Zu is all done here. If we keep beating it, the patties will be too rotten to eat. The strength and timing of Master Lao Zu's control is just right. The older women were astonished. Xiao Shuiying also looked regretful and surprised. Seeing this scene, the old men in the live broadcast room couldn't live without laughing. Ha 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 ha. Goddess Xueqing is also too cute. Her expression just now was really dumbfounded and beautiful. No, it's over? Master Lao Zu did all the work of 7 or 8 people by himself? This is not to say that the goddess Xueqing froze. This is I also dare not believe. It seems like it's really taken care of. I'll be damned. So, Master Lao Zu isn't tired and wants to change. But it's over? That is to say, if it's not taken care of, then Master Lao Zu could have fought longer? I'll be damned. This is eating power spinach, isn't it? Master Lao Zu is really God. This physical quality must not hang 99% of the country's college students? Be confident. It's 100%. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also recovered from her shock. The older woman looked at her with a gentle smile. Girl, if you want to make patties, then we'll make another pot for you. But later, we'll all have to wrap the patties. And you'll have to make your own patties for this patty making. The older woman said. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying immediately shook her head like a rattle. No need. Xiao Shuiying waved her hand in a hurry. She was trying. However, when you finish making mochi, you have to work hard for almost 3 hours, just like your grandfather. She wasn't as physically tough as old Master Zhu. Xiao Shuiying felt that self definitely couldn't do it. When that happens, there is only one end. Wasted food. And wasting food is shameful. Seeing this, the water friends in the live room couldn't live without laughing. Ha 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 ha. Look at Goddess Xueqing's refusal. Without a body of steel like Master Lao Zu's, who dares to say try it, try and die. Thus, Xiao Shuiying refused the older woman's kindness and retreated to the side. And that's when Xiao Shuiying also just noticed. Master Lao Zu was resting on a small stool. After all this time doing power work, Qin Feng broke out in a sweat. So, simply take off the heavy coat, revealing a fitted white t-shirt inside. The t-shirt, however, was wet with sweat, showing some conspicuous tan. It clung to the hot skin, outlined that magnificent body, like a double-door refrigerator. Inverted triangle, cocktail waist, sizzling biceps. This was the first time for Xiao Shuiying seeing Qin Feng's body. Before that, it was all about wearing a heavy coat and not being able to see. Now, such a luscious scene was at hand. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying turned red. It also blew up the female waterboys on the air. I love it. Put more on. Why don't you just take it all off? Okay, I'm begging you. Upstairs, you don't understand. This kind of half covering is the sexiest. You know what you're doing. Ji Mei, where are the dudes? Women aren't the only ones who like to look at handsome men. Men love them too. It's on point. I'm a guy, and I love watching it. Master Lao Zu's body. It's like a fitness ceiling. Plus such a capable face. It's simply the most handsome village chief in Huaxia. I'll fucking call my husband. And next, more tiger and wolf words that are just straight up unpleasant. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was simply in tears. Alright, female family members, restrain yourself. If you keep this up, the live broadcasting room will have to be blocked off. Xiao Shuiying expressed her understanding of these people's feelings. Because, well, she was about as excited. At this moment, looking at Qin Feng in front of him, Xiao Shuiying was also mindful of one end of the spectrum, with that infatuated look in her eyes. And the old men in the broadcast room, too, sensed that something was wrong with the goddess. Anchor, before you say that, please reflect on yourself. Yeah, the anchor's own harumphing. It's over. I feel like my goddess Xueqing will soon not belong to me. Master Lao Zu, draw your sword. My heart breaks into pieces. The male water friends in the live room began to wail, and Xiao Shuiying was unceremoniously poked through her true colors by the female water user. The feeling of having something on his mind revealed, all of a sudden, was a pang of embarrassment. Xiao Shuiying looked at the camera with a shy face. Heck no, I'm not what you guys say I am. Okay, family, let's stop now, and focus on the ants in the village. Xiao Shuiying was in a hurry to change the subject. Otherwise, these people grabbed her. Keep this up. I'm going to be ashamed of myself. The good thing is, a few of the ants in front of us are starting to make snacks. This is a nice shot, worth taking. Thus, Xiao Shuiying hurriedly walked up, only to see that Qin Feng had just beaten the patties. The ants had already formed mochi into one round cake after another. A little oil is put on top so that the patties are slippery. And on the side of the table, there were several large bowls. Inside are brown sugar powder, mung bean powder, black sesame seeds, crushed peanuts, and sugar. Each of these, once the rice cakes are allowed to roll on top and stick to the sweet coating, is a most sweet and savory pastry. And at this moment, seeing Xiao Shuiying's gluttony, the eager older women laughed. Shuiqing girl, instead of patties, want to try the patties made by old ancestor? The moment these words came out, Xiao Shuiying's small face instantly turned red and she said shyly, "Thanks auntie, give me one of those." And that's when the older woman brought over a hot patty. "See what flavors you want and dip in whatever you want." After that, the older woman continued to wrap the mung bean mochi. Xiao Shuiying happens to want to try it. What is the flavor of this old granddaddy's handiwork? So, I chose a brown sugar flavor that I love. As soon as the mochi is imported, the softness fills the tongue. Wow, it's really delicious, especially hot and sweet. Xiao Shuiying was full of praise. It's still old ancestor master who hits with the right amount of force. The older women all looked at old ancestor master with starry eyes. If we women were to come, we wouldn't know how long we'd be busy, and I don't think we'd be done by nightfall. Oh, speaking of which, suddenly, an older woman thought of something, flying quickly into the house. Then, holding a large bundle of red paper came in front of Qin Feng. "Old ancestor master, this year, but also continue to trouble you Lu." And at that moment, another quick-eyed older woman brought in ink and a quill. Ink, brush, red paper. These three things in one piece. The crowd immediately thought that this was to get the old grandmaster to write a couplet. Seeing this scene, the old men in the live broadcast room were instantly happy. After half a day's reading, I finally see that there's one thing I would do as well. Yes, every New Year's Eve, it's also me who writes couplets for the folks in the village. This is probably true of college students per capita. Yes, any college student who comes out of the village has to carry this responsibility. Wow. I feel a little better in my heart now that Master Lao Zu is finally not alone in showing off his skills. Relax. No matter how old Master Zhu is, he's still a human being. He's not a god. And that's when Qin Feng also spread out the red paper. Skillfully, he dabbed the quill with a bit of ink. Then, looking up at the older woman, "Su Weifan, what are your expectations for the coming year?" Qin Feng spoke. Upon hearing this, Aunt Su Weifan smiled. "It's still the same as last year. Let's have a showy one." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Qin Feng fell silent, acting as if he was thinking. However, it only took 3 seconds of work. Qin Feng then began to move his pen. Then the words, which were flowing in a cloud, were presented on the red paper. And it's a very strong word, not dragging at all. It is a word, but it has the appearance of a fairy tale. One can't help but be immersed in it at first glance. The spring rain moistens everything, and the red plums embroider 1,000 mountains. Crossword, spring is in the air. Alright, after writing it, Qin Feng immediately set aside the red paper and waited for the ink to dry through. Then, without looking up, he said, "Next." Upon hearing this, Great Aunt Su Weifan immediately stood to the side in a good manner and gave up her position. The scene, however, was one that made the entirety of the old men in the broadcast room not going to be able to do so. No, that fast? Master Lao Zu's writing is so steady. Not only is it stable, but also, the font looks like Wang Shiji's. It's more than a resemblance. It's exactly the same, in and out of the woodwork and subtle code. The hit face also came too fast. Just now I also said, finally there is one thing that I also know. Good guy. Just this word. Did not practice for 10 years. Simply cannot write it, right? No. Haven't you noticed that this old grandpa still composes his own poems? And that pop-up came out. In an instant, the water friends in the live broadcast room were, straight away, numb. Nice guy. Even if you write calligraphy so well. As a result, even the poem, it's self-composed? That's too much talent. Even more so, it sets others off as if they were trash. Especially the ones that were yelling earlier. Finally there is one thing that they will do as well. Same shit. Obviously, they are hanging on to them. At this moment, it is even more afraid to come out and speak. However, there are different voices. Is there a possibility that this was lifted from the internet? This calligraphy is so well written. It doesn't make sense that he would also compose poems and do it so well. This person's energy, it should be limited. Upstairs, I went to check and there really isn't one. This one was indeed composed by Master Lao Zu alone. Oh, then it's not surprising to make a good poem once in a while, is it? The words came out. The crowd also thought it made sense. Yeah, the talent thing, that has to be played consistently to be called genius. Just one song pops up, and then it's jaded and fleeting. Such talent. In fact, does not count as true genius. It has been proven that human energy is still limited. If this Qin Feng really knew everything, then he would have been a god long ago. Yeah, don't get too far out of line. And just then, the villagers saw Qin Feng writing couplets. Then all the family sent people to line up and ask the old ancestor to write spring couplets for them. The scene began to grow gradually. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying's heart was thumping. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was not the least bit flustered and was very calm. At that moment, an older man approached. Old ancestor master, my grandson made a lot of noise and settled on a banner, but I'm too stupid to think of a good couplet, so I've come to trouble you. The uncle kept scratching his head in embarrassment as he spoke. Once you've settled on a crossword, you have to write the couplet on the spot. This is, plainly, a live creation. See this scene. The water friends in the live room immediately perked up. That's good. Just to see how great the old grandmaster's talent really is. It's only fun if it's challenging. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying was worried. Sure enough, that bad feeling was true. For some reason, the current Xiao Shuiying was very attached to Qin Feng, especially on the air. Any remarks that were not good for Qin Feng, Xiao Shuiying would hold on to her emotions. Therefore, seeing those sing-song pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying naturally didn't want Qin Feng to make a fool of himself. But then again, making pairs on this spot is indeed a great test of one's literary skills. And the uncle's next sentence, in an instant, it made Xiao Shuiying's heart completely fall to the bottom. You say. Qin Feng was so full of concern that he opened his mouth. The older man hemmed and hawed. The banner is Happy Planet. Exempt. The words came out. The crowd was numb. Crossword, Happy Planet? Hey, kid, you wanna do this? How can I make a pair? Those present looked at each other in disbelief. The people in the live room are also numb. The difficulty of this one, a bit high. However, Qin Feng was always so calm. After only a few seconds, Qin Feng gave the result. Only to see that Qin Feng surprisingly didn't say it outright for the uncle's reference either. Rather, he wrote the pair directly on the red paper. Obviously, he was very confident in himself. A new billion years of fanny pack strumming, then playing music and dancing. 3 seconds later, the crowd present erupted in laughter straight away. The older man said with a smile, as if he had been given a treasure. Master Lao Tzu, this is a great poem, so good that it goes to my heart. As long as you guys like it, come on, next one. Qin Feng was not ambiguous at all and immediately started the next one. The water boys in the live room were not expecting it. This old granddaddy saw a trick. It's amazing how hard it is to get a pair like that without any effort. And it works so well. The new billion-year-old fanny pack drum, followed by music and dance. Not to mention, a bit on top. Yes, Master Lao Tzu's couplets can be literary and sandy. What a treasure boy. Love, love, love. Wow. This couplet. I like it too. Copied it. Confirmed. This year's spring festival. My family's couplet. This is it. Look at you all monkey around. Next, there's more. Goddess Shu etching. I'll swipe 5 carnivals and ask for a couplet made by Master Lao Tzu online. Then, there was a carnival that was just like a flower festival. Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened a few points at once. Old ancestor master. Come to life. A water user is asking for $15,000 to buy you to make a Chinese New Year couplet. Xiao Shuiying perked up. A carnival is $3,000. That's 5. That's 15,000. And at that moment, Qin Feng raised his head to look at her. Xiao Shuiying was stared at by Qin Feng's eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Shuiying looked back. What does she take Master Lao Tzu for? Even if you make one couplet, you'll make $15,000. But is Master Lao Tzu the kind of man who lacks that kind of money? And at that moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room also made comments. 5 carnivals seems like a lot at first glance, but this is the old granddaddy after all. Yes, the old ancestor's family has a lot of money, so how could he make you a couplet just for this amount of money? Don't even think about it. It's impossible. This is not, but also caused Goddess Shu etching stepped on mine. Goddess Shu etching real miserable. And the rich man who swiped the carnival just now frowned as he looked at a pop-up screen that sang his own praises. 5 isn't enough? Okay, 5 more. With that, he threw another 15,000 in with a big wave of his hand. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying was instantly anxious. It's not going to work. It would be a pain in the ass to figure out how to get the money back. Just when Xiao Shuiying was in a difficult situation, suddenly, Qin Feng was heard saying, "Whoa shit, old iron is atmospheric enough to swipe $30,000. Wait, I'll write you a couplet right away. And when it's done, I'll send you SF package to your home. By the way, old iron, want a moral? Shuiying Xiao, live waterboy." At this moment, the crowd only felt their faces raw. Master Lao Tzu, okay, me, okay, you guys, no, what's the problem? What can be solved for 15,000? Give me 30,000. But it's worth the price for the couplet. My daughter has just come up with a banner. Crooked ace. What do you think? If it's too difficult, I'll let my daughter change it. This boss was quite good at talking, and even was afraid that the difficulty would be too high, and it would be embarrassing if old Master Zhu couldn't do it. However, his fears proved to be redundant. Qin Feng immediately composed a poem. The family fortune is loved by all, and the opening is Versailles. The pair immediately amused the tycoon. Good man, that's a couplet that really hits home. What a Versailles, old ancestor master. Thank you very much. And that's when Qin Feng found a business opportunity. He simply said to the camera, anyone else want a couplet? $30,000 a pair. First come first served. Qin Feng directly set up his stall. Nice guy. Xiao Shuiying was truly numb. Old ancestor master. You're not that bad, right? Xiao Shuiying was puzzled. However, upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face, however, was serious. Who told you that? I'm short, and I'm extra short. Shuiying Xiao. Live water friends. I'll go. Old ancestor master. You're such a rich man. Saying such things, doesn't your conscience really hurt? I can guarantee that everyone here, even those who can offer these $30,000 for a couplet, are, I'm afraid, not as rich as Master Lao Zhu. Upstairs, you said less. It should be that all of them put together, presumably, are not as rich as Master Lao Zhu. I kind of understand why this rich man is getting richer and richer. And this old grandpa is a living example. The crowd only saw. The moment this Qin Feng's words left his mouth, instantly, countless people who had purchased Qin Feng's couplets at high prices flooded out of the live broadcast. Even if it's $30,000, there were also many frantic requests for it. It's understandable. Though, after all, old grandpa was making pairs on the spot and keeping it original. Moreover, old grandpa's calligraphy is a masterpiece. Anyone who knows a little bit of calligraphy knows that it holds a collector's value. And Master Lao Zhu's literary prowess is no match for calligraphy. All things considered, it's not a bad wave. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying wasn't idle either. Straight away, he was forced to do business for Master Lao Zhu, keeping track of his customers' purchases for him. Until a little over 2 hours later, Master Lao Zhu sold a whole 100 orders. That's the same time that made a full $3 million. It was only then that the old grandmaster was satisfied and withdrew his hand. Alright, the red paper is all written. If you didn't get it this time, just wait for the next year. Qin Feng said with a smile. He also didn't expect business to be so hot. In the past, it was written free of charge for the villagers in the village. Now, it's actually earning its keep by being on the air. $3 million, after taxes. It's also nearly $2 million, enough to upgrade multiple skills for him again. It just so happens that the plant is also in a period of transition. It had been on his mind for a while, too. With this sum of money, Qin Feng's worries were solved. And that's when the old grandpa was seen grinning. Xiao Shuiying and a group of water friends all expressed their incomprehension. The joy of the old granddaddy is so simple. Earning $3 million, that's how happy he is. Ordinary people would have to die of joy. But this $3 million, isn't it just a small amount of money to Master Lao Zhu? Yes, it's not right for Master Lao Zhu to be loaded with money. Is there a possibility that Master Lao Zhu is rich, but also spends money lavishly? It's really possible. You see, how many times has old Master Zhu said that he's really short of money? It seems that this old grandpa's sense of savings, not very good. No wonder. This villagers everyone live on the small house. On the old grandpa, still live in a small wooden house, which is also too worthy of the old grandpa's grade. Curious, how much money does this old grandpa have now? Curious +1. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also puzzled. Master Lao Zhu is just too mysterious. Egged on by his water buddies, Xiao Shuiying also gathered her courage and carefully inquired, Master Lao Zhu, at the risk of asking, how much savings do you have now? And the words came out. A vicious look from Qin Feng swept directly over. It's a far cry from just a moment ago. Those eyes, as if they were Hades. At that moment, it made Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both turn pale. I just felt goosebumps all over my body. Rising up. For old time's sake, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. Qin Feng snorted coldly. The moment these words came out, both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were so scared that their legs went weak. God, old grandpa is too fierce, isn't he? Whenever money is mentioned, Master Lao Zhu is like a different person. Mom, yeah, if you don't want to die, don't be curious about Master Lao Zhu's property. It seems that the old ancestral master's family, I'm afraid it is quite rich. Otherwise, not so. Xiao Shuiying's thoughts were the same. But after being warned by the old granddaddy, she didn't even dare to be curious. Not even halfway. And just then, Grandpa Chang suddenly walked over with Grandma Tsuehua. Grandma Tsuehua smiled as if she was a young girl in love, and her eyes were full of love. When Grandmaster Chang came over, he reported directly to Old Grandmaster. Old Ancestor Master, this should be a done deal for Tsuehua. If you see no problem, choose a date. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying then froze. How long has it been? Just setting a date? I go. This is faster than lightning. Not even 2 hours? Good man. Do old people play so fancy? We haven't even met. And we're getting married? Is this the way to play a sunset romance? Grandma Tsuehua is also in too much of a hurry. I feel it's better to slow down a little bit to be stable. The Waterboys on the live feed weren't too impressed either. It is also true that this matter feels too urgent in anyone's opinion. Two people that have never even met. Just a few hours of chatting online and it's about to be set for life. That's a blast in anyone's eyes. Granted, each other are older people. But Grandma Tsuehua, that's a really rich woman. It doesn't matter how old you are as long as you have money. There are all people who want to eat soft food. Grandma Tsuehua better take heart. As the saying goes, if, suddenly, a person of the opposite sex appears in your life who makes you feel perfect in every aspect, please don't doubt that it must be a pig-killing dish. Yes, nowadays, the killing pan is pervasive and specializes in harvesting women's money. Grandma Tsuehua, keep your wallet tight. Don't be cheated out of all your money when the time comes, and your old age will be a problem. Goddess Xueching quickly persuade Old Ancestor Master. Don't set a date so easily. Kind-hearted waterbenders, expressing their opinions. Xiao Shuiying also watched with a burst of excitement. Immediately, she opened her mouth. Old Ancestor Master, there's no hurry about this marriage, right? You have to wait for the people to come, meet them, and then consider them for a while. If after a while, it seems that the other person is a good person, then I think, at that point, that's the right day to get married. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying couldn't stop nodding her head. Thought to himself, this speech would win the appreciation of the old ancestral master. However, in the next second, she saw Qin Feng giving her an odd look. How long do you have to put off getting married if you don't get married on such a nice day during New Year's? Xiao Chang. Qin Feng shouted. Hey, old ancestor master. Little Chang is here. Master Chang immediately came forward and listened respectfully. Let's pick the 5th day of the new year. The auspicious day of the zodiac. Qin Feng said dryly. Okay. Strong Moncler Outlet Online smiled. Xiao Shuiying was directly numb. Seeing that, the old ancestor master didn't pay any attention to self at all. In desperation, Xiao Shuiying then had no choice but to make eyes at Grandpa Chang. However, Dachon was too lazy to even look at Xiao Shuiying for more than a glance. Shuiying Xiao, live waterboy. At this time, Xiao Shuiying was more hurt than puzzled. She means well, but old Master Zhu simply ignored it. No, old ancestor master. This goddess Xueching has good intentions too. Right, Master Laozu. This is your fault. I admit. You are good at everything, but how can you be so sloppy in something like marriage? Is the old ancestor master usually being held up too high? So, also relying on the seniority of the seniority, can't listen to other people's opinions at all. Old ancestor master, this time, is really hurting goddess Xueching. Look at our goddess, how pitiful. At this time, the water friends were all heartbroken over Xiao Shuiying. Xiao Shuiying was also in mourning, but as far as the eye could see, no one paid any attention to self at all. Even Grandma Tsuehua didn't bother with her, as if he hadn't heard the words. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying also let out a sigh of relief. Families, remember the saying, respect your personal destiny, do our own thing and allow anything to happen, Xiao Shuiying said. The goddess has a point with this statement. Hey, goddess Xueching, I can sympathize with your feelings, but isn't making snide remarks at a time like this the same as pouring water on someone's head? It would be strange if Grandmother Tsuehua could take you on. You're wrong. Ask yourself, would you dare to marry someone you've never even met on the internet? Is there anyone here who dares? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare anyway. Who knows what kind of demon or devil it is? The only way to get married is to have a relationship for at least 3 years and then cohabit for a year. If you don't cohabit, you don't know whether the person sleeping on your pillow is a human being or a ghost. Reasonable, nowadays society. Really do not dare to get married easily. If the bet is right, okay, did not win the bet. At least a layer of skin off. That being said, the old ancestor master probably thought the other party was a reliable person by reading his face, didn't he? That one sentence popped up and reminded the crowd. Yeah, this Master Lei, of all the people, the only one that the old granddaddy complimented. However, there were also voices of disapproval. Look at the face. It doesn't sum up the whole thing, I guess. That is, and, don't you think, this Mr. Lei, who is also in such a hurry to set a date, and in such a hurry, will be a good man? If this is a sincere desire to marry, it would not be so hasty, right? Upstairs, you're the truth. Really, a person's face again good. This heart is not sincere. That is also useless. Perhaps, Master Lao Tzu also has his own ideas? The pop-ups were noisy. Most people, however, are underwhelmed. Granted, love these days is all about fast food, but a Grandma Tricia like that, that's just lightning fast. All the people present had never seen such a new wave of stuff, either. So the voices of disapproval, still more so. Similarly, Xiao Shuiying thought the same way. However, seeing that no one took care of self, Xiao Shuiying was also sensible and stopped mentioning this matter. Instead, it was a silent whisper. No matter what, I wish Grandma Tsuihua happiness, and everyone who was watching the live broadcast. You too. Xiao Shuiying squeezed out a sweet smile, and the live streamers saw this sweet scene. Den's attention was diverted. Goddess Xueqing is really beautiful and sweet. Loves the smile. I've saved it as my phone screen, and every morning when I wake up from sleep and open it to see the smile, I'm uplifted for the rest of the day. Goddess Xueqing, you too, you must be happy. Upstairs, don't worry, Goddess Xueqing's happiness will be guarded by me. Looks like this brother is still awake. Who's going to wake him up? I'll do it. I'm diabetic. Come on. And that's when Xiao Shuiying muttered when she saw Qin Feng answering a phone call. What's the situation at the factory? Okay, I'll go over there now. No delay. It's all the same. You don't take a vacation. I don't take a vacation. With that, Qin Feng hung up the phone, turned around, about to head for the factory, and see this scene. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying's eyes lit up. It's not just Xiao Shuiying. The millions of water friends in the live broadcast room also immediately perked up. Master Lao Tzu is going to the factory? Wow! Finally going to the factory. I want to see it. Goddess Xueqing, the gift is swiped for you. Be sure to show us around. You guys say, this old grandpa's factory. It doesn't produce arms, does it? It's really possible. Otherwise, with wars going on everywhere and everyone's economy tight, how come business is good? Yes, evil. In this world, it's the battlefield stuff that makes the big bucks. I'll go. I'm sure a lot of people are waiting to report it. Nonsense. This is an opportunity to make money. Upstairs, you don't have a heart, Usually the old ancestor master shouted that called it kindly. Now say report. Have to report. That which is against the law and discipline can't be done. And that's when Li Hao, who was watching the live broadcast, saw the pop-up with the word report. Instantly, it's a jolt of energy. The opportunity, at last, has come. These days, Li Hao has been keeping a live broadcast. Countless times, he wanted to rush in, pull back the snowy green goddess. As soon as they saw Goddess Xueqing and Qin Feng standing so close together, Li Hao felt as if there was a green light flashing above his own head. And he did. However, the mountain road to Taoyuan village is really mountainous. Li Hao has been prone to dizziness and nausea since childhood. However, for the sake of Xiao Shuiying, he still insisted on going 3 times. However, not once did it go. Every time, they come back puking all over the place. It made those dropshippers, who were all clamoring to block Li Hao in the industry. And although Li Hao also has a BMW 1 Series that his parents bought for him, however, he was so distressed about the car that he was afraid of building it up. There was no choice but to keep the matter on the back burner. But again, Li Hao couldn't do that. Just watch and do nothing. So, he came up with a compromise. That is, tune in to this program 24 hours a day. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. And what Li Hao wanted to do was to uncover Qin Feng's mistake. However, squatting for so many days in a row. Before that, the error couldn't see one. Instead, he saw the beloved goddess Xueqing, who had a crush on Qin Feng, and Qin Feng was still treating his own goddess lovingly. At that moment, Li Hao felt that self almost transformed into the Hulk. Good thing. For the moment, he finally found Qin Feng's mistake. That's right, private arms manufacturing. That's a big crime. And still, it's a violation of international regulations. It's a very serious offense. Thinking of this, Li Hao became excited and immediately dialed the tip line. Hello, I want to report in real name that someone is manufacturing and selling arms privately, and on a village-by-village basis. This thing is worse than you can imagine. I strongly recommend the death penalty for the principals. At this time, Xiao Shuiying was also starry-eyed. She was just too curious. Since the first day I came to Taoyuan village, she was then curious about this mysterious factory. However, seeing Qin Feng's serious demeanor, Xiao Shuiying was a bit worried. Such a confidential occasion. Will you not let me go? And that's when the pop-ups thought the same thing. Goddess Xueqing, If it's really that kind of illegal business, how can you take you there? Yeah, isn't this purely a self-destructing truck? Master Lao Zu is not stupid. And just then, a scene that took everyone by surprise appeared, only to see that Qin Feng suddenly saw Xiao Shuiying. Then, I don't know what the old ancestor remembered, but his eyes lit up. Just in time. Xiao Shuiying, you follow me to the factory. Do an interview for the factory and publicize it. Develop a little visibility so you can broaden your business. Exempt. The words came out. Putting the congregation in a hole won't? Broadening business? Master Ancestor, I'm afraid you're trying to drag Goddess Shuiching into the water, aren't you? Interviews are getting dangerous for me. And this is actually going to broaden business by going on the air? TSK, isn't that a 10-year sentence to start with? Goddess Shuiching, take care. And that's when Xiao Shuiying, who saw the pop-up, Deng felt bad in his heart. Especially the words broaden business. Originally, Xiao Shuiying trusted Qin Feng. Think this village, simple folk, should not be doing any illegal unseemly business. But Master Lao Zu said the war was tight, while the factory business was getting hotter and hotter. And it made Xiao Shuiying whole won't. The answer, plain as day, is right in front of us. Xiao Shuiying couldn't do it, deceiving herself. Apparently, the old granddaddy was doing business that I'm afraid wasn't quite in line with common sense. And if self goes, I'm afraid that it really is what the pop-ups say it is. One bad move and you'll have to take the blame. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was instantly scared, trembling as she looked at Qin Feng and shivered. Master Lao Zu, I know, I like you, but you don't like me. But you don't have to hurt me if you don't like me. In a moment of fear, this Xiao Shuiying even said all the words that had been buried in her heart for a long time. And the words came out. At once, everyone in the room froze. The water friends in the live room were also dumbfounded. Good lord, is this a live confession by Goddess Shuiching? No, it depends on what the occasion is, doesn't it? I understand Goddess Shuiching. She's just too scared to be pulled down by old ancestor master. Yes, what Goddess Shuiching actually means is, old ancestor master. You can't harm me just because I like you. Goddess Shuiching is really miserable. And at that moment, Moncler Jackets for Sale Strong, who was standing at the side, instantly grinned, glancing at Xiao Shuiying. Then, he glanced at Qin Feng again. Then there was a satisfied nod. The Shuiching girl has quite a good eye, setting her sights on our old ancestor master. However, the words came out. Qin Feng swept in with a single glance. At that moment, Strong Moncler Outlet Online didn't dare to hang back. Strong Moncler Outlet Online laughed twice in embarrassment. Then, it looked at Xiao Shuiying. Girl Shuiching, what are you talking about? How could our old ancestor master harm you? Old ancestor master not only won't harm you, he will give you a chance. Come over, do the interview. With that, Master Chang forcefully pulled Xiao Shuiying over. Xiao Shuiying couldn't struggle away. Her face was bitter. Seeing this scene, the pop-ups won't even be whole. Good man, this Goddess Shuiching is being driven to the ducks. It's so pathetic. If I were there, I would have had to save Goddess Shuiching without saying anything. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying has been forced to sit on the Strong Moncler Outlet Store triple bungee. Soon the triple trampoline was launched. After a roar, the triple trampoline drove off in a southerly direction towards the village. Along the way, there were green wheat fields on both sides. After a full 10 minutes of driving, from a distance, a very imposing factory could be seen standing. 4 big, bright letters on the entrance to the factory, Flying Eagle Factory. The Flying Eagle Factory was so grand and imposing that it even, surprisingly, seemed out of place in the village. Xiao Shuiying only walked up and was so surprised that her mouth was so wide open that she could even stuff down an egg. She was a full 1.6 meters. In front of the big door, was even set off as if it was as young as a mole cricket. Enough to see how huge the scale of this factory is. I'll go. This factory should be able to hold 10,000 people. Say less. At least 30,000 people. This whole Futuricon plant. Ah, such a big plant. No wonder this Taoyuan village has become the richest village. Such a large factory. How many arms are produced every day? Upstairs, things haven't been finalized yet. And for you to say such things now would be a rumor. Come on, we're in the middle of something. If it weren't for the arms trade, how could Master Lao be so rich? Ask yourselves. In this world, how many people who can earn big money are innocent? That pop-up came out. Instantly, those who still wanted to say good things for Qin Feng in the live broadcast room were dryly silenced. Yeah, it's really not easy to make money these days. Take driving a dropship. Driving 5 to 6 hours a day. That's working for the platform. To make money, at least 10 plus or even more hours per day. People pretty much just live in their cars. What's fast money now is written in the penal code. And at this moment, Xiao Shuiying's pretty face was as if a dark cloud was hanging over it. Looking at the happy Qin Feng on the side, Xiao Shuiying really didn't want to understand. What a time. This old grandpa is still laughing, even the optimists. That's overly optimistic. And that's when the factory's security guards immediately opened the gate when they saw that it was Qin Feng who had arrived. Old grandfather, you're here. Grandfather's security greeted with a smile. His attitude towards Qin Feng was respectful. And follow the grandfather of the security guard as he walks out. It's 3 big yellow dogs. As soon as you see the critters. Xiao Shuiying then revealed a loving gaze and immediately squatted down and whistled at the puppy. Sip sip sip, greeted Xiao Shuiying. It wasn't long before the puppy was on to her. All 3 dogs are Chinese field dogs. Well bred and plump. However, the puppy only gently sniffed Xiao Shuiying a few times before losing interest. Turning his head, he went to approach Qin Feng intimately. After the puppies surrounded Qin Feng, they then sat down one by one very obediently. Their necks tilted back. Their dark eyes, radiating a bright luster, was looking at Qin Feng very seriously, as if he was also saying a respectful hello to the old ancestor. It was a scene that instantly amused the water boys. Good guy. In the aspect of dog training, Qin Feng also called a phrase old ancestor master is not it. I'm so envious. I'm the kind of person who gets chased by dogs when I pass by. If only dogs could be that friendly to me. Then you'll have to take more lessons from Master Laozu. This dog is really fat. TSK, is this a dog or a gas can? It's so well kept. The dogs in Taoyuan village are so well kept. I'm so impressed. Yes, with such a big factory, the daily turnover of arms production is over 10 million units. Right? How can the village dog not be strong? It's not bad at all. Then it seems that the brothers in front who want to take scriptures with the old ancestor master, I'm afraid that their hopes will be lost. And the old ancestor master is afraid that he is not far from going in. What a shame. The pop-ups are a mixed bag. And at this point, Xiao Shuiying, however, didn't have time to look at the live broadcast. Just see. At this point, after Qin Feng stroked the puppies' heads one by one, just get up and head for the factory. Seeing this scene, both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He immediately followed. The road is very spacious and well built. The grass on both sides was built with great care. The plants parks, too, are carefully divided. If I didn't know this was Taoyuan village, Xiao Shuiying would really think that self had come to the deep city. It is only in deep city that such large and high-scale industrial parks are available, and there was not a single worker to be seen on the road. Instead, the building was filled with the constant sound of machines in operation, roaring on and on, accompanied by the yelling of the workers. It was evident that the workers were in full, high spirits. However, the thing that most blew Xiao Shuiying's mind was the moment she was surprisingly in a large open area of the factory, saw an airplane ramp, and next to it was a real-life helicopter. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was directly numb. Good man, there's actually a helicopter? My god, there are private jets. That said, the last village that had a helicopter was Tazai village, which relied on selling that. TSK, Tazai village? This Taoyuan village and Tazai village are kind of the same thing. It's really the pinnacle of meeting old iron men. The present Tazai village is the downfall of Taoyuan village afterward. Along the way, Xiao Shuiying was all kinds of posture and eye-opening, and Qin Feng always walked ahead, unperturbed. Occasionally, he looked at Xiao Shuiying with a fuss look, set Xiao Shuiying off like a grandma in the Grand View Garden. It made Xiao Shuiying a little embarrassed. Until 5 minutes later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the production room. And here it is. Xiao Shuiying was also finally able to get a glimpse of the arms produced by this factory. Hey! No! Look at the rows of brand new trippers in front of you. Xiao Shuiying went numb. How is this not quite what she thought it would be? Where's this promised arms? Xiao Shuiying was flabbergasted. Arms? What arms? On the contrary, it was the strong Moncler outlet store on the side that said in surprise, "We don't have arms here, Shuiqing girl, are you not awake? Our factory are producing triple jumpers." The water boys were dumbfounded by this statement. No, this really isn't a lie? Master Lao Zu really didn't sell arms? I knock. It seems to be true. It's full of trippers here. Master Lao never said he was selling arms. It's all in your heads. Master Lao is miserable. No way. You created the richest village just by selling trikes? Are you kidding? I don't believe it. That is, how much does a triple trampoline cost? Look, the size of this factory. Does it look like it produces triple trampolines? This one sentence also nudged the crowd. Yeah, for the size of this plant, that production of arms, so to speak, is just right. There is no need for such a magnificent factory if you produce triple jumpers. If that's the case, then the bottom dollar will be lost. It's not worth it. And that's when Qin Feng suddenly looked towards Xiao Shuiying. Trafficking in arms? Qin Feng's expression steeped in seriousness. What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who breaks the law? Master Lao Zu's tone of voice carried its own majesty. The words came out of the air. Xiao Shuiying only felt that the temperature around her had dropped a few points. And in the meantime, Xiao Shuiying's face was also filled with guilt. I'm sorry, old ancestor master. I misunderstood you. It's my fault. Xiao Shuiying hurriedly bowed her head and apologized. And that's when the winds of the pop-ups, too, shifted instantly. You see how angry old ancestor master is. It's really misunderstood. That's why he's so angry. Yeah, I've been there, and I can all too well appreciate what it's like to be wronged. Lao Zu master is too miserable. Dedicated drive factory to leave the village to get rich. You also want to slander him like this. Substitute Master Lao Zu. I feel suffocated. Hurry up and apologize to Master Lao Zu. And that's when Li Hao, who was watching the live broadcast, was enraged. A real drive-through factory? I don't believe it. Li Hao was so angry that he directly pounded his hand on the desktop. He didn't believe it at all. Just by selling trippers, can you take a poor village and turn it into a richest village? The logic just doesn't make sense from that point on. What's more, Li Hao's tip-off call has already been made. The people over there, too, are on their way to Taoyuan village. Thinking about it, Li Hao immediately sent out a pop-up and directly made a forced triple question. This is ridiculous, isn't it? You can get rich with a triple trampoline? There are so many 3-tramp car factories all over the country, and none of them can get rich like this. Times. Besides, this factory is so big. Goddess Xueqing just came to one production room. How can we be sure this is the full picture? Qin Feng must have concealed other production room. There must be catnip. If you do not believe me, I bet here there is no words. I stand upside down and eat shit. I don't believe it. The words came out. The live stream was buzzing with activity. I'll go. Old man. You play so big. This old man's ID looks so familiar. I remember. Isn't this Li Hao, Goddess Xueqing's poisonous fan? The one who got hysterical and said he's Goddess Xueqing's boyfriend every day. What's the matter? The door of the mental hospital is not closed properly. So he came out to have a seizure again? You don't care if he's hysterical or not. It's true what people say. Yeah, there's no way you can be that rich selling a triplex. No, and the airplane ramp. It feels spooky. Goddess Xueqing, quickly go to another workshop. And that's when Xiao Shuiying also saw the pop-up. The heart, too, was as if it were gripped. Obviously, in Xiao Shuiying's heart, she thought the same thing. Just by selling trippers, just to create the richest village. No one really dares to believe this. Where is the money so easy to earn? It's only $3,000 or $4,000, tops, for a tripper. If we are talking about producing cars, then Xiao Shuiying would definitely believe it. But the one in front of us, it's a real triple bouncer. And this moment, if anything, Xiao Shuiying's heart was in a state of sway. Blackie, then, is complete disbelief. Xueqing, the pop-ups are swiping the carnival again. Let's go to the workshop next door. Let's go. Xiao He looked at the carnival that filled the sky. Greedy eyes. Good lord, that's real money. This is money he really wants to make. And good death. Xiao He's words were heard by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a smart man, and immediately, he heard Xiao He's meaning. What? It's come to this, and you guys still don't believe me? Going to another workshop to gather evidence of my wrongdoing? Qin Feng snorted coldly. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both blanched. Immediately, Xiao Shuiying waved her hand. Old ancestor master. Xiao He doesn't mean that. However, Qin Feng suddenly came. If you want to go, feel free. Anyway, I'm being honorable here. There's nothing to see. Qin Feng was very open. The words came out. Instead, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He would not be able to straighten them out. Nice guy. This old grandpa is really not afraid of death. Ha! Let them go. Isn't it obvious that you're giving yourself a hard time? What is old grandpa thinking? Really not afraid of being sent in. Good man. This thing is getting better and better. Maybe old ancestor master is trying to make a false move? In that case, maybe Goddess Xueqing wouldn't dare to go, and this could be dodged. It's not right. So what if you don't win the bet? There's a 50% chance of failure. It's not small. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also confused. Blackie, on the other hand, couldn't wait. He just carried the camera and ran off first. Xiao He, what are you doing? Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded and could only chase after him. Then, Blackie was seen immediately going into another workshop. As soon as Blackie broke in, see in front of you is a roaming tripper. Dang's face was all lonesome, but Blackie didn't choose to give up. Instead, the search continues, until, that is, all the production rooms in the entire plant have been explored. And this moment, It was already a full half-hour later. Then, Blackie lost his mind and went back to the first workshop, at the sight of the old grandmaster in front of him. At that moment, Xiao Hei's face was covered in guilt. Immediately, he knelt down and apologized to old ancestor master. Old ancestor master, I am sorry. I am Lord blinded. A moment was blinded by money. Thinking that you really do that kind of thing, Xiao Hei said, and then directly slapped self 2 slaps. And see the water boys here. At this very moment, the mood was the same as Blackie's. They are seeing it clearly. This old granddaddy owned a depot, of which was indeed a triple bouncer. There is not a speck of anything else in the press. The human old ancestor master was truly wronged by them. Although it is said that there is gold in a man's knees, I feel that it is appropriate to give this kneeling to old ancestor master. Yes, this time it really wronged Master Lao Zu a lot. Old ancestor master, I'm sorry, it's our fault. Please forgive us in Blackie. Less than a few minutes, the pop-ups were full of apologies to Master Lao Zu. Gifts all over the place. Xiao Shuiying, on the other hand, was in a difficult mood and looked at Qin Feng with trepidation. Fortunately, Qin Feng did not make things difficult for the two. Forget it, you guys are doing this, and it's in accordance with Chinese law. As an honorable Chinese, if I really broke the law, it's not wrong for you to arrest me. Qin Feng waved his hand and smiled blandly. Get up! Hearing these 3 words, Xiao Hei and Xiao Shuiying immediately laughed out loud. Master Lao Zu forgave them. That's so nice. Master Lao Zu is truly a great benefactor. Yes, Xiao Hei screwed up like this and actually didn't give him a hard time. The old ancestor master is truly generous and merciful. Look, this temperament, compared to old ancestor master, is far inferior. Learn from Master Lao Zu. And at that moment, Li Hao was directly blinded. How is this so different from what he thought? 2. How can this Qin Feng be clean? And just as Li Hao was doubting life, only the screen of the live broadcast. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared overhead and was slowly landing. And standing on top of it was a foreigner with curly black hair and thick eyebrows, who was warmly greeting towards the old ancestor master. Hey, dear boss Qin, we meet again. The helicopter landed slowly. The crooked man jogged over excitedly as soon as he landed. Then he lowered his head and humbly greeted Qin Feng. Dear boss Qin, how is my shipment prepared? All done. Qin Feng laughed. Upon hearing this, the crooked man immediately laughed out loud with a bright smile. That's great. Working with you guys has been the best thing that has ever happened to me in my life. This time, when I go back, my people, they are saved. The crooked man said this with tears in his eyes. Excited. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were both confused. What's going on here? And just then, the crooked man also saw Xiao Shuiying. At once, her face turned wary and she looked at her with a defensive expression. It's okay, they're here to do an interview, Qin Feng reminded. And a word from Qin Feng. At once, it made the crooked man drop his guard. Turning to Xiao Shuiying, he greeted him politely. Hello, this beautiful female earth. I'm Amir. You. Hello. Xiao Shuiying was still a bit dumbfounded and didn't respond. The way this man looked itself just now was like a falcon. Xiao Shuiying, who grew up in a greenhouse, where had she seen this kind of scene? She only felt a sudden surge of murderous intent rise up from this person, calling out to her. But Qin Feng's sentence, immediately, made this person's attitude come to a 180-degree change. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying could not help but guess, what exactly is this Qin Feng capable of? This crooked guy, who would listen to him so much? Help! The eyes of this crooked man just now are so starry. It feels like he's going to kill someone. Yeah, not to mention goddess Shueching. I was shocked too. Amir? That name? It's so familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. I'll be damned if it isn't Amir, the warlord of the terrorist organization on the battlefield. God, it's that legendary Amir. Oh my god, it's him. How did he show up in Taoyuan village? And at this point, Xiao Shuiying also saw the pop-up. For a moment, only the whole body felt appalled. This is actually from the Middle East? Or the terrorist organization's mastermind? At that moment, Xiao Shuiying man went numb. Xiao Shuiying also tunes into international news on weekdays, so, also aware of the turbulence of the current situation. And for a moment, Xiao Shuiying then froze in place. You know, this kind of battlefield, it's all murderous. There was blood on his hands. No wonder, when he looked at self just now, from the bottom of the heart a chill would be born. It's simply the survival instinct at work. You know, in front of you stands, indeed, a person who has killed countless people. Of course, on the battlefield, it's quite normal to protect the selfsame country and people. It was a last resort. But to be clear, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei have always been born in peaceful times, protected by the motherland like a flower in a greenhouse. At this moment, Their minds, still, were greatly stimulated, and right in front of him, Qin Feng still had that look of being unperturbed, was talking and laughing with Amir. I'll go. This Amir, he's a formidable character. Old Master Zhu is actually able to talk and laugh with him? This Amir, who is known as the god of death, has killed countless people, but, in front of the old ancestral master, he is actually so friendly and kind. What exactly is the relationship between this old grandpa and Amir? At this time, Xiao Shuiying was also curious, and just for a moment, Amir said suddenly, Boss Qin, I want to take a look at this lot. No problem. Follow me. Qin Feng opened his mouth. Then, Qin Feng took Amir and entered the workshop. This scene, which screwed up the crowd, wouldn't. Look at the goods? Is it hard to believe that Amir has traveled thousands of miles to come here? Just to get into a tripper? What's the point of getting into a trike? It's only useful in the countryside for harvesting crops. What's Amir beating up on? Yes, is this really a military advisor? Why do you feel like you're not thinking straight? Then, very quickly, the crowd then saw. A brand new batch of triple jumpers came into view. There are a total of 1,000 units, and they will be finished packing and sent out later. Qin Feng said. At that, Amir didn't move and went up to take a look. Boss Qin, the new feature I said I wanted to add last time? Amir took the initiative to speak. All added. Qin Feng said, also stepping forward and showing off. The engine was changed to a maximum horsepower diesel engine. The entire cockpit has been converted to closed as well. The vehicle's shell has been converted to pure titanium steel for superior defense. Qin Feng introduced them one by one, and that's when it happened. The crowd just realized, or it's still a little triple trampoline. It's simply a modified top of the line tripper. Also, the modification technique is just top-notch. It was also at this point that the crowd remembered. I'll go. Speaking of which, wasn't this the same trike that came into the village on the first day? Yeah, the pop-ups were begging for links, and I thought the quality of this triple bouncer was too good to be true, but I didn't realize that it was the old grandpa's own production. I go. This Amir specially ran to China to buy a 3 trampoline, but also remodeling, the will not be to get the battlefield. Isn't this still arms smuggling? And that's when Xiao Shuiying was also not going to be made whole by Qin Feng. This old grandpa was looking righteous just now, said he would never do anything illegal, but right now, it's actually explaining to Amir about the use of a modified trike. Isn't this a slap in the face? Kuro was also confused. Goddess Shueching, isn't this thing just arms when it reaches that place? Xiao He was really unable to understand, so he muttered, good grief. These words were heard by Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned, seeing his old ancestor angry. Amir immediately sat down. Hey, that fat guy, what are you babbling about? What arms? I'll sue you for slander, do you believe me? This thing is a tripper. I came in here specifically to go back to being a farm truck. Amir had a straight face. Shuiying Xiao, Blackie, Waterman. No, who would believe that? Coming all the way to China to get into agricultural vehicles? That's it. Isn't that a lie? And just then, suddenly, at the door of the production room, a group of men in suits and ties walked in. The grandfather of the security guard immediately walked over, his face anxious. Old ancestor master, I'm sorry, I didn't stop these people. All of this, it happened so fast, almost as swiftly. The gang just showed up, and see the group. Li Hao, who had been squatting in the live broadcast, was so happy. Ha 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 ha, Qin Feng, this time you're at the end of your rope. That's right, this is the same group of people that Li Ho called to report. And at that moment, the captain, who was at the head of the group, also had a serious face. The sight of Amir, in particular, dropped the temperature around him by a few points in a split second's time. It's over. Master Lao Zu is really finished this time. Mom, yeah, this Li Hao is how much he hates the old ancestral master. This scene was caught, or people caught smuggling arms. This shall not be sentenced to a few decades? Upstairs, you said less. Look, this one order on 1,000 cars, before also did so much, made so much money. I guess this life want to get out of it is difficult. Mess up and it's still a death sentence. This is what happens when you mess with toxic OnlyFans. Is this the end of the Peach Village column? I still want to read it. Forget it, the old grandpa has become a legal curry, and we'd better not look at it if it violates the law and order. At this time, Xiao Shuiying, who was standing at the scene, was also beating the drums in her heart. The scene in front of me was just too shocking. Lived for more than 20 years. It was the first time Xiao Shuiying had seen this kind of live arrest scene, especially the captain at the head of the group, even though he was in civilian clothes, but the face was solemn and upright, unconsciously, giving a feeling of majesty. For a while, Xiao Shuiying's heart was very unfavorable. Is Qin Feng really going to be arrested? The thought made her inexplicably sad. However, unlike Xiao Shuiying, Qin Feng acted, however, very calmly. Even Amir was not the least bit flustered. These two are just too composed. Mom, yeah, what a time. These two are too calm. Cowhide. Nothing else? This mentality is really sick. Master Lao Zu's mind is also too good to be true. And that, too, is still worth learning from. What's there to learn? Are you going to jail with Master Lao? Upstairs. Say a few words less. Master Lao Zu entered the game with his body. But it is not for the villagers of Taoyuan village to have a good life. Yes, to say the least, the old ancestor master is also too kind. If not in order to make Taoyuan village out of poverty and rich. As a senior student of the Magic City University, he should have had a very good life. In an instant, the pop-ups were mourning for Qin Feng. It is true that a village chief like Master Lao Zu who sacrificed himself for the benefit of all. It's just too rare. That's why everyone is so sore about it. Looking at Li Hao was very unpleasant. What are you guys pitying on here? He has made so much unscrupulous money. At least he has enjoyed it. If you want to pity, why don't you pity yourselves? Li Hao's words were also like an enlightenment. Especially those who hate the rich. At once, it began to fall again. Yes, Li Hao, the poisonous nephew, has finally gotten it right. I agree with this statement. Yeah, why should he make money and I can't? Both made so much. Next life, go to jail and confess. The pop-ups were instantly noisy. And at this point, on the spot, the captain suddenly approached. You're the factory manager Qin Feng, aren't you? The captain said. That's right, it's me. Good. The captain's expression was a bit surprised. Obviously, not expecting Qin Feng to be so calm when he was about to be arrested. This was the first time he had seen such a person. You realize what a mistake self has made, don't you? Thinking, the captain continued. However, the words came out. Qin Feng, however, frowned. I didn't make a mistake. I'm a good person, Qin Feng said breathlessly. At that, the captain was directly blinded. Feng, who had only just developed a favorable impression of Qin Feng, all of a sudden it disappeared again without a trace. Nice guy. How dare you call yourself a good guy when you're smuggling arms? What a tease. Another deadbeat lord. It seems. Thinking about it, the captain didn't bother to dwell on it any longer. He had seen a lot of such unrepentant people. With that in mind, he beckoned. If you don't, come with us. And at that moment, Amir spoke up. On what grounds should Boss Qin be taken away? We're just doing business. What? We're not even doing business now? When that came out, everyone in the room was going to spit blood. Good lord. This Qin Feng is unrepentant. Amir is simply meddlesome. These two simply go together as a pair. The captain was also on fire at the thought. I've seen shamelessness. It's really the first time I've seen such a shameless one. So he simply said, XL. Amir, I know you. You're a big name internationally. We're both smart people. So let's not beat around the bush. This arms smuggling, in my case, is a felony. At that, Amir but laughed. What arms smuggling? I'm just wholesaling farm trucks. Buy it back and use it for our farmers. If you don't believe me, look at this. Suddenly, Amir pulls out a product manual from a brand new tripper. The captain frowned and took it. Just see, it clearly states, it's a real deal tripper. See, Amir sneered. How is this triple bouncer even an armament? Are all your people so humorous? Amir said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. And that's when the captain was directly blinded. The hand holding the instructions was shaking slightly. Captain, what's wrong? The man he brought with him wondered. This thing really seems to be a tripper, the captain said incredulously. When he finished speaking, he hurried forward. Qin Feng and Amir also directly made way for him. This captain examined it carefully. And yes, there is indeed a tripper in front of you. But this triple bungee, it's so unusual. Not right this 3 trampoline good end. How to get a diesel engine? Also so high horsepower? Captain puzzled. Is there a problem with additional horsepower on my side of the road? Amir said with a straight face. That. The captain was disliked and felt as if what he said was okay. He looked at it, and all of a sudden, his eyes lit up. It's fine for you to increase the horsepower. But why are you still getting an enclosed cockpit for a triple trampoline? Aren't you going against the grain? Is it hard to understand that we don't want a mouthful of sand when it's so windy and sandy over there? Amir looked at the captain as if he were looking at a fool. Captain. At this very moment, the captain just felt skeptical. Amir does have a point. There's nothing wrong with it. But, it's weird. It's just weird. It makes sense. But how I look at it, it seems like it's not that simple. That. Suddenly, the captain found something unusual again. What kind of space purebred steel are you messing with for a triple bouncer? Isn't that a waste? Say yes to an agricultural vehicle and you use space material? What a joke. Who in this family farms with such a nice triple trampoline? Who'd believe it if I told you? Amir, however, said with a defiant look on his face, in your words, have money, have fun, can't you, Captain? Shui Yingxiao, waterman. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also numb. Why do I feel as if I understand what this Amir is saying, and as if I don't? This manual is all there, and it also says it's a triple bouncer, so it seems that there's nothing wrong with what the old human ancestor said. Yeah, at best, it's just a few customized features, and it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with them being customized now. It's alright to say, and at this point, the captain still had a hard-to-accept look on his face. It's just too weird. Practicing for many years, his experience had taught him that this thing, it's definitely not that simple. And just as the captain was thinking hard, suddenly, a call came in. After seeing the number on it, in a flash, the captain immediately turned, trotted, and made his way to the corner. The look on his face was horrified. Only the captain, shivering, took the call. Obviously the last second, or an aura all open squadron leader. Now, all gone. Leader, the captain said, trembling, never in a million years, lifetime. The man, who would actually call self, stop at once, stay out of that person's business. The voice that came from the opposite side was majestic. Deng nearly scared the captain out of his wits. Yes, yes. After a few seconds, the opposite party still hadn't hung up. The captain didn't dare to initiate the hang. Nonsense. What's the status of the opposite side? Dare to voluntarily hang up on the person above you. Don't even think about a career in this life. So the captain simply waited so long. And just then, the man across the room continued to speak. You have wronged him. What he traffics in is just an ordinary agricultural tricycle. As for what the tricycle is used for when it gets outside, it's nobody's business. A word to the wise. The captain was immediately enlightened. I know, leader. And the leader laughed. May I ask for anything else? The captain immediately perked up. And just then, a disturbing thought was born in his mind. This Qin Feng, I'm afraid it's not simple. To be able to get a leader to make a special phone call about him without saying anything. It looks like the top knew about him a long time ago. And it's always been a wait-and-see attitude. It seems that this little village of Taoyuan, that's a lot of history. Show him some respect. He has done a lot for his country. Over the years. I'll spare you the specifics and divulge the secrets. With those words, the phone hung up. The captain, on the other hand, was in shock throughout. It took a long time to slow down. The party's words were just too much information. Who would have thought? A student who just turned 18. Surprisingly, with such a powerful background, it can still be noticed from above. A figure that even the top has to respect. If you're not careful, isn't that like hitting a lantern in a toilet looking for shit? The captain's entire body was terrified at the thought. Immediately, he turned around and ran. Then, respectfully looked at Qin Feng. I'm sorry, Factory Director Qin. I was abrupt just now, and I apologize for my previous attitude. I've straightened things out. What you're selling is definitely not arms. It's just a normal transaction. See this scene. The crowd went straight to numbness. It's not. The last second to catch Qin Feng. Not your old man? How it's only been a few seconds. It just backfired. And backsliding so completely. Especially Li Hao. Seeing this scene, Li Hao directly exploded. Isn't this a case of eyes wide open? This is clearly an irregular transaction. And that's when the captain also saw the pop-ups on the live stream. He remembered what the leader had just said. First of all, to clarify for Qin Feng and to return Qin Feng's innocence, there's no doubt about it. So the captain said at once, your name is Li Hao, isn't it? You're also the one who gave us the tip-off call. Where is this deal out of the ordinary? It's just a normal deal. It's written in the manual. It's just plain old triple bouncing. It's not unusual to have customized features that all fit crop use scenarios. I'm now suspicious that you're wasting our time and reporting nonsense. We have the right to arrest you and question you properly, the captain said directly. These words directly shriveled Li Hao. It was supposed to capture Qin Feng. What's gotten into him? Li Hao was too angry to speak. Master Lao Zhu has finally cleared his name. Yeah, I'm selling triplexes. What's wrong with that? That's right. Yes, yes, yes. Don't keep throwing dirt on old grandpa just because you hate the rich. Li Hao, get out of here. We at Maple Leaf don't want to see you. Good lord. This fan name is coming out. And at that moment, Li Hao, for some reason, stopped talking. At the scene, the captain also looked at Qin Feng with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Factory Director Qin, for causing you trouble today. It's fine. You guys are also doing it for your work. I can understand. Qin Feng waved his hand, and that's when Amir said, "Allow me to have a word with factory director Qin?" "You guys talk." The captain immediately knew better and stepped back to the side. Then, he looked at Qin Feng with a curious expression. Unfortunately, it's far away. Didn't really know what the two had said, but it's obvious. Amir was very respectful to Qin Feng. And, the whole time, there was a respectful and pleasing smile. This scene alone made this captain, who had been practicing for many years, feel his heart shaken to the core. You know, this Amir, in that part of the world, is a great general who kills people to death? Of course, the people he kills are enemies. He did it for his own country and people. But then again, in the end, it's a man with countless amounts of blood on his hands. Everyone present, even the pair of elders, felt a chill and goosebumps all over their bodies at the sight of Amir's bottomless eyes. But Qin Feng was just a teenager who had just turned 18. At the moment, standing with Amir. Nonetheless, I am not afraid of Amir. Instead, what makes it weird is this. The aura emanating from this Qin Feng seemed to be even greater than Amir's. And Amir, such a galloping battlefield general, nodded his head in front of Qin Feng with a very humble posture. And surprisingly, he was almost smiling with him the whole time. This scene would absolutely blow up the world if it appeared on the international news. At that time, countless people will be curious about Qin Feng's identity. And just then, a scene that shocked the crowd appeared, only to see Qin Feng patted Amir's shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Older brother. Joking. This old brother. Almost. Didn't make the captain's back flash in shock. Jesus. What is this Amir? Qin Feng actually dared to call him a senior brother? And what shocked the crowd the most? This Amir is nonetheless not angry. Instead, there was an exuberance. It's all as it should be. Old ancestor master. You mustn't excuse yourself. Think of it as paying you back for saving your life. At that price, Amir said with a serious face. And that comment, all of a sudden, would not have made a whole lot of sense to the people in the room. Help, this Qin Feng, he actually saved Amir's life? The captain was a bit skeptical, subconsciously pulling out his ears, even wondering if he had heard wrong. I'm going, did you guys hear that? This Amir said that Master Lao Zu saved his life? No, this Amir is a murderous general. How did Master Lao save him? It couldn't have been in China, could it? Of course not. Our country is so peaceful. That is to say, old grandpa also went to war? I go. Master Lao Zu, you give us too many surprises. And at that moment, the captain swallowed in fear. Curious, he managed to work up the courage to ask. Factory Director Qin, General Amir, did the two of you know each other earlier? Yes, sniffed Amir, with a big smile. Speaking of which, back then, if it hadn't been for my old ancestor saving my life, now, I have no chance of standing here, and even less chance of serving my country. Upon hearing these words of certainty, the crowd was directly numb. Saved? Saved how? Subconsciously, the captain exited abruptly. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he regretted them. Fortunately, Qin Feng was a generous person and did not bother with him. Instead, he spoke blandly. How many years old is that? And you keep bringing it up. Amir, however, disagreed as he looked at Qin Feng with a face of adoration. This is a big deal to me. Having said that, Amir suddenly thought of something. Eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the crowd. It's a pity that you guys didn't get to see the old grandpa's heroic appearance. That's really the regret of a lifetime. As he spoke, Amir recalled the scenes of that day. On that day, Master Lao Zu single-handedly broke into a bandit den to rescue innocent locals. Amir's words came out. At once, everyone in the room was shocked. It's amazing that old grandpa really did do this kind of thing. I can't believe I'm still single-handed. That's too brave, isn't it? Just as the crowd was wondering where the story was going, Amir suddenly blushed. I can't tell you what happens next. All, in a word, without Master Lao Zu, I wouldn't be where I am today. Amir, so don't give me a cheap shot at this price today, Amir said with a serious face. Old grandpa's past can be published in a book, right? This is too wonderful. Help, why didn't you go on? I really wanted to hear the follow-up. Price? Cheap? In other words, the two were negotiating the price just now. And from what Amir is saying, Master Lao Zu wants to give him a discount. And he doesn't want it yet? Good guy. This discount is not even wanted. I can see that Amir is really grateful to the old ancestor master. The triple bungee wasn't expensive in the first place. And with the discount, it's just a little bit of money to save. And it's not a bad idea for Amir to do a personal favor. That's true. So it seems that Amir is quite shrewd. That's it. Who says there are no human feelings abroad, isn't this? Yeah, all in all, this wave, Amir is not a loss. And just then, Xiao Shuiying, however, was curious. How much did you guys agree on for this trike? Not expensive, Amir said directly. At those words, Xiao Shuiying let out a sigh of relief. She had thought that this had gone through a bit of remodeling by her old ancestor. This thing should be expensive. She was relieved to hear that from Amir. Truth be told, Xiao Shuiying was quite interested in this triple trampoline, too. So good at climbing, powerful, and resistant to building. Xiao Shuiying's grandma and grandpa both lived in the countryside. The old man just loved farm work, and although the family had a triple trampoline, it was nowhere near the quality or design of the ones produced by his old grandparents. She thought that giving this triple trampoline to her grandma and grandpa would be practical and resistant, and they would be very happy. In the meantime, the live feeds are getting restless too. I'm going to go, and since it's not expensive, I'd like to buy one too. My grandfather watched the live broadcast last time. He clamored to give him when the 60th birthday gift. I was worried about not being able to buy it. Was scolded by my grandfather unfilial. Just in time, the opportunity this came. I'm also genuinely seeking to purchase two. One for grandma's house and one for grandma's house. You all buy for elders. I'm different. I buy for myself. I have many children at home. By this, send the children to school how good, or closed, in the main road are not afraid. 1, 2, 3, anchor on the link. Ha 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 ha, so many people are going to buy it. The whole thing makes me want to buy it too. Buy it? It's really not a bad deal. The power of this tripper is not even close to that of a motorized vehicle. Since so many people want to buy it, why don't we do a wholesale in the live broadcast? At that time, the wholesale price can be cheaper as well. I'm a Maple Leaf fan and don't have the need for a triple bungee, but I want to support the old grandpa's business, so I'm going to buy it, too. This is a good idea. Goddess Shueching help us talk about it. That pop-up came out. At once, countless people began to beg for it. After all, the quality of the trippers is all there for everyone to see. This thing drives well on its own and does farm work better. Besides, it's not that expensive, and again, it can still support a wave of old grandpa's business. Faced with a fan's request, Xiao Shuiying naturally would not refuse. Thus, Xiao Shuiying was about to open her mouth. Wanted to talk to the old granddaddy about wholesaling. Then Amir was heard speaking again. Genuinely not expensive. One is only $10,000. I think. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was directly numb. The water friends in the live room, too, went numb. A triplex for $10,000. You call that genuinely inexpensive? I chow. $10,000. That's almost $60,000 or $70,000. That's damn well enough to buy a motor vehicle. Some small new energy electric cars are even fully paid for. Not expensive? You call this inexpensive? Amir, doesn't your conscience really hurt? Xiao Shuiying cracked straight away. This is too expensive. Xiao Shuiying sighed. At that, Amir but frowned. You call this expensive? For God's sake, it's worth it. This design, if we are allowed to buy, Amir said more and more excited. However, halfway through the words, suddenly, they came to a screeching halt. Xiao Shuiying had wanted to wait for Amir's explanation. Instead, he saw Amir as if he were choking. Say it, why don't you say it? Xiao Shuiying was curious and asked in search of the root of the problem. Amir waved his hand. You wouldn't understand if I told you, little girl, and all in all, at this price, it's a bargain for me. Qin Feng, who was on the side, however, spoke up. Sure you don't want a 20% discount? It's really not necessary. Amir turned to look at Qin Feng and said with a smile. The scene was a sight to behold. Nice guy. That's 20% off. That's $2,000 straight up. $2,000? That's over $14,000. At home, for that price, you can buy at least 4 or 5 triplexes. And that's just a portion of the price of the old grandfather's discount. The bottom line is that Amir doesn't want the discount yet. My mom. This whole 1,000 units, which could have been left with more than $20 million, turned out to be unwanted by themselves? TSK, who said anything about human feelings? Where is this Amir a human being? He's just an iron bean. I've seen naive people before, but I've never seen such naive people. Okay, this is a life-saving favor after all. And if Amir thinks it's worth it, it's fine. Yes, didn't you hear Amir? The car is an agricultural vehicle. So if you must buy it, why don't you go into business with old Joe, and return the favor? How can you be so sure that this car is just for farming, and not for anything else? I've heard it from my ancestors, and General Amir, and he's so right. If it's not for farming, what else can it be? It can't be an armored car, can it? Yeah, if this thing really goes into battle, it's not looking for death? I wouldn't dare to make it up like that. Would I? That is, Master Lao Zu is a cow. I admit. But he would never be perverted to such an extent. Right. At this point, pop-up discussions abounded. But most people already believe that. It's a no-brainer that this Amir wholesale strikes and takes them back for farm vehicles. After all, the factory manual for this triple trampoline clearly states that it is for agricultural use. And the captain's men were there to make sure there was no mistake. What people didn't expect, however, was this. Soon, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Of course, that's an afterthought. And this moment, the watermen are concerned, more than anything else, about the sale of triple jumpers. How come the triple jumpers are so expensive? No wonder no one buys them in China. They're probably all sold to naive crooked people. So it seems that the old grandpa's business, also not very best-selling well, such a wrongdoer, is a minority. That's right, it's only Amir who would be willing to be slaughtered as a pig by the old ancestor master for the sake of saving his life. That said, aren't any of you curious as to how this old granddaddy went to war when he was in good hands? At this moment, the last pop-up screen also attracted Xiao Shuiying's attention. Xiao Shuiying was about to ask, just heard Amir's voice, then if there's nothing else, I'll head back. I've got my hands full at home. Amir's eyes flashed forlornly at the mention of home. Once again, when he looked at the group of old ancestor masters in front of him, sweeping his surroundings, the birds are singing freely, the landscape is flowing merrily, the air was quiet and harmonious and peaceful. Such a beautiful view. How many days has it been since I've been in the house? The thought of that shell-shocked home was a sentimental one for Amir. And at this point, Qin Feng also saw Amir's sadness and spoke. Don't be discouraged. Fight. Qin Feng's eyes burned with a blazing fire. Decades ago, it has happened in this land, too. Qin Feng had thought that if Self had traveled to that era, and like Amir, he will surely put his life on the line to defend his home. Well, they were lucky. The country is getting stronger and stronger, and its position is unassailable. The weak, however, will always be the only ones to be bullied. Due to his identity, it was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to directly help Amir. He could only encourage Amir. And hear this. At once, Amir's fighting spirit was raised. Old ancestor master, with your words, it's enough. The words just fell. The helicopters suddenly flew over. Goodbye, friends. I hope that the next time we meet, my home, like yours, will be harmonious and happy. At that time, I will also warmly invite you guys to my house, Amir said very enthusiastically. This scene has also touched a lot of water friends. Everyone knows that war is brutal. What about the next time we actually get to meet in person? Perhaps even Amir. It's not a 100% guarantee, is it? Can't tell if this goodbye is forever. In any case, I hope to see you again next time. Though we are not of the same excess, I would like to pray for every people in the world who are defending their country. For blessings. A woman of faith would like to be a vegetarian for the rest of her life, not seeking honor and wealth, but for every child in the world to grow up healthy and safe, without war. Good guy. You're holding up Donnie Darko? May everyone in this world be happy and joyful. The water boys on the live feed are being genuine. Looking at Amir, who was flying further and further away, the crowd's emotions were low, especially Xiao Shuiying who was at the scene. Girls have empathy, all the more powerful. The thought of all those innocent children who were injured or even killed. Xiao Shuiying's tears then welled up in her eyes. You must win, Xiao Shuiying muttered. He said, and secretly wiped a tear from his eye. And at that moment, when Xiao Shuiying turned around, seeing the scene in front of her, Xiao Shuiying was slightly surprised, only to see that the old ancestor master was still in that unperturbed manner. Very calm. By the book. Amir is sort of his friend. This trip, life and death are hard to predict, but not a trace of sadness could be found on the face of the old ancestor. Even, there was a hint of delight. Old ancestor master, this batch of orders are sold out. This year, we can have a good year in Taoyuan village. Even Grand Master Chang, who had always been known as the great benefactor, was also talking and laughing. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but frown. What time is it now? Master Lao Zu only has business in his eyes? Yes, we didn't know Amir well enough to shed a tear. But Master Lao Zu looked so familiar with Amir. Master Lao Zu's empathy is also too poor. Straight men do. Hey, upstairs, don't punch I'm a man. I just also fell in tears. I declare, this is the old grandpa one-person behavior. The disaster is not as bad as the group. Amir really paid by mistake, and preferred to buy it at a high price. The old ancestor is not cherishing this good friend at all. The moment. Xiao Shuiying thought the same thing. Willow's brows wrinkled gently in some confusion. It's too complicated a relationship. Thinking about the pain in her brain, Xiao Shuiying simply didn't want to think about it. Of course they won't know. In Qin Feng's opinion, this goes. This Amir will not live or die at all. Instead, it's still a win. Even Amir himself, included, is just as optimistic. Only, his expression was misinterpreted. If Amir had heard these words, he would have had to say high and low, you can have no faith in me. But you can't have no faith in Master Lao Zu's triple bouncer. If you don't believe me, we'll see on the battlefield. At this point, Xiao Shuiying suddenly had a flash of insight. Old ancestor master, you actually went to the battlefield and single-handedly broke into a bandit den to rescue the locals. Can you tell us how that happened? When the question was asked, Xiao Shuiying's eyes were all bright. Obviously, about this, she was very interested. So did the water boys on the live feed. Coke, mineral water, melon seeds, peanuts, all ready. Small front row benches are seated. Come and hear the bullish deeds of the old grandfather. Good man, I'm going to see the world again. Old Master Zhu is a bit worse to his friends, but, in essence, he's still a great guy. Yes, in my eyes, people who can give up their lives to save others are great benefactors. The pop-ups have been praising the old grandmaster. Public opinion immediately flipped. In response, Xiao Shuiying was also somewhat puzzled as to what this old ancestor master was thinking. Call him a good guy, but he doesn't care one bit about Amir's life. Let's say he's not a good guy, but he's able to single-handedly break into a bandit's den by himself. This kind of thing, I'm afraid, not many people in the world would dare to do. After all, what people care most about is always their own lives. At critical moments, even the lives and safety of family members can be disregarded, not to mention strangers. This shows that Master Lao Zu is a man of great love. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying cursed herself in her heart. Shouldn't be so quick to pass judgment on the old granddaddy. Anyway, from this incident, Master Lao Zu was definitely a great benefactor. This is an undeniable fact. The waterbenders had the same idea. It should be said or not said that, as far as this case is concerned, no matter how bad Master Lao Zu's character usually is, he shouldn't be sprayed. Or rather, all of you here are not qualified to spray him. This has struck a chord in my heart. Gentlemen talk about signs regardless of heart. And who among us can do what Master Lao Zu did? Don't hold others to a moral standard every day. Yes, there's nothing wrong with giving a UN friendly ambassador. For that matter, right? I can't believe there's no award. It doesn't make sense. The water friends were all chiming in for Qin Feng. I can't wait, right now, to hold a trophy back for my old grandpa. And just then, hearing Xiao Shuiying's words, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. I didn't free the locals. The words came out. Everyone in the room froze. Ha, Xiao Shuiying froze. That's where I went to kill a thief's head. And they ran out by the way. Amir too? Xiao Shuiying was directly dumbfounded. Yes, Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Then, old ancestor master, why did you kill the head of the thief? Xiao Shuiying a whole did not understand. Silly, Qin Feng said breathlessly. Making money as a mercenary. One head, $5 million. Will you do it? Shuiying Xiao, live water friends, nice guy. They were moved here for most of the day. Even, hate to hold a trophy back for the old granddaddy. As a result, people are not going to do good deeds at all. Instead, they're there to make money. Old ancestor master. This can't be another part-time job, right? Xiao Shuiying almost spat out blood. Yeah, I went on summer vacation. What's wrong with that? Qin Feng said with a helpless face. Xiao Shuiying, who was glared at in her heart, straightened up and said, no, there's nothing wrong with it. Numb, really numb. Show, this is too much show. No wonder the UN didn't give the award. It would be a mess if they did. Good man. Old ancestor master is catching pythons and killing heads of thieves. Your part-time life should not be too rich. Master Lao Zu, your part-time life is also too wonderful. Publish a book. I want to read it. Good lord. With tens of millions of students in this country, whose kids are moonlighting as mercenaries, Master Lao Zu is really good at this. Should say not say. I think the old ancestral master is just modest. No matter how people he really is considered to have saved if not him, those people would have died a long time ago. Yes, Amir must be thinking the same thing. That's why he's thankful to the old ancestor master. The crowd's thoughts, gradually, began to change. Admittedly, Master Lao Zu went there to make money, but the ones that do save lives in the process. In that sense, he is the one who did the good work. Those who were present were also not qualified to point fingers at the old ancestor master. The quality of this class of netizens is still good. At this moment, the corners of Xiao Shuiying's mouth jerked. This old grandpa really doesn't follow the rules at all. Too wild to hold it all. But that said, that's what makes it fun too. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying sneaked a glance at old ancestor master. Shyly, she smiled. 2 red clouds on her face. It was even more delicate and cute. The girl who was already radiating youth, looking like this, is simply as beautiful as the scenery. Very nourishing. However, the old ancestral master, who was standing on the side, was always unmoved. What makes a big difference? Even directly ignoring the starry-eyed Xiao Shuiying, he pulled his leg and left. What are you staring at me for? I don't have anything on my face, do I? Stop staring at me all the time, it's making my heart grow fuzzy. Before leaving, Xin Feng said to Xiao Shuiying, Shuiying Xiao. Seeing this scene of the goddess being defeated, the pop-up screen instantly stopped laughing. Good lord, the reason why old grandpa doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Found. Master Laozu is really a straight man of steel. Goddess, don't go licking Master Laozu. Let me lick you. I promise to be obedient. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Upstairs, you've licked enough. Don't you understand that you'll lose everything in the end? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was being shat on by her water friends. The heart is also depressed. Then she left the factory as well. 10 minutes or so later, just returned to the village. Then I heard Grandma Trisha's cries. Hear the cry. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying's face changed. Xiao Shuiying hurried to the village entrance. She saw Grandma Tsuehua surrounded by several people, wiping her tears sadly all the time. On one side, Moncler Outlet Store strong side. This is good. How can we say we're splitting up? I don't know. Wow. Grandma Tsuehua looked aggrieved. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying froze. That's a breakup? 2 days ago, she also saw Tsuehua Grandma and Lei Grandpa call to boil telephone porridge. That is a strong love. It's as mushy as a young man in love. I didn't realize it was just a few days. And then they split up? The key point, of course, is that Grandma Trisha looks very sad. Did I do something wrong? Or does he think I'm too old? No. If you don't like it, why are you still on a blind date with me? This dead old man. Grandmother Tsuehua got angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. A whole lot of skepticism. Xiao Shuiying is a maternal single though, but there are housemates who have fallen in love. When we broke up, the housemates were god-awful. It looks like it's similar to Grandma Tsuehua now, depressed and in habitual denial of self all the time. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was also distraught. Grandma Tsuehua was a widow who had a hard time finding happiness. Now, happiness has slipped away again. Xiao Shuiying felt sad even as she substituted. This kind girl, from the bottom of her heart, wanted Grandma Tsuehua to live a happy life. And see this scene. The water boys on the air were also very emotional. The happiness that was so hard to come by is gone again. And this feeling of loss is really better than never having had it in the first place. Grandma Tsuehua is really miserable. If you want to blame it on the old ancestor master, this Master Lei was chosen by the old ancestor master. And in this case, he has the responsibility. Right. Didn't this old ancestor master say that Master Lei's face is very good? Now look. This whole scummy guy. That is, it's too irresponsible to break up when you say break up. In that case, don't come on a blind date in the first place and let down Grandma Tsuehua. In this case, it seems that this old ancestor's face reading is not very accurate. At that time, I wanted to say, this kind of face reading, in fact, is a magician. Just like fortune telling, it is not allowed at all. Yeah, if you could tell how good or bad a person is by looking at their facial shape, the world wouldn't be so complicated. Old Grandpa's wave has harmed Grandma Tsuehua. In an instant, the waterbenders all began to fall in line. They have denounced the old ancestral master's claim of face reading is simply inaccurate. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also had a complex expression. On the one hand, she felt that old Master Zhu was a good man. On the other hand, the fact that this Trisha grandma is right in front of us. Therefore, Xiao Shuiying felt that old ancestor master definitely didn't do it on purpose either. He was just academically inept and didn't do a good job. Or maybe this so-called facialism was never reliable in the first place. It's what created the tragedy of Grandma Trisha. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying sadly opened her mouth. Grandma Tsuehua, don't be sad. There are plenty of good men, and this kind of person is not worthy of your sadness for him. At those words, Grandmother Tsuehua's expression was despondent. She seemed to think of something, opened his mouth and said nothing. A few minutes later, Grandma Trisha left alone. From a distance, he watched the injured and forlorn back of Grandma Tsuehua. Xiao Shuiying's heart was then sad. 2 days passed in a row. These days, the ants in the village continue to work on putting the noodle hair. It is to prepare the snacks that will be used for the ancestor festival. It was very lively from the beginning to the end of the village. It's red hot all the way around. This hilarity, however, did not belong to Grandma Tsuehua. These 2 days, Tsuehua grandma worries so much that she can't eat. Her health condition turned straight down. In response, strong Moncler outlet store didn't know what to do. So, On this day, Master Chang found Master Lao Zu and reported this situation, one by one, to Master Lao Zu. Old ancestor master. The situation is just that. The truth is just that. Grandmaster Chang sighed with a sigh. Grandma Tsuehua was also the one he watched grow up. Besides, it was my own idea for the blind date in the first place. Right now there is a problem. This strong Moncler outlet store is naturally anxious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying also looked at old ancestor master with a curious expression, expecting what kind of reply old ancestor master could give. Soon after, old ancestor master's words almost flashed Xiao Shuiying's waist. Scum, impossible, Qin Feng said directly. This Moncler, a great benefactor, would definitely not do something like that backstabbing. Qin Feng was very optimistic about Moncler outlet store lay. Hear that? The water boys in the live room were numb. What time is it now? Why hasn't Master Lao Zu recognized the truth? That's right, and a great good guy? How can such a person be a good person when he can make a cliffhanger breakup? The old grandpa is probably too confident in his own physiognomy. He doesn't want to admit that he's been wrong. Hey, I don't understand. Master Lao Zu is actually already very good. In this world, where is the perfect person? If you make a little mistake once in a while, that's what makes you human. And at this point, Xiao Shuiying, who was at the scene, was also confused. Why is this old grandpa still speaking for Grandpa Lei? The facts, right there in front of us. And that's when Grandmother Cui Hua also spoke sullenly. Old ancestor master, Uncle Chang, I'm troubling you guys to worry about my affairs. Wifey, I'm also planning to let go of it. This matter, let it just pass. Grandmother Tsuehua waved her hand. She said she put it down, but Grandma Trisha looked so sad that she didn't even walk out. If you say that, you're also afraid of troubling Master Lao Zu, aren't you? Poor Grandma Tsuehua, by Master Lao Zu. Hey, the kind-hearted Tsuehua grandma, also dare not blame the old grandpa. This aggrieved, all can only swallow in the stomach. And just then, Qin Feng suddenly frowned and opened his mouth. Something must have happened to this Grandpa Lei, otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. Qin Feng remained firm that Moncler Outlet Online Lei was a good person. He must have had some compelling reason. Hear this. Xiao Shuiying was really helpless. Master Lao Zu was also too obsessed. Where are all the reasons to break up? It's really just one. It's just not love anymore. What she didn't expect was this. Hear that. The originally dead, cloudy eyes of Grandma Tsuehua suddenly lit up again. Old ancestor master, are you telling the truth? He didn't genuinely want to break up with me? Grandmother Cui Hua was agitated. At those words, Qin Feng nodded. Wifey, I see. Thank you, old ancestor master. It seems that I need to look for him again and ask him what's going on. If there is a bitter reason, it would be bad to miss it. Obviously, Grandmother Tsuehua was very convinced of Qin Feng's claim. With that, he pulled out his cell phone with an excited face to dial the phone number of Grandmaster Lei. However, what the crowd didn't expect was this. The prestige call couldn't be made at all, and it directly showed that Grandma Tsuehua's prestige had been blacked out by the other party. See this scene. Everyone in the room froze. At this moment, Grandmother Tsuehua, her thin body, also shook violently. The smile at the corners of that mouth hadn't even faded, and it stiffened instantly. The hope that had just flared up, in an instant, was gone. Grandma Tsuehua, who had an excited look on her face in the last second, was as if she had lost her soul in this second. Ouch! In her anger, Grandma Tsuehua's two eyes went black and she almost fell to the ground. It was Xiao Shuiying who was quick to hold Grandmother Tsuehua, and then, pressed her to sit on the stool. Grandmother Tsuehua, don't be too sad and break your body. Xiao Shuiying wriggled her lips and said. She knew that words all pale in comparison. It was useless to say anything at this moment, but it's better than not saying anything. Time is the healing medicine that heals the wounds. Xiao Shuiying only hoped that Grandmother Tsuehua would walk out as soon as possible. And at this moment, Grandmother Tsuehua was covering her heart with one hand, looking in agony. Didn't we agree? Don't delete it and keep it as a memory. AI, why do you have to be so heartless? Refusing to even give me a chance to repay my favor? Grandmother Cui Hua said in frustration. Hear that? Xiao Shuiying blinked her beautiful eyes in puzzlement. Pay back? What's that supposed to mean? Can it be that Master Lei and Grandma Tsuehua knew each other before? And that's when the water boys in the live room were focused on the former. Good man. This grandpa is still playing the blackout game. Really 666. Moncler outlet store really people old heart not old ah. This talk of love also play cliff breakup. And this old grandpa says he's a good guy? I throw. But no one who is a human being can do such a thing as a cliff breakup. No matter male or female. I support the view upstairs. My ex-girlfriend just suddenly broke up off a cliff and made me emo for a whole year before I got out of it. It even created a psychological shadow on me. And when I got older, I wanted to be in a relationship. but I didn't have the courage to walk into a new relationship anymore. Older brother cannot think of and what love? Press the foot it does not smell? Old ancestor is really harming Grandma Tsuehua. Quickly help Grandma Tsuehua think of a solution. What a time to be counting on Master Lao. Don't you see? This old ancestor is still sure that this Lei is a good person. If I say, rely on the old ancestor, it is better to rely on us. I remember this Lei's original name is Lei Daji, is a retired firefighter. This person's information should be very easy to find, right? Human flesh is a crime. If I don't give Grandma Tsuehua this bad breath, I don't feel good in my heart. Yes, is there any brother who knows Lei Daji? Say something. Let's go and greet him. I support. How old are you? Still playing with the feelings of old ladies. This time it's Grandma Tsuehua. Next time, it may be our family. Boycott the scum. Start from me. I'm coming too. A few minutes of work. The pop-ups were all crusading against Master Lei, even to start a human war. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying cried out in her heart that it was not good. This human flesh is illegal. As the anchor of the live broadcast, Xiao Shuiying is legally liable. Of course, in Xiao Shuiying's heart, she also wanted to ruthlessly condemn Grandpa Lei and take it out on Grandma Tsuehua. But this is a society governed by the rule of law, and you can't take things personally. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying opened her mouth. Water boys, lighten up. Don't ever do anything illegal. People should cherish their own future. However, what Xiao Shuiying did not expect was, the water boys don't listen to her at all. On the contrary, the crusade was even more powerful than the crusade against Master Lei. As we watched, Lei Moncler Outlet Online's personal information was gradually being stripped out. Xiao Shuiying's head went straight up. Family members, this Lei Daji I know, live in the warm neighborhood of Hepping Road. I often saw him when I was a child, and he also bought me candies to eat. But, to say the least, really cannot see that it is this kind of person. It's normal to know what people know. Home address dug up. Are there any more? I go. This Lei Moncler actually by my 1000 degrees to, or Magic City citizens model hero. Once many times disregard for the safety of life. Into the fire to save people. Magic City's largest fire. 40 years ago, the 612 incident. He is that time to put out the fire hero, and this time to put out the fire. So that Lei Daji left the whole body to reach 35% of the burns. This pop-up came out. Instantly, the broadcast went quiet for a moment. What? I can't believe I'm still a firefighting hero. Good heavens, this is a hero. So then it seems that the old ancestor was not wrong in his face reading. But it's also indisputable that he broke up on a cliffhanger and failed Grandma Tsuehua's feelings. It's just, this work is work and feelings are feelings. I see. He puts out fires, but he also does it to get bonuses and fame, right? The real him is a scumbag who failed his relationship. Yes, a person who is irresponsible with his feelings can be a good person. He's just pretending to be so nice on the surface. I live in the cozy neighborhood. Water friends in front of me. Can you provide me with a specific room number? I'll come to the door to help Tsuehua's grandma greet her. Ha 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 ha, the righteous waterbenders have appeared. This is going to be offline against the line. Support the wave. See here, Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened a few points. This group of people are killing themselves. Don't take her with you. Just as Xiao Shuiying wanted to stop it, suddenly, a pop-up appeared. It caught everyone's attention. There's no need to look. I know exactly where Master Lei is. The person who spoke. The username is called White Angel. Where is it? You tell me. Yes, it's urgent. I just love watching the network go offline against each other. And the effect of the show pulls right through. And that's when, the latter words of the little white angel. More than that, everyone froze. He's in the ICU. There isn't much time left already. As soon as this pop-up appeared, the entire broadcast room was silent. Even Xiao Shuiying was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that the crowd slowed down a bit. The ICU? So sudden? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's just it. There's no such thing as coincidence. Seeing all these pop-ups questioning self, the little white angel was furious. If you don't believe me, Anchor, come explore a video request. Let's let you all have a good look at what Master Lei really is. I hope that those who have just denigrated Master Lei, after reading this, must apologize to Master Lei. With that said, the little angel in white launched a video request. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was directly dumbfounded. What is this? Xiao Shuiying, who couldn't decide, then subconsciously looked at Qin Feng. Master Laozu, you say this? Qin Feng spoke blandly, accept the request. Upon hearing this, Grandma Tsuehua also rushed over. Girl, get that for me. I need to see what's going on. I hope the others are okay. They better be lying to me. Grandmother Tricia said jitterily. Count back 10 minutes. Magic City Hospital. Inside the ICU, all that permeated the deadly hospital room was the smell of disinfectant. On the hospital bed lay a frail, gray-haired old man, sitting on the edge of the bed, hiding her face and crying. Was his only adopted daughter? Rayanne. Why? Why did God have to be so cruel to Dad? Ryan seemed to have not yet accepted the truth. Crying up and down. She wore a gray overalls, with black-rimmed glasses. Looked simple. In the past, this in the eyes of colleagues, the most unafraid of suffering and not afraid of tired strong woman, revealing his most vulnerable side in front of his father, who has terminal cancer. However, compared to his daughter's pessimism, Lei Daji is much more optimistic. His pale hand, laboriously raised, soothed Rayanne. Obviously he is the one who is sick, but in this moment, Lei Moncler outlet store is much stronger than his daughter. And just then, the two didn't notice. Behind her, a girl, holding a cell phone quietly approaches. The girl is called by Xiaoye. It's also the moat of the Magic City Hospital, and she is also a resident of the cozy neighborhood. It's also Moncler Outlet Online Ray's neighbor. When she was a child, there was a fire in by Xiaoye's house. It was Lei, who had just returned from work, who broke the window to save her, disregarding the safety of his life. Ever since then, Bai Xiaoye has regarded Grandpa Lei as a benefactor. The two families also walk around a lot. Not too long ago, when the Winter Break Chronicles live stream opened, Bai Xiaoye was one of the first loyal viewers. There's no way around it. The show is just too hot. The claim is that it's a live program that's more fun than watching a TV show. Young people love it. So, at the first appearance of Lei Daki on the air, Bai Xiaoye was then very pleasantly surprised. It is important to realize that Leian is not the real daughter of Master Lei, but an adopted daughter. The fire, 40 years ago, occurred in a new mall that had just opened. Lei Moncler outlet store was exhausted after saving dozens of passers-by in a row. And at that moment, there's a lost woman from the countryside in the mall. The woman is in town for the first time. The first time she came to this bejeweled big shopping mall. In this place where she could not even recognize the street sign. How could she know the exact direction of herself? So a carpet search is necessary to save the woman. It's time-consuming, not to mention a gamble on your life. The firefighters who were there were united and not discouraged. Even if they were tired and had only one breath left, they wanted to get the people out. And that's when Lei Moncler outlet store stopped his teammates outside and insisted on going in alone. At that time, he said something. This line was also later registered on the news by a reporter. That is, you all have wives and children. I'm alone and have little responsibility. Let me go. Throw that down. Lei Moncler outlet store then head into the fire without looking back, paying no attention to the shouts of his brothers behind him. Good on. On this trip, Lei Moncler outlet store saved people and managed to come back alive. But unfortunately, the fire was still too big. Lei inevitably left the whole body reach nearly 30% of the burn area, was positioned in the 7th degree of disability, and the woman he held in his arms was unharmed. The extensive burns added to Ray's Moncler outlet store already bad dating market. Lei Moncler outlet online is an iron rice bowl and has a good character, so it is reasonable that he will not be unable to marry a wife. But therein lies the problem. He's just too responsible. Almost every fire rescue in Mordor had him not wanting to lose his life. People praised the big hero, but how many people are willing to find a husband whose life is in danger at all times, even though he is a hero? Therefore, Ray Moncler outlet store is so single. Luckily, Lei himself is open-minded and simply doesn't look for a daughter-in-law. And this Leian, it happens to be a little girl in his relatives, young and unintelligent, pregnant, cannot afford to abort, then passed on to the Lei Moncler outlet online. Over the years, Master Lei then raised Leian all by himself. A while ago, Bai Xiaoye sees a successful blind date between Master Lei and Grandma Tsuihua. It was a pleasure. After all these years, Master Lei has finally gotten the hang of it and is looking for a woman. Although, a little older, it's nice to have two old people in the same place, supporting each other. Bai Xiaoye was even prepared that when Grandma Tsuihua came to town, Self would have to change her name to Grandma. However, what Bai Xiaoye didn't expect was, it took a couple days for things to develop. In the beginning, everyone lambasted Master Lei. Bai Xiaoye just couldn't believe it. There are a lot of bad people in this world, but it definitely doesn't include Lei Moncler outlet. So, Bai Xiaoye found Grandpa Lei in person. Unexpectedly, this search, they learned, Lei Moncler outlet online is suffering from terminal lung cancer. Truth. It turned out that he was determined to separate from Grandma Tsuihua because of this. And at this point, Bai Xiaoye was filming the image in front of her, also while composing a pop-up of what happened, one by one, and sending it to the live broadcast. She couldn't see these people slandering Master Lei. When finished sending everything, Bai Xiaoye typed a line with great excitement. Take a good look. See, how you have wronged a good man. Saying that, Bai Xiaoya once again pointed the camera at the father and daughter in the hospital room. And this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were all numb. It wasn't until a long time had passed that the crowd slowed down. It turns out that Lei wasn't a cliffhanger breakup at all, but he wanted to separate because he had cancer and didn't want to drag Grandma Tsuehua down. We're the ones who slandered Master Lei. Not only have we vilified a good man, we've vilified a firefighting hero. God, if you wake up in the middle of the night, you'll have to slap yourself in the mouth with remorse. Oh, shedding tears. There's such a story behind Lei. I'm sorry, Lei, Master Lei, we've wronged you. Master Lei's life is really too tragic. Saving so many people but not saving himself. Yeah, life is better. And it's only been a short time since I retired. And I got cancer. That said, Mr. Lei has lung cancer, right? Then it seems like that would be considered a workplace injury. This disease, also because of saving people, will get merit and virtue, but this is the end. Hey, it's true what they say. Good people don't get good karma. For a moment, everyone was impressed by Moncler Outlet Online Ray's story. There were even a number of people who shed tears on the spot. So good Moncler Ray Ban Wayfarer. In his later years, it was hard to come to his own happiness. In the twinkling of an eye, God had played such a joke on him. At this moment, even Xiao Shuiying, tears had been welling up in her eyes. She really wanted to question God. Why are you so cruel to Master Lei? Why? At this point, Leian didn't notice that something was wrong with Bai Xiaoyu. She was completely lost in her own grief. Suddenly, Ryan thought of something and frantically slapped himself. I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault for not being there for you. If I hadn't studied aerospace and gone to the Great Northwest to do research, but stayed by your side all the time, and could have discovered your illness earlier, I wouldn't have had no chance at all. As I do now, it's me who was too selfish. And see this scene. Master Lei hurriedly and tremblingly supported his own old and decrepit body, wanting to stop Leian. Good daughter. Daddy knows that you went to study aerospace because you also want to study hard to serve your country and win honor for it. This terminal disease, is life. Dad admitted it. Speaking of which, something suddenly occurred to Lei Moncler Outlet Online. And there's one more thing Dad wants to give you to do. At those words, Leian raised her head, her eyes red and swollen from crying, and looked at her father seriously. Dad, you name it, I'll go and do it. Then, from under the covers, Lei Moncler Outlet took out a big red-colored box. Cough cough. Even though it is a red box, Lei Moncler Outlet Online is a little unsteady. Coughing violently, his body is like sifting chaff, trembling violently. Seeing this, Ryan took it in a hurry. In here is a little bit of jewelry that was going to be given to Trisha. I don't think I'll get a chance to deliver it, so when I die, take it to Tsuehua for me. Consider it compensation for me failing her. As he said that, a hint of helplessness and resignation flashed through Lei's eyes. At that moment, Ryan also opened the box, only to see that what was placed inside was, quite literally, hardware, necklaces, earrings, rings, bracelets, ankle chains, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were nonplussed when they saw this scene. Good man, the portion is so big hardware. You tell me it's small jewelry? It's not just the weight of the grams. Look at them, the style of these gold jewels. They're all very vintage, just to the old lady's liking. Lei Moncler Outlet can find this kind of style. Must have wasted a lot of effort. Right, now still do this kind of model of gold store. Very few right this kind of a look at the labor cost is not cheap. Here at least small 100,000 have really spent money, but also spend money. Hey, poor two old men, in love, but unable to be together. Is this how Twilight love works nowadays? If I remember correctly, they've only known each other for a short while, right? Right. How long has this been going on? It's a shocking look. Shocked me. Is this the legendary love at first sight? They say love at first sight is love at first sight. And two people who are over 100 years old combined can still play like that? At this moment, Ryan was also confused. Dad. This, Rayanne said in shock. She knew that her father had never been a very simple man. Growing up, the places where my father spent the most money were for her, and he himself, are wearing unit-issued clothes, eating unit cafeteria, never want to give himself more money. For Grandma Trisha, Rayanne was certainly in favor of the two seniors being together. Still, Rayanne was a little puzzled as to how her old father, who had always been sensible and frugal, had suddenly changed so much. At this moment, Master Lei, who knew his daughter like a father, naturally saw Leianne's disbelief. A trace of embarrassment surfaced on his pale old face, and Master Lei smiled awkwardly. Anun, do you still remember? Dad mentioned to you, the woman who was in that fire 40 years ago? Trisha, that's the woman. When I saw her on the air at the time, I thought it must be fate. Only 40 years ago, I didn't dare, and 40 years later, I summoned up the courage, only to fall ill. God's will is messed up. Grandmaster Lei looked up to the sky and sighed. Hearing these words, Ryan was stunned. This was followed by an immediate outburst of tears. Dad, you're so bitter. How could she not remember? Ever since she was a little girl, her father would tell her this incident every time, as a bedtime story to put her to sleep. The story is about a firefighter who falls in love with a woman at first sight. And that night, the two almost die in a fire and run out in the nick of time. The hero has a good feeling for the heroine, but that time, he fell disabled. So he put this emotion in his heart, buried. And that's when Grandma Tsuehua, far away in Taoyuan village. Seeing this scene, Hyun almost fainted as a whole. I knew it, and you remembered it. Hey, God, why are you so cruel to a good person? So cruel. If you can, give him all of my lifespan. Anyway, in the beginning, my life was saved by him, Grandmother Tsuehua said sadly. And hear this. Strong Moncler outlet online was shaken. Trisha, it turns out, he's the firefighter who's been on your mind. No wonder, after so many years of being sober, you've suddenly opened up in the last few days. I thought you'd figured it out. So, it's not that you figured it out, but, finally, you found him. Dachiang sighed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Grandmaster Chang. That's a lot of information to hear. There seems to be a story behind this. And when he saw Xiao Shuiying's puzzled look, Moncler outlet store Chang sighed longingly and then narrated the story. AI. Speaking of which, your Grandma Tsuehua is also a bitter person. When I was young and still didn't know any better, I was confusedly arranged by my family to marry someone. However, the husband hadn't even seen one side of the man, and the man died unexpectedly. So many years, are living alone, it is not easy, met since the sincere love of the person, that is, 40 years ago, but afraid of others will be ashamed of her as a widow, so they do not dare to express their own love. After missing out for so many years, it's hard for two people to meet again, and this time, both of them muster up the courage to do so. Yet, Strong didn't say any more about what he said next, but everyone understands. The end of the story is so dramatic. 40 years ago was missed. 40 years later, this time, everyone has gathered courage for a new life. However, life delivered a sudden blow. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also crying. Such a sad love story. And the water boys on the air, all of them feel bad about it, too. It was as if, with a stone in his chest, he was depressed. This is too dramatic. No wonder it is said that in a person's life, it is the ordinary that is the most valuable. A life as twisted as the one in the TV series that falls on a person's head, with its ups and downs, would really only feel sad and depressing. It's a pity that the story doesn't end with the princess and the prince living happily ever after. Perhaps, this is life, full of regrets. Such regrets, who would want to have them? If I could, I would also like to give my lifespan to Lei Daigong. Such a good person, shouldn't have to live such a miserable life. I'm 23 this year, but I don't want to live at all. This healthy body, please transfer it to Master Lei. Please live well for me. Hey, upstairs, don't mess around. Young man, think of the good things. Ooh, it makes me cry to see why lovers can't be together. Look, does it hurt to hit your face? Those who previously called Master Lei a scumbag and slandered the firefighting heroes, hurry up and come out and apologize. Yes, look at the old ancestor master said how accurate. People Lei master is a real good man. Hey, life is also too bitter a little. That said, have you guys noticed? Old ancestor master has been too cold. Feeling indifferent +1. I've been watching for half a day now. This old ancestor master has no expression the whole time. This is too cold. How can a needle hurt if it doesn't stick to your own body? In the world, there is no such thing as empathy. It's not empathy, it's empathy. And it's a person's lack of empathy that's scary. I have to say, the old ancestor master is a god at face reading. But, on the other hand, is really cold-blooded enough. Let's not talk about Master Lao Zu. I don't see this Master Chang. He's not much sad either. Yeah, both of them are half-assed. And it's just Grandma Tsuehua who looks sad. These pop-ups came out. Xiao Shuiying, who was still crying hard just now, immediately stopped crying. She looked at Qin Feng and Grandpa Chang in surprise. Only the faces of these two men were, indeed, calm. Not a hint of sadness to be seen. Especially Qin Feng. At this point, there was even a cell phone out, playing a game of elimination. Shuiying Xiao, live waterboy. However, this was not the most staggering for the crowd. In the next second, the old grandmaster was seen breaking through the barrier successfully. Displayed on the screen was, "Congratulations on successfully passing level 8998. Then another row of extremely bright red letters is quickly displayed. "Congratulations on being the first place winner in your current region." Seeing the rows of red letters, the old grandpa was so happy, even outright surprise. "Good job, Shuiying Xiao, live water boy. It can be a big drop." "No, old ancestor master, you're going too far, aren't you?" "Yes, I thought indifference was the limit. And you're doing this? What's the difference between that and laughing at someone else's funeral?" Upstairs over people lay big master is still alive it. "Do not say what unlucky words." "Hey, I just want to condemn the old grandpa, but what I said is not exaggerated. Ask yourself, this lung cancer is terminal. There are no days to live, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but any cancer that isn't thyroid cancer, it's a waiting game. Lung cancer is kind of hard to treat. Lei is really miserable. See these pop-ups." Xiao Shuiying was also heartbroken. Upon further inspection, Master Strong actually cheered for the old granddaddy. "Old ancestor master is so awesome. I've only hit the 700th level and I've been stuck on it." Grandmaster Chang said helplessly. "Show me." Qin Feng said. "Okay." Strong Moncler Outlet Online smiled. Then, took out his own cell phone, directly handed it to Qin Feng. So, Qin Feng was on the spot to play elimination games for Moncler Outlet Store Strong. Especially since this Grandmaster Chang has been giving the old Grandmaster a run for his money. "Hey, Master Lao Zu. This shot will tell you if there's one or not." Old ancestor Master Bullnose. "I didn't think of it, but you thought of it all. Thanks to old ancestor master. Otherwise, this level, it would have to be stuck on me for half a year before I could get out." Breaking through the barrier successfully, Grandmaster Chang smiled so much that the wrinkles on his face were all connected together. Xiao Shuiying was directly speechless. Although Qin Feng's seniority was high, but being young and strong, you may not experience much. But Moncler Outlet Store not so much. Grandpa Strong is 121 years old. At that age, you've more or less experienced some illness. He had definitely experienced more of this than Qin Feng. Therefore, Xiao Shuiying was very angry at this cold-bloodedness shown by Dexiang. "Master Chang, it's already this time. How can you still laugh? It's too much." Xiao Shuiying huffed, lightly biting her shell teeth. Her pretty figure, undulating together due to excessive anger. With a blush on her face, she was even more gorgeous. Daqiang froze for a moment, as if he didn't react. "Shuiqing girl, how come I can't laugh? Grandpa, I didn't do anything wrong." Shuiying Xiao, "Good lord, this is a little too cold-blooded for Master Strong." "Yes, he still looks like he doesn't know what's wrong with him. He's so old, he shouldn't be." "Master Chang, for a patient with terminal cancer, you can't be as warm as a spring breeze, but you should at least show some respect." Xiao Shuiying gritted her teeth and huffed. As soon as he heard this, Moncler Outlet Store Strong understood. He tapped his head. "I'm sorry, I forgot in the heat of the moment." Speaking of this, Xiao Shuiying's face became even more ugly. "Happy?" At this point in time, it's amazing that Strong is still happy about it. And just then, Strong Moncler Outlet Store suddenly asked, "By the way, what kind of disease does this Lei Daji have?" "Lung cancer." Xiao Shuiying replied with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Strong Moncler Outlet Store actually laughed again. "Lung cancer? That's good." At those words, Xiao Shuiying was directly numb. "Where is this better?" And in the meantime, Bai Xiaoyu, who was watching the live broadcast, was also furious. A few minutes ago, seeing Qin Feng and Grandmaster Chang so indifferent, Bai Xiaoye's heart became very uncomfortable. Grandpa Lei was the equivalent of a real grandfather to Bai Xiaoye, so it was hard for Bai Xiaoye to watch. And at this moment, Strong's careless "it's a good thing" irritated Bai Xiaoye even more. Bai Xiaoye spoke out in exasperation. "It's too much. How could this happen?" Bai Xiaoye shouted. The words came out. It then startled the two men in the hospital room. Both Grandmaster Lei and Leian were surprised as they looked toward Bai Xiaoye, who had suddenly appeared behind them. "Xiao Yu, why are you here?" Grandpa Lei said with a trembling voice. Bai Xiaoye was stunned, holding her cell phone, a bit at a loss. Sensing something was wrong, Leian came forward and took Bai Xiaoyu's cell phone. One look and she understood. "Why are you still live streaming with the people of Taoyuan village?" Leian was shocked. With that, he probably skimmed through the pop-ups, and also probably knew what had just happened. How can these people be so cold? Leian frowned, and his heart was displeased. And that's when Leian and Bai Xiaoyu's voices, naturally, it also traveled to the other end of the video chat, also known as Taoyuan village. The moment the sound of Lei's voice was heard, Grandmother Tsuehua, who was still muddled just now, immediately shuddered. And Moncler Jackets for Sale Chang also reacted and quickly explained. Hey guys, take it easy. I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is that lung cancer doesn't matter. It can be cured. The old man, I also have pancreatic cancer. This is the king of cancer. Then lung cancer is much more difficult to cure. The old man, I am still not living well? Mr. Chang patted his chest and said. The words came out. It numbed everyone. The first to react was Ryan. Are you kidding me? The corners of Ryan's mouth jerked, clearly not believing it. Lei Moncler Outlet Online looked deeply at Suhua Grandma in the video screen. Did not squeak. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chang didn't get angry, but laughed. This is true. If you don't believe me, ask Grandma Tsuehua. Grandma Tsuehua hurriedly said. Yes. I forgot if I didn't mention this. This Grandpa Chang really had pancreatic cancer. Or the old ancestor cured it. Speaking of which, it was years ago. Speaking of this, Grandma Tsuehua looked at Grandpa Lei fixedly. Lei Daji. Don't worry. As long as old ancestor master steps in, you're guaranteed to live. Grandma Tsuehua's words directly straight away made the crowd not be able to straighten out. What? Pancreatic cancer all cured? It's a joke. This pancreatic cancer is very dangerous. The onset of the disease was hardly more than 6 months before it was sent away. Especially young people. But whenever you get this, it's basically the same as meeting the king of hell. Besides, Master Lao Zhu was just an 18-year-old college student who was also majoring in finance. But where it says medical student, it's also slightly relevant. The crowd said, rip, to rip. What? Master Lao Zhu also knows how to see doctors and cured pancreatic cancer? Then I even said I was the first emperor of Qin. Does anyone believe me? No. You have to be a little bit logical to make up a story. Yeah, that's outrageous. At this moment, Bai Xiaoye and Leian, who were at the scene, were also in disbelief. Dad, don't listen to anything these people say. It's too unreliable. Ryan said, about to interrupt to cut the video. She's already spoken to the doctor. Starting tomorrow, it's surgery, and then, it's radiation. Although, my father's primary care physician stated ahead of time that there was very little hope for treatment, but as long as there's a glimmer of hope, even if it cost more money, Rayan wanted to keep her father alive. However, hearing this from his daughter, Lei Moncler Outlet Online was not very agreeable. Anne, don't be in a hurry. Let's hear what your Aunt Suehua has to say first. After saying that, Lei Moncler Outlet Online looked at the video. Suehua, what you just said, is it all true? Trisha had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Across the screen, the two old men stared at each other. Suehua's gaze gradually became hot, and she said with incomparable seriousness, really, it's all true. Doji, I didn't lie to you. You should hurry and come to Taoyuan village. Old ancestor master is good at Chinese medicine. He has saved many people. He will definitely be able to save you as well. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Lei squeezed out a small smile. Good. Hearing this good word, Grandma Tsuehua was touched. He was trusting self. For that matter, it's not easy enough. At this moment, however, Leian was in a state of shock. Father, Ryan uttered in surprise. And Lei Daji just gave her a look. It's all in the words. Seeing my father's relieved smile, Ryan's clenched fists, after a few seconds, loosened. How could she not know what was going through her father's mind? Lung cancer is advanced and incurable. My father is 60 years old, which is considered a senior citizen. At this age, honestly, there's a good chance that the chemo is a hurdle that won't be survived. Here, it's just waiting to die, as opposed to being stuck in this antiseptic-filled hospital room all the time. Father was more interested in seeing Grandma Trisha one last time, I think. As for cheating or not cheating, it doesn't matter at all anymore. Always dying. With that in mind, Ryan said, alright, all at father's discretion. However, Bai Xiaoye was in a hurry and directly shouted out, Sister Anan, I'm a soil protector, still in the oncology ward. I've seen thousands, if not tens of thousands, of cancer patients. There's only one way to cure cancer, and that's Western medicine. If you just irresponsibly take Grandmaster Lei away today, it's highly likely that he won't last 3 days. That's advanced lung cancer. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Bai Xiaoye simply stepped forward and blocked Leian with her body. No, unless you step over my body, you will not be able to take Master Lei away today. The words came out. The water boys froze. This little earth protector is really good. Lei Moncler Outlet Store. Although his fate is unfortunate, there are people who are genuinely devoted to him. Yes, this little nurse Earth works right here in the hospital and has seen more cancer patients than she has eaten salt. So what she says must be reliable. Yes, the only thing that can cure cancer is Western medicine. And that's when Strong Moncler Outlet Store spoke helplessly. You girl, if you truly think about your Grandmaster Lei, let him come to Taoyuan village. Guaranteed. Here it comes. The medicine. Bai Xiaoye scared and pressed her disbelief. You said you cured pancreatic cancer. Tell me how? Of course it's Chinese medicine. Old grandpa's Chinese medicine. That's what this is. Grandmaster Chang gave a thumbs up. See this scene. Bai Xiaoye was even more furious and rolled her eyes. If you had said something else, something about spiritual victory therapy, I might have been somewhat convinced. If you're going to say you're a Chinese medicine practitioner, then you're definitely a liar without a doubt. Bai Xiaoye scolded. Chinese medicine practitioners are simply charlatans. The words came out. The water boys on the air agreed. Half the time, it's Chinese medicine. This way by stand small protect soil. Who do not know, now go to the doctor. But where the doctor said, go home to take some Chinese medicine to try. That is the same as, go home to wait for death. That is, Chinese medicine is fine for minor illnesses like colds, but this is cancer, and it has to be a Western medicine cow. It's too much bullshit. First of all, it's unreliable to say that Chinese medicine can cure cancer. Furthermore, it's even more abstract to say that it's the old ancestor who cured it. Who can see the terminal illnesses of Chinese medicine practitioners who are only 18 years old? That's right. It's well known that the age of a Chinese medicine practitioner is equal to experience. Who would dare to seek treatment from a young Chinese medicine practitioner? Writing novels do not dare to make up so too fucking bullshit. This line from the Little Earth Protector. It stirred up 1,000 waves on the air. At this moment, Qin Feng also saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. They are all unfavorable remarks about Chinese medicine. Qin Feng said that he could also understand. In this time and space, at a certain stage, Chinese medicine suffered a great blow and was once lost. As a result, far inferior to Western medicine. Many famous prescriptions have not been passed down. Therefore, in the community, the people simply do not trust Chinese medicine. And it was indeed Qin Feng who treated Mr. Chang's pancreatic cancer. Seeing Trisha's pleading eyes, look again at Master Ray. Although, these public opinions in the live broadcasting room made Qin Feng very upset, but Master Ray is a really good guy. A retired firefighter who saved countless lives. Punch this. Qin Feng also wanted to save him. With that in mind, Qin Feng opened his mouth. Master Lei, if you believe me, come on. With a simple sentence. Instantly, the entirety of the live broadcast room went quiet. You know, it was no more noisy just now. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feng hadn't said a word. And coldly, he suddenly opened his mouth and said this. The crowd felt that the look on his face carried a seriousness that had never been seen before. Master Lao Zu is here for real? This expression. It looks like you're very confident in your own medical skills. What to do? I'm starting to doubt that this is real. Which time didn't Master Lao Zu slap us in the face? It's still a bit of a stretch to say that Chinese medicine can cure cancer. And just then, Master Lei suddenly spoke. Old ancestor master, with your words, this Taoyuan village, even if I have to crawl, I will crawl through. Xiaoye girl, I know, you are doing it for the old man's good, but, my mind is made up, so let me go. Master Lei's extremely vicissitudes of a sentence. Everything was in the air. Leian also gave Bai Xiaoyu a wink. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoye had no choice but to give up her struggle even though she was no longer willing. Who let? She's not Master Lei's daughter? If she were, she wouldn't even let Master Lei follow these people around. It was only after a long time that Bai Xiaoyu spoke out. Okay, then I'll go and check you out of the hospital now. With that, Bai Xiaoyu hung her head and walked out of the hospital room. Bai Xiaoye, who was in a depressed state, completely failed to notice that the selfsame video screen chat was still going on. So, the next scene, too, made its way into the live feed, only to see, Bai Xiaoye walked into the doctor's office. At this time, sitting in the office, is Lei Moncler Outlet Store's attending physician, Sun Pang, Dr. Sun, the patient in bed 02 needs to go through discharge procedures, Bai Xiaoye said. At those words, Sun Pang froze. No more treatment? Go back and wait for death? Sun Pang said subconsciously. So much for experience. Most patients with advanced cancer, especially at an advanced age, the family will choose to forego treatment. The reason is simple, the hope of a cure is too low, and when the time comes, people and money will be lost. Thinking about it, Sun Pang sighed and added, I remember the old man in bed 02 was a retired firefighter. A great guy, I think, and you asked his family to resist a little longer. I've applied for a research grant for him, and when the time comes, I'll be able to cut a lot of fees. At those words, Bai Xiaoye's eyes lit up, but soon, it dimmed again. No need, Dr. Sun. Master Lei wanted to leave of his own accord. He chose to seek out a Chinese medicine practitioner. At those words, Sun Pang immediately frowned, his face very serious. Isn't this nonsense? Saying that, Sun Pang immediately found out the report. Here's the report the old man just came out with. Look at this value. It spiked to 100 times the upper limit. Which means, it's already metastasized to the brain and chest. As it is, he's going to go out there and there's a good chance he won't even see the sun tomorrow. Hear that? The water friends in the live room. Their hearts were lifted. I'm going. I can't believe they've all shifted. That's really bad luck. It's all shifted to the head. This is the great Buddha and the golden immortal coming. They can't even save it. How dare you say Master Lao can cure us? How can Master Lao Zu be more powerful than the immortals? I go. This is also too blind chicken bullshit. So fierce cancer. The old ancestral master can cure. I stand upside down to eat shit. That is, it would be better to listen to this Dr. Sun, but also to help Lay Moncler Outlet Online apply for the program. Enough to see, this is a responsible, caring and good doctor. Yes, don't mess around. It's better to let Master Lay stay in the hospital for proper treatment. And at that moment, Bai Xiaoye said helplessly, it's no use. Lay himself insisted on being discharged, and his family agreed. This, Sun Pang was incredulous. Hey, this old man is old. His brain is not clear. It is understandable. How can this young man also let the old nonsense? Probably afraid of spending too much money. It's not my father. It's not my turn to worry. If you want to get out of the hospital, just do it. By the way, remember to have them sign the liability form, so they don't get out of the hospital, have any problems, and come back to us for compensation. With that, Sun Pang threw over several densely written liability waiver agreements. See this scene. The water friends in the live room were nonplussed. Good man. This Dr. Sun looks like he's having a PTSD attack. I guess he hasn't been blackmailed by a lot of rogue patients. Has he? No, medical malpractice these days is no joke. I feel that Dr. Sun got to the point. This Lay Moncler Outlet store daughter is afraid of spending too much money, right? It makes sense. If we treat it now, we will definitely lose both our money and our people. If we don't treat it, then we can still keep the money. Hey, in the end, it's an adopted daughter, not a biological one. Don't know the heartache reminds me of Sister White Kanji. People must not just adopt see, this is what happens when you adopt. Old and sick, waiting for the adopted daughter to pull home and wait for death. Yes, I'd rather not have children than adopt. How good can the genes of someone who has abandoned his own children be? Genes determine character. The pop-up discussion is getting more and more lively. And it's a moment's work. Bai Xiaoye had long ago taken the waiver agreement to Master Lay's father and daughter. Ryan signed a waiver. Then, it was time to discharge my father from the hospital. When they reached the hospital entrance, Rayan just called for a car. If nothing else, around evening, we'll be able to reach Taoyuan village. And at that moment, Bai Xiaoye, who was standing in front of the hospital, got into the car. Lay Moncler Outlet store father and daughter. Face are seized in a piece. It's a shame. This time, I'll never see Master Lay again. I just hope that Master Lay has a good journey ahead of him. Bai Xiaoye whispered in her mind. Inside the car, along the way, Lay Moncler Outlet store was very happy, and his eyes were filled with the color of anticipation. Still, not very well, and kept coughing violently. It was jittery to watch Rayan. About half an hour later, the car drove up the mountain road. A bumpy ride. It's even worse for Lay Moncler Outlet Online. Cough cough cough. Moncler Outlet Online Ray's coughing simply won't stop. Father, Ryan was worried. See this scene. The waterbenders in the live room were helpless. See, this is what happens when you don't listen to Western medicine and insist on going to Taoyuan village. Hey, look at the Lay Moncler tossed. What kind of? I feel that Dr. Sun said are tolerant. What can not see tomorrow's sun? On the Lay Moncler this situation. I am afraid that tonight will not get through it. And that's when the live stream continues as well. Only, the object of the video screen was changed to Rayan. Layan looked at the pop-ups crusading against self in the broadcast room. It's also remorseful. Father, it's really not possible. It's better to go back. Don't suffer this offense. Layan hesitated and said, I'm fine. Lay stumbled. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Lay Moncler Outlet store coughed violently and covered it with his hand. When he looked up, he saw a cloud of black blood nestled in his hand. Seeing this scene, Layan almost didn't faint from fear. Where is this all right? The water friends in the live room were also scared. The shock of the scene was too great for them. And just then, a cold voice rang out. Coughing up black blood? That's a good thing, old ancestor said stoically. Rayan, live water boy. No, this old grandpa is too open-eyed to talk nonsense, isn't he? Coughing up black blood? Can you call that a good thing? It's almost as if it's going to scare people to death. Master Lao Zu was really open-eyed. Yeah, Being able to cough up black blood means a person has run out of gas. Hey, should have listened to that Dr. Sun's opinion. How good. I just checked. People still stayed in the West. Back to the medical blog Earth. In the Acne Prince or well-known medical university network read, education and fame are barred. This wave has kind of gotten itself killed. At this point, Xiao Shuiying was also confused. This old grandpa is outrageous. Such words are spoken. This made Xiao Shuiying suspicious. Does this old grandpa really understand Chinese medicine? I'm afraid I don't even know enough about the disease, right? To get as far as coughing up black blood is basically a long shot. And what made Xiao Shuiying even more unexpected was Master Lao Zu's next words. Even more outrageous. See only. Master Lao Zu glanced at the time. It's still 4 or 5 hours away. How about this? Xiao Chang. Later on you ask the village aunt to make some chicken soup and entertain Xiao Lei and the others then. I'm sleepy. Go back and take a nap. As he spoke, Qin Feng even yawned. With that, he turned and walked away. Hear that? The water boys were shocked. If anything, just now the crowd felt that old Master Zu was simply unprofessional. Now then, a word of harm is not too much to ask. You know, with terminal cancer, you basically can't eat. Even eating the wrong thing can cause a backlash, especially a greasy tonic like chicken soup. It is safe to say that eating it will most likely cause a violent vomiting reaction. A series of side effects later, it could kill Master Ray. At this moment, seeing the cell phone screen, Qin Feng's dashing departing back, Rayan was angry and helpless. Dad, this guy is so unprofessional too. However, Grandmaster Lei just patted Layan's hand and didn't say anything. Furious, Ryan could only endure it. Hey, it really pisses me off. This Master Lei has some kind of handle on old ancestor master, doesn't he? Willing to be scourged by him like this. I see. Master Lei also thinks. Anyway, dying. Why not come to see Grandma Tsuhua for the last time? That's what I think. Anyway, there aren't many days left to live. Yes, the old ancestor master so outrageous treatment. Who dare to believe? People Lei Master Heart must also be adore. Giving greasy chicken soup to terminal cancer patients. The old granddaddy is really daring too. The pop-ups were all over the place. Xiao Shuiying was also stunned. Except for her. However, the few people who were there didn't seem to think anything was wrong. Master Chang has already asked someone to make chicken soup, and Grandma Tsuhua was high and ready to greet Grandpa Lei. Xiao Shuiying's mood was complicated. Perhaps, for Grandma Tricia, even if it's the last time, it's better than not seeing it. Yes, she sure does. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying didn't want to say anything to spoil the fun. A few hours later, Lei Moncler Outlet Store and his party finally arrived at Taoyuan Village. It's only been a couple hours. It's a bumpy ride up the hill. It makes Moncler Outlet Online Lei look even more vicissitudes than before. I'm going to go. It's really not easy for Master Lei to survive until now and still gasp for air. It's just that, the camera is so upside down. It's making me puke. Holding on to your last breath in order to see this one last time, I guess. And that's when old ancestor master also led the crowd and waited at the entrance of Taoyuan Village. Qin Feng, who had slept all afternoon, seemed to be still awake, yawning all the time. Good man, the old grandpa is still awake here. Hey, old ancestor master's careless attitude. Not to mention Master Lei, I feel bottomless even looking at it. Upstairs, do you still believe that Master Lao Zu can really cure people? To put it bluntly, he's just here to see Grandma Tsuehua, and you're the only one who takes it seriously. That's true. It was foolish of me. The Lord doesn't have enough onion chowder. Upstairs, you're having a seizure. Good man, you guys are too crooked in your topics. I want to see the meeting of the century between Master Lei and Grandma Tsuehua. Don't crook the building. At this point, across the crowd, Grandma Tsuehua and Grandpa Lei stared at each other. The eyes of both men were hot with excitement. Lei Moncler Outlet Store was agitated and tried to run, but couldn't. It could only be done slowly, with Rayan's assistance. Grandma Tsuehua rushed over and looked at him with a heartbroken face. It's fine. You don't have to run. I'll run over myself. Grandmother Tsuehua said with a serious face. Hearing these words, Lei Moncler Outlet Online was touched. 40 years a turn of the eye. I did not expect, but also, can still see you again. Cough. Lei Moncler Outlet Store was emotional. The whole body also began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Ryan was heartbroken. Father, stop talking for a moment. And that's when Qin Feng also walked over. Let's go eat first. Qin Feng said. The words came out. Ryan frowned. Shouldn't it be for the father first? Even if she knew, the man must know nothing about medicine. But it's a good idea to go through the motions and see it first. That's really not even pretending for a second. With that in mind, Ryan said, my father can't eat anymore. However, Qin Feng was very, very confident. Don't worry, when Ray sees it, he'll be dying to eat it. At those words, Ryan shuddered. That's a bit presumptuous, isn't it? And at that moment, Grandma Tsuihua also advised Grandpa Lei. Doji, just listen to old ancestor. That chicken soup is good. It's very nourishing to the body. Upon hearing this, Moncler Outlet Online Lei smiled sarcastically and said, go on. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help himself. Coming here was as far as she could go in indulging her father. Now, to watch my father drink that greasy chicken soup. Isn't this just watching your father being destroyed by a poison doctor? Father, you are so sick, thought Ryan, excitedly. However, at that moment, Qin Feng spoke. Where's the weight? It's just a minor illness. Don't scare people all day. Just take some medicine. This comment directly gave Ryan a whole lot of not going to happen. Xiao Shuiying was also confused. Isn't that just opening your eyes? Alright, Tsuihua, take Deji to drink chicken soup, Qin Feng said. Then, in Leian's dumbfounded eyes, Grandpa Lei followed Grandma Tsuihua and her group. By the time she reacted, Grandpa Lei had already gone to Tsuihua's old grandma's house. Ryan rushed after him. Then the house was seen, with a red dining table, and right in front of Lei Moncler Outlet Store of him lay a bowl of chicken soup with butter floating in it. Ray Moncler Outlet Store himself is not hopeful, until he sits down. Smell the aroma that comes to your face. At once, Lei Moncler Outlet Online sniffled and his fingers were tingling. Noticing this change, even Master Lei himself was stunned. It smells so good. I actually have an appetite, Grandpa Lei said dumbfounded. And this scene had long been expected by Qin Feng. Eat some if you think it smells good, Qin Feng politely said. Upon hearing this, Lei nodded heavily, picked up the soup spoon, and yowed a bowl for himself. Ryan couldn't even stop it in time. Lei Moncler Outlet Store then rushed to take a sip. At once, a light immediately lit up the cloudy eyes. This was followed by a second sip right away. The more you drink, the more you get. I just felt the taste of the chicken soup. Very sweet. As soon as I drank it, my body warmed up and I immediately gained strength. The scene stunned Ryan. Rayan gave a surprised look. Father, you finally want to eat? May I ask? Old ancestor master, is this chicken soup some kind of panacea? Leian said in slight surprise, looking at Qin Feng incredulously. A moment's effort. Leian then cast off the prejudice he had just held against Qin Feng. How bad father's health is. She knew better than anyone. Before, even if my father drank white porridge, he would vomit it all up due to the rejection reaction, only surviving on nutrient infusions. Now, not only can I eat, but I'm eating this greasy chicken soup. In that case, it seemed that Qin Feng had two brushes. Rayan was a smart person, and right away, she knew. As far as this bowl of chicken soup seemed to go, this Qin Feng is not simple. Therefore, Leian's address to Qin Feng immediately changed to old ancestral master. Qin Feng didn't care about Leian's change in attitude either. Instead, it was said in a big way. This chicken soup is called solid chicken soup for cancer prevention. The ingredients in it are chicken broth, fresh mushrooms, and herbal packets. The Chinese medicine pack is a solidifying remedy, and its main function is to prevent cancer, but it can also be used to fight cancer for patients who already have it. However, there is another very important ingredient in this, and that is water. At those words, Xiao Shuiying uttered out in disbelief. Does water make a difference? Of course there's a difference. Underneath Taoyuan village, there's a natural underground hot spring. The water from the ancient well is natural hot spring water. The temperature is above 86 degrees all year round, which is rich in a lot of mineral elements, especially selenium. Selenium is very effective in fighting and preventing cancer. And generations of our Taoyuan village who have lived here all their lives are healthy and have never gotten cancer, and therefore, are also known as a cancer-free village and a village of long-lived old people. And when you look at the whole country, only Taoyuan village has natural ancient well hot spring water that is drinkable like this. The words came out. Several people were shaken. This chicken soup is so sweet. It seems that it is also due to the hot spring water. Grandpa Lei immediately reacted. That's right, Qin Feng said. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei also came back to their senses at this time. Speaking of which, the water in this Taoyuan village is really sweet to drink. Sweeter than the mineral water that I drank before. Xiao Shuiying nodded and said, Yao, I realized that a long time ago. I just never said anything. Blackie also said excitedly, hey, these days when I come to the village, I especially love to drink water. Before I don't even love to drink water. Once because I don't love to drink water, I even made a stone, and often have back pain. As soon as I heard that, the aquanauts in the live room were speechless. Good guy, you're the only one who knows how to play the backstage game, aren't you, Blackie? Wow. Finally I know why the old people in Taoyuan village live so long. It's because of the hot spring water. Mom, this is a hot spring in an ancient well, plus it's surrounded by green mountains and forests. A real natural recreation place. I also want to go to Taoyuan village to taste the hot spring water. But, this lay moncler is already in the late stages, and was sentenced to death by the attending doctor, saying that it will not pass tomorrow. All this time, even if it is the hot spring water, drink a few tons of it is useless, right? I remember. Didn't I say that Mr. Chang had pancreatic cancer too? Then in that case, it's untenable to say a cancer-free village. See the two pop-ups. Xiao Shuiying and Lian were also like a blow to the head. Rayan said immediately. Selenium, I know, has great health benefits, yes, but my father is in a bad way. Besides, Master Strong, if I'm presuming on you by saying this, then I'll apologize in advance. But I still want to ask, didn't you say you had pancreatic cancer before? If you've had it and recovered after being treated by old ancestor master as you said, can you show me the information that confirmed the diagnosis back then? Lei Yan's words were like a bombardment. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both confused by what they heard. Strong Moncler outlet store was also shaken. At the scene, only the old grandmaster remained calm. Ha ha ha, worthy of being a researcher, this logic and thinking is clear. Yes, just ask. We want to know the answer too. Xin Feng, who was still awake, was the first to speak. Water alone, of course, will not allow Master Lei to heal. The words came out, visible to the naked eye. Both Leian and Lei Daimao became tense. And then, Xin Feng immediately said, the cure is still medication, and I have a special ward here for lung cancer. However, to nourish the disease, you have to take it internally as well as externally. So you have to stay in Taoyuan village for at least 3 months. A course of treatment. The water, air and environment of Taoyuan village heals the sick and strengthens the resistance. As for the prescription, it's a bit late today. You guys ran all the way over here and are in a tired state, so it's not accurate to look at it now. So rest for the night, and tomorrow morning, I'll take a look at it more specifically. As for Xiao Chang's pancreatic cancer, said Qin Feng, giving Moncler Outlet Store Chang a wink, only to see Strong Moncler Outlet Online fly over. That little look, it always felt weird. Strong Moncler Outlet Store pulled a report out of his pocket. That, if you want to see it. Strong Moncler Outlet Online took it to Lei Moncler Outlet Online. Ray Moncler Outlet Store unfolded it. Heck, I saw that right on top of this report. It says that Strong is suffering from pancreatic cancer. At once, Lei took a second look at the lively and energetic Strong in front of him. And then when he thought about what the old ancestor master had said just now, he was thrilled. That's great, old Grand Master. I don't even know what words I can say to thank you. Apparently, Grandmaster Lei was convinced of what the old ancestor said, word for word. At this point, Rayan still felt something was wrong. Let me see. With that, she tried to take the report as well. And just then, Strong suddenly scurried over and shoved the report into his arms quickly. Ahem. Moncler Outlet Online Strong looked stricken. This is my privacy, old man, and I'm shy of being looked at by so many people. Rayan, Shuiying Xiao, the two were wide-eyed. A health report. What's there to be ashamed of? However, the two were not given the opportunity to question. Strong Moncler Outlet Store directly into the pocket of the report. Aside stuffed while explaining. Back then, in order to make money to support the family, I went to work alone in the Magic City. Ago as decades, it is not easy to struggle to old age. I thought I could enjoy the blessings. I did not expect. Got pancreatic cancer. It's still the king of cancers. And it's a disease that's hard to treat now, let alone 10 years ago. So I'm just going to stop treating it and just go back home to the countryside and wait to die. I didn't expect that. When I returned to the countryside, I met the old ancestor master, who said he could cure me, and I didn't take it to heart, and a few doses of medicine went down, and I was really cured. Look at me now, you guys, alive and well. Old man, this physical ability of mine, no exaggeration, doing 100 push-ups is no big deal. Don't believe me? You guys watch, said Strong Moncler Outlet Store directly on the spot to do push-ups. Hey, 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 Strong Grandpa's movements are still very standard. One push-up, that's a clean one, not a drag at all. In the blink of an eye, it's 10 or so. Just this physical ability. Not to mention having had cancer at one time. Even a healthy college student. I'm afraid, all of them are far inferior to Master Chang. At this moment, seeing this scene, the heart of Lei Moncler Outlet Store moved. Seeing this, Grandmother Tsuihua also hurriedly said, Doji, what did I say? Just put your heart in your stomach. And when old ancestor master prescribes you medicine, you'll wait for good health, longevity, and peace. At the sound of the words, Lei Moncler Outlet Store was pleasantly surprised. In the next second, he saw that Grandmaster Lei suddenly stood up and was about to kneel down for Old Ancestor Master. Old Ancestor Master, thank you for your great kindness. Please accept this bow from me. Hey, don't. Quickly stop him. Qin Feng held his forehead. Why are you doing this again? However, that's not all. See the father kneel. At this moment, Lei An also kneeled down with a thud. Changes in fatherhood. Ray An looked on. With just this bowl of solid chicken soup, my father's health rapidly improved. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the originally bleak complexion had a luster. Now, there's even a smile. If the father lying in the hospital bed was like a skeleton, then the father now was somewhat human. So, this kneeling is a matter of course. Now, Qin Feng was truly numb. Nice guy. It's not enough to have one, but two more, right? Doubling your life? Quickly pull them up. Qin Feng was simply helpless and covered his face. Master Lao Zu gave this order. Grandma Tsuohua and Grandpa Chang obeyed the order and both rushed to stop Grandpa Lei, who was about to kneel down. The image in front of me is simply beautiful. Seeing this scene, the water friends in the live broadcast room were happy. Ha. Master Lao Zu said, annoyed. Really annoyed. The scene that old Master Zu hates the most has still come. Famous scene number 233. Ha. Father and daughter kneeling together. Doubling the folded lifespan. You're a real talent, Master Lao Zu. It took some pulling and tugging before Strong was able to pull both Lei's father and daughter to their feet. Alright, take an early rest first. Qin Feng said helplessly. I have to go back early and grind the medicine. Throwing down these words, Old Ancestor Master left first. Grandpa Lei couldn't stop arching his hand at Qin Feng's back. After the old Grandmaster left, Strong Moncler Outlet Store arranged a place for father and daughter Lei to stay. Of course, Ray Moncler Outlet Store didn't go to rest right away. Instead, he chatted with Grandma Tricia for a while. By the way, the jewelry box was also handed to Grandma Tsuehua. Grandma Tricia wore it on the spot. At this point, it was already dark in Taoyuan village. Dimly lit. In the village's small park, on the bench sat two old men with gray hair. Grandma Tsuehua, who was covered in gold jewelry, was smiling. Is it nice? Grandma Tricia said shyly. Good looking. It suits you. Grandpa Lei looked at Grandma Tsuehua fixedly. It was as if the only thing in his eyes was the Grandma Tsuehua in front of him. The two old men spoke some more affectionately. At this time, Xiao Shuiying, who was shooting not far away, it was also struck by the affection of the two old men. Luckily, the heavens weren't too cruel to Master Lei, letting him meet Old Ancestor. And as long as Old Ancestor is around, Master Lei will definitely be able to join hands with Grandmother Tsuehua and enjoy his old age in peace. This scene is really beautiful. It must be a long time. I'm so envious of this kind of love. I'd like to have it too. Master Lei looks really much better. It seems that Old Ancestor Master is really good at healing. A solid chicken soup can save the day. Seeking online remedies for solidifying the body. Yes, I'm begging too. Didn't old Grandpa say that this can also prevent cancer? Requesting a prescription plus 999. Soon it was the next morning. This night, Lei Moncler Outlet Online slept soundly. Even, drinking lots and lots of water. Just feel every breath. The air you inhale is so sweet. Lei Moncler Outlet Online and Lei An arrived at Tsuehwa's grandma's house early. That's where it's at. Later on, old Master Zu will personally take his pulse and look at him. Ray Moncler Outlet Store said he was looking forward to it. It didn't take long. Qin Feng and the others then came one after another. The crowd saw that the old ancestor's hand was holding a silver needle and a packet of herbs. Qin Feng was focused the entire time. Lei Moncler Outlet Store was nervous. About 2 minutes later, Qin Feng suddenly grinned. Fortunately, it's not serious. Qin Feng withdrew his hand. This time, the medicine can be dispensed lighter. With that, Qin Feng opened the medicine bag. Inside were placed all sorts of medicinal powders that had been ground up. Then, Qin Feng dispensed the medicine on the spot. Said Moncler Outlet Store Strong, who was standing by. TSK, you kid. You're much better than I was back then. I was much sicker than you then, and I took more medicine. It was a bitter experience. Old Ancestor has always been very heavy-handed with his medicine. And now, with his old man saying so, you're sick, sprinkled with water. As soon as I heard that, Lei Moncler Outlet Store then got excited. Yes, that's great, Master Laozu. Thanks a lot, Grand Master Lei said. Half an hour later, the medicine would have been stewed. While it was hot, Lei Moncler Outlet Store then drank it in a row. Almost as soon as you drink it, Lei Moncler Outlet Store then deeply felt what is called medicine to the disease. It was like a rush of warmth through his entire body. It really does work. I can feel it now. My chest doesn't hurt anymore. Yesterday afternoon, and a little vague pain. Daughter, this time, we really met the living Hua Tua, Grandpa Lei said excitedly. Times L. At those words, Ryan was also delighted. At that moment, she immediately took out a bank card. Old ancestor master. In fact, I wanted to give this card to you yesterday, but I never found the chance. This is my savings for so many years. It's not much. It's just $500,000. You can take it all, as a consultation fee. The water friends in the live room were shocked when they saw this. Good man, this is $500,000. Just ask you if it's worth it. Look at this Master Lei. How radiant his face is now. If you go to a Western doctor for surgery and chemotherapy, a set of combinations will cost at least $1 million. $500,000 is really not much. This money, Master Lao Zu should take. Old ancestor master is so wealthy, he'll definitely take it, right? That, of course, is, after all, what the old Grand Master deserves. Old Joe's money-grubbing persona runs deep, so the water boys were certain that he would take the money. However, to everyone's surprise, Master Lao Zu surprisingly refused to accept it. No, this money, keep it for yourself. Master Lei has dedicated many years to his country. I can't take his money. When he heard this, all of a sudden, Ryan's eyes became moist. The healer's heart. This is talking about, I think, Master Lao Zu. Old ancestor master this. Leian was a bit incoherent with excitement. And just then, Qin Feng, who had been watching her all along, his eyes steeply became serious. Wait, only to see that Qin Feng's eyes were like rays as he scanned Leian over. Raihan was staring at him inwardly. Old ancestor master, is there a problem? Leian said timidly, still thinking that self had done something wrong and upset old ancestor master. Leian, your physical condition doesn't look good either. Qin Feng let out a long sigh, his tone serious. Have you been experiencing a lot of chest pain? Tightness in your chest lately? And, as can be clearly felt, a noticeable swelling in your breast? The words came out. Raihan froze in place. God, old ancestor master, how did you know? Symptoms like this have been going on for some time. Ryan's heart lifted. Upon hearing this, Moncler Outlet Online Lei was also worried. Daughter, why don't you go to the hospital? I've been so busy with work. I thought that I'd wait until I was on vacation. Leian said in a hurry. It can't be delayed any longer. Qin Feng immediately said. When these words came out, Ryan's heart abruptly went half cold. Old ancestor master, do you mean that I am very sick with this disease? It can't be cancer as well, right? At the word cancer, Raihan's face paled. Well, Qin Feng shook his head. As soon as he boarded, Raihan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not quite cancerous, but it's close. At those words, Raihan's heart lifted again, and she covered her frightened little heart. But then, in my case, it's just a minor illness. Qin Feng added. Old ancestor master, can you say this in one breath? Leian cried out. Qin Feng awkwardly laughed twice. It should be a category 4 nodule, and if left untreated and it continues to get worse and drags on for a couple of years, there's an 80% chance that it will become cancerous. Upon hearing this, Ryan said in a hurry. Old ancestor master, please help me. Well, this disease is also not a big problem. Give you first ancient acupuncture put. I happen to bring a needle over. Let's tie it first. Qin Feng said, and the words came out. Leian and the others were all shaken. Acupuncture and moxibustion, but a long-lost Chinese medical art. In recent years, countless healers have sought clues to acupuncture. Unfortunately, it's all stone cold. As a Chinese, ancient acupuncture is China's top 10 intangible cultural heritage. But in recent times, suddenly with inexplicable reasons, overnight, broken generation. Then came the loss of Chinese medicine prescriptions, the decline of Chinese medicinal herbs, and then, the emergence of Western medicine. All sorts of as if brainwashed messages that TCM is far inferior to Western medicine, and with the premise that TCM is massively lost plus discredited as incompetent, as the people, also can only go to the choice of Western medicine. However, if the people who have a heart can be found, in China, Chinese medicine gradually declined. On the contrary, thousands of miles away from the country suddenly flourished. In the present moment, in the month of Oxford, there are more than 2,000 Chinese medicine bone-setting stores, and when foreigners go there, they all say yes, there is a back pain and leg pain. People also know, go to the hospital to take x-ray is not useful, but also need to use the Chinese medicine massage plus ointment, and the foot tub chicken. Also over the years, a large number of layouts, secretly acquiring a variety of Chinese medicine herbs, and even, a seed do not want to leave behind. Absurdly, this plan, they also succeeded. Chinese medicine, originally the crystallization of the Chinese people, is now, with a great deal of success, being applied overseas and used by them. The people of this country, on the other hand, are suffering from the loss of many remedies in Chinese medicine, so they have to choose Western medicine. Let's talk about acupuncture alone. It's been lost for decades. Thus, upon seeing Qin Feng actually take out a silver needle, Lian and Xiao Shuiying were both shaken. A look of surprise even bubbled up in Ryan's eyes. Old ancestor master. You really know acupuncture? Great. This is a treasure of China. The excitement was so great that the ever-so-quiet Ryan became animated. Xiao Shuiying also marveled out. Old ancestor master. You have given me so many surprises. Really too many. My goodness gracious. The old granddaddy actually knew how to do acupuncture. I didn't realize that this long-lost national art, actually, was still preserved in Taoyuan village. Tian, I have a premonition. In the future, Taoyuan village will be on fire all over the country. Countless medical experts and scholars. They will all crowd their heads to go there. Right, Mom, yeah. The old grandpa knows acupuncture and ancient remedies. I now reasonably suspect that the old grandpa is as precious as a giant panda. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, you're too cute. Walking pandas? That's a pretty good analogy. It can be very graphic. And at that moment, Lian was also under Qin Feng's command, removed his jacket and plopped down on the stool. Then, Qin Feng began to stick needles on the spot, only to see that Qin Feng's hands were very steady, and a set of movements came down in a flowing stream. Ryan was having acupuncture for the first time. At first, she was a little nervous about the pain. But soon, Ryan realized that the old grandmaster's force was just right. Not only did it not hurt, but, on the contrary, it didn't take long to feel the whole body soothe, only to feel that the whole person was relieved, all with sweet smiles at the corners of their mouths, and simply not too comfortable. See this scene. Viewers across the country expressed none with envy. Is this the charm of acupuncture? I used to hear from my great-grandfather that acupuncture had not been lost at that time, and every time he had pain all over his body, he just stuck it on once, and it immediately stopped hurting, and the effect was very quick. I'm so envious. I'd like to try acupuncture too. This technique must be passed on. It must not be lost again. It took a full half hour. If it's a regular person, definitely just tired and sweaty. But for Qin Feng, it was easily accomplished. Instead, it was Ryan, sweating and looking exhausted. Alright, Qin Feng gave an order. It's over so soon? Ryan was a bit lost, then climbed up reluctantly. Ha 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 ha, is this so comfortable that you don't want to stop? Upstairs, I suspect you're driving. Hey, play is play. Fool around, don't make fun of the doctor. And that's when Ryan was surprised. It really doesn't hurt anymore. And, I'm in much better spirits. By the way, old ancestor master, do I need to be prescribed any medicine? Lian suddenly asked. However, Qin Feng shook his head. No, just acupuncture. At those words, Ryan shuddered. Ha, but doesn't my father take his medicine too? That made Strong laugh. You girl is really interesting. Chinese medicine to see the disease. You think it's Western medicine. 1,000 people aside. The most important thing in Chinese medicine is one person to one side, to have to be treated according to the person's condition. Not everyone have to take medicine. The words dawned on Ryan. In the meantime, tonight, the Magic City Hospital has joined forces with Pox Tone for an online clinic, and Sun Peng, who is one of the doctors. Sun Peng aired. Countless lung cancer patients or family members just flooded into the livestream. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Sun Peng, and it's time for the clinic to begin. Sun Peng turned to the camera and yawned. Soon after, a patient opened a linkage request. Doctor, please, help me. As soon as it was connected, the patient's crying voice came from the opposite side. This kind of scene, Sun Peng had seen it too many times. He said expressionlessly, his voice carrying a slight indifference. This patient, talk nicely. Don't cry and cry here. It's not decent. Cure the disease. Anyone can get a disease. You're not the only one who is unfortunate. Just go for treatment if you're sick. Sun Peng said impatiently. Sun Peng, often business acne marks, posted many short videos, online visibility, is considered a net red doctor. As a result, many of the viewers of the live broadcast were also his supporters. Dr. Sun is right. If you have something to say it properly. Don't just come up crying. We are all patients or family members. It's not easy. Be strong. Don't give Dr. Sun any trouble. And after being talked to so much, that patient didn't dare to cry and immediately got to the point. Excuse me, Dr. Sun, let me tell you about my situation now. I was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer last year and then. Sun Peng directly interrupted him. Has there been a transfer? No. The patient was a little confused and tried to continue. And then, you don't have to say anything. Listen to me. Sun Peng spoke. since it hasn't metastasized. Then hurry up and do chemotherapy, and do a CT after 3 cycles of chemotherapy to see if there's any chance of surgery. If you have it, you have a chance. If you don't, it's hopeless. Alright, next, Sun Pang said. It was so fast that the patient froze right on the spot. Before he could speak, Sun Pang hung up. Be considerate. It can't be helped. There are too many patients and I have limited time here. Tell you what, later, I'll follow this pattern. Come up with a generalization and then listen to me. Soon the next patient was back. Dr. Sun, I have mid-stage lung cancer, and there are no metastases at the moment. It was caught early. This time, this patient listened to Sun Pang's words very well, as if reporting a superfluous word, did not dare to say. Intermediate stage. Sun Pang paused for a moment. In the middle stage, it's really not too late. Let's do it this way. You'll go for 3 cycles of chemotherapy first, and then you'll do a CT to see if there's any chance of surgery. If you do, the odds of survival are good. If not, prepare for the aftermath. Alright, next. Sun Pang ended it quickly. And that's when the live streaming room was also flooded with people who shouldn't have belonged here in the first place. These are the people that came over from the Winter Break Chronicle Live. Hear this. The water boys were nonplussed. Sure, if, on the other hand, they hadn't previously seen the old Grandmaster's live consultation, that might have been okay. But it's just after reading it. These people then think there is a big problem. No. How no matter how late intermediate, came our chemotherapy surgery CT3P set there is no other treatment? Yes. What Strong Moncler outlet online said is really right. This Western medicine is 1,000 people. When the human ancestor sees a patient, not to mention the different methods of treatment, just this patient's, this one can't be compared. That is, not even willing to listen to the patient's words. How the hell do you call it seeing a doctor? If that's called seeing a doctor, then I'd say I could be a doctor, too. Whoever comes in, I'll just say one thing, chemo first, then surgery, and I'll fucking memorize it all. When you look at it this way, this Western medicine is too much of a pull. Got it. The most touchy-feely profession of 2024 is born, Western medicine. At this point, this comment was filled with skepticism. It also made the live stream gradually climb in popularity. Sun Pang frowned, very upset. Why are there suddenly so many troublemakers on the air? Where are the administrators? All kicked out? Sun Pang shouted hurriedly. However, it was this move that completely pissed off the waterboys, and the future Sun Pang. In the future, and for self this decision, and regret for the rest of his life, only to see these waterbenders, who had been pulled, run back to the Chill Out Chronicles livestream to pull people in. Water friends, go and flush that quack Dr. Sun Pang's doctor, slandering the old ancestor master not to mention, but also treating indiscriminately there. Justice for Chinese medicine practitioners and justice for the old grandfather is now. Charge. Less than a few minutes of work. Originally, there were only a few hundred people in Sun Pang's live room. Tens of thousands of people flooded in at once. And it's still growing in an exponential model. See here. Sun Pang was shaken. Hey, is the live streaming traffic so good today? All of them are here to see me? Sun Pang hadn't realized the truth yet. Well then, feel free to come to a combo. Then, a lucky waterboy, connected. Say, what kind of disease? Early, middle, or late? Sun Pang saw that the heat of the live broadcast was so high, and thought that it was self-fire, and laughed in a good mood. And that's when, the words that came from the opposite side, all of a sudden, made Sun Pang autistic. No, I was just wondering, does it make a difference to you which issue? Not the same trio of surgery, chemo, and CT? There's no other cure? Speak up you? Hey. In the next second, the waterbender who had linked up was blacked out. Say it if you can. A quack doctor. I don't know how many people have been killed according to you. After spending over $1 million and losing both your money and your family, you call this saving lives? And that's when the original users of the live stream said, who are these people, here to make trouble? Please don't mess around. Okay? We're all poor people who want to see Dr. Sun. Unfortunate patients. I know you are pitiful, but I also hope you can see clearly that this man cannot cure you at all. Wake up guys, don't be pooah by him. Yes, if you don't believe me, watch the video on my homepage. I've recorded the whole process of seeing Mr. Lei. You'll see, you'll know, what's called real medical skill. And that's when, those original patients, when they saw it, got curious and actually went to see it. After reading it, it all went numb. Only to see, in the video, an old man with gray hair, who was set by Sun Pang not to see the next day's sun. I didn't expect to see people not only meet, but, also, become alive and well. Not only that, The handsome young guy in the video also healed Moncler Outlet Store his daughter. The whole process, the face of the patient, our patient, the treatment has to medical skills, is also different, and the results are very good. Which of these is something Sun Peng doesn't have? Just like that, Sun Peng also yelled at people for being quacks, and scolded Master Lei for going to Qin Feng to seek death. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. This comparison, all of a sudden, made these people, who had embraced Sun Peng just a moment ago, immediately sober up. Damn it, you Sun Peng are the quack. Thank you for making me see it sooner. Otherwise I would have had to really listen to him and go to chemo before I really wouldn't have seen the next day's sun. The live broadcast immediately turned into a scolding war against Sun Peng, and Sun Peng's entire body went numb. Look at the video of a living, breathing Lei Moncler Outlet. Sun Peng was almost skeptical. Soon, though, he offered a reasonable explanation. This must be a flashback. The words came out. The Waterboys couldn't live with laughing. Good guy, your family's back to the light. Shine so long, ah? Yeah, it's been 6 or 7 hours since morning, right? Who's a good person who's back in the game and can last that long? You've got a mouth that's really tougher than my life. Seeing that the live broadcast was filled with sarcastic remarks about self, demeaning self at the same time, and he kept bragging about how brilliant that kid called Qin Feng was. Seeing this, Sun Peng, who had always viewed himself highly, couldn't sit still. He quietly searched for Qin Feng. After seeing that the other party was just a college student who was only 18 years old, Sun Peng directly sneered out. Kidding? You're only 18 and you're telling me that you're a great healer? I didn't even have an undergraduate degree when I was 18. I can barely believe you when you say 80. What's more, it's a long-lost Chinese medicine. Writing a novel wouldn't dare to make it up like you guys, right? I would have thought that this reasoned analysis would have woken up the brainless blow a bit. Who knows? But was scolded even harder. Your 18 years old can be compared to the 18 years old of my family's old grandpa? You've cured her. Why are you still lying to yourself? You can't live without lying to yourself. Can you? You just keep fooling yourself. Quack. Everyone watch out. Don't hang on to this guy's number. He's good for nothing but hurting people. Boycott the quack Sun Peng. Start with me. See the rhetoric go from invective to boycott. Sun Peng was a bit flustered. How this fire is still getting less and less hot. Thinking about it, the scared Sun Peng was about to turn off the live broadcast, but before turning it off, he was still very upset and angry. I'm a serious medical blogger, and when I say a flashback, I mean a flashback, and I'm certain that the old man will never live more than 3 days. Right after the words were said, Sun Peng immediately turned off the live broadcast and slipped away. This move made the Waterboy even more cranky. Shit, that's what you fucking said last time. You're making a wish from across the room, aren't you? Sitting around waiting to punch Dr. Sun's quack face in 3 days. Sun Peng, who turned off the live stream, didn't go for anything else. Curious, he opened the live stream of the Winter Vacation Chronicle, a pair of green eyes, looking at the screen very seriously. Swear to find out Qin Feng's handle and return your own innocence. And that's when, on the live feed, Lei Dejia and Leian, who had been diagnosed and treated by Qin Feng, both looked relaxed and comfortable. Hey, it's mealtime, let old ancestor master rest for a while, let's go have a lunch. Grandpa Strong said as he greeted the crowd. Lei and the others nodded as well. Grandpa Lei and Grandma Tsuihua walked ahead. Strong Moncler Outlet Online followed, and Rayan was walking right behind Master Strong. Just then, a piece of paper suddenly fell from Strong's body. Seeing this scene, Ryan immediately stopped in his tracks, crouched down and picked up the paper. It's about to be returned to Master Strong. And just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the paper. Heck, it's the report card for Strong's grandpa. And the date below. Ryan takes a sweeping shot at it. Deng froze in place. Rayan's behavior was just bizarre. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both stunned. Sister Anan, going to lunch ah? Why don't you go? Xiao Shuiying said curiously. This, Leian's face paled and he took the paper to Xiao Shuiying. Xiao Shuiying revealed a puzzled look. And when she read the content of the text on it, she was stunned. With that, the two of them looked at Moncler Outlet Store Chang and Qin Feng with unspeakable expressions. Strong turned around. See them holding the paper. At once, there was a look of panic. The whole time, several people were quiet, but the atmosphere was indescribably weird. The scene also confused the Waterboys. What's happening here? From the looks of a few of you, it's not good. And just then, Strong Moncler Outlet Online wiped the sweat from his face. Give me the report. At those words, Leian frowned and looked at Qin Feng. Master Laozu, can you tell us what this is all about? Didn't they say that Mr. Strong got pancreatic cancer 10 years ago? How come the confirmation report is actually this month? This report. Ryan paused for a moment. his tone steeped in seriousness, is clearly a fake. The words came out. The live feeds froze. The report is false? Good lord. It's actually a suspense program again? What's going on here? At this point, see this scene. Sun Pang was simply happy. What did I say? A liar. I'll go. I thought I was so smart, but I actually revealed myself. It's just as well. I recorded the screen. And now, I'll ruthlessly fight the fake and poke you. With that, Sun Pang exited the live broadcast room in a fiery rage. He's going to open up the airwaves. He's going to release the evidence and clear his own name. And at this point, Taoyuan village. Xin Feng, who was questioned, remained calm. Just, with a look of greeting, looked at Strong Moncler Outlet Store. At that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong's entire body felt shorter by a head. Old ancestor master. I had my grandson hit it. Go back and I'll beat up this grandson. It's so unprofessional too. Even the date can be wrong. The words came out. It also implements the fact of false reports. Hearing this, Ryan was even more confused. From a distance, he glanced at Lei Daki, who had walked out a good distance away. At this moment, Grandpa Lei is whispering with Grandma Tsuehua. The old couple didn't have the heart to take care of the place. It's a good thing father didn't hear that. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how my father would feel knowing that self had been deceived. Master Laozu, can you give us an explanation? Ryan questioned. At those words, Xiao Shuiying's heart was also in a state of flux. Master Lao Zu wouldn't really cheat, would he? Hey, I hope Master Lao Tzu has a reason. And that's when Xin Feng also spoke. The report is false, but getting sick is real. The words came out. The water friends in the live room are not going to give the whole thing? What do you mean? Well, if you have a disease, you must have a confirmed diagnosis report. Old ancestor master, I do want to believe you. Only, why are you doing this? I really don't understand. Leian felt clouded. As soon as these words came out, Xin Feng laughed aloud. It's kind of a good lie. In fact, I did lie to Lei Moncler Outlet Store. I lied to him that it can be cured. But in fact, it can't be cured at all. At those words, the crowd was shocked. In Chinese medicine, there is no such thing as a cancer cure, but rather coexistence with tumors. Just like John, now, also still has pancreatic cancer. Just to say that his symptoms are not mild. The role of Chinese medicine is to use various means to assist the body to become strong, increase resistance and act as an anti-cancer agent. And the most important first step is to build the patient's confidence. A lot of people die within a short time of getting cancer. And basically they're more scared to death. I observed Lei when he came here, and he was basically hopeless, though not afraid of death. But a bad state of mind is also bad for the body. The words came out. It dawned on the crowd. Old ancestor master, you've gone through a lot of trouble. Leian looked at Xin Feng with great admiration. She could be sure. This comment is sure to make waves. In the medical world, Rayan is sort of a victim of modern Western medicine. For cancer or seriously ill patients, Western medicine is almost always a swinging pendulum attitude. Love to cure, or scare you. In short, it's still a cure, but it doesn't give a lot of hope. Why, you ask? If you give too much hope and people end up dying, how do you explain that? So, on the one hand, they don't give hope. And on the other hand, they say that they can't be cured, but they have to be cured, and they have to pose with a bad attitude, but the money still has to be handed over. Hardly a cure, made to look like a business. And at the moment, what the aquanauts in the live room were thinking was the same as Ryan. The ask is that, over the years, people have been devastated by Western medicine. It still has to be old Master Zhu who is high. Good fellow, the report is false. The illness is real. Master Lao Zhu, it's true. Look. This is a real doctor who would rather cheat than let the patient build confidence and put himself in the patient's shoes. And just then, Grandma Trisha's loud voice came. It's time to eat. Why don't you come over? Hear about dinner. The first thing that happened was that a group of people immediately ran outside. Today's lunch was made by Auntie Zhang. Sorry, today's lunch is a bit simple. Auntie Zhang said with an apologetic face. Note to all. Auntie Zhang's hands were all still covered in flour. One look at it and you can tell it's been a morning of making treats. The women of the village, almost all of them, are busy. It's all about some white porridge and greens though. But when they thought about the fact that Auntie Zhang had even taken the time to come out and make lunch for them, it's already rare. So, people didn't make things difficult for Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang, we're still embarrassed. We should have known to make our own. Yes, Auntie Zhang, you're so busy. We'll just come by ourselves next time. Leian and Xiao Shuiying said. Auntie Zhang smiled happily. Then you guys eat, and I'll go on and get busy. After saying that, Auntie Zhang left in a hurry. In Taoyuan village, ancestor worship is the top priority. So, the day before, all this eating can be simpler. On the table, there was a large pot of white porridge and a few plates of small dishes. Today's dish is a bit simple. Is this all you're going to eat? Auntie is too busy, and understandably, makes do with a little bit of food and is done with it. Yeah, Master Laozu doesn't mind. So what do you guys mind? The words came out. The crowd looks on. It was only then that I realized that the old grandpa was the first to start eating, probably really hungry from the doctor's visit. Old grandpa ate straight from this bowl of white porridge. It was a great meal. See this scene, Xiao Shuiying said in a hurry. Old ancestor master, have some dishes so that you can put down the white porridge. Ah, Xiao Shuiying said with some heartache, and with that, she pushed a plate of small dishes in the direction of old ancestor master. Instead, Qin Feng said, no need. See this scene. The aquanauts in the live room froze, eating white gruel without eating vegetables. Master Lao Zu is really a tough guy. At least put some sugar in it to make it taste good. I can't wait to send a few packages of squash to my old grandpa. White congee is no longer tasty, but it has no flavor. And, moreover, it is not nutritious. Yes, Master Lao Zu is a medical student himself. This is something he should know better than anyone else. And just then, all the crowd could see was that Master Lao Zu suddenly pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket, opened the plastic bag and pulled out a ginseng. This ginseng, on the other hand, is dark yellow in color and has a long beard and tail. In the next second, Qin Feng broke the ginseng into several pieces and put them into the white porridge, and then, just ate it. See this scene. Everyone was stunned. No, did I read it right just now? This is ginseng? This is not only ginseng. This is still wild ginseng. And, the year is estimated to have more than 100 years. You see, this beard, at first glance is the top quality goods. 100 years of wild ginseng with white porridge for dinner. Master Lao, you're really thinking out of the box. TSK, this 100-year-old wild ginseng is estimated to be worth over $2 million. Master Lao Zu ate $2 million in one meal. Who just sent to deliver a few packages of squash to Master Lao Zu? Do you see Master Lao Zu as someone who needs squash? Yeah. This operation of Master Lao Zu is really too tawdry. It flashed off my waist. Master Lao Zu is awesome. And that's when Xiao Shuiying and the others at the scene were also confused, especially after seeing the pop-up explanation. Each one was wide-eyed, dumbfounded. He looked at the 100-year-old wild ginseng. It was just eaten by the old grandpa. The value of this 100-year-old wild ginseng is self-evident. Now, even wild ginseng is hard to find. They are all artificially cultivated and have little nutritional value. And in the hands of the old granddaddy, it's still 100 years of wild ginseng. Legend has it that this top-quality wild ginseng, that can bring back a person who has died 9 deaths, and the old granddaddy, taking it as his next meal. One time, the crowd didn't know whether to say they were envious or shocked. At this point, the pop-ups were also being discussed passionately. Ooh, I want to eat it too. Don't even think about it. It belongs to Master Lao Zu. That makes sense. When I think that it's the old ancestor masters and only someone like him can eat it, I don't feel anything at once. It's me who doesn't deserve it. Right. The old ancestor is so capable. What's wrong with eating a few 100 years of wild ginseng? It's very reasonable. Yes. That's what I thought. Master Lao Zu eats. I'm really not sour. See these pop-ups. Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but nod as well. That's a good point. The thought of it being someone as awesome as old grandpa. This 100 years of wild ginseng. He should eat it. No one else is entitled to it. It makes sense. And just then, Xiao Shuiying only saw Grandpa Chang and Grandma Tsuewa suddenly took out plastic bags from their pockets as well. And in the bag, it was clearly 100 years of wild ginseng as well. Just like old grandpa. The two old men skillfully put the wild ginseng down for dinner. TSK, this flavor is still strong. Old man, I love this mouthful of Master Chang slurped and sighed. Listening to that meaning, eaten not a few times, but also dozens of times. And Grandma Tsuewa distributed the wild ginseng to Grandpa Lei. Lei Moncler Outlet Online hastily excused himself. Such an expensive thing. I don't need it. What's so valuable? We have plenty of this stuff in our village. Grandma Tsuehua laughed. What? Xiao Shuiying froze as a whole and uttered in surprise. Grandmother Tsuehua, are you sure you didn't lie to us? This is 100 years of wild ginseng. How come the village is full of it? I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie to you? What? Could it be that you guys haven't even eaten 100 years of wild ginseng? Grandmother Tsuehua was shocked. In her pitiful gaze, Xiao Shuiying and his party nodded dully. Seeing this scene, Grandma Tsuehua was heartbroken. Gee, what a hard life you're leading. The words came out. The aquanauts in the live room couldn't hold their breath. Nice guy. This is too Versailles. They want to eat instead. but where can I eat? Thinking of this, even though Xiao Shuiying, who was born as a $1,000 lady, at this moment, also feels self so poor. Instead, it was a villager from Taoyuan village in the mountains. Look at this day in their life. Living in the Davy wild, eating 100 years of wild ginseng. She lives in a city pigeonhole and eats hextech. There's no comparison at all. Thus, Xiao Shuiying cried out, Grandma Tsuehua, you've had enough. If we say any more, we're really going to cry out Yes, Grandma Tsuehua, your godlike days are really not for everyone. Lian laughed bitterly. See, these people look like they're on the verge of tears. Grandma Tsuehua also laughed in embarrassment. Alright, sorry, how could I have thought you guys would never even eat this stuff? Tell you what, after we finish eating later, I'll take you on a walk through my field. And if you want anything, help yourself. Don't flatter me. The words came out. All of these foreign guests were wide-eyed. Take whatever you want? Can 100 years of wild ginseng also be possible? Xiao Shuiying was so excited that her words went bald. Of course, Grandma Tricia said without thinking. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Shuiying's eyes. Yeah, Lian was a few years older than Xiao Shuiying. Therefore, in this aspect of human affairs, it was natural to be a bit more mature than Xiao Shuiying, only to see that Ryan stopped in a heartbeat. No good, right? These things, it's better to keep them for you to eat on your own. Grandma, we truly don't need them. Lian squeezed his eyes at Xiao Shuiying. 100 years of wild ginseng. That's one meal. One less. Something so precious. How can you be ashamed to actually eat it? Taking someone's politeness seriously is also a sign of low emotional intelligence. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying, who was in the throes of excitement, heard Lian's words. He also immediately realized his own abruptness and immediately apologized. Hey, right. This stuff is better left for you to eat by yourself. Grandma, we can't use it, so we'd better not go. These words, however, upset Grandma Tsuehua in a big way. You said you were going to go. Why don't you go again? No, you young men, you must come with me today. Don't be polite to me anymore, otherwise, I'll really get angry. Grandmother Chuihua's face steeped in seriousness for a few moments. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying and Lian could not afford to push back. And at this point, the water friends in the live room were completely unable to sit still. Good guy. Real name Envy Goddess Shueching. I also want to eat 100 years of wild ginseng. Grandma Tsuehua is really generous. Such a precious thing. Eat once less one. Keep it for yourself is not good? Yes, this is something that can save your life in a critical moment. If it were me, I would have saved it long ago. Grandma Tsuehua is an atmospheric person. And that's when the crowd also finished lunch. Xiao Shuiying and the others then followed Grandmother Tsuehua, came to her land. Grandma Tsuehua is 80 years old though, but kept up the habit of farming. In addition to food, fruits and vegetables, each of the villagers in Taoyuan village also has a medicinal field. Countless precious medicinal herbs were planted in this medicinal field alone. Examples include asparagus, deer antler and the like. At this point, Xiao Shuiying and the others came to the medicinal field. See the dense fruitfulness. All stunned, especially in a bucket next to it. There was a large pile of herbs placed, obviously, freshly picked by Grandma Tsuehua in the morning. The ginseng is on the back mountain. Let's go, Grandma Tsuehua said. The crowd continued to the back of the mountain. Fong Kai, that big bucket of medicinal herbs gave this group of people a not-so-small mind-blowing shock. My God, that big bucket of antlers, how much must it be sold for? Xiao Hei's heart was beating a drum. Xiao Shuiying's father was a permaculturist earth. Loved the antlers too. Therefore, she knew at a glance. These antlers are all top-quality goods. At least small tens of thousands are there. Xiao Shuiying also sucked in a breath of cool air. Just a cursory glance though, but Xiao Shuiying could see it. These are real mountain goods. Good goods. Eating it in the stomach is truly good for one's body. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but be a little surprised. Shipped well and in large quantities. What a wonderful place this Taoyuan village is for people. Do you think there will be a lot of ginsengs here as well? Xiao Hei suddenly came up with this sentence. However, the words came out. It was immediately dismissed by Xiao Shuiying. You think ginseng is a white carrot, so worthless? Xiao Shuiying said breathlessly. The main reason ginseng is so expensive is that it is so rare. At this point, see this scene. The water boys on the air agreed. This guy, Xiao Hei, is worthy of being a foodie, afraid of not getting enough to eat. Good man. This is ginseng. This is not a white carrot. Die laughing. Goddess Snowgreen is right. Ginseng is very rare. I guess Grandma Tsuehua doesn't have much left here either. She usually eats so much. Yeah, I guess I'll just let Goddess Shueching have one of each. That's not bad. It's better than us not being able to eat it. And just then, The crowd also came to the back of the mountain. Grandma Trisha came up with tools. Xiao Shuiying subconsciously wanted to dig for herself, but she was stopped by Grandma Trisha. Hey, silly girl, just stand on the sidelines. This ginseng digging is a specialized job. Just let me do it. With that, Grandma Tsuehua rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Xiao Shuiying had originally been a bit incomprehensible. Later, Grandma Trisha was seen carefully picking away at the dirt. Then, take out a full ginseng. Xiao Shuiying then understood. If it wasn't for Grandma Tsuehua stopping self just now, that hoed down just now, the ginseng would definitely have to be cut in half. Sure enough, professional work, or leave it to the professionals. Girl, take it. Grandmother Tsuehua threw the ginseng to Xiao Shuiying. Put it in the bucket. Okay, Xiao Shuiying said cheerfully. Then, it looked to the large bucket that Grandma Trisha had brought. It's exactly the same as the bucket that was just filled with antlers. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying revealed a puzzled expression. This antler is much bigger than ginseng. It is also far less valuable than ginseng. So, it makes sense to use buckets for this. Buckets can be used for ginseng. It would be too unreasonable. Not nearly enough in quantity. Just a couple of ginsengs. Let's just let each of them hold it in their hands. Can't use the barrel at all. And just as Xiao Shuiying was thinking so, Grandma Trisha's voice came again. Go on, girl. Xiao Shuiying turned around to take a look. Hera saw a large handful of ginseng full of ginseng in Grandma Tsuewa's arms. See this scene. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The impact brought to them was just too great. This has to be dozens of them? Who says there's not much left of Grandma Tsuewa? Look at this. Is this what's left of her? Mom, yeah, this place is also too awesome. There are actually so many ginsengs. And moreover, the quality is still so good. It's worthy of being at Taoyuan Village. I'll say it again. Taoyuan Village Bullnose. Gu. Girl, quickly hold it for me. My wife can't hold it steady. It's so heavy. Grandma Tsuehua chattered. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying immediately reacted. Several people came up to help. 7 hands gathered the ginseng into a bucket. And Grandma Trisha turned around. Straight away, Xiao Shuiying won't be able to straighten it out. Right. Grandma Tsuehua said breathlessly. Didn't I say? Eat enough? Do you take my wife for a joke? Shuiying Xiao. Crowd. The water boys in the live feed, too, are sitting on their hands. No, you ginseng. How come it's really like a white carrot? It's all over the street? Good guy. I call good guy straight up. I thought you were joking when you said you'd bring it for dinner. But you're serious, aren't you? Mom, yeah. Taoyuan Village, what kind of fairy place is this? No wonder the people here are so long-lived. Drinking hot spring water and eating precious medicinal herbs. This is if I go. I can also be a long-lived old man. 10,000 people write in blood. Taoyuan Village opens for cultural tourism. The pop-ups were that exciting. After all, the impact it brought to the crowd was just too great. And that's when Qin Feng was busy with another matter. Speaking up, the herbs in this village. It was also 10 years ago that he asked the villagers to pioneer it. Qin Feng did so also because he had, unintentionally, obtained the spirit spring water. This spiritual spring water not only can nourish one's body, at the same time, it is much more useful for crops. That's why there were so many top-quality ginsengs in Taoyuan Village. Actually, strictly speaking, many ginsengs are not 100 years old, but were planted a few years ago. But under the effect of the spiritual spring, these ginsengs get over 100 times the nutrition. That's why there's this gesture of centuries-old wild ginseng. This moment, Xiao Shuiying and the others also returned. Blackie's hand then carried a bucket full of ginseng. There was a smile on that face that just wouldn't quit. The group was ecstatic. Go wash the ginseng, Grandma Trisha said. A few of Rayan's men went about their business. And that's when Xiao Shuiying noted. The older women don't make dim sum anymore. Instead, he held a roll of red paper and a pair of scissors. Xiao Shuiying saw it at a glance. Are the ants making window flowers? Xiao Shuiying's eyes lit up. She spoke for a moment. Auntie Zhang then cuts out a fortune window decoration. It can be a mind-blowing experience. Wow, so beautiful. Xiao Shuiying marveled, unable to resist coming forward to observe. This folk craft is truly extraordinary. It's not for nothing that the New Year's Eve flavor is dwindling for people nowadays. In the past, the window treatments were cut by hand. Nowadays, people are afraid of the hassle and just buy plastic. But then, there is also less flavor that is uniquely window dressing. Looking at the lifelike work of art in front of her, Xiao Shuiying could not help but marvel once again. It's too hobby, Auntie Zhang. Your hands are really too skillful. I wish I had hands as skillful as yours. Upon hearing this, Auntie Zhang, however, had an embarrassed look on her face. My craftsmanship is nothing compared to that of my old ancestor. If you want to say that the craftsmanship is good, it's still up to old ancestor master. Aunt Jean laughed. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was slightly surprised. Master Lao Zu still knows window dressing? Not only do you know how to cut window flowers, old grandpa also knows how to make woodblock New Year's paintings. He knows a lot. As soon as Auntie Zhang mentioned old grandfather, her face was full of complacency. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Wooden board New Year's paintings. This is something that is probably new to most people, because it is a folk art that is almost lost. Xiao Shuiying also learned about it by chance. And the old granddaddy even knows this stuff? Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying immediately became excited. Thank you Auntie Zhang for telling me such an important matter. I'll go find old ancestor master first. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying immediately looked at the camera. Water friends, I have a hunch that another folkloric skill that is about to be lost is going to come out of nowhere in Taoyuan village. A few minutes later, Xiao Shuiying then ran to the cabin. From afar, Qin Feng could be seen grinding 3 kinds of stones and making them into pigment powder. They are lapis lazuli, cinnabar, and orpiment, constantly grinding the dye finer and finer, then pulling out a magnet that caught the excess impurities. Every step of the way, Master Lao Zu was serious and didn't say a word. Sure enough, it answered the call. Serious men are the most handsome. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were quiet. Both of them were afraid of making the slightest movement and disturbing old ancestor master. Only the camera was recording the scene in front of us. The pop-ups on the live feed were all going up at a rapid rate. Good man. How come the old grandpa here still grinds his own stones and makes pigments? Yes, this pigment takeout is sold in large quantities, and it's not expensive. You guys say this? It looks like a layman. I know a little bit about this kind of woodblock New Year's paintings. This kind of thing, you have to have the color ground out of the stone to be able to color. The kind of pigment you are talking about, at best, it is just a draw on paper. On the woodblock, it can't be colored. Once this explanation was given, it dawned on the crowd as well. Sure enough, there's a reason behind every demanding request. But really, it's too rare for a person like Master Lao Zu to be so rich that, actually, to make a New Year's picture, he has to do it himself. Old grandpa surely doesn't lack that kind of money. It's the so-called craftsmanship, I guess. Yeah, didn't you guys hear that from goddess shoe etching? This is also a folk art that was almost lost. Good man. This old ancestor mastered the fast lost things. One more. Last time it was Chinese medicine. This time it is woodblock New Year's paintings. Are you sure you're not in the business of wholesaling lost intangible cultural heritage? Upstairs, you're afraid to laugh at me. Everyone stop talking and look at what old Master Zhu is doing right now. At this moment, a pop-up screen attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone look away. That's what I realized. Old grandpa has finished making and filtering all the pigments. Next, he was seen taking out a piece of rice paper. Then, take out a quill and dip it in ink. What's all the fuss about? Isn't it just about painting? Yeah, I thought it was something unimaginable. However, the words came out. The 2 waterbenders were quickly slapped in the face. Just see. This brush. Under the hand of the old ancestor master. It was as if it was endowed with magic. The lines were outlined as if they were alive. A perfect brushstroke. Not a bit of excess. Fine and perfect. Very standard. It took less than a minute to complete a standard New Year's Eve drawing of a door god. See this scene. The crowd was stunned. Let you paint. You didn't make it so lifelike, did you? See, it's just like the real thing. The crowd froze. I learned to draw. Just this brush stroke. Without practicing for 10 years. I simply can't practice. Yes, this is still brush painting. Before I saw the old ancestors' calligraphy so good, I did not expect that. Painting is also so good. This brush in the hands of the old ancestor really live up to its value. And the next second, it just stunned them even more. Only to see that the old ancestor took out a pearly board. The party drew a line drawing and back-pasted it to the board with paste. Dampened the surface with water after shading and thwart off a layer to allow the threads to show through. Next, it was time to take a wooden knife to the slab. Master Lao Zu was very serious the whole time. His head lowered and his hand tightly gripping the carving knife. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He didn't even dare to breathe. Everyone knows that. This step is the hardest. Carving on wood requires strength, not to mention. It also requires 100% care and patience. The slightest mistake and you have to start all over again. It's finished. I can't even dare to breathe when I watch it, for fear that Master Lao Zu will get it wrong a little bit. Hey, can you not get so tense? Make me almost suffocated. Wrong. The big deal is to start again. The old ancestral masters do not be so difficult to self. Upstairs, you say this at a glance. No, you are too amateur. The old grandfather with this pear board are to be half a year ago have to be ready, with running water to flush the whole half a year. So out of the board. The material will be easy to carve, not easy to deform and dry cracked. Learned +1. Seriously, in this live room, without some knowledge, you really can't see what old Master Zhu is doing. Turning back, we really need to read more, or else we won't be able to understand what the old ancestor is doing. Thank you, Master Lao Zhu, for giving me the motivation to study again. I can learn a lot of new knowledge just by watching Master Lao Zhu every day, and it's not even an exaggeration to say that Master Lao Zhu is my teacher. The process of carving is time-consuming. Plus, old grandpa was very serious and didn't say a word. For a while, the scene was very quiet. By the way, when live streaming, the anchors will always get the atmosphere going so that their popularity doesn't drop. Make it look like a hoot and attract an audience. However, at this point in the live broadcast, it was quiet and no one spoke. Instead of decreasing in numbers, there were more than 200,000 people were silently watching the old ancestral master carve, because water lovers know. Such live content, on the contrary, makes sense. That's real art. Appreciate it. And just then, a middle-aged man with a sad face happened to swipe into this live broadcast. After seeing the picture on the cell phone, the middle-aged man was alarmed. This young man is actually making woodblock yearbook paintings? My God, so young and so skilled at this. The middle-aged man marveled repeatedly. His name is Zhu Changbai. Zhu Changbai's father, who is about 90 years old, was a very famous woodblock print craftsman. It is also one of the few craftsmen in China at the moment. My father is old, but he has never been able to rest easy. I'm afraid that after I die, this craft will be completely lost. Zhu family from ancient times is to do woodblock New Year's paintings started. For generations, all rely on this to eat. Until his generation, under the influence of a variety of factors, this traditional folklore gradually declined. To say that this is no one's fault, we all need to eat. And now, relying on this alone, cannot eat. In order to support the family, there was no other way. Therefore, Zhu Changbai did not inherit his father's craft. The move also nearly brought the father-son relationship to an end at one point. It wasn't until his father got old enough to realize his good intentions that he accepted him as a son again over the years. Zhu Changbai also loved his father deeply, and therefore, over the years, had been managing the old man's affairs. And lately, his father has made Zhu Changbai particularly disturbed, probably getting older. My father knew he didn't have many years left to live, but the closer he got to death, the more reluctant he became. I am afraid that after I die, this craft will disappear completely, and when I go underground, I will apologize to my ancestors. Therefore, the old father was so worried that he couldn't eat inside every day. It puts the family in a hurry. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through a few months, let alone a few years. And now, Zhu Changbai looked at the old ancestral master on the live broadcast, and his cloudy eyes immediately lit up. He grabbed his cell phone and ran upstairs with an excited look on his face. Dad, look, would you look at this? Zhu Changbai ran to the bedroom. On the large bed lay a voiceless old man. At the sound of the voice, the old man slowly turned his head. Not much in spirit. I thought I said I couldn't eat and didn't want to. In this life I didn't pass on this craft. I'm sorry to my ancestors. Let me starve to death alive. And when I get to the ground, I'll also give my ancestors an explanation. Hearing his old father saying these unlucky words again, Zhu Changbai was helpless. Dad, you don't have to think about that. The craft of woodblock New Year's paintings can be passed on. Hear that? The old man's cloudy eyes immediately lit up. What did you say? Didn't lie to me, did you? The old man's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Zhu Changbai with a wary face. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Zhu Changbai laughed cheerfully. Such a smile. For a long time, it hadn't shown from his face, and that's when the old man rushed to take a look at his cell phone. See the young man in the picture, who is carving boards with great skill. Each of these is full of power and old spice. The old man narrowed his eyes and shuddered. This force is also too strong. It can be completely said that it is not below me. It's even stronger than me. The old man sucked in a breath of cool air. It was on his lips, but the old man was completely happy. After the joy, a sudden twinge of embarrassment arose. Truly an expert in the folk, so powerful at such a young age. Hey, I was afraid that this craft would not be passed on. I didn't realize that not only is someone doing it, but doing it much better than my old man, and at the expense of me being rated as some kind of expert. Compared to this young man, how am I worthy? The old man was embarrassed. Last year, he was recognized by the state as an expert in this field and won an award just for his woodblock prints. At that time, the old man was still overjoyed, and thought that, since he was in this field, he was really a top figure. And until now, seeing Qin Feng, It was only then that Master Lao Tzu profoundly realized what it meant that there was a heaven beyond the heavens and a man beyond men. Yeah, not only is this young man powerful, he's also low-key. Just this mentality, it's really rare. Xu Changbai's gaze as he looked at Qin Feng was also full of appreciation. The moment. The old father looked at Qin Feng carving with a satisfied face, afraid to miss a single detail. Nice. This stroke is simply divine. This eye is the soul. It's actually possible? Learned. This young man is not only technically good, the aesthetics is also a masterpiece, but also, the strokes are bold. The technique is also very innovative. All new things I've never heard of. And to be able to push the boundaries of what's new, shows that, he's got a lot of experience. I dare to use my decades of experience to guarantee that this young man has not only surpassed me, but even surpassed 100% of the nation's woodblock yearbook artists, and is deserving of this. The old father gave a thumbs up, excited. And seeing this, Xu Changbai smiled and asked, Dad, then you don't have to worry about losing the craft now, so you don't have to worry about being ashamed of your ancestors. That's right. The old father let out a long breath, and what he felt was a relief like no other. In that case, hurry up and have a bite to eat, Xu Changbai said tentatively. After saying that, he saw his old father staring at the cell phone screen obsessively. With that mesmerizing, inquisitive look, Xu Changbai couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It can give an old father that inquisitive look. Suffice it to say, how powerful is Qin Feng's kung fu? In this piece, that is simply looking up to the existence of all beings. Thinking about it, Xu Changbai hastily added, Dad, you'll have energy to study well when you're full. When this was said, my old father did agree with it. Yeah, you're right. Once upon a time, I thought that I had done very well and adequately in this respect, until I saw this young man, and I realized that the ones I had were not worth a damn. I've got to learn from the old man while he's still got a breath left in me. My old father's love for woodblock prints was evident to all. Otherwise, one wouldn't be in this craft, burying one's head in the sand, just for the rest of one's life. And at that moment, seeing that his old father finally listened to self and started to eat properly, Xu Changbai was so happy. He also didn't forget that the credit for this matter belonged to Qin Feng. Immediately, Xu Changbai swiped 10 carnivals on the live broadcast, and, presumably, explained the matter. After saying that, Xu Changbai didn't forget to thank Qin Feng once again. Thank you, Master Lao Tzu. With you, the woodblock prince will not be afraid of being lost, and my old father, too, will have peace of mind. And at this point, the aquanauts in the live room were confused. Mom, yeah, I know them. CCTV also specially interviewed their family. From the ancient times on the inheritance of woodblock New Year's paintings family, said, Grandpa Zhu this year are more than 90 years old, is well-deserved old artist to be able to convince even an old artist, TSK, so it seems that Master Lao Tzu is properly an artist as well. The old ancestor is also considered to have indirectly done a good thing. If not for him, Grandpa Zhu continue to eat and drink like this. I'm afraid, Grandpa Zhu is a state-stamped folk artist, and he went so far as to say that old Grandpa's work is still far superior to his. So it seems that old Grandpa's work, too, is a treasure. Finished. The more I look at it now, the more I like it, and I want to buy it too. Master Lao Tzu also sold couplets before, so this New Year's picture will be sold too, right? If I sell, I'll buy. I'm looking for $100,000 to buy a pair of New Year's paintings made by Master Lao Tzu's own hands. $100,000? You're underestimating Master Lao Tzu. I'll offer $200,000, $300,000. Good man. This is starting to inflate the price? Mom, yeah, this thing is a yearbook. It's turned over tens of thousands of times. This was made by the old grandpa himself. Just ask, is it worth it? That's right. Damn it. Last time the couplets. I didn't grab them. This time the New Year's paintings. I have to have a share of them no matter what I say. At this point, the dirtbags on the live feeds blew out of the water. Each one is shouting out a price. It's as if the money wasn't money and had turned into paper. In just a few minutes, the price of a pair of New Year's Eve paintings was speculated to $500,000. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both wide-eyed. Nice guy. $300,000 for a pair of couplets is exaggerated enough. Now, a pair of New Year's paintings, too, was speculated to $500,000 by this group of people. It's heartless, but that said, old grandpa's got this craft. Perhaps, it's not really that cheap. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were envious. And this moment, Qin Feng also finished his first piece. See this lifelike annual painting of a door god. Xiao Shuiying even felt that the door god on it was too realistic, as if it was right in front of her eyes. It gives a sense of mind-blowing. Too exquisite. Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but sigh. And that's when the old granddaddy is finally going to take a break. 2. Worked for hours at a time. A trace of exhaustion also appeared slightly on Qin Feng's face. He stood up and went to get a drink of water. Take advantage of the moment. Xiao Shuiying hurriedly said. Master Laozu, you're going to make a fortune. The water friends in this live broadcast room, seeking to buy your New Year's paintings, with an opening price of $500,000 a pair. As many as there are. They want as many as they can get, Xiao Shuiying said excitedly. Feng, she also saw the process of dyeing the yearbook. In fact, the whole woodblock yearbook is undoubtedly hard work to do. But the good thing is, after carving the planks, it's the equivalent of having a template. After this, it's all possible to reuse the templates and then draw in color to create yearbook after yearbook. In a nutshell, the hardest steps are behind us. All that's left to do is to dye the pieces. And this process, which is relatively much simpler, can be done in half an hour. In other words, in half an hour, you can build a yearbook worth $500,000. That's $500,000 for half an hour. That's a phrase, just thinking about it. Just get a bunch of people's blood boiling. That's a real bullseye for the speed of money. However, compared to Xiao Shuiying's excitement, Qin Feng, however, remained as calm as ever. Oh, he just spat out the word. Xiao Shuiying sweated. But, when you think about it, it's normal. These days, Master Lao Zu is amassing wealth like crazy. In just a few days, tens of millions of dollars were raked in. Compared to that, this $500,000 is really nothing to Master Lao Zu, isn't it? And just then, a pop-up caught Xiao Shuiying's attention. I'm Xu Changbai, and I'm looking for $500,000 for this New Year's Eve painting of the God of the Door, which just came out of the tiger. Seeing this, a whole bunch of people gave the whole thing a miss. No, Grandpa Xu, isn't that what you do? You've got a lot of them at home. So why are you trying to steal them from us? Yeah, we don't have any of them. Have mercy on us. And that's when Grandpa Zhu also saw the pop-up and immediately replied. I'm sorry little friends, this pair of door gods of the old ancestor is really too evocative and exquisite. I want to buy it to learn. I have also painted many door gods, but after seeing the door gods painted by the old ancestor, I realized that I still have a lot of shortcomings. And this pop-up came out. Instantly, it stunned a crowd of waterbenders. Even national art scholars have spared no expense in purchasing the old ancestral masters' New Year's paintings to come back and compare and learn from them. On the surface, it was Grandpa Chu's good and hard-working spirit that was so inspiring. In fact, doesn't it just go to show that the old granddaddy's yearbook is a real work of art? Thinking of this, the enthusiasm of the tycoons seeking to buy it was even higher than ever. I want to buy it too. Behind Grandpa Chu in line, my wife said that if I didn't buy the old ancestral masters' New Year's paintings this year, don't even think about this year. See a bunch of pop-ups begging to be purchased, even pulling out their wives and kids to sell their woes. Xiao Shuiying only felt funny. These people were too interesting. So it was said, Old Ancestor Master, look, this old Master Zhu is also begging to buy your New Year's paintings. At those words, Qin Feng looked over. Just in time, Xu Changbai popped in with a video screen request. When Xiao Shuiying was stunned, she looked at Qin Feng. Master Lao Zu, can I take this video? She had gotten used to the fact that in Taoyuan village, in all matters, she had to ask old ancestor master's opinion. At those words, Qin Feng nodded. Good. Xiao Shuiying laughed a little and thought in her heart, it seems that old ancestor master is going to do this business. Then, the video screen request one took over. On the cell phone screen, a gray-haired old man appeared. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with gray hair. Looks like it's the Zhu family. Old ancestor master. You, how are you? Grandpa Zhu said excitedly. Hello, Qin Feng said after a moment's pause, his gaze fixed. I know you. You're Zhu Baochang from Juxin town in Zhejiang province, right? The words came out. A look of great joy immediately appeared on Zhu Baochang's face. Yes, 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 yes. I never thought that old man I would actually have the honor of being recognized by old ancestor master. It's truly an honor for Mr. Zhu, Zhu Baochang said with excitement. At those words, Qin Feng smiled. You're welcome. I've always admired old artists like you. The moment these words came out and were affirmed by old ancestor master, Zhu Baochang was overjoyed. In that case, I beg the old ancestor master to never sell me this yearbook. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened in excitement. $500,000, isn't that right? At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also excited. As soon as you come, you're going to witness the old grandpa making another $500,000 easy. Secondly, if Master Zhu got it, then they could line up for it as well. However, what the crowd didn't expect was this. Qin Feng directly refused. No need. At once, Zhu Baochang's heart was a thump. Fortunately, Qin Feng wasn't not selling, but, rather, intended to give it away for nothing. This yearbook is yours if you want it. A craftsman like you deserves it. When these words came out, Xu Baochang was overjoyed. He also pushed back a few times, but they were all rejected by Qin Feng. Xiao Shuiying was directly confused. Was this still the wealthy old grandpa she knew? Back in the day, a couple $100 for the venue fee would have broken bread with her for half a day. Next, a scene that made Xiao Shuiying even more unexpected appeared. At this moment, Qin Feng also saw the endless pop-ups begging for purchase in the live broadcast room. Everyone likes it so much. Ha, tell you what then, just pay for all of them to be sent by mail, and consider it a Chinese New Year gift for everyone. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying directly froze on the spot. No, is this the same old Master Zhu I know? Old ancestor master, can it be that you have been taken over by aliens? Xiao Shuiying was truly frightened. Her pair of beautiful amber eyes were as serious as rays as she looked back and forth at Qin Feng's body. Looking at Qin Feng, he only felt amused. Don't look. I just want to post a live broadcast benefit. And this doesn't work? Qin Feng said helplessly. And that's when Xu Baochang's voice came from the cell phone. Don't be modest, Master Laozu. You're doing this because you want to publicize traditional folklore, right? In this way, woodblock New Year's paintings will be able to come into the public's view once again. Old ancestor master, you have a heart. Speaking of this, Xu Baochang's eyes flashed with a trace of crystalline tears. He was genuinely impressed. In this materialistic age, obviously you can make a lot of money off of this. However, Master Lao Zhu chose to give it away for nothing, using it to promote traditional folklore. Over the years, Xu Baochang has also been committed to doing these things, but helplessly. The influence he can bring is too small. There are still a lot of people that don't know about woodblock prints, and Master Lao Zhu is well known and given away for free. This opening is open. I think, this year this spring festival, woodblock prints are bound to fire to millions of homes. And hearing this, Xiao Shuiying instantly understood. She looked at Qin Feng with a touched face. So that's what old ancestor master thinks. Old ancestor master, you're really great. Then, Xiao Shuiying turned to look at the camera. Waterboys, let's just ask you if you're touched. Too touched. I was going to shell out $500,000. And you're telling me it's free? How can I not be touched? The old grandpa has a heart. This year this spring festival, go home for the new year. I want to talk to my friends and relatives or a good science and let them all go to buy woodblock New Year's paintings. Yes, and we can't take the old ancestral masters for nothing. We have to contribute to it as well. True to form, I idolize my fans. Love it, love it. Countless pop-ups were brushed, and Xiao Shuiying was almost blinded. Take it easy, people. Private address in the background. Take your time. Don't rush. Xiao Shuiying looked at her head. Suddenly, I started to worry. Old ancestor master, this is also too many people. Will it be a bit difficult to send so many? Xiao Shuiying looked at Qin Feng with some heartache. This man is steel, even if it's Master Lao Zhu. To get so many tens of thousands of copies, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight it. At those words, Qin Feng smiled. Don't worry, I have help. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a group of small children coming over the bridge. There was a big crowd, 30 or 40 kids at a cursory glance. These, I believe, are all the children in the village. Only to see, these children ran over happily, and after greeting the old ancestor, they picked up the rice paper very skillfully and began to make woodblock New Year's paintings on the spot. And see this scene. The aquanauts in the live room were once again shocked. No wonder. I was wondering how the old ancestor master could possibly be busy by himself, but it turns out he has a little help. Wow. These kids know so much at such a young age. Look at my kids. They're really wasted from being raised. Letting children make paintings and give them away for free. On the one hand, the purpose of publicity is achieved. On the other hand, the children's hobby can also be cultivated. And on the third hand, the next generation of woodblock prints craftsmen can also be cultivated, which is simply a win-win-win situation. And at this time, there was no one more excited than Xu Baochang. Old ancestor master, you teach too well. Xu Baochang was touched. Over the years, Xu Baochang has also frequently offered free classes. In order to do so, the craft was passed on. But hopelessly, many of them don't last. It's a craft that's really too difficult and doesn't make a lot of money. Young people have to make a living. Who wants to do this? And now, seeing this group of children who are very skillful, even at a level that exceeds that of their own students, Xu Baochang that was relieved and moved to the extreme. Xiao Shuiying was also moved for a moment. I didn't realize that old grandpa had been doing this all along. He was just so great. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying also decided to contribute. Old ancestor master, don't worry, leave this mailing to little black and I. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng said expressionlessly. Oh, I'm going to have dinner first. With that, Xin Feng turned around and entered the house. At this moment, seeing the great figure of the old ancestral master, Xiao Shuiying only felt that he was really great. I was really surprised by the change in Master Lao Zu, not taking a penny and giving it away for nothing, just to promote traditional culture. He is really fantastic. Hearing this, Xiao He nodded his head vigorously as well. Maybe the old granddaddy doesn't lack that kind of money anymore. When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying thought about it. It's also true that Master Lao Zu is so rich. Seeing this, the water boys agreed. You're right. Can that $500,000 be considered money to Master Lao Zu? The 3 melons and 2 dates. Our old ancestor master can't even look at them. That said, has anyone calculated how much money Master Lao Zu has made these days? There really isn't any, but can that be counted? Old ancestors making money is as simple as drinking water. I don't think so. Don't do it. It's just a pain in the ass to do it. Yeah, and look at self-help. It's really suffocating. In my next life, if I work hard, not to mention becoming an old ancestor master, I will be lucky to be reincarnated as a villager of Taoyuan village, and to have a village chief like old ancestor master. Master Lao Zu is really rich. $500,000 in the eyes of the people is not money at all. Moo moo moo. That is, if it is not for nothing, it is another tens of millions of dollars into the account. Hey, people are more angry than people. And just then, Xin Feng is back. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He turned around. All were stunned at the sight, only to see the old ancestor master biting a white steamed bun on the cold white water, eating that is so delicious. It was a scene that straight away wouldn't have straightened out the crowd. Monopoly, that's all you eat? Xiao Shuiying was also wide-eyed. Old ancestor master, you're so rich, don't you want to eat something good? There's nothing nutritious about this white steamed bread, plus this cool white. That's just a poor man's standard. At those words, Xin Feng but sighed and leisurely said, I can't help it. I've been a little strapped for cash lately. And the words came out. The crowd was dumbfounded. It's not. You're so rich and you say you're a little strapped for cash. Who would believe that? Xiao Shuiying just didn't believe it. Old ancestor master, you're too much of a joker. These days, we've all seen how much money you've made. I'm afraid what ordinary people make in their lifetime is not as much as you make in a day. That's not really a joke to say. Qin Feng's expression, however, was incomparably serious. Who's kidding you? I mean it. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was stunned. Everyone knows the nature of old Master Zhu. Kinda not a jokester. It's hard to believe that what the old grandfather said is true. At this point, Xiao Shuiying only felt skeptical. Is this serious, Master Lao Zu? The feeling is that this is all eaten on white buns with cold white boiled water, which is the standard for this man when he is down and out. Good lord, how did the old granddaddy end up like this? That is, so much money can be squandered? Do you guys think that this old grandpa will make more money and lose more? Impossible. That factory is doing so well, it's absolutely impossible to lose money. Then there's only one possibility left. This old grandpa wouldn't have lost all his bets? Hey, it's really possible. Otherwise, this villagers are all rich as hell. Just the old grandpa still lives in a hut. Or too young. Do not know to save money. Earn as much as, spend as much as it makes sense. But seriously, this life, it's still dashing. What's the use of dashing? If you don't have money, you have to suffer. This is not it. Master Lao Zu was eating white bread? And that's when Xiao Shuiying was also confused. It seems that the old grandpa is true to what the pop-ups say. Guess, really, it's just a love of gambling. Otherwise, the $10,000, by all rights, it should be impossible to spend it in any way. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He also had a sigh of relief. I didn't realize that old grandmaster was a gambling lover in private. And at the moment, Qin Feng was eating a white steamed bun, not paying any attention to the gazes of others. The reason for eating white bread, the reason is simple. Simply because I love to eat. As for no money, Qin Feng is also really broke. What money he had on hand, he took to the skill tree. It couldn't be helped that Qin Feng was such a person who strove for progress. Anyway, there's no end to the money. Why don't you learn some more skills that you can use someday in the future? At this point, Taoyuan village. Ryan walked out alone. Wary, she glanced around to make sure no one was there before dialing the phone. But I don't know. The moment I turn around, Qin Feng and his group were heading this way. As soon as he picked up the phone, Ryan's demeanor became very serious. Hello, Bureau Chief Chang, Lei said. Little Lei, came a middle-aged man's voice on the other end of the phone. How's your father doing? Much better. Rayan laughed, recovering nicely. So, then congratulations. The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of surprise. It seems that Western medicine is making great progress in treating lung cancer nowadays. At those words, Ryan was stunned. This lung cancer were cured by those quacks. Duro Zhang, you've misunderstood. It wasn't treated in the hospital, but my father found a Chinese medicine practitioner in the countryside and he cured him, Lei An immediately explained. When these words came out, all of a sudden, it confused the entire Zhang bureaus on the other end of the phone. Ray, you're not kidding me, are you? I'm not in the mood to fool around with you right now. Bureau Chief Zhang's voice steeply became serious. At those words, Ryan shuddered. Immediately realized that self had said the wrong thing. This Secretary Zhang is a serious academician. Just practiced that academy thing. In his opinion, this countryside Chinese medicine practitioner was no different from a barefoot doctor. Thinking about it, Lei An immediately changed the topic. Forget about this matter beforehand. Bureau Chief Zhang, I'll go back immediately tomorrow. Bureau Zhang was obviously not a bad person to talk to either. No need. I'm calling you this time because I want you to take a break for 2 more days and spend time with your father. Bureau Zhang said. Obviously, Bureau Zhang didn't believe that his father was cured. He thought that his father didn't have many days left to live and asked Self to spend more time with him. Hearing this, Ryan didn't want to break up with the leader. So he said, okay, thanks to Bureau Zhang, but, in the next 2 days, I will continue to work on the design drawings, Lei An said with a sad face. At the mention of work, Rayan was worried. She was originally an aerospace researcher with roots in the Northwest, a graduate of the National Defense University. He has also been dedicated to the space industry over the years. The deeds of his father have deeply affected Rayan. So, from an early age, Rayan's life's ambition was to be a person who would give of himself to others and to his country. Times were changing and science was evolving, so Rayan's eye, then, was on the space business. Recently, the Bureau has also been on a roll, and everyone is racking their brains for new projects. Lei An is considered a core staff member, but there's really no way around it, as her father is seriously ill and she can only put aside her busy schedule for a while. But this is not good for Lei An's psyche. Now is a critical period of the Great Powers game. China desperately needs to come up with an impressive space program, at the time when every colleague put their lives on the line to fight, and since they are enjoying themselves comfortably in Taoyuan village, this is something that makes Lei An very guilty. So even though he was on vacation, Rayan, while taking care of her father, still had her mind on her work. Of course, there is a caveat to this. That is, my father, under the diagnosis and treatment of the old ancestor, also gradually recovered, and even, was healthier than he was before he fell ill. At that thought, Rayan sighed. Then he was ready to go back to work. Once he turned around, he saw Qin Feng walking towards him. Instantly, Lei An changed his look to one of respect and greeted the old ancestor. Good day, old ancestor master. Lei An smiled. Hello little An. Qin Feng smiled and swept Lei An a glance. Suddenly stopping and looking serious, he said to Ryan, little An, this research work is hard, but don't be too hard on yourself. This body of yours hasn't completely recovered yet, so take a good rest first. Old ancestor master said leisurely, and the words came out. Instantly, it was a shock to Rayan. Old grandpa, how did you know about my work? Is it hard to see that, too, old ancestor master? You are too divine. Lei An was obviously frightened and gibbered. You know, she never stated that self worked, and the old granddaddy is clear as a bell. Combine this with the fact that old grandpa could read heel and woodblock prints. It's hard to believe that Master Lao Tzu can still see through people's hearts. Anyone who walks up to the old grandmaster, just like stripping naked, without speaking, what information, can be seen clearly by a pair of eyes of the old ancestor master. The hairs on Ryan's body stood up at the thought, and that's when the water friends in the live room were also shocked. Holy shit, how did Master Lao Tzu know that Ryan was a researcher? Yeah, I've been watching the live streams for the past few days, and no one's saying anything at all. If this is really what the old grandpa saw, is he still a human being? Is he an immortal? If we say it's a god, then in that case, it still makes sense. Otherwise, a person, how can they be so perfect? I also think that Master Lao Tzu is simply a god, right? The pop-ups have been speculating. It's a direct reference to Master Lao Tzu as the great immortal descendant. Xiao Shuiying also looked stunned, and that's when, seeing the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng laughed helplessly. Where is this all going? Have you forgotten? You came to the village one day with a work license around your neck. It says Space Agency, Ray Worker, I can see it clearly. Ray N, live water boy, nice guy. They've been speculating here for most of the day. Dare I say it? It's just a misunderstanding. So that's how it is. That was my mistake. Lei An spat out his tongue, embarrassed. Xiao Shuiying was also crying and laughing. You people's imagination is too rich. Old ancestor master is a living person. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Shuiying laughed. And that's when Xin Feng looked at Lian. For today's acupuncture, go to my home to do it. Xin Feng spoke. Apparently, Xin Feng was quite enthusiastic about Lian. Even Rayan didn't volunteer to mention this. Instead, it was the old ancestor who took the initiative to bring it up. At this moment, a blush flew up on Lian's face as well, and she shyly looked at the old ancestor master. Eyes darting around shyly, like a shy little girl, she followed behind Xin Feng, and at this moment, seeing the scene in front of him, a hint of despondency flashed in Xiao Shuiying's eyes. Xu Etching, follow up, what are you waiting for? Xiao Hei turned around and found Xiao Shuiying standing frozen in place. Oh, after being reminded, Xiao Shuiying came back to her senses sluggishly. Are you alright? Xiao Hei sensed that something was wrong with Xiao Shuiying. No, it's fine. I'm fine. Xiao Shuiying squeezed out a forced smile. However, this poor acting skills cannot fool the eyes of the live broadcast water friends. Ooh, my heart is broken. How dare I make my goddess Xu Etching jealous? Old ancestor master is really blessed with a lot of lust. Miss Lei is cold and outstanding. And goddess Xu Etching is beautiful. TSK, I'm really red-eyed. Goddess Xu Etching, since old ancestor master made you sad, don't be obsessed. I'll be good to you. Upstairs, you're afraid you're not awake. All of you should say less. Goddess Xu Etching is already sad enough. Don't hurt her anymore. Your heart aches for her, but she loves him and he loves her. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying was almost so angry that she wanted to spit out blood. Nice guy. It's really adding fuel to the fire, isn't it? Knowing that she was having a hard time with her heart, she even came to give a stab. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying suppressed that sadness. It's work time. Xiao Shuiying, come on. Xiao Shuiying whispered to herself. However, soon, Xiao Shuiying was then defeated once again, but that's an afterthought. Then, Xiao Shuiying and his group, too, arrived at old ancestor master's cabin, because the two were a little late. So, by the time they came in, Master Lao Zu is already giving Ryan acupuncture. By now, Ryan had removed his jacket and was lying directly on the cot, showing snow-white skin. It was dazzling in the sunlight, and Master Lao Zu was still skillfully sticking needles. Ryan squinted his eyes in comfort and enjoyment. At this point, Master Lao Zu took a shot. Rayan then made a sound that was hard not to want to distort. She clenched her teeth lightly. As soon as the voice leaked out, Layan's self realized that something was wrong. I'm sorry, Master Lao Zu. Ryan's face was as red as a boiled shrimp. She looked carefully at the old ancestor master, afraid of making him angry. It's fine. Good thing, however, that the old ancestor didn't mind at all. Upon hearing this, Layan's heart was as sweet as honey, and he smiled extremely happily. And seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was even more taut. What's the difference between that and holding her over a fire? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying couldn't wait for her soul to penetrate Layan. Woohoo! She really wanted to try acupuncture, too. It really wasn't about trying to get close to the old grandpa, just simply want to do a round of acupuncture. Really, doghead, JPG. She wasn't the one who was jealous. At this moment, in Xiao Shuiying's eyes, tears were swirling, lightly biting her red lips. A few points of unwillingness and sadness were written on her delicate little face. If it weren't for the fact that the live stream was still going on, Xiao Shuiying really wanted to throw the microphone and leave. This scene is so irritating. However, what Xiao Shuiying did not expect was, what hit her even harder was yet to come. At this moment, Xiao Hei had an idea when he saw Xiao Shuiying, who had a difficult face. Xiao Hei and Xiao Shuiying were also old partners. Knowing that I have no chance with the goddess, but as a friend, Xiao Hei still wanted to help Xiao Shuiying. With that in mind, Blackie said, Old ancestor master, when you're done later, could you have goddess Xu Etching come for a round of acupuncture as well? Recently, goddess Xu Etching has been engaged in live broadcasting and is also suffering from back pain. As he spoke, Xiao Hei had also been squeezing his eyes at Xiao Shuiying. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Shuiying's eyes. Can it? The little fat kid. What a wingman. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying gave Xiao Hei an appreciative look. Just when Xiao Shuiying thought that self was bound to win, just then I heard old ancestor master come in very coldly. I've seen her fine. No need. I don't have that kind of free time either. If you really want to do it, find an older woman or man in the village. They are more or less good at it. These words were like a bucket of cool water that poured Xiao Shuiying. And that's when Ryan was also struck dumb. This differential treatment. It's too obvious, isn't it? It's hard to believe that Master Lao Zu is special to her. Thinking about this, Ryan's entire face turned red and she only felt a deer in the headlights. At this time, Xiao Shuiying was the complete opposite, looking as if her heart was ashen. I'll be damned. This is too much of a fixer-upper. Damn. Two goddesses fighting over old ancestor master. I'm really sour. Don't be sour. Think about it. What is the old grandpa? What is yourself? You know very well in your heart. That makes sense. With old ancestor master's skill, let alone two. If he wanted to, 200 goddesses would have no problem fighting over him. Though but, I'm really sour. These two are top-notch beauties. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were sorely numb. As the saying goes, men are horny. The live stream is hot, thanks largely to Master Lao Tzu. But there is also a part of the population that comes for the beauty. Xiao Shuiying is needless to say, the new generation school flower of Mordor University. Small round face, long legs, even if it is into the entertainment circle, it is also the existence of the female love beans that does not belong to the female love beans in the slightest. And although Leian was a scientific researcher, and also wore an eye that affected her face value, but if you looked closely, you could tell that Leian's eyebrows and eyes carried a flavor of charm, and her body was convex and curved in the front and the back, and she was also really a superb beauty, especially at this moment. The skin race snow. The scene is very cigarette. The scene. For a time, the water friends in the live broadcast room didn't know whether to envy Leian or the old ancestral master. And that's when Xiao Shuiying had a hard time in her heart. Can't it be that the old grandpa really likes Leian? One more look at Rayan's front and back, and self is still underdeveloped. It's just so tragic when you compare it like that. To say it's a little bean sprout would be an understatement. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying felt that 80% of the time, this was the reason. Thus, Xiao Shuiying secretly made up her mind. Starting today, eat more papaya and drink more soy milk. Oh, we'll see. Master Lao Tzu, you'll be mine sooner or later. Xiao Shuiying clenched her small fists with an energetic look. At this time, Qin Feng, who was doing acupuncture, did not know that Xiao Shuiying had already completed her self-pua. As for why he made it for Leian and not Xiao Shuiying, the reason is simple. Rayan is a scientific researcher. It's like when he cured Master Lei. This kind of person who devoted himself to his motherland was admired by Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Their illnesses, or labors, had something to do with it. As for Xiao Shuiying, for one thing, Qin Feng really didn't see that there was anything wrong with her. The second is that she's not valuable enough for self to do it herself. The idea? It's that simple. 10 minutes later, acupuncture is over. At this time, Xiao Shuiying had already gone out to take a breath of air outside the house. To ask is to be in a bad mood. And Leian blushed and said to Qin Feng, "Old ancestor master, it's really troublesome for you." Leian got dressed and walked down. "It's all small things. If you want to thank me truly, then work hard. The motherland's aerospace industry depends on you." Qin Feng laughed. The words came out. The smart Rayan figured it out immediately. "So that's it," Ryan murmured, a hint of despondency flashing in his eyes. To her credit, she almost thought. The thought of this was a blessing in Ryan's heart. It's a good thing that self didn't give the idea away. Otherwise, it would have been a real shame. At this moment, Leian's gaze as he looked at the old ancestral master also became admiring once again. Seriously, Master Lao Tzu was that kind to her. Not out of a man or woman. Rather, it's out of respect and appreciation and support for the space industry. Well, from that point on, instead, it made Rayan appreciate him even more. "I will." With that thought, Ryan said firmly. Hearing this, Qin Feng returned a smile, and that's when Rayan was planning to go out. Just for a moment, passing a table, the densely packed documents on it caught Rayan's attention. Rayan was on her feet. On seeing a design drawing, the whole thing froze, only to see that on this piece of paper, it was clearly the design of an aerial warplane. This diagram, drawn with great precision and detail in every part, such a design should come from the hand of an expert. However, that wasn't what shocked Rayan the most. To Rayan's amazement, the design was like nothing she had ever seen before. Subconsciously, Ryan couldn't help but step forward and look at it carefully. The Southern Heavenly Gates program? Project Luan? Air and Space Mothership? Rayan sucked in a breath of cold air. Jesus! This is what she saw. Rayan's hands were shaking like crazy, eyes wide. The impact of the scene in front of her was just too great. You know, as a professional space researcher, after more than a decade of study and research, Rayan knows it well. Even self, who graduated from the National Defense University. Nor can you make such elaborate and detailed designs. The design, in particular, is also particularly bold. At this moment, Leian looked at a small line in the upper right corner of the design. The Southern Heavenly Gate project to complete a Chinese strategic strike force capable of resisting resistance to alien attacks by 2050. The Xian Nu fighter, one of the core equipment of the Southern Heavenly sect, bears the responsibility of seizing air control as well as precision strikes over long distances in future aviation wars. The fighter is adapted to the Luan large strategic air and space carrier and works with new unmanned tactical mechs for combat and training missions. Ryan was almost a sight to behold. It was like a child seeking knowledge, frantically absorbing it. After watching for a couple of full minutes, Rayan could probably understand it. This Southern Heavenly Gate program, to put it bluntly, is setting its sights on the universe. Build a cosmic military force to take on aliens. I have to say that this idea is just way ahead of its time. Be aware that both domestic or Hawk Jam, which pretty much has its sights set on Earth, the great power game is now caught up in the battle for energy. As for aliens, that's a no-brainer. What's more, despite all the evidence that there is definitely alien life in the universe, in all these years, no aliens have ever been found, so the current goal of humanity is far from being so unprecedentedly distant. And this design, with eyes set so far away, I don't know whether to call it a pipe dream or, well, a rainy day? But Rayanne's instincts told her, this design plan, in all likelihood, it will be a big favor, not just for her, or even, one might say, do the entire human race a big favor. When he thought of this, Layan trembled and looked at Qin Feng. Old ancestor master, all these are painted by you? Yeah, Qin Feng said casually, although, this one was the expected answer. Still, upon hearing the certainty, Ryan, inevitably, shuddered. To ask is, in addition to the boldness of the idea, the sophistication of this design would be absolutely impossible for an amateur to make. It could be seen that the old ancestral master was even still far stronger than her, a high school graduate from the science class, in this aspect of aerospace, or rather, just from the design drawings. In this aspect of aerospace, Qin Feng could also be called an old grandpa. At the thought, Ryan became excited. Then in that case, Master Laozu, you must be a space graduate as well. Layan didn't know that Qin Feng had majored in it. All that is known is that he is a freshman at Mordor University. Mordor University, as a 985, its aerospace program, is also ranked in the forefront of the country. So, Rayan took it for granted. Old grandpa must have been an aviation major. Otherwise, a layman could make such a professional design drawing. This mustn't hang them, the high school students who have studied hard for years? However, Qin Feng's answer directly caused Layan to collapse. No, I'm studying finance. This, said Rayan, pale with fear. So that means it's a hobby? It's possible to draw so well if you've loved it since you were a child and have been putting an effort for it. With these words, Layan was ostensibly asking Qin Feng. In truth, it is also comforting to the self, not an insider. Then if a hobbyist, drilling for a decade or so, as the saying goes, if you work hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle. If you truly love it, then you certainly don't spend any less time studying for it than you would if you were in school for an aerospace program. However, Qin Feng's next words gave Layan another resounding slap in the face. It's kind of a hobby, but I've only recently fallen in love with it. Didn't like it for many years. Rayan was outright confused. Nice guy. Master Laozu is not letting him live at all. Learn casually for a few months. It will be possible to reach students who are high achievers. No, can even say that this level? Go to be the chief designer. No problem. This old grandpa is really gifted. At this moment, Layan only felt that self was set off as if he were a small Kalami in front of old ancestor master. She's embarrassed to call herself a researcher. There's no comparison at all. However, Rayan didn't just wallow in her emotions. Doing research and comparing yourself to a genius is a death wish. This is a fact in the industry for all to see. Geniuses, who are here to abuse ordinary people like them. And to Rayan, at the moment, what is more important, obviously, is the Southern Heavenly Gates program? Thinking of this, Ryan said in a hurry, Old ancestor master, you came up with this Southern Heavenly Gate plan? I have to say, your idea is really great. I've never seen such a wonderful and brilliant conception before. At those words, Qin Feng paused for a moment. This world, and the blue star he was in before, were subtly different. The Southern Heavenly Gate program, too, was there in a previous life? It was only a few months ago that Qin Feng realized that in this time and space, the Southern Heavenly Sect project had not been proposed. Happens to have awakened space-related skills. Thus, Qin Feng was bored, so he drew out all the plans for the Southern Heavenly Sect from his memory, thinking of contributing to the motherland someday when I get the chance. As it happens, the opportunity has come up. Thus, Qin Feng replied, in this world's words, it's sort of like I brought it up. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Words were uttered that baffled the crowd. Ryan, however, didn't have the heart to dwell on that. She said in a rush, so, Master Laozu, Do you mind if I take these designs and show them to the bureau? Of course I don't mind, Shin Feng said with a big smile. Okay, thank you so much. Leian's face was excited and happy as a child. Hold those designs carefully, as if it were priceless. See this scene. The water friends in the live room gave the whole won't. No. When did this old grandpa get into aerospace design? Right. Isn't this Leian a scientific researcher? Or is she from the space agency? It's logical that she's the professional. How come she's like a student in front of old ancestor master? If you don't know, you'd think that old ancestor master is some kind of really awesome space tutor, instructing his students? To be able to make even Leian so amazed. It can't be. This old ancestor is really something, right? Shit, this is more sci-fi than what Cixin Lu wrote. I'll go. Master Laozu really knows everything. This sentence would be wrong. Should say, what is the old ancestral master does not know? And at that moment, Leian held the information, came to the side and pulled the video screen phone of Bureau Zhang. It took a few minutes for the call to connect. As soon as it was connected, the cell phone screen showed a middle-aged man in a full suit and tie. The middle-aged man's face was serious. Lei, what's so important? Apparently, this leader has always been more severe. Bureau Chief Zhang, take a look at this. Leian immediately handed the information forward. Bureau Zhang squinted and took a closer look. A few seconds later, the face changed drastically. Where did this come from? The Southern Heavenly Gate program. This idea is too right. Bureau Zhang directly stood up from his chair in shock, holding his cell phone with both hands forcefully. In Leian's eyes, this middle-aged man who was a leader and a teacher in one had always had an iceberg-cold image. Even when his wife was giving birth, he didn't move a muscle. But in this moment, he was like a different person, like a brat. His eyes glazed over and he was trembling. Even, there was a hint of panic. This was a surprise to Rayan. Surprise is, by definition, the normal reaction. Surprisingly scary emotions. And Zhang bureaucrat's next sentence explained Leian's doubts. Only to see, Bureau Zhang said with trepidation. Ray, truth be told, the idea has already been floated up there. It's just, it hasn't been done yet. Since going to the back of the moon and coming back, up there, and seeing really scary things. So, as soon as I came back, I began to lay out the layout, striving to complete it in 2050. If it is not completed, if that bunch of things come, the weak human beings are defenseless in front of them. These words directly made Ryan freeze on the spot. There was so much information that she almost didn't react. Still, Rayan got the point. That means aliens really exist, right on the surface of the moon? Ryan said weakly. Yes. Bureau Zhang's tone was very certain. At that, Ryan's legs went weak with fear and he almost fell over. And that's when Bureau Zhang complimented while looking at the design. The idea and conception of this design is so right on. It's right up there with the above. All this time, Bureau Zhang had been just agonizing over this matter. It took as many brain cells as it took to come up with a suitable response. Right now, it's really a sleepy pillow. How could this not make Bureau Zhang's heart rejoice? At once, Bureau Zhang thought of something. This man had the foresight to think. I'm sure that he must be a land. When this information is sent to the top, he will be rewarded properly. The words came out. Rayan was slightly staggered, and Bureau Zhang saw Leian, whose expression was off, with a puzzled look. What? Did I say something wrong? What land is this? It's not unusual for Bureau Zhang to think that way. It's reasonable to think that it's possible to make such a genius design and, again, be prescient. It must seem like a big deal in this area to regular people. And Bureau Zhang has been in aerospace for many years and knows many people. Maybe, I even recognize it. Thinking of this, Bureau Zhang laughed. No, you don't recognize it. Rayan came to this subconsciously. Secretary Zhang? ? Seeing Bureau Zhang with a black question mark on his face, Leian immediately realized that self had said the wrong thing. That, Bureau Zhang. He's not a homeland of any kind. At those words, Bureau Zhang was shocked. This is something he never expected. I can't believe it's not a homeland. Can't it be? It's a professor from some university? Obviously. Bureau Zhang's thoughts were still very limited. Neither. Rayan mumbled through her lips. No. Then who the hell is he? Tell me directly. Bureau Zhang directly ran out of patience and said. At that, Ryan opened his mouth cautiously. Bureau Zhang. I told you before that there was a village chief in the countryside who cured my father's lung cancer. And yes, this design is from him. Bureau Chief Chang. A few whole minutes. All fell into silence. Leian could understand Bureau Zhang. The truth is that it is indeed too unbelievable. But the old granddaddy's ability was there. Rayan has seen it for real. Furthermore, this design is right in front of us. The level is obvious. After several minutes, It took Bureau Zhang a moment to get over the shock. Tell me his name. Bureau Zhang was curious. Qin Feng, Lei Yan said immediately. Alright, I'll find out what this person's origin is. Bureau Zhang frowned. Given the level of Bureau Zhang, this design plan, indeed, was of a super high caliber. Which, needless to say, but it actually came from a village chief. That's what made Bureau Zhang mind. Can't it be that it's some kind of hidden earth master? As the saying goes, the best of the best comes from the best of the best. By now, Bureau Zhang does not suspect any forgery. On the contrary, he believed that this man was indeed very powerful, but as a result, became more and more curious about the man's origins. And Bureau Zhang is considered a central figure. So is the right to check on some people. The truth will be revealed soon. Wait for a few seconds. With that said, Bureau Zhang sat down with a confident look on his face, skillfully opening his computer and finding the internal system. Good. Ryan was also very much looking forward to it. This system, it's very powerful. What a great way to find out information about anyone. Lei Yan had long been curious about the old ancestral master. So, since she had this opportunity to find out, she really wanted to see it too. With Lei Yan's power, there was no way to inquire. But Bureau Zhang, however, had the ability. Thinking about it, Rayan grew more and more excited. Anxiety was also written all over Bureau Zhang's face, itching to see all of Qin Feng's information in the next second. However, a few seconds later, the exclamation point on the computer screen made both Lei Yan and Bureau Zhang freeze. Sorry, you have no right to inquire. The line in big red letters killed the two men. No rights. That means, this person's information is locked up? Bureau Chief Zhang said in horror, his face all horrified. Ryan was also shaken. The amount of information behind it really scared her. No one is allowed to tell anyone about this incident today, Bureau Zhang said in a hurry. Yes, got it, Lei Yan immediately said back. Of course she wouldn't say anything. It seems that this person is involved in state secrets. Otherwise, without the permission of the above, the general information of the person will not be closed. At all, said Bureau Zhang decisively. So it seems that this one called Qin Feng, it's long since been noticed from above. Even he had no right to inquire. That's a very important core of people. And even, status, far beyond him. Otherwise, as a matter of course, he could easily inquire about any of those below his position. At this moment, Lei Yan's face was also filled with fear. Never in a million years. A village head of Taoyuan village. Surprisingly, so uncomplicated. Master Laozu, he is just too legendary. Xiao Lei. This matter, listen to me. Zhang Bureau was struck by an idea and suddenly thought of something. This is a talent that can't be beat. Little Lei, no matter what means, we must invite him to our space agency. You tell him that the annual salary is $10 million. Bureau Zhang immediately said. When those words came out, Ryan was outright dumbfounded. $10 million? A million zeros floated in Lei Yan's brain. Mom, yeah, 10 million. It was followed by more zeros than she could count. And that's just the annual salary that Bureau Zhang offered Master Laozu. What? Not enough? However, Bureau Zhang misunderstood Lei Yan's meaning. No, Rayan said before the words could leave her mouth. Bureau Zhang again hastened to say, hey, actually I also think it's less. Let's do it this way. $20 million. $20 million is always enough. Rayan, she hasn't said anything yet. Bureau Zhang brainstormed here for half a day. But then Rayan thought. To have the always stingy and budget-conscious Bureau Zhang offer such a high annual salary was enough to see how important the old ancestor master was to China's aerospace industry. This is a man that must be taken down. Thinking about it, Lei Yan then firmly said, okay, Bureau Chief Zhang, put it on me. After saying that, Lei Yan walked towards Qin Feng with a resolute face. The whole process, naturally, did not appear on the live feed. This is a state secret. And next, Lei Yan entered the shot as he walked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng at this moment, after doing acupuncture for a little over half a day, I was naturally hungry. So, as usual, white buns with cool white water were arranged. See this scene. Rayan was outright dumbfounded. Old ancestor master, why are you eating this? Lei Yan was surprised. In her opinion, such an academic powerhouse, how can it be so easy to eat? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng merely glanced at her. It's quite tasty, Qin Feng said without thinking. At that, Ryan still frowned. But, she was about to say something else, and at that moment, Blackie whispered, MS, Lei, don't ask. This recently, old ancestor master's hands are a bit strained. That's what the old granddaddy said himself. Hearing this, Ryan looked incredulous. It can't be, can it? Isn't old ancestor master rich as hell? These days, she was very interested in Qin Feng. So, I found some live cutscenes online to watch. Good lord. That's a business that makes tens of millions of dollars a minute. When other people say that, it's a stunt. Master Man Laozu is coming for real. That he has no money? Isn't that a joke? However, thinking about this made Ryan's heart a little jittery. You know, research is boring. A salary of $20 million a year may be tempting to 99% of the population, but for Master Laozu, it's what people can earn in a few minutes. So much for comparing. Ryan instantly felt hopeful. Luckily, Blackie's next words gave Ryan great confidence. It's true. It was popping up all over the place. This old granddaddy made as much as he could and bet it all away. Otherwise, as for eating these? At those words, Ryan shuddered. Say it's a bet on a dog. That's still a real possibility. It's well known. What a horrible existence a betting dog is. $1 million can be destroyed in a single night. So it's like this. Then in that case, Ryan's heart was a little helpless. She would have preferred that her old ancestor was still rich. But right now, with the old granddaddy having nothing to lose, it was rather more conducive for her to recruit people into the space agency. Thinking of this, Ryan spoke cautiously. Master Laozu, I hear you've been a bit nervous lately. I have a camp here. Are you interested? See this scene. The water boys in the live room came to be interested. What? This Layan is going to introduce a job to Master Laozu? Is it hard to believe that it's going to the space agency? Upstairs you're afraid to laugh me to death. How can you get into the space agency without a degree? Yes, my neighbor who graduated with an undergraduate degree from the National Defense Science University couldn't even get in. And of course, Master Laozu was also very good. But this is clearly the wrong door and the wrong family. That is, this writing a novel. Also dare not make up so blindly. However, in the next second, Ryan was seen speaking. I've got a job here with the space agency. Chief designer, $20 million a year. Are you interested? The words came out. The water friends in the live room went all numb. Nice guy. How fast did this punch in the face come? No, this is for real? It's not a joke? $20 million a year. I go. In the future, I still feel sorry for the old grandpa. I'll give myself 2 slaps. I might as well feel sorry for myself. Ryan seems to be serious. I didn't realize that the old ancestor master actually understands spaceflight as well. Master Laozu, just ask you what else you don't know how to do. What are still entangled? Quickly agreed. This is 20 million. With this 20 million, you do not have to eat white bread and drink cold white water. And that's when everyone present, too, felt that Master Laozu, who was in a quandary, would surely accept the job. What the crowd didn't expect. Xin Feng, however, refused without even thinking about it. No need, Xin Feng said. At those words, Ryan shuddered. Why? Is the treatment not high enough? We can still discuss this again. The salary and benefits aspect can still be negotiated. Layan was almost in a begging tone. See here. The water boys in the live stream also expressed their dismay. What are you waiting for if you don't get on with such a great opportunity? If anything, it's not graduated yet. But look at the country. How many of them are young enough to get jobs that pay $20 million a year? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. How many people, who go to grad school or come out of the boondocks, get at most tens of thousands of dollars a month? And Master Laozu has such an opportunity and still doesn't cherish it. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were shocked, but they were even more directly sour. If you don't want it, give it to me as well. Give it to you. Are you up to the task? Yeah, don't even think about it. We're not Master Laozu. We don't have the skills. And that's when the crowd became deeply aware of a horrifying fact. Just now, they were envious of Master Laozu's great luck to get such a good job. But now it seems that this is a job that people don't even want. Or the space agency begs people to do it and they don't even do it. What should be more envied is the unrivaled gold content of the old granddaddy. No thoughts in this regard for now, Xin Feng said directly. However, this design, if you need it, you just take it. After this, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. The words came out. Rayan stayed straight in place. You know, willing to pay such a high salary to hire Master Laozu. It's the idea of having Master Laozu to preside over the Southern Heavenly Gates program. After all, the idea itself was suggested by someone else, and the old Grandmaster must be familiar with it. And this process would surely create many problems, which could naturally be solved one by one when the old ancestor was present. But now, the old grandpa said, the design is delivered directly. The question is asked directly, all without money. Wouldn't that be the same as saying that this is a favor that he's willing to do, but doesn't receive a penny for it? For a moment, Ryan was shocked and moved. Old ancestor master, are you sure? Lei En hesitated. Of course, Xin Feng said directly. The words came out. The waterbenders in the live stream have expressed their lack of understanding. No. What time is it? The old grandpa is eating white bread in cold white boiled, and do not want to think of ways to make money to improve the food. So eat on. When is the end? Yes. Isn't this old grandpa usually quite smart? I feel like I can't get my head around it today. Things are always the opposite of what they should be. And wisdom is always the opposite of what it should be. And it has been proven that even the most perfect people have moments when they are jerking around. This is $20 million. Real money. What is Master Lao Tzu thinking? Genuinely incomprehensible. At this time, Xiao Shuiying also frowned. In her opinion, old Master Zhu should have taken the job. Anyway, things are done. For nothing. For nothing. And just then, Qin Feng suddenly spoke with tears in his eyes. If you should make money, you make it. If you shouldn't, you can't. This is a time to serve our country, and it is incumbent upon our generation to do so. The words came out. The live feed instantly went silent. For a moment, Ryan's eyes also filled with hot tears. So that's what the old granddaddy thought. And she's still there, money or no money. In an instant, the pattern was high and low. Thinking about it, Layan looked at Qin Feng with an excited expression. Old ancestor master, I'm happy for the motherland to have a talent like you, Layan said with a trembling body. In this day and age, 500,000 can go everywhere. And Master Lao Tzu didn't want a penny for his country. For this spirit, it is rare. And at the moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room also hate to give the party self a slap in the face. Geez, look what it is. It's called a pattern. I'd rather eat white bread and drink cold white boiled water, but I don't want a penny from the state, and I have to dedicate myself to the state, which is not the state, but is better than the state. I take back what I said just now. I'm a big fool, Master Lao Tzu. Except for great men, you are the person I admire most in my life. At 18 years of age with such awareness, the future of our country is promising. For a moment, the broadcast was moved to tears. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also frozen on the spot. So, old ancestor master actually thought this way. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was also so excited that she had tears in her eyes. Not to be outdone. Love the man she powders. And in this moment, Xiao Shuiying also deeply appreciated the tearfulness of those words. Why do I often have tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so much. Master Lao Tzu is a profound illustration of all this. Money, to Master Lao Tzu, is just outside the body. In his eyes, it was the motherland, the destiny of mankind. It was never the vulgar stuff. He was such a great man. And at this point, a sudden request for a video screen interrupted Xiao Shuiying's concentration. And see the name of this username. At that moment, Ryan's heart was pounding. Bureau Zhang? Layan recognized that this person was clearly Bureau Zhang. So, Ryan immediately took the video screen request. In the next second, Bureau Zhang appeared on the live broadcast. And this scene has scared a bunch of waterbenders. Only to see, Zhang Bureau's a handful of middle-aged man, wearing successful people Earth standard suit and gold glasses. And yet, there was sobbing. Old ancestor master, I am truly gratified that the young generation of our motherland has a talent like you. Zhang Bureau's voice trembled as he spoke. Bureau Zhang's grandfather was the anti-Japanese hero, went through those turbulent times too. With such a family upbringing, Bureau Zhang is also a very patriotic person, and he has devoted himself to his country's aerospace industry because he wants to pass on the family spirit of dedication to the motherland. Over the years, the people's days have gradually gotten better, and in the face of money, few people can make this shocking choice without blinking an eye. Like old grandmaster. At this moment, seeing Bureau Zhang, Qin Feng was also confused. Rayan immediately explained. After knowing the general situation, Qin Feng revealed a helpless smile. It's actually okay. This is supposed to be what we do as Chinese. There is a country, and then there is a home. Young people should serve the motherland even more. Qin Feng's words were simple but stirring. When these words came out, the crowd was even more shocked. The more Zhang Bureau looked at Qin Feng, the more satisfied he became. However, after thinking about it, Bureau Zhang opened his mouth. Old ancestor master, since you don't want the $20 million, donate it to your village. I see that this village of yours is located in the middle of a big mountain, so this development should be very backward, right? The village has produced such a genius and has done the motherland such a great favor. This money, it is due. Bureau Zhang said thoughtfully. He was not aware of the real situation in Taoyuan village. Then again, it was only today that he had come to know of this number one figure. Qin Feng. After hanging up the phone with Layan, Bureau Chief Zhang was getting more and more curious the more he thought about it. Suddenly, he remembered that Rayan was actually involved in the live broadcast of a certain program, so he was curious and came to take a look. and the title Old Ancestor Master was a phrase he had used with Feng Shuiyu. The moment. Having heard these words from Bureau Zhang, the crowd was in tears. Ha 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 ha, the funniest joke I've heard in this century is born. Seeing this pop-up sentence, Zhang bureaucrat instantly just changed his face. No, what's so funny about that? Donating $20 million to help the development and construction of the village. Isn't this a heavenly good? Bureau Zhang was getting more and more aggravated. Bureau Zhang, if you want to donate to other villages, there's nothing wrong with that, but if you want to donate to Taoyuan village, that's a big no-no. Yes, there are so many villages in the country. You can donate to anyone, but donating to Taoyuan village is really unnecessary. This Taoyuan village really doesn't lack the $20 million. Open your eyes and look at this richest village. Does it look like it lacks a small $20 million? The water friends in the live broadcast room were all talking. The pop-up swipes took off. It was a proud moment when talking about the grandeur of Taoyuan village, as if self as the villagers of Taoyuan village that way. And the speeches made by this group of spiritual villagers of Taoyuan village really scared Bureau Zhang. This is true? Zhang Bureau trembled and said, this kind of thing is really unheard of. It's all true. And besides, the village chief is the old ancestral master. Lian said with a quick cry and a laugh. Master Lao Zu is truly a man of God. A full few minutes passed. It was only then that Bureau Zhang accepted the unconvincing, yet factual, truth. The younger generation is fearful. Bureau Zhang marveled as he looked at the young Qin Feng. Bureau Zhang said that it was numb. It was really numb. Give Qin Feng $20 million. People don't want it. Wanted to donate to his village. Good guy. The village, too, was made the richest village by Qin Feng. There's no shortage of this tiny $20 million. Thinking of this, Zhang Bureau is really big head, but also really the first time to meet this kind of unimaginable situation. At this moment, seeing a skeptical Zhang Bureau's, Qin Feng was also crying and laughing. Bureau Chief Zhang, there's no need to donate this money. It's better to use it as project funding. This program, it's a lot of money. When these words came out, Bureau Zhang's face changed instantly. That's a statement that really hits the nail on the head. The Southern Heavenly Gate program, to put it bluntly, is about creating a cosmic space team to deal with aliens. That's a lot of money to burn if you really want to do it. But the fact of the matter is that it had to be done. If you fall behind, you get beaten. This sentence is deeply imprinted in the heart of every Chinese person. And this war, it will be to face the vastness of the universe. So even if it costs more money, this project, it must be done. Speaking of this, Bureau Zhang was also getting more and more agitated. Old Ancestor Master, thank you so much. This plan, its significance to the motherland, is just too great. Bureau Zhang couldn't wait to kowtow to Qin Feng on the spot. However, the words came out. Zhang Bureaus immediately realized that self had spoken out of turn. His face changed drastically, and the words that are said are like water that is thrown out, and if you want to take them back, you are simply powerless to do so. And that's when the live feeds were manic. Dedication to the motherland? This Southgate Sky project, to be started by the motherland? Mom, yeah, isn't this just old grandpa scribbling? If you were to doodle, you'd still alert the space agency? Use your head. If you say so, it's the truth. For God's sake, does that mean there really are aliens in the world? These people, at the very beginning, saw clearly that the plan of the Southern Heavenly Gate drawn up by the old grandfather was aimed at the aliens. And now, Zhang, who was the director of the Chinese Space Agency, was saying that he was going to start the program. Doesn't that just mean that there are, indeed, aliens in the world? And the goal of the motherland is to fight the aliens? Think about it. The entire broadcast room panicked. In human perception, aliens are scary beings. All this time, everyone thought he didn't exist. And now, the crowd learns that not only do aliens exist, they are, most likely, going to attack Earth. That alone would be devastating. At this moment, Zhang Bureau directly numb. Hate to give self a few slaps. What a foul mouth. In the heat of the moment, it slipped out. At the moment, see the top right corner of the live broadcast showing the number of people 500,000 plus live. Bureau Zhang almost fainted from fear. Nice guy. Forget about the slip of the tongue. Or in front of so many people. 500,000 people. That's enough to spread the story throughout China. Before the project even started, word leaked out. Needless to say, the consequences were severe. Thinking of this, Bureau Zhang immediately panicked, sweating profusely, and at that moment, Qin Feng was frowning. Suddenly, he spoke. Don't get excited everyone, this Southern Heavenly Gate program is actually just a cultural derivative. This what Luan Bird, White Emperor fighters, are models, when the time comes, to make a hand puppet, but also hope that you buy more. Support the business of the space agency. The words came out. The crowd was confused. Instead, Zhang bureaus were greatly pleased with the color. Cultural derivatives? Nice guy. Why didn't he think of such a brilliant idea? Yeah, if we are talking about cultural derivatives. For one thing, it will allay the fears of the crowd and pacify the people. Secondly, it also fools hawk sauce. You know, there are so many people on this broadcast. Can't say for sure that there are a few walking half millions. When that happens, it's not a good idea to let the cat out of the bag. And now, Qin Feng was so flippant. Eagle Sauce doesn't know if it's true or not. If he thinks it's fake, then he's fooled successfully. And when the time comes, he's thrown off by a huge margin in terms of spaceflight power. The situation that will come is not even on the table for him. If he took it seriously, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have an ally who was equally antagonistic. Of course, to follow or not to follow would be for Eagle Jam to scratch its own head and think about. That's an idea that's just great. Immediately, Bureau Zhang slapped his thighs and followed the cavity. Yes, 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 the old ancestor is right. It's just a cultural derivative. So don't get any ideas. Where are the aliens? Oh, there's nothing. Don't get any ideas. As he spoke, Bureau Zhang did not forget to look at Qin Feng with an appreciative face. Nice guy. Such a genius brain at such a young age. TSK, TSK, TSK. He had roots in the space agency for many years. Almost half of his life, he dedicated to the space industry. But he, himself, had never thought of this layer. Hey, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past die on the beach. Old me, I'm that front wave. Right, Zhang Bureau said leisurely. However, Bureau Zhang didn't have the heart to lament much. It's imperative that we get off the air in a hurry. So, Bureau Zhang immediately ran away. The water friends in the live room. I'll give the whole won't. Is this really a cultural derivative? Don't ever lie to me? Shit. Can't tell. Can't tell at all. Help. Is this really not a flimflam? The old grandpa said so. So it should be an LP. Believe in Master Lao Tzu. This storm. That's how it goes. Of course, that's in the eyes of the average person. Into the eyes of people with ulterior motives. This whole thing is so extraordinary. But that's an afterthought. At this point, Bureau Zhang ran after. Ryan also looked like he had been robbed of his life. Mom. Yeah, almost. She's about to lose the job. Luckily, there is an old grandpa to save the day. Thinking about it, Layan looked at old ancestor master with a face of admiration. Not bad for an old grandpa. With this face, no one would probably believe anything he said. The temptation is just too strong. And just as Layan admired the old ancestor's unbelievable face, suddenly, a villager who suddenly ran over attracted everyone's attention. Old ancestor master. It's not good. Uncle Neo is at the village entrance to sing a mountain song against the people of Dave Village, betting all the family's buffaloes. The words came out. The villagers present, all stared with wide eyes. Confused, Master Chang happened to be passing by and hastily slapped his thigh. This Dave Village's grannies. Each one of them is great at singing mountain songs, and this Uncle Neo is afraid that if he gets drunk and goes to them, he's going to lose all of his family's buffaloes. No, I have to go and stop him. The village has to borrow his oxen to work the fields. Speaking of this, Mr. Strong's face was very serious. I'll go see what's going on as well. Qin Feng snapped. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying and Layan also hurriedly followed. I'll go too, Xiao Shuiying and Layan said in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two men looked at each other in surprise. However, they said nothing, but rushed to follow. I didn't realize that Taoyuan village would still be singing to the mountains. I've long heard of singing to the mountains. It feels very interesting. Xiao Shuiying had always been very knowledgeable about folklore. Mountain songs, too, are an intangible cultural heritage of China and folklore. Simply put, it refers to the past, when people sang impromptu songs while working in the fields. A very flavorful blend of local folklore. And Dave Village, which is the next door village to Taoyuan Village, even though they are neighbors. But the development of Dave Village, with Taoyuan Village, is not comparable at all. It's not an exaggeration to say it's one heaven and one hell. The geography of Dave Village is much worse than that of Taoyuan Village. It is in a barren plot of land and, as a result, is poorly developed. The current state of the village, too, is rather primitive, with mostly tiled and brick houses. More than 100 families. Not one of them can afford a townhouse. However, although poor, the people of the village of Dave are all living a happy life of self-sufficiency. This moment, at the entrance of Taoyuan Village, a group of villagers from Dave Village had gathered. These villagers of Dave Village were dressed in colorful costumes that were in keeping with their ethnicity. The colors are gaudy, but not ugly, instead highlighting an upward vitality. And standing at the front of the group, A middle-aged woman with a piece of cloth tied around her head was clearly Grandma Sholian, the Song King of Date Village, and the shorter man standing opposite him was naturally Uncle Nyo from Taoyuan Village. Because he kept many buffaloes and was always in the company of cows, he was affectionately called Uncle Cow by the villagers of Taoyuan Village, and right behind the two men stood a group of their own villagers respectively, divided into two camps, neat and tidy. By the time the old grandmaster and his party arrived, these two are singing to a mountain song. Only, Granny Sholian stepped forward. Seeing that you are small, I am afraid that you will not have the strength to do the work. My family's plows and harrows are tiger strong, and I carry them with my head down. This is the offense of Xiao Lin's mother-in-law. As soon as he came up, he sarcastically said that Uncle Nyo was short and had no strength. At the moment, once Mrs. Sholian finished singing, the villagers of Date Village all laughed together. The sound of joy resounded throughout the air. And see this scene. The waterbenders in the live stream were puzzled. What are these two villages doing? Why can't I see it? You're stupid. I told you earlier. This is a mountain song. It's not right. The mountain song I remember. It's not like this? Isn't this cursing? Upstairs, that's a modified version of the mountain song you're talking about. In fact, most of the impromptu mountain songs as the working people are so simple and very lifelike, and the village often pairs the mountain song. It's equivalent to the current rap in the battle. Listen carefully, the words sung by this mother-in-law. Aren't they all rhyming feet? Explaining it that way, I hear you. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying looked at the explanation of the pop-up screen and also had a hot gaze. Currently, most of the mountain songs that you hear on the self-publishing media are modified versions. As a matter of fact, among the working people, most of those mountain songs that were really improvised were very lifelike, even with a little bit of dirty jokes. But there's nothing indecent about that. On the contrary, it's the most real. It is art created by real working people. Art, there is never a distinction between elegance. As long as it's enjoyable for the people, it's good. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying said with great excitement, ladies and gentlemen of the water, don't be surprised. This is the real flavorful pair of mountain songs. Everyone be quiet and enjoy. With that, Xiao Shuiying stepped aside. Keep the camera trained on the two middle-aged men. Document this awesome mountain song battle. And at this point, Uncle Nyo was choked. So naturally he was very upset. So he rolled his eyes. And soon, words came to him. 3 seconds later, Uncle Bull also stepped forward and opened his mouth to sing. Don't hate the bullock for being so small, but raise it slowly to become an adult. When the bullock gets a little bigger, I'll make you plow all the field bases. After this line was sung, it was time for the villagers of Taoyuan Village to laugh. Not for any reason, just for that phrase, to pull back a percent. And at this time, Granny Sholian still had that majestic look, not putting Uncle Nyo in her eyes at all. She came up and sang, don't be so proud to sing, seeing that you are deaf and bowed. The hen of the house hatches widowed eggs, just for the rooster older than the dragon. After this part was sung, the people of Date Village cracked up laughing straight away, and Uncle Cow had a vegetable face. Nice guy. This Grandma Sholian's offense was too fierce, the most toxic of all. Uncle Bull clenched his fists. You don't understand until I tell you. This kind of rooster is the most majestic. You want someone to wrap up to and not have to work odd jobs for years. Granny Sholian revealed a disdainful expression. Don't blow you're strong enough to see you sing with your head down. It's like a rooster that's been castrated and doesn't dare crow when he sees a hen. The words just fell. The people of Date Village straight away couldn't live with their laughter. That's a really fierce statement. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also laughing so hard that their stomachs were cramping. This pair of mountain songs is too interesting. Ha 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 ha. This Granny Sholian is too fierce. You guys see how Uncle Nyo's face stinks? I didn't realize that folk singing to the mountains would be so much fun. Just like the rap head-breaking scene. It's a lot more fun than rapping. It's improvising. Uncle Bull, give it a go. The field is completely suppressed. And at that moment, Uncle Bull continued on. Don't tell me I'm soft and murmuring, but the real thing is glittering with gold. If you are fated to be matched with me, I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. This counterattack from Uncle Bull is obviously much weaker. Sure enough, Granny Sholian revealed a smug look of determination. Your family is so poor that you don't come to tease me. Big River Woman. There's none of the same in the house. A lone light bulb hanging mumble. The segment came out and amused the crowd again. There was also a lot of joy in the live stream. Mom, yeah, this mother-in-law's mouth is too powerful. I guess no one can argue over her. It's not right. No one in this Taoyuan village is poor, right? Uncle Nyo is certainly not poor either. Upstairs, don't take it too seriously. This kind of mountain song is a creation. It's not a reaction to reality. Just listen to it for fun. And that's when Uncle Bull's counterattack came. A lone light bulb hanging mumble. Working overtime when the night is bright. My family sells tofu on my front doorstep, and I branch out until dawn. This paragraph won out. Everyone in the audience let out a loud laugh. Uncle Neo also showed a smug look. Finally, he got the upper hand. And at that moment, Granny Xiaolian's face stank. It's not right, Granny Xiaolian said, waving her hand. If it continues, my old man will come to arrest me. Uncle Neo's face was very unpleasant. Yeah, how come it doesn't go down right? When you say this, how dare I dislike you? I'm afraid my reputation will be spoiled by you. After saying this, Granny Xiaolian was about to withdraw. The winners and losers aren't clear yet. Uncle Bull obviously cared about this. His buffalo, however, can be more than 20. If you lose, it's a big loss. In terms of winning and losing, anyone with long eyes can see that I have the upper hand. Granny Xiaolian came up with this sentence. Uncle Bull instantly balked. No, if you quit in the middle of the game, you lose. I've pressed you in the upper hand every time. Count me as a winner. Okay? Granny Xiaolian crossed her arms with a look of not to be messed with. Look at these two about to fuck. At this point, someone said, one is at a disadvantage. One withdrew in the middle of the game. You're half a caddy. So if you can't, let's get someone else. That's right, Date Village and Taoyuan Village. Just change one person each for the mountain song. Let's see who sings the best. And whoever wins. As soon as I heard that, the people of Taoyuan Village all looked at Qin Feng, who had just arrived. Master Laozu, this one is not for you. Yes, if we didn't have old ancestor master in this mountain song duel, our village would definitely lose. Let's let our village let the old ancestor take the stage. At the moment, hearing this, the water friends in the live room gave the whole won't. No, did I hear you right? Master Laozu even knows a mountain song. Master Laozu is really multi-talented. Jesus Christ, the singing of mountain songs is a difficult singing style. And Master Laozu still knows this? What a treasure boy. Love love love. Master Laozu is on. I think it's solid. Don't be so quick to rejoice first, saying that Master Laozu can sing mountain songs, but it doesn't say that. It must be sung while just now the strength of the big river woman. Didn't you also see it? What he said makes sense. This group of women from Day Village are really good at singing. Old ancestor master doesn't really see how he can definitely beat them, right? And at that moment, Qin Feng also walked to the front. At this moment, the villagers of Day Village, as soon as they saw that the other party had sent out a young boy of 18 years old, it was a relief. The winner of this match is definitely our Day Village. If we can win these 20 buffaloes this year, our big river village will have a good year. The villagers of Day Village dipped and said, for the attitude that Okiazuma was celebrating on before he even had a game. The villagers of Taoyuan Village expressed disdain. How much you laugh now? Later, how much you cry? Let's begin. At this point, the host said. Qin Feng was up first. At this moment, the gazes of the entire crowd were focused on Qin Feng's body, and Qin Feng happened to be standing at the windward end of a valley. You know, the mountain song. The reason why it carries the word mountain. It's because, singing in the mountains creates an echo that is especially loud and clear. It's like a natural recital hall, and with a bright voice. It's definitely a bombastic powerhouse. With that in mind, Qin Feng spoke leisurely. He stood before the mountains, to the vast 100,000 mountains. He sang at the top of his voice. Sing a mountain song This side sings and that side harmonizes. The mountain song is better than the water of the spring river ai. Fear not the beaches and the bends bends and the bends. As soon as he opened his mouth, his loud and clear voice echoed throughout the upper part of the valley and in everyone's ears. The absolute strength of the singing voice. The bite is clear, the voice is bright but not sharp, and the melodious singing voice convinced every villager present. The villagers of Taoyuan Village all showed an intoxicated look. Apparently, they had long been fortunate enough to savor this fine voice of their old ancestor. The villagers of Day Village, on the other hand, were obviously caught off guard by the kill, and each of their faces showed a look of shock. And at that moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were not calm. I'm dropping my mom. Such a bright voice. Master Laozu is really six. Master Laozu is also hiding too deeply. Such a good voice. Only now he is willing to show it. Don't argue, all of you. Give me silence. Don't swipe the pop-up screen. It's in the way of Master Laozu. However, more people were immersed in the beautiful and melodious song. Couldn't bear to interrupt the enjoyment of this extreme version. And that's when the scene went silent. The crowd was looking forward to what the old grandmaster would do next. At that moment, Qin Feng also took a step forward and inhaled a breath. Next, he's going to zoom in. Sing a mountain song This side sings and that side harmonizes. The mountain song is better than the water of the spring river. Ai. Fear not the shoals and the bends, oh the bends and the bends. The lyrics are the same though, but wait until the second paragraph. Obviously, the pitch is pulled up a full degree. The crowd in the room was six-flipped by the showmanship. I only felt that my own heavenly aegis was about to be overturned by my old ancestor. All that echoed in his head was that loud, open voice. Help! The lyrics are simple, but the pitch is too high. I feel like my whole body is about to be tipped over when this sound wave comes over. TSK, TSK, TSK. One person sings with the momentum of a group of people. Master Lao Tzu, you're really something. One person is a team. I'll ask you if you're convinced. Who dares to be unconvinced? Even if you know how to sing a mountain song, you can't make up your own song, or such a difficult one, without some strength. You really can't cover it. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. By this time, Qin Feng had already finished singing. That's true. This singing of mountain songs is a real labor of love. In just a few minutes, even Qin Feng, who was far stronger than ordinary people, was tired and sweating slightly. At this moment, the villagers of Dave Village were all dumbfounded. You can sing even if you know how, and you're so good at it. What's wrong with you? In an instant, just now also full of confidence in the Big River Village villagers. This time, are crestfallen. Young man, no martial virtues. Hey, this young man, he's the village chief of Taoyuan Village, right? Goodness, this village chief is still responsible for singing mountain songs? Village chief, look at the other village chief and look at yourself. Don't look at me. I can sing, but this voice can't really be learned. At this time, surrounded by the villagers of Dave Village in the center of the village head, Guo Wenkai said, "Can not do, a little bit cannot do." The surname of Dave Village was Guo, and this middle-aged man in his 50s was the village head of Dave Village. Guo Wenkai. Singing mountain songs is a custom that has been handed down from generation to generation in Dave Village, and this generation, for 100 years, Dave Village has been the leading singer of mountain songs in several villages. It's almost always 100 times better, especially the ladies of Dave Village, that are all great singers. Each one is the king of mountain songs. However, today I met Qin Feng. The villagers of this big river village deeply realized what it means that there is a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. Faced with the cruel reality, the villagers of Dave Village, the heart is really depressed. This young man called Qin Feng, most of them have seen, usually have not seen him singing mountain songs, how cold out even if, but also sang so six, or self-song. With that kind of strength, they couldn't even find one like that in Big River Village. At the thought of this, some people couldn't help but raise questions. This Taoyuan village wasn't this powerful before. You guys, could it be cheating? Copied a tune on the internet in advance? The villager from Dave Village stepped forward and said. At those words, Guo Wenkai frowned. Even if the tune is copied, but just this bright voice, that's still a masterpiece. The most important thing about singing mountain songs is that you have to have a loud and clear voice. It's all about talent. The voice can be much harder than being able to write lyrics. After all, it is rewarded by God, and it is useless to try harder afterward. And upon hearing Guo Wenkai say that, the villager from earlier disagreed. Village chief, if you admit defeat to yourself, then we will have to lose the buffalo. In that case, this year, are not good. The villagers said bitterly. That was a wake-up call for Guo Wenkai. The situation in the village of Day is just too difficult. This year, they offered to do this pair of songs contest. To put it bluntly, they also want to rely on the village's strengths to beat the other villages and take something over so that the village can have a good year. Otherwise, if it continues like this, I'm afraid that even on New Year's Eve, I won't be able to eat meat. Thinking of this, Guo Wenkai said, "You're right, we can't lose." With that in mind, Guo Wenkai stepped forward and looked at Qin Feng. Village Chief Qin, this one doesn't count. Let's have another one. The moment these words came out, the villagers of Taoyuan Village immediately disagreed. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room were instantly unable to sit still. No, if you say it doesn't count, it doesn't count. Who are you? That's right, it's obvious that you've lost. You don't want to admit it, do you? Good guy, can you still play like this? However, what the crowd did not expect was that Qin Feng actually agreed. Good. Qin Feng spat out two words with a relaxed face. Upon hearing this, it made the villagers of Taoyuan Village, who were still arguing for the old ancestor master just now, feel like they had been backstabbed. Old ancestor master, this can't be promised. Grand Master Chang immediately said, that's right, isn't this clearly bullying? Our Taoyuan Village isn't afraid at all. Old ancestor master, don't listen to them, you have us behind you. The villagers of Taoyuan Village were all impassioned. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng revealed a smile. Lighten up, I'm asking for the same thing. That is, to raise the stakes. Shin Feng looked at Guo Wenkai. If you lose, not only do you have to give Taoyuan village 20 buffaloes, but you also have to add 10 donkeys. When these words came out, Guo Wenkai was dumbfounded. Nice guy, he was just about to say. This village chief, in the end, is just an 18-year-old kid. It's too good to be true. Half the time, people come for the donkeys. In that case, it seemed that this Qin Feng city, too, was too deep. However, Guo Wenkai gritted his teeth and agreed to the request. Okay, no problem, Guo Wenkai said. It was forced to ramp up though, but it was obvious that the villagers of Date Village were, obviously, still determined to win. They are stubborn. At Qin Feng's age, it is impossible to make such a mountain song of such high quality. Definitely just copied it off the internet. Wait until he sings the second song. It's definitely going to show. However, the people of Date Village were no fools. At this moment, Guo Wenkai saw how calm Qin Feng was. The heart was also pounding. At once, there was a bad feeling. And at that moment, Qin Feng also stepped forward once again. He thought for a moment and then said, for the second song, let's do Thanks a Lot. Thanks a Lot was a household song in the former life of Blue Star. Like Mountain Song is better than Spring River Water. Thanks a Lot was also composed by the famous singer-songwriter Lu Sanjie, and in this parallel time, there is no such character as Lu Sanjie. The history of mountain songs, too, is relatively blank. No remarkable characters emerged. At this moment, Qin Feng once again lit up his voice. Thanks a lot to all the folks in the four directions. I don't have any good tea and rice today. Only a mountain song to honor our loved ones. Don't talk about poverty. A mountain song can fill the sea. Heaven can chase the dark clouds away. Going down to the ground will make the grains grow. Make fun of much. Painted eyebrows making fun of little sunbird. I'm a young bird just learning to sing. The fluffy duckling's first trip down the river. The booming voice and intimate lyrics, once again, brought the crowd to its feet. At the moment, many people were immersed in the melodious mountain songs. There were even, with a look of pleasure, thumbs up, great singing, that voice is as sharp as a steel blade. This voice of the old ancestor is truly a reward from God. It's a shame that old ancestor master doesn't go out of his way. What does Master Laozu do that isn't awesome? This singing is just one of the trivial things. That's right. What's the point of being an opera singer? Our old grandpa is not even willing to be a big shot in the country. The villagers of Taoyuan village all began to tout Qin Feng. And, of course, what they say is true. And that's when the villagers of Date Village were collectively dumbfounded. Nice guy. This Qin Feng actually came for real. Even with a voice this bright, he also makes up his own songs. It's really a bit of life. Not even for people. At this point, Guo Wenkai was just a dish rag. But man up. Guo Wenkai is not a man of his word. This time, our Date Village has lost and is convinced. These 20 buffaloes and donkeys are all yours in Taoyuan village. Guo Wenkai let out a long sigh. The heart felt guilty as hell. This village chief is a failure. Look at how much good the village chief of others has done for the people's village. Thinking about this, Guo Wenkai couldn't even lift his head. Fortunately, the villagers of Date Village, too, had admitted defeat and did not blame Guo Wenkai too much. Village chief, it's our skill that's inferior. Not your fault. Yes, we have to go back to put more effort to learn properly. As a heritage of 100 years on the custom of mountain songs, now, actually worse than Taoyuan village, is that we apologize to the ancestors. That's right, compared to 20 buffaloes and 10 donkeys, this is more painful to our Date Village. This time, if you lose, you lose. Just don't lose next time. Yes, go back and sing a good mountain song. Learn from village chief Qin, and try not to lose next time. Although the village of Day is poor, the villagers are relatively quaint and kind. The previous questioning of Qin Feng. Put yourself in their shoes and put yourself in their shoes. Actually, it also feels reasonable. After all, Qin Feng was just a handsome 18-year-old boy. If he had a talent for singing mountain songs long ago, he shouldn't have been buried for so long. Then, the villagers of Date Village were willing to gamble and pulled in 20 buffaloes and 10 donkeys. At the moment, every villager in Taoyuan village was smiling. These are for farmers. That's really good stuff. The villagers went numb with laughter straight away. Ha 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 ha. Can strong master's smile be restrained a bit? His teeth can't be restrained at all. Uncle Neo, stop making faces at Granny Xiao Lian. You know you won. Don't irritate her, okay? Forcing Xiao Lian's grandma to give her middle finger. Restrain yourself, Uncle Neo. Ha 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 ha. AK came to this corner of his mouth and couldn't keep it down. This group of simple villagers is really so interesting. It's still up to the old ancestor master to hold it together. Otherwise, the situation would definitely be the other way around. That's true. The villagers of Taoyuan village are most fortunate in their lives to have a village chief like old grandpa. Real name Envy. My family is also the village. Every year on New Year's Day will also be held on the mountain song competition. Is back and forth all lose. Cannot requisition the old ancestral master upstairs. If you want to hear Master Lao Tzu sing live, just say so. No need to make such a big circle. This is a good calculation. I want to say, I also have a mountain song contest at home. The old ancestor master quickly come. Enough of you. You simply can't afford the appearance fee. Right. With his voice, he'll be paid millions of dollars for his appearance. Upstairs. You said less. Can't hear enough. Not enough at all. At the moment, the water friends of the live broadcast, most of them were still immersed in the song of the party. The song, it was so showy, they really wanted to hear it more often. And that's when, Shin Fong at the scene, seeing a forlorn Guo Wenkai. Suddenly, something came to mind. Village Chief Guo, what's wrong? So sullen? Shin Fong asked. At these words, Village Chief Guo pulled out a helpless smile. Oh old ancestor master, I am truly far inferior to you, even by a tenth. Again, as a village chief, look at you and look at me. At the beginning of our two villages are good brothers. We are the same poor. A few years of light. You see, this Taoyuan village, all the big river village to us far behind. After saying that, Guo Wenkai let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness and guilt. And at this moment, the villagers of Date village raised their heads in unison. When you look around, you can only see, the houses of this Taoyuan village are everywhere. There are even factories and airplane pads. These, all the villagers of Date village, dreaming at night, dare not dream of such a good. How can there be such a big gap between people? However, the simple and kind-hearted villagers of Date village did not blame Guo Wenkai. Instead, he was comforted. Village chief, don't think like that. The human old ancestor master's ability is greater than ever. How many people in this country can produce a wizard like him? Aren't you asking for trouble by comparing yourself to him? The villagers said. At these words, Guo Wenkai squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears. Nice guy. The words were comforting to him, but why did they sound so strange? It's even more heartbreaking. However, Guo Wenkai was also quick to accept the truth. Yeah, compare self to old grandpa. That's not asking for trouble, is it? Master Lao Tzu is not an ordinary person at all. However, Guo Wenkai's heart was still hard. In fact, I can't even accept it, let alone comparing it to old ancestor master. Comparing it to self. This year, Date village is destined to have a bad time. It's me who is sorry for everyone. Speaking of this, Guo Wenkai, a 7-foot man, spoke in a tone that even carried a hint of crying. The people in the room were stunned at those words. Village Chief Guo, you can't be blamed for this. Yes, the situation of our village, all heart clear, so poor and backward place, want to develop. That is more difficult than the sky. If you can't have a good time, you can't have a good time. And anyway, it's not so bad this year. And in the past, wasn't it always like this? Yes, it's really not your fault. Mayor, the villagers of Date village, who are all very kind people, have comforted Guo Wenkai. At this moment, hearing these words, Guo Wenkai's heart was like a warm current surging through. Excitedly, he looked at the selfsame villagers. Yes, he is a village chief who has neither nothing nor ability, but he has the good villagers. Thinking about it, Guo Wenkai was inspired to fight. Villagers, with your words, I will work hard and lead Date village to become rich. Guo Wenkai clenched his fists, his gaze determined. And just then, suddenly, from the crowd of villagers in Date village, a boy of only 7 or 8 years old ran out. It was late winter, almost New Year's time, but the boy was still thinly clothed. Even, broke a few big holes. Shoes are open. A run, crunching sound, very loud. As soon as the boy ran over, he went straight for a buffalo. Straight away, he hugged the buffalo's bulky head and bawled, tears and snot running down his face. Don't touch my flower, the boy cried. And the buffalo, as if humanized, crystalline tears glistened in her eyes, bringing that awkward head, slowly, closer to the boy, and the boy's head, and the buffalo's head, leaned so close together, one against the other, snuggling up to each other. See this scene. Guo Wenkai was instantly anxious. Dog boy, don't be ridiculous. This buffalo, it's now Taoyuan villages, not our villages. No, no one is allowed to touch my flower. Whoever dares to touch it will step over my corpse, over my dead body. Dogwa became anxious, looking at the crowd of Taoyuan village with a hateful gaze, unfolding his arms and protecting the old water buffalo behind him to the death. Doggy, Guo Wenkai was enraged, his voice rising a few notches. However, no matter how angry Guo Wenkai got, Dogwa never refused to back down a step. The scene was scorching for a moment. Wo Wenkai felt embarrassed and looked at Qin Feng with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, old ancestor master. This child is too disobedient. Don't worry, if you lose the match, this cow is yours. However, it will take a little time. Saying that, Wo Wenkai helplessly glanced at Dogwa. It does take a little while to deal with this mess. And hear this. Dogwood's heart stuttered. Still won't let go of his flowers? Immediately, the doggy let out a loud cry. You're a bad village chief. Hannah plowed the land for the village for so many years. And now, you're giving it up. You don't want it. I want it. Don't be ridiculous. You're just a little kid. If you want it, you have to have the ability to ask for it. Wo Wenkai was obviously furious to the extreme, and the words he said were not merciful at all. And that's when Qin Feng stepped forward. This cow will stay in Dave village. Villagers, what do you think? Qin Feng glanced at the people of Taoyuan village behind him. The crowd also witnessed the scene just now. The little boy is just so pathetic. And the buffalo, too, looked dependent on its young owner. Creatures like the buffalo are spiritual when they've been raised for a long time. Looking at this image of a master and servant in love, the crowd did not want to tear them apart. All listened to Master Lao Zu. Yes, whatever old ancestor master says, we'll do it. No second thoughts whatsoever. Old master ancestor is truly compassionate. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, were all in tears. See this scene, also remembered my childhood. There is a very obedient and very spiritual little yellow dog. Unfortunately, the grandmother to sell it to pay back the money. And how I cried, but also cannot stop the grandmother. After that day, my childhood, it is completely over. Crying, I went through this when I was a kid. My poor little orange cat. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. As it turns out, everyone's childhood was like this. Back then, what we didn't get to keep. Doggy, I hope you got to keep. Even if Master Lao Zu refuses to budge, we're willing to crowdfund on the air to keep Hua Hua by the dog's side. Right, Master Lao Zu is really a great benefactor. This boy's childhood, preserved, must remember the great kindness of Master Lao Zu. However, there are different voices on the air. Master Lao Zu, this is simply superfluous. Can help for a moment, can help for a life? Yes, poverty is the most fundamental problem. Without money, you will still encounter such problems in the future. And you may not necessarily meet a good person like Master Lao Zu next time. It's not that it's not certain. It's that there's a 99% chance that you won't be able to meet it. So it's better not to give it a chance at all. Anyway, sooner or later, you'll have to suffer. So you might as well eat it early. And at this point, Wo Wenkai also said with a sad face, Old ancestor master, I know, you mean well, but there's really no need. The boy will have plenty of chances to hit the wall in the future, and it won't be so bad this time. Unless and until I can lead the villagers of Dave village to become rich. But that day, I guess it's very far away. Speaking of this, Wo Wenkai's tone was weak. No bottom line at all. And just then, Qin Feng suddenly said with a smile, Want to make money? That's easy. I'll teach you. The words came out. The water boys on the live feed just couldn't sit still. Good man. Listen. Is this something a man so down and out that he eats white bread and mixes it with white cold boiled water can say? Master Lao Zu, you are rich, but that's in the past. Master Lao Zu wakes up, and at this moment, Wo Wenkai's complexion was also complicated. Just now, the image of old ancestor master gnawing on a white bun was still lingering in his mind. In Wo Wenkai's opinion, Master Lao Zu was a very great man. He led everyone to get rich, but suffered himself. Let the villagers live in a foreign house, while self-chewing white bread, drink cold white wine. The people of Taoyuan village are certainly not bad, except for Master Lao Zu. Master Lao Zu is poor to the bone. Thinking about it, Wo Wenkai smiled helplessly. You don't have to comfort me, old grandfather. I'm fine now. Really. As soon as he heard this, Qin Feng knew that Wo Wenkai did not trust self. Immediately, Qin Feng said, I mean it. A simple word. Majestic. At those words, Wo Wenkai was stunned. When he saw the stern look on his old ancestor's face, his heart shuddered violently. It's hard to believe that Master Lao Zu is here for real? Thinking of this, Wo Wenkai looked at old ancestor master with a respectful face. And at that moment, Qin Feng also spoke. I've got a great idea here. Jacking up online loans. You can borrow money on it and not have to pay it back. It's almost New Year's Eve. The weather is getting colder and colder. And if there's no more money in this Dave village for the winter, I'm afraid it's not going to be a good year even for the spring festival this year. Speaking of this, Qin Feng glanced at these simple and kind villagers of Dave village with a compassionate gaze. Both the adults and the children were dishwater colored and skinny to the bone. It's the dead of winter, and they're all dressed in rags that don't stand up to the cold. Wo Wenkai, Who is the village chief? Is no better, with his clothes covered in large holes from sewing. Actually, to be realistic, it is the village of Day that is the truest portrayal of a poverty-stricken village in reality. The villagers of Taoyuan village were also able to live a good life thanks to Qin Feng. If there is no Master Lao Zu, they are afraid that they are no better than the village of Day. After all, geographically speaking, in fact, the terrain of Taoyuan village was much worse than that of Day's village. As for jacking up online loans, Qin Feng also suddenly remembered. At this point in time, the internet had just recently emerged. There are many loan sharks that have exploited the loopholes and are lending money on the internet, and they are set at annualized rates of several thousand or more, with high interest rates, not to mention violent collection practices. In the previous life, soon after, the country introduced regulations to combat black online loans, and those who had borrowed black online loans before did not have to pay them back, because frankly, it's just not formalized. And now, with some time to go before the state introduces the law, it's about time to do the math. Stuck at this time of year, just in time to jack it up big time. And that's when, hearing Qin Feng's words, straight away, the people in the room wouldn't be able to do the whole thing. This is not good, right, Master Lao Zu? As the old saying goes, it is only right to repay debts. Luo Wensai's face paled in fear. This idea of Master Lao Zu was too bold, gave the always honest man a smothering. And that's when, the villagers of Day's village also expressed their own opinions. Old ancestor master, we understand that you mean well, but this is a bad thing that we can't do. Right, we have been honest all our lives, this before we die. Do this kind of bad thing, turn back to the underground, ashamed of the ancestors. That's right, I don't feel comfortable spending this kind of unproductive money, so I'd better not ask for it. If you're poor, you can't break the law. At this moment, listening to the voices of these villagers who were talking, Qin Feng said with a faint smile, "Quiet villagers, everyone listen to me." The words came out. The villagers, who were still in a mess just now, were instantly, as quiet as chickens. Everyone was as if they were elementary school students, peacefully looking at Qin Feng. And at that moment, Qin Feng leisurely spoke. "I can sympathize with all of you, but I'm going to say to you that we're jacking up on shady online loans, not regular loans. These black online loans, in fact, is what loan sharks look like when they are packaged, with high interest rates that are crushingly high, and violent collection, which is basically a triad society. This kind of in the law, it is simply irregular. Borrow a few thousand interest to tens of thousands of dollars. Once you do not pay back to harass your family, colleagues and friends, but also door to door to smash the house, until you pay back the money. Tell me, guys, does this make sense?" The words came out. The crowd in the room was dumbfounded. "Motherfucker, the principal is a few $1,000s. The interest will have to pay back tens of thousands of dollars. It's fucking too violent. That's usury." "That's right. And the old granddaddy said that it's just loan sharks coming to get a piece of the action. I remember." And just then, a villager from Day village suddenly shouted, "Old ancestor master, when you say that, I really remember. I know someone who borrowed a few $1,000s, and, as a result, was forced to pay back a whole $100,000. He didn't want to pay it back, and he ended up getting the group coming straight to his door and occupying the house. And they wouldn't let him go to work, and they locked him and his family in the house, and he lost his job. It's ridiculous to say, he was borrowing those thousands of dollars, just want to buy a cell phone. Turnover, thinking that the principal is just a few $1,000s. This interest must not be high. Who knows? The interest actually want $100,000 to now, still in the bitter every month working to pay back a few $1,000s. These words scared the villagers around them. This world out here, is it so messed up? Outrageous. This is too bullying. That's the mob. Brothers from the same village. I think, Master Lao Zu has a point. We jack the black net loans, but also against the triads. It is not at all doing bad things, but to do justice for heaven." And the words came out. Instantly, a fire was lit. It makes sense. Master Lao Zu's method is absolutely brilliant. That's right, we're doing a good deed. And at that moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, were not calm. "Good guy, playing so big. This is to lead the whole village to jack the black net loan? As expected of Master Lao Zu, the way is wild. I actually also think that the old ancestral master said really right. There is a say, I also have victims around me, or a young girl, just borrowed a few $1,000s, interest rolled up to more than 200,000, no money to pay back, was forced to accompany the sleep. Hey, now a batch of miserable crap. This is even worse than the example of the old ancestor master said. This dam is forcing Liang to sing. This is a triad society. You think? Damn. I can't believe I've been told I'm a little bit stupid to jerk off an online loan. 2. Yes. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Upstairs. Don't be silly. Do you think the moneylender is a fool? If you borrow it, you have to pay it back. How dare you follow Master Lao Tzu when he's mad? Originally, the pop-ups were all dumbed down by the old grandpa talk, and this one popped up out of nowhere. It was like a bucket of cool water, coming down from the top of the head. Instantly, it doused the crowd with sobriety. Yes, this old man is right. Do you think the Triad brothers are vegetarians? These open loan companies, all of them are ferocious, hostile heavy. Once you mess with, the family will never have a day of peace. Old Ancestor Master is well-intentioned and wants to give Dave Village a way out, but this idea is still too damaging. Upstairs, it's not good for you to talk about old grandpa like that. What's wrong with that? I'm telling the truth. If this is a good idea, why doesn't he do it himself and let others do it? That's a bad move. And just then, Chin Feng picked up his cell phone. If you all don't know how to do this, let me demonstrate one live. Think of it as coming to an opening color, and see this scene. At once, Xiao Shuiying became anxious. Old Ancestor Master. This can't be. Xiao Shuiying was so frightened that she lost her color, and subconsciously, she ran over, wanting to stop Chin Feng. Think of all the pop-ups just now. Xiao Shuiying was not ashamed in her heart. Look at the old human grandfather. You're really going to have to do it yourself. Where's the damage? These people don't know anything about Master Lao Tzu. Master Lao Tzu is just a great guy with a heart of gold. Still, Xiao Shuiying didn't want Old Ancestor Master to do something like this to hurt himself. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying whispered, Master Lao Tzu, don't forget, you're still a college student. Invoke the Black Network loan. You may have a bad influence on you. If you lack money, I have. Me a little bit of a small treasury. Not much, a small few million. If you want, take it all. Xiao Shuiying's voice was lowered as she spoke, looking at Chin Feng with a concerned expression. This picture of ear to ear, deeply irritating to the eyes of every water lover in the live room. Especially, though, the goddess tried to speak as quietly as possible. But silly fool Xiao Shuiying seemed to have forgotten. She was wearing a headset. So, this sentence was not heard by the villagers present. But the countless water friends in the live broadcast room heard it clearly. That's worse than killing them. At that moment, the live broadcast was a miserable scene of wailing. Not much, just a few $1 million, a small fortune? Goddess Xueching, you really aren't kidding, are you? Goddess, you're really making me cry my eyes out. Giving out all the petty cash, aren't you? It's sore. It's really sore and numb. Ooh-hoo, Goddess Xueching, are you really going to give your all for that man? Master Lao Tzu, draw your sword. The revenge for taking my wife is irreconcilable. It's just a bunch of clowns. Though, so am I. And that's when Chin Feng was also slightly stunned. However, he thought of something and quickly declined. No need. Chin Feng coldly spat out 2 words. Xiao Shuiying, who had been enthusiastically attached to a cold ass, revealed a hurt expression and skimmed her mouth, looking at Chin Feng in disbelief. And at that moment, Chin Feng still said to the villagers, let's see how I do it. The process is simple. Talking. Chin Feng was right in the middle of the crowd of villagers, took out his cell phone, very casually in the mobile market, downloaded a random irregular small platform. Then, when you open it, it's full of ads for lending. Remember, always look for this irregular, never the regular, or the money will have to be paid back. Then, just upload your own ID and you can borrow money. You guys, it's that simple. And that's when, with a ding, Chin Feng's bank card showed 100,000 incoming. The whole process, less than 5 minutes. And at that moment, the villagers present stared in disbelief. $100,000? That's a loan? So easy? Holy shit, this is too random. Brothers, I can't wait. I'm going to get on too. My wife and children are almost out of food. No matter what, let's live this year first, Gua Erden said. Seeing that $100,000 had arrived so easily, Gua Erden immediately couldn't sit still. That's $100,000. No exaggeration. Many of the villagers present in Dave Village, in their lives, have never even seen what $100,000 looks like. And the old granddaddy easily arrived with $100,000. Therefore, Gua Erden decided to follow the example of Old Ancestor Master on the spot. Being the first to eat the crab, naturally, won the attention of many people around. Gua Erden also followed Chin Feng's example and downloaded the app. Soon after filling out the information, it was time for the review session. 2 minutes later, 4 big words audit successful were displayed on the cell phone screen. Gua Erden just breathed a sigh of relief. But moments after seeing the following line of numbers, a breath lifted again. Wrong. Wa-Erden was stunned and looked at Qin Feng blankly. Old ancestor master. How come I can only borrow a maximum of $20,000 here? Everyone's amount is different. If you don't think it's enough, find another one to jerk off to. Just jerk off until you're satisfied. Qin Feng directly said back. As soon as these words came out, Wa-Erden immediately smiled with relief. Understood. Many thanks to old ancestor master. Then, less than 2 minutes of work, Wa-Erden's cell phone also showed a successful credit of $20,000. Seeing this string of unfamiliar numbers, Wa-Erden immediately overjoyed. And then, holding a cell phone, kissing non-stop. Great. We can have a fat year this year. And at this point, seeing Wa-Erden succeed, the other villagers, too, took action. There are some, however, who are slow to act. What makes me think that this whole thing still doesn't add up? That's just it. That's just weird. There's no such thing as borrowing money and not paying it back. And that's when the water friends in the live room were also numb. Good guy, specializing in looking for irregular platforms. One is not enough to jerk another. The old grandpa seems to have a lot of experience. Right. It is not recommended to play this way. Sooner or later, you will be lifting a stone and hitting your own feet. And at this point, Qin Feng let his eyes look around. The villagers of this big river village, about 2/3 of them, have started jacking up their online loans. The remaining 1/3 of them are silently watching the others from where they are, not daring to act. For the rest of this, Qin Feng didn't bother to persuade him anymore. That's as far as he'd go to help. Methods he has taught. It's all up to the individual as to whether they do or don't. Thinking about it, Qin Feng continued to jack up the online loan. This 100,000 won't satisfy his appetite. So, Qin Feng downloaded several more irregular small platforms in a row. Minute by minute, millions of dollars in revenue. See this scene. The eyes of the surrounding villagers were glazed over. Bullnose, Master Lao Zu. This income is too profitable. Zero cost into the millions. This can no longer be called profiteering. This is simply $1 million profit. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and jerk off after Master Lao Zu. As soon as the words came out, the villagers of Dave Village also reacted. Hastily copying Qin Feng's homework, he downloaded the same app. So the scene was a spectacle. A group of villagers gathered together and frantically jacked online loans. With each entry, someone made a wild noise. The scene was a grand one. Qin Feng was almost surrounded. And that's when some of the people in the live stream couldn't sit still either. What should I do? So many people are jerking off. I look like I want to follow suit. I don't care. I've already followed the old ancestor master to do it. The old ancestor master is a person I trust. He won't screw us. Master Lao Zu is not going to pit. But the moneylenders won't leave you alone. Don't think so much. Starve the timid and support the bold. Then I'd rather be the latter. Yes, that's right. Brothers, I'll go first. Obviously, many netizens in the live broadcast room also followed the trend, have jacked up their online loans. Just then, in a small office in Magic City, at the desk sat a bald fat man wearing a large gold chain with large gold teeth. This man, the owner of several unorthodox black online loans, Black Fatty. At this time, seeing the surging debit and credit list on the computer, the black fat man directly laughed numb. Holy shit, it's up 1,000 orders in one fell swoop. Nope, it's still growing. Holy shit, it's going to be a fat year this year. With that, the black fat man laughed with glee. When he finished, his big hand slapped the sexy honey on the side in an unfaithful manner. Nasty honey pouted and threw a wink at the fat black man. Then, come over and take a look at the computer. A worried look appeared on Mimi's face as she was surprised. Boss, this isn't right. What's wrong with it? The fat black man laughed disdainfully and took a cigar smoke. Look at this. A lot of these places to borrow money are all in one place. And, well, they're all rural. It is said that poor mountains produce unruly people. You say, these people's accounts will not be unable to get back? An ID number is required to borrow money. And the villagers of Dave Village, the collective loan, the address of that ID card, must all be the same. However, the fat black man expressed his disdain for Mimi's worries. Bah, is a group of rural people just, on the strength of labor, the Monkey King borrowed, have to obediently return my money? Do you believe? Black fat man grunted. The words came out. Meanwhile, in the office's restroom, bursts of mournful screams came out. Stop fighting. If you keep fighting you're going to die. I'll pay this money back. I'll just pay it back. And to hear the mournful voice, the black fat man revealed a look of enjoyment as if he had heard a wonderful symphony. Poor mountains produce unruly people? Oh, even if it's really an unruly people, when it comes to the face of the laborers, they will have to obediently turn into good people. The black fat man gritted his teeth and said viciously. After saying this, The black fat man began to look at the house and the car, so excited that he rubbed his hands, as if he saw a full of gold and silver, beckoning towards himself. Business is so good this year. After the new year, you can get a big villa with a river view. This car also need to change your rowdy. Otherwise, not worthy of my identity as the boss of a large company. Just come to a Rolls Royce. Well, let's get on with it. But we'll have to wait until we pay off the loan in a few days before we can buy it. The more the black fat man said, the more vigor. Cannot wait. Now go to find these people to ask for debts. Anyway, the interest is almost 10 times the principal. This deal, he made a fortune. At this point, the entrance to Taoyuan village. Half an hour has passed. The villagers of Dave village, all the irregular small platforms on the market, all jacked up again. At best, millions of dollars were scored. At the very least, it's 200,000 to 300,000 dollars. Who would have thought? Half an hour ago, these people were so poor, they didn't have a dime in their cards. In the blink of an eye, it's a shift between heaven and hell. Thinking of this, the villagers of Dave village immediately kowtowed to Qin Feng in gratitude. Old ancestor master, thanks to your advice, we can finally have a good year this year. Yes, Master Laozu, you are truly a great benefactor. It's fine. Small thing, just passing by. Qin Feng shook his own cell phone. He had also managed to jack up to 4 million. With that, Qin Feng helped those people up. The words were from his heart. Qin Feng originally had the intention of jacking up online loans for this purpose. Happened to meet the villagers of the village of Day. Think the people of this group of simple, not bad, but also the next village. So many years. Can help. Just help. And that's when, in the villagers of Dave village, an 18-year-old with clenched fists and red eyes. Behind him, his parents and clan, Xiao Chang. Why don't we follow them to jerk online loans together? Even if something happens, the sky collapses. So many people together on top. Nothing to be afraid of. Guo Chang's old father said with a trembling voice. Your father is right. A little is a little. Or else we won't even be able to eat meat on New Year's Eve. And all the other families will be able to eat. But we won't be able to get a share. Guo Chang's old mother followed suit. Yes, Xiao Chang. Stop being stubborn. I see nothing wrong with following old ancestor. The clan member said. Upon hearing this, Guo Chang, however, had a displeased look on his face. When I say no, I mean no. This kind of thing is simply illegal, Guo Chang said with a serious face. If you won't let your parents jack up their online loans, you can't keep me from doing the same. Can you? We're not in the same family. At this point, the clan member, who was already stupid, couldn't hold back any longer. Looking at the $4 million displayed on the old ancestor's cell phone screen, those eyes were lit up with green light. However, he thought that Guo Chang wouldn't stop him after saying something so desperate. However, he did not expect that Guo Chang would still stop him. No, you're my own uncle. If you go to jail, it will affect me. Uncle, just listen to me. This old ancestor master doesn't have good intentions. I think, he just holds a grudge against our Dave village and came up with such a bad idea to send all of us in. What black net loan? I also go to college outside. I'm still in the student union. This Qin Feng, I know him. He sleeps in class every day in school. He doesn't listen to class. Just what a bad student like him says. Can he be believed? When these words came out, Guo Chang's parents nodded their heads. Yes, my family's Xiangzi is right. Xiangzi is also a university student, or a student union grin. In school, he can be much more honorable than Qin Feng, Xiangzi's uncle. Think about it, and if anything goes wrong then, don't blame us for drawing a line in the sand and not helping you. At the moment, Guo Chang's uncle is also in trouble. He hesitantly glanced at Guo Chang. Finally, a nod. Then let's listen to Xiangzi, Guo Chang's uncle said. Upon hearing this, Guo Chang revealed an affirmative look and patted his uncle's shoulder. Uncle, I know you're not happy in your heart, but you really can't take this money. If you do, you're dead. If you want to make money, there are many ways. My school is expanding recently. Recruiting bricklayers, $300 a day. Turn around. I'll introduce you to do it. When we get to the city, it'll be good for us to have something to look after in the future. When these words came out, Guo Chang's uncle froze. $300. Master Man Laozu was making $3 or $4 million in one day. That gap. However, Guo Chang's uncle thought carefully and also felt that Guo Chang had a point. That 3 or 4 million sounds awesome again. That's also ill-gotten wealth. Sooner or later, it has to be returned. $300 is not much, but at least this money is self-earned, legal and compliant. I also feel at ease. Thinking about it, Uncle Guo Chang said to himself. That's right. Hearing this, Guo Chang was satisfied. Then, under the influence of Guo Chang, the relatives of their family, all chose to stay put. And except for their family, every household in the village of Dehi is involved in jacking up online loans. At the moment, standing in the center of the storm, the family seemed to be from another world, out of place. This moment, jerking off online loans is over. The villagers of Dehi village, having made a lot of money, went home in high spirits after paying their respects to the old ancestor. It's getting closer and closer to the end of the year. Gotta get set up before New Year's Eve. They have to go to the market to buy New Year's goods. And for once, they finally don't have to worry about not having enough money to spend. What's more, think about getting money to build a house. And that's when Xin Feng was also counting the bounty. 4 million, it's okay this time, Xin Feng said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying looked over, a look of puzzlement on her face. Old ancestor master, Xiao Shuiying whispered. You've been busy for half a day here. In fact, I can give you the small treasury as a whole. Hearing this, Xin Feng lifted his head to look at her and shook his head once again. Why? Xiao Shuiying said aggressively. In her opinion, that money, it always has to be returned. It's only right to pay what you owe. What's more, Master Lao Zu is so rich. If you say that you don't have the money and you really can't pay it back, then there is a real possibility that you won't be able to pay it back. But Master Lao Zu was so rich that a casual scavenging would be a splash of riches. Further, $4 million in revenue after this busy time. But Xiao Shuiying's small treasury was a full $5 million. Might as well ask self to save you the effort. And that's when the very words Xin Feng opened his mouth almost tartly broke Xiao Shuiying's waist. Ask and you shall be paid back. Jerking off an online loan and not having to pay back a single penny. Surely the latter is more cost-effective, right? When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened and she almost spat out blood. And that's when there was also a lot of laughter from the aquanauts in the live stream. Ha 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 ha. That's too much of a show from Master Lao Zu. Bullnose, why didn't I think of that? It's so cleansing. There's nothing wrong with saying, ask for it, and you have to pay it back. But jack up online loans until you're broke. And you don't have to pay back a single share. And at this point, Xiao Shuiying's pretty face was slightly flushed as she muttered in a small voice. It's not impossible if you don't want to pay it back. Xin Feng, on the other hand, didn't hear the words clearly. What did you say? Xin Feng looked at her with a consulting gaze. Xiao Shuiying's heart trembled at once. No, nothing. Xiao Shuiying shook her head, only feeling a deer in the head of her heart. Damn it. Almost. It was exposed. In the future, she'd better tuck in. Can't be too obvious. Otherwise, she was afraid that the old ancestor would reject self. This is a consequence that she cannot afford. For the next little while, the village of Taoyuan is all set for the ancestor festival. Ancestor worship is divided into ancestor worship at clan temples and ancestor worship at graves. That's right. The custom in Taoyuan village is that you have to go to the grave to kowtow to your ancestors even on New Year's Day. Both of these are year-round events in Taoyuan village. So, in preparation, women from all over the village have been involved in intense preparations. And these days, the villagers of Deith village are not as dead as in previous years. Times. Instead, it was so lively that it actually had a hint of the light of the Peach village. It was only that these villagers of Deith village, who had purchased a lot of New Year's goods, put their homes full of them. Many people have spent money on doing self-builds. You know, big time. Being able to bring in workers, as well as buy materials. All of them are several times more expensive than usual. Therefore, normally, these workers would also take a vacation during the New Year and festivals. But the villagers of Deith village wanted to have a good year. So they hired workers with high salaries. The ask is the word. Not bad at all. Throughout the village of Deith, families are repairing their houses. Hundreds of outside workers alone have been hired. Every villager's face is full of smiles. Except for Guo Chang's house. At this time, Guo Chang's house at the end of the village, compared with other houses, it is called a cold and quiet. At this moment, to say the most unable to sit still, is Guo Chang's uncle. Guo Chang's uncle was so anxious that he was running around in place. Keiko, didn't you say that this is against the law? It's been several days now, and no one has come to arrest it at all. On the contrary, they are the ones who bought big fish and meat. And now, even the house has been repaired, and they even started a townhouse. I almost did the same as them, but you stopped me. Guo Chang's uncle had a belly full of grievances and complained. Being taught such a lesson, Guo Chang's face stank. Uncle, how long has it been and you can't sit still? You also know how bad the roads are in our mountains, and it takes a while for people to get up there. Don't worry, I didn't read all those years for nothing. When I say there's a problem, there's definitely a problem, Guo Chang said firmly. Guo Chang's uncle hesitated again. After a few minutes, still disheveled, he sat down. Okay, I'll give you a few more days. After a few days, Or if it's still as calm as it is now. This black net loan. I'll jack it up if I say so. Otherwise, it's too late. And in the meantime, the village square in Taoyuan village. A lion dance team came slowly. This lion is a wonderful image. Very vivid and lovely. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying was thrilled. Waterboys, look everyone. It's the lion dancers. Accompanied by Xiao Shuiying's melodious voice, a red dancing lion slowly enters. And in the square at the entrance of the village, there were many plum stakes erected. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying's beautiful eyes instantly lit up with light. Water friends, the lion dance is one of the dying folk arts of China. The lion dance was first imported from the western regions, and it is said that the lion was the mount of Manjushri, and after 2,000 years of evolution, it gradually became a traditional folklore of Chinese folklore, and the lion dance, but also divided by the northern lion and the southern lion. The northern lion is more popular in the north. The body is yellow, the form of performance is close to juggling, is similar to stomping the ball, only the bench and so on, and the southern lion is mainly red, the shape is more exaggerated, colorful, and the performance is more difficult. In front of us, it belongs to the southern lion. Look at this plum blossom pile, you guys just say, expect it or not. As she spoke, Xiao Shuiying's tone was agitated. Lion dance, an unfamiliar yet familiar word, she had never seen it performed live. Today, times are better, but these traditional folklore, too, are gradually being abandoned by modern people, and Taoyuan village actually has a lion dance team. It was something she never expected. It's amazing how much traditional folklore has been preserved in this tiny village. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying glanced around suspiciously. Strange, where did the old ancestor man go? It's early in the morning, and there's no one to be seen. And that's when the pop-ups flew up on the live stream. God, this is actually a lion dance. I haven't seen one in a long time. The last time I saw it was when I was a child. And now this stuff. It doesn't make money and it's hard to practice. So a lot of people are choosing to change their careers, preferring to go to work, rather than pass it on. Hey, it's no one's fault. We all have to eat. It is estimated that only Taoyuan village has it. So let's watch and cherish it. After today, we won't be able to see it. Yeah, who practices this stuff nowadays? Just take a good look and save it in your heart. And just then, in the corner, a group of people suddenly walked out. Xiao Shuiying realized that it was a band of drummers. Needless to say, this is to accompany the lion dance. And soon, with a dull, powerful drumbeat fell, the red dancing lion jumped violently and put its body up, revealing the full body of the dragon. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying's eyes went straight, but unfortunately, he couldn't see the face of the lion dancing boy. All that could be seen was a pair of long, athletic and powerful legs, and from the length of the legs, one could tell that the person was tall. But soon, the next scene left Xiao Shuiying and the others stunned, only to see that the dancing lion gently jumped, as if it could fly, directly onto the high plum blossom pile, and in the forest of plume stakes, the dancing lions ran around very briskly, and each time they landed, they were safe and sound and made no mistakes. With the bouncing and jumping, the lively lion seems to come to life and is truly athletic as a dragon. And that's when the drums began to beat faster and faster, and the lion's movements became more and more intense, shaking his head and, even, coming up with a back-legged scratch. This display of wit made the crowd burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's too cute too. Mom, yeah, this is too shocking. We'll also walk backwards. This power is really stable. Did not practice for 10 years? Basic skills cannot be so solid. If you say he's Huang Fei Hung, I'll believe you. Right. This will have Huang Fei Hung lion dance competition. That flavor will also turn the heel. You say he does not know martial arts. Who believes? Who is this lion dance boy? Kung Fu is so good. It feels like it could be on the Spring Festival Gala. Mom, yeah, Kung Fu is really good. That aspect surely. Cough. Really want to know this little brother. Really no other meaning. Taoyuan village even has such a talent. Old ancestor master has not lost out as the village head. Right? In the past, I felt that the whole village is the old ancestor master to bring flying. But now look, the village also has very powerful people. Well, the old ancestor master this wave is not a loss. Then again, where is old Master Laozu at such an important time? Yeah, haven't seen Master Laozu all morning. Miss +1. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying, who saw the pop-up screen, also had a despondent look on her face. And just then, the lion dancing boy lifted his head and showed the side of his face. See the scene in front of you. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying was stunned. The water friends in the live room were also stunned. I'm going to go. The old grandpa is a lion dance boy? Aren't you looking for Master Laozu? He's right here. What the hell? Master Laozu knows how to do a lion dance? Even if he does, he's still so good at it? Your kung fu is comparable to Wang Fei Hung's. Bolo's numb, is really numb, Laozu master. I just ask. There is what you do not know. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room only feel that the mind has been greatly shocked. You know, the lion dance is not a difficult one. As the saying goes, 3 minutes on stage, 10 years off stage. This is especially true for the difficult performing art of lion dance. How much effort must have been poured into the old ancestor to be able to practice like this? I'm afraid it took 10 years of perseverance to render such a result. The water boys were in a state of flux at the thought. Master Laozu is given so much on this path of passing on folklore. Yeah, just these few minutes of performance. I guess I practiced tens of thousands of times in private to get this effect. I would literally be moved to tears. The craftsmanship of Master Laozu is truly admirable. And just then, Stronger Moncler Outlet Online also walked slowly. Seeing Xiao Shuiying with tears in her eyes, Chang Moncler Outlet Store immediately became anxious. Hey, Shuiqing girl, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Talk to Grandpa. Grandpa will help you out, Grandpa Chang said in a hurry. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was embarrassed to explain. No, Mr. Strong, no one is bullying me. I'm just touched by the old ancestor master, said Xiao Shuiying, looking dully at the spirited teenager on the stage again. The old ancestor master must have put in a lot of hard work to be able to practice like this. It's hard to imagine how much he has suffered behind the scenes, coming out of a small mountain village, getting into Mordor University, and, over the years, going abroad to make money on a part-time basis, opening a factory in his village for the purpose of enrichment, and also inheriting Chinese folklore. It's still practicing a difficult and grueling art like lion dance, and just thinking about it makes my heart ache. This plum blossom pile is so high, it must have fallen many times. Hey, I don't know. Falling down from such a high place, it must be very painful. Maybe, it will also leave a scar, said Xiao Shuiying's tone was also tinted with a hint of crying. And at this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room also have tensed up. What the goddess said was, appropriately, what was in their hearts. Yeah, Master Laozu has given so much over the years. It is inconceivable that an 18-year-old boy, under the condition of carrying so many responsibilities and obligations on his shoulders, still goes to practicing hard on lion dance, which is a difficult, hard and not much actual benefit folk art. Old ancestor master must have put in a lot of effort in order to have such a brilliant and wonderful performance in front of us. Saying that, a glimmer of tears flashed in Xiao Shuiying's eyes. However, Strong Moncler Outlet Store showed a puzzled look. No, it's not really like that. Xiao Shuiying, question mark. The water boys on the air, question mark. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was confused. Strong Moncler Outlet Store showed a complicated look. Shuiqing girl, if you're heartbroken for old ancestor master, why don't you be more heartbroken for old master me? What does this mean? Xiao Shuiying directly gave the whole won't. Speaking of which, Strong Moncler Outlet Store looked helpless. To tell you the truth, old ancestor master is a wizard in this area of lion dance. After teaching it once, he knew it. Not only will you, but you've got me. The front wave, on the beach. After saying that, Strong Moncler Outlet Store let out a sigh, saying endless vicissitudes. Strong Moncler Outlet Store's father, a lion dance boy. This year, he is 120 years old. So, as a young man, Strong took up his father's mantle in the lion dance business. Only, in later years, the lion dance fell out of favor, and in order to support his family, Mr. Strong had to go out to work. And after returning from an illness many years ago and being cured by the old grandfather, suddenly, one day, old grandpa had a whim to learn this and had the village kindergarten start a lion dance program as well, so that the children could start learning at an early age. The Strong Moncler Outlet Store also remembered deeply. The old grandpa said a sentence. Our ancestors handed down the things, cannot let self to lose. And old Joe suddenly said he wanted to learn the lion dance. And Strong, thinking he had something to offer in that area, wanted to teach old Joe. Who would have thought that people are completely untutored, and practicing much better than self? It was for this reason that Master Chang had stepped down from the village's lion dance team, dutifully giving up his position to the obviously stronger Master Laozu. After all, the lion dance team can only be performed once a year for the Ancestor Festival. For such an important event, it must be the most technically sound person on it. Knowing that he was far inferior to old Grandmaster, Grandmaster Chang retreated, and at this moment, Xiao Shuiying, who understood the original reason, was also dumbfounded. Just now, self was still so heartbroken over old Master Zhu. Now, instead, She was told that the old human ancestor was not that hard at all. Totally a wunderkind. Untutored. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying deeply realized the words. The clown is actually myself. The water boys in the live room were skeptical as well. Good man. I feel sorry for Master Lao Zu. Who's going to feel sorry for me? Do I deserve me? I'm afraid that the old man is not the hero of a novel, open to awaken the enlightenment of the heavenly system, right? How come everything is learned in one go? This is simply not scientific. In the future, don't feel sorry for anyone but Old Ancestor Master. Old Ancestor Master really doesn't need to let us feel sorry for him. At this moment, I have the exact same expression as the goddess. In the lion dance business, Master Lao Zu also claims the title of Master Lao Zu. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying looked at the old ancestor master who seemed like he could do lightweight feats, and there were only two words in his heart, bullnose. And just then, Xiao Shuiying suddenly noticed the unusual scene in the corner. Only a girl stood on a couple of cardboard boxes, holding a tiger's hat in his hand. He imitates his old ancestor, and also dances a lion. Only, her clothes were skimpy and she didn't have a lion dance costume. The movements are also much more juvenile and simple in comparison, but the light refracted from those eyes was very seriously entranced. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying was stunned. The kid looks like he's only 6 or 7 years old, but she seemed to be interested in the lion dance and was practicing seriously even though she was sweating profusely. Curious, Xiao Shuiying walked forward. Who knows? The girl was startled to see her suddenly approach. Suddenly jumped off the cardboard box, repeated even I didn't mean to peek under his breath, and said, about to run. Hey, little girl, don't be afraid. Sister is not a bad person, Xiao Shuiying said in a hurry. See this scene. The watermen were also curious. This girl is so small. It feels like she's just in elementary school. Ha 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 ha. Saw the goddess and ran away. The goddess is not grandchildren. Auntie Odd is here. Luckily, the little girl stopped when she heard Xiao Shuiying's words. She timidly looked at Xiao Shuiying. Sister. The little girl weakly called out, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. The girl was timid. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying smiled and then squatted down to look at the girl. Don't be afraid. Sister is not here to scold you. What's your name? Xiao Shuiying smiled gently. My name is Guiyu. The little girl was still a little nervous. Do you like lion dances a lot? Xiao Shuiying glanced at the tiger head cap clutched tightly in the little girl's hand. Even though it was the most stressful moment, the little girl was still holding it in her hands. Steady. At those words, Guiyu nodded. Are you from the next door Daith village? Xiao Shuiying suddenly remembered that all the people in this Daith village were of the Guo surname. Right. Guiyu replied again. And just then, the lion dance performance is over. Grandpa Chang and Qin Feng also walked over. As soon as he saw Qin Feng, still expressionless Guiyu, in an instant, a look of admiration and seriousness came over his face. Good day, old ancestor master. Guiyu took the initiative to greet, smiling. This was completely different from when he was facing Xiao Shuiying. Hello. Qin Feng frowned and smiled. Apparently, he didn't recognize the little girl. And just then, Guiyu suddenly thought of something and smiled. Then she rolled over and jumped on the 3 cardboard boxes, placed the tiger's hat on the top of his head, and then began to jump. When the crowd saw this scene, they all shuddered. Apparently, the girl was in a lion dance, and Guiyu kept looking at the old ancestral master in a fixed manner. Then, she crouched down and danced the waking lion with vigor. Her footsteps were calm and powerful, not at all like the movements a child could make. Soon after, a scene of awe-inspiring awe appeared. Only, the girl gazed at the old ancestor, crouched down and lowered the lion's head, and flung it with 3 hard. The layman does not understand what this means, but those on the inside looked at it and were shaken. Just see, Strong Moncler outlet store said in a trembling tone. This is a triple dump. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying hurriedly asked, Master Chang, are these 3 flings a symbol of something? Xiao Shuiying keenly captured that this image was definitely not simple. Strong Moncler outlet online explained with a trembling voice. The 3 flings, in the wake of the culture of the lion, is of great significance. This action shows the respect showered on the seniors. 1 fling of worship, 2 flings of reverence, 3 flings of courtesy. Every movement, full of power and respect. At those words, everyone in the room fell silent. And with the end of the girl's one dance, Master Lao Zu was the first to applaud. Then, right after that, everyone immediately applauded for the girl. The scene erupted into roaring applause. And just then, suddenly, an older woman ran over and apologized to Qin Feng as soon as she came up. I'm sorry, old ancestor master. It's me who didn't control my daughter. By her running around peeking in, the kid just loves the lion dance so much. Ever since she first saw your heroic lion dance, she has been hooked on the sport. and has been practicing secretly at home, no matter how much she is told. I promise I'll never let her sneak over here next time. With that, the woman turned around and lectured the little girl. Yeah, did you hear me? Next time you're not allowed to wander into other people's villages and engage in peeping. Do that again and mommy will lock you up and not let you out to play. As soon as these words came out, Guiyu's little face was filled with aggression, and her big, watery eyes were immediately filled with tears. See this scene. The crowd was stunned, but on second thought, Guiyu's mom, what she said wasn't unreasonable. The kid's 6 or 7 years old. He's too young. It's dangerous to always sneak up on yourself. Although Date Village and Taoyuan Village are not far from each other, but it's also a bit of a hike. It's hard to imagine how this little girl, how she had the courage to climb over the hill and run here all by herself. Plus, this lion dance sport, by nature, is a difficult and dangerous activity. A little girl who's still growing, with no one to guide her, teaching herself, in case she gets a little hurt. If you can't tell, it's the end of your life. Some celebrity's mother was the one who ran the course and didn't pay attention when she was giving a little girl a leg press and crippled the person. And at this point, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Don't lecture the kids like that. That one gentle word. At once, it made Xiao Shuiying and the others raise their heads and look at him. This child is very talented in lion dance. Self-taught to be able to learn like this. If someone instructs him, he will have a great future in the future. Qin Feng looked at Guiyu with an appreciative face. This scene caused the crowd in Taoyuan village to be shocked. You know how rare a task it is to be recognized by the old grandmaster. Or, in other words, if someone can get the appreciation of the old grandmaster, that means the man must be a wizard. You know, this Guiyu is only 6 or 7 years old. It's even more remarkable when you look at it that way. And at this moment, having just been denied by his mother, he was immediately affirmed by his old ancestor, Guiyu, who was still frustrated just now. The sadness on his face immediately disappeared. Thank you old ancestor master for speaking up for Yu. Guiyu was thrilled. Guiyu's mother was confused. And seeing this, Moncler Outlet Store Strong sighed and shook his head. This kid is good. But this being a mom is a little too much enlightenment. Seeing as this child is good at learning and worships old grandpa, Master Chang doesn't mind giving her a hand. With that in mind, Moncler Outlet Store Strong stepped forward and said, this daughter of yours is a wizard at lion dancing. When she learns it well in the future, it's no worse than going to college. Plus, with the guidance of the old ancestor master, it must have been all the way to the blue sky. You're a mom. You can't ruin your own daughter's future. At those words, Guiyu's mother was shocked and looked at Qin Feng incredulously. She was still a little disbelieving. Old ancestor master, this daughter of mine is foolish in case she offends you. Guiyu's mother was ecstatic in her heart. Of course she was happy for her daughter when she was able to get guidance from her old ancestor. But the daughters are still too young. And if they accidentally offend Master Lao Zu, she couldn't really afford the consequences of this. You don't have to worry about this. Qin Feng waved his hand, interested in Guiyu. And hearing this affirmative answer, Guiyu's mother's heart settled down a little. In fact, as for the lion dance itself, Guiyu's mother did not believe that learning it would necessarily lead to a great future. Even Master Lao Zu didn't make his money from this. But if we rely on this, we can get on the old grandmaster's line. For that matter, for her daughters, all of them belong to the existence of altered destinies. So, she definitely supports her daughter. She glanced at Guiyu beside her. Daughter, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to old ancestor master and call out to him as master? At those words, Guiyu was shaken. It was a scene that, once upon a time, she wouldn't have dared to dream about. Since last year, she came with her parents to play in Taoyuan village. From a distance, after seeing the heroic lion dance of old grandpa. Since then, the image of the lion dance has lingered in Self's mind. Guiyu's knowledge of lion dance comes from his old ancestor. The deepening of fondness stems from the lion dance itself. After going back, Guiyu began to imitate the lion dance as she remembered her old ancestor master. The more he practiced, Guiyu realized that Self really liked the sport of lion dance. So this year, she made a point of sneaking out of her home, wanting to get a good look at the old granddaddy's lion dance. Memorize every scene, go back, and practice in secret. Unexpectedly, this time, he actually had the opportunity to worship old ancestor master. Thinking of this, Guiyu was so excited that he immediately kowtowed to old ancestor master. Greetings, master. Guiyu kowtowed to the old ancestor with a thud. Then, kowtowed twice more. 3 whole kowtows. In China, since ancient times, the rite of worship is to kowtow 3 heads, a knock on heaven and earth. Second, knocking the master's ancestor. 3 knocks to the teacher as a father. See this scene. The crowd was shaken. It's actually on the face of the 6 or 7-year-old girl, saw such seriousness and defiance. The water friends in the live room, too, were surprised. This little girl is really serious. And this kowtowing is too solid. Old ancestor master is truly discerning. Just from the kowtowing alone, this little girl will surely be able to learn. This pair of master and disciple, whoever they are, call for admiration. This is the legacy of Chinese folklore, isn't it? It's really tearful. And at that moment, Xin Feng looked at Guo Yu and became more and more satisfied. This kid, he loved from the bottom of his heart. At a young age, you are so in love with Chinese folk culture. Seriously, it's really rare. As a person who is proud of the bright culture of the nation, Xin Feng has always felt that he has the responsibility of inheriting the culture on his shoulders. Therefore, after he happened to acquire skills related to folklore, Xin Feng wouldn't even let them eat dust in the system warehouse, but instead started with Taoyuan village. A star can start a prairie fire. Xin Feng believed that in the future, more children like Guo Yu would appear, and their national culture will be even more grand and splendid. With that in mind, Xin Feng opened his mouth. Yeah. For the lion dance on the day of the ancestor festival. You'll be on it with me. When those words came out, everyone around them shuddered. Guo Yu was also surprised. Master. Guo Yu almost didn't change his words over. I learned it all secretly before. I didn't learn it well. It will be humiliating, right? Ancestor sacrifice is such a big event. I'm afraid of giving a bad performance. Guo Yu was very unsure. At these words, Moncler Outlet Store Strong but smiled and took the lead. Little yeah. You don't even look. Who is your master? It's fine if you don't have confidence in yourself, but it's not fine if you don't have confidence in your master. Words. Guo Yu was also happy and tapped his head. Right, oh, Grand Master Chang. If you say so, you knows. Guo Yu giggled. Yeah, who's her master? That's the best lion dance boy ever. With Master Laozu around, there's definitely no need to be afraid. Thinking about it, Guo Yu regained his confidence. At this time, Guo Yu's mother was frowning. Old ancestor master. I remembered. It seems like my yaya didn't have a lion head dance. At those words, there was a moment of silence around them. Originally, everyone was quite happy to see Guo Yu on the field. Anyone with eyes can see that. Although Guo Yu had only shallowly jumped a few times just now. But based on the fact that this girl is just self-taught, this girl definitely has talent. With the old ancestors nudging, he could definitely improve 100-fold. The people of Taoyuan village have felt it deeply. To be able to be pulled by old ancestor master, it was really smoke from the ancestors' graves, directly being taken flying off. How many people wanted it? However, old Master Zhu didn't give it a chance. But if you don't have a costume, then it's really hard to do. Strong Moncler Outlet Online also frowned. This is a bit of a difficult problem. This ancestor festival definitely requires a lion dance costume, and the village doesn't have any extras. This lion head is even more important. With that, Grandmaster Chang took a deep look at the tiger and lion hat in Guo Yu's hand. Not hard to guess. When this kid started, the family didn't buy costumes. Lions' heads don't come cheap. For a decent one, it's $1,000. And the villagers of Daith Village. It was also only yesterday that I borrowed the blessing of Master Lao Zu and jacked up a hard black online loan to become wealth-free. Before that, it's a lot of food. You can see that even by looking at the shabby clothes of this little girl. For a family that doesn't have enough to eat, it's even less likely that they'll take money to support their children's hobbies. The adults in the room knew it by heart at a glance. Xiao Shuiying's heart, too, was a little hard to bear. Don't be afraid, sister. I'll get you one online now. With that, Xiao Shuiying took out her cell phone, intending to send the girl a lion dance costume. Seeing this, the water friends in the live room were moved. Worthy of being my goddess, she really is beautiful and kind-hearted. This is really girl help girls. Love it. It's not right. Now that the year is almost over, the courier has stopped, right? And just then, Xiao Shuiying also found that the courier does not ship at all. It's finished, the delivery has stopped now, Xiao Shuiying said regretfully. At those words, a trace of loss also flashed across little Guo Yu's face. To be honest, she really wanted to participate in Taoyuan Village's Ancestor Festival. This way, you can dance the lion dance with Master Lao Zu. For her, it was a very proud thing in her life. However, it now appears that this event is destined to become a mirage. It was destined to be a lifelong regret for her. Even though it was sad, Guo Yu still took the initiative to say, Master, it's better if I don't go on this time, Guo Yu said. However, Xin Feng was puzzled. Go on, why not, old ancestor master? In this village, there happens to be no extra lion heads, Grandmaster Chang said in a hurry. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying also cast a puzzled look. Looking at the crowd who all looked puzzled, Xin Feng spoke with great ease. Isn't that easy? Just do it yourself. It's not like this stuff is hard. The words came out. Those present were numb. In particular, Grandmaster Chang was shocked. This. Strong Moncler outlet store wondered if self had heard wrong. Master Lao Zu, you didn't say anything wrong, did you? Where can you make this lion's head on your own? Grandmaster Chang looked skeptical. And that's when it was so unbelievable to see even strong Moncler outlet online. The water friends in the live room were also numb. Did I hear you right? Master Lao Zu is going to make the lion dance head himself? This is a lion dance head, not a lion head dish. Cooking is very simple. Old ancestor master is not mistaken, right? Seriously, I don't even have a concept of how to make a lion dance head. It feels so complicated. It's definitely not as simple as making clothes, right? Of course, with that intricate structure, it would have to be all handmade, and, moreover, it would have to be an old craftsman to make it. If it was before, and Master Chang didn't react, then I would still think that old ancestor master must really be able to get it out. But this time, even Master Chang himself is confused. Yes, blind student, you found Wa point. At the moment, the water friends were all staring at Strong Moncler outlet. This Strong Moncler outlet store was so shocked that his eyes were glazed over. At this moment, seeing the shocked look on Strong Moncler outlet online, Qin Feng also expressed his understanding. After all, this skill of making a lion dance head, it was he who had awakened a few days before. Others are not aware of it. I didn't realize it would come in handy now. Qin Feng also didn't mind giving a gift to the little disciple that he had just recognized. Consider it a gift of worship from master to you, Qin Feng said with a smile. At those words, Wei Yu also revealed a hint of a smile. Unlike the others who questioned the old grandmaster's gaze, Wei Yu had always been a firm believer in old ancestor master. Thank you, master, Wei Yu said joyfully. Then, the lion dance team's practice was soon over. Qin Feng brought Wei Yu back to his own cabin. Xiao Shuiying and the others followed. And that's when a line of people walked across the wooden bridge. A familiar figure suddenly appeared in the river under the bridge. Almost at this moment, Xiao Shuiying instantly got goosebumps. It came back. Xiao Shuiying revealed a frightened gaze as she looked at the river in ambush. Didn't forget the task given to you, did you? Qin Feng said from the front. No, didn't forget. Xiao Shuiying's face turned pale. After that, he went to the side and grabbed 2 walk-in chickens. During this time, Xiao Shuiying had practiced her chicken catching skills. Who would have thought? A month ago, this was a petite girl who had never even touched a living chicken, duck or goose. Now, it's just been trained by the old granddaddy to be a master chicken catcher. And at this moment, Wei Yu's eyes showed surprise when she saw Xiao Shuiying feeding Xiaohe. Wow! What fun! Wei Yu clapped her hands happily and made a point of walking to the river. Mind you, the creek, as it is now, is not far from her. If a bite pounces. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying turned green with fear. Yeah. Step back to the side. It's too dangerous. This is a crocodile. Xiao Shuiying was numb. With the physique of this crocodile, a mouthful of children was not a problem at all. However, upon hearing this, Guo Yu blinked her eyes. What's wrong with a crocodile? It's obviously cute. Shuiying Xiao, live water friends, good man. These two are worthy of being master and disciple. At this moment, I finally know that it's not for no reason that old ancestor master can recognize Yaya as his disciple. These two are completely like-minded. Okay, numb, it's real numb. These two are truly the chosen master and disciple. And at that moment, Guo Yu was still smiling happily, admiring Xiaohe's heroic performance of tearing a live chicken. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This disciple, it's really the right one to recognize. This bloody scene, however, caused Xiao Shuiying to retch. Maybe River hadn't been back in a while and had been hungry for too long. I can't say the eating process was horrible. It was horrible in the extreme. Thinking that, Xiao Shuiying turned around to slip away. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong came running over. Old ancestor master. The formalities for this Yaya's transfer to the kindergarten in Taoyuan village are done, Grandpa Chang said. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was startled. Transfer to kindergarten? What's going on here? Further, transferring Guo Yu to kindergarten. Why do you have to send special formalities to Master Lao Zu? It's obviously not a good idea. Xiao Shuiying is the more she thinks about it, the more she doesn't understand. Simply stopped Moncler Outlet Store Strong and asked, Master Chang, why are you changing kindergartens for Yaya for good reason? At that, Strong laughed. Isn't this simple? In the future, the boy will simply come here to school and train along the way. We'll have her parents come over to pick her up after school this afternoon. So that way, she won't have to sneak herself over. You girl is really lucky to be transferred to our Taoyuan village kindergarten. With that, Grandpa Chang laughed meaningfully. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was a bit confused. It's just a kindergarten. This kindergarten is pretty much the same. It's hard to believe that the kindergarten in Taoyuan village has something to offer. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying had a flash of light. And just in time, Qin Feng happened to feel hungry. He looked at the crowd and said, "Just in time to get hungry. Let's go to the kindergarten and rub it in. They're almost ready to eat." 2. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shuiying was confused. Did she hear right? Going to the kindergarten to rub it in? The water friends in the live room also gave the whole won't. Are you sure you're right about this? Going to the kindergarten to rub it in? It would be better to go to Auntie Zhang's house. This kindergarten's food should all fit the taste of small children. Rough tea. There is nothing to eat. Let's not talk about whether it's good or not. Is it reasonable for an adult to go to a kindergarten to rub his nose in the food? Yeah, it's weird enough to just pop in and rub it in, even though he's the village chief. Unless he's the head gardener, which would make sense. Looking at the pop-up screen, Xiao Shuiying's heart was also guilty of muttering. However, in the next second, a scene that shocked Xiao Shuiying even more appeared, only to see that Qin Feng took the admission form. Then, directly above, he signed his own name. On that line, it was clearly the signature of the head gardener. Xiao Shuiying also reacted. Old ancestor master. You're still the director of the kindergarten in Taoyuan village. Xiao Shuiying sucked in a breath of cool air. This old grandpa is really multitasking. Seeing this, the water boys were dumbfounded. Who just said Master Lao Zu was the head gardener? You've got a smart mouth. The burdens on the shoulders of the old grandfather. They're really many. And at that moment, Qin Feng also raised his head to look at Xiao Shuiying. Forced to do so, Qin Feng sighed as it all came together. Seeing this scene, Strong Moncler Outlet Online smiled without saying a word. Old ancestor master. It's getting late. Let's go. Hearing this, Qin Feng didn't say anything else and glanced at Gui Yu. The witty Gui Yu understood what old grandmaster meant and immediately followed. And Xiao Shuiying followed close behind. The group, then, set off for the kindergarten in Taoyuan village. On the way, Xiao Shuiying looked at Qin Feng's tall and magnificent back and was more and more curious. Old ancestor master is really a capable person. He's actually still a kindergarten director. Xiao Shuiying sighed. And that's when the live streamers were flying off the handle with their discussions. Master Laozu is so busy. I guess he doesn't even have time to take care of this kindergarten, right? Yeah, ECE is almost exclusively female, and men really aren't suited to the profession. I feel that the old ancestor master should be a hanging. See the old ancestor master just that sigh. Clearly is reluctant, presumably, and did not do much good. Definitely. This kind of work with little money and a lot of work. Or the village. Surely I can cope with it. Yes, a village kindergarten. Fooling around, the old granddaddy who earns millions of dollars a minute. Where is the heart to engage in this kind of? It's probably all free-range management. You can imagine how bad this kindergarten is. Hey, in that case, it seems that Master Laozu is also a bit irresponsible, but it's understandable that he was forced to take up his post. Wouldn't it be a big mistake to let Master Laozu do kindergarten education? That's not appropriate either. Even if Master Laozu did a bad job, that's still reasonable. Don't forget, Master Laozu is only 18 years old. By definition, is also still a child. Let a child to control the small children. This is not nonsense? At this point, the watermen were generally unimpressed with Master Laozu being the head gardener. It is important to realize that male ECEs, themselves, are discriminated against by the profession. What's more, old Master Zhu was only 18 years old, just coming of age. Any way you look at it, it's, like, not the right thing to do. Combine that with the old ancestor's sighing expression just now. It's clearly a forced induction. This seems to be a reluctant job. Naturally, it's a bad job. Come to think of it, there are also waterbenders who have been parents who have spoken out. As a parent of a child, honestly, I recognize that Master Laozu is brilliant, but I really wouldn't leave my own child in the hands of someone who is still a child. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that, and anyone with children can sympathize with that sentiment. I feel that the old grandpa is too unsuitable for this business, and the advice of those who have come before, it is better to give the position to the right person, and teach the children poorly, and the impact on their whole life, are very big. Upstairs, you've hit the nail on the head. Whose children are not the hope of a lifetime nowadays? Starting from kindergarten, it's the starting line. If they fall behind here, it's going to be hard to catch up with others. These waterbenders who became parents were thrilled. The pop-ups were flying. Xiao Shuiying's face also gradually became ugly. It always seems that what these people say is too much. These people, they don't believe in old Master Zhu too much. What's more, is it necessary to be so serious? Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying clenched her tiger teeth and said indignantly, "Geez, You parents. I can sympathize. But would you guys be exaggerating a little too much? How old are these kindergartners? And they're making some kind of starting line. At least they have to wait until elementary school to say such things, right? That's too much pressure on the kids, isn't it? Xiao Shuiying's starting point was simple, and that was to speak up for old ancestor master. It didn't occur to me that she was vocalizing this. Those who are parents choked even more. The anchor is a little girl. You don't understand the feelings of those of us who have become mothers and fathers, who don't want their children to become dragons and phoenixes. Yes, didn't you see what they said on the teaser? Kindergarten is the most critical period, when quality education doesn't keep up at this time. Then when you go to elementary school, you'll be left so far behind that you won't be able to keep up at all. Live parents are aware of the beginning of kindergarten is the child's most important time, so be sure to carefully choose a kindergarten and grasp the child's language. Mathematics and English education can be more remedial classes, as much as possible to enroll in the class, but also at this time to the child to learn a piano, painting, singing, and so on, can be more to learn more, and so on to elementary school. We have to learn the basics of the class. There is no time to learn. See this big pop-up. Xiao Shuiying almost went black. Good lord. This is going to follow through with the chicken baby. When she thought of these people's children, Xiao Shuiying felt really pitiful. How depressed must this child be to be forced to learn so much at such a young age? No wonder they say kids today are stressed and prone to yuck. Growing up in such a high-pressure environment, it's a wonder you don't yuck. And just then, Xiao Shuiying came back to her senses and realized that self had almost walked to the kindergarten. And that's when Blackie pointed the camera at the entrance to the nursery. The 6 big words Taoyuan Village Kindergarten hung on the gilded front door. The architectural standard of this kindergarten is comparable to that of a private high-end kindergarten in the city. The facilities and buildings are so advanced that it is not at all obvious that it is of the caliber that a kindergarten in a village should be. However, the luxury of this building was not what surprised Xiao Shuiying. The children in front of them were the ones that surprised Xiao Shuiying and the others with their existence. The children, all of them, were seen wearing white hats and white aprons. One by one, in style, like a chef, they were busy at their homemade stoves. Some of the kids are frying. Some of the kids are making pasta. Some of the kids were flipping pancakes. Some kids are washing dishes and dishes. Each is busy in their own way. The scene was all laughter. But that's not the most important thing. The point is, these kids do their job with aplomb. Especially those who are in charge of stir-frying. Raising their hands and feet, they really have that flavor of a chef. Very skillful. By the looks of it, Xiao Shuiying was completely dumbfounded. This scene, what's going on? The water friends in the live room were also dumbfounded. This, am I seeing this right? These kids are cooking for themselves. Good guy. In the cooking even if this work is more skillful and nimble than I am an adult. How come these kids know how to cook, bake, wash dishes, everything? I'd like to be called kid brother or kid sister. Yes, that's the right name. And at this point, the children also saw Master Lao Zu and the others. At that moment, all of them put down their hands and respectfully called out, "Hello, Mr. Gardner. Hello, Mr. Strong." The children also smiled angelic smiles in the face of Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei, whom they did not recognize. "Hello brother and sister." A neatly harmonized sound that cut through the entire sky above. These kids, clearly, have been raised well, without pretense, and with manners. With that said, the kids continued to get into the swing of things. Xiao Shuiying looked satisfied, and at that moment, Qin Feng turned around and glanced at the crowd. "Take all the plates." With Qin Feng's gaze, only then did Xiao Shuiying notice that there was a table in the corner with a buffet of plates. So everyone just went over and picked up their own dinner plates. It's like a buffet. Hit whatever you want to eat. And for every cauldron, there was a child on guard. Xiao Shuiying found it very interesting and specifically looked for a child who was flipping pancakes, only to see that the child looked even smaller than Guiyu. However, the sharpness with which the dough was kneaded was so sharp that you really couldn't tell that you were a childish little kid. With tiny hands, the dough was thrown into the cauldron, and then the hands began to knead the dough, adding in flour from time to time. This action shows it. This kid is definitely a veteran. Handling the dough means adding a little flour to it every now and then. So powerful. Xiao Shuiying was shocked. Kneading dough is a labor of love. But the little girl had no trouble at all. Then the rolling pin was picked up. "Sister, wait a moment. I'll make you a pancake," the little girl said crisply. "Good. Sister is in no hurry." Xiao Shuiying responded with a smile. Then the little girl was seen rolling the dough into a big round cake. Then, it was spread right out on the iron skillet, sprinkled with a little sesame seeds and meat mixture. The meatloaf was moist and bubbling with flavor, and the little girl spreading the pies looked very old. Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. The water friends in the live room, too, froze as a whole. Then, a few minutes later, fresh meatloaf came out of the oven. The foodie Xiao Shuiying licked her tongue and didn't even want to wait, breaking off a bite and sending it to her mouth. Delicious, Xiao Shuiying revealed a look of surprise, not expecting that the flavors this child made were really more than just looking good. It's really tasty, too. Good man. This pie spreads 6 times more than I do. Awesome. This caliber. It's no problem to go out to the stalls. Mom, yeah. It's not that New Oriental can't afford to go, but kindergarten is more cost-effective. And I'd just like to ask old Joe if he'll take overage children of a few hundred months. This kindergarten is so much fun. I want to go too. When I was a kid I wanted a kindergarten like this. Not just classes and cartoons all day. This is really fun. I'm an adult who really wants to go. 666. Who was the one who just said Master Lao Tzu was not well managed? Hit your face, right? Just tell me. Are these kids, among their peers, superior or not? And this one pop up. Instantly. Induced deep thought. Excellent. This is just excellent. It's really rare to have such good hands-on skills at such a young age. I apologize for questioning Master Lao Tzu before. And by the way, do the kindergartens in Taoyuan village still accept children? Upstairs. Don't be ridiculous. I see UIP in the north. If I can get my child to go to Taoyuan village's kindergarten, let alone the north, I'd come over even if I were abroad. Anyone with children understands that this kind of kindergarten education is too difficult. Look at these children. How lively they are, with light in their eyes, and their hands and brains are too strong. I am a kindergarten teacher, and if I may say so, the old grandpa's education like this is the best, and everyone can see that the children are very happy and enjoy it. At the moment, after this pop-up, everyone was also paying more serious attention to the child in front of them. Yeah, goes without saying, these kids are genuinely happy. We all get together, help each other out, and then operate individually. Both individual exercise and camaraderie in a group, both hands and brains are fully utilized. Honestly, even an adult, probably not as sharp as these kids when it comes to work. Such a great kid at a young age. In the future, it will be even less bad when it comes to the classroom. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying was also very pleased and wanted to do right by the old ancestral master even more. Look, what did I say about trusting our old grandpa? Even if old ancestor master crosses over to become a gardener, that's still this. Saying that, Xiao Shuiying gave a thumbs up. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying grabbed the dry rice. Compare. She's so big, she can't even cook. Xiao Shuiying, who was busy with dry rice, was both ashamed and greedy. Seeing this scene, the water boys were happy. I really envy the goddess. I also want to go to the kindergarten in Taoyuan village. Wake up. You're a couple dozen years old and you still want to go to kindergarten. And just then, there were others who made a different noise. Teaching kids to cook. Isn't that leading them astray? Studying well and getting into a good university in the future is the proper thing to do. Teaching them this, is it not possible to make them grow up to be chefs? The person who spoke was called Zishuan's mom. Xiao Shuiying went in a little. Then I saw this netizen's homepage. All small videos of his own children. In the video, a young boy, only a few years old, is wearing eyeglass lenses so thick they look like beer bottles. Obviously very young, but not at all energized, but instead with intense dark circles under his eyes, answering his parents' questions to the camera in a sickly manner. Son, what does 80 times 80 equal? 6004. The little boy broke his fingers and counted, and after about a few seconds, he answered. Then came the sound of surprised parents. Got it right. I taught you great. The title of the video is called, The Teaching Achievements of a Mother Who Quit Her Teaching Job Specifically for Her Children. And that's when Zixen's mom popped a video request straight away. Xiao Shuiying had a handshake and accidentally clicked accept. In the next second, a middle-aged woman wearing red frames and looking very serious was seen appearing on the opposite side of the phone. The woman was dressed very conservatively, and smelled like a class. The next second, the woman was chopping her head off in a lecture. As a former teacher, I just can't stand to watch. You are ruining children by teaching them this way. May I ask if there is any point in such an activity? Is this raising children to be chefs or dishwashers? What can such children do when they grow up in the future? Every child is the hope of parents, is the future of every family, should be poured into their own all heart and soul, so that they become a dragon into a phoenix. This sudden flurry of scolding directly confused Xiao Shuiying, and the water friends in the live broadcast room also talked a lot. I think this Zishuan's mom has a point. This kid is not coming to kindergarten with the intention of growing up to be a chef. He's going to be a success. Yes, I felt something was wrong when they complimented Master Lao Tzu in front of me, and it would be an absolute mistake to raise a child in that direction. I also think that Zi Xian's mom is right. What's more, this Zi Xian's mom is still a professional human soil. People used to be teachers to come. It makes sense that this teacher is at least a serious examiner of teaching qualifications, and in this regard, he is definitely a professional. And at this point, seeing a number of pop-ups in support of self appeared in the live broadcast, Zishuan's mom's back, then, straightened up even more. She hums softly, I've been in the teaching profession for over 10 years, and when I say it, it's most certainly my professional opinion. This kindergarten, it's better to close it down before it's too late. Otherwise, it will only harm more children. As she spoke, Zishuan's mom also noticed. There are still quite a few kids doing dishes and washing dishes in the background of this live stream. Seeing this scene, Zishuan's mom couldn't help but tsk. Son, look, in the future, if you don't study hard, when you grow up in the future, you'll have to be just like them. To do these lowly jobs is to be inferior. And when the time comes, I won't even want you if you want to recognize me as your mother. Zishuan's mom's tone was contemptuous. Hear these words. Zishuan shuddered and looked at the kids on his cell phone screen in horror. The next moment, however, he saw joyful smiles on the faces of these children. A smile like that was something he had never had before. For a moment, Zishuan couldn't help but look lost in thought. Looking at the activities of those children, Zishuan's face actually showed a look of longing. Seeing this, Zishuan's mom was shocked. Zishuan's mom shouted. Being so frightened, Zishuan trembled and didn't dare to look. This shout also startled the water friends in the live broadcast room. And just then, Qin Feng walked over. As it happened, he saw the pop-ups on the air. Xiao Shuiying revealed a horrified expression. However, Qin Feng's expression was always pale and he did not say a word. And that's when Zishuan's mom also noticed Qin Feng, who suddenly appeared in the picture. She said triumphantly, I think this is the director of the kindergarten in Taoyuan village. Come on son, show everyone your hand. My son is still at kindergarten age and has already learned to add, subtract, multiply and divide. Speaking of which, the aquanauts in the broadcast room were all shaken up. Wow, isn't this elementary school math? You know it from kindergarten? Not only can he do it, but he can do it very fast. Zishuan's mom's homepage is all over it. I have to say, this kid was really well educated by Zishuan's mom, and it only took him 10 seconds to multiply thousands of digits. After all, it's a teacher. The standard won't be bad. And that's when Zishuan's mom saw that the live broadcast was full of shocked pop-ups. For a moment, his face was all vanity and smugness. Look how good a son she brought up with her own hands. It's not in vain that she quit her job specifically to take Zishuan personally for years. Thinking about it, Zishuan's mom's desire to perform came back. Son, do the math. What does 182 times 98 equal? Zishuan's mom said happily. At those words, Zishuan was counting on his fingers again. Half a minute later, Zishuan replied, 17,836. Hearing the voice, Zishuan's mom was overjoyed and was about to open her mouth to show off. Qin Feng's voice could be heard coming from his cell phone. Not bad, Qin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Zishuan's mother revealed a smug and unimpressed look. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, why do you need to tell me that? If I teach them, can they not be good? However, before he could be complacent for long, he heard Qin Feng continue to speak again. That's a good-looking kid. Immediately, Zishuan's mom almost didn't fall off her stool. The whole thing, straight up, cracked. Nice guy. It's a compliment to his son's good looks. Instead of saying he counts well, seeing the cracked expression on Zishuan's mom's face, Xiao Shuiying and the water friends in the live broadcast also gave the whole will not. And at that moment, Zishuan's mom said sullenly, my son's looks are not bad, but the math is even better. Children of the same age, no one will be able to surpass him. Zishuan's mom came up with this. You mastered addition, subtraction, multiplication and division in kindergarten, and when you go to elementary school, you can attack OU. Saying that, Zishuan's mom revealed a smug smile. However, Qin Feng's sudden sentence made Zishuan's mom instantly tense up. You don't learn OU until elementary school? Wouldn't that be a little late? Our kindergartners, every day's homework is OU problems. The words came out. Zishuan's mom straight up tensed up. No way. You're lying. What kind of kindergartner does OU? Besides, Zishuan's mom scorned. These kids play around here every day. Where do they have the time to study? And hear this. On the scene, a child suddenly ran over. Auntie, our head gardener didn't lie to you. Our homework, it's OU questions O. With that, the child handed over the workbook. Xiao Shuiying hurriedly opened it, only to see that it was densely packed with what were clearly complex OU questions. And most shocking of all, this kid, he even got it all right. The whole workbook, all full of red check marks. And these complex formulas. Xiao Shuiying was looking at one head. Two big ones. Numb. It's real numb. At this moment, the live broadcast room also exploded. I go. This is really all OU questions I teach my child has done. But the problem is, my child is the 6th grade. He cannot do it. This child actually answered all correct. Mom, I read these formulas as if they were books. And this kid is in kindergarten and actually knows them all. He's a genius. TSK. The contrast is too strong. What's the point of knowing how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide? It's just weak. At the moment, this pop-up came out. At that moment, Zixian's mom couldn't hold it together. What's the difference between that and throwing her face on the ground and stomping on it? Suddenly, something occurred to her. Zixian's mom immediately spoke up. This kid is probably a 1 in a million math genius. I admit, my child, her talent is not as strong as hers. But such a child is too rare to be universal. And my kids, but I've gone from zero, teaching them to what they are now. Saying that, Zixian's mother gritted her teeth. Since this child is a genius, then it's all the more reason why she can't be in this kindergarten. Otherwise, even if she's talented, she'll be buried. Zixuan's mom thinks the kid is just a rare genius. It's not hard to tell from the handwriting and age of this assignment. The homework, indeed, was done by the child himself. In that case, the boy, here, will only be buried. However, the little girl was even more confused when she heard Zixian's mom's words. Auntie, what are you talking about? AI-chan can't understand. This homework, that's what everyone has to do. In the class, everyone gets perfect scores, and AI isn't even the best at it. The words came out. With a loud bang, Zixuan's mom's brain went blank. Full marks for everyone? That is to say, every kid in this class. No. W.L. Genius? Realizing this, Zixian's mother straight away couldn't tense up, and at this time, Xiao Shuiying was also surprised. As the girl said, all of these kids got perfect scores on their OU work. See this scene. The water friends in the live room were also numb. Good lord, everyone in this class is an OU genius. These kids are so good at OU, and this teacher is so strong, he can teach kindergartners so well. And that pop-up, instantly, alerted Zixuan's mom. As the saying goes, a master teacher makes a master. If you hire a very good teacher, well, it's true that good students can come out of a tough education. Since it's a teacher, then it must have nothing to do with Qin Feng, right? As the head of the garden, Qin Feng's management was so loose and unthinking that she was still qualified to dis. With that in mind, Zixuan's mom spoke up. Kids, may I ask where your OU teacher is? Can you ask him to come out and meet Auntie? Zixian's mom said with great excitement. To be honest, she was selfish. Such an awesome teacher. To be able to teach the kindergarten students in this village so well. If his son could hire this teacher, wouldn't he soar? And hear this. This student called AI was surprised and looked at the old ancestor master. See this scene. Zixuan's mom was puzzled. Kids, Auntie is trying to get you to your math teacher. Not. The words suddenly came to an abrupt end. Zixian's mom stared blankly at Qin Feng. And at that moment, AI spoke up. The head gardener is our OU teacher. AI said energetically. The whole room was dumbfounded at that statement. Xiao Shuiying was also dumbfounded. Old ancestor master, you've become the head of the garden here, and you're still the children's teacher? Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. Old ancestor master was also too bull-nosed. It's not multitasking. It's basically a double job. Okay. And everything was done so well. It's really staggering. And at that moment, Qin Feng laughed helplessly. The village kindergarten was not staffed and I had no choice but to attend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying was yet still a bit puzzled. Master Laozu, don't you usually have to go to school here? Then how did you give the children lessons? When you're on vacation, you come to the kindergarten and teach in person. And when you're at school, you go online. Online classes are also very common nowadays. Qin Feng briefly explained. Xiao Shuiying nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. It's really hard on old ancestor master. It's not hard. These children, they are the future of Taoyuan village. Everything is worth it. Qin Feng revealed a rare bright smile when facing the children. 18 years old, wearing a white shirt and a clean demeanor. Under the sunlight, the entire body of the old ancestor master was even more like a layer of golden light. Very shiny. And the children, who honored their old ancestor, surrounded him. It was a touching scene. If you ask the one who can't stop laughing at this point, it's naturally Zixian's mom. Nice guy. She's still here dissing Qin Feng for being half a bucket of water. Half a day of the whole thing. She was proud of her addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. In front of Qin Feng's OU, It was a joke. And that's when the water boys, who were live on the air, looked away. TSK, TSK, this time it's a big joke, worthy of the old ancestral master. This strike to defeat the world, no matter what you do. And that's when Qin Feng didn't pay any more attention to Zi Xian's mom. Instead, interact with the kids. It was the next scene that surprised the crowd even more. Just to see. Lunch was over and these kids spontaneously packed up the grounds without any prodding at all. During the lunch break, there was no rush to sleep. Some of the kids, playing basketball off the court, had that sophisticated stance as if NBA was back in action, dribbling and spotting the ball with skill. Some of the kids, on the other hand, were playing with the bar, passing it in almost 3 seconds. That speed, crushing crunchy college students. Some kids, playing badminton, soccer, building Gundam models, drawing, in short, do whatever. And, all still doing a great job. And that's when a girl who does baking found Master Lao Zu, head gardener. Just now that auntie said that those of us who do baking will grow up to be inferior and unproductive in the future. Is that true? The little girl asked weakly. As soon as this trembling voice came out, the hearts of the water users, at once, lifted up. Of course not. Qin Feng immediately gave his own reply. Look, you're doing such a good job of baking. In the future, you'll be a master baker. Take something to the extreme and then you are the best at it. And in the meantime, Xiao Shuiying also focuses her camera on the baked treats the girl has made. I saw that the treats were of various kinds, all of which were very exquisite. Even, there are flip cakes. It's hard to imagine that this was made by a child of only a few years old with only a hobby. At the same time, it shows that the kid is absolutely pulling out all the stops when it comes to his talent in the baking department. Seeing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room were moved. In the aspect of educating children, old grandpa is also really at the level of an ancestor. I just went and watched her video. And I can't stand to watch her mentally abusing her child. I just went to watch her video. It's unbearable to watch. Mentally abusing her child like that and only coming up with addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. She really should learn more from the old master. Master Lao Zu is a dedicated mentor, advising every child. And he allows every child to discover their own hobby, and to make it their own specialty. Seriously, when I used to go to school, the teachers I met were like Zi Xian's mom. If I could have met one like old grandpa, I firmly believe that I would never be like this now. And just then, in front of the screen, a blonde looked shocked. Are all kindergartens in China of such a high standard? Every one of them has a perfect score in OU? These kids are so good at learning and everything. Wow, this kid shoots the ball really well. These kids, they're just great. They've surprised me so much. I'll have to transmit it to the extranet. When all was said and done, the crooked man made a short video of the live clip and posted it on the extranet. At the same time, he also took the previous related video and carried it over. Among them, there are quite a few videos about Taoyuan village. There is a video of the factory in Taoyuan village. There are also old ancestors who bring patients back to life with a single needle. And the kindergarten in Taoyuan village. All are high points for Taoyuan village. At this moment, seeing these strange people and strange things happening in Taoyuan village, especially this legendary old grandpa, this crooked guy was jaw-droppingly stunned. I have a strong feeling, crooked man muttered. These videos, they're going to be fire. And it was, as he had expected, as soon as the video is released. In the international version of Pox Print, it created a huge buzz. Countless people have been watching the video series on Peachland Village. Just a few hours, the video's views, alone, have accumulated tens of millions. And as soon as you open the video, the comments are in the hundreds of thousands. Countless crooked people have left comments. Looking at it this way, the Eagle Jam Kindergarten is a disgrace. Look at how good other people's kindergartens are. And then look at our kindergartens and what they teach our children. Geez, sure this isn't army special training? Is it surprising that the economic level of the villages in Huaxia are also well developed? My God, is this the legendary Chinese medicine? So amazing that it can actually bring people back to life? If my mom can still live to this day, I'll definitely take her to Huaxia and look for this old ancestor master. This isn't like the Huaxia I read about in books. It's different. Gosh, which one is the real one? I really want to visit this little mountain village. It's just amazing. Countless crooked people said that they really wanted to go to Taoyuan village for a walk. If the water boys were to see it, high and low, they would have to say, they'd have to get in line. They've wanted to go for a long time. It's not even their turn yet. And this moment, the crowd on the scene didn't realize they had caught fire overseas. Especially Master Lao Zu, called a god-sized amazing man by those big ocean horses. If you can, they really wanted to get to know Master Lao Zu better. At this moment, after the dabbling was over, Old Grandpa went back first. He's going to make lion dance heads. As for Xiao Shuiying and the others, they rested first. Less than 10 hours left until the ancestor sacrifice. It's a busy time in the village. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also wanted to use the camera and record this scene in front of her. Then he and Blackie went to the entrance of the village to shoot. In the meantime, the construction of the village of Day is also in full swing. Villagers have built small houses in their homes. It's still just a prototype though, but it's almost livable. This rural people, they're not even that sophisticated and refined. Even if it is a clear water rough house, but as long as it's your own house and you can live in it, you're just happy. But this time, Guo Chang couldn't laugh at all. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. For a whole week, this big river village was peaceful. At first, some villagers were quite scared, took the money and didn't dare to spend it. Seeing that no one had come to the door for so long, they were all emboldened to let go. This little house, it's building up. New Year's Eve goods, too, are bought by the bucket load. In the entire Dave village, Guo Chang's family is the only one still living in a leaky tiled house. The contrast is that of a tragic one, especially since Self is a college student. Now, even the peasants, who usually look down on themselves, can't compete. This Guo Chang's heart, don't mention how hard it is. Good thing, at this point, things are finally taking a turn for the worse. That is, the reminder message was sent. Every household in the village of Dave received the news. This lender, the tone is not usually bad. Pay back the money in 1 day, or else, kill your whole family. It's just a clean sentence. The group of villagers were all scared to death. All of them ran to the village chief's house and asked Guo Wenkai to give them ideas. Guo Wenkai was also involved in the jerking off of the black network loan that day. No reason, just for one thing, he respected the old ancestor master, and in the bottom of his heart, he had always treated the old ancestor master as his own idol. Therefore, what old ancestor master asked him to do, even if it meant going up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire, he would do it. At this moment, Guo Wenkai was surrounded by panicked villagers. Guo Wenkai, who felt a headache, said in a hurry, "Don't worry everyone, I'm going to ask Master Lao Zu what to do." As soon as he heard the words old ancestor master, at once, the villagers, who had been clamoring just a moment ago, quieted down. I don't know when, in the hearts of the people, the old ancestral master had become a symbol of great authority. With a word from the old ancestor master, they were all relieved. And at this moment, Guo Chang also slipped over and quietly watched everything in front of him. Guo Wenkai called Master Lao Zu's phone. Within half a minute, the phone hung up. Old ancestor master said not to care. These are just scaremongers. Wei Wenkai conveyed old ancestor master's meaning. As soon as those words came out, Guo Chang let out a snort. Are you kidding me? Who's going to believe that? However, what Guo Chang did not expect was, the villagers of Dave village, however, were very convinced. Since old ancestor master has said so, it must be fine. Yes, when the old ancestor did not also said, can jack money, and then it is not jacked. We listen to the old ancestor of everything. It is right, the villagers said. Now, this directly made Guo Chang whole won't. He would have thought, being so intimidated by a black online loan, this group of villagers will definitely turn against the water when they are in a panic. When the time came, it would be able to take a bite out of Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, this group of people were as determined as if they had eaten a steelyard weight, and from the beginning to the end, they all looked up to Qin Feng. Thinking about it, Guo Chang couldn't help but open his mouth. How can you guys believe this? This Qin Feng is clearly irresponsible and talking nonsense. And the words came out. A scene that made Guo Chang even more unexpected appeared, only to see, Guo Wenkai looked at him unhappily. Keiko, what do you mean by that? Are you going to openly rebel against the old ancestral master? If you dare to disrespect old ancestor master, don't blame me for disregarding my fellow villagers. That's a cold-hearted thing to say. Straight away, Guo Chang was dumbfounded. Shit, have these people been descended by the old granddaddy? All this, and you're still obsessed with Master Lao Zu? And he was taught a lesson by Guo Wenkai. Guo Changda was also harboring a fire in his heart. Damn, if you disregard your fellow village's love, then I'll do something tough too. With that, Guo Chang immediately downloaded the BlackNet loan app. He certainly wasn't jerking off to online lending. Instead, find the contact information for these lenders. The day of this ancestor's sacrifice is almost here. Guo Chang decided to give Qin Feng a big one. Ancestor worship is the most important day of the year in the village. On this day, the whole village gathers to burn incense and pay homage to the ancestors. Even the people in the village of Day. They also go to Taoyuan village to participate in ancestor worship. The people of the two villages are, ancestrally, more or less connected. One can only imagine how grand the scene will be on that day. and all Guo Chang wanted was, on that very day, let the people from the online lending company come over and arrest Qin Feng in public. In this way, Qin Feng was making a big fool of himself. Let's see who's going to call him some laborious old grandpa when the time comes. It's a disgrace, and such a big scandal in Taoyuan village. When the time comes, there will be no place to hide in front of their Dave village. Just thinking about it made Guo Chang want to laugh. Thinking about it, Guo Chang accelerated the movements in his hands. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. No, we need to call more people. They jacked up a couple dozen in total with this app, so I'll call them all. So many people, it's enough to surround Taoyuan village. Damn, that image, it's exciting to think about. These days, the video related to Taoyuan village has created a huge buzz overseas. Even, there are quite a few Chinese people, who specially climbed over the wall and went to the extranet to watch it. To ask why, the reason is simple, pride. The Chinese were surprised to find out. This group of crooked people are very eager for Taoyuan village. At the bottom of the video, it's all about the Quaaludes party. There are even individuals would go over the wall to see Master Lao Zu's live stream. Others were so excited that they even bought air tickets to China. The appearance of Taoyuan village makes these crooked people understand. It turned out that Huaxia was not at all as backward as they had imagined. Over the years, under the machinations of certain countries, it specifically smears China, saying that it is backward, and that its economic level is worrying, and so on. Even, there are such counterintuitive remarks as can't afford to eat eggs and can't even spare the squash. Can the video of Peachland village? But it was like a mouthful that unveiled this multi-year scam. The real China is not at all like the books, even a village. It's all so rich and advanced. With their own unique factories, every family carries a big gold chain. Food and clothing are no worries, and the villagers live and work in peace and contentment. The village chief is also a legendary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who can cure anything. There is no patient he can't cure. Even the water you drink is so sweet. The air was filled with a sweet scent. This has made countless crooked people yearn for it. There has been a flurry of comments on the extranet. I can't wait to move to Peachland village overnight. Taoyuan village is so beautiful. It's my second hometown. Look at this Taoyuan village. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, a woman can casually hang out in the village without worrying about safety at all. And then look at our country. We are afraid of being robbed when we go out. Living here, as a single woman, is too dangerous. The villagers of this Taoyuan village can also be issued gold bars and year-end benefits, which is not much better than the dole. Try to ask, who doesn't want to live in Taoyuan village? Anyone who really loves life should visit Taoyuan village. I have already booked a ticket. I will fly to China next week. I am going for the Peach Village, but even if I can't go, I still plan to have a good time in China. The country that can produce the Peach Village must be an open and tolerant country. Countless little essays that make the Wahini look proud. It was a moment of deep pride for Taoyuan village. Be proud of your country. And this phenomenon. It was also teased by the Water Friends, having a great scholar to write about the forest for me. The meaning is simple. Back in the day, it was the Italian magazine that brainwashed the Chinese. It is filled with many articles praising foreign countries and belittling their own. What a happy education. What a free civilization. What a utopia. But now, the Chinese are surprised. Nowadays, it's crooked man who writes about the forest. They lavishly praised Huaxia and Taoyuan village. This matter even became a hot search, hanging on the Weebly with a strange heat. And accordingly, the heat of the live broadcast also rose. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was thrilled to see the old ancestor fire to the first place in the hot search. Old ancestor master, you're on fire. This time, you're really on fire. As a college student at the age of 18, let the whole country know the name of self. However, compared to Xiao Shuiying's excitement, Qin Feng acted unusually calm. Oh, Qin Feng said expressionlessly. Xiao Shuiying felt puzzled. Old ancestor master, aren't you excited at all? You've really set the country on fire. This heat, even if it's just to share a little bit with someone else, that's all a splash of glory. Who wouldn't want such an honor? However, the old grandpa was the only one who didn't want it. Noisy as hell, Qin Feng said with a somewhat unhappy face. Shuiying Xiao, it's a straight-up hot face on a cold ass. The disheveled Xiao Shuiying sat down on the stool, not daring to make the slightest sound. I'm afraid I'll disturb Master Lao Zu. And it was at this time that Xiao Shuiying realized with surprise. Old grandpa was actually handcrafting the lion dance head. No wonder old grandpa resented her for being noisy. This job is, indeed, a focused job. Can't be bothered. Thus, Xiao Shuiying was very cute and covered her mouth with her own hand, covering it tightly. But the watery eyes were still fully focused on the old ancestor. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room, too, was soaring. Countless watermen have found it. Not only have the numbers gone up, and a lot of crooked people came in, the Chinese text that these people typed was stumbling and unable to form a sentence, with many typos, totally just learning it. Hello everyone, I'm Alice. I'm a Maple Leaf fan from the Maple Leaf country. I'm a Maple fan from Woolly Bear, and my name is Alyosha. Countless white beauties made appearances on the air. It is said that the avatars of crooked people are basically pictures of themselves. Not really wrong about that. They've taken this habit and brought it within the Chinese network as well. At the moment, a bunch of waterbenders clicked in. Then you can clearly see that these flavorful beauties. There are even individuals that have posted videos of themselves. That body, it screams power. It's a feast for the eyes just to look at. You can imagine how forward and backward the body must be. Straight away, the crowd of waterbenders were numb with envy. This old ancestor master is truly blessed with a lot of color. In front of the snowy green goddess, there's a whole lot of white goddesses after that. Gee, they don't even have one yet. This old granddaddy, even for a change, that's probably decades, to enjoy. Sour, is really sour and numb. And that's when there was one person, however, who couldn't laugh at all. At this time, Hua Chinyu, who had just released a new song, looked at the word Qin Feng on the hot search gang and fell into deep thought. No, who is this kid? Hua Chinyu's heart was grossed out. This is a key moment in the release of his divine composition Cancer. There are 10 positions on the hot list. From the 1st to the 9th, they were all Qin Fangs. Hua Chinyu looked all the way down. Hashtag Qin Feng Taoyuan Village Hashtag Qin Feng is an old grandpa at such a young age. Hashtag Qin Feng, the strongest village chief in history. Hashtag Qin Feng, what is a crocodile if not a fish? Hashtag Qin Feng single-handedly broke into Amazon for a part-time job. Hashtag it's all about Qin Feng. If this was something big worth watching, Hua Chinyu would be fine with it. See the 9th place title. Hua Chinyu was almost so angry that he spat out blood. Only, it was written. Hashtag old grandpa Qin Feng looks so handsome when he drinks. Hashtag a little bit goes in. The comments section is full of a bunch of Philistines. Seeing this scene, Hua Chinyu almost didn't faint from anger. Shit, a drink of water can be on the hot seat? And the reason why he was able to snag this last-minute spot in 10th place, still dropping a whole $5 million on big eyes for advertising. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood in front of him without spending a single penny. It's still a crushing force. What's with this kid? Getting on the hot seat is as easy as eating. It's a real people pleaser. Hua Chinyu was so angry that he clenched his fists and squeezed them tightly. And just then, Hua Chinyu suddenly stood up. No, I can't sit around like this anymore. It's a song that has to be publicized more. The song, Cancer, was a labor of love that he worked on in the studio for a full 5 hours behind closed doors. Hua Chinyu was very confident that this song could blow up the entire Chinese language for him. And right now, what the song needs most is publicity. With more publicity, the song, naturally, would catch fire. And right now, Qin Feng has snatched all the traffic from the entire network. This was detrimental to Hua Chinyu. Thus, Hua Chinyu immediately called for his own agent. Throw tens of millions of dollars more in marketing costs into it and make sure to take the #1 spot on the hot search. At that, the agent was directly stunned. This hasn't even started making money yet. Just throw money in there. He deeply doubted that Hua Chinyu was out of his mind. Not to mention, millions have been thrown in before. That's a marketing expense for a singer that's over the top. Wouldn't this be a bit too hasty? Thought the agent politely. I don't care. This song must top the #1 hot search for me. I'm still waiting to send it to my friends. Hua Chinyu shook the cell phone in his hand. Over the years, as an independent singer-songwriter, Hua Chinyu has never been represented. It's also been criticized in the music industry. He needed a chance to prove himself so badly, especially in front of those music industry seniors. Hua Chinyu wanted to make them deeply aware. They, the old guys, are out. And self is the man of the hour in the Chinese music world. At that, the agent revealed an embarrassed look. This is probably a bit difficult. This guy called Qin Feng has practically finished wrapping up the hot search. Hearing this, Hua Chinyu was displeased. He opened the hot search that had something to say about Qin Feng on the spot. Before that, he hadn't even looked at it properly. It was only then that he took a closer look. After seeing what was inside, immediately, Hua Chinyu directly laughed out loud. Broker? ? The agent showed a black question mark as if to say, what's so funny? Hua Chinyu laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Ouch. I thought it was some bull-nosed character. Just a small village chief. This is too corny, isn't it? Let's see. Mountain songs, New Year's paintings. What kind of crappy antiques are these? What kind of era is this? Still doing this kind of old-fashioned stuff. Not fashionable at all. And at the moment, hearing Hua Qinyu's words, the agent's face became more and more embarrassed. Generally, those who are entertainers are less educated and haven't studied much, and to be an agent, they all come from a seriously advanced degree background. Therefore, the highly educated agent couldn't help but speak out. You can't say that. People are promoting traditional culture. Now that the country is also vigorously supporting this. As far as this is concerned, Qin Feng is still a very good person. Snort. Hua Qinyu, however, did not give any face at all. What's the point of messing with that? It's the age of entertainment. The audience also doesn't appreciate it at all. They don't know if something is good or bad. It's people with no taste who find these old things interesting. I don't care. You continue to increase the publicity. I want to see the results in half an hour. Hua Qinyu directly gave a dead order. Brokers are frankly here to work. He had no choice but to listen to Hua Qinyu's orders, called the marketing company immediately, and Hua Qinyu was full of anticipation. Looking at the word Qin Feng that appeared with high frequency on the hot search list, Hua Qinyu had a strong premonition. Later on, it's self who will pack the hot seat. This is the power of money, and you know nothing about it, Hua Qinyu said triumphantly. Thinking about it, the springy Hua Qinyu, suddenly his desire came up, trying to make a big splash. So, immediately, he picked up the phone. Hurry over, I have something to do in half an hour, Hua Qinyu hurriedly said. The man over there said nonchalantly, I just woke up. Wait for me for a while. Zhang Baiken's voice still had a hint of lethargy. Obviously, it was just waking up. Hua Qinyu, however, had little patience. Make it quick or it'll be too late. It's not like you don't know I have so much time on my hands. I have a big event later. So hurry up and come, Hua Qinyu impatiently urged. At those words, Zhang Baiken didn't dare to delay any longer. The good thing is, the two of them lived just up and down the stairs. So, in less than 5 minutes, Zhang Baiken came upstairs, and the sight of Brian Chung in his pajamas, the agent also had the good sense to find a room and hide in it. At this moment, Zhang Baiken's small face was very red. She and Hua Qinyu had just met not long ago. There has been no tangible progress, and she's always been interested in Hua Qinyu. So, when Hua Qinyu asked her to move here, Zhang Baiken did so without saying a word. Just as now, Hua Qinyu asked him to go upstairs, and Zhang Baiken was filled with anticipation, thinking about the very long sentence Hua Qinyu just said. At that moment, Zhang Baiken was so bashful that she reddened her entire face. At this time, Hua Qinyu also washed up and came over. Seeing this, Zhang Baiken remembered that Hua Qinyu had said that he had something big to do later. Zhang Baiken, who was bent on loving Hua Qinyu, then looked up at the clock on the wall. The time is now 12:05. It's just 25 minutes until 12:30. Thinking of this, Zhang Baiken spoke thoughtfully. Flora, didn't you say you had something important to do later? I don't think there's much time left. Why don't you come back later in the evening? I'm afraid I'll delay your work. She was afraid that, once she came out, it would be dark. And then what? It's not good to hold up Hannah's work. Of course, it's been a long time since Hannah said so herself, and Zhang Baiken believes it deeply. However, upon hearing this, Hua Qinyu waved his hand. It's fine, come on. With that, he directly dragged Zhang Baiken to the room. When Zhang Baiken came out again, there's something different about the whole thing. She blushed a little oddly. Subconsciously, he glanced at the clock on the wall. The time displayed is exactly 12:08. No more, no less, just past 3 minutes. At that moment, Zhang Baiken just had a black line on his face. Shit, where's the promised long time? It's only been 3 fucking minutes. Awesome you are, just a lying bastard. And at that moment, a deflated Hua Qinyu walked out trembling. Looking at Zhang Baiken, Hua Qinyu stiffly squeezed out a smile. Just tell me if Raoul is awesome? Bicentennial Chang. Fucking fark. At this time, Zhang Baiken, the heart is like 10,000 heads of grass running wild. At this time, Hua Qinyu didn't even notice Zhang Baiken's expression. Or rather, he doesn't care. Hua Qinyu, who was about to be deflated, just wanted to eat something good, rushed to the kitchen and got some great tonic soup. As soon as he drank it down, the whole person's complexion, too, recovered a bit. And this moment, the agent came out at a pinch. Yo, a little longer than last time. The agent looked shocked. Bicentennial Chang. At this moment, Zhang Baiken really wanted to escape. Self was really blind in the beginning. What's the deal with this one? And at that moment, the agent came over and reported to Hua Qinyu. It's all taken care of, and a bunch of high-quality waterbenders have been purchased, as you instructed. Hearing this, Hua Qinyu nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Just to put self on top of the hot search. Hua Qinyu felt that it was far from enough. The word Qin Feng, Hannah Qinyu was never going to want to be seen on a hot search again in his life. dare to steal Self's thunder, he will never be able to get away with it. And that's when the water companies are getting into the act. 2. Keep in mind that Peachland Village is live 24 hours a day, and that means, on Weibo, there were superlatives about Chin Fong, which were also updated in real time. The number of users alone is in the staggering millions. One can only imagine how lively it was. And just as the crowd was praising the old ancestor master and holding him up to the heavens, suddenly, there was a discordant sound. These sailors are following Hua Qinyu's lines. Right off the bat, it was pointless to attack what Chin Fong was doing. Traditional culture, all old-fashioned things, young people, should move with the times. For example, Pink Flower Morning Glory. Get baptized in pop music by listening to Cancer by Hana Chinyu. Eat something nice. It's that simple and brutal. And these remarks, needless to say, it directly pissed off Chin Feng's maple leaf powder. It was important to realize that Chin Fong had a huge number of fans, and they're all diehard fans. Mess with them and you're doomed. But anyone with a brain can see that. It's obvious that this is a water army paid for by Hua Chinyu. As a result, Hua Chinyu was immediately revolted. Who are you? How dare you touch my grandpa? Convinced, I went to listen to the song Cancer. What kind of crap is that? And it's baptized? I'm getting fucking cancer just listening to it. Do you think this shit can be good? Brothers, hurry up and top all the other hot searches of Master Lao Zu. Don't let this Hua Chinyu have his way. As a result, countless people ran to top Chin Feng's other hot searches. Less than half an hour, the 10th hotspot that Hana Chinyu had before was topped off. It's not just getting down. Even the top 30 hot search lists were without him. Terrifyingly, the top 30 had all become Chin Feng's field. At this moment, when Hua Chinyu saw this scene, he was also so angry that he was trembling madly. Damn, evil, how could this happen? Hua Chinyu's face turned white as he roared with frantic incompetence. The agent is also straight up numb. Never in a million years. I can't believe I've lifted a rock and smashed it into my own foot. In this way, not only was Self revolted, it also brought Chin Fong to a higher position. Hua Chinyu directly just rolled his eyes in anger. Still, there was a bit of relief in his heart. Luckily this Chin Fong can't sing. In this regard, he still has to call me brother. The loser Hua Chinyu comforted himself. In his opinion, this Chin Fong is an outsider. This Chinese music scene is still Self-same. Look at it this way. Self, even if it is backfired again, there's still a place for it. But for the moment, Hua Chinyu was also really scared. He didn't dare to provoke Chin Fong. This Chin Feng's fan fighting power was just too terrifying. One man, that's one division's worth of sailors. I'd better go back to the Chinese music industry. Thinking about it, Hua Chinyu also thought of a compromise. Don't publicize this song for the time being. This Chin Fong is so hot right now. We're asking for trouble if we go up and tough it out. After some time, when his heat drops, we'll release another song, and at that time, it'll be My Blue Ocean. Hua Chinyu's confidence gasped again. To put it bluntly, it's just like movie scheduling. Seeing that the situation is bad, we'll pull the plug for now. Waiting for the market to get better and then releasing it in theaters will definitely make more money than the former in comparison. However, compared to Hua Chinyu's optimism, the broker, however, showed some concern. Waiting for Chin Fong? How long will we have to wait? The agent was worried. At those words, Hua Chinyu directly laughed in anger. It's a human being. It's all going to go out of style. I just don't believe it. He's going to stay just as popular as he is? Don't worry. This scene, it will come soon, Hua Chinyu said with conviction. Just finished the sentence. Hua Chinyu, who was in a good mood, was in the mood again. However, he turned around, only to find that, in the house, there was no trace of Zhang Baikan for a long time. So, Hua Chinyu immediately dialed the phone. Yet, it shows, the number you have dialed is in progress. The whole thing hit several times. All of them. At that moment, Hua Chinyu was left with a black line on his face. Damn, bitch, don't you dare pull the plug on me. And in the meantime, Zhang Baikan has long since run away. She changed her clothes and ran outside. As for the house, she let her assistant pack it up. Zhang Baikan was genuinely afraid to go back for fear of being caught by Hua Chinyu. Thinking about the discussion between Hua Chinyu and the agent just now. Thus, Zhang Baikan opened the live broadcast of Taoyuan Village. As soon as I saw the tall, handsome man on the cell phone screen, at that moment, Zhang Baikan revealed a florid look. Shit, look at it this way. That's what you call a fucking man. The old bitch revealed a greedy gaze, looking at Chin Fong and the cell phone screen in a state of infatuation. And at this point, Taoyuan Village, Chin Fong suddenly winced. It only felt a chill that rose up from the bottom of his heart. Even Chin Fong couldn't tell where this feeling came from. However, right now, Chin Fong didn't have the time to think so much, because Today is Ancestors' Day. The festival is about to begin. Just after noon, the village of Taoyuan was almost crowded. More than 100 households in Taoyuan village. All of them came. A whole village. And a lot of people came running from Big River village. As a result, the scene was lively. At this moment, the ancestor worship ceremony is ready to begin. The first to enter the arena was the lion dance team. Master Lao Zu is the young lion dancer at the head of the group. Actually, by the way, with Qin Feng's seniority, he would never have to do this. Just do it in the first place. That's all. But Qin Feng's lion dance skills were really superior. A feast for the eyes. People in the village, they love to watch this. Even, it's more active than watching the Spring Festival. The older generation prefers this traditional folk art. And Qin Feng had always been a village chief who spoiled the villagers. Therefore, it went on its own. By the way, it's also an example for the children in Taoyuan village. To be a human being, you can't forget your roots. To be a Chinese, you can't even break your own roots. We must pass on the bright culture that belongs to our own people. Otherwise, sooner or later, the stick will be stolen. At this time, the lion dance with Qin Feng. It was clearly his recently accepted disciple Guiyu. And Guiyu, also holding a brand new lion head. This lion's head, at first glance, is handmade and finished. Simply put, the way the older generation did it. Entirely with paper mache. That's a lot of craftsmanship. The style is exquisite and very evocative. Seeing this scene, a crowd of waterbenders smacked their lips. Master Lao Zu was really awesome. He even made the lion dance head. I'll ask, Master Lao Zu, what is it that can be difficult for you? Upstairs, I'll answer that question for Master Lao Zu. I'm afraid not. Master Lao Zu's hand is too dexterous. Seriously, if you tell me someday that Master Lao Zu can rub a nuclear bomb with his hand, I'll believe it. I have a strong feeling that what you said will most likely come true. Master Lao Zu, a man of infinite possibilities, a legend. The water friends in the live room were all bowled over by Master Lao Zu. And on the scene, Xiao Shuiying was moved to tears. The current lion dance head, all made of fabric. Even the lion dance team, which is engaged in this business. And instead of going handmade, you'll buy it. Of course, it's normal. It's such a pain in the ass to have to do this. But in other words, life is a lot easier now. But on the other hand, many skills have been discarded. And Master Lao Zu is totally back to basics. As it happens, he's not short of money at all. He didn't even need to learn the craft. What does Master Lao Zu want that he can't buy? He has plenty of money. Instead, the old grandfather chose to pass on the craft. For that matter, it's nothing short of artisanal. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was touched. This fickle society. People like that are so rare. Thus, Xiao Shuiying said with great excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen of the water, please enjoy the lion dance performance of Master Lao Zu." The words just fell. The drums are playing. Qin Feng and Guiyu, one big and one small, started the lion dance. The scene became very lively at once. Xiao Shuiying and the others' eyes were wide open, afraid to drop any of the excitement. The show, it's just so good. Out of this village, it would be hard to see such a wonderful lion dance. And at this point, the restless crowd, Guo Chang gradually became somewhat unable to stay. The people around them were looking at Qin Feng, who was not far away. With admiration and worship, the eyes of the entire room were focused on him. Guo Chang, who is the same age and also attends university, can only stand in the corner, unattended. When he thought of this, Guo Chang felt like he had been stabbed with a needle. It stung. Shit, we're all human beings. How come there's such a big difference? He's not convinced. He's going to be a man of the people too. Thinking about it, Guo Chang became more and more impatient. Last time, he had called the lending company to report it. By all rights, it's almost here. But the eyes, not far from the village entrance. Not a single figure. Thinking of this, Guo Chang couldn't hold back. He'll have to ask what's going on. So Guo Chang quietly slipped out, reached a clearing and dialed Fatty Black's number. Fatty Black, one of the owners of none other than Blacknet Loans. There are dozens of lending platforms at hand. It is also the center of fire for the villagers of Date Village to jack up their black online loans. To ask why, the reason is simple. It's dark enough. Qin Feng, who is bent on justice, does not take the black fat man, and that cannot afford to have his own conscience off. And Fatty Black, naturally, saw Qin Feng as a thorn in his side. And that's when the phone dialed. "Why haven't you guys arrived yet?" Guo Chang asked. 2 seconds later, came the sound of a fat black man panting. "I'm straight up lost in this shithole of yours. It's not easy to find at all. Besides, it's hard for me to climb a mountain road in this car." At those words, Guo Chang almost fainted. This is a critical moment. You can't afford to fall off the wagon. Thinking, Guo Chang returned without any hesitation. Tell you what, I'll pick you up in my tri-taxi, and you turn on a Wi-Fi real-time location. Good, Fatty Black answered, and then hung up the phone very decisively. The moment the Great Mountains. Instead, a group of very out-of-place views appeared. The group, uniformly dressed in black t-shirts with gold wings painted on them, inch hair, 8-point pants, beanies, all had a wooden stick in their hands. The group, apparently, were the thugs sent by Blacknet Lending. It's specifically to ask for money, and the leader, naturally, was the fat black man wearing a big gold chain and big gold teeth. Just after hanging up the phone, the black fat man opened his mouth. Brothers, rest here for a while, someone will pick us up soon. Go up there later, you all know what to do, right? Go right in and smash it, never mind the rest, and teach those grandsons a lesson, especially that one called Chin Fong. Let him know well what happens when you count on your labor. Damn it. After saying that, the black fat man cursed and spat on the ground. He already knew from Guo Chang's mouth that this was all a plot by Chin Fong. Fuck that bastard. How dare you come to shady his money? He was never the only one who cunned others, daring to be the first to eat crabs. This kid named Chin Fong. The fat black man thought that there was some kind of a character, but admiration is admiration. But if you dare to mess with him, there's only one way to end up. That is death. At this time, in the Taoyuan village ancestral hall, today is ancestor worship day. That's why the shrine is open. Generally, the doors are closed. That was why Xiao Shuiying and the others, who had been here for some time, saw the appearance of the shrine for the first time. By now, the lion dance was over. The villagers served 3 neatly roasted suckling pigs, exactly what is to be used for worship, and that's when the full view of the shrine was seen. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both wide-eyed. This is too golden, only to see that the shrine was so gorgeous that it was made of pure gold. Shrines, which are common in China. Generally, villages run shrines. Every holiday, the whole village comes to worship and it has become a symbol. Speaking of clans, in fact, it is also because, throughout history, the Han Chinese, for various reasons, have found that it is only by living together in groups that they can avoid being bullied and get along well. As a result, many villages have given birth to a clan culture. A village is a clan. The construction of a shrine is also necessary in every village, in which the spirits of the ancestors are enshrined. But it was the first time the crowd had seen such a luxurious shrine. Just see, put your eyes on it. This shrine is very large, and the door alone is very elaborate. Seeing the confused Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He, Strong Moncler outlet store stroked his beard and laughed. These 3 gates, called the Outer 3 Mountains, are covered with annual paintings of door gods. Inside, there are the 3 inner mountains, and in the center, in the main hall, placed inside, are the shrines of the shrine, on which are engraved different poems in gold characters. On it, at every corner, there are inscriptions, and the gold carvings alone, which amount to more than 20 sentences, are made of pure gold leaf, and crafted. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both sucked in a breath of cool air. Mom, yeah, the phrase means, at the moment, all the bling that the naked eye sees is made of proper gold? Wouldn't that be a big golden house? Previously, that one golden tabletop had scared both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He. A solid gold table, over $6 million, would be luxurious enough. Now, tell them that this entire house is made of pure gold? Mom, yeah. Xiao Shuiying felt that self had been strong enough not to faint from fear. Sure enough, in the old granddaddy of them all, there's no such thing as very posh, only more posh. The water friends in the live broadcast also said, this is too exciting. Watch the old grandpa's show. It's about defeating their perceptions over and over again. Create a shrine out of pure gold. It can no longer be described as being rich and powerful. This can be very capricious. And that's when Xiao Shuiying also sent out a question that was like a question until the depths of his soul. Master Chang, can I ask how much this house cost? Xiao Shuiying said weakly. She had a hunch. The number, I'm afraid, is something she can't estimate. And at the moment, hearing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. Goddess asks a good question. And I'm curious. A shrine is made of pure gold? This old ancestor is too rich. Bullnose, it's really refreshing. This time we've really opened our eyes to the world. And at that point, Strong Moncler outlet store said he smiled without saying a word. A single look made Xiao Shuiying understand. That number, I'm afraid, is one she'd rather not hear. I know. Xiao Shuiying nodded silently. Sometimes, not knowing the truth may be tender to the self. And at this point, the steps of worship are also being practiced gradually. All of them came to the hearth. The children of Taoyuan village are dressed in the handbox of children in ancient times. They fell to their knees and reverently kowtowed to their ancestors. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was in little mood, still reeling from the blow from the party's pure gold shrine. And that's when questions were also raised. Then again, this shrine was all built with the village paying for it together, right? Wouldn't it be too much of a waste to create a pure gold shrine? I am also curious, even if the village population is large, but this is spread to the head of each person, I am afraid, is a considerable amount of money. Right, my village is also like this. Every year to donate money. This year also donated $2,000. I am particularly annoyed. This is none of my business. I only go home on New Year's Day, but also ask me for money. As for the ancestors, isn't it better to remember them in your heart? Why build a shrine with so much love? Isn't this a waste of social resources? I have the same experience. I really want to say, do not want to donate money at all. Simply do not build. We make money is not easy, but also the whole so much expenditure. At this moment, seeing these words, Xiao Shuiying's heart sank. As a townie, Xiao Shuiying is not having these experiences. But Blackie was raised in the countryside. Right? Oh, my village is also like this. This year's New Year, the village also asked my family for a few $1,000s. Really annoying. My family that ancestral hall are built in general, the old ancestral master this. Must not each family out of a few million? Xiao He said in a very reluctant tone. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. If that's the case, the villagers of Taoyuan village, then, are too pitiful. Paying $5 million to build a shrine that you normally wouldn't even use. That's too extravagant? And this quote from Blackie. Instantly, the water boys were shocked. $5 million? My goodness. This village is too hard. It seems that all the money that was usually given to the villagers has now been returned. Old ancestor master, this is a little bad, right? Build ancestral hall, nothing wrong. But make such a luxury. But also let every family donate money. This is also too outrageous. If I am the villagers of Taoyuan village, I would have come out to oppose it. It is estimated that they are all looking at the old ancestor's feelings. Had to give it. Are the younger generation? This old ancestor. But the elders, who dares to disobey him? It's only been a few minutes. Earlier, the crowd had envied the villagers of Taoyuan village for their good fortune. Now, all of them feel that the villagers are really miserable. Families pay millions to build a solid gold shrine. It's really not necessary. This wave, Master Lao Zu really dragged the villagers down. And at this time, the sharp-eyed Xiao Shuiying realized that not far away, there was a carving on the wall. She looked closer, and instantly, her beautiful eyes widened a few inches. Come and take a look at this. Xiao Shuiying hurriedly greeted Xiao He. Blackie came forward carrying the camera. When he read the content of the text on it, Deng was dumbfounded. The engraved text was clearly the Fong Ming list of the Qin Ancestral Hall in Taoyuan village, and the dense list of donations on it. Simply put, it's a record of the names that donated money for construction. When seeing the first place, at that moment, Blackie was stunned, only to see that after Qin Feng's name, it says 3 words, 50 million, and at this point, Xiao Shuiying also saw this. The two were dumbfounded in unison. What shocked them even more, however, was yet to come. There are many names on this fangled list. Everyone else donated money as well. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He had thought, it will be like the waterboys say, all donating a lot of money. However, take a look away. Just realize that it's not like that at all. Basically, they donate thousands and hundreds of dollars. Compared to Master Lao Zu's $50 million, that's like a gravel in the ocean. Insignificant. Suddenly, Xiao Shuiying's eyes lit up. Look, water friends, who said that old ancestor pits the villagers to donate money? Look at you guys. Is this called a pit? Human old ancestor master clearly wrapped up the entire shrine all by himself. The others, who contributed money, can't even be considered edges. Xiao Shuiying's face was all proud. Numb. It's really numb. Previously, they had criticized that it was too inhuman for old Master Zhu to force the villagers to donate money in this way. But now, the facts are in front of us. The shrine, basically, was built at the expense of the old ancestor alone. People build what they want with their own money. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Those who had been nitpicking just now were, at once, unable to speak. Worthy of being an old ancestor master. This time, I know whether there is or not. Master Lao Zu is really rich and capricious. Spend $50 million to build the ancestral hall of the, I guess, not many people in the country can do so. Spending so much on building a shrine, old ancestor master's wealth. I'm afraid it's incalculable. TSK, I can't even dream of doing this well. Be aware that there is a single page in the genealogy. Everyone felt that such an honor would be worth living a lifetime for a person. Instead, the old grandmaster had built such a splendid shrine with his own hands. Needless to say, 100 years later, his descendants, all of them, will know that such a marvelous character came from their ancestors. It is looked up to by children and grandchildren as an example. Just the thought of it. Just let a bunch of waterboys be envious. Such an honor. It's what they dreamed of. And didn't dare to do. It's really hard to do. At this point, however, there were voices of skepticism. It's right to build a shrine. To spend money to build a better one. To honor the ancestors. But this money, it's a bit too much. Isn't it? It's simply too extravagant. Isn't it a waste? Yeah, I was just about to say. It's $50 million. What's wrong with that? The man is dead. And these shrines, frankly, don't serve any purpose. Think of how many underfed children there are in Africa. And the old ancestors threw in $50 million just for a shrine. I think your ancestors would have preferred to see you take the money and use it for charity instead of doing these vain things. That's when the live feed ran with some keyboard warriors and sanctimonious bitches. Started attacking the old grandmaster. Yes, I think so, too. Doing more charity work is good for you. What's wrong with that? Master Lao Tzu is still too extravagant. This money, I think, take it and donate it to the society. How good? That's a lot of talk for one thing. It's still too much of a waste to use the $50 million to build a shrine. It should be taken to charity. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying frowned her good-looking brows and was somewhat helpless. Easy for these keyboard warriors to say. Really? Speechless. Before asking others to donate money, donate a little more yourself first. Xiao Shuiying complained in a small voice. In her opinion, these people don't have to be much of a charity. Simply jealous of the old granddaddy. So, say something sardonic. Thinking they are on the moral high ground, they point fingers at others. In fact, I can't even do it myself. However, hearing these words from Xiao Shuiying, Blackie said he had something to say. Goddess, I think they have a point. This $50 million is still too much of a waste. Not to mention $50 million. $500,000 would be enough to build a nice shrine. How many years have people been gone? To be frank, these shrines, they are just some feudal dross. Throwing money into them, it's the same as throwing it into the water. What's the difference? Blackie knows this as well. In his old village, he was also to build a shrine. For this reason, villagers are often asked to donate money. Kuro felt irritated. It's not easy for him to work for himself. It's only a couple thousand a month for a lot of hard work. This house and car are not even bought yet. Neither does a girlfriend. It was annoying enough as it was. This village is still making him pay. Can this make Blackie not feel bad? Plus, Blackie grew up outside when he was very young. Therefore, he actually has little affection for the old countryside. Even what people are enshrined in the shrine, he's not even sure. Of course, Blackie wasn't interested. Thinking about it, Xiaohei took Self's experience and briefly talked about it. Hey, to put it bluntly, clans are a product of the last century. And now, times have changed. The popular model now is to just take care of your own little family. These shrines, they've long since been eliminated. And always asking us for money on New Year's Day. If you ask me, it's enough to have the ancestors in your heart. So why bother with all this? What a waste of money and effort. Xiao Hei complained. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was silent for a moment. She didn't know what to do. It just felt like what Blackie said. At first glance, made sense. What you said. It seems like there's nothing wrong with it. Thinking that, Xiao Shuiying spoke helplessly. And at that moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room, hearing Blackie's experience, also spoke. I have the right to speak. I'm simply the same as Blackie. I haven't been back to my hometown for how many years? And you're asking me for money to build a shrine? What does that have to do with me? I'm so tired. I'm in my 30s. I don't even have a girlfriend. So what's wrong with my ancestors? I'll live my own life first. Besides, if my ancestors can really bless me, I shouldn't be so unlucky. In other words, if I'm so unlucky, I can't complain to them enough. Rightly so, these are dross and should have been discarded long ago. Master Lao Tzu is so young. Only 18 years old. I can't see that he is such a feudal and old-fashioned person. Yes, I feel that this is the only thing that people can't understand. What's wrong with this $50 million? To get girls to buy drunk, decades are not spent. Actually go to build a shrine to worship ancestors? This, I can only say that I do not understand. Greatly shocked. And just as the discussion was getting heated on the air, this is also when the worship begins to move to the next step. Suddenly, Moncler Outlet Store Strong and the other Moncler Jackets Outlet Store, 10 or so men, each holding a large picture frame, walked in. It looks like it's to pay homage to an ancestor. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were both shaken. The only thing you can see is that the photos look old. They're black and white, and they bear the marks of age. But that's not the point. The bottom line is this. The people in these photos are very young. Looking only in their mid-20s. Their eyes were all dark and shiny, and even, some of them looked like they were only in their teens, childish, even. In the corner, in 2 frames, were 2 little boys only 7 or 8 years old. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both went numb, outright speechless. By the way, ancestors that many people worship, all gray-haired old men, but at the moment, appeared before them, but it is a very young man, even, than Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He, are younger. See this, live water friends, also silent. The whole room was silent. A good few minutes passed. It took a while for someone to speak on the air. How did these people die so young? Isn't this Taoyuan village a village of longevity? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. There are 2 boys who are only 7 or 8 years old, and they are in elementary school, and they died together. There's something fishy going on. Yes, it's definitely not as simple as being sick, right? It's hard to believe that there are still some unseen secrets in Taoyuan village. And just then, someone else noticed the blind spot as well. My God. You see, these people died at almost the same time. See this pop up. At that moment, both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were shaken. They put their eyes on it. Heck, just see. The deaths of these men were almost all centered in 1931. It's basically the last couple years. And that's when a water boy on the air spoke. 1931. Ah, this year, what happened? We still remember it. The words came out. The whole room was silent. Who could forget? That year, it happened. It is engraved in the life of every Chinese person and never dares to be forgotten. And at the moment, all these people, however, have died in that period of time. Needless to say, they are naturally. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying's beautiful eyes had long been filled with tears. So, it turned out to be a hero. Xiao Shuiying was trembling all over. At this time, Xiao He was also dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Didn't realize. These people are heroes. It's a real hero. The ancestors of Taoyuan village were, surprisingly, loyalists. My God. All these people even died in the resistance. So many people. So young. God. I cannot say words. And that one sentence reminded the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying looked away. This one young and energetic face. Unbelievable. That year, they were burdened with such a heavy responsibility. They live in dire straits. But these young people. No, I should say. These guys are just kids. Late teens. Early 20s. Not a child. What? The light in these children's eyes. That light is more resolute than anyone else. They face the camera with determined smiles. But on the contrary, young people today, popular morning culture, moving around and wanting to die. There are even people who hate this and that and complain about the world. But these kids, what they're facing, that's in the history of mankind. What a most heavy and difficult war. They, on the other hand, do not complain, but, instead, have the most radiant smiles. Then, chose to give his life for his country. No complaints. And that's when some people on the air also raised their own doubts. Why? Among those sacrificed, are there 2 children? At this age, shouldn't they be growing up happily under the protection of their parents? This question is a straight shot to the soul. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were also confused. Yeah, why is that? These 2 are only 7 or 8 years old. It looks, well, healthy, shouldn't have died of an illness. And, combined with the time of their deaths, Hurley, it was during the war that he died. Could it have been killed by the brats? Yeah, how many innocent souls were caused by the massacre of the brats back then? Damn it, brats deserve to die. They are still just children. It's really too poor. Died under the butcher's knife. What did they do wrong? At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, it also explains the confusion in the mind. Xiao Shuiying nodded. The truth is probably true. 2 young boys only 7 or 8 years old, died in the war against Japan. It must have been an innocent killing. Otherwise, what else could it be? Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying's resentment towards the footpad chicken increased by 1 more point. However, the next second, a scene that shocked Xiao Shuiying appeared. See only, the children of Taoyuan village. They all walked over. They looked at the 2 boys. All kowtowed neatly. Worship the spirits of our ancestors in heaven, the children said in unison. Then, thud after thud, that crisp kowtowing sound hit Xiao Shuiying's eardrums. On the faces of these kids, Xiao Shuiying saw unprecedented piety. At this moment, countless people were moved. Seeing these children, I only feel ashamed of myself. Back then, when our school spring trip to the mausoleum of the anti-Japanese heroes, we were all playing around. Compared with this group of children, we are too poor. What children know? Some adults don't. And the more they live, the less they understand. Don't yell. Don't yell. I'll change now. And that's when the children looked up. Their faces, long ago, were wet with tears. Forehead, all red and swollen with marks. It was evident that the kids were too serious when they kowtowed. I've hurt myself and I don't even care. See this scene. Some people expressed a lack of understanding. This group of children, after kowtowing to the other ancestors, the two 8-year-olds who kowtowed to them afterward, toward the back, it was obvious. These kids were even more serious when they kowtowed. The tears in those eyes, too, rolled down. The kids are crying so much. What's going on? Is it hard to empathize? After all, our children think about it, they in this peaceful era, and in the old ancestral master led by the village of Taoyuan, living what God's days, while their ancestors and the children, but died under the knife of the brats. That's true, but I always felt a little weird about it. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also felt that something was wrong, and just then, one of the children, a little boy, suddenly shouted, "Ancestors, I will learn my strength well, work out hard, uphold your will, and when I grow up, I will be like you and fight the devils." The words came out. At that moment, both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were dumbfounded. What? Did they hear right? These two little boys, weren't they unfortunately killed? Rather, those who died fighting ghosts. But them, they're still just kids. In an instant, both were speechless. And that's when someone on the air stepped up to the plate. God! I know! It's the doll soldiers. Back then, when the fight came to the back, there was almost no one left, so they had no choice but to let this group of child soldiers on, and at an average age of less than 15 years old, they carried the guns and went to the battlefield. Yes, I remember. The doll soldiers back then, now, also have a different name, which is pioneers. The moment the entire broadcast went silent, countless water users, all immersed in mixed emotions. Some people go on a frantic search for information. Some people, sitting where they are, look sad. And that's when a waterman spoke. I've looked up the information. This incident is recorded in history. It's called the Battle of Songzhan. It's a small day when they wanted to cut off other countries' weapons aid to China, blocking the anti-Japanese transmission channel, and China was forced to send troops. And at that time, it was already 1944. There had not been many people left, and it was forced to go on more than 7,000 doll soldiers. These doll soldiers, the oldest is only 15 years old, the youngest, only 9 years old. The whole 7,000 people go. No one return. At the moment, see the last sentence. Everyone was shocked. One could only feel a violent sense of powerlessness welling up from deep within his heart. Xiao Shuiying's tears, too, dampened her clothes. In her excitement, she was somewhat unable to care about her image and shouted hoarsely. And not one of them came back alive? Not a single one? Xiao Shuiying said powerlessly. Perhaps she knows it too. This question, too, is futile. The whole kingdom, for those 8 years, became hell. In that case, returning alive from the battlefield is almost impossible, especially when they're still just an 8 or 9-year-old. And across the street, the footwell chickens, they're all grown-ups. The small life has always been perverted. It's hard to imagine the horrific torture these baby soldiers suffered when they fell into the hands of the little day. Just think about it. Xiao Shuiying felt a little weak in the legs. And at this point, thousands of miles away, a girl, looking at her cell phone, was already in tears. She tuned in. Naturally, it's the Winter Vacation Chronicles section. Actually, it's not just her. The entire millions of water friends in the live broadcast room were all in tears. And this moment, the girl looked at the children in that picture frame. Take another look. Name in the lower right corner. Qin Yulai, Qin Erxiao. At that moment, the girl was a jolt. Both names. She seemed to have seen it somewhere. Suddenly, the girl stood up, pulled a book out of the bookcase. The book, written by a war correspondent during the war. In the book, it's all about those years, what he saw in China. Then the girl quickly turned to a certain page. See above. Heck, it's a picture of these two teenage heroes. At that moment, the girl was a jolt. She rushed to her cell phone and, then, clicked on video chat. At this point, Taoyuan Village, Qin Clan Ancestral Hall. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both immersed in grief. On the scene, the atmosphere was heavy. At that moment, suddenly I saw a connect request. Xiao Shuiying was surprised. She had wanted to refuse, only to see that this girl had been sending out pop-ups. Xu Etching, I'm a subscriber requesting a link. I found information about these two teenage heroes in a war correspondence book. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Almost without thinking, Xiao Shuiying took the connecting request. 3 seconds later, on the opposite side of the cell phone screen, a young, playful girl appeared. But the girl's pretty face was a crying mess, eyes swollen as big as walnuts. It was almost a sob. But despite this, the girl braced herself and said, "Hi everyone, sorry I look a little ugly right now, but that's not the point. The point is this." With that, the girl picked up a red book. "This book, it's as thick as a brick." Xiao Shuiying remembered. The girl said it. "The book is a war correspondent, documenting insights into the resistance. And the book is so thick, as you can imagine. I'm afraid there were countless tragedies back then. How else to support such a brick-thick book? Think about it." Xiao Shuiying's heart sank. The water friends in the live room were in an even sadder mood. And at that moment, the girl continued. "These two little heroes are called Qin Yulai and Qin Erxiu, and this reporter, as it happens, interviewed them all. You see." With that, she opened the book. And on the book, heck, there was a picture of the two little heroes. Seeing this, everyone was energized. Xiao Shuiying also looked seriously. The girl continued to explain as well. "It is written in the book." The reporter asked Qin Yulai, "Little hero, after the war is over, what do you want to go do?" Saying this, the girl's voice became more and more choked. "You know, through the lens, is not at all clear to read the text on it. It is really dense. So, people are even in a hurry." But one could only be patient and listen to the girl's explanation. Xiao Shuiying said sharply. "Said what? This question is," at the same time, the voice of countless water lovers. "Yeah, people are curious. What will this little hero want to do when the war is over?" In the mind of such a young child, there must be a lot of beautiful fantasies. I guess he must want to go home. The war is over, so it's all the more reason to return to the bosom of his home country. I don't think so. I think he must be saying, go to the academy and study hard, make progress, and remember the saying, the truth is only within the range of the cannon. I put myself in your shoes for a moment. I think I want to eat good food, wear good clothes, and have a good night's sleep. And what people who have been through a war crave the most is not fine clothes and food, or dreams, but peace and quiet. They're still just kids. I think kids should have simple thoughts, all thinking about going to play. So the little heroes must be talking about going to have a good time. And at this point, seeing the countless speculative pop-ups on the air, instead, the girl squeezed out a smile that was more embarrassing than a cry, and she shook her head. "No, that's not what little hero Qin Yulai said. He said that by that time, I would be dead, but Wa Xia would surely be victorious." Boom! The words came out. Everyone's mind went blank. They rolled out countless guesses, but never expected it. Qin Yulai's little hero's words would come out as such. Countless watermen thought, Qin Yulai's idea of a young hero is surely an expectation of a bright future. But no one expected it. The moment you step onto the battlefield, this teenage hero, 4-1, never thought of going back alive. At this moment, the girl was also completely tense. The sound of her crying reached every ear. Xiao Shuiying was also holding back and crying in a small voice. But as a moderator, Xiao Shuiying realized that it couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, the rhythm of the live broadcast is going to be disrupted. Thinking, Xiao Shuiying suddenly thought of something, and she opened her mouth to ask, "And, did little hero Qin Yulai say anything else?" Xiao Shuiying was curious. At this question, a group of waterbenders also spoke up. "Yeah, I'd like to know what else the little hero said. Too, I'd like to know there's more about the hero. Tell me about it. These two teenage heroes, what happened afterward?" However, at the moment, the girl's expression, however, was filled with infinite compassion. "I'm sorry about that," the girl said apologetically. "That's what's written in this book. That's what it says." At those words, everyone was shaken. "How did this happen?" Xiao Shuiying said with some reluctance. She thought that the book was densely packed with interviews about Qin Yulai's little hero. "I had thought that I would be able to get to know this hero through this book, but I didn't realize that it was just this one sentence that had to do with the little hero." At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room also felt a pang of regret. "And it's gone? Could it be a lie to us? I don't believe it. The little hero died for his country, just left such a little trace? If that's the case, then it's too hard to bear." At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, the girl was helpless as well. "I'm sorry, but throughout history, a person's life is often just summed up and completed in just one or two sentences. But what a heavy life it was for them." What the girl said was not unreasonable. Yeah, throughout history, how many heroes? They left a magnificent scene in history, but 1,000 years later, it can be summarized in just a few words. And Qin Yulai, the little hero, did the same. And that's when a waterbender asked the question, "And the little hero of Qin Air? We would like to know, too, the deeds of this hero." The moment. Seeing this, the girl's expression steeply, turned out to be wrong. Countless sailors, all of them, sensed this. "Are you okay?" Xiao Shuiying said with concern, only feeling that the girl's condition didn't seem too good. "I am okay, I can still hold it," the girl said as she steeled herself. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying had a strong sense of unease. Intuition told her, this matter, too, is related to Qin Er's little hero. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying asked weakly, "Is it something that happened to Qin Er's little hero?" At those words, the girl jerked her head up, a flash of shock in her eyes. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying knew that she had guessed correctly. "Well," she replied softly, "what I say next will omit the process, because the process, to talk about it, is so brutal that I don't have the courage. If any waterman wants to know the details of the process, place your own order for the book," the girl said under her breath. When she finished, she forced herself to calm down and spoke again. "Qin Er's little hero was unfortunately captured." The words came out. Everyone's heart lifted. Captured? In the hands of the brats? Wouldn't that be? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also covered her mouth in fear. He was held in a cell full of torture devices, and the little day asked him, "Kid, how do you want to die?" The girl's voice was getting choked up the more she spoke. Qin Er little hero replied back, "You're the little kid. I died the moment I stepped onto the battlefield." After saying this, Qin Er's little hero was brutally murdered. The girl was already sobbing when she said this. At this moment, countless water friends are numb, really numb. It just felt like shaking uncontrollably, swimming on the verge of collapse at any moment. Unbelievable. What a terrible ordeal the hero of Qin Er Shao suffered during his life. And that's when the girl said sorry and hung up hastily. Apparently, she had an emotional breakdown and went to cry. At this point, the people in the live room were no better than her. Countless watermen were overwhelmed with emotion. Tribute to the martyrs. May the world be at peace. When a nation is forced to the brink of extinction, the people at that time is a desperate attempt. The bones of the national gas full release. Not to fight is to die. Now in the era of peace, we can never empathize. But please remember that war. Remember those who bled for us predecessors. Remember, there is a country. There is a home. They didn't grow up to make us better and stronger. Now that the motherland is strong, the children now no longer have to go through this. Honor the heroes. Rain is coming. Air Shao. The motherland is also fine. And you are also well. Tribute. Who are you today to forgive for them? Sailors, in my hometown, there is the mausoleum of the doll soldiers, so you must come and see them. They're still there. Forever. I've been to this place. And there are statues of the doll soldiers and the names of each one of them. Go and see them. Let them know that we remember them and have never forgotten. If I get pregnant, I'll go and pick a name for the child's name, as a way of saying that I've brought back a hero, so that he can see that the world is in full bloom. An inch of mountain, an inch of blood, 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. The countless water friends in the live broadcast room were numb with tears. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, something occurred to her. In the next second, Xiao Shuiying was seen walking over to the children. Dang! A loud thud. Xiao Shuiying is also kowtowing to the heroes. Seeing this, Blackie's eyes widened. He snapped back to what Self had said earlier. In a moment, Blackie gave Self 2 slaps in the face. Damn! These are anti-Japanese heroes. The elder ancestors did the right thing. That's how they should be worshipped. Pure gold shrine. It's worth doing. Heroes, it's worth it, Xiao He said while reddening his eyes. Then, he also followed Xiao Shuiying, joined the kowtowing queue. See this scene. The waterbenders on the live feed also took action, even through the screen. But the water boys, too, want to give their loyalty for the hero. Countless people, across the screen, kowtowed to the heroes. It was a spectacular scene. Even in a crowded streetcar on a lively street, countless passers-by were surprised. Some people were holding their cell phones and their eyes were swollen from crying. In public, as if committing mental illness, he kowtowed 3 times to his cell phone. Many passers-by took photos and posted them online. At first, everyone thought that it was some kind of cult-strange phenomenon, organized these brainwashed people, in public, to perform such bizarre actions. But after some water boys explained it, the passers-by understood. It's not a cult at all. Instead, they kowtow to the heroes of the resistance. This knock, the value. This phenomenon has also caught fire on the hot search, and countless netizens are spontaneously recommending the live broadcast of the Winter Vacation Chronicle. So much so that more people flocked to the live stream. And that's when Taoyuan village. This batch of ancestor worship is over. Then came the second group of ancestors to be honored. However, going by the chronology, this second group of people must all be from after the founding of the country. Put it this way, by that time, the motherland had grown strong. There is a country, and then there is a home. When the country is strong, the home is secure. With the blessing of the motherland, these ancestors, surely, can grow up peacefully. Thinking that, Xiao Shuiying also slowly stood up, snow-white skin from kneeling for so long. On this knee, too, a little red mark remained. However, it was nothing compared to the bloodstain on his forehead. At this moment, Xiao Hei's face abruptly turned pale when he saw Xiao Shuiying's forehead that was oozing a trace of blood. Goddess Xueqing, why are you so careless? You've broken your face, Xiao Hei said with a worried face. I had thought that, by saying so, Xiao Shuiying, who had always loved beauty, would definitely be nervous. However, to his surprise, Xiao Shuiying, however, acted as if she was indifferent. Oh, I'm fine, Xiao Shuiying said breathlessly. Obviously, the whole person was still immersed in sadness. It was heartbreaking to see the scene, and the water lovers were heartbroken. Goddess Xueqing, it's better to go rub the medicine. It's not good if it leaves a scar. Yeah, girls are all about beauty. Doesn't Goddess Xueqing hurt? It hurts so much when I look at it. Go and take care of it. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying, however, remained unmoved as she opened her mouth. It hurts just fine, and I'm going to remember the pain this time. Forever in your heart, remember that the peace I have today was bought with the blood of my forefathers. Even if I have to leave a scar, I will do nothing about it. Besides, what is this compared to what my forefathers did? Xiao Shuiying laughed at herself. The words came out. A crowd of waterbenders froze. Yeah, Goddess Snowgreen is right. It's just a hint of blood oozing out. But the blood of our forefathers was shed. At the moment, the water friends were also infected by the goddess's emotions. What Goddess Xueqing said is what I think. This forehead of mine is also bleeding, so I'm not going to rub it. Even if it leaves a scar, it'll be the mark of the day. Yes, I'm coming this way too. That said, after kneeling for so long just now, everyone's legs are numb, right? This distinctive pop-up came out. In an instant, it skewed the building. A crowd of waterbenders immediately got into a heated discussion. Yeah, I've never knelt this long before. It's real numb. I see that the second group, all of them, were born in the age of peace, in which case we don't have to kneel, do we? I don't think I need to. It's all old people who have lived to the end of their lives. Surely, living in such a peaceful and tranquil time and in the long-lived Taoyuan village, they must all be some senior citizens. The pop-ups were swiping fast. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying watched with seriousness. Actually, what the pop-up said, and what she guessed in her mind. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was also somewhat relieved. Isn't this what our forefathers sacrificed their lives to fight for? And now, they got what they wanted. In return, there will be generations of peace for generations of children and grandchildren. I'm sure they can rest in peace in the afterlife. Thus, Xiao Shuiying spoke up. Water friends, this time the footage. Just in time. Also let everyone witness the gradual strengthening of the country. In exchange, is the happiness and well-being of the people. The second batch of ancestors of this Taoyuan village must have died peacefully in immortality. The anti-Japanese heroes exchanged their lives for, that is, the prosperity of future generations. However, Xiao Shuiying hadn't finished speaking. I saw strong grandpa holding a picture frame and walking over. Needless to say, this is the second group of ancestors to be honored. However, on seeing the man in the picture frame, at that moment, Xiao Shuiying's entire body stiffened. The water friends in the live broadcast room, too, were dumbfounded. Just see, the man in this picture frame is not a gray-haired old man at all. Instead, it was a very young man. Xiao Shuiying's words had only just been spoken a short while ago. In the twinkling of an eye, it was a hard slap in the face. However, this was not what Xiao Shuiying cared about. She looked puzzled. How come? So young? Only 30 years old? Xiao Shuiying was helpless. Can't it be? Is it sick? Otherwise, it shouldn't be. After the founding of the country, it was a time of peace and prosperity. What Xiao Shuiying said. It's also what the water boys want. Yes, my grandfather was born after the founding of the country, just about the same time as this grandfather. And my grandfather said that in those days, even though they were a little bit poorer, they were really peaceful, very safe. Yes, the country is growing stronger by leaps and bounds, and the economy is growing rapidly. It's the best of times, I think, just like the goddess said. It's sick, I guess. At that time, the old ancestor master wasn't even born yet, so he definitely couldn't save him. That's right, and I think that guess, too, makes sense. And just then, someone noticed something was wrong. Not right. This man he He is a narcotics police. Ah. The words came out. The whole room was dumbfounded. Xiao Shuiying was also stunned. She let her eyes go. That's what I realized. Feng Zi was too careless. I can't believe I didn't notice what the man was wearing. It was at this moment that she took a serious look around. Herself saw that the man was wearing a police uniform. And on the clothes, hanging concealed countless medals, numerous war honors and a narcotics cop. One can only imagine how hard he works in his day job. And how menacing it is to be a narc. And everyone knows it by heart. At this moment, everyone was silent. Xiao Shuiying's eyes also flashed with a flash of hidden pain. But in her heart, there was still a glimmer of hope. Maybe, this police grandpa is not a sacrifice? What do you guys say? Xiao Shuiying said. But her tone was false. Xiao He looked at Xiao Shuiying's bewitched appearance. He knew what Xiao Shuiying was thinking. Such a decorated hero. What no one wants is to end up with a sacrifice. What's more, it's in the hands of a drug dealer. The tactics of the drug dealers are very scary. Confronted by these narcotics cops who cut off their money, they are never soft. Some years ago, there was an anti-narcotics police officer who unfortunately fell into the hands of drug dealers. His eyes were directly mashed, his arms and legs were broken, and finally, his head was smashed to pieces by a shovel. It took over 40 hours of torture before the police hero broke his last breath. And that, just to name a few that have come to light. What didn't come to light was most of it. As soon as it falls into the hands of a drug dealer, basically, there's nothing good that comes out of it, and the deaths are all extremely gruesome. When they thought of this, the hearts of the people, all of them, sank, and at that moment, Strong spoke up suddenly. All the descendants of the Qin clan, this Qin Xiaodong, is your great-grandfather and the clan uncle of old ancestor, Grandpa Chang said. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both looked at Qin Feng with stunned faces. No wonder. The grandfather policeman looked a good-looking man with very handsome features. Sure enough, it came out of the same bloodline as old ancestor master. They're all great-looking guys. However, very quickly, Xiao Shuiying's face changed to a look of pity. She surreptitiously surveyed her old ancestor, and a strong heartache flowed out of her eyes. And that's when Strong Moncler Outlet Online's next sentence, once again, pulled Xiao Shuiying's attention back, only to see, Strong Moncler Outlet Online said with a sad face, he should have stood with us. But decades ago, during a pursuit of border drug dealers, Qin Xiaodong was unfortunately shot. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Shot and killed. What a tremendous pain that must be. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast also cannot be tensed. Narcotics cops are really dangerous, especially on the border a couple decades ago. It was a bunch of outlaws. Died so young, it can't be. Didn't leave any offspring, right? This one pop-up sentence instantly caught everyone's attention. Heroes have no queen. What a shame that is. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was also nervous. Master Chang, this Grandpa Xiaodong, did he leave behind any children or grandchildren? Xiao Shuiying hurriedly asked. At that, Strong Moncler Outlet Online froze for a moment. With that, he nodded, but in his eyes, a strange color flashed. Xiao Shuiying, however, didn't notice this. Instead, she reveled in the joy. Great, it's good to have offspring, Xiao Shuiying said in surprise. At this point, the live stream was also jubilant. It's so good that God had the good sense not to leave a hero with regrets. Yes, he gave his own life for the peace of his people, and it would be a shame if he didn't even have offspring. Luckily, it was born early in the old days. Decades have passed, and Grandpa Qin Xiaodong's children and grandchildren must be thriving and healthy, right? Yes, the tragedy of Qin Yulai and Qin Erxiao will not be repeated. The motherland is already peaceful and tranquil enough. Every child can grow up healthily, figuring it out. Even if it's a son, he should be 40 or 50 years old. He should have grandchildren, right? Today is the day of ancestor worship. They must be present, right? Hey, that's strange. Since it's Self's own father and grandfather, how come we don't see them make an appearance? The words came out. It also provoked deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also had a confused look on her face. Look around. These people in front of them, obviously, were not descendants of Qin Xiaodong. If it was an offspring, I'm afraid it would have been singled out a long time ago. Instead of standing around and kneeling, it's really strange. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying asked, Master Chang, where are the descendants of this Grandpa Xiaodong? They didn't come today, did they? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying's tone grew worse. The ancestors produced such a heroic ancestor, without coming to worship in person. This is just too much as a descendant. There was also righteous indignation on the air. You guys say, it's not like you didn't come on purpose, is it? It's really possible. If it really came, It would have appeared long ago. Why wait until now? Hey, is there a possibility that it is because of the sacrifice of an early death? When they were young, they resent their own elders? Perhaps. Not everyone are so great, willing to give their lives. Many people are more concerned about their own life is not good. Qin Xiaodong grandfather sacrificed. A family in the backbone fell. That will certainly cause a fatal blow. There is nothing wrong with being selfish, but the ancestors have passed away. After all, it is the people who gave their lives. How can they do it? So cold-blooded and heartless? Straight away, the critique began. Xiao Shuiying was also a bit angry. And at that moment, a word from Moncler Outlet Store Chang directly made Xiao Shuiying freeze on the spot. Just see, said Moncler Outlet Store Strong. Strong Moncler Outlet Store tone is inexhaustible vicissitudes. In a moment, as if a few years old, they would have been here they did not go anywhere At those words, Xiao Shuiying was stunned. She felt self-serving and helpless. Where, Master Chang? You're not cluing me, are you? At this point, Strong Moncler Outlet Store greeted. Several young men, holding 2 picture frames, walked in. Above, again, is a posthumous photo of 2 young men, and their eyebrows were 8 or 9% similar to Qin Xiaodong's grandfather. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying directly froze. Koro's hand shook so violently that he almost dropped the camera. The people in the live room, too, were dumbfounded. Everyone sees it. Yeah, they are indeed here. Only, they're not living, breathing people. Instead, it's the same as Grandpa Qin Xiaodong. It became the picture frame, the off-white picture, and that's when Xiao Shuiying noticed a detail. At that moment, she fell helplessly to the ground, crying out in pain. How did this happen? This is too cruel. Why should it be so great? It's good to be selfish. Xiao Shuiying had long been crying uncontrollably. At first, the water boys on the live feed don't get it yet, until, that is, they looked at the picture frame. A few whole minutes. No one spoke. Just see, in this photo frame, Qin Xiaodong's grandfather's son and grandson, all in a battle-hardened police uniform, and their police numbers, exactly the same. There are rules about the passing on of police numbers. Generally, it's the biological children, working in the same police force, who inherit, that is to say, a descendant of Qin Xiaodong's grandfather, after they've grown into adults. Upholding the will of Qin Xiaodong's grandfather, he also became a narcotics police officer to serve the people, and likewise, they gave their own lives. At this moment, the live broadcast room has long become a large crying scene. I really can't hold it any longer. Grandpa Xiaodong, I apologize for what I just said. Your family, your children and grandchildren, are the greatest people ever. 3 generations of the family, all narcotics cops, a family of heroes. The little boy who watched his father's sacrifice back then, grew up and became a father. 2. I've got a stone in my eye. Did you see that? This is a human tragedy. Please fight against drugs fully and don't let the tragedy happen again. There is zero tolerance for drug use by entertainers. Remember, they can be forgiven for using drugs. So who can give me back the heroes I buried? Come into the house. It's full of people. The night is silent. The family is deep. My mother sits on the bed. Who remembers? My returning soul? Who says it's the one who stands in the light that's the hero? Remember, no matter how peaceful the times are, there are always a group of unsung heroes, silently guarding us. And this sentence, instantly, it also sparked deep thought. Yeah, peaceful times. There is also a hidden storm. Those heroes who stood in the shadows, silently guarding us, made today's laughter possible. At this moment, a statement was made. Qin clan, full of loyalty, for the country, delivering generations of heroes and heroines, protecting the family and defending the country. Pay homage to Taoyuan village. The words came out. Large-scale kowtowing is back. Xiao Shuiying who was at the scene, nor do they care about the pain coming from their knees and foreheads. Thud after thud. At this moment, Xiao He who had finished kowtowing 3 times, straight up self-slapping, very loud. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying was directly dumbfounded. Blackie, what are you doing? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Xiao He cried out in pain. I, as a Chinese, but even my own roots, have forgotten that. In fact, my family's ancestors have produced heroes and heroines, and I'm complaining because of a few tales of that broken silver. I'm so fucking inhuman. If it weren't for my ancestors, it's not certain that I'd be able to stand here properly right now. After saying that, Blackie gave self 2 more slaps. Then Blackie took out the phone. After dialing, a mellifluous voice came from the other side. Ah, Blackie, what do you want with the village chief? At that, Koro cried tears and snot together. Village chief, I'm sorry, I was unintelligent in the past. The cost of building the shrine. I'll call you now. Also, I'll go back to the village for the Qingming festival this year, and I'll offer incense to the hero's grave. See this scene. The water boys in the live room were also sensitized. Who said before that it's pointless to build a shrine for the old grandfather? Look at these spirit seats. Which one is not a hero? Heroes are worth it, let alone tens of millions of dollars. It's worth spending even more money. I haven't been back to visit the graves for many years. I used to think that it was normal for me to be busy with work in the big city, but now I feel that I'm really not a human being, and that I can't forget my own ancestors even if I'm busy with work. Yes, although the old grandpa is only 18 years old, but compared with him, here, live these decades, go as if living people are the most terrible. Not no money, but no gratitude. Speaking of which, it is also necessary to thank the old ancestral master, and because of him, the souls of these heroes have a place to settle, and the people, too, will always remember him. Heroes are no longer alone. Salute to Master Lao Tzu. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying's eyes were also filled with gratitude and appreciation as she looked at the old ancestral master's back. Old grandpa did this thing. For that boldness. Just not a regular person. He was more thankful for these ancestors than anyone else in the room. Otherwise, one wouldn't shell out so much money, building such an opulent clan house for a hero. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was slightly moved. Not bad for a man she had her eye on. However, just then, the entrance to the clan shrine suddenly began to stir. Xiao Shuiying looked away with a puzzled expression. It's not looking good. One look, and it was straight up scary as hell. Xiao He also looked over, and at that moment, his legs went soft in fear, only to see, in front of him stood about 10 people, with a ferocious socialite look. This is also carrying a stick in his hand, clearly a triad. At this moment, when the people of Daith village saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They're not stupid, they naturally see it. These people, naturally, are the black network lenders, who come to the door to ask for money. At this time, Guo Chang was also in the crowd. After he picked up the man, he quietly slipped back into the crowd, trying to hide himself. Otherwise, if his involvement with the black online lending platform was known to the village, by then, everyone in the village will surely look at him through colored glasses. Guo Chang has a thin face and can't stand it. At this moment, seeing those triads who came to collect debts, at a second glance, the villagers all looked scared out of their wits. Guo Chang was so pleased in his heart. Shit, it's finally that day. He was about to take a good look at how this Qin Feng flipped his car. At this moment, Qin Feng must be panicking inside, right? And I wonder if I've been scared into peeing my pants? Guo Chang even almost laughed out loud when he thought of this. However, he let his eyes go. However, he saw that Qin Feng still had the same cold and unperturbed look. It was as if, with all that was happening in front of him, he didn't give a damn. Seeing this scene, Guo Chang was upset. What's going on? You're still pretending? And at that moment, the fat black man walked over. Every step he takes, the villagers of this big river village were terrified. At a glance, this fat black man was not a character to be messed with. What do we do? Really come to the door? Hey, what else can I do? Cool it. Definitely dead this time. It's okay, if we're going to die, we're going to die together. The villagers of Daith village comforted each other. They don't complain about the old grandmaster. It's scary, too, though, but in this moment, they were united as one. Even Guo Wenkai stood out and stopped in front of Fatty Black. He could tell at a glance that this fat black man was rushing towards Old Ancestor Master. Old Ancestor Master was sincere in helping their Daith village in the first place. At this critical moment, one must not chill the Old Ancestral Master's heart. With that in mind, Guo Wenkai walked over to Fatty Black with the support of the villagers. Hey, this matter, it has nothing to do with other people. If there's anything, you just come at me alone. Upon hearing this, the black fat man looked at Guo Wenkai with great displeasure. Being stared at by such a menacing man, honestly, Guo Wenkai was really panicking. On his forehead, a bead of sweat seeped out, and his legs went straight to soft with fear. However, even so, Guo Wenkai held strong. That, you don't think I'm afraid of you. It's a put-down though, but it sounds weak. And at that moment, the villagers of Daith village, too, stepped forward. And me, I'm not afraid of you either. An older man stepped forward. Yes, if there's anything, just come at our Daith village. This matter, it has nothing to do with Taoyuan village at all. I'm in. In an instant, all of the people of Daith village stood up. This scene directly made Guo Chang whole. At that moment, the color of jealousy filled his eyes. Shit, just one Qin Feng. Is it worth letting you guys be like this? What's so great about him anyway? It's got you all, one by one, looking like you're all possessed. Guo Chang's heart was roaring with incompetence. He cast a glance at Fatty Black and just hoped that Fatty Black would give a damn. Well, the fat black man, too, was just as he'd hoped. Damn it, all get out of my way. Don't get in the way of the laborers, the black fat man said viciously. And after saying that, he even raised the wooden stick in his hand. When they saw this, the hearts of the people of Date Village lifted up. This man is not a liar at first glance. He's going for real. But, even with all the fear, the villagers of Date Village never backed down. At this moment, the villagers of Taoyuan Village were also on the same side as them. The people of the two villages, united together, used their flesh as a wall, blocking Fatty Black's path. Seeing this scene, Fatty Black was almost green with veins. For the last time, get the hell out of my way. Can't understand it, can you? The black fat man lost his patience and roared. And at that moment, Qin Feng spoke. Let him come over. At those words, the villagers were shaken. This is no good. Old ancestor master. Don't worry, we are not afraid of death. With us here, he won't be able to touch a hair on your head. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng but smiled helplessly. Listen to me, he said just 3 simple words, yet it exudes majesty. Seeing this scene, the villagers stopped insisting. Make way for the fat black man. The fat black man walked up with a big stride. At this moment, seeing this, Guo Chang was nervous. It was as if the next second, they could see Fatty Black taking on Qin Feng. However, what he didn't expect was this. This black fat man walked up to Qin Feng. Nonetheless, he did not fight with Qin Feng. Instead, he went straight to his knees with a thud. Then, kowtowing violently to the deceased narcotics police officer in that picture frame, the son of Qin Xiaodong's grandfather, Qin Jianjun. Several loud kowtows in a row. This scene directly caused those present to be stunned. The water friends in the live room also gave the whole will not. What is the leader of this triad doing? Why, I can't understand more and more. And at the moment, when the fat black man looked up again, his fat face had long been streaked with tears. I'll be damned, I deserve to die. With that, the fat black man slapped himself twice. Qin Feng frowned and coldly looked at what was in front of him. Xiao Shuiying was also puzzled. Feng, she was also trying to protect old ancestor master, not hesitating to use this delicate body of his own to stand in front of the old ancestral master. Unfortunately, the old ancestor master did not give her that chance, pushed her straight to the side. At this moment, seeing the bizarre actions of the black fat man, Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but ask out loud, what's happening here? And the fat black man cried tears and snot all in one. He huffed, Uncle Qin Jianjun, I'm sorry, back then, you gave your life to save me, but I was sorry, and when I grew up, I became a bad person, a maggot of society. This rotten life of mine is not worth saving at all. The black fat man had long since lost his majestic and godly appearance. At the moment, he looked weaker than anyone else. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at each other. This fat black guy, he knows Uncle Qin Jianjun? Oh my god, these two can be pulled together. So that's how it is, and that's too much of a coincidence. Hey, you guys say, Qin Jianjun uncle spring down to know. In the beginning is to save such a thing. Will not regret I bet it will. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also had a complex expression. The fat black man was already drowning in grief. Intermittent mention of the year. At that time, I was just a kid, and our village was a notorious drug trafficking village, with the village headman leading the drug trafficking. My parents didn't want to deal drugs, so they were killed by the village chief, and I, too, was kept captive in the village. I was, like, 8 years old, and they were thinking, let me carry the white flower. That time, if it wasn't for Uncle Qin Jianjun, I wouldn't have survived. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying's eyes widened. I can't believe there's such a past. In that case, why did you grow up to become like this? Said Xiao Shuiying weakly. By the book, isn't this the kind of story where the people who are saved should all grow up to be good people? Someone who was saved by a great hero like that who put his life on the line. All the more reason to value your own life. And at the moment, hear that, the fat black man was plunged into greater sorrow. Man, this wrong turn, it's over. Maybe this is life, round and round, or on the illegal road, but I really cannot help the black fat man wailed. Do not do this, my grandmother she will have to die At those words, the crowd shuddered. It seems that the fat black man initially went astray. It was also to save my seriously ill grandmother. However, Xiao Shuiying and the others, although they felt helpless, and yet there was no sympathy. The world is full of poor people. If every one of them went and did something illegal, what's the point? Thus, Xiao Shuiying did not give Fatty Black a good face. Fatty Black also sensed that he was not welcome by those present. At this moment, Fatty Black was also incomparably hard to bear. If I had known this in the beginning, Grandpa Jianjun shouldn't have saved me. Otherwise, I will be a scourge when I grow up, murmured the black fat man. There's nothing that should or shouldn't be. At this moment, Qin Feng spoke. At those words, the crowd was shocked. It's their duty to save lives. A simple sentence that made everyone just snap out of it. Yeah, in the presence of a hero. Where is the division into 3, 6, 9 or 9 classes? As long as it's a victim, they would all give their lives to save it. What's more, back then, the fat black man was an innocent child. Saving lives is their vocation. It is incumbent upon them. At this moment, when Fatty Black heard this, he cried even harder. The atmosphere of the scene was getting heavier and heavier, and to say that the most tense, no one is more than Guo Chang. Guo Chang was just about to jump out of his skin. Shit, this thing, how did it come to this? At this moment, Guo Chang had a bad feeling. No, he had to run. However, as soon as Fatty Black saw Guo Chang trying to run, just give the little brother a scowl. At that moment, 2 of the juniors ran forward and escorted Guo Chang over. What do you guys want? I don't know you guys. Guo Chang exerted his acting skills and said, Oh, you don't recognize me? You're the one who brought us to Taoyuan village. My life was saved by the ancestors of Taoyuan village. This old ancestor master. I call it rightfully. You let me come to trouble old ancestor master. I think you're tired of living. The words came out. The crowd was shaken. Especially the villagers of Date Village were looking at Guo Chang incredulously. I said, this black net lone people shouldn't come so fast. So it's someone inside and outside. Good. Guo Chang, you kid looks thick-browed. I didn't expect. So sinister. Damn it, raising such a foodie. The villagers of Date Village, all cursing and swearing, could not wait to directly on Guo Chang's body, spitting. At this time, Guo Chang's parents, too, were unable to speak. They silently stood aside and did not come forward to defend Guo Chang. Just then, Guo Wenkai walked over. He sized up Guo Chang. Guo Chang was stared at by him and didn't dare to look directly at Guo Wenkai. And the more he is so vain, Guo Wenkai became more and more certain. This Guo Chang really did this dirty-hearted thing. Thinking of this, Guo Wenkai said heavily, Guo Chang, from now on, there will be no place for you in our Date Village. You've also gone to college. In the future, don't come back. Our village can't tolerate such a sinister and vicious villain like you. Just because of jealousy of old Master Zhu, goes out of his way to frame fellow villagers. You know, the people in this village, naturally, were also from the same clan as Guo Chang. Even in modern times, the clan relatives are not that close to each other. But as the saying goes, if you knock off the bones, you still have the flesh. They still have the same bloodline in them. But Guo Chang didn't care at all. Furthermore, Guo Chang dared to frame Master Lao Zhu. This is what scares Guo Wenkai the most. He had to come up with an attitude to show old ancestor master in Taoyuan village. Otherwise, in the future, this Date Village would be estranged from Taoyuan village if it was because of a small Guo Chang. That just doesn't pay off. Guo Wenkai but remembered it clearly. Date Village can have today. This villagers everyone can live to eat and have a good year. All thanks to the old ancestor. Then Guo Wenkai said in a heavy tone, Chang Zi, since you're so sinister and venomous, as I see it, you won't be able to be tolerated in this Date Village. Anyway, you're in college, so in the future, don't come back. As for your parents, it's fine for them to stay here. If they don't want to be here, that's fine too. In short, one word, in the future of Date Village, there's no Guo Chang as a person. Simply put, it means removing Guo Chang from the genealogy. Removing him. This is for someone who has been living in a clan. The blow was just too heavy. At this moment, Guo Chang's entire body was directly dumbfounded, and to his surprise, his own parents, however, would not even say a word for him. Guo Chang panicked. He went around begging for mercy, but no one paid any attention to him. Eventually, Guo Chang was kicked out. And see this scene. The water boys on the air said good job. Fuck, this Guo Chang is too bad-hearted to be behind this. It's too much of a relief. Good thing. The people of this Date Village are quite sensible. Speaking of which, what should we do with this fat black guy? This question was also in everyone's mind. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also looked at Fatty Black with a puzzled expression. Fong. Fatty Black had already gathered all of his juniors in front of the spirit tablet and kowtowed to the ancestors of Taoyuan village. The battle, it was very big, and it was obvious that they were really taking this seriously. Foot knocked for a long time. It took a fat black man to get up. Then, the black fat man was seen walking towards the old ancestor master and respectfully arching his hand. Old ancestor master, this time, you saved my life. When this was said, the crowd said they didn't understand. What's going on here? The black fat man was heard to continue. Hey, I've done a lot of bad things and received a lot of ill-gotten gains over the years. Today, I want to make amends for my own sins, and I don't want all this money I lent out, so I'll consider it a good deed to offset my own sins. Saying that, Fatty Black took a pitying look at the villagers of Dave Village. It's not hard to see. These villagers, all of them, are very poor. As for the villagers of Taoyuan Village, there was no shortage of money, but they are the clan of self's rescuers, so, jacked up on online loans by them. The fat black man didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Think of it as your own contribution to the Chin clan. Hearing this, Chinphone looked at him and leisurely said, "What are you going to do next? Turn yourself in." The fat black man sighed softly. The crowd was shocked at these words. Never in a million years. Not only did the fat black man give money, he had to turn himself in. This shows that he is truly reformed. Chinphone nodded. Just do it. Hearing this, the black fat man finally revealed a smile. Then, after broadsiding the old granddaddy, and the fat black guy took off with his minions, and Xiao Shuiying saw it clearly. The look of reluctance on that face as Fatty Black left, and when he turned away, the devotion on his face was enough to show that he was truly reformed. And that's when the Waterboys on the live feed also found out. All of Fatty Black's black online lending platforms, all of them shut down. It seems that he has directly let the subordinates in the company, online all off. And according to the line that Fatty Black said just now about turning himself in, the waterman realized something very important. That is, the fat black man knows that self is breaking the law. Since it's against the law, not protected by the law then, in that case, wouldn't it be true what old Master Zhu said? You can really just jerk off with this black online loan. Luckily I got on the bus with Master Lao Zhu in the first place. It's only a small few tens of thousands of dollars, but it's really enough for me. Shit, I was too chicken to catch it. There's still a chance now, right? It's over. I just went to look and a lot of platforms are closed. Damn, that's too bad. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, some people were snickering because they had listened to the words of the old ancestor master. There are also those who regret it. The villagers present were numb with laughter. They almost all went with the old grandmaster and got into the car. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying saw the pop-up on her cell phone, the official message to combat black online lending. Then, a deep look was given to the old grandmaster. This front foot black fat man just came up. On the back foot, just by coincidence, the state released news about the crackdown? That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Xiao Shuiying felt that there was only one possibility. That is, the people up there, too, are looking at Master Lao Zhu. Otherwise, it's so goddamned hard to explain. And this moment, ancestor worship continues as well. The entire ancestor festival is held at the clan shrine alone. It just took a day. To ask is the people of Taoyuan Village. This ancestor, it's just too much. And many of them are heroic. Just kowtowing alone had injured Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He and the others. However, they didn't feel tired. Rather, it was all worth it. In a flash, it was the next day. Xiao Shuiying remembered that Grandpa Chang had said, after the clan worship, you have to go and offer incense to the graves of your ancestors. This is a custom that has been passed down in Taoyuan Village. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying was thrilled. She would love to visit these ancestors as well, sweeping their graves and offering incense to them, to express their own feelings, so that the heroes, in the ground, do not be so lonely. However, what puzzled Xiao Shuiying was, 2 days in a row, the village was all slow to move. Xiao Shuiying was puzzled, so she simply found Moncler Outlet Store Chang. Master Chang, when are we going to visit our ancestors' graves? Have to wait, first rest for a few days, Strong Moncler Outlet Online said. And just then, Xiao Shuiying spotted something behind the Strong Moncler Outlet Store. At that moment, the whole body shook. Master Chang, these fitness equipment, are you using it? Xiao Shuiying was surprised. At that, Moncler Outlet Store Strong nodded. Yeah, what's so weird about that? I'm an old man. I have to get fit too. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to cope with this going to the grave. When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying directly gave a whole won't, showing a look of disbelief. At the back of my mind are a few big words, as far as it goes. It's only right that this visit to the grave will be a little bit of hard work, but I'd never heard that you have to work out so hard in advance. Mr. Kung, you're worrying too much, aren't you? Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying laughed. Master Chang, you're being overly nervous, right? Going to the grave isn't as exaggerated as you say. It's normal to be a little tired, but it's not like this. It's really up to it. What I didn't expect was that Moncler Outlet Store Strong said with a serious face. These are necessary. After saying that, Moncler outlet store Strong picked up a 30-pound dumbbell. A handful of them were raised. At the same time, it revealed those toned biceps. It was clear, however, that Strong was struggling a bit. Still, he could barely hold it together. 1, 2, 3, 4, again. Master Chang cheered for self. See this scene. The water friends in the live room are also whole won't. Master Chang is trying too hard, isn't he? In order to visit the grave. I understand. But this effort, wouldn't it be a bit redundant? I go back to my hometown every year to visit the graves, but it's not that much of a stretch, right? At most. My legs get sore from climbing the mountain, so I just go home and rest for a while. Yes, 2 more days of rest and we're done. What's the point? And that's when Grandpa Chang suddenly looked at Xiao Shuiying and spoke. Xueching ah. Usually, how are you running this 800 meters in school? This question made Xiao Shuiying blush. Cough cough. Strong Grandpa, I am the countdown. Xiao Shuiying said with an embarrassed face. Hearing this, Strong Moncler outlet store was shocked. This won't work. This shoot, I think, you'd better not go. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Shuiying said in a hurry. No, 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 I'm going, and I'm going to risk my life for it. Not just for work. On the other hand, Xiao Shuiying really wanted to offer incense to these ancestors, to show self-sincerity. And seeing this insistent look of Xiao Shuiying, Strong Moncler outlet online shook his head helplessly. Well, you young people, I am saying no. It's fine if you want to go, but you'll have to listen to me for a couple days and do some warm-up exercises. And then, I've got a bottle of fast-acting heart pills here. You take them. Oh yeah, I happen to have 2 extra sets of hiking equipment. You and Blackie, 1 each. See the sudden handing over of heart pills and hiking equipment. Directly, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He wouldn't be able to straighten them out. That's too professional. The heart pills were given to use. Is this going to be too much? And this mountaineering equipment. Heck, it was 2 sets of top-quality hiking clothes. Waterproof, breathable, and not cheap at first glance. Also hiking poles, professional hiking shoes, fireproof lighters, fireproof matches, survival whistles. This wide array of professional mountaineering equipment surprised both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He. What shocked them more, however, was not this. Rather, it was, for the moment, a scythe that Strong suddenly handed over. Oh yeah, and this stuff is a must. Strong smiled heatedly. Xiao Shuiying picked up the scythe, revealing a confused look. The waterboys in the livestream gave the answer. Ha 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 ha, I know this one. It's up the hill to cut the grass. Then, in that case, this thing does work, and it's the only thing that works, I suppose. Yes, although I understand the good intentions of the Strong Moncler outlet store, but this preparation, really excessive. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying then caught the scythe as well. After saying thank you to Strong Moncler outlet, the two then left. As for Strong's words urging her to work out, Xiao Shuiying had long since left it behind. To ask why, the main reason is actually quite simple. That is, Xiao Shuiying really dislikes sports. Never sit down if you can lie down. Thanks to good genes too. Otherwise, in exchange for ordinary people, is really not Xiao Shuiying such a non-exercise, but very extreme body. Furthermore, Xiao Shuiying did feel that Moncler outlet store Chang was exaggerating a bit. You say, in this village, it should be just Master Strong who is so nervous, right? Xiao He suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying nodded. Maybe? However, what they didn't expect was this. The slap in the face came so quickly. It took 2 people to get out of this Strong Moncler outlet store door. Countless villagers were seen running up and down the trail, and each changed into professional clothing for the sport. There were even people who started working out on the fitness equipment in the village square. This scene is very grand. It's like a whole village workout. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying only felt a fiery pain on her face. I think we'd better listen to Master Strong. Everyone did. Xiao Shuiying felt that there must be a meaning to Moncler outlet store Chang's exhortation. Hearing this, Blackie nodded as well. Then, the 2 of them also went straight back to the old ancestral master's cabin. I would have thought that surely the old grandpa would have joined the fitness bandwagon. Didn't realize, when the 2 of them went back, what they saw was that the old ancestral master was lying on a recliner, very leisurely sunbathing. Outside, people are trying to get fit. Here, on the other hand, old grandpa is laid back and peaceful. This scene directly made Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He not whole. And at that moment, Blackie said, do you think it could be that it's only middle-aged people who need to exercise? When we young people are in good health, we don't have to prepare so much. You see, isn't that what the old grandfather did? Bassen it up in the middle of the day, just sunbathing and napping. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying also nodded her head. Right. Let's just follow what the old grandpa did. When he finished, he hemmed and hawed. Ha 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 ha, I'll look the other way. If you two want to be lazy and not work out, don't bring along Master Lao Zu. Hey, I don't think so. What Goddess Shueching said isn't wrong. The old ancestral master doesn't work out. It shows that the young people can carry it completely. If it's the same as those middle-aged people, the physical function is declining. This warms up a few days in advance. It's also understandable. Right. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying found an excuse for self's laziness. However, Shushu is not aware of it. 2 days later she was regretting my gut over this choice. In the blink of an eye, it was already 2 days later. During this period, Taoyuan village can be called a sports village for all. Every villager who got up early to exercise, the whole village was bustling with activity, except for the old ancestral master, and Xiao Shuiying and the others. Xiao Shuiying then followed the example of his old ancestor, sleeping, drinking tea, and being laid back. And this morning at 6 o'clock, the group got up. Today, it's tomb sweeping day, so naturally, you have to get up early in the morning. Xiao Shuiying also obeyed and changed into professional mountaineering clothes. The gear was on, including the bottle of potent heart pills. Not that she thought it would help. Though, I just feel that it's not good to chill the good intentions of Master Strong. All present and accounted for. Then it was time to head for the backcountry. At this point, it was still early morning. The sun wasn't even out yet, and the air, filled with humidity and the scent of birds. The landscape to the eye is all green and very cozy. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both in a very good mood. To tell you the truth, this is my first time trekking to sweep the graves. I'm really excited and happy. Saying that, Xiao Shuiying turned around in place very joyfully. We are looking forward to the next activities of visiting the graves and sweeping the tombs. However, seeing Xiao Shuiying so happy, the villagers of Taoyuan village, however, were all casting odd looks, especially the strongest Moncler outlet. After knowing that Xiao Shuiying actually didn't exercise, he even shook his head directly. He was certain that the girl, within 5 minutes, it was completely laughable. Along the way, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both excited. Look here, look there. It's just like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. On the contrary, the villagers of this Taoyuan village were all quiet. This made Xiao Shuiying feel incomprehensible. Granted, grave sweeping is a serious activity, but to put it bluntly, this graveside visit is actually a reunion between clans, loved ones in one piece. How can you just not say a word? This scene also dumbfounded the live broadcast. What's wrong with you today? Why don't you say a word? Yeah, just Goddess Shueching and Xiao He are chirping. The others are not saying a word. This is too serious. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying took the initiative to find Moncler Outlet Store Chang. Master Chang, why don't these uncles and uncles speak? They all walk forward with their heads down. How boring is that? Are they in a bad mood? And at that moment, Strong Moncler Outlet Store said helplessly, silly girl, they're not in a bad mood. They're saving their energy. This answer was completely beyond Xiao Shuiying's expectations. Saving stamina? Xiao Shuiying was shaken. This is too much, isn't it? What effort can it take to chat? Yeah, it's really hard to read. Xiao Shuiying also said that is really do not understand. Soon, however, she knew firsthand. A few minutes later, the group came to a high mountain. Xiao Shuiying raised her head. The only thing you can see is that the mountain towers over you. You can't see its exact height at all. Humans stood at the foot of the mountain. It's as small as an ant. Wow, this is too high, Xiao Shuiying marveled. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying turned around with the intention of leaving. However, Moncler Outlet Store Strong called out to her. Shueching girl, where are you going? Of course it's to sweep the graves, Xiao Shuiying said with a puzzled expression. At that, Strong Moncler Outlet Online said helplessly. This too, it's up here. Ah, right on top of the hill. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying was dumbfounded. What? This too, generally speaking, is not in the flat ground? It's not just Xiao Shuiying. The water friends in the live room also gave the whole will not. Good guy. The elevation of this mountain. At least a few thousand right. Or the top of the mountain. This fucking can climb up? Yeah, it's all a cliffhanger. I'm knocking. There's no road. How can I climb up? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also skeptical. She even suspected that Master Strong was lying to her. However, seeing before their eyes, the villagers of this Taoyuan village, all headed for the foot of the mountain. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying's hanging heart died completely. Good lord, this is for real. And at that moment, the faces of Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both appeared in shock. They had no choice but to follow. And just then, the old ancestor master, who was at the forefront, climbed straight up with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both stared in surprise. I only saw that this old grandmaster had a very athletic body. Be aware that the mountain is very steep, and it's almost always flat. Climbing in a place like this is just plain dangerous. Immediately, Xiao Shuiying, who was concerned about the old ancestor master, was so anxious that she had to shout, trying to get the old ancestor master to come down quickly. But he was stopped by Strong Moncler Outlet Store. Strong Moncler Outlet Store has long since taken Xiao Shuiying's little heart in his eyes. Shueching girl, this old ancestor master, it's not your turn to worry. You might as well worry about yourself, but it's okay to stay where you are if you give up. That is, so that it can't be filmed. This camera, it's a professional object. None of them, here, can drum. Master Lao Zu may be, but how dare I bother him? And at this moment, hearing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room began to stir. I can't, I want to see the grave. Yes, I want to see it too. Goddess, don't give up. You say lightly, you go to climb. Goddess, listen to my advice. The human old ancestral master is the human old ancestral master. You and Xiao He, do not come hard, otherwise, hurt themselves. In case of a crippled or something, it will not be worth the loss. The moment Xiao Shuiying raised her eyes, even more so, he sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see that the old ancestral master who had just been at the foot of the mountain, less than 2 minutes of work, it's already halfway up the climb, times, and at his feet was an abyss of 10,000 feet. But Master Lao Zu was unafraid and steady as a rock. On the contrary, Xiao Shuiying, who was watching from the foot of the mountain, broke out into a cold sweat. Suddenly, Xiao Shuiying was struck by an idea. Grand Master Chang, old ancestor master is climbing up. What about the others? Xiao Shuiying saw with sharp eyes. The villagers are currently inactive. That is to say, this climbing, only the old granddaddy would dare to do it. But come to think of it, it makes sense. What kind of person is Master Lao Zu? In terms of climbing, that also qualifies as an old granddaddy phrase. At that, Moncler Outlet Store Strong replied, there is a path, but I don't suppose you'd dare go up it. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying became unconvinced. In her mind, there is a path here, and there is hope. She didn't want to be left so far behind by her old ancestor. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying said with great confidence, don't underestimate me. Blackie, carry the camera. Go, tiny mountain. Xiao Shuiying, don't put it in my eyes, alright? Naive Xiao Shuiying still thought that with a road, everything could be set right. However, she proved to be too naive. Xiao Shuiying joined the villagers. They walked to where the trail was. At the moment, looking at the blocks of wood set into the mountain, Xiao Shuiying's entire body froze. It's not. You tell me. You call this a road? Xiao Shuiying had a skeptical look on her face. This foot is a plank. A little bit outside. That's 1,000,000 feet deep. You call this a fucking road? Xiao Shuiying's eyes rounded in fear. And by this time, Strong had gone over to him. Scared Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both turned pale. At this point, however, the sharp-eyed Xiao Shuiying realized. Strong Moncler Outlet Store has a seatbelt. On the walls, there are rows of iron cables. And the hook of this 5-point harness hangs right on that wire. This one is guaranteed. But, it's still scary. I'm going to go. It's too damn dangerous. Isn't it? It's so scary to look at. Even though there are seatbelts. Agoraphobics retreat. No, if there's a path here, why would old Master Zu climb up it? Isn't that asking for trouble? This one pop-up, instantly, attracted Xiao Shuiying's attention. So, Xiao Shuiying asked, Master Chang, why is this old ancestor climbing up alone? Isn't there a road here? Although, it's also broken, but it's safer than climbing. At this, Strong Moncler Outlet Store said without thinking, your old ancestor resents the fact that the road takes a detour. So why don't you just climb up and save time and effort? The words were a thunderbolt to the crowd. Nice guy, this is too much of a show. If you don't want to walk, why don't you just climb up? You know, the road that was built out around the mountain. It must have been a 9-way trip up and around the mountain. And climbing, naturally, is a straight line up. It is well known that a straight line is shortest between these 2 points. At this moment, the water users in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Good lord. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the old granddaddy saying that, does it? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just this operation. It's just too much of a show. This climbing is the most difficult extreme sport in the world. Master Lao Zu is a real showstopper. This could be a Guinness World Record. It's worthy of being an old ancestor master. This appellation, not for nothing. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also numb. She looked up and saw. It's a moment of small talk. Master Lao Zu had actually climbed to the top of the mountain. That's fucking awesome. Not only are they bold, they are physically strong. The speed, too, is damn good. Thinking, Xiao Shuiying didn't want to delay any longer. So, step up, too, and put on a harness. Seeing Xiao Shuiying's movements, Blackie was outright dumbfounded and squirming. Goddess Xueqing, why don't you go by yourself? I am afraid. Xiao He was goose-stepping. It was a scene that amused the airwaves. Goddess Xueqing is not afraid of a woman. Are you good enough for a man? Yeah. Isn't there a road? There's a seatbelt too. It's safe enough. Right. Then again, who built this road? What a great benefactor. Doing a meritorious deed. See this pop up. Xiao Shuiying also nodded affirmatively. In her heart, she thought the same thing. However, right now, Xiao Shuiying didn't have time to ask this question for the time being. She took the camera directly from Black's hand. Then I'll take it up myself. Xiao Shuiying did not make things difficult for Xiao He. Instead, she carried dozens of pounds of cameras in a petite frame. Seeing this scene, Xiao He was stunned. The heart is a bit of a bad place to be. But think of this 10,000 foot cliff. The little bit of guilt in his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. Don't joke with your life. Goddess Snowgreen dares. He really doesn't dare. He's really afraid of heights. So, Xiao Shuiying still went up alone carrying the camera. The whole thing was a thrill. From a distance, Strong walked ahead, and Xiao Shuiying pulled away for a while. The other villagers, too, had gone ahead long ago. So, this leg of the journey, it was equivalent to Xiao Shuiying walking alone. After 10 minutes or so, this height, it's halfway up the mountain. At the moment, the wind on the mountain was so strong that it blew Xiao Shuiying's hair around, and she turned slightly. Then he saw that self was not far from his feet. That's 1,000,000 feet deep. Look down from here. Not even the shadow of Blackie could be seen. In front of me, a cloud. Xiao Shuiying's breathing was getting more and more rapid. Every waterbender in the live stream, it was all clearly audible. Xiao Shuiying's nervous breathing. I'm choking on the sound of it. Not only is he choking, but this image makes me want to die just looking at it. Help! There are seatbelts to climb halfway up the mountain is so terrible. The old grandpa climbed with his bare hands, is really bull-nosed. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was not in the mood, but replied to the pop-ups. It was also Master Strong who reminded her to walk up in one breath. Never stop, especially the first climb. Absolutely no bowing down. If you're scared and your legs are weak, that breath is deflated. Scared to death on the spot. No one can save her in a place like this. With that thought, Xiao Shuiying closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Open your eyes again. There was a determined light in those eyes. Then, Xiao Shuiying quickly followed. The whole time, she stopped looking at anything else. Also under this urging, unknowingly, Xiao Shuiying surprisingly climbed for half an hour, waiting to come back to his senses. She realized that self had made it to the top of the hill. The moment we walked to the top of the hill, suddenly, it was met with a huge breeze. When she looked up, it was a drifting cloud. It's as if by raising your hand, you can touch the sky. At this moment, an eagle circled overhead. In an instant, Xiao Shuiying, who had long been wet with sweat, had an indescribable feeling. Just feel tired, exhausted, but at the same time, it felt as if the cells of the whole body, as if they had come to life, were particularly soothing. However, Xiao Shuiying's stamina was still exhausted. Within a few steps, she fell to the ground, no longer strong. And put your eyes on it. The villagers of Taoyuan village are slightly better than her. However, it is also sitting on the ground and resting. Xiao Shuiying's breathing became more and more rapid. Thinking of Master Strong's advice, she hastily took out the quick-acting heart pills and took them straight away. Probably after a few minutes, the body becomes less strained. And at this point, Xiao Shuiying put her eyes on it. It's not looking good. One look was straight up dumbfounded, only to see that this old ancestor stood to the side, admiring the beautiful scenery in the distance. And on the contrary, all of them fell to the ground in a state of exhaustion and disrepair. And she was even high on speed pills. Master Lao Zuyu, a man who climbs with his bare hands. Surprisingly, it was the only one in the room who was so chipper that he was still standing. It's really a human comparison. Contrast. She's lucky to be alive. And then look at the old human ancestor, calm and relaxed, as if he had come on vacation. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was truly so shocked that she couldn't say a word. In the next second, he saw the old ancestor master turn around and walk over. He bent down and picked up the ancestor offering from the ground. Seeing this scene, Grandmaster Chang was also ready to stand up, to give old Grandmaster a hand. The others stood up as well. It's time to offer incense to the ancestors. Just rested for a while. Xiao Shuiying only felt soreness all over her body. but she still endured the severe pain and slowly stood up. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying looked around. Then I saw that it was a fairly well-built grave. The tombstone, by the looks of it, is new too. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying's heart was a jolt. Nice guy. This ancestor, who died decades ago. And the tombstone is so new that it was obviously restored in the last few years. Apparently, the headstone was moved up recently. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying suddenly remembered Self's earlier question. And then he whispered to Master Strong. Master Strong, I forgot to ask you earlier. Who built that boardwalk? Who's so awesome? When he heard this, Grandmaster Chang then leisurely glanced at old ancestor Master Shuiying Xiao. The crowd at the live stream. Good lord, Master Laozu even knows how to build roads. Damn, I really doubt that old grandpa is a traveler. This skill tree is given a full point, right? No, I'll just ask. What else does Master Laozu not know how to do? Look at old Master Zhu's 18 years old and then look at mine. It's too big a difference. Xiao Shuiying at this moment. It's numb. It's really numb. This was even more shocking than seeing the old ancestor climbing with his bare hands just now. Building a road on a cliff face. This fucking is a worldly superior, right? Xiao Shuiying's mind had come up. An image of old grandpa stepping alone on a sea of clouds. Building a boardwalk. Beyond this square inch. That's an abyss of 10,000 feet. Gee, it's real bull. This is to pay homage to the ancestors. I'm going out on a limb. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying directly turned to old ancestor Master and gave him a thumbs up. And at this moment, Xiao Shuiying also remembered something very important. It's not right, Master Chang. How come the graves of these ancestors are built in such a place? If built on flat ground, then there's no need at all for old Master Zhu to work so hard to build the road. Thinking of this made Xiao Shuiying's heart ache. Upon hearing this, Moncler Outlet Store Strong also said helplessly, Shueching girl, you're too young. It's normal that you don't understand. Those of us who have lived through our younger days know that living in these poor mountains is relatively safer than outside. In the old days, people used to live deep in the mountains to hide from bandits. So when they died, they were buried close by. And then there's. Speaking of this, Strong Moncler Outlet Online's expression suddenly became mysterious. Only to see that he came close to Xiao Shuiying and whispered in a small voice. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying turned white with fear and covered her mouth in surprise. So it is. No wonder, Xiao Shuiying said with relief. And that's when. But it's the water boys on the air who are in a hurry. No, what exactly was said? Goddess Shueching, tell us quickly. Yeah, no secrets between us. Come on. I'm in a hurry. Come on. There's everything I want to know about Taoyuan village. But 2 minutes. It just puts this group of waterbenders in a hurry. However, the sight of the impatient waterman, Xiao Shuiying, however, spat out her tongue mischievously. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying skipped the question. It's straight up depressing for the water boys. Then, Xiao Shuiying continued to offer incense to the graves of her ancestors. Any grave that hasn't been tended in a long time will have a lot of weeds, so that's when the scythe came in handy. Only to see that Xiao Shuiying, the school goddess who had always been high and cold and had an outstanding temperament, was happily waving the scythe in her hand. I suddenly realized that this is also too interesting. It's really fun, Xiao Shuiying said in surprise. For a while, the atmosphere was joyful, but the water friends in the live broadcast were not joyful. Everyone was thinking about the words that were said by the party's Strong Moncler Outlet Store. It was as if an ant was crawling in his heart. It's upsetting to people. Goddess Shueching, balling you up. Yes, count us on our knees to beg you. How hard it is to keep a secret alone. Say it and let everyone bear it with you. Only to see that the water friends were still undeterred and kept trying to convince Xiao Shuiying. Seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying was also helpless. She wouldn't dare to say anything about that. If it is said, what if someone gets up the idea of coming here and trying to smooth things over? But that's not what matters. What worried Xiao Shuiying the most was, it's a tomb built on top of a cliff. If those thieves, who were unlucky, broke their feet in the process and accidentally fell down, if there's a death, it's connected to her. Therefore, Xiao Shuiying would never say anything. So, Xiao Shuiying then rejected the water friends once again. You can't say it means you can't say it. So don't ask again. The words came out. Many of the water friends' hearts collapsed. I declare you a bad woman. Believe it or not, I'll draw a circle and curse you. Not playing with you anymore. Ha! Xiao Shuiying didn't pay any attention to the pop-ups. What she doesn't realize is this. She really was cursed to succeed. Then, almost half an hour later, the grave sweeping and incense offering is all over here. After the last rites were done, the group packed up and were about to leave. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying also walked over, ready to pick up the scythe on the ground. Just as she lowered her head and reached for her scythe, Suddenly, the brain spun. The next thing that happened was that the pupils contracted violently. That's right. I remember. Xiao Shuiying's entire body was shaken. How are we going to go down? Xiao Shuiying suddenly remembered this very deadly problem. Just now she was all about getting up the hill, but forgot how to get down the mountain. That's a very important question. Moreover, Xiao Shuiying had already seen it. Master Lao Zu took the villagers and went in the other direction. If you follow the original route back, that's not the line at all. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying suddenly had a bad premonition. A woman's intuition tells me that something bad must have happened. Xiao Shuiying's eyes are all alarmed. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong came up to him. Back this way? Of course, it's a much better road. If you don't believe me, come over and take a look, said Strong Moncler Outlet Store with a smile. And hear this. Instantly, Xiao Shuiying let go of her heart. Hey, it turns out that a woman's intuition, sometimes it's not allowed. Xiao Shuiying revealed a relieved smile, and then walked to the edge of the cliff with Grand Master Chang. When she looked down, at that moment, the whole person's soul was almost scared out of his mind. You're telling me it's a good road? It's quite a walk to Hades. Xiao Shuiying's entire body froze on the spot, and under the great shock. Plus, a wind suddenly blew hard. The light body shook violently. The calf bends up, almost about to fall. Luckily, it was the elderly but strong Moncler Outlet Online, Chang, who quickly pulled Xiao Shuiying. It was only then that she was saved. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying had long since gone weak in the knees from fear. She couldn't get the image out of her head. Just now, she saw it clearly. The earth beneath Self's feet shattered in half straight away. Then, quickly, he fell off the cliff. She came up short. It becomes the dirt. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying went limp. She bets, for the rest of her life, she would never forget the scene of the party. And that's when Master Lao Zu has departed. He was the first to go down. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying's heart almost didn't jump out in fear. She had just seen it. It's a road that goes down vertically. Between the rocks, a strip of stainless steel was punched. Then the person steps on this one stainless steel step and goes down. This is much more thrilling than just now. Come up ahead. At least there was a boardwalk. It's also dangerous though, but at least it goes around the mountain and up. The process is slow, but not as big as the visual impact of this moment. That look just now. Xiao Shuiying only felt exciting. Too exciting. What the hell is the difference between that and skydiving? But this moment, Xiao Shuiying had already seen that the villagers one by one had followed the old ancestral master's pace. Apparently, they're used to this. Even Master Chang was much sharper than she was. Xiao Shuiying, who was scared, hurriedly grabbed Moncler Outlet Store Chang. Master Chang, can I go that way? This I really dare not go down. It's so creepy. It's scarier than even watching a ghost movie. At that, Moncler Outlet Store Strong, however, immediately shook his head. You can't go down there. Why for? What? If you can come up, why can't you go down? Xiao Shuiying was puzzled. We've been delayed up there too long today. And right now, at this moment, there's a strong wind from the west. So if you go that way, you can't be sure you'll be blown down. There is no wind here. But if you're really scared, there's another way. Then you quickly tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying's beautiful eyes immediately lit up with a ray of light. If only there was a way, she wouldn't have given up. Then, Moncler Outlet Store Strong was heard to say, that would be to stay here all night. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shuiying froze. And at that moment, the old Grandmaster looked over. This method is impractical. Unless, of course, you intend to give up your life here. On the cliffs, the temperature at night is below 0 degrees Celsius. Old Joe Coppola said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying immediately shook her head. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Xiao Shuiying was so scared that she was on the verge of crying. And see this scene. The water friends in the live room, too, were too scared to speak. Who was the one who cursed Goddess Xueqing just now? You're such a crow. Goddess Xueqing is really miserable. Help! Isn't this Manhwa? This is the Sky Trail. I've been to Manhwa. This is just as treacherous as Manhwa. It is said that Manhwa was made more than 700 years ago by a Taoist earth ancestor who opened the mountain and nailed it to the ground. So it seems that the strength of this old ancestor is on par with that of the Taoist earth ancestor. Worthy of Master Lao Zu. What a bull's nose. Does anyone have any pity for Goddess Xueqing, who is genuinely frightened and wants to go home? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was numb. Really numb. I should have known. At the time, beating her to death, she wouldn't come up. However, what Xiao Shuiying didn't expect was, Master Lao Zu has no mercy at all. He just threw down a if you're leaving, leave early and went straight down. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying rolled and crawled to the edge of the cliff. She only dared to poke her head out. Then he saw the old granddaddy practically jumping off. One step at a time. Shuiying Xiao, live water boy. I go. The old ancestor master, this is really raw. This body control must be how strong to dare to die like this? I think I hear that song. Give you the love I all recovery What the hell is this if not an extreme death sport? I did not expect that the old grandpa also loved to play extreme sports. No wonder the muscles are so fierce. Love love love. Master Lao Zu, this is no longer fierce. This is provoking the king of Yan. And a close second. It is the other villagers. Xiao Shuiying could see it. The movements of these villagers are compared to those of Master Lao Zu, still much more sluggish and nervous. But it's evident. They are able to overcome. And experienced. Not to the point of being scared to the ground like she was. Eye to eye. People are going down. I'm all alone. Xiao Shuiying turned around and looked at the grave behind her. Swallowed in fear. Get her in this one night. She doesn't have the guts either. So, after the tussle, Xiao Shuiying still chose to go down. Only, the moment she got up, that look of valor to the death still gave the water friends a whole lot of heartache. My goddess Shueching, it's just too bad. Goddess Shueching, just be careful and don't look down when you go down. How can I go down without looking down? How did you do that? Upstairs, you seem to have found a blind spot? Damn. This first view is gut-wrenching to watch. This is scarier than an R-rated thriller. Xiao Shuiying at this moment. All that went through his mind was the valor and fearlessness of his old ancestor. Learn from old ancestor master, said Xiao Shuiying, clenching her teeth. Then he probed. When those long, slender, straight legs appeared above the cliff, dang was a cool sensation. That chill, instantly, went straight to the bottom of his heart. Scared, really scared. But Xiao Shuiying had to go, so she had to climb down slowly. A full half hour. The whole process, millions of people were watching intently. Everyone was too scared to utter a single breath. To ask, it's the quality of the camera that's just too good. Both the sights and the sounds, all well photographed. It gives you a feeling of being there. It made everyone in the room feel the pain of the goddess deeply. After a long time, Xiao Shuiying finally reached the foot of the mountain, and she was the last one down. The moment the toes touched solid ground, Xiao Shuiying's entire body relaxed and howled. Mom and Dad, did you see that? Your daughter has gotten ahead. Xiao Shuiying was a big burst of crying throughout. And naturally, Blackie saw the whole thing from his cell phone. He was incredibly glad that Self had made the best choice of his life. And that was when Xiao Shuiying hadn't completely relaxed. It was then that he saw the old grandmaster preparing to leave with another group of people. Old ancestor master, where are you going? Xiao Shuiying called out breathlessly. Of course it's to the next grave, Xin Feng said without thinking. When these words came out, they directly made Xiao Shuiying whole. Xiao Shuiying immediately broke down. Devils, you are all devils. Xiao Shuiying almost doubled over. I can't. I'm done. I really can't play anymore. Xiao Shuiying chose surrender mode. Seeing this scene, the water friends in the live broadcast were also heartbroken. No one would blame her. After all, the whole process of the party, they're all looking at it. Not to mention an 18-year-old college girl. Even the Monkey King went. I'm afraid they all have to leave a Sherpa or two behind. In their opinion, it was already not easy for Goddess Shueching to still have a life to live. Goddess Shueching will rest here for a while. It's okay if we don't watch it next. Yeah, I'm really afraid of making a scene and it won't end well. It doesn't have to be that dedicated. It turns out that the waterbenders are quite kind after all. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying's heart was instantly warmed. It was the first time she wanted to give up. The good thing is, people can understand her. Otherwise, if the water boys tell her to stick it out, then, Xiao Shuiying might do it the hard way for their sake. But what would happen in that case? Xiao Shuiying could not guarantee herself. Thank you everyone, I really appreciate it. Everyone can understand me. Xiao Shuiying's voice carried a hint of crying. It was a scene that saddened the entirety of the Waterboy veterans in the broadcast room. It was the first time they had seen it. Such a strong snow-green goddess, revealing cowardice. You know, Goddess Shueching was the last national youth champion of Taekwondo. Even she was devastated. This goes to a grave. Why do you want people to die? Scary as hell. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He exchanged glances. Both of them have made up their minds. The next session of grave sweeping. If you don't want to die, you are determined not to go. And that's when the villagers of Taoyuan village have been leaving one after another. When Strong turned around, he saw the two men who stayed in place. He walked over. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying assumed that Master Chang had come to tell Self to continue walking, so she said directly, Master Strong, I can't walk anymore. and I don't want to. Please let me rest here for a while, and later, when I've rested enough, I'll return to the village on my own. The main event, a preemptive strike, and at the moment, hearing that, Strong Moncler but shook his head. Serious. It won't work. When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both stunned. The water friends in the live room, too, were helpless. How come it's not working yet? This is a bit much, isn't it? Goddess Xueqing can barely stand up, and just like that, she's going to force people to contribute? This wave of strong master is really too bullying. And that's when Strong Moncler but said, you can't get out of this forest on your own. See, it's already fogging up, and you guys can't tell your way around, so getting lost here could be dangerous. This place is infested with blind bears. Shuiying Xiao, live water boy. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying just turned white with fear. Strong Moncler, why don't you tell me earlier? Strong Moncler outlet online helpless, and you didn't ask nah. Shuiying Xiao, and at that moment, Xiao Shuiying thought for a moment and then continued. Then if that's the case, how dare you come in to sweep the graves? Following old ancestor master, we are not afraid. Grandmaster Chang directly told the whole story. Truth be told, old ancestor master is the human compass. In fact, without him, we wouldn't even dare to enter this forest. More than 10 years ago, every time someone came in this forest, they couldn't get back out. And there's all kinds of wildlife out there. If you don't want to die, hurry up and follow the army. After saying these words, Grandmaster Chang threw down the two men and ran towards the old ancestor. As he watched, the old ancestral master's back was so far away that it was only a dot. Strong Moncler outlet store walked at that fast pace. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both thumped in their hearts. Master Chang wouldn't lie to them. In that case, this forest is really dangerous. The thought of the depths of the forest, and not being able to say, there was a blind bear peering itself behind his back. In an instant, Xiao Shuiying felt a chill rise up her back, so neither dared to delay any longer. Immediately followed. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying had long been exhausted and panting. She was getting close to the edge, but she knew, once there is no Master Lao Zu, getting lost here would be a death sentence. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Shuiying could only try to hold on as well. And this moment, she also found out. Indeed, it had always been the old granddaddy who had gone ahead and scouted the way. She was too careless to notice it in the square. Now it seems, this old ancestor observes the heavens from time to time, then look for a water source. Isn't this a ready-made wilderness survivalist? In Master Lao Zu's body, I seem to see the shadow of a top-notch survivalist. It is indeed professional to know how to observe the sky to determine the direction. It's right to follow the old ancestor. If you guys really get lost, then it's really a case of screaming for heaven and earth. See these pop-ups? Xiao Shuiying's face abruptly turned scarlet. From a distance, he watched the back of his old ancestor, just feel so relieved. However, a few minutes later, Xiao Shuiying said, breaking down again. In front of a stretch of river, connecting the two banks is a very thin wooden route. Master Lao Zu was the first to set off and stepped right in. Mubin shook violently. However, Qin Feng did not panic in the slightest, and after a quick battle, he walked to the other side of the river in only 2 minutes. Come over here. Qin Feng clapped his hands, effortlessly, and greeted the crowd. Xiao Shuiying, however, rounded her eyes. Nice guy. This extreme sport, it's not over yet? She hasn't even rested yet. However, at this moment, compared to Xiao He, Xiao Shuiying was considered good. As an agoraphobic plus fat person, Blackie was really in two minds. Dodge the cliffs, but it didn't escape this crossing of the one-way bridge. This goes to the grave. Why is it so difficult to Lu? Xiao He directly collapsed. A dish color. This is really meeting the ancestors without an accident, and accompanying the ancestors after an accident. Xiao He cried out. The words came out. The water boys on the live feed were overjoyed. Blackie says this, no offense, it's too bad, but seeing you guys so miserable makes me want to laugh the more. What's up with that? No wonder Taoyuan village wants to engage in national fitness, which does not have some brush, even on the grave, cannot handle awe. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying took a deep breath and also walked across the one-way bridge. Blackie gritted his teeth and followed suit. She wasn't so lucky, though. Halfway through the walk, the whole thing was so unsteady that he almost fell off. Good thing, Blackie didn't fall completely. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the stick in its entirety. The scene is similar to a kangaroo bear hugging a tree. The difference, however, is this. He was far too much of a mess in this condition. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying just shuddered. Xiao He, are you alright? Xiao Shuiying asked. Didn't realize. Koro's tone, however, carried a hint of surprise. I'm fine. I surprisingly realized that this is kinda good. Saying that, Little Black slowly moved his body and came over. This position is much safer than walking directly on it, Xiao Hei said with a look of surprise. Blackie has sort of discovered a new continent. From now on, when I cross the one-way bridge, I'll walk like this. This suits me too well. Blackie was ecstatic. Xiao Shuiying, however, could not laugh. As long as you're happy. Just now, the way Blackie hugged the trees and moved slowly, the fat body shrugged. Nice guy. The image is nothing short of obscene. The water boys in the live stream, too, have expressed spicy eyes. I can't believe I feel that tree is dirty now. Don't even say it. I don't think my eyes are clean anymore. Indicates that he doesn't want to see Blackie again. Thank you. A farce that was soon over. Then the group arrived at their destination. And see the scene before you. Xiao Shuiying was even more frozen. No. This hole. What does it mean? Only to see that there was an irregular hole in the wall of this mountain. It was obviously dug out by man. Just enough to allow a person to pass through. Of course it's grave sweeping. Silly girl. Master Chang said helplessly. Shuiying Xiao. Live water boy. No. Sure, this is grave sweeping. Not grave robbing? Yes. This also specially dug a hole. Whose ancestors' graves is like this? It's true that Taoyuan village is just off the beaten path. Now, even Xiao Shuiying was given the hole won't. And watch as the crowd dug in. Xiao Shuiying then followed suit. Once inside, Xiao Shuiying's entire body froze. Only to see that, inside the hole, there was clearly a different world. It was as if they had come to an underground chamber. However, because it's underground, the field of vision is limited and it's pitch black all around. Xiao Shuiying, who was scared, then followed closely behind the old ancestor master. The group walked slowly. All that echoed through the hole in the ground was the sound of their footsteps. About a few minutes later, suddenly, Xiao Shuiying realized that they had come to an intersection, and she let her eyes go. Surprisingly, I saw that there were several large pits here, and the big pit was densely packed with silhouettes. Far away, there was another palace here. These men, all wearing armor and carrying weapons, mighty and incomparable. It seemed to be guarding the palace. Immediately, Xiao Shuiying turned pale with fear. There is someone, Xiao Shuiying screamed miserably. At this point, Qin Feng, however, explained helplessly. Look closely, this is not a human being. It's just some terracotta warriors. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying froze. She rubbed her eyes and looked closer. Only then did he realize that the party had misread the party in its own excitement. These earth soldiers are, indeed, not living beings. As for the terracotta warriors, Xiao Shuiying didn't know what it meant, but by the looks of it, these people are, presumably, statues that are as tall as the human equivalent ratio, and such statues were so densely packed that they could not be counted. Roughly speaking, there are at least a few thousand of them. Just thinking about this, Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Thousands of statues. What kind of money is this ancestor worth? Is burial so extravagant? And, looking at the statue, it's pretty dated too. At the very least, it has to be an ancestor from hundreds of years ago. This Taoyuan village has kept up its traditions quite well. The legacy of many of them has long been broken. They, on the other hand, go back hundreds of years, which is rare. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying subconsciously opened her mouth. This mausoleum looks ancient. It must be hundreds of years old. It's worthy of the Peach Village, and it's still Yurok's. And the words came out. Strong Moncler but immediately retorted. Hundreds of years? Are you kidding me? This is our oldest ancestor from over 2,000 years ago. The words came out. At that moment, both Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were dumbfounded. 2,000 years? Xiao Shuiying shivered and said, only feeling a bit unrecognizable to this number. What? Strong looked puzzled. Doesn't your family have an ancestor from over 2,000 years ago? These words could put Xiao Shuiying on the spot. There was, but our family has long since broken off and it's long since been found. As the saying goes, people nowadays, about 800 years ago, it was all the same ancestor, but due to migration and so on, many people can't trace back decades to who their self-same ancestors really were. Even more so, I can't find any of my old ancestors from decades ago. Instead, Taoyuan village knows even the old ancestral masters, who lived more than 2,000 years ago. This Taoyuan village, how on earth did it happen? So many years. Their bloodlines, surprisingly, were still tightly connected. This is really rare. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room, too, were shocked. Good guy. This strong master is also to Versailles. Who can be like Taoyuan village? More than 2,000 years ago, the old ancestors are still worshipping. Yes. I don't even know where my great-grandfather is now. let alone more than 2,000 years ago. Upstairs, you're so proud of being a bad son. I can't be blamed for this. My family is poor. All these years I've been uprooted, busy making a living. Who cares about this kind of tracing back to the origin? That being said, there is some truth to it. Basically, those that can be traced back to their own ancestors, especially if they are old. It was all passed down from one family to another many years ago, and in the turmoil of history, clans of the same bloodline in Taoyuan village, but never separated. Suffice it to say, this clan is very powerful. The children and grandchildren will last for 1,000 generations. Then again, 2,000 years ago, that has to be before the Han Dynasty, right, boy? That's exactly the page that's missing from this history textbook. Yes, you've reminded me of that, and it's just as well. Taking this opportunity to be able to see what the people were like before the Han Dynasty. It's worthy of Taoyuan village, to have made such a masterpiece out of the whole thing. Mom, is this for real? If it's real, it's a major discovery in the history of archaeology. This program, it's so worth watching. At the moment, see the pop-up. Xiao Shuiying was also hot-blooded. That's when she snapped to attention as well. Yeah, it's in the textbook. This is a history that is virtually blank before the Han. I only heard that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a very cruel and dim ruler. Under his rule, the people lived in dire straits. Beyond that, there is little information available. This also leads to having a history about the pre-Christian. Very crippling. If it is in this grave sweeping, I was able to find some information about how Qin Shi Huang, the dim-witted emperor, persecuted his people back in the day. That's definitely a big step forward for history. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuiying is just thrilled. Thus, Xiao Shuiying opened her mouth and asked, "Old ancestor master, what did your ancestors, this ancestor, do, to be able to build such an imposing tomb after death must, I'm sure, be a very impressive figure. At the very least, a minister." At this moment, Qin Feng glanced at Xiao Shuiying as if he was looking at an idiot. But think about it. This was not something that could be blamed on Xiao Shuiying. Not long after crossing over, Qin Feng realized it. This world, and his previous life, were vastly different. Especially in the history piece. There is a history of the Qin dynasty that is virtually blank. The only thing there is all the smearing of Qin Shi Huang. The people here, they all think that Qin Shi Huang was a brutal and dim king. At the same time, they didn't know anything about the Qin dynasty. And for the matter of self's ancestor being Qin Shi Huang, just started to know. Qin Feng was also shocked. Also, surprise, he's an old political fan. Therefore, every year, Qin Feng would bring the people of the village and come to pay homage to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Unlike the previous life, of course, the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is not located in the Shan district, and the mausoleum, too, has not been excavated by archaeologists. Only the people of Taoyuan village would come to pay their respects on New Year's holidays. And that's when, having heard Xiao Shuiying's words, speculation also began to rise on the airwaves. I'm guessing this has to be a founding father. Look at this. So many dirt soldiers. I'd like to think that this would be someone from the royal family. To say the least, it must be a nobleman. And then, suddenly a pop-up appeared. Can say these words, "I'll look you are layman. I have seen the mausoleum. No less than 10. Honestly, never one like this mausoleum. So magnificent and great. I guess, this is the tomb of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang." This pop-up came out. The crowd was stunned. This can't be right? If this is the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, then in other words, isn't Master Lao Zu a descendant of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Crap. This is also too shocking. Family people who understand when I just want to come to see a winter vacation documentary program, now actually appeared Qin Shi Huang's descendants. This can't be right. By the way, Qin died in the Second World. Shouldn't they all be dead? Seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying was also shocked. In her opinion, this Qin dynasty is a brutal dynasty. Qin Shi Huang gave her a bad impression, too. Now it seems, elegant and easygoing old grandpa. There is no way to connect it with that brutal and extremely dim king. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying said with some resistance, "I don't think so. The ancestor of this Taoyuan village shouldn't be Qin Shi Huang." And hear this. On the sidelines, Grandpa Strong suddenly snapped, "Shuiqing girl, what do you mean?" At those words, Xiao Shuiying froze and turned her head. Then he saw some indignation on Strong's face. "I'm just asking you, what do you mean, disgruntled with our old family ancestor Na?" When these words came out, Xiao Shuiying was also dumbfounded. And what shook her even more, or the deeper meaning behind the phrase, that is to say, "Master Chang, do you mean that this is really the tomb of Qin Shi Huang? And Qin Shi Huang is indeed the ancestor of your Qin family?" Xiao Shuiying's voice was almost trembling with an unbelievable face. Or what? Instead, Strong was all proud. And at this point, hearing Strong Master's words, the water friends in the live broadcast room also immediately exploded. I'm going to go. It's actually true? It's really Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Bullnose. This program is going down in history. Rush to leave a pop-up photo to commemorate this historic moment. Although, people don't like Qin Shi Huang, an emperor's tomb that was buried in history can be found. It's still something to get excited about. Gradually, however, after the excitement, there were voices of discontent. I was quite impressed with Master Laozu until I realized that he was a descendant of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and all of a sudden I couldn't love him anymore. Yes, this Qin Shi Huang is a tyrant. How many tyrants were brutalized in the beginning, and yet the old ancestor still goes to worship him. For that matter, I am truly indifferent to Taoyuan village from now on. Oh, look at these thousands of statues, but also too extravagant, dead, but also for self to get so many fancy. It's just a waste of money. Countless people began to attack. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying was also sweating. She wants to control the field. But nay, there was no way to suppress the angry voices of these people. Upstairs is right. Mama, so many statues, can't even count them. How much labor must have been spent? On this point, Qin Shi Huang can't be cleared. And at that moment, Qin Feng happened to pass by. The sharp-eyed man, naturally, saw the pop-ups. Immediately, it was a frown. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying screamed in her heart that it was not good. Old ancestor master, just pretend you didn't see anything. Xiao Shuiying laughed awkwardly. I saw it. Qin Feng said expressionlessly. Shuiying Xiao, she always had a bad feeling about this. And that's when. It was then that Qin Feng spoke again. Laboring and hurting the people? Compared with the use of living people for burial. My old ancestor. It's much milder, isn't it? And the words came out. At once, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Xiao Shuiying also froze. That sentence sounds like there's nothing wrong with it. This through the ages. How many emperors died with their ministers and concubines buried with them? That's a living, breathing human being. Qin Shi Huang, on the other hand, was just a statue made of clay. In comparison, surprisingly, Qin Shi Huang even seemed much more merciful. At this point, the live broadcast was also shaken. The words of the old ancestor master feel like they have a few truths in them. That is, I now also think, an emperor, with a little statue in his own tomb, as if also quite reasonable throughout the ages, are doing it, and Qin Shi Huang, at least did not use a living person opinion on the airwaves, began to shift, and that's when one man couldn't sit still. This person is Xia Shihai, an expert who has recently become a big hit on the internet. Xia Shihai is a famous head of Qin Shi Huang's black powder, and the reason he's on fire, it's by hacking Qin Shi Huang. His most clicked work is called Inventorying the 10 Deadly Sins of Qin Shi Huang, the most brutal and dim-witted king in history. Relying on this, Xia Shihai is making a lot of money. Therefore, this teenager called Qin Feng suddenly said good things about Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Isn't this provoking his majesty? As for Xia Shihai, the reason why he came to the live broadcasting room was that a few minutes ago, someone wrote to him privately in the background of Weibo, saying that Qin Shi Huang's tomb had been found. He just rushed to the live feed. This is a great opportunity for him to make another hit, if it is in this tomb of Qin Shi Huang, confirming, once again, that his previous statements were correct. Then he must be on fire? For self's argument, Xia Shihai is very confident. He thought that Qin Shi Huang was a deservedly brutal and dim king. He is absolutely right in what he says. Therefore, Xia Shihai was bound to firmly grasp this opportunity to make self's hotness another height. As for what Qin Feng said, Xia Shihai only felt childish to the extreme. Just a descendant who refuses to recognize the mistakes of his ancestors. It's the same as when a person makes a mistake and doesn't want to admit it. People are all inferior. This is the case with this young man. With that in mind, Xia Shihai popped up a direct request for a video screen. And see this. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew this one. So, without thinking, he clicked OK as well. Immediately, the video screen image split in two. And on the other side, naturally, was Xia Shihai. Only to see that Xia Shihai was wearing glasses, a suit and tie, and a look of a clothed beast. And he was sitting in his office, which, by the looks of it, was quite luxurious and, well, new. Obviously just moved in not too long ago. Thinking of this, Qin Feng slightly hooked his lips, revealing a sneer. It seems that this bullshit bricklayer made a lot of money by smearing his old man. He had to be taught a lesson. And that's when Xia Shihai revealed a very arrogant look and was the first to speak. Your name is Qin Feng, right? Young man, I can understand your feelings. since the ancestors have done bad things, do not want to admit. Very normal. No one is perfect, but the wrong done by your ancestors, that's not a tiny bit more than you can admit. What you said about this statue does make a bit of sense, but you can't argue with what I'm going to say next, can you? This Meng Jiangnu crying down the Great Wall was done by your old ancestor. You can't deny it, can you? Xia Shihai looked as if he had won the battle, as if it had been seen. Since this battle, it's even more prestigious. A bright future, beckoning him, is even more triumphant. And that's when the pop-ups on the live feed, too, were very manic. Meng Jiangnu cried down the Great Wall. This is something I've heard since I was a kid. Yes, Meng Jiangnu is also too miserable. Even if her husband was caught and buried alive, she was almost robbed. It's really a tragedy. And such a tragedy was caused by Qin Shi Huang. Isn't that enough to show that he was a brutal and dim king? The watermen are getting restless. And that's when. What they didn't expect was this. Qin Feng, however, directly failed to collapse and burst out laughing. No. Is there really someone who takes folktales as proper history? You still have the nerve to call yourself an expert. Let's see. You're more like a bricklayer. Qin Feng was simply furious and laughed. This Xia Shihai is a real laugh riot. And that's when Xia Shihai, who had been ridiculed a bit, directly turned green in the face. He was just about to make a retort, only to see new pop-ups appear. I just checked. This Meng Jiangnu crying down the Great Wall is an ancient time novel. In other words, it is fake. I also checked this Meng Jiangnu history of the real person. However, she is not living in the Qin dynasty at all, but in the spring and autumn period. Simply does not match. This era is not even in the same piece. This is not a slur to smear and discredit the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang is really miserable. This wave, I stand Lao Zhu master. Good thing. Of the water boys on the air, there's still a lot of sober people dirt. Immediately, he pointed out Xia Shihai's mistake. That's going to piss him off. But nah, what people say is indeed true. Take a few minutes. Xia Shihai also sneaked off to Chidu for a bit. Nice guy. What this Qin Feng said was actually true. The punch in the face. It came a little too soon. At this moment, even the always thick-skinned Xia Shihai felt a little embarrassed. But he did not want to admit his own mistakes, so he reddened an old face and hardened his mouth. Actually, I do know that this whole thing was codified by the ancients. But then again, doesn't this story also reflect the fact that the people were living in dire straits at that time? This building of the Great Wall has sent so many people there. So I'll ask everyone here, in your place, if you want to go. This wave, Xia Shihai really took the psychology of the crowd. That's a hard-working dude building the wall. Countless people died. That's not the kind of life anyone would want to live. Immediately, the water boys fell back again. I definitely don't want to go. It's a death sentence to go there. Yes, Master Lao can't argue with that. Can he? That's the truth. The Great Wall. It's all still on that gada. This is the best evidence. However, Qin Feng's next words dry silenced them. This thing, indeed, was done by my forefathers. However, the people who were sent there were prisoners and laborers. These people deserve to die in the first place. So what's wrong with letting them contribute to building the wall? Furthermore, the construction of the Great Wall, that is also to defend against the invasion of the Xiongnu in the north. If there is no Great Wall, then the Xiongnu come to invade. The people will be the same people will not be able to live in peace and live in deep water. And it's true that building the Great Wall is a labor of love. But in comparison, which one do you choose? The words came out. The water boys in the live room couldn't hold it together. Is that even an option? Well, it must be the latter. If you choose the former and get invaded, it's a never-never land. It turns out that Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall to be a military device. It seems that, for so many years, we have misunderstood him. Then, in that case, it doesn't make sense to say that a person is a dim-witted ruler. Ah, a dim-witted ruler can do such a good thing? Yes, later emperors, too, have always built the Great Wall, and Qin Shi Huang, the first to do so, and later generations are copying him, which is not to say that the merit is in the present generation, and the benefit is in the thousand autumns. At this moment, Xia Shihai was completely taut. Shit, he truly felt that this Qin Feng was deliberately coming to target him. Whatever he said, Qin Feng refuted it one by one. On the contrary, Qin Feng said, as if, sounds like there's really nothing wrong with it. Instead, it's a statement he's always believed in. One by one, they fell under Qin Feng's attack. Originally, he wanted to come and continue to discredit Qin Shi Huang. Nice guy, under the influence of Qin Feng. On the contrary, the water users in this live broadcast room, all of them had taken a liking to Qin Shi Huang in droves. Doesn't that make it a whitewash for him? Thinking of this, Xia Shihai couldn't sit still. No, he had to fight back. Thinking that, Xia Shihai released a big move. This burning of books and pitting of scholars, but it is recorded in the textbooks. This point, you can't deny it, right? Xia Shihai said confidently. That much is true. Qin Feng directly said back, his calm tone and flat demeanor. Instead, he killed Xia Shihai. This burning of books and burying of scholars is indeed a good deed done by my old ancestor. Yes, Qin Feng said with a proud face, and the words came out. Xiao Shuiying was taught. The water friends in the live broadcast room, but also to the old ancestral master Hole will not be. This. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Why does this old grandpa still look proud of himself? Yes, this is too much. Qin Shi Huang's brutality, killing so many innocent Confucian soil, and the old ancestor master is still here complacent. It's hard to comment. The good feeling I had for Master Lao Zu just now is completely gone again. Yes, this matter is very serious. Isn't this indiscriminate killing of innocents? Old grandfather still says it's a good thing. It's like turning black and white upside down. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xia Shihai was smug. Still a young man after all. A whole wave of self-explosions. Originally, he had looked as if he was on the brink. But now it seems that this Qin Feng, but also so. Pure stupidity now. Thinking about it, Xia Shihai was smug. I admire you for daring to admit it. But it's too rampant for you to say it's a good thing, isn't it? How dare you call this indiscriminate killing a good thing? It should be killed. Qin Feng directly responded with 2 words in a domineering manner. Those present, all of them were shaken by the powerful aura he exuded. Xiao Shuiying blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Don't go too far. Xia Shihai thought that Qin Feng was deliberately provoking and said angrily. Qin Feng was speechless. My old ancestor killed all the pitiful Arturists. This is a good thing to kill. The burning, too, is all part of the history of the vassal states, and it should be burned, too, and those agricultural and medical books have been passed down, and the old ancestor also took in many guest ministers from other countries, not specializing in the ideas of the Qin, but rather in a variety of ideas. The old ancestor revered the legalists and followed the rule of law. If not for the death of Qin II, how could the Confucians behind this have the opportunity to smear him all the time? This is a statement that rings true and is justified. Everyone present fell silent. True. From this statement, it does make a lot of sense. History, those who discredited Qin Shi Huang. It is indeed Confucianism all right. At this moment, even Xia Shihai was dumbfounded by his dislike. Actually, he didn't know how to retort for a moment. If this is really the case, then Qin Shi Huang is clearly a wise ruler. Yes, this is really a great man. We misunderstood him, and at this point, see these pop-ups. Xia Shihai was inspired. He's got ideas. He then spoke quickly. You've been talking for half a day. Just to prove that your family's oldest ancestor was a man of great wisdom. Then I ask, how can a truly wise person be enamored of immortality? It's your family's old ancestor who is right to be struggling to find the medicine for immortality in these later years, isn't it? Xia Shihai sneered. However, Qin Feng's next sentence completely screwed him out of his mind. He wants to live forever. Is there a problem? Qin Feng had a speechless expression on his face. The words came out. The crowd was in disbelief. Is this what I heard wrong? You heard correctly. That's how outrageous the old grandpa's words are. No, how can a person live forever? It's common sense that all people live and die, isn't it? Right. Since Qin Shi Huang is a smart man, he can't not understand this reasoning that even a 3-year-old understands, can he? And at this point, Xiao Shuiying also revealed a puzzled look, only to see that Qin Feng suddenly walked to the front. The direction he's heading is the Qin Shi Huang's underground palace. And behind the door of that dungeon, it is where the real coffin of Qin Shi Huang is located. Only after a long time did Qin Feng speak. My old ancestor stood 1 meter 98 meters tall, and his accessories were 1 meter 68, which is worth a chow chow. Once he swept away the 6 kingdoms, the books were written in the same language, the chariots on the same track, and the weights and measures were standardized. The Arctic Xiong Nu, the southern expedition to the Baiyue, the construction of the Great Wall of China against foreign invasion, the abolition of the feudal system, the implementation of the county system, and the realization of the true unification of China. Today, we are standing here, speaking the same words, writing the same words, and we are all proud to be the people of China. And you know why? It's because 2,000 years ago, my old ancestor made the unification of China, carved into everyone's DNA, and in Europe at that time, Julius Caesar, who entered the stage of history with my oldest ancestor, retired with only one title. In Europe today, there is no real cultural unity practiced either. They speak different languages and in their hearts, They don't feel like they are family to each other. Just like Sango is now. Every year, there are countless deaths and injuries due to religious conflict. And the languages on this currency, all of which contain 17. Although they live in one country, they look alike. Unlike us Chinese, who, a few years ago, fought and fought. For that matter, is it wrong for him to want to live forever? If he lives forever, nowadays, on this blue star, I'm afraid, there's only one country, and that's Huaxia. These words were spoken with great excitement by Qin Feng, almost in one breath. And at the moment, on the scene, silence. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also all shocked. The cars are on the same track, the books are in the same language, and this who can still say that he is a fainting emperor? Aren't the countless emperors after him all within this framework, never changing? In this view, Qin Shi Huang is a truly great man. Gosh, I can't believe I'm tearing up. If Emperor Qin Shi Huang really did live forever, and he was so inspiring, I think we might really only have one country. Where's the hawk sauce? That is to say, if Emperor Qin Shi Huang were still around, we, today, wouldn't have to learn a foreign language at all? Upstairs, your ideas are really showy. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Now on the blue planet, there are over 200 countries, hundreds of scripts, and they don't recognize each other. So it's too inconvenient. If the handsome and charming old ancestor was still around, he'd never blame us for not being able to learn English. Would he? He would have brought down the world for sure. Wisdom teeth extraction in Hunan. I go. Burning fried this. I support let Qin Shi Huang long life. Let him long life how? Yes, he seeks immortality, but not for the sake of his people, for the sake of his country? If I were given a chance to travel to the past, I would have offered Emperor Qin Shi Huang a globe. At the moment, the water friends of the live broadcast, but the brain is wide open. For a while, all the watermen were sorry. Yeah, from what Qin Feng told me. Where is Qin Shi Huang a dim king? He is clearly the emperor of the ages. His feats set the stage for the unification of the whole of China. Such feats were the only ones in history that he could achieve. That alone is enough to do him justice. There were even a number of people who were immersed in fantasies. The water boys genuinely felt that. In the beginning, it would have been good if Emperor Qin Shi Huang had really found the elixir of immortality. In this way, perhaps, there is now only one country in Blue Star. And this country, it belongs to the people of China. At this moment, the public opinion of the live broadcast was a complete reversal. Xia Shihai is completely out of turn, just staring in round-eyed amazement. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying let out a shriek, attracting the attention of countless people. This is actually a real weapon, Xiao Shuiying marveled. She had assumed that all the weapons the terracotta warriors carried were also made of clay. But then she took a closer look at the party and realized that these were serious weapons. In other words, the real thing, the old stuff. And at this moment, seeing these arrows, Xiao Shuiying only felt that a cool chill rose up from the bottom of her heart. This thing feels so dangerous. The vision is quite sharp, Qin Feng complimented. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying's beautiful eyes lit up. It was rare to get a compliment from the old ancestor master. This Xiao Shuiying's heart was beautiful. And at that moment, Qin Feng also copped. This one is a three-pronged arrow, with 3 prongs of the arrowhead, almost the same length, with an error of only 0.02 millimeters. Originally, Xiao Shuiying was still listening well, but this latter sentence, instantly, it scared her silly. Meanwhile, the water friends in the live broadcast room, too, were shocked. Tolerance of 0.02 millimeters? This ancient people can do it? Yeah, it's still more than 2,000 years ago. 0.02 millimeters, that's 1/3 of a hair. And that's when Qin Feng continued his introduction. Look at this arrow. What does its whole silhouette remind you of? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying stared at her beautiful eyes with a puzzled expression. After looking at it for half a day, I couldn't tell what it was. So, the water boys on the air, the speculation went on and on. However, for several minutes, there was no correct answer. Until, like a bullet, upstairs, are you kidding me? What does this have to do with bullets? However, at that moment, Qin Feng said, that's right, bullets. The crowd was shocked at these words. Incredulity was written all over his face. Bullets, that's a weapon that was invented thousands of years later. You talk to me. This was over 2,000 years ago in the Qin dynasty. Just got a thing that looks like a bullet? And at that moment, Qin Feng continued to speak. Look more closely at the profile. Is it a sort of near-perfect streamlined arrowhead? When flown out, it drastically reduces air resistance during flight and hits the target with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, the blade is so sharp that it can be inserted into the body of the enemy. The Qin people, more than 2,000 years ago, didn't know what aerodynamics meant, but they designed arrows based on their experience that were, in fact, not much different from today's bullets. It is also because of this that, in war, Qin was able to win 100 battles and, in a crushing victory. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and the others were too shocked to speak. The amount of information I received today was just too much. At this point, they're not even slowing down. At first, everyone thought that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a brutal and dim-witted ruler, but it wasn't until Qin Feng told them, Qin Shi Huang is the emperor of the ages. Now, also tell them, the ancients of more than 2,000 years ago had mastered such great wisdom. People in modern times have always felt that the ancients were foolish and backward, but in this moment, a crowd of people have deeply realized the wisdom of the ancients, and that's when a pop-up, too, caught the attention of the crowd. God, the error of 0.02 even if, but also in more than 2,000 years ago to create in the arrow is almost the same thing. This is the great Qin military industry? The Qin military industry? Interesting. Sure enough, my charming old ancestor never lets me down. Previously, I suspected that old grandfather was a traveler. And now, I'm beginning to suspect that this Qin Shi Huang is afraid that he is not also a traveler. Right? The water friends in the live broadcast room were overwhelmed with emotion. Every time I listen to Master Lao Zu, it's just a rise. For the first time, it feels so good to have learned knowledge. I'd love to hear more about it. I suspect that this year's college entrance exam essay question may have something to do with De Qin. Upstairs, I'm not sleepy when you talk about it. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying's heart was a joyous one. No doubt about it. Today is a day of great significance for the history of China. And she, too, was involved. In this regard, Xiao Shuiying felt proud and grateful. Thinking about it, Xiao Shuiying also wanted to dig more about the history of the Qin dynasty. She turned around and made a new discovery. Hey, Master Lao Zu, look at this. The face of this terracotta warrior is surprisingly different. Yeah, Xiao Shuiying was very disciplined. Don't dare touch it with your hands. Just observe it from a distance. And she said this out loud. The water users in the live stream were also observing. That's what I realized. These thousands of terracotta warriors. Surprisingly, none of them are repeating a face. Each terracotta warrior looks different. Some of them are wide-eyed. Some people have small eyes, thick and thin lips, completely inconsistent. And all of them were lifelike, as if they were just like real people. And at that moment, Qin Feng laughed. Of course it's different, because these men, originally, were tailored to be soldiers for Emperor Qin Shi Huang to go into battle and kill the enemy. The words came out. The whole room was shocked. Xiao Shuiying was so excited that her hands were shaking. It was a moment that the crowd felt. It's just so romantic. It was, I thought, just assembly line manufacturing. And at the moment, these terracotta warriors, they are all tailor-made according to the people after the death of Qin Shi Huang, and his generals of the earth. It will also be transformed into a terracotta warrior, underground, to accompany him for all eternity. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also moved to tears. Gosh, is this the kind of romance that belonged to the old country? Loved. Has anyone written a homoerotic book? I want to read it. Thanks to old ancestor master. If not for old ancestor master's clarification for Qin Shi Huang, then all these years, Qin Shi Huang carried too many curses that didn't belong to him. Real miserable and I'm grateful to Master Lao Zu for opening our eyes. Boycott charlatan bricklayers like Xia Shihai, who do not pretend to understand and smear historical figures, and recommend blocking them. Blocking plus 10,086. At this point, seeing these pop-ups, Xia Shihai was completely unable to sit still. Shit, let's just say the plan didn't work out. As a result, it also draws fire. If it's a big deal, it's really blocked. That's a job down the drain. As a middle-aged man with nothing better to do, Xanthahai can only eat the bowl of the internet. Thus, the undeterred Xia Shihai continued to speak. Qin Feng, let me just ask you, do you have any evidence to prove these arguments you're talking about? You didn't, did you? Xia Shihai looked like he was sure to win. However, Qin Feng's next sentence, just straighten out Xanthahai won't. That, too, can be asked of you in turn. Do you have any evidence to back up your words of smearing my family's old ancestor? You have? Qin Feng sneered. Xanthahai. For a few whole minutes, Xia Shihai couldn't hold back a single word. See here, the water boys get it, too. This Xia Shihai is a complete fraud, eating calories by smearing Emperor Qin Shi Huang. In reality, it's a straw man who doesn't know anything. People old ancestor master, well at least is a serious Qin Shi Huang heir. And, literally standing right here in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. The terracotta warriors were chosen to accompany the burials, not the living. On this point, it is sufficient to show that Qin Shi Huang was not an unforgivably brutal and dim king, and these three-pronged arrows, crossbows and other subtle bronze weapons. It can also show that the wisdom of the Qin people, far beyond 1,000 years later, is not at all inferior to the current military technology. The great Qin military industry, it's no joke, and as their monarch, naturally, it can't be a man without talent. Everything in sight, all of which convinced the Waterboys. This Qin Shi Huang is worthy of the phrase one emperor for 1,000 years, and by comparison, Xia Shihai is a complete clown. How dare he come and point a finger at Qin Shi Huang? What's wrong with you? As a result, countless water users began to attack Xia Shihai. There are also enthusiastic netizens, who have turned to the black material of Xia Shihai. What a nice guy. And he has the nerve to call himself an expert. This was slapped in the face by a college history professor not too long ago, saying it's just a straw man. Damn. I even followed Xia Shihai before and watched so many of his live streams with great interest, but now it seems like such a waste of my life and feelings. It's not too late to take it off. Brothers, remember to report it, so that we don't let such internet clowns defame historical figures anymore. I reported it too. Countless water users began to report up Xia Shihai, and in such an offense, Xia Shihai hadn't even had time to give self a rebuttal. Backstage, it's just straight up blocked. The question is, what a great fight for the old granddaddy fans. Take a pinch of Shashikai. It's no different than crushing a tiny ant. That's when the streak ended. Xiao Shuiying also had a sense of pleasure at having his revenge avenged. At the moment, the pop-ups in the live stream were celebratory. Different voices also emerged. Make it quick. I want to see more. Isn't there another gate in here? Inside here is the real resting place of Qin Shi Huang, isn't it? It's so tempting to go in there. God, I bet this is going to be a historic moment. Seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying however frowned. No doubt about it. Behind this gate, naturally, it's where Qin Shi Huang really rested. But if you go in, won't it bother his old man? Xiao Shuiying thought. A look outside is, in fact, enough. Xiao Shuiying's psychology, too, was simple. For one thing, it can be feared. A little girl who's only 18, there is definitely some fear of something like looking at a coffin. Secondly, it must be awe-inspiring. After the death of this emperor, the reason why this mausoleum was built with such grandeur and greatness, isn't it just about wanting to be permanently at rest, to be able to be left alone? Obviously, Xiao Shuiying was still quite smart. At that moment, Qin Feng also spoke at just the right time. Sort of a response to the Waterboys on the air. The gate won't go in. Usually, in previous years, we would just make a sacrifice here. The rejection was obvious in these words. But there are still watermen. Smells different, generally speaking, and what if it's not general? Upstairs, you've also noticed, I always feel that the words of the old grandpa, there is something in the words At this moment, seeing these two pop-ups, Qin Feng then said very directly, unusually, I did go in. The words came out. The crowd was shaken. I'll go. Master Lao Zu really did go in there. I'm a curious baby, and I'd like to go in there too. Once again 10,000 people blood book. When will this Taoyuan village open cultural tourism? Before it is food, accommodation, landscape are available. Good guy. Now even the emperor's tomb. No, it would be a real shame not to build a cultural tourism base here. And this moment, Strong Moncler Outlet Online saw the water friends who transformed into curious babies and excited. But it was very serious. That's not good. It's not a joke. You can't go. You youngsters, don't go. The words came out. The Waterboys were dumbfounded. What do you mean? They can't go? But why did Master Lao Zu get to go? Why, aren't all the old grandfathers there? Yeah, big deal. Name a price. $1 million a time. I'm willing to pay it. Brother Fu is here again. 666. Damn it, they're just jacking up the price as soon as they come up. It's annoying as hell. I'll give you $2 million. At such a high price, which is the price of a one-time ticket. It's a great deal, which no one should be able to refuse. Yes, it's a profitable business. And, moreover, it doesn't cost a dime. I think, Mr. Strong will agree to it. However, to the surprise of the waterbenders, Strong Moncler Outlet Online, very determined. No one is allowed to go. No one but Master Lao Zu. Shueching girl, you too. Otherwise, don't blame me for being angry. The words came out. The live feed just blew up. A crowd of watermen that really wanted to get in there and find out what was going on. But Strong Moncler Outlet Store attitude. Can't say it's tough. It can be said to be very tough alright. Master Kong is so cruel. 555. Can't I even beg you on my knees? there's no love left. Between us, there's no love at all. Master Chang is really too cold and heartless. The live broadcast room was instantly transformed into a large weeping scene, but even so, stronger Moncler outlet online also remained unmoved. Seeing this, Black felt a little helpless. This Master Chang is too bad to talk to. So he opened his mouth. Master Strong, is there really not a single possibility left? And at that moment, hearing that, Strong sighed a long sigh. He knows, this group of people, they just won't stop until they get to the Yellow River. You youngsters, you just don't listen. Okay, I'm not going to try to persuade you guys to come. So come on. Little Black, don't you want to go in and take a look? You're the first one to go on. Just in time. Also give the water friends in the live broadcast a good look. And then, I'll see who else dares to come. Originally, Xiao Hei was excited, thinking that he had struck lucky. I can't believe I'm qualified to enter the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Didn't realize this second half of Strong's sentence, but it's not going to straighten Blackie out. No? What does that mean? Why does it sound so strange? And that's when the water boys in the live room, however, couldn't care less. They swiped at the pop-ups one by one. Hurry up, Blackie, my good brother. Go on. For a moment, Koro couldn't care less. Good, then I'll be the first to go. Thinking that, Xiao Hei revealed a smile. Instead, Strong kept a serious face. Then, led by Strong Moncler outlet store, a group of people came right up to this second gate. Behind this is where Qin Shi Huang's coffin was placed. Blackie was fist-pumping and excited. At this moment, it was then seen that Moncler outlet store Strong suddenly stretched out his hand, pressed on the wall. Then, the ground shook. Boom! A loud sound rubbed against everyone's ears. In the heat of the moment, the quick-eyed Xiao Shuiying grabbed the old ancestor master. It's the only way not to fall. And in the meantime, the whole door, too, opened. At this moment, Blackie's eyes lit up with light. However, the next second, after seeing what was in front of him, at that moment, the light in those eyes was like a blown-out candle. The moment's effort was dulled, only to see that behind this door, there were surprisingly many organs. There are flame-spewing organs. There are organs that spew out countless arrows. There is also a huge wolf tooth rod. One strike, enough to crush Xiao Hei into meat. These arcane organs, after thousands of years, surprisingly, it's still working fine. And, by the looks of it, very efficient. It's a path that simply can't be trodden. Immediately, Blackie wimped out. And at the same time, he also smelled a very pungent odor. And at that moment, he hastily covered his nose. What is this smell? It's so pungent. Immediately, Little Black shouted in a hasty manner. It's the odor of mercury. Big handfuls of it in there. Smell too much and you'll die. By the way, don't you want to go in? Why don't you go in yet? Grandpa Strong said. Blackie, Senior Master Chang, listen to my explanation. Immediately, Little Black was just completely flustered. Fuck that. Who'd dare go in there? These organs can kill him in minutes, not to mention. And with such a deadly trump card as mercury. Such a heavy odor. As you can imagine, there is almost an entire large mercury chamber inside. That's if it's mercury poisoning. Still a lethal amount of mercury. That's something the gods can't save. Now, the crowd understood. For what Moncler jackets for men is stopping. It's a death sentence for this ordinary person to go in. So, Blackie was on the spot to beg for mercy with Master Strong. The water boys on the live feed. All of them were also discouraged. So that's how it is. Then we've misunderstood Master Strong. That's not right. Since it's so dangerous, how did the old ancestor master go in? And this one pops up. It also reminded the crowd. Yeah, Fong, this organ. People have seen it with their own eyes. Such a menacing organ. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can hide from it. In response, Qin Fong smiled without saying anything. I have my own way. In a word, very simple. This pussy, by Master Lao Zu. At the moment, the crowd was showy. It seems that old Grand Master doesn't want to talk about it. Old Ancestor Master doesn't want to talk about it. So he doesn't. And people don't have the obligation to have to inform us. That's right. Speaking of which, this mausoleum, originally is the family's. People return home, but also have to make a report? Ridiculous. The water friends all immediately took sides for Master Lao Zu. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Blackie is really sour. Shit, it's the same as treating him. The attitude is totally just different. This group of people, it's so double standard. As long as it's Master Lao Zu, then whatever you want to do, you can do. He, on the other hand, could not. However, in Xiao Hei's heart, he was also convinced of the old ancestor master. As for Strong's side, Strong Moncler outlet online is not a difficult person to talk to. After Blackie had begged for mercy, he also closed the gate. And at this point, the live streaming room is once again buzzing with activity. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room all exploded, watching one official channel after another, joining the live stream, with XX Heritage Board, XX local channels. Wait, it's all official you know, it's on the folks self-publishing, but there has never been such a row. Deng was stunned. Xiao Shuiying was also nervous. She'd never seen anything like it. Especially, at this moment, the account of this Heritage Bureau was actually applying for a streak. Immediately, Xiao Shuiying almost fainted in shock. She had a strong premonition. Master Lao Zu is, today, going to do another big job. Since it's an official channel, that Xiao Shuiying naturally didn't dare to refuse. So she took it immediately after asking permission from her old ancestor. And soon, on the other end of the video screen, a refined middle-aged man appeared. Look, it's nice to talk. Hello guys, the middle-aged man greeted humbly. However, the water boys are not calm. This is the fucking director of the Department of Cultural Heritage. I'm going. The director of the Cultural Heritage Bureau is here. Master Lao Zu is really a bullseye. I remember the last time I was here. It was still the director of the space agency, wasn't it? I've seen more of the world in this time with Master Lao Zu than I have in my life. And at the moment, see this pop up. The director of heritage narrowed his eyes. And the director of space was here? He's going to snatch someone from me? At that moment, the face of the director of the Department of Cultural Heritage, in an instant, became much more serious. It's the weekend. By definition, it's off the clock. However, the director of the Bureau of Cultural Heritage suddenly learns that the tomb of Qin Shi Huang has been revealed. Where else does it matter if you go to work or not? Volunteered to work overtime and came here to link up with Master Lao Zu. At this moment, looking at this teenager in front of him who was only 18 years old, Lu Rusheng, director of the Cultural Heritage Bureau, has mixed feelings. What a hero, Lu Juxing exclaimed. And to think, back in the day, when he was 18, I feel that I have been admitted to the top-ranked school in all of China. And it is a history major of epic difficulty. At that moment, Lu Rusheng felt that he was a bully. But then he looked at the handsome youth in front of him. Again, 18 years old. But this teenager, not only in his eyes as a director of the Department of Cultural Heritage, the weight is very heavy. Also, there's the risk of being snatched up by the space chief. Thinking of this, Lu Juxing's heart was just ashamed of himself. It really is true what the Grandmaster said. There are people outside of people. And there are people outside of people. There are plenty of people who are better than self. The one in front of me is a ready-made one. And in the meantime, Lu Juxing felt a little nervous. The reason he's here, the purpose is naturally related to the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, and to excavate the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. First of all, the consent of the descendants of Emperor Qin Shi Huang must surely be obtained. After all, the whole archaeology thing is, to put it bluntly, just a sentence. It's just digging up people's ancestral graves. If there are no descendants, then feel free to dig. But there are words of posterity. Then surely you have to ask for people's permission. But to that point, Lu Juxing was quite relaxed. To put it bluntly, slam enough money on it. They, the Longhua Cultural Relics Bureau, had little else but the most money, and they were not bad at all. And it was the second purpose that Lu Juxing was worried about. That is, he wanted to recruit Qin Feng to join the Cultural Relics Bureau. Feng, he saw those wonderful organs. That's a lost Maja organ that's been lost for over 2,000 years. It is rumored, the Mahist organs, in ancient times, were at the forefront of the world. The main focus is on the invention of a variety of ingenious mechanisms and instruments, utilizing mechanics, and so on. And at the time, there was no such concept, but the ancient craftsman, by hand rubbing, accomplished one diluted masterpiece after another. And this teenager, but straight through the lurid organs, suffice it to say that he certainly knows the principles involved. If you join the Heritage Board, then that would be a big step forward for history. But what Lu Juxing did not expect, this space agency had actually found Qin Feng earlier. But what made Lu Juxing wonder was, why did this space agency find Qin Feng? Can it be that this teenager is a graduate of the aerospace program? It makes sense if you think about it that way. Such a wonderful teenage boy, already intelligent. If you study in this program, you are bound to have a record. It's no surprise that it was able to be seen by the space agency. Lu Juxing is a frequent greeting to the director of the space agency. That director, however, is a very demanding person who cherishes talent. It must be that it also saw Qin Feng's talent. Thinking about it, Lu Juxing said, Qin Feng, hello, I'm Lu Rusheng, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Hello, Qin Feng replied indifferently, without being humble. Seeing this, Lu Juxing's psyche was slightly surprised. It's not that he's condescending, and it is true. People like Lu Juxing are people who have a pretty high status in society, and by all accounts, Qin Feng was just a college student. Usually, when you see these yellow-haired boys, which one of them doesn't panic to death when he sees self? On the contrary, it was Qin Feng who looked at him as if he was looking at the air without any difference. This made Lu Rushing appreciate him even more. I admire you, and I'd like you to join us at Heritage. I just read that you're still a freshman, but I can break the rules and sign you up for an early admission contract. Everyone was shocked at those words. Crap, I'm really right. The Cultural Relics Bureau is also here to rob people? Coward ah. Master Lao Zu was really rowdy enough to let 2 bureaus rob people. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. I just want to know who it ended up being. Where is the director of the space agency? Come quickly. Your home is about to be burglarized. That said, what about the Southern Heavenly Gate project if Master Lao Zu really joins the Cultural Relics Bureau? Originally, Lu Juxing was a sure winner. As soon as I saw the pop-up, Qin Feng hadn't even responded yet. Lu Juxing then panicked first. What? Qin Feng? You're actually the architect of the Southern Heavenly Gate program? Wait a moment, let me slow down. First, Lu Juxing was shocked. If that's the case, that's a serious matter. For now, the South Heavenly Gates program is highly valued from above. This is a matter of the future fate of mankind. Strictly speaking, its importance is no less than excavating the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and tracing the Mahist mechanism art. Lu Juxing still thought that Qin Feng was just an aerospace major. Unexpected. People are serious bigots. Immediately, Lu Rushing realized that self was in trouble. He was doomed to no good if he offended the space agency side. But this way, Lu Juxing was torn again. No Qin Feng was recruited. Then how can I face the gang of patriarchs of the Antiquities Bureau when I go back? That's 2 things. Each one of them is important. Thinking about it, Lu Juxing was sighing and helplessly looking at Qin Feng. Nice guy. These are the 2 things that made the world take notice. It's all contracted to you alone. You boys are real bullies, but it's a pain in the ass. And just as Lu Juxing was getting tangled up, Qin Feng spoke directly. Director Lu, if you want to excavate the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, you can have the archaeological team come to Taoyuan village. We are always welcome. And the staff of the archaeological team, who are provided with food, clothing, and shelter by Taoyuan village, can also be assisted by myself if they need to consult me on some related issues. The words came out. At that moment, the broadcast room was shaken. Lu Juxing was pleasantly surprised. 2. Good. Qin Feng, you've just solved my pressing problem. By the way, you see, the cost of this compensation. How about $50 million for you? Lu Juxing was so happy that the corners of his mouth were grinning, so that he had nothing to dwell on. The fee, naturally, is given generously. It is reasonable to say that any excavation of a mausoleum should be accompanied by some compensation costs for the descendants. Only, what Taoyuan village can get is definitely more than others. And at the moment, hearing the words $50 million, the water friends in the live room said that it was numb. It was really numb. Good man. I was going to say that the old grandpa's wallet can finally rest for a while. No need to enter the account. I didn't expect that the slap in the face came so fast. Big New Year's Eve people. Still not letting people have a good New Year's Eve. Blue skinny, shiitake mushrooms. How can there be such a big difference between people? At the moment, the netizens of the live broadcast have said, took a 10,000 point blast. It's New Year's Eve. Everyone's on vacation. And at home, that's zero income. Originally, there was a bit of anxiety. And then I look at Master Lao Zu, which has not done anything, and has been credited with $50 million. This made a whole lot of people more anxious. All know that this is a society nowadays. Excessive anxiety can be a cause of Jade's disease. I really wanted to jump in the river. Other people's 18 years old. $50 million a day. My 18 years old. Spent 50 cents on chili fries at the commissary. $0. 50 in debt. At this moment, the pop-ups were swiping up, and all of them were envious of the old ancestral master. Qin Feng, on the other hand, ignored those pop-ups. He said only faintly, no need to pay. The words came out. Everyone was shaken. Even Lu Juxing was surprised. He's been in this position for so long. It's still the first time I've come across something like this. Qin Feng said with a faint smile, archaeology, and also the progress of Chinese history, which is given to every national to do. Consider it my contribution to my country. At those words, the water users in the live broadcast room went numb. What do you call that? A force? You can't even beat the Hulk, right? Numb. Is this still the old grandpa I know who regards money as his own? I get it. The person that old Master Zhu loves the most is motherland, right? When you bargain with goddess Shueching, you can't lose a single point. And with motherland, it's just not a single point. When this pop-up came out, a crowd of waterbenders were horrified. Ha! So true. Two top. This is the legendary Sigma man, isn't it? Only the cause, no woman in his heart. Clear love, only for the motherland. Ha 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 ha. Goddess Shueching is really miserable. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying expressed a dumbfounded look. What did she do wrong? Instead, they have to be pulled out by waterboys to play the stunt. Xiao Shuiying only felt that self was too miserable. Woo woo woo. Then the streak ended. The director of Heritage repeatedly excused himself, but Qin Feng still insisted on not charging. But the two also made an amicable agreement. That is, after that, the archaeological team will move into Taoyuan village. When the time comes, it's time to open the dungeon. Master Lao Zhu will then provide assistance. In this regard, Xiao Shuiying and the others expressed great anticipation. But that's after that. So much for the ancestor sacrifice. The group packed up and hit the road. On the way back, Xiao Shuiying still had an unreal feeling, constantly asking Moncler Outlet Store Strong, Master Strong, are we really done? Is it true that there won't be another underground palace? Or an air stack or something? Xiao Shuiying seemed to ask with some reluctance. See this scene. The water friends in the live room, at once, could not live to laugh. Good man. Goddess Shueching, this is still in the aftertaste. Mom, yeah. Is this suffering from Stockholm? Gee, I didn't realize you were such a goddess. Brothers, this one. I really like it. Ha 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 ha. Maybe the goddess is just simply addicted. After all, it's really fun. That makes sense. In response, Strong Moncler Outlet Online was in tears. There really isn't any more. You girl, tired too. Go back and have a good rest. Strong Moncler Outlet Online said very considerately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiying then nodded with a regretful face. Then, the group returned to Taoyuan village, but just got back to the village. Xiao Shuiying then sensed that something was wrong. The atmosphere in this village was steeped in strangeness. The crowd that went to the Ancestor Festival was full of young people. Of course, it's going to be uphill and downhill. Except for respected elders like Master Kung who insisted on coming. Basically, people who are older are resting at home. Xiao Shuiying remembered. Self before departure. There is still laughter in this village. But now that he had returned, the village had become much duller. The old man's face, all serious, just walked to the entrance of the village. A few of the Moncler Outlet Store Moncler Jackets Outlet Store then pulled Moncler Jackets Outlet Store Strong over and whispered something. It was visible to the naked eye, and Strong Moncler Outlet Store's face changed. Then, he quickly ran over, and then, whispered a few words into the old ancestral master's ear. Xiao Shuiying couldn't hear what the two said. In the next second, the old grandmaster was seen speaking. This matter must be taken seriously. The village, for the next few days, will be in your charge for the time being. Outside the village, I'll go. After saying that, old ancestor threw down what he was holding. Then, with a turn, he left, froze his head off. This, Xiao Shuiying had a strong uneasiness. Master Chang, where did this old ancestor go? Also, what's going on here? Xiao Shuiying was in a dilemma and couldn't figure out what was going on, so she kept inquiring. However, Moncler Outlet Store Strong kept his mouth shut. In a few days, you'll see. Alright, I'm going to do something. Don't bother me. After saying that, Grandmaster Chang quickly left, throwing Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He directly at the entrance of the village. At this point, it's not just the two. The millions of water friends in the live broadcast room were also confused. What's this all about? Yes, it's so strange. It feels like something big has happened, doesn't it? So scared. Don't scare Goddess Shueching. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were both worried, but Grandpa Strong has dictated. Give them peace of mind for a few days. Thus, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He returned to old ancestor master's cabin and rested, and it was a break that lasted 3 full days. These 3 days, the village is almost deserted, because almost all the people from Taoyuan village have gone to Dave village to help, and Xiao Shuiying understood. It's not something that happened in Taoyuan village, rather, something has happened in the village of Ohei. Said there was a death in the village of Day. Every family in Taoyuan village went to help. It's all about red and white in this countryside. Everyone will come together to lend a hand. They won't stay out of the way. And Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He as outsiders. It's not good to go either. Then he has been resting in the village until noon on this day. The bored Xiao Shuiying, after feeding the creek once again, stood alone on the bridge to rest. Have to say, after feeding for a long time, Xiao Shuiying surprisingly also felt that this shout he was a bit eyebrow-raising. Standing on the bridge wasn't as scary as it had been before. She admired the view in the distance. Just feel a peace in your heart. Just as Xiao Shuiying was immersed in viewing the scenery, suddenly, the creek began to stir. The creek became restless, hostile in some direction. Make like you're ready to fight. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying got goosebumps. A woman's intuition told her, deep in this forest, something, it seemed, was quietly visiting her. And just the next second, suddenly, a coarse voice rang out. Then, Xiao Shuiying saw a wild man running towards self. The savage's clothes were unkempt and his hair was disheveled like a chicken's nest. It reeked of a strong stench and was more wretched than a beggar. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying was scared out of her wits. Xiao Hei, save me! Xiao Shuiying hurriedly ran back. And at that moment, Blackie, who was gnawing on a large chicken leg, rushed out. I'll go. Dare to touch my goddess. You're looking for death. Justice was written all over Xiao Hei's face. He dropped the chicken leg straight away and came over in 3 steps. After warming up with some passion, the plan was to be heroic. Then, it was K.O.D. by a punch from that savage, collapsed to the ground. No sound. Shuiying Xiao. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room also clammed up. No, Blackie, you're making a big deal out of this. And the whole warm-up. I thought you had a couple of tricks up your sleeve. And then you give me this? Blackie really can't be counted on at all. Mom, yeah, Master Lao Zu isn't here. This goddess Shueching won't be finished, right? Help! You crow! This savage is chasing the goddess again. And that's when Xiao Shuiying was also frightened. This savage was totally coming for her, straight across the fainting Kuro. Then, it directly grabbed at Xiao Shuiying. Xiao Shuiying, in fear, had to take a stool to hit people. Good on. At this time, some villagers came back from Dave's village. Hear the commotion. They ran over. In time, he saved Xiao Shuiying. Xiao Shuiying, who had survived the disaster, only felt that it was good to be alive. And that's when the pent-up savage mumbled something from his mouth. Goddess Shueching, it's me. I'm your ho. Your ho has come to save you, Savage said as he looked deeply at Xiao Shuiying. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying had a jolt. She remembered. You are Li Hao? Xiao Shuiying had a skeptical expression. Li Hao nodded vigorously. How did you become like this? Ah? Xiao Shuiying was puzzled. Li Hao, this person, she remembered, just went to college and stalked her. Xiao Shuiying was bored to death. Unexpectedly, this person actually chased her here. And at this time, Li Hao was in agony. At first, after he reported Qin Feng to no avail. Instead, he was given a hard time. After that, Li Hao felt, this Qin Feng guy has too much black power. No one can help him. He's on his own. Thus, Li Hao came to Taoyuan village alone. Unexpectedly, his car broke down in the middle of the road, and Li Hao's cell phone just happened to break. He had no choice but to climb the mountain on foot, and it was a choice that Li Hao regretted for the rest of his life. Accidentally walking into a dense forest, Li Hao saw menacing raptors that he could only see on TV. The most dangerous one just about got caught and eaten by a blind bear. To avoid the blind bear, Li Hao climbed to a tree more than 20 meters high by hand, hanging up there for 2 whole days and 2 nights, until the blind bear ran out of patience and left. Only then did this Li Hao dare to come down. Fortunately, God still gave Li Hao a chance. It led him to the intersection of Taoyuan village, and the purpose of Li Hao's trip was simple. With that in mind, he opened his mouth. Goddess Shueching, come with me. Continue here. That guy called Qin Feng will harm you sooner or later. However, Xiao Shuiying was unmoved. Sorry, I don't seem to know you very well. No, aren't we so close to being a couple? You were so close. You promised me, ah? Li Hao said excitedly. Shuiying Xiao. And that's when the water boys in the live room, too, kind of saw it coming. This Li Hao is a straight licking dog. The person Xiao Shuiying doesn't like him at all. Nice guy. Surprisingly, he even came to Taoyuan village and tried to rob people. And at that moment, Moncler Outlet Store Strong came over. Once he knew what was going on, Moncler Outlet Store Strong said, young man, later on, I'll give you something to eat, then change into some good clothes, and I'll ask someone to drive you down the mountain. Grandmaster Chang said with a benevolent face. I shucks, don't be a hypocrite here. Don't think I don't know that you're just trying to get rid of me? I'm telling you guys, don't try to break up Goddess Shuechang and I, Li Hao said in a very shameless manner. Xiao Shuiying was so angry that her face turned white and she gritted her teeth. The water friends in the live room, too, clenched their fists. Fuck me. I said, why does this person give me such a familiar feeling? Don't you guys think this person is very much like Ding Crab? God, when you put it like that, it's true. Who is Dungeness Crab? Upstairs questions. A look is young people. This Ding Crab is 80 years after watching the TV series Big Time in a villainous role. He is a super narcissist. Look at a woman. The other side of the loathing of him, he feels that the other side is flirting with him, and then he will never feel that they do wrong. The wrong are other people. Yes, whoever meets him will be tortured by him to the point of insanity. I think this Li Hao is just like Ding Crab. My heart goes out to goddess Shu Etching. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Xiao Shuiying's heart was also shocked. She knew the character of Ding Crab. When I was a kid, I watched the show with my parents. This villainous character, however, had left a deep psychological shadow on Xiao Shuiying. The analysis of the water friends also made Xiao Shuiying feel reasonable. Immediately, the fearful Xiao Shuiying said, Li Hao, you must leave. You are not welcome here, and Peach Source Village does not accept outsiders. No, I'm not leaving until you beat me to death and throw me out. However, if you do that, this entire village won't be able to eat. Li Hao was simply carrying out his shamelessness to the end. And hearing this, Strong was furious. Moncler Outlet Store. How can you be so shameless with this backwoods student? Come, throw him to the village entrance. And in the future, tell people to guard it. Don't let him come in. Strong Master commanded. Goddess Shui Chang, wait here. I'll come back for you. However, even after being thrown out, Li Hao still screamed. Xiao Shuiying had a bit of a headache. Strong Moncler Outlet Online comforted her. Old Ancestor Master isn't here, and I'm afraid of a change of heart. So let's do it this way. Shu Etching girl, from today onwards, you'll be staying at my home. At those words, Xiao Shuiying was touched. Thank you Master Strong. Why are you being polite to me? What is our relationship? Strong Moncler Outlet Online laughed, looking at Xiao Shuiying's gaze, very heartbroken. And Strong's help was certainly a blessing in disguise. Moncler Outlet Online. Don't say that. Looking at Fong Kai Li Hao's obstinate appearance, Xiao Shuiying really felt that in the middle of the night, that Li Hao might even sneak over. It's a dark and windy night. In case something happens, just think about it. Xiao Shuiying all felt a pang of fear. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying suddenly spoke. By the way, Grand Master Chang, when will this old Ancestor Master come back now? It's been 3 whole days and no one's been seen. At that, Strong threw a I get it look. Moncler Outlet Online. TSK, it's only been 3 days. And you're already thinking about it so much? These words made Xiao Shuiying bashful. Hate it, Mr. Strong, you're still teasing me. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Chang held up his beard and laughed. Well, I won't tease you. Master Lao Zu has run into something tricky and will have to be delayed for a few more days. By then, he'll be back with Guo Xiaochuan from Date Village. Guo Xiaochuan? Hearing this name, Xiao Shuiying just froze. Seems like I've heard that name somewhere. She wanted to ask something else, but Master Kung had already left first. And that's when, seeing that the village is going to help out in Dehijin, Xiao Shuiying was also too embarrassed to remain idle. Then he called up Xiao He and went to Day Village with Self. A few minutes later, the two of them then arrived at the village of Day. From a distance, a white landscape was visible. This one family house still had a dark coffin in it. It's just a jolt to the heart to see it. And the families of the dead, all draped in white linen, were weeping bitterly. Oh Xiaochuan, my son, the dead man's father cried out in pain. That sad look. It's a real tearjerker to hear. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei's psyches were both unbearable. However, a few seconds later, Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Was Xiaochuan? This name, isn't that what Mr. Kung just said? Moncler Outlet Store Strong said. After these few days, old Master Zhu will return with Guo Xiaochuan. But Guo Xiaochuan, clearly dead. Immediately, both of them were jolted. Blackie was also a wimp. Could we have heard wrong? The person who probably died, is called Xiaochuan, and the one who came back with old Ancestor Master, is called Guo Xiaochuan. Yes, it must be so. Xiao He comforted himself and said, and that's when, on the sidelines, he heard Blackie's voice. Then he said, young man, where are so many with the same name in our Date Village? Just one Guo Xiaochuan. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He both froze on the spot. And that's when the water boys, who were on the air, got scared. I'll go. How did it turn into a psychic horror story again? Wow, that's scary. I'm afraid to look. Mom, this is too scary. Take care. You too. At this time, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were getting more and more scared the more they thought about it. Immediately, the two slipped away. Don't dare stay here any longer. Along the way, both comforted themselves. Must be a rename. The fact is that people are experiencing some indescribable psychic events. It is rather reasonable to have such an evasive reaction. Both of them had a worried look on their faces. However, back in Taoyuan village, they were in for another surprise. Only the villagers of Taoyuan village were seen standing at the entrance of the village in twos and threes, and a man in a red suit, very flashy, with pot-thick bangs, a knife-sharp chin, and a diamond-encrusted microphone in his hand. This person was none other than Hua Qingyu. These days, Hua Qingyu just kept thinking, wait for Qin Feng's heat to pass. It was when his masterpiece Cancer was released. However, Qin Feng was living as if he was on the hot seat. It was never removed. This pissed off Hua Qingyu. He couldn't wait for Qin Feng for the rest of his life. And that's when Hua Qingyu's agency, too, suddenly came up with a solution. That is, let Hua Qingyu go and work with Taoyuan village. Be the face of Taoyuan village. Of course, in their opinion, it was a stroke of luck for Taoyuan village to get a star to endorse them. Needless to think, in the future, if this Taoyuan village is open to cultural tourism, or production of products or whatever, all of them can take advantage of Hana Qingyu's east wind. The purchasing power of Hana Qingyu's female fans is no mean feat, and Hua Qingyu also felt that although he hated Qin Feng, but as the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies, there is only ever interest. Therefore, Hua Qingyu put his foot down and intended to come and work with Taoyuan village. He was confident in himself. It didn't feel, at all, that Taoyuan village would reject self. So, uninvited. The moment, getting down from the car, Hua Qingyu just had a condescending look on his face. He almost didn't have to look these villagers in the eye. Not a word, just waiting to hear those teenage girls scream. However, what took Hua Qingyu by surprise was, these teenage girls from Taoyuan village, however, looked at him with the eyes of an idiot. Who is this man? What a strange person. Can't tell if it's a man or a woman. It's scary. Mom told me to stay away from weirdos like that. Hearing those crickets his voice. Immediately, Hua Qingyu was about to vomit blood. Kids, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. I call that sassy and beautiful. What misogyny. Damn. It's true that it's a village-grown dirt bee. No aesthetics at all. And at this point, the sight of this uninvited and then condescending stranger, the villagers of Taoyuan village have expressed great incomprehension. Don't want to serve at all. Thus, the gaze that looked at Hua Qingyu was no longer as friendly as before. Strong Moncler outlet store tone. Also with a few resistance. Outsiders are not welcome in our Taoyuan village. Please go back wherever you came from. Having said that, Strong Moncler outlet store's heart is just a moment of weakness. Shit, it just so happens to be this time when the old granddaddy is away. There are so many strange things in this village. Master Lao Zu, I miss you so much. If you don't come back, it'll be too hard for me to hold up this Taoyuan village all by myself. As for Hua Qingyu, who was driven away from the guest, that was a whole lot of freezing. Never in a million years. The high and mighty, he would actually be resisted by a group of villagers? No, don't you all recognize me? I'm Hua Qingyu. Ah, the god of the Chinese music world, the world's greatest tenor. I've got a lot of masterpieces. Have you heard Sparks? Have you heard Cancer? I wrote all those songs. Hua Qingyu was thrilled, like a licking dog showing his full strength in front of a goddess. However, to Hua Qinyu's disappointment once again, the villagers shook their heads. They had literally never heard of it. However, Hua Qingyu was not very discouraged. He hastened to say, that's your problem, not mine. You should really reflect on yourselves. Hear these words. It wasn't just the villagers of Taoyuan village who rolled their eyes. Even the water friends in the livestream were up for the kill. I poo-poo. What a shame. Yeah, not to mention the villagers haven't heard of it. But I'm afraid not many of the millions of water friends in this live broadcast have heard of it. Hua Qingyu has been in the music industry for almost 10 years. How come he hasn't realized that he doesn't even have a masterpiece? His songs are only listened to by him and his fans. Actually, Hua Qinyu's voice power is okay, but he likes to soar too much. My ears can't take it. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of aesthetics. Singing without any emotion at all, only showing off. However, the technique is not very good. Damn, the villagers of Taoyuan village are also too good-tempered. This is in my place. I would have taken a broom to drive people away. That is, the villagers are still too nice. And at this point, Hua Qingyu was still intoxicated with narcissism. Tell you what, I'll give you all my CDs. I'll go home and listen to them properly. Then each one of you write me a post-listening note and I won't charge you for the CDs. If anything, just now, the villagers of Taoyuan village had already endured to their limit. Then the words came out. Even the most good-natured person can't stand it. At this moment, Moncler outlet store Chang looked at the angry villagers and hurriedly blew Hua Qingyu away. Go away. Go away. You are not welcome in our village. Hua Qingyu was directly dropped in face. Just a whole lot of goofing off. Then he was driven straight to the entrance of the village. Hua Qingyu was so angry. He's simply not happy about it. Again, that cooperation hasn't been accomplished yet. Back at the office, he couldn't explain it well. Don't look at this Hua Qinyu's arrogance in front of the villagers of Taoyuan village. In fact, he's a cuddly little man, to the front of the capital. He just nodded his head immediately. Therefore, Hua Qinyu could only continue to stay in Taoyuan village. His idea was also simple. That's in a couple days, then we'll find a chance to talk about it. If it's gold, it shines. Hua Qinyu believed. There's a chance to show yourself off. The villagers, surely, must all get down on their knees and lick their own toes. And that's when Hua Qinyu then walked around the entrance of the village very forlornly. See this scene. The water friends in the live broadcast room had a sense of pleasure at having their revenge avenged. Next, Hua Qinyu faded into the shot as well. It was thought that he would disappear completely. Unexpected. Within a day, he appeared again. And, still, in an extremely bizarre way. But that's an afterthought. At this point, the downtrodden Hua Qinyu, squatting alone at the edge of the village entrance. Usual. The village calls such people guy skaters. Nothing to do. Squatting at the entrance to the village every day to watch people. By mealtime, Hua Qinyu was starving. At the moment, he truly regretted it. Didn't call an agent in the first place. I've been suffering here all by myself. And his cell phone is dead. Had to wait for the company to come to the rescue in a few days. Just when Hua Qinyu was at the end of his rope. Suddenly, he saw Li Hao. How similar is the fate of the two men. They were all driven out by Taoyuan village. However, Li Hao was slightly better. Not as golden as Hana Qinyu. Plus, he came out early. Take advantage of the daylight. Li Hao went next door to the village of Day and picked up some planks of wood and returned. Although, the planks are black and the smell is a little weird. Smell. There's always a strange try it and die smell. But Li Hao, who didn't even have a place to land, couldn't care less. It's okay to be able to put it on top of your head and cover it. Think of it as a simple log cabin. So, Li Hao found a remote corner and built two low walls with the bricks he found. Then, rested the black wooden boards on it. A simple doghouse, just like this. Li Hao lay down comfortably, and Hua Qinyu saw it and was going to drill in. Hey, 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 Li Hao immediately refused. I'm a star, Hua Qinyu said impatiently. So what if you're a star? Stars are superior? Li Hao was indignant. However, Hua Qinyu didn't bother to break up that much with him. As you can see, it's going to rain. If you stay outside, get wet and get wind chill. But it can take a toll on his golden voice, and Li Hao was no slouch. The two men looked to break up the fight, and at that moment, Hua Qinyu suddenly reached into his ass, then grabbed it violently. Then, it was wiped to a spot in this simple tiled room. This place is dirty by me and you can't sleep, so just let me sleep for you. Hua Qinyu smiled with a shameless face. Li Hao, alright, I'll let you take a step. When we get out of this big mountain, I'll turn around and give you some money. Is that always alright? Hua Qinyu spoke again. Although he was furious at Hua Qinyu's despicable and shameful behavior, his face turned white. But hear this. Li Hao's face still loosened up a bit. And see this scene. Hua Qinyu then snorted. Human nature. It's just so untested. Sure enough, Li Hao opened his mouth. Remember what you said. After saying that, Li Hao moved his but in a very disgusted manner. And Hua Qinyu just sat in it as a matter of course. This scene was also seen by the millions of water friends in the live broadcast. There are several cameras hanging at the entrance of this Taoyuan village. Old grandpa was very concerned about safety. Even if it's rural, you can't go wrong with this streetlight and camera, either. And Blackie, in his room, with nothing to do, thought, turning on the village camera, trying to find material. I didn't expect to see this wonderful scene. Blackie then pointed the camera at the screen of the surveillance room in Taoyuan village. That's why this scene was seen by the water boys. At this point in the watering hole, it can't be disgusting. It can only be too disgusting. Yeah, I didn't expect that. This Hua Qinyu is also too bottomless. Help! Look at Li Hao. He's pinching his nose. How long has it been since he washed this big butt? How big is this smell? These two are really evil people. And that's when Li Hao and Hua Qinyu's stomachs also rumbled. Both were hungry as hell. Smell the aroma of the meal coming through the air. The two were licking their tongues non-stop. Damn! This group of villagers are really hateful. They ate enough for themselves but forgot about me. I haven't even had a bite yet. Really low village morals. Hua Qinyu cursed. Complaining won't help, Li Hao said helplessly. Unless, of course, we go to the shun point. Having said that, the two men looked at each other. Apparently, they all felt that this approach was quite good, so they took action as well. Started in the village. Dog sneaky. Seeing this scene, the righteous waterbenders couldn't sit still. It's a criminal offense. Nah, Blackie, who has a bad stomach, went to the toilet to poop again. In this surveillance room, there's no one at all. There was only a lone camera, pointed at the lens, recording the scene of Hua Qingyu and Li Hao's impending crime. The waterman felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not knowing who to notify in the middle of the night, the only thing they can do is videotape and try to preserve evidence of the crimes committed by these two men. And that's when, Taoyuan village, Hua Qingyu and Li Hao were acting together. The two were catatonic and very careful. The stomach was rumbling. Nay, the families in this Taoyuan village were all quite vigilant. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. Usually, the chain doesn't even hang on. This evening, yet the doors of every home were tightly shut. Not a fly is going to get in there. Don't mention a large living person. At this moment, Hua Qingyu and Li Hao were both angry and upset. And just as the two men were angry and cursing, suddenly, there was an eerie movement from the dense forest in the distance, with a bouncing sound. Then there was a very strange ringing sound. It gives people the creeps when they hear it. Hua Qingyu and Li Hao both looked at each other. What the hell? Hua Qingyu was so scared that he couldn't wait to get into Li Hao's arms. No, I don't know. Li Hao wasn't any better than Hua Qingyu. Both were more of a wimp than a wimp. And just then, the footsteps were closer. The next second, the man was in sight, only to see that Qin Feng, who was wearing a yellow-colored Taoist robe, appeared right in front of the two of them. See this scene. Hua Qingyu and Li Hao both sucked in a breath of cold air in fear, and then, let out violent screams. In an instant, it spread throughout the voice. The village, which was dark in a few moments, was suddenly filled with families pulling up their lights. What's going on? Whose chickens are crowing again in the middle of the night? Get off the pot if you're restless. That's not a chicken scream. That's a human scream. Go and see if something has happened to those two outlanders. In the distance, came the voices of the villagers. And at this point, the two of them, Hua Qingyu and Li Hao, were so scared that they directly hugged each other. Face to face, it was intimate. They looked at Qin Feng in front of them in horror. What the hell is going on here? Why was Qin Feng wearing such strange clothes? But that's not the point. The point is, behind this Qin Feng, surprisingly, followed by a man. Only, the man kept his head down the entire time and never raised it. It was indescribably eerie. And see this scene. The live stream immediately exploded. What's going on with this? Jesus Christ. This can't be the legendary necromancer. Can it? What's the meaning of necromancer? I've never heard of it. Young people nowadays actually don't even know about the necromancers anymore. Hey, I should have read more. This is the literal meaning of the word necromancer, which means to drive the dead body back in person. In the past times, they were all poorer, and some people died outside, but they could not return to their roots. So some family members, they would specially spend money and find corpse catchers, so that they could go to the outside, and catch the bodies of the dead back. That's right, especially during the war period. During this period, the Xiang army was the main force of the anti-Japanese Ah. How many Shangjiang men died back then? And the remoteness of the lowlands of western Hunan gave birth to the profession of corpse catchers. That is to say, the movies that Uncle Ling made, all came true? There are actually zombies in this world. No, Master Ancestor, you actually know how to catch corpses? Master Laozu is a god. And at this point, the villagers also ran over one after another. Among them, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were also included. At first, the sight of Master Laozu, who had not been seen for a long time, Xiao Shuiying was so surprised that her eyes were full of love. However, after seeing that yellow robe on the old ancestor master, immediately, Xiao Shuiying's pupils widened. What's going on here? Blackie was also dumbfounded. Master Laozu for today. Weird clothes to wear, not to mention. The whole aura of the person looked eerie as well. Called for a look. Just a chill can rise from the soles of your feet. And compared to them, the crowd in Taoyuan village was relaxed and normal. Master Laozu has returned. This time, compared to last time, it's taken a bit longer to get there. Maybe it's almost New Year's. The traffic. And at that moment, Grandmaster Chang glanced at the two of them, Hua Qingyu and Li Hao. Immediately, the face became serious. He rushed forward. Old ancestor master. I'm sorry, it's me who didn't take care of the village during your absence. These two outsiders, and won't know what's going on, have to rely on death to stay in the village. I can't drive away. Strong Moncler outlet online tone threw a hint of heartache. And that's when, eye to eye, there were more people present. This Hua Qingyu and Li Hao, all of a sudden, were not as abashed as before. Hua Qingyu has idle baggage. Li Hao, on the other hand, wanted to build an image in front of Xiao Shuiying's eyes. The two then immediately separated, realizing, however, that they had just been with each other, close together. For the moment, both of them were unspeakably disgusted. You, the smell of sweat on you is so disgusting. Can you fucking love cleanliness? You're in no position to talk about me, okay? Look at your eye boogers that are gumming up your eyes. The two immediately started throwing dirt at each other. However, the two also quickly realized the people present surrounded Qin Feng in a group, and they completely ignored. In other words, they care about idle baggage, but no one cares about them. So, both of them also felt a bit embarrassed and stopped arguing. See this scene. The water friends in the live room. They couldn't live without laughing. Ha 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 ha. These two are proper clowns, aren't they? I'm so happy that I'm throwing mud at each other here. And it turns out that no one cares about you guys at all. Get the hell out of here. Really don't want to see those two again. And at this point, Hua Qingyu and Li Hao stepped forward. Intermittent conversations were heard from the villagers. The two men were also happy when they boarded. What kind of century joke is this? This zombie catching is just a compiled story. And there are still people who really believe it? Hua Qingyu said with disdain. In my opinion, it's just eye candy. That's a trick I'm familiar with. If you say that, then I'll have to call you a brother. And at that moment, Li Hao spoke. The two men didn't believe in the idea of catching corpses at all. In their opinion, Qin Feng did this as a simple gimmick. After all, there's a live program in this peach village. This Qin Feng is also more or less an Edison. Hua Qingyu prides himself on being a big star. Always looked down on this kind of blogging internet celebrities. Therefore, in his opinion, this is nothing more than childish tactics. It's ridiculous. What an age to be scientific. You can't beat me in this game of eye candy. Save your breath, Hua Qingyu said arrogantly. And hear these words. Li Hao could be so cool. Code. The snowy green goddess standing by his side, not even looking at him, but all the while, his eyes were looking at that brat Qin Feng with infatuation. It also looked as if she was eager to offer her body to serve Qin Feng. Watching Li Hao was a real heart attack. So, but whenever someone hacks Qin Feng, that's his good buddy. The Plastic Brothers, then, sang in unison. I think, Hua Qingyu is right. He's a big star. He's seen a lot of big storms. I understand that you're not getting much heat in this live room and you want to raise the heat, but you can't engage in this kind of vapid stuff. What if you guide the wrong person? Li Hao also hurriedly followed with a diss. However, the words came out. The villagers present actually laughed. What's so funny? Li Hao said angrily. I'm serious, alright. And at that moment, Xiao Shuiying sneered. Bo Heat, look at the daily popularity of our live room before you say that. With that, Xiao Shuiying lit up the background data of the live broadcast. It shows above. The live streams all average around 10 million people. That's real popularity, not bot zombie fans. There can be 10 million. Not many people can do that when you look around the internet. So, see this scene. Hua Qinyu's face instantly froze. He's really experienced at this. And that time live. It's still warmed up long enough in advance for the fans to come and support the show. The results waited until the live broadcast. The backstage numbers, they're just abysmal. Compared to what's in front of us, not even a tenth of that. However, Hana Qinyu's pride, he was not allowed to admit defeat. Thus, Hua Qingyu stiffened his mouth. Just $10 million? What's the big deal? It's pretty average. Hear that? The netizens in the live streaming room couldn't hold their breath. Quite a few people that are in the business. I'll go. This Hua Qinyu's mouth. It's really hard. No, I'm just asking. Is it so hard to admit that an old ancestor is better than you? Hey, it looks like you can't wake up someone pretending to be asleep. And at this point, Qin Feng defied the two people in front of him. Feeling only a pang of distraction, he said at once. This deceased died with a lot of resentment. No more disturbances can be created. Otherwise, there is a strong possibility of necrophilia. Let these two leave immediately. Qin Feng explained Moncler Outlet Store strong. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chang hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, his face serious. And the word necrophilia. At that moment, it also made the villagers present their hearts lift up. Next, Qin Feng also stopped wasting time. Continuing to ring the bell, he set off in the direction of the village of Ohei. And at that moment, Hua Qingyu and Li Hao still wanted to step forward to stop them, but he was stopped by Master Chang and a group of villagers. They were no match for the villagers, so the two were packed up and thrown out again. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was horrified. She hadn't had time to come to terms with the fact that her old ancestor could drive a corpse, and now tell her, this dead man has a big grudge. Handle it poorly and you risk necrophilia. At that moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei were just terrified. From a distance, he watched the old ancestors departing back. Xiao Shuiying then felt shocked. Old master ancestor, really know how to catch corpses? How come he knows everything? Xiao Shuiying marveled. I just hope that old ancestor master will be safe and sound. After saying that, Xiao Shuiying closed her eyes to pray. And at that moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room there was also a burst of emotion. It looks like old Master Ancestor really knows how to catch corpses, so I wish old Master Ancestor good luck in catching corpses as well. Good man. That sounds right. But why is it so strange? Hey, I always have an uneasy feeling that these two will come back to mess up again. Don't mess with your head. These two have been thrown out. You think it's the gray wolf that screams every time that I must come back? Ha, that's true. Everyone should just relax. And that's when the mountain road. Hua Chenyu and Li Hao were driven all the way here by the villagers. The villagers are still kind. Didn't drive them straight into the woods. Instead, it was placed at the intersection. But I didn't expect it. Also, the kindness this time leads to pandemonium. I thought they didn't know the way and couldn't walk back. Unexpectedly, Li Hao, the grandson, quietly marked along the way. So these two, in the middle of the night, sneaked back into the village. By this time, however, it was 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night, let alone the village. Even in the live stream, there weren't many people. These two, then, began to do whatever they wanted in the village. No, I have to take this bad breath. I have to beat the fake Qin Feng. Hua Chenyu was still adamant that Qin Feng was just putting on a show. What the fuck is a necromancer? I've never even heard of one. I think so too. Li Hao hastily agreed. So the two of them put their heads together. Then he went in the direction in which the old ancestor had left this day. So, it didn't take them long to get to the village of Day. The home of the deceased was also found. The white cloth hanging over the house was too conspicuous. It's actually hard to not notice. It's almost dawn. The parents of the deceased cried all night and fell asleep from exhaustion. However, heartbroken daughters they are, and didn't bother to sleep in the bed. Rather, just naturally, he slept in the hall of the house, just to keep watch over his daughter. And the coffin, naturally, was placed in the hall. And see this scene. Hua Chenyu was even more certain that this Qin Feng was faking. How can I see that? Li Hao asked with some confusion. At those words, Hua Chenyu directly blanked him. Are you stupid? In this coffin, if it's really a dead person, then who would dare to sleep in the same room with a dead person? When these words came out, Li Hao also felt that it made sense and hastily nodded his head. You're right. Let's start with this corpse and fight the fake Qin Feng. Say, this Qin Feng made this corpse quite well for the sake of the theater. Seriously, it really can't be seen as a prop. Li Hao was puzzled. The two whispered and slowed down. Don't dare disturb the middle-aged couple sleeping aside. Instead, he quietly walked over to the coffin. Then the two used all their strength. It was only then that the coffin, which had been closed up, was moved. You know, you can't just open this coffin. Especially, when people have only just closed and haven't even been resting for long. Just be disturbed. And just then, the two men also saw the body in the coffin. At that moment, both of them were wide-eyed. Holy shit, this body, it's real good realistic. Look at the eyes falling out. The veins are just like the real thing. And this neck scar, damn, it's really just like being beheaded. Holy shit, that's gutted. It's made too damn realistic. It's like a real dead person. What's the difference? In order to trick us, this Qin Feng has really put in some hard work. At this moment, Hua Chenyu and Li Hao were both in awe. And just then, suddenly, a cold wind passed behind him. Immediately, the two felt something wrong on their necks. The one who reacted the most was Li Hao. Li Hao only felt that his heart was suddenly particularly weak. Especially this moment. The jade that his family had begged the gods for him had actually broken in half. It slammed right into the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Hao was shocked. Then, he hurriedly kneeled down to pick up the broken piece of jade. And at that moment, Hua Chenyu heard the commotion and went to take a look as well. But as plastic brothers, even when he saw Li Hao this tense and difficult, but Hua Chenyu still acted as if he didn't see it. Then, poking his head back into the coffin. However, it's not looking good. One look at it nearly scared Hua Chenyu to death, only to see that the props were still closed before. At this moment, surprisingly, he was staring his eyes wide open at him as if he had a soul. Hua Chenyu only felt creeped out. He subconsciously felt that self had just looked away. So, rubbing his eyes hard, I had thought that if I opened my eyes, I would be able to see clearly. However, what was even more bizarre was that as soon as this opened my eyes, the eyes of this prop closed again. Hua Chenyu, the next second, the prop, as if it had come to life, violently lifted its eyelids. Its hand, then, snapped straight up. Reaching out, he choked Hua Chenyu's neck. Hua Chenyu struggled for his life. Li Hao, help me. And this also, Li Hao, who heard the commotion, hurriedly raised his head. As soon as he saw that this prop had come to life and was going to kill Hua Chenyu, immediately, Li Hao was about to slip away. Seeing this scene, Hua Chenyu wanted to curse in his heart. And it wasn't that easy for Li Hao to escape. Abruptly, the corpse flew directly appearing in front of Li Hao, blocking his path. The good thing is, the dead man only had one pair of hands. So, it let go of Hua Qingyu, and then, it grabbed Li Hao with a death grip. Then, it punched and kicked Li Hao. This thrilling scene, naturally, woke up the parents of the deceased. When they wake up, seeing his beloved daughter, who died a horrible death with no peace and a fraudulent corpse, at once the mother of the deceased fainted, and naturally the father of the deceased was furious and shouting. So, it alarmed the whole village of Day. And that's when, the water friends in the live room, too, heard the commotion. Some people also saw the scene just now. I go, these two are real tigers. Yards, have told them it's not a prop. Now well, get up the corpse, right? Damn, the dead are fucking miserable. Hurry up and get them killed. The waterbenders who witnessed the whole thing were righteously indignant. Things have gotten so big. Soon, it also spread to Taoyuan village. So it was still light. These two men of slight weight in the village came to the house of the deceased. At that moment, the old ancestral master also arrived. Originally, the corpse had been traveling for days. Old Master Zhu was just a little tired. That's not much of a break, just to be disturbed. The old ancestor master naturally couldn't be happy. At this moment, seeing Li Hao, who was being abused by the female corpse, old ancestor master did not say a word. He didn't say anything, and no one dared to offer a hand. So a group of people just watched. This female corpse threw Li Hao around as if he were a sandbag, and her methods could be described as cruel. And that's when, it was only then that it became clear to the water boys in the live stream. This female corpse is actually a 300-pound tank. Throwing Li Hao took no effort at all. The sandbag-sized fist was made directly toward Li Hao's face. This punch was 1,000 pounds of force. Li Hao's mouth was full of teeth, which were directly knocked out, bleeding all over the place. It was a frightening sight to see those who were present. It's just too bloody and brutal. But even so, and no one will help, even if Li Hao kept pleading. As the saying goes, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. This Li Hao is the best example. And that's when Hua Qingyu realized, the object of the female corpse's attack was not self. Immediately, there was a sigh of relief. Li Hao, have a good time on your way, turn around. I'll burn a note of incense for you. Hua Qingyu celebrated. However, hearing this, old ancestor master, however, revealed a sneer. Just you wait, your retribution will be worse than his. After saying that, old ancestor master turned around and left. And see this scene, the villagers were all looking at each other. You know, a necromancer can start a corpse. Naturally, it can also suppress such evil things. And they were all very aware of old ancestor master's high level of Taoism. If he strikes, this female corpse is completely crushable. But old grandpa didn't do it. The meaning was simple, he was just going to watch these two people go down. At this point, the parents of this deceased person have a hard time in their hearts though, but the old grandfather's approach, nor can they be allowed to question it. And so the crowd gradually dispersed. Hua Qingyu, who had survived the robbery, was still very thankful. Then he sneaked away and left Li Hao alone, directly occupying the nest that Li Hao had built with his own hands. However, the next day came. Hua Qingyu then knew what it meant to be in pain. The next day, Li Hao came back with blood all over him. He's not dead, but it's just as good as dead. Almost. All my teeth are gone and my face is near disfigured. The power of that female boxing corpse was fierce. And at that moment, Li Hao saw that Hua Qingyu was half squatting at the intersection. His butt arching. Can't see faces. So, can't see what others are doing. But, looking at this shaking makes it eerie. Curious, Li Hao went up to check it out. It's better not to look at it. Li Hao directly you out. Only to see, Hua Qingyu held the poop on the ground and ate it with great enjoyment. Wow, it's really delicious. So good. This is the best dessert I've ever had. Immediately, Li Hao froze. How come this Hua Qingyu is still turning into an old 8? Suddenly, Li Hao directly vomited. There's no way around it. It's just disgusting. First time I've ever seen a person eat poop and eat it so well. The picture is too beautiful to look at. And this amazing scene, naturally, was also seen by the thousands of water friends in the live broadcast room. This flower Qingyu, directly is to the water friends. See a big pile of. Only to see that this Hua Qingyu was just like being possessed. It was as if he really thought it was delicious. The sound of his mouth chewing was a pattering sound, with the sound of saliva clattering. It's as if it's a rare delicacy in the world. And such a delicacy was found by Hua Qingyu, who treated it like a treasure. The water boys blew right up. I'll be damned. I'm going to puke along with it. You've managed to top it so far. I fucking threw up at the beginning. How did this Hua Qingyu become like this? How scary. Right. Didn't old ancestor master say that this Hua Qingyu's retribution is heavier than Li Hao's? It's hard to believe that this is Hua Qingyu's retribution. I'll go. That must be it. TSK, if we're going to compare, then it's still Li Hao's that's a bit better. Help! I don't think he'll be able to work in the entertainment industry in the future. And just then, a scene that made the Waterboys even more tense appeared, only to see that Hua Qingyu had spotted Li Hao. He raised his head alertly to look at Li Hao, then said in a cold voice, "Don't try to rob me of my deliciousness." Immediately, Li Hao collapsed. "I'm robbing you, you fucking like to eat." "I do not eat this thing," Li Hao was saying while you codes. He's got to hurry. Read further. This entrails are going to give out. No way. The visual impact of this is just too much. And at the moment, hearing Li Hao's words, immediately, Hua Qingyu revealed a satisfied smile. "It's good if you don't grab it. He. Hua Qingyu smiled like a 300-month-old child. And just then, from a distance, Blackie walked over, lifting his pants all the way up. He looked like he was about to strain himself and was about to take a dump. This little black's intestines, which were already weak. So, there was a lot of diarrhea. Master Lao Zu has a cleanliness problem. The toilet in this cabin is not for him. So Blackie could only run for a few minutes at a time to the public toilet at the end of the village. And that's when, seeing Blackie running over, immediately, a light lit up in Hannah's eyes. And this scene was seen by Li Hao. Immediately, Li Hao saw the yellow contraption on the ground. Another glance at Blackie, and Hannah's gluttonous look. Thus, in Li Hao's heart, he came up with an answer. And the next second, Li Hao hadn't had time to run. This flower then immediately rushed into the public restroom. 3 seconds later, there was the sound of Blackie's scream. "Help! Flower, what are you doing? Hey, it's dirty there. No, don't move me. Get out." Ah, Blackie's miserable voice, directly as if it were an air raid siren. It resounded over the entire Peachland village. A few minutes later, the villagers came running one by one. The crowd knew what was going on. There was a moment of silence. "It's really shocking. This has lived a lifetime. First time I've encountered something so evil." And at that moment, Xiao Hei's miserable screams became more and more intense. Blackie is innocent after all. So, a few strong villagers rushed into the toilet to save them. "I thought I could easily subdue Hua Qingyu. Didn't realize. This possessed flower. The force is several times more than usual." It took a few more men running in to subdue him. And that's when Blackie was successfully rescued. At this moment, Blackie who came out of the toilet, the face was pale and watering. As soon as he ran out, he just let go and cried, "My innocence is gone. Woo-hoo-hoo." In a word, as good as it gets. One can only imagine the tragedy that took place in his case. Poor Blackie. I feel fatal just by substitution. Help! My brain is all unclean. Ah! I'm gonna eyeball it. And at that moment, Hannah was carried out by the crowd. At the corners of his mouth, there was still some yellow color. And just then too, the crowd found out. Hannah has a big belly. As a man, your stomach shouldn't be this big. But he's acting like a pregnant woman. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying couldn't help but wonder. What's going on here? Why does the stomach look like it's about to split open? And just then, Master Lao Zu walked over. He sneered. "I'm afraid I've had enough." The words came out. Everyone in the room gave taut. "Are you full? Nice guy. This flower is really a big help to the public toilet business in Taoyuan village." But then the crowd was puzzled. How much of this must have been eaten? And burping all the time? However, the more I think about it, the more disgusting I feel. And no one dared to think any further. Help! I'm getting a picture. Master Lao Zu really hit the nail on the head. Can't think about it in detail, or else, I'm going to throw up. And just then, Hannah is still delirious. "Don't even grab it from me. I want more," said the man, about to pounce on Xiao Hei. Scared Blackie to death. Straight up sticks on the ground. See this scene. The water boy was even more taut. This little black one, how delicious it must be. Look at the gluttony. In front of so many people. Neither wants to strike. The more I think about it, the more I get. And just then, at the entrance of the village, another outsider came. At this moment, Hannah's manager walked over. The agent acted a little more politely than Hannah. "Hello everyone. I'm Blossom's agent. May I ask, where is Blossom?" The agent smiled warmly. Very genteel. However, upon hearing this, the villagers were all immediately taut. Xiao Shuiying was even more refreshing and returned. "He is right in front of you. Don't you see?" Xiao Shuiying directly gave a whole speechless. And that's when the agent froze outright. He turned around. Just see a man with a belly as big as a roux and an unimaginative cockroach. And that's when the man's body, all over, reeked of a deadly stench. "Poop. I want to poop." Just then, Hannah was still mumbling like she was lost in thought. Just as he finished, he burped. "And the smell of this burp? Please savor it." The agent sniffled and, Instantly, nearly fainted from the stench. Flower. How did you become this inhuman? Is that poop you're eating? The agent outright panicked. It's only been a few days. That unbeatable god. And that's what's become of him? At the moment, seeing the agent was really panicking. Seeing that he was nice, Xiao Shuiying gave a general explanation. It's only been a few days. So much has happened with this flower. At this moment, the broker is also completely clammed up. For one thing, he didn't know what to tell the company. Secondly, he didn't know what to do about it. The agent, however, is quite responsible. So he spoke up. Fathers and mothers, this flower has caused trouble for you all, and I hereby apologize. But he's a human life after all. So let's see, can there be any solution? If there's a way out, we're willing to settle heavily. At those words, those present did not squeak. They can't afford to settle. And the only one who has the means to do so is the old granddaddy. At the moment, someone was seen peeking at the teenager standing in the center. At the head of the group, the agent was appalled. It seems that the old grandfather is the key to the problem. So, the agent turned to the old ancestor and said respectfully, "Old ancestor master, I know that you have a way. This matter of the flowers, we must ask you to do it. I really can't. Just make an offer," the broker said in a hurry. The words came out. Qin Feng swept a glance at the man. Compare it to Hannah. This agent, indeed, is a smart man. As the saying goes, no interest in the morning. In the beginning, he didn't stop and let this female corpse do evil. Doesn't it also want to see this flower and Li Hao go down? Otherwise, Self hooks his finger a little. This woman's corpse, even if she had a bad seizure, then there's only rest in peace. As for the flowers, Qin Feng really didn't have a good feeling about this person. Day after day, he recites that he is the god of Chinese music. Actually, the Chinese music scene is no different with or without him. Plus he came to Taoyuan village to boss people around. Let's not talk about eating a turd from a public toilet. It's all kind of cheap for his kid. However, if he offered a heavy amount of money, Qin Feng could still consider it. After all, he is a crooked businessman. $50 million and I'll save him. Boom! The agent's mind went blank at those words. Those who were present were also shaken. I'll go. $50 million? Damn! Master Zhu's asking price is really high. Yeah, $50 million. That's not a small amount. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid it's not even that much even if you dismantle the whole body and sell it. That being said, whether or not Flower has earned $50 million for the company over the years, that's all another story, right? I'm guessing no. It's not like you don't know how bad his record sales are. At the moment, the agent was really clammed up. Actually, Flower has brought in revenue to the company over the past 2 years. Strip away the cost. There really isn't 50 million yet. Don't say anything about showbiz being about picking up money in a sack. The economy has been in a slump over the years. Lost a lot of money. Plus, Flower, as a person, is too fond of taking money to build momentum. The company is also just looking at his youth and the number of years he's been signed, thinking that someday I'll be able to get my money back. Unexpectedly, halfway out of this kind of thing. With that in mind, the agent said very grudgingly, "That, old grandpa, can it be cheaper? This $50 million. I'm afraid that the company's boss will disagree." The agent's tone was almost pleading. However, once again, Master Lao Zhu refused in words. "That's the number. 1 point less. No deal." After saying that, old ancestor master raised his head and left, leaving only a determined back to the agent. The moment. See this scene. The live feed generated quite a commotion. The reason is simple. That's where Hannah's rabid fans come in. Granted, things like idols eating poop cost Hannah almost 98% of her female fans, but that residual 2%, although the number is very small, but their fighting power, but very strong, love someone enough to be able to let go of them even if they eat poop. One can only imagine what the ingredients are for such a person. $50 million? This Qin Feng guy is too generous, isn't he? If it weren't for you, could you have gotten Flora into this mess? Yes, it's all Qin Feng's fault. It's your honor to give you a chance to bring our Flora back. How dare you ask for $50 million? We'll cyber rape you. And this group of brainiacs showed up. Immediately, it caused the water boys to take offense. Damn it, what ingredients? I'll eat shit. You guys still like it, ah? Don't say it. I can see they'd hate to have a bite of it too. Vomit. Who made him so capable? No one can save his life except the old ancestor master. Or else, you can just let him keep eating. It's just that, old grandpa has the power to open as much as people want to open. Yes, besides, it is also Hua Hua who made the death in the first place. I see, the old ancestral master to open 50 million. That is all cheap to him. Master Lao Zhu's fans are not weak in battle. Easy peasy. Just squash the brainwashed female fans. And that's when brokers can be difficult. But things, nonetheless, have to be faced. So he tried, and called the company. Sure enough, it was as he expected. The moment the owner opened his mouth, he said no. Fuck. He's eating shit. What's the point of me keeping him? Let him eat shit? Let alone $50 million. I don't even have $500,000. Don't waste your time there either. Hurry back and get out of your contract. The boss is a profit-oriented person. It was to be resolved immediately. The agent was in a difficult position. After all, he'd been with Hannah for a few years too. To really let Hannah eat like that, I'm afraid someone is going to die. Thinking about it, the agent called his family again. This capital could care less about him. This family can't. The good thing is, Hannah's family, they really do care about him. As soon as they heard about what happened to Hannah, his parents were anxious. My poor son, tell me how much you want, and I'll call you. At that, the agent relaxed. And that's when Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He also glanced at each other. Things just worked out that easy? However, the next second, what happened? All of a sudden, gave them the tenterhooks again. What? $50 million? He's here to rob the money, right? The person who spoke was Hua's father, Hua Changjiang. Yes, that's the price people are asking. There's no way around it. The agent was in a difficult position. It's a scam, and I know a lot of people who do it. So wait, I'll be right there. I don't believe it anymore. I can't even save my own son. After saying that, Hua Changjiang hung up the phone. The agent is also numb. It seems that this thing, it's not that easy to fix. So, next, the broker then applies for a stay in the village for a while and watches the flowers. Otherwise, with no one to watch, this Flora will have to eat her stomach sooner or later. He had to wait for Hannah's father to come over. And this was done with the permission of the old grandmaster. No other reason. It's this guy. He's not annoying. At least, he kinda liked the guy. Responsible and righteous. So, make an exception for this one. 2. Of course, the cost of this borrowed accommodation. Or not. $500 a night. Half for Master Lao Zu and half for the villagers. For this behavior, Xiao Shuiying could only say, Old Ancestor Master is indeed still the same Old Ancestor Master. It's a money-making nature that really won't be forgotten. As for Li Ho, after having a tooth knocked out, as well as being disfigured, this Li Hao didn't dare to stay in the village. It slipped away a long time ago. Hannah, on the other hand, is being watched by an agent, waiting for his father's arrival. That's how things worked out for the time being. As for the female body, Master Lao Zu also went to pacify. She can't be allowed to remain so evil. And so, in the twinkling of an eye, it was the day of the dead man's burial. On this day, the people of Dai Village and Taoyuan Village all went there. In the countryside, customs are just so rustic. Families have a red and white wedding. Even the young ones who live out there, all of them would travel thousands of miles and drive back home to give a hand and support the scene. The village is doing a white wedding. It will also be hilarious. The parents of the deceased also invited a class of oboe makers. The gongs and drums, all day long. It's been ringing off the hook. Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He also went to help with the white affairs. By the afternoon, it's almost over. The two were also exhausted. On the contrary, Master Lao Zu, the parents of this dead man were grateful to the old ancestor due to his gratitude. Then he treated the old ancestral master as a guest of honor. Master Lao Zu is not doing a lick of work. And so, even though the old grandmaster was the same age as them, but because of the generation, Xiao Shuiying and the others had a lot more work to do. Serve a plate, burn a paper or something, and just in time to leave. Suddenly, far away, Xiao Shuiying then saw the spectacle. It had been a tiring day, so much so, that she hadn't bothered to notice. Now look, almost every family in this big river village has built a house. Granted, it's 1,000 miles away from the townhomes in Taoyuan Village, but at least, it's not the same kind of yellow mud paste house as before. Moreover, it is also compared to Taoyuan Village that the gap is big. In fact, it's just about the same as in a normal village. Pretty much. Nice home base house too. See this scene. Xiao Shuiying's heart was still somewhat touched. It's really thanks to Master Lao Zu. He's a real ghost. To actually come up with an idea like jacking up a black net loan. Otherwise, the villagers of this Dave village, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to afford to live in such a nice house. Upon hearing this, Little Black also chimed in with one voice. Yes, Master Lao Zu can be so smart. And just then, Xiao Hei's face changed instantly. Hey, no, how is it that there are still people who haven't started a house? At those words, Xiao Shuiying looked over, and sure enough, there it was, in the corner. There's another family that lives in that mud house, and this household is not Guo Chang's. Guo Chang's family has moved out. perhaps it was too humiliating. They were also embarrassed to remain in the village of Day. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying was also puzzled, so the two walked over. Then, a pair of gray-haired middle-aged people were seen. Yes, these two are not very old, at first glance, but it was very haggard. The matriarch of this family, in particular, was a head full of gray hair. It's Miss Xueqing who's here. The hostess smiled politely, and that's when Xiao Shuiying also just remembered. This woman, she's seen it before. Auntie, so you live here? Xiao Shuiying marveled. Xiao Shuiying knew Aunt Guo Wenli from the toilet in Taoyuan village. Guo Wenli is in Taoyuan village, working as a sanitation worker, responsible for the cleaning of the village. Every month, you get a $2,000 paycheck. It's already considered high. At the same time, she works part-time as a little dude around the house, sewing insoles for people, doing needlework and stuff. In short, it's one word, multitasking. Very hard work making money. And Guo Wenli worked so hard. Xiao Shuiying also probably knew why. That is, they have a son, over 30 and still not married. This has become a problem for both the couple. So, both of them were up early to make money. A good man, living his life as a machine. And just then, the weather is not favorable. It's raining heavily. Gee whiz, how can this weather change so quickly? Xueqing girl, Xiao hey, you guys stand here, don't get wet. With that, Guo Wenli took out 2 chairs, then, skillfully found a fixed position. Then, after the two sat down, she then grabbed a bucket with her husband and caught the water. It was then that Xiao Shuiying noticed. The roof is leaking in a dozen places. With this type of shingle roof, it just breaks down easily, especially on rainy days. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He were still good enough to sit. So, the two of them also got up in a hurry and helped Guo Wenli receive water together. Instead, Guo Wenli was embarrassed. I'm sorry, my house is just too broken. It's okay, auntie, it's just a little exercise. And at the moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room also felt a pang of heartache when they saw this. She reminds me of my grandmother, so young to be so vicissitudes. This is what you've been through. I feel so sad. It's only a few $100s to fix a roof. Why won't you do it? Why don't you fix it? You've made a lot of money by taking out black loans, haven't you? Yeah, I don't understand. Everyone's getting up houses. Why can't they? See these pop-ups. Xiao Shuiying was also puzzled. Auntie, I remember the last time your family jacked up a black internet loan and got $200,000, right? With this amount of money, you could fix hundreds of roofs. And the words came out. Immediately, the water boys couldn't hold it together. Good man. The whole 200,000 nah. Seriously, I don't even have that much money. Why be so stingy with yourself when you're so rich? Yes, I really can't understand. Look at this aunt and uncle. Their clothes are full of patches. Why don't they treat themselves better? That's right. Money is for use. Why save it? At this point, Guo Wenli was just about to reply. Suddenly, a man came to the door. Dad. Mom, I'm home. Xiao Shuiying put her eyes on it. Then he saw a man with a very tired face, carrying luggage. The son is back. The couple was overjoyed. Son, how is your marriage going? Hey, why don't you bring your girlfriend back? Before my son could speak, these two just crackled with questions, words of concern. However, this put Guoqin, who was his son, under a lot of pressure. Dad, Mom, why don't I just not get married? 380,000 dowry, full payment for the caravan, and in the future, I have to buy a house for her brother. I don't marry a daughter-in-law in my life, as well as I can live. I don't believe in dragging you guys down. After saying that, the man used his hand to cover his eyes. The man's name is Guinan and he is none other than Guo Li's son, 35 years old and still maternally single. After years of dating, it's hard to meet one who wants to follow up with him. Who would have thought that the other side would have such a big appetite? Working for so many years, Guinan in order to marry a daughter-in-law. Frugal, but also saved more than 100,000 yuan. His parents also gave him $200,000. Add it all up and it's almost 300,000 or so. But this amount of money is a drop in the bucket when it comes to the woman's demands. Even, outrageously so, this money was also taken by the woman. And now, the woman claims that she can't afford a fully paid-for garage. The marriage is still off the table, and the money can't be returned. Think of it as moral damages for her. Guinan almost went crazy. Isn't this killing him? That's all he could come up with in total. Now, he doesn't want to get married, but the woman won't even return the money. Self is clearly not married to her either. Or even, if you've been dating for 6 months, just hold hands. Never touched her at all. Just take him for over 300,000. Guinan was so angry that he also approached the relevant authorities. But it didn't work out. It angered the woman, who took her family, found his company, in the office, and made a big fuss. It has had a bad impact. Needless to say, Guinan's job is gone. That's why Guinan returned to his hometown in such a sorry state. As for that money, there's still a long process to wait for. And Guinan came back. For one thing, to avoid the woman. Secondly, I also want to leave myself alone. By the way, make it clear to your parents. Let them stop working for themselves to save money at their age. Being poor he is. A deep understanding that marriage, for him, is a luxury. A luxury you can't afford even if you work hard all your life. And at the moment, hearing Guinan's description, his parents, it was as if they had aged a dozen years at once. How can this be? This is too bullying. Guo Li was in agony. Would have thought that with the 200,000, her son would be able to get married without any problems, and she would be able to put her mind at ease. I didn't know that in the city, this $200,000 can't be exchanged for a daughter-in-law. Think of the year when she got married. The bride price was only a few dollars. It's about seeing this man and wanting a life with him. Simple as that. Now this world, is that a seizure? Mom, I've accepted the truth. And you need to get over the fact that I'm fine on my own if I don't get married in this life. When we get the money back, let's live at home. Fix the house, and I won't go out to work, so I'll stay home and support you. If there's a little money left over, I'll take you on another trip to the mountains. And look at that. It seems like you've never been out of this big mountain in your life. Speaking of this, Guinan's eyes also moistened. Look at your aging parents in front of you. Guinan hated to slap self. His mom, who is not even 50 this year, but looking at it, that vicissitude was like an old man in his 60s. For him, all these years, the suffering has never stopped. Not a single blessing. Just to marry him. As for that, the moment. Guinan also deeply appreciated it. The internet said that, in the past, nibbling on old age was called lying flat at home. Eating and drinking your parents' food. The new kind of nibbling nowadays is to take your parents' money and get married. The love that parents have for their children is immeasurable. Just like Koknam. His parents could have given their whole lives for him, but Guinan was unwilling to do so. However, hearing these words, Guo Li was still a bit unable to accept it. My son, Mom is afraid that when we leave, there will be no one to keep you company. What should we do? I also wanted you to have company. With that, Guo Li wiped her tears. If you can't, borrow some more from your relatives, or talk to their family again and lower the requirements a bit? Guo Li is still undeterred. Seeing this scene, Guinan was also helpless. Mom, just take a break. If you really don't believe me, look at those brothers in the village. Is anyone married? In this world nowadays, it's only the few who can get married, Guinan said helplessly. These words, too, reminded Guo Li. And at the moment, see this scene, the water friends in the live room were also silent. So that's how it is. You don't even bother to fix the roof when it's broken. It's to save money for your son's marriage. Tears in my eyes. It reminds me of my mom and dad, who also worked hard for me all my life. But I can't afford to get married even now. Letting them down. Brothers, remember that it is not we who are at fault, but this sick world. Yeah, who doesn't want to get married? Isn't it forced on you? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was also in a complicated mood. Seriously, being a quality human female, Xiao Shuiying had never encountered such a problem before. It's only occasionally heard about in the community. Before, she had thought it was a little strange. Now, it's really in front of us. It can really feel surreal. And just then, suddenly, Guo Wenkai, the village chief, came over. Good day, village chief, Guinan politely greeted. Guo Wenkai wasn't surprised that Guinan had returned. Just sighed. You haven't gotten a wife yet this year. Hey, these bachelors in the village really make me anxious. There was no doubt that Guo Wenkai was a very responsible village chief. Even, there is concern for the personal problems of the villagers. And see this. Xiao Shuiying was a bit confused. Uncle Guo, in this Dave village, is the situation so bad? Subconsciously, Xiao Shuiying asked. Look at these brothers. Hey, Guo Wenkai turned to look at the few boys inside. The village of Day is a village of rules. Someone died in the village, plus the new year. This family, those who were away, have returned. And New Year's Eve, the topic of escape. The unmarried ones can't escape marriage by dating. Married and childless can't escape having children. Born can't escape climbing. That's the culture in the village. Obviously, the young people of the village of Dade are all still stuck at the first level. And at this moment, Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He looked over. Hers was seen. A couple of male clays walked in through the door, all apparently in their 30s. looked pretty tall too, and had an okay look, neatly and cleanly dressed, one and all. They were all very spirited young men. Yet, none of them were married and, by the looks of it, all of them were sad. This made Xiao Shuiying puzzled. All these lads look so refreshed. Is it surprising that one of them is bothered about getting married? It's not bad looking. How could it be? Xiao Shuiying was simply confused. Xiao Shuiying had thought, not being able to get married at a certain age could be a bit of a fatal problem. Either too short or too ugly. Everyone is a face reader. Especially in the dating market. This is the kind of place where you can get married quickly if the conditions are right. And it's basically all in your face. However, this group of people looked not at all like what Xiao Shuiying thought, and it was then that Xiao Shuiying remembered. This Guinan is actually not bad looking, and he has paid more than $300,000 in dowry for nothing, and he has yet to get a wife. Not their fault, it seems. Instead, it's the women who have the big problems, and that's when Guoli also greeted a few young men and sat down. Tiger, Dogua, Erden, Damao, Air Mao. Guinan also smiled and called their little names. A few people were talking and laughing and the atmosphere was friendly. Apparently, the boys grew up together. Relationships are particularly good. At those words, Xiao Shuiying looked over. Together with Guinan, there were 6 young men. So many people, and not a single one of them is married? It can't be. Xiao Shuiying was shocked. So many people, and not one of them managed to get married? If that's the case, that really shows men are in the marriage market, and that's really deep. And it was then that Guo replied, actually, one is nodded. At those words, Xiao Shuiying let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it's not that bad. Which one is it? Xiao Shuiying asked with a smile. And that's when Doggy walked out. It's me. Dogman's face, however, went a little white. Xiao Shuiying didn't notice his difference. And at that moment, Guinan explained. Doggy is the best family out of all of us. His family, and before that, the only one that lived in a concrete house. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiying came to a realization. Sure enough, this marriage, it's still tied to financial conditions of the same people. It's also the side of the family that's better off. The probability of getting married is higher. Granted, Guinan met the money scammer, but now it seems it's not like that for everyone. There are still good women out there. Thinking that, Xiao Shuiying opened her mouth. Since they managed to get married, it also shows that not everyone is here to cheat. There are still people who want to be properly married for life. However, the words came out. Doggy immediately let out a wow cry. Fuck, she's a liar. Although she married me, she took a dowry of $400,000, and in less than a month, she wanted a divorce. I didn't do anything, and even when she was flirting with her ex-boyfriend, I acquiesced. I did not expect. She still made a fuss about divorce. Do not give to be hanged. Divorced, less than a month, took my money, went to open the beauty store. Now, she's the boss, and it's so nice. And me, I've lost both my money and my people. At this moment, hearing these words, everyone in the room was stunned. That's too bad. Even Xiao Shuiying was speechless. The water friends in the live broadcast room, too, were appalled. I'll go. Isn't this a zero-cost business? Yeah, under the guise of marriage. It's actually cheating the bride price to go into business. TSK, what a bull. Anyone who can come up with such an idea is also a genius. Fuck. This can be more than Guinan is much more miserable. Not only people and money too empty, but also fell into a second marriage of the name, which is no money, and second marriage, more difficult to get married. The speed of the version update is beyond my imagination. This being married is worse than not being married. Xiao Shuiying was also infuriated. Isn't that bullying honest people? And the words came out. Several other men, too, shook their heads bitterly. We're not much better. Each of them lost their essence. First the doggies. Oh, my, that is also, together for 6 months, spent me hundreds of thousands of dollars, ready to get married, suddenly told me that she did not want to get married, did not want to have children, but also advised me to think openly. Do not all day long think of this kind of vulgarity, so that I can open my eyes to the world. I asked her to pay back the money and she disliked me, calling me a scumbag. Yards, it's bad luck. Then came big hair. I'm even worse. Really can't find the first marriage. Forced to find a second marriage. This ex-husband's son, I'm also forced to raise. The result is to get married. Suddenly told me that the bride price to give a little bit more, with the first marriage is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Otherwise I'm afraid that other people look down on her family. I also recognize, this is not really cannot find a woman, unexpectedly, ready to get married, suddenly said to me, do not have a second child, for fear that I will treat her eldest son. I cannot tolerate the horse. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to marry a second marriage, but also free to others to raise a child. And even their own species are not? Then why the hell am I not single? Big Hair was so excited when he spoke. Obviously. Was really pissed off. Next, each one told their own story. All are invariably miserable. Money spent, people gone, and suffered a bellyful of wimpiness. Can we get this money back? It's all still an unknown. See this, but countless acquaintances in the live room. 2. Empathized. Code. I cried as if I were looking in a mirror. Who understands? Yes. And we are not the ones who can't get a daughter-in-law and are suffering every day. Hey, it's really hard. Or else, we all lie down and forget about it. It's quite good not to get married. I think that's a good way to go. It's not like you're going to die if you leave a woman. Don't pretend. I know you're all forced to cry if you want to. The next thing you know, the live feed is a wailing scene. Yeah, who doesn't want a hot wife and kids? Isn't that what reality allows? Maybe. Really. Some people like to live their lives in style, but now it seems. Not to mention the live room. Let's talk about these older men in the village of Day. That's really wanting to get married but not being able to. At the moment, One Kai was getting worried. This world, it's changed so much. It's too hard to get a daughter-in-law. It's not going to work. If this continues, I'm afraid this village, all of it, will have to be given away. A few of you are also the ones I've watched grow up. And it's hard for me to look at you like this. One Kai spoke from the heart. Ben thought. Follow the old granddaddy jerking off to a black network of loans. With hundreds of thousands. It would allow the group to marry and live a good life and pass on the family name. Let the ranks of the Great River Village gradually grow. Who would have thought? In this world, hundreds of thousands of dollars and you can't even get married? Now, the good old-fashioned jacked-up black net loans have gone down the drain. And just then, One Kai suddenly shouted, I thought of going to the old grandmaster. The old ancestor who has seen a lot of things may have a method. With that, One Kai greeted a few people and rushed to Taoyuan village. Xiao Shuiying was confused. This matchmaking and marriage thing, is it also under Master Lao's control? And the water boys who saw it couldn't live with the laughter. Master Laozu can be too busy. This village head of Dave village. No way. Everything goes to the village head of Taoyuan village. Ha 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 ha. Old ancestor master can be too tired. On the surface, he is the village head of Taoyuan village. But in reality, these two villages, they all have to trouble him. That being said, old Master Zhu is only 18 years old. This marriage thing, he's a child. I'm afraid he doesn't understand it. That's right. That said, old ancestor master looks really high and cold. This goddess Shueching is so backwards. Froze as if she didn't see it. Can't it be that old ancestor master is too demanding? That even goddess Shueching can't fit into her eyes? It's really possible. Seriously. I'm afraid there are only a few women who can be worthy of old ancestor master. TSK, goddess Shueching real miserable this time, is considered to taste the taste of licking dough. At this moment, seeing the water friends in the live broadcast suddenly made fun of self. Especially, speaking of self-same teenage heart. Immediately, Xiao Shuiying blushed. Hey, water boys, that's not very nice of you. I'm usually so righteous to you guys. And you're still hurting me. Don't you have any righteousness left? The words came out. The water friends in the live room are not alive with laughter. However, look at goddess Shueching's glum look. The watermen are still very kind. Then he didn't make fun of Xiao Shuiying anymore. And next, the group, then, headed toward the cabin. When one comes to the old grandpa's house, at this moment, as soon as he entered, he saw that the old ancestor had boiled tea. And on the table, there were teacups. Look around. The number is not too many. Not too few. Just right 9. Consistent with the number of people coming in. And at this point, the old ancestor master also raised his head to look at them and opened his mouth. Here you go. This tea has just been brewed. You guys try it. And the words came out. The crowd was in a state of shock. Master Laozu this is. Knew they were coming? But there was no advance notice at all? It's hard to believe that Master Laozu was really. The gods descended. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also numb. Master Laozu is a real cow. How did this happen? This even guesses the right number of people. Yeah, this one's the best. I'm really impressed. I'll ask if it's worth it to be called Master Laozu. It's worth it. It's fucking worth it. And that's when the old ancestor looked at the dumbfounded crowd and impatiently prodded. Sit down. What are you all standing around for? The words came out. The crowd's minds were immediately pulled back. Then, they all sat down obediently. In the presence of Master Laozu. It's as if they are elementary school students. And it was at this time that Guowen opened his mouth. Old ancestor master. This time I've come to see you. I know why you came to me. Something like marriage. It's really not that hard. Words. Even if the crowd was mentally prepared. But it was still hard to avoid a shock. It's amazing that you even know what's on your mind. At this moment, Guo Wen Kai was excited. Old ancestor master, tell us then. Master Lao Zu smiled faintly. At home, it is difficult. Since one of you has an ex-girlfriend who says to open your eyes to the world, why don't you listen to her? The world is full of women, especially in some poor and backward countries. It's the greatest good fortune of their lives to marry in China. The words came out. Everyone in the room was shaken, especially Irma. That's right, his ex-girlfriend, the one who talks about opening her eyes to the world. At this moment, Irma slapped his thigh. Yeah, old grandpa's right. Why do I have to marry a woman from here, when there are plenty of women abroad? Not to mention the faraway ones, but the ones on our border. Those places are so poor that it's a blessing for them to be able to marry in our area. And at that moment, Big Hair continued. Not to mention, nowadays, there are a lot of white skins who want to marry our countrymen. Today's Huaxia, with its strong national power, is a superpower, while those hegemonic countries are all going downhill. It's too unsafe abroad. Those girls all think, come to us, developed and safe. De Mao was also excited. This conversation between the two talked a few of the other lads into mania. Yeah, why didn't they think of such a brilliant idea? The women here, those are all T0 versions. They genuinely can't hold it. Why not look beyond that? And at the moment, the water friends in the live room, too, were restless to know, on seeing that they were looking for ideas from their old grandparents. A whole bunch of old single guys, just squatting in front of the live feed. They want to end their singleness more than anyone. At this moment, the group of single old men also cheered. I'll go. Master Lao Zu's idea is bull. Yes, they T0 not want to marry. Then we are still not willing to marry it. That character, even if married, will sooner or later divorce. Others, however, raised a skeptical voice. This sounds good at first, but how do you implement it? It's not easy to find a woman from abroad. Yes, Master Lao Zu is still hasty. Don't think that all women abroad are good people. In fact, there are many who cheat the bride price. Yes, there must be 7 or 8 news stories, if not 10, of Vietnamese wives who got the bride price and ran away. And that's when the last pop-up appeared. Again, the hearts of the crowd had just fallen. Lift again. Yeah, this meat's good. Then of course all are happy. But there are a lot of bad people in this world. If I get cheated out of the dowry one more time, then in this life, there's no turning over. The old single guys in the live room were drumming their hearts out. This old brother has a point. Truth be told, there's a 40-something mother fetus single in our village who has just suffered, and is now muddled, like a fool. Hey, so it seems that this solution is not perfect either. In the live room, many unfavorable voices gradually appeared. Seeing this, Xiao Shuiying was a bit angry. Master Lao Zu also had good intentions. Some people, however, always question. Well, Xiao Shuiying looked at the men in front of him. One by one, they all still firmly believe in the old ancestral master. We don't care what those people say. As long as old ancestor master says something, we'll do it. Yes, we all listen to Master Lao Zu. We've been listening to our old ancestor since we were young. And this grown up, we still continue to listen to. Several people said one after another. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuiying was somewhat moved. And that's when Master Lao Zu also spoke up. Actually, what about the concerns of the water boys? They are not empty. But well, if you're worried, why don't you just call me? After saying that, old ancestor master suddenly revealed a sinister smile. This scene instantly made the crowd go whole hog. Xiao Shuiying, on the other hand, had a familiar feeling. Times, she had a strong premonition. Old Master Zu must be up to his old tricks again. Sure enough, the next second, the old grandmaster was heard to say, True Love Talisman, package success, $50,000 apiece, not a penny less. If there are any problems, feel free to find me. Old ancestor master revealed a trace of a treacherous smile. The words came out. The aquanauts in the live room were confused. Nice guy, we treat you like a grandfather. You take us for customers? No love. Really? However, there are some who feel that. Sure enough, old ancestor master was still the same old ancestor master they were familiar with. This money-grubbing nature, as always. And the price offered is still so high. So much for a book. You know, drawing a talisman is just a few pen and ink strokes. This talisman of Master Lao Zu's, that's a bloody good deal. At this moment, many of the single old men in the live broadcast room hesitated. Can't we really have less? Old ancestor master, take a look at grandson me. grandson is really poor. And that's when, seeing all these crybaby pop-ups, Sheen Phone was directly ignoring it. Those who cried poor were somewhat helpless when they were ignored. Old ancestor master, the grandson is truly chilled. Don't scream. Master Lao Zu was determined. He wants $50,000. Let him sell it. See, one sells one without a squeak. And the words came out. And a reminder to those old wounded brothers. Yeah, that's $50,000. Just one charm. Which tycoon? So rich? However, to their surprise, the punch in the face, it actually came so fast. See only, on the scene, in the cabin of the old grandmaster, a few of the older brothers combined their efforts, and then they went up to the road. Old ancestor master, this talisman, we'll buy it. Yeah, 6 of them would be $300,000 together. We'll call you the money one by one. But, it'll have to be slow. It's going to take a little while to get the money from inside the loan. At the last sentence, the brothers were a little embarrassed. There's no way around it. They're really drained. Couldn't get a penny out of my body. But even so, and they don't doubt it for a second. Instead, he trusted Master Lao Zu wholeheartedly, and the old granddaddy was delighted. Well, thanks for the patronage. 5 minutes later, it was unceremonious to take the $300,000. Then, he pulled out a few true love charms and held them out to a few of his brothers. Within 3 days, it will work. That's it then. Send off the guests. As old ancestor master spoke, his eyes were fixed on the $300,000 that had just arrived. That demented look. Gee, there are just no words to describe it. Xiao Shuiying saw it and was even thinking about it. If anything, Master Lao Zu was looking at a woman with such eyes. She's going to be mad with jealousy. However, Master Lao Zu was looking at the money. Xiao Shuiying could only say, okay, but just then, Xiao Shuiying was suddenly struck by an idea. How much money is in this old grandpa's little coffers? The man makes a lot of money and is an Iron Man. I'm sure there must be a lot of them. Thus, Xiao Shuiying took the initiative to come forward, wanting to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, old ancestor master avoided her directly as if he had seen the plague. How dare you? Old ancestor master said angrily. The severity of the tone. Immediately, it startled Xiao Shuiying. What do you want? Are you going to plot against my petty cash? Woman, don't you dare pry into my money. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Old ancestor master's tone was very ruthless. It almost didn't make Xiao Shuiying cry on the spot. No, it's Xiao Shuiying's tears. They were spinning. Master Lao Zu was really scary. Oh. Then, Xiao Shuiying ran away numbly. And see this scene. The old men in the live room also gave the whole won't. This old ancestor master really doesn't care about goddess Shuiching at all. Think of the goddess who holds herself aloft, in the presence of Master Lao Zu, as if it were a pug. The crowd was even more upset. After getting the talisman, a couple of the older guys then went home. Approaching the new year, there's a lot more where their young people are needed to do their work. And in the meantime, the live feeds are also being discussed daily. How are the old boys progressing? But so far, it doesn't seem too promising. 2 days have passed. The 6 oldest brothers, all of them are not moving at all. It's making it whole hard for the old single guys who are watching. Old Master Zu was already their last hope. If anything, the old ancestors are not spiritual. Then they can really, in this life, end up alone. That's right. Most of the water users, in fact, believed in the strength of old Master Zu. But $50,000 for a charm. A lot of people just can't do it. So most people, for the most part, are trying to see how the 6 oldest brothers are doing. It's really spiritual. Then they must buy it. If it doesn't work, self won't lose the $50,000. Then another day passed. Xiao Shuiying went to interview a few old brothers early in the morning. Master Lao Zu said that within 3 days, it will be effective. And that's when Big Hair and Two Hair are out. The faces of both of them were filled with excitement. So happy. Is this good news? Xiao Shuiying said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Big Hair and Second Hair's old faces blushed and nodded. It gave Xiao Shuiying a happy look. Come on, tell me what's going on. And that's when the old men in the live room were abuzz. It seems that this true love charm is really fucking useful. And that's when Big Hair took the lead. I listened to my old ancestor and found a girl from Vietnam. Talked to her, made a deal, and tomorrow I'll fly to her. The crowd was shocked at these words. So fast? Xiao Shuiying was surprised. Yeah, Dahmer exclaimed. No surprises. Getting married next month. Hear that? The water boys in the live room were numb. Nice guy. That's a rocket ride. But it's not the fast thing that's got people most concerned. Rather, security. This out of the country looking for someone. Aren't you afraid of the karma waste? At this moment, Xiao Shuiying also held such doubts. Dai Mao. Aren't you afraid of being Calwood? Vietnam is pretty good at electrical fraud. 2. It's fine. I trust old ancestor master. If he says it's a done deal, it's a done deal. Obviously, Da Mao had asked old ancestor master, and old grandpa told him it was fine. Only then did Da Mao dare to go with confidence. But in the eyes of the water boys, it's a life-related thing. Still can't be too impulsive. However, it was no use for the waterbenders to be in a hurry, because that afternoon, Da Mao then ignored his water friends and pulled his suitcase. So he left the village and went straight to the airport. In the meantime, he also turned on the live stream, said he was asking his old brothers to give him a testimonial of love. As a result, a lot of water users flocked to Big Hair's live room. Once Xiao Shuiying and Xiao He combined their efforts, they were able to connect with Da Mao's live broadcast for 24 hours. If there's really something wrong with Big Hair, they see it and can always contact the embassy for rescue. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was now a powerful nation and a world power. Being a Chinese, what happened when you were out? With this strong home in place, more or less, it's a lot more secure. Then Dahmer set out on a journey. First, he boarded an airplane to the capital of Vietnam. It was thought that as the capital of a country, it will branch out a little bit here. After all, Vietnam is still a country no matter what. However, to the surprise of both Big Hair and Waterboy, even the capital, looking at it, is very backward. It's not even as good as a third-tier city in China. Or maybe it's more of an exaggeration. This standard of living didn't even make it to Taoyuan village. At this moment, Big Hair was even more thankful. Self was not only born in China, it was an honor to be born next door to Taoyuan village. Then, Big Hair didn't have the time to feel much emotion. He had to keep going. A new girlfriend whose family lives in the very remote countryside. So, when Daimao got off the plane, he switched back to the yellow bus. Then it was time to change seats for the country bus. And finally, the tricycle. All the way over. Enough to change several modes of transportation. Spent almost 2 days on the road. Finally, early in the morning of the third day, it finally arrived. And at this point, the water boys are numb. It's really not easy to talk about a girlfriend from Vietnam. It's a long time to catch up, let alone going there in person. I'm tired just watching. Da Mao is putting up a fight to get a daughter-in-law. Don't jump to conclusions yet. The poorer this place is, the worse the scams are. And it's really not certain whether you can marry or not. And that's when Big Mo called his girlfriend's number. A few minutes later, a young woman appeared right at the entrance of the village. The woman walked over. That moment, the entire broadcast froze. The woman wasn't exactly pretty though. It's even a little rustic and has yellow skin. But the winner was a pristine person with dark, black eyes. A hard-working farm girl at first glance. Dai Mao, you're here, the girl said shyly. Mei Feng. Da Mao also had an excited look on his face. Mei Feng, the virtuous wife and mother of his dreams. Next, Mei Feng's family members are showing up one by one. The families of you are all pretty big and populous. At the moment, seeing so many people, Da Mao was a little embarrassed. Good thing, he prepared his gift in advance. So, it was taken out of the bag. There are candies for the children. There is a massager for the mother-in-law, and a razor for my father-in-law, as well as a gold ring for Mei Feng. It's not too expensive, just 1,000 or so. These things, in China, T0 but don't even look at it. However, at the moment, the family received it and rejoiced. Young man, you're too polite. We don't even have anything to give you. The family is too poor. Mother-in-law said with embarrassment. It's okay, mother-in-law. Mei Feng is the best gift for me. Da Mao said directly. The words came out. Mei Feng's family was happy. Mei Feng was even more blushing and embarrassed. And the water friends in the live stream, too, went numb. Good guy. This is too fast. Mother-in-law is shouting on? I would have expected a little bit of a process. And you're not having any process at all. I'm afraid this is going to be a cave tonight. Isn't it? Crap. Even if this girl is progressing fast, is her family so swift as well? It's not reasonable, right? At this moment, the last pop-up also triggered deep thoughts. Yeah, marriage, that's the number one thing in a person's life, especially the girls. The more caring members of the family will want to keep an eye on their daughters. Find a good family, and observe. In case a moment's haste makes your daughter marry the wrong person. If my daughter suffers in the future, it will be too late to regret. But now it seems, this family meets Big Hair for the first time. It was like meeting a prince, not to mention being courteous, but also eager to hurry up and marry Mei Feng to him. And that's when, facing questions on the air, Big Hair also said directly, people on their side of the border, if a local gets married, the basic bride price is only a few dollars. When a daughter is married off, she's all someone else's, and with them, women have a low status. Not only do they have to have children all the time, but they also have to work for the family to make money. There's basically nothing good about it. The words came out. The water boys are dawning on me. In that case, that explains it. Since, find a local. But, in all fairness, I think the thing that played the biggest role was the true love amulet given by the old ancestor master. Don't believe me? Look. Damao glanced at Mei Fong, only to see that Mei Fong was looking at Damao with an infatuated look on her face. Those eyes, indeed, truly loved Daimao. By all accounts, that's how long it's been. It shouldn't be this deep, but this bizarre picture, it was just so real and presented to the crowd. See this scene. The old single guys in the live feeds are sitting on their hands. It seems to be really useful. This look, it's me. I can't even top it. I can tell from this look. It must be the true love charm working. Where is Master Lao Zu? I want to buy it too. I want one too. For a while, the live feeds were begging for it. And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also found Old Ancestor Master. Old Ancestor Master, your chance to get rich has come, Xiao Shuiying said with a smile. And at that moment, Master Lao Zu glanced at the pop-up. I knew this would happen, so I prepared it in advance. After saying that, Old Ancestor Master took out dozens of true love talismans. Looking at the thick stack of charms, Xiao Shuiying almost stunned her jaw. Nice guy. Master Lao Zu was really making money until his hands cramp up. People are paragraphs. Master Lao Zu was for real. However, just when the old single guys were ready to spend $50,000 on it, Master Lao Zu's words changed. 50,000? Not that price anymore. $100,000 apiece now. If you don't buy it now, there's still a chance that the price will go up later. Boom! The words came out. Old single guys are giving the whole thing a miss. Adulterer. A proper adulterer. It's only been 2 days, and it's doubled? Master Lao Zu, where's your conscience? The old grandpa, this is a bit too much. Sitting on the ground. This way, I have a way. Brothers, everyone does not buy. The goods are here. I do not believe. The old grandpa cannot sell. Will not be discounted out of. This brother, obviously, understands market economy. Trying to lean on that and take the old grandmaster. However, to his surprise, Chapter 144, Master Lao Zu and I. It's just my unrequited love. That's what he thought. But other older brothers, not so much. 100,000? I'll take it. I want as much as I can get. Good guy. True love, you also engage in wholesale? That. Cough. This good thing. Not too much. I don't care. I'll lay my hands on 100,000. I'm afraid it'll be more expensive afterward. The old man in front of you. You've misjudged. The market economy can constrain only things that aren't worth the price. And the old ancestor's talisman will only get more and more expensive. And this sentence, it can be described as telling the truth. Yeah, it's like a house. The price drop is so strong now, isn't it, because, by itself, it's not worth the price? The bubble is too big to drop again and again. However, this talisman of the old ancestor, at the price of $100,000, it is possible to marry a wife whose heart and eyes are self-same. That's really worth it. Seriously, even some of the older brothers felt that the price was low. So, less than a minute, all charms are sold out, and Master Lao Zu is earning another $5 million a minute. Looking at Xiao Shuiying made her numb. Old Ancestor Master, you are awesome. Xiao Shuiying gave a thumbs up, and Master Lao Zu just laughed without saying a word. Then, it was numb. After getting the money, the Old Ancestor Master is a word. Do not want to say more with Xiao Shuiying. Originally, Xiao Shuiying also wanted to interview the old ancestral master about this money-making testimonial. Unexpectedly, old Master Ancestor didn't give any face. At this moment, seeing the old ancestor master who walked far away, Xiao Shuiying's heart was just a hard ah. AI. This man, really plucked that what ruthless. Subconsciously, Xiao Shuiying complained. The live broadcast immediately boiled over when these words came out. I go. Goddess Shuiching, you are not clean. What am I hearing? And at this time, Xiao Shuiying also realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered her mouth. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. I'm innocent with Master Lao Zu. Hear this. Xiao Shuiying's gang of licking go brainwashed fans. At that moment, the heart that was hanging in the air let go. To know, they've been here since the very beginning of the show. Not for Master Lao Zu, not for Taoyuan Village. It's for the goddess Snowgreen. These people are Xiao Shuiying's boyfriend fans. However, just now, instead, they heard the words of the tiger and the wolf from the mouth of the goddess. Well, the goddess explained the misunderstanding right away. However, Goddess Snowgreen's next words, at that moment, it made them all completely unable to sleep this night, only to see, Xiao Shuiying opened her mouth. It's true that I'm clean and innocent with old Master Ancestor. And all of this is just my unrequited love for old Master Ancestor. A bunch of waterboys. In the live broadcast room, countless old men wailed with broken hearts. Demao and Mei Fong successfully held hands. And the ensuing good news came to several other brothers in the village of Big River. Under the true love charm, not only do they look right, it's fast, and it's called a fast one, too. It's all set. Just before the wedding, Guo Wenkai took a moment to combine his thoughts. Since so many people are getting married at the same time, then just do it all together. Isn't it popular to have the city wedding in this city? They simply have a country wedding. Just in time. And a good buzz too. This idea, too, reached the agreement of several newcomers. So, these days, Demao's brothers, one after another, have all brought their daughters-in-law back. Several couples are back. By the way, this village is hot and heavy. Guo Wenkai should be happy. But for the moment, he couldn't laugh a bit. The reason is simple. It's a marriage, and it costs money. Granted, the old granddaddy took them before and jacked up the black net loans. But almost all of them took up houses. Especially this brothers. Some people have even been scammed out of money by their ex-girlfriends, and are still in the process of recovering it, and won't be able to get it back for a while. If you really want to get married, it's a bit of a tight squeeze, hands down. So Guo Wenkai took his brothers and sisters again and found Master Lao Zu. By the way, it also arranged for these brides, for the time being, to live in Taoyuan village. You definitely can't live together until you're married. And the houses in Grand River Village were just recently built. Rushed to live in. This formaldehyde hasn't dissipated yet. Plus, these people are all Vietnamese daughters-in-law. Guo Wenkai didn't want to treat people badly when he came all the way over here. Then he begged Master Lao Zu. Master Lao Zu had always been unconcerned about such trivial matters. The last thing Taoyuan village lacks is townhouses. So, a big hand. These brides will be left to Auntie Zheng to arrange accommodation. As for the brothers, all of them also came to the old ancestral master. However, unlike last time, this time, a few of them were a bit reluctant. Village chief, how many times have we all troubled the old ancestral master? This is not good. If you can't, just postpone it a little bit. I'll go to work part-time. My family Mei Fong requirements are not high. This wedding, she said, as long as she can wear a few $100 of wedding dress. On the line, no other requirements. Demao said. Yes, my family's Ching said the same thing and didn't even want 3 gold. Mao followed the accent. Isn't that what we want in marrying a Vietnamese daughter-in-law? And at that moment, Dogwa suddenly came with this sentence. Unexpectedly, it angered Guo Wenkai. Look at you. Is that appropriate? You can't say it in front of your daughter-in-law in the future. How hurtful it would be for people to hear it. 2 people get married together. Figure there is not a little bit of feelings? What's more, they are still so far away from the place. You let them organize a beautiful wedding. This in-laws, face, heart can also rest assured. The words came out. Those old brothers, they all lowered their heads. Sure enough, it's still the elders who have lived half their lives that make sense. At this moment, they also realized that their own concepts were too shallow. The water friends in the live stream saw this scene and agreed. Yes, such a good daughter-in-law. All the more reason to be heartbroken. Yes, actually, it's not that we can't afford to give it at all. It's that T0 wants too much. And if they were also so virtuous and understanding, there wouldn't be so many conflicts at all. Hey, these old brothers actually don't want to trouble Master Lao Zu. To put it bluntly, both parties are actually right. It's all because of the trouble caused by the lack of money. Master Lao Zu has many ways to make money, but Master Lao Zu has all the skills that no one else can learn. Right. Yeah. Plus, this old grandpa just made $5 million. Is it reasonable not to give self a vacation? Yes. Master Lao Zu has made so much money. It's time to call it quits. If it were me, I would have been lying flat a long time ago. Master Lao Zu is only 18 years old and he's so rich. It's time to enjoy his youth in his 20s. That's right. Master Lao Zu should relax himself once in a while and give others a little chance. The waterboys in the live stream said in a chorus of voices. See these pop-ups. Guo Wenkai is on tenterhooks. Master Lao Zu is going to really call it quits. Wouldn't they, then, really be playing ball? Just as Guo Wenkai was getting jittery, Master Lao Zu suddenly laughed when he heard about the crowd's intentions. Yeah, I have just the idea. Also missing a helper. Just as you guys are here. Let's go 1 to 9 when the time comes. Of course, I'm 9. Master Lao Zu said with a smile. Hear that? The crowd's eyes lit up. It seems that old grandpa still has a way to make money. The water friends in the live room, too, were numb. Joe, stop it. It's all warped out there. Cowardly. Just for the strength of Master Lao Zu. The richest man in the world is not you. I don't believe it. Master Lao Tzu is also known as an old ancestor in the area of making money. Curious, what's the old granddaddy's idea again? I didn't make it last time I hacked Netflix, but this time I'll make it no matter what I say. Yeah, me too. And that's when Guo Wenkai also raised his own questions. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng suddenly revealed a wry smile, and then he waved at Guo Wenkai. Come over here. I'll talk to you. Xin Feng said. Guo Wenkai was stunned, but obediently obeyed and walked up. Then, Xin Feng whispered a few words, and at the moment, the crowd saw it clearly. This Guo Wenkai's face suddenly turned iron blue. He stumbled. This, old ancestor master. This is not good, right? This thing, it breaks the law. I can't tell you. It's a death sentence. The words came out. The crowd was stunned. Nice guy. What the hell is out of this old grandpa? How dare you rise to the level of convicting someone of murder? The last jacked up black network loan was wild enough. This time, it's actually coming to a head. The crowd said they were curious and shocked. And at that moment, Xin Feng said impatiently, what's all the fuss about? I didn't ask you to sell drugs for real. Boom. The words came out. Those present, all numb. Peddling drug trafficking? Xiao Shuiying was so frightened that the microphone almost didn't even fall on the ground. Blackie also nearly flashed his back. No, did I hear wrong? Master Lao Tzu was even saying the word drug trafficking just now? I go. Lao Tzu master is not the root of the three good youth? I'm Nama. I must have misheard you. Old Master Zhu is such a good person. How could he be addicted to drugs? I must have misheard you. My brother is such a good man. He'd never do such a thing. The countless water friends in the live broadcast room were comforting themselves. In their opinion, what a great image of Master Lao Tzu. Never thought about it. It can come from the great mouth of the old granddaddy. I was surprised to hear such hateful words as drug trafficking. However, just then, a resounding slap in the face once again. Moreover, it was slapped in their faces by the old grandfather himself. You are, on the face of it, dealing drugs. Boom! The crowd went straight numb at those words. And at that moment, Master Lao Tzu explained in a serious manner. But really, the warrants are going to be really looking for it. And they're going to know that it's not at all. But, Guo Wenkai wimped out. After living for more than 50 years, where have I seen such a scene? Old grandpa's way is wild. This also constitutes fraud, right? It was only after thinking for half a day that Guo Wen finally stifled a sentence. However, the next words of the old grandfather. But he disliked Guo Wenkai to no end. It's true that you're ripping off the drug addicts. But when you think about it, you're selling them ice candy. They're spending money, and they're not doing drugs. That's a good thing. If the money was still there, they'd still be doing it, or if the money was gone and they bought real drugs, that would be bad for their health too. Let's trick them with icing sugar and say it's real drugs. So not only do we take the money away from the addicts to buy the drugs, but at the same time, they can't smoke the drugs. It's not the best of both worlds, is it? At this moment, the old ancestor master's words came out. The whole room, all silent. Everyone's brains, they were racing. Try to digest as much information as you can in those few sentences. The live feeds, too, are full of smart people. So, soon, someone summarized the old grandfather's approach. I understand. The old grandpa, this is to take ice sugar. Sold to drug addicts. Good guy. This really fucking poison. I've never seen such a shameless person. But, when Master Lao Tzu said that, I actually think it makes some sense that these drug addicts, too, deserve to die. Seems to be finished. I can't believe I think the old grandpa's bandit theory is correct. How did old grandpa come up with such a brilliant idea? This is really too brilliant. This mustn't be cursed to death by drug addicts. That said, this idea is not envisioned too simple. Some drug addicts is not a fool. How can even icing sugar and drugs cannot be distinguished? At this moment, the live broadcast, there were also questions raised. This doubt is also what Guo Wenkai has been hovering in his mind. That's right. He's been convinced by the old granddaddy. Those who do drugs don't deserve pity. Those who take money for drugs deserve even less pity. Several of Taoyuan village's ancestral ancestors were narcotics officers who died young. For this kind of person, Guo Wenkai would have hated his teeth, even if it's cheating them out of their money. And that would never feel guilty. So Guo Wenkai also raised his own doubts. Old ancestor master. These people, they're not that easy to fool, are they? This will require the use of you. At this moment, old ancestor master then replied. Upon hearing this, Guo Wenkai and a few of his older brothers looked at each other. Then, he saw the old ancestral master enter the hall. Then, a laptop was pulled out. You guys, I've punched into the inner group ahead of time, and I'm just waiting to put on a good show. Master Lao Zu showed the crowd his own computer screen, and on the screen, it was a QQ group, and the group, surprisingly, numbered in the thousands. Master Lao Zu's QQ number is hidden in it. At this point, the group chat is very much in full swing. These people are talking about how to buy pork. Yes, pork is the black word for drugs. Seeing all this wide array of chats, and keep up the 99 plus messages in a few minutes, Guo Wenkai and the others were all shocked in their hearts. Would have thought that with so many narcotics officers sacrificing their lives, drugs should be cracking down pretty hard, but now it seems, there are still corners of the world where the sun doesn't shine. Seeing these drug addicts who are so wildly uncaring of life, Guo Wenkai and the others hated it, and just then, a question was asked on the air. Old ancestor master hasn't answered my question yet? These people seem to be very experienced people. This sucking, surely it will suck out the problem. Ah, right, I see. This approach is still quite suspenseful. These drug addicts are very extreme. It is better not to provoke. In case the door to find you, it will not be easy to handle. What if people call the police? And at that moment, old Master Zhu saw these pop-ups and snorted. Just ask, what brainiac would think that buying drugs and getting a fake would go to the police? Is it because you're afraid you won't die fast enough? Boom! The words came out. Everyone is numb, especially the party pop-up that said to call the police. All of a sudden, it felt as if self was retarded. Yeah, who the hell buys drugs, buys fake ones, and has the nerve to go to the police? It's not a self-inflicted wound, is it? And just then too, the crowd also reacted. I go, Lao Zu master, this hold is not the victim found to be cheated, but do not dare to report to the police for self-defense of the psychological? It's numb, it's really numb. Absolute. This means of the old ancestor master is really too absolute. This drug dealer are not as ruthless as you. Yes, at least other drug dealers. That is a sincere business. One hand to pay, one hand to the goods. The old grandpa, this is not only empty gloves, but also dig people's heart. Ah, see this group of people? Remember, they're the victims. Remember how they're running wild now, and soon, they won't be able to laugh. Countless watermen have expressed their anticipation, wanted to see how the old ancestral master would fix this group of people, and that's when Lao Zu master led a few old brothers, all applied for QQ group. This group, naturally, isn't that good. The owner of the group is a veteran sucker. So, to muddy the waters, old grandpa brought a special handful of icing sugar. Then, have a couple of the older guys perform a live video of the smoking. Of course, it's all a lie, but the look, it had to be put on. Otherwise, you can't even get past the point of entering the group. Well, a few old brothers, and they didn't disappoint the old ancestral master. The acting is very realistic. That greed is a sight to behold, and the look of lust afterward. It's really hard for waterboys not to question it. Is this an act, or is it for real? TSK, these old brothers, they also put up a fight for the old ancestor master. This acting skill, it beats those little fresh meat. After taking the little video, Master Lao Zu was teaching live again. Don't trade yet. You need to raise your number. Otherwise, it's easy to arouse suspicion if you have a new number. Master Lao Zu behaved very professionally. Even, there were quite a few black words present at the caucus. The crowd was listening. Mom, I'm really up for it. This is how they talk in this business. Help! No one realized that the old granddaddy knows a little too much? Where did he learn all this? This really doesn't look like a fake. It looks like the real thing. Master Lao Zu. A clouded phrase, but it speaks to everyone's heart. Yeah, just the old granddaddy with this professional and headstrong look. That says insider. No one believes it at all. It's all good enough to be a teacher for someone. And that's when Master Lao Zu also continued the lesson. By the way, you guys remember to never trade offline. And keep the amount under 1,000. The words came out. Several of the older brothers were shaken. You know, this drug trafficking, it's all big business. Although, they are dealing in real ice candy. Not real drugs, but selling, too, at the price of drugs. In theory, this casually do a few orders. That all hair. You can just wash your hands of gold and quit. But if it is kept below a single thousand per unit, to be honest, it's still a bit of a slog. Master Lao Zu, why is this? It's a bit of a hassle to trade online. Same city transactions are fast and convenient. Wo Wenkai spoke the heartfelt words of several old brothers. Nonetheless, at that moment, the old ancestor rushed to say, by having you transact online and trying to choose a location 1,000 kilometers away, you are trying to make the victim realize that he is being scammed and that it is not good for him to come over. If it's a same city deal, won't it take a minute to get to the door? As for the amount of money is controlled below 1,000. Also because the money is too little. The distance is far. That is even more unnecessary to come over. This boring loss. Also eat. The words came out. Boom. The crowd straightened up again. Grow a brain. Master Lao Tzu is really good at planning. Poor drug addicts. I have a feeling they can't play Master Lao Tzu at all. What is there to pity about them? They just deserve what they get. I see. The old ancestor is called to do justice to heaven. As for the little money earned, it is also reasonable. Yes, that's the point. Support Master Lao Tzu and Village Chief Kwa. Hurry up with the scam. I can't wait to see the victims. The water boys on the live feeds expressed their excitement. And at that point, Master Lao Tzu stated, "It's time for a practical exercise." His number, a few days early, was in the group and, well, raised, eligible for trading. And that's when the group, a yellow-haired avatar, started talking. Yellow hair, anyone shipping? And that's when the old grandpa immediately added the man's QQ. Old grandpa's username was called Ice Factory. Very simple and rough. And at this point, thousands of miles away, a yellow-haired teenager in a rented house, skinny as a bone from years of drug use, with dark circles under his eyes, badly blackened. To summarize, it's a look of inhumanity. At this moment, seeing the goods, yellow hair's eyes, at once, lit up a light. Still, yellow hair was wary. Yellow hair, show me the goods. 3 seconds later, a video was immediately sent across the street. There are separate pictures of the goods. There are also little videos of people consuming them. It's the little video of Big Hair just now, wielding the peak of his acting skills. At this moment, seeing this scene, the saliva at the corner of the yellow hair's mouth is almost flowing out. The whole person is unusually excited. Chapter 147, $1,000 for a pack of ice candy. Numb. Yellow hair has been smoking this stuff for years. It's gotten to the point where you can't get away from it. So, yellow hair immediately opened his online wallet. However, after seeing a string of digital zeros, immediately, yellow hair's heart thumped. However, he soon had a solution. Yellow hair called in the prestige. There were hundreds of read unopened messages on it, all from his parents. And before that, yellow hair never opened it. At this moment, yellow hair didn't bother to look what his parents had sent him, but instead called directly. Within seconds, the call was connected. A very vicissitude old man's voice came from the opposite side. "Oh son, you're finally willing to answer mom and dad's calls. Where are you now?" The concerned parents said before they could finish their words. It was then interrupted by yellow hair's impatient interruption. "Get it, get 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 it. If you really care about me, call me." At those words, yellow hair's parents were stunned. XL. "Oh son, if you take the money, you're not going to do those unsavory things again, are you?" Hearing this, yellow hair's face became very unhappy. "No, can't you guys expect me to be any better? In your eyes, I am this kind of person?" Yellow hair disliked back with a straight face. "Seems to have forgotten. Self is taking this money to do unsavory things. You guys want me to get better? Transfer me money right now." Good, good, good. And at this point, yellow hair's parents really thought that their son was finally on the right path. "In the past 2 days, the family's wheat has ripened, and your mom and I were tired for 2 days, and after cutting the wheat, we sold it for a total of more than $2,000. Together with the money from selling vegetables during this time, I have saved a total of $3,000. All for you." Upon hearing this, yellow hair was disappointed. "That's all? That's just it. Just turn it all over to me. No matter how small this fly is, it's still meat." After saying that, yellow hair was very born to say. Soon after, the parents transferred all they had, $3,000, and get the money. Yellow hair immediately hung up the phone, refused to listen to even one more word from his parents. At this moment, when yellow hair thought of that divine feeling, Deng took off with the whole thing. So, he immediately opened the chat box with Chin Fong. At this point, Taoyuan village. Chin Fong is making a deal with yellow hair. "Yellow hair, here's a batch of $3,000. Chasing the wind in the wind, a cap of $1,000 at a time." "Yellow hair, there is money not to earn. You got gold Chasing the wind in the wind, risky." "Yellow hair, okay, I can understand that. Let's have a QR code." Then, yellow hair was about to transfer the money. However, when it comes to sweeping up money, yellow hair suddenly had a bad feeling. Subconsciously, he once again opened the homepage of Chasing Wind in the Wind. Then, searched the group chat. Hurrah found that this Chasing the Wind in the Wind was only 2 days ago, only applied to join the group. At that moment, yellow hair was not calm. He's been playing for over 3 years. Basic discernment. Still, Not that this chasing the wind in the wind is necessarily a fraud, but as long as there is any risk, then it can't be done. So, Yellow Hair beat a retreat, and at this point, a few old brothers from Taoyuan village had celebrated on early. Embarrassing. Whole minutes passed without anyone transferring money, and all of this was expected by the old grandmaster. Seeing the corners of the old ancestor's mouth, hanging that evil smile, as if it was all within his grasp, Xiao Shuiying was puzzled and asked, "Old ancestor master, did you already guess that this business wasn't going to be done so easily?" "Of course," said the old grandmaster without thinking. "These people are some old foxes. It's not that easy to get hooked, but I have an idea." After saying that, old Master Zhu typed down a line. "Chasing the wind in the wind, if you are afraid, you can open the box to check the goods. If the goods are not right, you can refuse to accept." The words came out. Yellow Hair's heart, at once, stabilized by 7 or 8 points. Yeah, how had he forgotten about that one? Since it's going express, then you can open the box and inspect it. If the goods are not right, it's perfectly acceptable to reject them in person. In that case, count on being fooled. You don't have anything to lose. Immediately, Yellow Hair paid the money with alacrity. It just felt like everything was steady. "Yellow Hair, brother, I just went to the toilet. Delayed a few minutes. Not I question you I believe your goods. Certainly no problem." This statement was followed by a grinning emoji, looking particularly stupid. This moment, the deal is done. Master Lao Zhu also received an order for the transaction to be completed. Of course, he's using a small number to make the deal. Seeing this, the crowd was pleasantly surprised, but after the surprise, some people are still worried. Big Hair was the first to ask, "Old ancestor master, I don't understand. You say, if this Yellow Hair finds out it's white sugar when he opens the box and inspects the goods, won't that be the end of it?" And this sentence also spoke the doubts of every single water user in the live broadcast room. Yeah, isn't this opening of the box for inspection a chance for Yellow Hair to realize something is wrong? So then the deal is still not reached? It's just like Taobao shopping. Master Lao Zu's deal with Yellow Hair, a third-party platform, was also used. Now, that $1,000, it's on the platform's books. So the customer complains, or requests a refund. Then that money, you can always return it. When that happens, won't it be a waste of time? And that's when Master Lao Zu's next words, at once, it made those present all numb. "You're right. So let me ask you, can you tell the difference between sugar and drugs with just the naked eye?" The words came out. The whole room was shocked. This old ancestor master has a point. Simply cannot distinguish yeah, these two things, they just look exactly the same. It can't be in front of the courier, sucking it up, right? It's also impossible to have any weird movements. At most, it's just a simple glance. So then it seems that the probability of looking at it wrong is at least 90% or more. Upstairs, you're being conservative. I think it's 99%. The moment the water boys on the air felt that it was time to grow a brain again. Sure enough, in the old granddaddy of them all, it's just a lot of weird and wonderful things you can learn. And that's when Yellow Hair's order was completed. Master Lao Zhu said immediately, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack iced candies for the customers." The words came out. The crowd couldn't live without laughing. The good guy, the old granddaddy, is really humorous. Looking forward to Yellow Hair opening the express. Ha 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 ha. Substitute for Yellow Hair, $1,000 to buy a pack of icing sugar. Think of all the anger. Pissed off, drug addicts. They all deserve it. And that's when a few of the older brothers from the village of Day also rushed into action. Numbly packed the icing sugar and sent it out to Yellow Hair. The first order, it went off without a hitch. Master Lao Zhu continued again. "This is the opening. And for the next few days, you're on your own. It's up to you all if you can." The old ancestor encouraged. The words came out. Several of the older brothers were thrilled. Crap. This old grandpa was the equivalent of chewing the rice and feeding it to them personally in a bowl. They just have to do what they're told. Plain and simple. For a while, several of the older brothers were moved. "Master Lao Zhu, you are a greatly good man. It is truly an honor for us to have you as a neighbor in the village of Daha." A few old brothers praised old Master Zhu almost to the skies. The water friends watching the live broadcast were all abuzz. He also followed suit and praised the old ancestral master to the heavens and the earth. "It's envious to have a village chief like Master Lao Zhu. Yards, is it too late for me to reincarnate? I've never been so envious of anyone else in my life. Everyone in the room, I'm so jealous of you. Master Lao Zhu is really handsome and capable, and also helpful. Whoever is lucky enough to marry him will not die of happiness." And at this point, seeing the pop-ups of compliments all over the place, as well as a few old brothers in the village of Daith at a strong look of gratitude to self. A sudden sentence from the old ancestor. At once, it silenced everyone. That's enough. I'm telling you, it's useless to praise me any more than you have to. I'm not going to concede a point. It's going to be at a ratio of 1 to 9. You can discredit me, but you're not allowed to take more of my money. The words came out. Straight away. A couple of the older guys won't be able to straighten it out. Nice guy. What a time. Old grandpa still has that split percentage on his mind. And they're genuine compliments. The kind that aren't fake at all. But the old ancestor master seems to have a face of disbelief. Dead guarding their own money look. Sure enough, old grandpa was still the same money-grubbing old grandpa. Don't worry, old ancestor master. It belongs to you. Where would we dare to covet it? Not to mention 1 to 9. You even if it is 0.1 to 9. Then we are all willing. Wo Wenkai also couldn't live with his smile and hurriedly explained. And hear this. Master Lao Zu really took it well. That's more like it. But 0.1 is outrageous. Let's go with 1 to 9. And you guys have to do the hard work. Tell you what. Just disperse for now. And I'll have a prize for whoever has the best performance in 2 days. The words came out. A few of the older guys were immediately abuzz. Master Lao Zu was a money grubber though. Yet it's not petty at all. So, a couple of the older guys were all excited. Roll up your sleeves. That's a do. Immediately, just a group of people rushed back to the big river village. And for efficiency, and no separation. Instead, they all hugged their computers and, piece by piece, made their way to the office at the entrance of the village. Here it is, doing business. Thanks to Master Lao Zu's early training, brothers are very on board. And Xiao Shuiying and Xiao Hei. Naturally, the cameras, too, were trained on the gang. The next 2 days, the business is doing very well. Just 2 days. This village, Big River, sent out hundreds of packages. Until this moment, Guo village chief took his brothers and sisters and found Master Lao Zu again. Old ancestor master. It's no good. This icing sugar is all sold out. How can this be? That's what he said. But the corners of Guo village chief's mouth were clearly on the verge of cramping up with laughter. Can you not laugh? $1,000 for a package sent out. It's been 2 days of work. The whole village of Daith has generated hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. Straight away, a whole village's worth of rock candy was sold out. I had thought that just relying on the icing sugar in my brother's house should be enough. Where to know? Relying on the unboxing and inspection talk plus double talk passed down from my old grandparents. This business, it's just not good enough. How good is it? At first, it was with their own icing sugar. Later, it used the whole village's icing sugar. And that wasn't even enough to sell. As I watched, there was very little icing sugar left. Wo Wenkai searched and went to make a report to his old ancestor. Then he took Demao and the others and went down the mountain to wholesale ice candy. Fucking hell. As much as you have, as much as you want. He was worried there wouldn't be enough to sell. At the moment, Gui village chief, who had earned money, was so arrogant. And that's when, the water friends in the live room, too, were numb. The whole village is sold out of rock candy? Good man. This business is too good. This Date village is going to soar after hitching a ride with Master Lao Zu. Bull. Take my knee. And that's when, Master Lao Zu, however, frowned. Wait. This time, no icing. The words came out. The crowd was stunned. No more icing sugar. What does that mean? It's hard to believe that it's time to call it quits. Thinking about this, Village Chief Guo and the others felt a bit unfulfilled. Needless to say, this icing sugar is the perfect substitute. Without it, this surely won't get done. So, of course, they assumed that, by saying that, the old ancestor master meant that he wanted them to stop. Old ancestor master, just tolerate for a few more days. This business can still continue. Thinking, Village Chief Guo begged. Look at you in a hurry. Just hear me out first. This icing sugar, in fact, is not as good as alum. The cost of icing sugar is about $6 to $7 a kilogram, and alum costs only $3 to $4 a kilogram, half the cost of rock candy. From the outside, actually, alum is closer to a drug. So all things considered, using alum, low cost, strong effect, plus isn't there a lot of unused alum in this village? Save going down the mountain to buy it. Wouldn't it be better to use this? And with these words from the old grandmaster, at once, the crowd would not be whole. Good guy. Alum costs less than icing sugar. There's nothing wrong with that statement, but you're a fraudulent business in your own right. Yes, the old grandpa, this is also to show. $1,000 to buy a packet of rock candy would have been bad enough. And now, the old grandpa also want to compress the cost, to switch to alum. If the crooks knew there was such a process, they wouldn't be pissed off to the point of rolling their eyes? Ha 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 ha. Old Ancestor is truly worthy of being the grandmaster of making money. In this regard, no one is better than you. And at the moment, Wei Wenkai and a few of his older brothers also looked back. It was a laugh that didn't live. Also, they feel, that's not really a bad idea. Old grandpa, the cost is lower not to mention, and save them a trip down the mountain. So, they immediately adopted the idea of the old grandmaster, replaced icing sugar with alum. And so business continues at a feverish pace. 3 days later, thousands of miles away, Yellow Hair finally received the package. Got a call from the delivery boy. At that moment, Yellow Hair was thrilled. He hadn't tasted anything like that in a long time. Just think about it. Yellow Hair then had a seizure and his whole body danced around, all the way, almost bouncing, downstairs. And that's when the courier boy also took the package. Yellow Hair also opened his cell phone while taking the picture in front of him, and filming it. The group he was in. Heck, it's a group of longtime friends. Inside this, are his peers. We all get together and communicate often. Needless to say, Yellow Hair took the picture and that's what he sent to the group. Yellow Hair, the goods have arrived. I started eating, brothers. Don't be jealous of me. The Yellow Hair came on very Versailles. The group was wailing. Loves to eat fairy dana fairy si. I go. Yellow Hair actually bought. Hurry to give a contact. Everlasting life. Come on, come on, come on. Give me one. Gone with the Wind. Now the wind is so strict, I can actually still have people dare to sell. Are you sure what you bought is not a fake? At the moment, see the words. Yellow Hair instantly let out a cold snort. Yellow Hair, you think I'm like you? I'm so smart. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. With that, Yellow Hair sent a video of himself opening the box and inspecting the goods. Just see. In this express box, a bag of brilliant white icing sugar. Look at the crowd of suckers. Their mouths are watering. And at that moment, Yellow Hair's eyes, too, were almost glowing. But in the way of the delivery boy, he didn't dare show too much. No problem. Bring a pen over. I'll sign it, Yellow Hair said very cheerfully. And that's when the courier boy was a black question mark. He glanced at the instructions on the delivery box. A packet of icing sugar? What? I can't believe someone would buy rock candy online. Buy even. I can't believe I'm just buying a pack, and it has to be specially opened and inspected. This is just too weird, isn't it? So, subconsciously, the delivery boy asked, Dude, you buy rock candy online? At those words, Yellow Hair had a wink. Sure enough, Self's demeanor was still too weird, still letting the regulars see it. Immediately, Yellow Hair said immediately, Yeah, is there a problem? I'm too lazy to go downstairs to the grocery store to buy it, so I like to buy icing sugar online. What's wrong with that? Yellow Hair immediately came with a quality rhetorical question. The courier boy was embarrassed to ask any further questions when he saw him so agitated and looking like he wanted you to take care of him. Mind you, the world is full of weirdos. It's okay. After saying that, the courier boy turned around and was about to leave, and see the delivery boy turn away. Immediately, Yellow Hair was craving for more. Looked around. This is an old neighborhood. Another weekday commute. No cameras, no people. So, Yellow Hair also let go of the courage. Immediately, opened the package. To taste a mouthful first. The idea was to taste the flavor and advance it to the gang of buddies as well. I didn't realize that this sucking down. Immediately, Yellow Hair's face turned green. The fuck? This thing? This. Yellow Hair instantly couldn't hold it together. This is really fucking icing sugar, React. Yellow Hair immediately slapped his thigh straight. Damn it, I fell for it. What grandson sells rock candy as a drug? What a lack of morality. I'll be damned. Labor is really sailing in the gutter this time. Yellow Hair was so angry that he rolled his eyes and cursed. And that's when Yellow Hair wasn't exactly stupid. The one that instantly tried to call the delivery boy back. Yardage. Return it now. It's not too late. However, just a few steps away, this Yellow Hair stopped himself. That's not true. Self, if you call the delivery boy now, that's not easy to explain. Just now, I said I would buy ice candy. By then, it's going to be noticed by the delivery boy. A backhanded report would have to send Self in. After all, the matter was put in anyone's mind. That all felt weird. Besides, the delivery boy is long gone. Yellow Hair tried to chase after him, but he couldn't catch up with the courier boy's triple trampoline. And that's when Yellow Hair suddenly thought of something very important. Yes, that's debunking. How dare these people lie to him? Then he'll let these crooks get away with it. Immediately, Yellow Hair was about to open the group chat. In front of friends, poke the group well and don't let them fall for it. However, what Yellow Hair didn't expect was, a minute ago, shortly after he shared it, Big kudos to this one after the good quality. It was just kicked out by the administrators. And that's when yellow hair realized with a fixed stare, nice guy, the administrator of this group. At some point, surprisingly, he became the owner of the one who sold him the goods. At that moment, yellow hair was furious. Codes, cheated self, not to mention kicked self. That's a pretty damn good job. Immediately, yellow hair wanted to call the police and sue him for fraud. However, as soon as you pick up your cell phone, and yellow hair shriveled up, what else is he going to report on the scriptures if he's in the code? It's hard to say if the crooks will be caught by then. And the fact that self went in, that was a given. Take another look at this shipping address. Nice guy, thousands of miles away. It's so far away, trying to get over there to get a statement. That wasn't easy. Thus, yellow hair completely shriveled up. I guess for the rest of my life, I won't be able to let it go. And the whole process, on the air, it was also presented throughout. The moment the water friends saw this very skillful blackout operation of the old zoo master, the whole thing will not be given. They seem to be able to see. The victim was pissed off to no end. And for the moment, things are far from over. Victims will be coming in next. Sometime after that, the village of Day is relying on this tactic to amass a crazy amount of money. Soon it was time for the appointment. According to the ratio, Master Lao Zu is only responsible for giving orders, yet it makes the vast majority of the money. The whole 3 million. And Big Hair and others. Each person also received an average share of more than $100,000. This amount of money, compared to Master Lao Zu, is a drop in the bucket, but it has been precious to them. At least, the marriage is proper. This moment, Taoyuan village. Several of the older brothers have completed their engagements together. Happy as he was, Daimao sent a friend circle. It's the same photo of him and Mei Fang getting engaged. See him in this operation. Irma came in very cozy. Brother, remember to block your ex-girlfriend. Hearing this, Daimao was stunned. Then came a somewhat embarrassed face. Don't worry, she deleted me a long time ago. The words came out. There was some pain in the hearts of the male Earth present. How could they not have had these experiences with Big Hair? In fact, it's not just them. The water boys on the air, too. It's a plot they're familiar with. The past is the past. Don't mention those unpleasant ones. Let's bless the few newlyweds. Yes, bless a few brothers with 100 years of good fortune and an early birth. I've come to dip my toe in the water. And just then, the city. A woman was looking through her circle of friends. Suddenly, she saw a photo that blew her away. In the photo, the man in the festive outfit is none other than her boyfriend. Oh, no. Technically, it should be an ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriends, however, have their arms around other women. At that moment, this female Earth glared in anger. This female soil is called Wang Jiaying. At this moment, Wang Jiaying specially enlarged that photo. On seeing the engagement letter, after the woman's name and age, she was even more furious and her whole face twisted. God damn it. After all these years of talking to my old lady, turning her head, she looked for one smaller than her. And it's foreign? What the fuck is this if not scum? Immediately, Wang Jiaying was so angry that she dialed Damo's number. In her anger, she even forgot this Wilson number. It's what she used to videotape Big Hair after she specifically broke up. And Big Hair is blissfully unaware of it. At this moment, Daimao saw that the prestige number, which was noted by Self as a fruit store attendant, called Self, also baffled, and wondered if it was one of those times when Self bought fruit and forgot to pay for it. So, the call was answered. Because the engagement scene was a little noisy. Without thinking too much about it, Daimao turned on the speakerphone mode. And the next second, from the cell phone microphone came raucous female screams. At once, it left the room silent. Daimao, you scum, I'm going to expose you. It's only been a year since you broke up with my mom and you're fucking married. You're not human. Boom. The words came out. The whole room was stunned. Everyone looked at it in droves. Abruptly, Dahmer was also surprised. This, Big Hair responded then. Wang Jiaying, didn't you delete me? You fucking still opened a small number to add me. What do you want? Daimao was furious. How would I have known if I hadn't opened a small number to add you? You're actually married? I'm telling you, if I'm having a bad time, you're not having a good time either. I'm going to tell your wife that you're a total scumbag. And I'm going to expose you on the internet so that you and your family can all die. These vicious words. At once, the crowd would not be whole. Feeling the crowd casting sympathetic glances, Big Hair was also angry and innocent. Wang Jiaying, it's been a year since we broke up. And besides, wasn't it you who initiated the breakup? I even held you back for 6 whole months before. And you're the one who ignored me before I started my new life. Speaking of which, Daimao Self felt suffocated to no end. And at the moment, Here's how it went down. The waterbenders in the live room also clenched their fists. Damn, this Wang Jiaying is really a superb. Since to make a breakup, see the male married to live a good life, and then come to make a mess. Reasonable doubt that in the beginning she is cheating. The result of the male mistress does not want her, and come back to look for big hair to take over the plate. That must be it, or else why is she so angry? Good guy, you still won't marry her after a year of breakup? You think you're living in a romance novel and it's not you? Excuse me, are you some kind of heavenly fairy? And at the moment, see all this speculation on the air. Big Hair also snorted coldly. He wasn't a fool either. It was a possibility that Dahmer had long suspected. So, he was not going to turn back no matter what. Especially, at this moment, Damao looked at the gentle and virtuous Mei Fong beside him. That's his wife. Women like Wang Jiaying. It's better to leave her to her own devices. Thinking of this, Damao held Mei Fong's hand tightly. Mei Fong, this is my rambunctious ex-girlfriend. Wang Jiaying, listen carefully. Right now, my wife is sleeping with me. You don't want to hear the sound of our lovemaking. Hang up. The words came out. At that moment, Wang Jiaying began to scream. That raucous voice. It made the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't help but cover their ears. Ha ha ha, it's a fairy-breaking defense. This move by Big Hair is really killing people. Great job, Big Mo. Sure enough, Wang Jiaying couldn't hold on for more than 3 seconds. Just hang up. But, judging by the frown on Big Hair's face, apparently, Wang Jiaying hung up the phone though. However, she has sent countless vicious messages over on the wiki, cursing Big Hair throughout. Big Hair couldn't be bothered to read all that, and backhanded a Leahy. And with this maneuver, it angered Wang Jiaying even more. At this point, some rental house. Wang Jiaying was wearing a cheap t-shirt and shorts, lying on the couch like a corpse. All around, all piled up with garbage. There were finished mineral water bottles. There are eaten bubbly bowls. Even, there are used auntie's wipes. It was a pile of garbage that took up the floor straight away. Then the sky was filled with flies and mosquitoes. Wang Jiaying was in the middle of such a pile of garbage. And right now, on her cell phone screen, there was the engagement photo of Damao and Mei Fong. The furious Wang Jiaying couldn't wait to rush into the photo and tear these two apart. Why should she have a bad time? Big Hair a bottom-feeding man she's used. There's actually a woman taking over? That's nothing like what her mentor taught her. Thinking about it, Wang Jiaying hurriedly found her own mentor. Wang Jiaying, tutor, my ex-boyfriend actually got married. Moreover, to a woman who is 5 or 6 years younger than me. That is, a little bit dirtier. But, this kind of man, how can anyone want? He's so ordinary and has no highlights. Soon after, the mentor replied. Instructor, Wang Jiaying. Hello student. Your membership of the Advanced Woman Training course has expired. And if you want to ask a question, you can choose to be charged 6,999 renminbi for a single question once, or continue to renew your membership at 888 renminbi for a year. Seeing this, Wang Jiaying frowned, immediately rummaged through self's wallet. From prestige to wealthy treasure, it's all empty. Wang Jiaying had been out of work for a long time. But, for that matter, she didn't find anything strange. She doesn't work, but she has a job. That is, to become a woman of high rank and marry into the family. So, not being at work at the moment doesn't matter at all. And this moment, Wang Jiaying, desperate for a reply from her mentor, gritted her teeth. Another $10,000 was loaned out from Flower Bay. That's the final amount. Wang Jiaying, mentor, this is all the money I have. Please teach me knowledge. I am eager to be taught by you. And after Wang Jiaying transferred the money, in less than a second, the tutor collected the payment. Then the mentor replied, Mentor, this woman looks really not beautiful, and, looking not like Chinese people. This should not be a bot daughter-in-law, right? And the words came out. Immediately, a light lit up in Wang Jiaying's eyes. Yeah, that explains it, as taught to her by her mentor. But any woman with a little pursuit, how is it possible to accept an ordinary and mundane bottom-feeding man like Big Hair? Let's not talk about anyone else. Let's talk about herself. The minimum requirement is that after marriage, you don't work. You stay at home to recuperate and learn flower arranging and other upper-class etiquette that noble wives need to do. You have to be in the mood to have a child. If you give $1 million, you can barely have one. And if you want a second child, you have to double the price. Usually go out. At least have to drive a few million luxury car. The house must also be in the tens of millions of level above. And, all have to write her name. Otherwise, there is no protection. And the foreign woman looked as if she wanted nothing but to figure Big Hair as a person. This is really incomprehensible. But to say it was abducted, that simply makes sense. Right. That's right. The truth of the matter. That must be it. How else could there be such an outrageous marriage? Thinking of this, Wang Jiaying immediately had a new idea. That's exposing Big Harry's evil deeds. Fuck him, it's only been a year since I broke up with him and I'm getting married. This is the first of the evils. Blatantly buying a Vietnamese daughter-in-law. Forcing women is the second evil. And human trafficking, which is the third evil. This one stakes, piece by piece. The big hairs just add up to a long list. At the moment, Wang Jiaying who frantically wrote the exposure post. It's as if we've already seen that Big Hair has been exposed as a scumbag all over the internet. Then a mental breakdown after being cyberstormed. Followed by the news of choosing Alabaster. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaying felt an incomparable pain. Hatred in the heart. As if, and in a moment, just write it off. At this moment, if Damao and Shuayu knew what Wang Jiaying was thinking at this moment, it must have been a bitter curse. Poisonous woman. This woman. She is so evil. And at this point, Wang Jiaying continues to be more exposed to posting. She's smart. Forums with a lot of female users were chosen. So, a few minutes after it was sent out, this is such an informative exposure post. Immediately, it set the internet ablaze. And right now, the big hairs of the village of Dade are all still basking in the joy of their engagement. Until the next morning. Saw self in the headlines. Big Hair went straight numb. Fucking hell. Who would have thought? For the first time in my life, I was on the news. I can't believe I was sent up by my ex-girlfriend. And, to be placed on so many trumped-up charges? Big Hair was utterly speechless. However, he a little man. It's not that easy to be vocal. And, to put it bluntly, a lot of times, what people believe is, in fact, what they want to see. Many of the spectators were in the mindset of watching the fun and arching the fire. They don't care what the truth is, just want to eat melon happily. This has been a pain in the ass for Big Hair, being splashed with dirt. In comparison, Big Hair was more concerned. If Mayfang's family hears the wind, in case you let Mayfang back in, then he's screwed. This Viet Cong guy, these days, loves to carry watches Poxmark's videos. The thought of it terrified Daimao. Then he thought of the live room in Taoyuan village. That's a lot of traffic. Then Damao found Xiao Shuiying. Damao came with Mayfang. The young couple looked especially in love. Feelings were not affected at all. Face the camera. Big Hair explained very patiently. Folks, that post was all about my ex-girlfriend smearing me. If you don't believe me, ask Mayfang if she sincerely wants to marry me. Hearing this, Mayfang responded clumsily in a hurry. I really wasn't abducted. Omo and I are in free love. Mayfang's Chinese, which she still speaks with a bit of a stutter and a slight local accent. This girl, maybe not so good looking, not that stylish, spoken with a bit of earthiness, but her eyes were all about Daimao. That alone, Big Hair thought, was enough. And at this point, see this scene. The live chat room suddenly flooded in with many new users. It feels like the young couple is quite affectionate, not like the post suggests. Right? A look is the Lang have love concubine intention. In fact, I am also a girl. I truly think, broke up for a year, other people get married is very normal. The ancient times is actually very open. Modern people, how instead the more live the more back. Yeah, let alone a year, even a month, I don't think so. There was constant talking, and these are, in fact, girls. Seeing this, Damao's heart warmed. It seems that oddballs like Wang Jiaying are still in the minority, and that's when, Wang Jiaying in front of the screen, when he saw this, he was furious. No, not again. Big Hair would be a wash. So, Wang Jiaying hastened to seek help from her mentor, and the mentor, again, came out with the same trick. Wang Jiaying hurriedly transferred $3,000. The mentor replied, don't worry, I will help you. We have been friends for life. And hear this. Wang Jiaying was directly moved numb. Woohoo! The only person in the world who is best for her is her mentor. Even if it's mom and dad, that has to go to the side. Next, Wang Jiaying's gaze returned to the live broadcast. Soon, the King Fry mentor will be making an appearance. And at this point, Taoyuan village, because of this farce, the heat in the live feeds, once again, climbed a few points, and the scene was hilarious. Even the old grandpa came running to get high. At this moment, seeing an old ancestor master who was stoned and eating melons, the crowd had a very cutthroat feeling, and so on. Was this still the serious and great old ancestor master in their hearts? Why are you eating melon? Even if you eat melon, why do you still kowtow to it? This is too grounded. And at the moment, see the crowd fussing. Old ancestor master gave them a direct blank look. What? All the people are eating melon. But I can't, right? The words came out. Grandmaster Chang and the others hastened to make amends. I didn't mean it that way. Old ancestor master, if you want to eat it, then feel free to eat it. Seeing the respectful attitude of Grand Master Chang, old ancestor master nodded with slight satisfaction. And then, suddenly, a connect request appeared. See that avatar on. The username is called Senior Women's Exclusive Mentor, Rose Life. And the avatar, a middle-aged woman in a red suit, sharp short hair, not high-class suits, trying to reveal a kind of fashionable female elite, but how to look at it, not fashionable, but very much a city and countryside feeling. Seeing this, the old ancestor said at once, pick it up. The words came out. Xiao Shuiying was shaken. Master Laozu, this is. It's a real rush to eat melon. This visitor, at first glance, was not simple. Thus, Xiao Shuiying immediately clicked over to accept the video screen chat. Then, a minute later, inside the video, a middle-aged woman then appears. Beauty is at least 10 levels, but even so, it was also obvious that the woman was not refined and was older. The features were rugged, and when he spoke, it was with an extremely heavy accent. Hello, I am the female lecturer who is well versed in human nature. I am called Rose Life. You can just call me by my nickname, Rose. As you can see, my person is just like a rose, a flower that blooms very passionately. However, underneath my beautiful appearance, I am also thorny, and men can never get close to me easily because, well, I am a thorny rose. Mentor Rose's sudden introduction. At that moment, it made the water friends in the live broadcast room all numb. No, who is this big mom? Auntie doesn't go to square dance. What's wrong with coming here? However, Rose was still gushing. Once again, I would like to proudly introduce myself to you all. I am a female lecturer who is very good at getting men to spend money on me and is well versed in human nature. In 3 words, I can get a man to spend $180,000 on me. If there are girls who want to join the mansion, they can consult me at any time. I am in this area. I have a wealth of experience. Once let more than 500 underclass women successfully ashore, married to a high-flying handsome, become a noble wife, and live a happy life. A good opportunity not to be missed. The club's recent anniversary celebration. Members of the newcomer price of only $58,888 a year. The first 10 people each can also send a dozen free eggs. First come first served. Speaking of which, Rose's shrewd green eyes lit up with light. At this moment, she was simply overwhelmed as she looked at the astonishing numbers in the upper right corner of the live broadcast. Mom, yeah, that's a whole $30 million. The live feed, surprisingly, has 30 million live people. She does live lectures and has been doing it for 3 years now. Never seen so many people. The largest number of people at one time was only about 300. And out of the 300 or so that are going to be there, it's a very high probability that you'll find one that's willing to spend the money to enroll in a class. The greater the total, the greater the odds of this enrollment. The greater the odds of this enrollment. The greater the odds of this enrollment. That is to say, a good opportunity for Rose to rake in the selfsame amount of money. Tens of millions of people. There are always a few idiots, right? Rose smiled in triumph at the thought. Didn't realize, Wang Jiaying, this stupid student, had actually given her such a pleasant surprise. And just then, Wang Jiaying, who was watching the live broadcast, had her face directly abstracted. It's not. Didn't this mentor say he was coming to back her up? What's with all the advertising here? Advertise even if it's not. Hell, the newbie price is only $58,888 a year. Instead, she, a loyal and regular customer, wants $88,888 a year. Immediately, Wang Jiaying was skeptical. It shouldn't. Shouldn't a mentor be like a fairy godmother to her? Shouldn't it be the best for her? But why is it? Thinking of this, Wang Jiaying's already unintelligent brain directly dry burned. To put it bluntly, she didn't want to believe that Rose was punking her. Instead, they're looking for fillers of all kinds. So, 2 minutes later, Wang Jiaying came up with the answer. Yeah, it must have been the one-on-one training the instructor gave me that made it $30,000 more expensive. As for the others, they must have been taught in large classes and not taught as carefully as I was. That's why they were so much cheaper. But if you want to learn the real thing, then it's definitely better to go one-on-one. So even if it's $30,000 more, it's still worth it. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaying said with a smile. After saying that, Wang Jiaying continued to watch the live broadcast. And at this point, Rose is also getting better at advertising. I sincerely recommend that every woman should come and see my program. The offer ends tomorrow. So if you are moved, sign up as soon as possible. Rose didn't mention Wang Jiaying in the slightest. Instead, they have been advertising. This made the water boys, who were bent on eating watermelon, very unhappy. No, after speaking for most of the day and advertising all the time, has this person forgotten what she's here for? Help, Auntie, Don't go crazy here. Everyone in this studio is educated and won't fall for your tricks. Yes, advertising even if you open this kind of class is clearly to cheat women money. When others are fools, it's so harmful. That's it. Get out of the booth. At the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Rose's face went green. Still, she composed herself. Being cheeky and dragging it out a bit is a bit of a drag. And just then, suddenly, the old ancestor spoke up. Don't advertise here. The words came out. Everyone was shaken. Xiao Shuiying looked at old ancestor master with an appreciative face. Old ancestor master also thinks that person is a scammer. Right. Thinking that we can't let our water friends in the live broadcast room fall for the scam. Support Master Lao Zu. At this time, hearing these words, the crowd of waterbenders were all warmed up inside, and Rose's heart stuttered. It seems that she can't stay in this live room. At this moment, Xiao Shuiying was touched. Master Lao Zu is really still considerate. However, just then, Master Lao Zu's next words, just let the crowd go wild. If you advertise, you have to pay. Want to whore for nothing? No way. Master Lao Zu came in very seriously. Shuiying Xiao, the crowd at the live stream. Nice guy. They're still moving half the time here. Thinking that Master Lao Zu was worried that they would fall for the scam and that's why he didn't allow the scammers to advertise here. Didn't realize. It's just the advertising money that Master Lao Zu is thinking about. Sure enough, it's still the same money-grubbing old grandpa. And that's when Rose was also taken aback by this tawdry maneuver of the old grandmaster. Give the show a head start. She was all set to roll. As a result, someone came and said, "You want to pay for advertising?" The thought of it made Rose instantly ecstatic. It seems that this one is called Master Lao Zu. It means just pay for advertising. That would allow her to advertise here with impunity? That's 30 million people on the air. Still, Rose asked ahead of time, how much does it cost? Not expensive. Master Lao Zu said straight back. Hearing this, Rose's heart was delighted. That's 30 million people on the air. Not expensive then. It's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. Just as Rose was about to shell out a few $1,000s, suddenly, the old ancestor came to the rescue. $500,000. Bang! Rose fell straight to the ground in shock. $500,000? You told me it wasn't expensive? What's going on? She worked hard to start a course to scam people. It would take months to make $500,000. It's not so easy to cheat people now. Reluctant? At this moment, the old ancestor looked at the reluctant Rose and raised his eyebrows. If you don't want to then get lost. Old ancestor master towered over him, his tone arrogant. Seeing this, Rose was upset to the core. Yards, the man, though handsome and tall, it looked kinda rich and seemed perfect. The girl next to him was very pretty, with a pair of long legs, and her eyes were as if they were glued to him with glue, and she couldn't move away at all. But the man, perfect as he was, had one fatal flaw. That is, not at all gentrified earth for her as a girl. Yes, men who don't gentrify the soil, that's scum. Thinking about it, Rose had a real urge to walk away, especially when it's also embarrassing in front of so many people. But soon, Rose flinched. Honestly, that's $500,000, and it's not a loss. That's 30 million people on the air. By then, it's easy to get your money back. So, as soon as Rose thought about it, she said, $500,000. Okay, I'll give it. However, if you say 500,000 is 500,000, you can't just sit there and raise the price. Rose stared at the old ancestor master, still keeping an eye out. There's always a bad feeling. Don't worry, it definitely won't. Old ancestor spoke. It was still weird to hear that. Rose's heart, but eye to eye. The old granddaddy took the $500,000. And then, it didn't drive her away. Rose's mind, by and by, let go. Later, it's her field. Rose was ecstatic at the thought. An 18-year-old in the end. Still not as good as she'll be at it. A live venue of 30 million people sold for $500,000? This would be outside. $500,000 for a 3-minute commercial at most. And Chin Feng, too, didn't specify the time in advance. That is to say, later, she's going to want to talk all night. Then no one can stop it. Thinking about this, Rose was even more pleased with herself. It's true that young people are just so easy to fool. So, it was advertised more liberally. And that's when Rose continued as well. Sign up with me if you want to be successful human soil. Suddenly, the old ancestor came to the rescue. You don't look like a successful human earth either. Immediately, Rose's face darkened. And such a sudden sentence. It also made the water friends in the live broadcast room after the shock. They can't live to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Master Lao Zu dislikes people. It's really refreshing to see Master Lao Zu dislike her. Yes, the noise is non-stop. I'm getting tired of hearing it. Master Lao Zu quickly continued to dislike her. We love to see it. See these pop-ups. Rose's face was getting embarrassed. She spoke in a bad tone. Shin Feng, I've already paid the advertising fee, and now this venue, I'm in charge of it. However, hearing this, Master Lao Zu, however, came with a straight face. You pay for advertising, not protection. I asked you to advertise. I didn't ask you to scam. Hear that? Rose was straight up pissed off. Code. This kid, he's playing a trick on her, isn't he? Rose cursed under her breath at the thought. Shin Feng, you're cheating. You're not being honest. I'm going to report you to your school. You're from Mordor University, aren't you? I'll wait to see you get expelled. Rose threatened. She's kinda smart, realizing that the old granddaddy had done so, straight out of her pot. So, simply tear it all apart. And that's when the words were heard. Old Ancestor Master's face gradually became a few degrees more gloomy, looking at Xiao Shuiying beside her. Suddenly, a chill rose from her neck. Never in the face of the old granddaddy. Ever seen that look? She gave Rose a sudden sympathetic look. This liar. Doomed. And just then too, suddenly, the people were able to see it. Master Lao Zu pinched his fingers. That movement was vaguely immortal, and the scene left the crowd stunned. I go. The old Ancestor Master this is. In the fortune-telling? Master Lao Zu even knows how to do this. I only knew that Master Lao Zu could read faces, but I never thought that Master Lao Zu could even tell fortunes. This gesture is really very standard, and it has the flavor of the immortal wind and Taoist bones. The aquanauts in the live room were shocked and excited. Pink on such an idol as Master Lao Zu. A new skill a day. Can you not be shocked and excited? However, see this. Rose, however, snorted, very disdainfully. It's all some kind of scam. What do you kids know? My old lady has traveled more bridges in the area of deception than you've ever traveled. Compared to this, however, the words were not finished. Rose, however, blushed dramatically and didn't squeak. Seeing this, the aquanauts in the live broadcast room were all happy. Ha 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 ha, you go ahead and say it. I'm afraid to say it, aren't I? Finally admit that you're a liar, right? TSK, TSK, interesting, it's blowing itself up. And that's when the old ancestor spoke languidly. Your real name is Finish Kuan, and you are 56 years old. The words came out. Rose Den was shocked. Two tiny green eyes. This moment also opened wide. And the change. It was also noticed by the water boys on the air. I'll be damned. Master Lao Zu is so divine. He actually got it right. It's actually true? Is there any need to question? Just look at the look on this Rose's face. It says it all. Master Lao Zu, hurry up. And that's when Master Lao Zu also continued. When you were 18 years old, you fell in love with a man with a family, and despite your parents' opposition, you became a mistress and soon conceived a child. However, that man was a scum, so you were forced to have an abortion, which injured your body, and you have been infertile ever since. Boom! The words came out. Rose's mind just went blank instantly. With that, the whole thing fell to the ground. Decades have passed. Scars she'd kept hidden from her heart. All these years, she's been living incognito, out in the open. It's all about getting away from the hurt of the past. So many years have come and gone. Gradually, she too faded into the past. Even sometimes, thought so. All that stuff in the past. It doesn't seem to have happened either. All that pain. None of it. However, now, this kid called Shin Feng. And yet it was just so hard. Stabbing her in the back. And, in front of so many people. Immediately, Rose was appalled. She was more concerned. However, how did this kid know? She's been living incognito all these years. Everyone in the old family, they thought she was dead. There was no way anyone could have known about her. It's hard to believe that this kid is really good at fortune-telling. The thought made Rose even more numb. It's over, Rose exclaimed outright. If this kid really knows how to tell fortunes, wouldn't that be? So Rose exclaimed in a huff. Stop, stop, I admit defeat. She immediately begged for forgiveness. However, having messed with the old ancestor master, where can it end so easily? The old granddaddy simply ignored Rose's pleas. Then he continued. You blame your parents and think it's their fault that you met the wrong man, even though your parents got down on their knees and begged you not to go with that man in the first place. Later, your parents also felt guilty about you, so they gave all the money in the house to you, for which your brother's girlfriend was a bit upset. However, for the sake of years of affection, your brother's girlfriend, or willing to struggle with him, from scratch, until you met another man. That man took you to gamble, lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and made you carry hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, and you don't have a penny. This debt can only be paid by your parents. Your brother can't be spared. So, this time, your brother took the initiative to say goodbye to his girlfriend. You found it torturous to stay at home. So, leaving your parents and brother to pay off your debts back home, you came to the city, alone, and you were penniless, and after that, you met a man. Speaking of which, at that moment, Rose's scalp tingled. At this moment, she only felt that the strength of her entire body was generally drained away. Wanted to go hang up the video. However, the whole person is stiffened. Surprisingly, even the finger cannot lift up. And just then, Master Lao Zu continued to speak. And this time, this man's daughter is the same age as you, and she's your co-worker. You met her first, she was kind and generous and took care of you from out of town. And before long, you became bosom friends. And as you two spend time together, you gradually realize that your best friend comes from a very warm and wonderful family. Especially since she has a wonderful father who was a retired teacher. His father came to bring her food every time, and over time you two became acquainted. Hearing this, the water users in the live broadcast room went numb. Why does this Rose keep hooking up with men with families? This time it's still my best friend's dad. Crap, that's really not picky. Yes, you're retired. You must be at least 50 or 60 years old. How can you afford to eat like this? How much fatherly love do you lack? When the story was heard, I wanted to say that as a woman, I felt the need to say something to Rose, that even if she was in the wrong, these men, too, were not innocent. Yes, I'd also say that if you meet the first one who's a scumbag even, and the second one is still, doesn't that mean that the man's basic disc isn't much better in the first place? It's true that Rose is a liar, but it's also true that few men are good. Suddenly, there is such a group of female battle soil on the air. Seeing this, the water boys were in a hurry, was about to theorize with the other side. However, he saw the old ancestor master continue without any hesitation. All stop bickering and keep listening to me. His face was all about confidence. I'm sure that later on these female battle soil will hear about it. Definitely regretting Self's behavior of defending Rose just now. Then the old grandmaster opened his mouth. You confessed to him, and he rejected you unequivocally. The words came out. Those female battle earths froze instantly. I don't think so. Isn't it a godsend for a 60-year-old man to be confessed to by a 20-something girl? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. At this time, those old brothers, who couldn't sit still, hurried back. See how loud this slap is? Who just said that men are no good? Look at this. This grandpa. He didn't agree with it. Yes, there are definitely bad men in the world. Just like people, there are good guys and bad guys. But you can't just knock them all over with one shot, right? See these pop-ups. Those female warclays all looked skeptical, but they felt that there must be a reason for what happened. What are you guys rushing to his defense for when you haven't finished the story yet? Sure enough, men know how to give men a talking to. Yeah, maybe there's a reversal later, waiting to punch you in the face. That is, such a big bargain. I don't believe no man will pick it up. Wait and see. And at that moment, the old grandmaster continued. You were rejected, which was unexpected. So you confessed again. Even wanted to offer himself, but the Lord was not willing in any way. And even, to have his own daughter cut herself off from you. This behavior angered you. You decided to destroy what you could not have. So you falsified records of your dealings with Moncler Outlet Store You and claimed that it was Moncler Outlet Store You who tried to pick you up by force. You acted so well that you fooled everyone. And Moncler Outlet Store You managed to defame your wife. And you, fearing reprisals from Moncler Outlet Store You, left that city. At the moment, hear this. Everyone was shocked. Never in a million years. It's amazing that there is such a sinister story hidden behind this. It's no wonder that the Rose reacted the way it did. At this moment, even those female battle earths who spoke for Rose just now, all of them are also afraid to squeak. It was only the old brothers, who were in silence for the Grandmaster. Crap, Moncler also too miserable. So good a person, but also refused the temptation. The result of the anti-vilification. Wife and child. It's really real miserable. And it's not too much to say that it's ruining people's life's happiness. It's a poisonous woman. And that's when Rose was outright dumbfounded. This man, he really has the power of God. I can't believe I even know about this. And at this moment, the old ancestor master also spoke again. Then you went to a new place and paid for some heart training classes as well. A long time later, you suddenly realized that this was a way to make money. So you got yourself a fake card as a psychology teacher. Here, you have successfully broken up more than 500 marriages, including, among others, Damao and Wang Jiaying. That's right. In fact, you knew all along that there was no way you could get someone to marry into a family. Instead, by doing this, you're also keeping everyone else as unhappy as you are, and making you money, which is what you're really after. By this point, the first half of Rose's life is told. Everyone was shocked and appalled. This is really too fucking shady. It's almost like a poisonous woman. And that's when Rose also recovered. Have to say, as someone who has been practicing fraud for years, Rose still has some skills on her. At the moment, she squared her shoulders and tried to return to her usual demeanor. Then, with a resigned face, he said, "What you said, it's all a lie. Kid, you think you're writing a novel. People don't believe what this person says. It's all slander. I'm telling you, I've already found a lawyer and am going to sue you for violating my right to honor," Rose said in a hurry. Lawyers letter this operation. It doesn't always work, but more or less, it stabilizes the scene. However, just as Rose looked confident and thought she had the situation under control, suddenly, the old ancestor opened his mouth. "You can sue me, whatever, whether or not you can stand up in court, though, that's another story." That unexplained sentence, at once, it made Rose blush. At the moment, the live broadcast, too, was curious. What does Master Lao Zu mean by that? I'll go. I seem to have guessed it. If it was all calculated by the old ancestor master just now, then surely the old ancestor master can calculate what's going to happen in the future here, right? In other words, what does Master Lao Zu mean? Rose is going to shit herself? And at the moment, see this pop up. At once, Rose's heart stuttered. Others may not be sure, but she could be 100% fucking sure. This kid called Chin Fong, it's the real fucking avatar. It's literally counting out all the salacious things she's done in the past. That is to say, at this moment, Rose suddenly felt a chill rise up her back, and that's when it happened. There was a sudden clicking sound at the door. It's obviously been pried open. At once, Rose then turned white with fear and shivered violently. Couldn't care less about being on the air. The people out here, they're about to break in. So, Rose was so scared that she dialed the phone, and then, grabbed her defense. See here, the live feeds all blew up. Crap, what's going on here? What the hell? Did the old man really get it right? This is going to be a murder scene. I'll be damned. Master Lao Zu is a god. I'm dropping my mom. It's scary. I'm really there this time. So excited. So many people. The people in the live stream, all expressed excitement. Of course, there were a number of enthusiasts who were earthy and helped make the calls. But unfortunately, the thugs broke in anyway. The next thing that rang out was Rose's scream. The crowd only saw. The thug picked up a stick and beat Rose. "My whole life has been ruined by you. If I don't fare well, you don't want to fare well either." The thug cursed as he beat Rose with a stick. And that's when the crowd saw it. The thug, he was a grandfather in his 60s, and Rose kept begging for mercy. "Uncle, I'm sorry for what happened back then. I was too young, uncle." However, as much as Rose begged, the Moncler outlet store force was still heavy. Soon Rose was silent. See this scene. The live feeds were appalled. As it turns out, the thug was no one else. It's the same grandpa who, back in the day, was slandered by Rose. It seems, maybe it's because of this broadcast. Let Moncler outlet store me touch a rose that has been hidden for years. Avenge these years of revenge. At this point, scene, no one will sympathize with Rose. On the contrary, everyone pities Moncler outlet store him. Poor old man. Stop it. I don't pity Rose, but I don't think it's worth it to hitch myself. Yes, it's too bad that you have to go to jail at that age. Moncler outlet online also. I was forced to do something. Who wants to swallow this bad breath if they can? Is there anyone I know in the broadcasting room? Look, this Rose has personally admitted that it's a false accusation. It's time to clear my master's name, right? It's no use being there, is it? Back then, when Moncler outlet store he was slandered, he still left Moncler outlet online. And now that he's killed people, he'll only run further away. And just then, suddenly, a girl appeared on the air. "Hello everyone, I am the Moncler outlet store daughter. Back then, our family was deceived and framed by Rose, causing me to hate my own father for many years. But now, I finally understand. So, my father is really innocent. Please don't worry. I will support my father in any move." The words came out. Everyone was shocked. After that, also happy for the Moncler outlet store. The misunderstanding was finally cleared up, and Moncler outlet store the family, for once, not like years ago, standing across from him. Rather, they understand the Moncler outlet store choice. The moment. The scene on the live feed was also forced to disconnect the video connection due to excessive gore. The scene was, indeed, quite brutal, probably only half alive. The moment. See now, Wang Jiaying also finally understood. This Rose is a total fraud. And at this point, the words of her old ancestor always echoed in her mind as well. That is, Rose couldn't see others happy, so she broke up countless people. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaying snapped to attention. A year ago, she came home from work. Halfway through the day, there was a heavy rainstorm. It was impossible to get a taxi at that time, so Wang Jiaying had no choice but to ask Damao for help. So Dahmer came over with the umbrella himself. The rain was so heavy that he got drenched and was a mess, especially when crossing the street. Because of seeing Wang Jiaying, he was too excited, so much so, he fell on the road. That look, it was a mess. At that time, Wang Jiaying's colleague happened to pass by. She remembers co-workers talking to her. You're so lucky to have a boyfriend to pick you up in person when it's raining so hard. But at that time, Wang Jiaying felt a bit uncomfortable. So she consulted Rose. Rose tells her that her co-workers are just being sarcastic. Said her boyfriend was incompetent and too poor to even have a car. It's what made her stay out in the rain. At the time, Wang Jiaying thought it made sense. Yeah. Speaking of which, I blame Big Hair. It was Big Hair who made her so humiliated. But here and now, Wang Jiaying suddenly felt that things shouldn't be like this. She suddenly thought, actually, Damao is really quite good to self. Maybe, he doesn't have that kind of money, but he was devoted to self. And at this moment, Wang Jiaying remembered countless moments. Omo doesn't make much in a month, but most of it, he spends on her. Just thinking about this made Wang Jiaying's heart ache. It only felt like the heart, as if a piece of it had been viciously cut off. It felt empty and suffocated her. It's also this moment. Wang Jiaying suddenly screamed shrilly. No, I can't do it without Daimao. In this life, I'm still going to be with Daimao. With that, Wang Jiaying immediately applied for a live streaming link. And see this. Big Hair was in a daze. What's with this Wang Jiaying? Curious, he nodded to take it. Ben thought that Wang Jiaying had come to scold him again. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiaying was crying, and the moment she came up, she wanted to redeem him. Damao, I was wrong. Will you come back? I can't live without you. Dahmer, I used to be fooled by Rose. Now I realize I was wrong. You're the best person for me bar none. At the moment, Big Hair was in a daze. The water friends in the live room, too, froze. Nice guy. Is this a comeback? And just then, the waterbenders didn't say anything when they saw Big Hair frowning. Thinking that he was really going to agree to Wang Jiaying, he became anxious. Damao mustn't say yes. Don't break Mei Fong's heart. Yeah, you kid, listen to me. Don't look back. Just have a good time with Mei Fong. And see the pop-ups. Wang Jiaying's heart also flickered with a hint of fluke. It seems that Big Hair is still in love with self. After all, sure enough, this Mei Fong, still lost to self. However, just when Wang Jiaying was complacent, suddenly, it was seen that, Damao wrapped his arms tightly around Mei Fong and was positive. Don't worry, everyone, I'm not blind. How could I possibly go to Wang Jiaying? Mei Fong is the wife I love the most. Saying that, Damao also deliberately, gave Mei Fong a kiss on her face. Mei Fong was shy, but never pushed Damao away. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiaying was immediately petrified. Damao, I wish you an unhappy new marriage. After saying that, the cursing Wang Jiaying went off the air, bawling away. Perhaps the scars, this time, will take a lifetime to heal. At the moment, see here, the water boys on the live feed were in pain. You're lucky you didn't let us down. Kid, happy wedding. And just then, Wo Wenkai also stood out smilingly. The misunderstanding has been explained clearly. Then, in 2 days, it will be the big day for the wedding. At that time, it will be organized by the old ancestor master himself. At that time, Date Village will also be open to the public. So if there are any friends in the neighborhood, they are welcome to come to our Date Village and eat the banquet for free. Wo Wenkai had an excited look on his face. Hearing this, a crowd of waterbenders boiled over. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Immediately, a wave of people signed up. Xiao Shuiying, who was in charge of the enrollment form, was numb. This bristles with pop-ups. Nice guy. So fast you can't even see it. Seeing this, Wo Wenkai was also shocked. He didn't realize that so many people wanted to come, which was far beyond his imagination. There were even waterbenders from the northern IP that jumped at the chance. And what made Guo Wenkai's jaw drop in shock even more? I can't believe there are foreign IPs. Guo Wenkai went straight numb. In a hurry, he said, Hey, don't be in a hurry. There are only 500 slots this time. So let's just randomly select them. Guo Wenkai hurriedly changed his words. I'm afraid I won't say it in time. Which is if everyone comes without saying hello, wouldn't he still be able to step on his date village? And the water friends who saw this, all hurriedly prayed to God, hoping that self hurry to win. About an hour later, 500 lucky viewers, already chosen. Then Guo Wenkai took Damao and the others and went to organize the wedding. After consulting with the old grandpa, they decided that it would be better to have a Chinese wedding. If you want to use a Chinese wedding, then you need to prepare for a lot of things. So, in the past 2 days, the village of Day immobilized the whole village into a busy preparation for the wedding, and everyone in Taoyuan village took a hand. Soon it was time for the wedding day. Early in the morning, 500 lucky watermen, 2, arrived at the gates of Grand River Village, a group of people that are thrilled. Looking at the water friends in the live broadcast room, they were envious, and the reason they came so early, it was also because, early in the morning, it was time to go to Taoyuan village to pick up the bride. The more people there are at this reception, the more lively it will be. The village of Dehi is up and running with houses, though, but compared to Taoyuan village, the difference is still too great, given the live stream, plus a couple of foreign daughters-in-law's maiden people, some of whom arrived on the scene. Those who weren't there will be squatting in front of the camera. So, consider not letting a few brides fall on their faces. Guo Wenkai then begged the old ancestor to send a couple of imposing vehicles. So, a bunch of luxury cars, just parked in front of the big river village. Seeing that waterfall of luxury cars was a stark contrast to the simple countryside around them. It also looks like the water boys are drooling. Good lord, this Taoyuan village is really rich per capita. And the family cars all start at $1 million. Bullshit, there's a hoe in the backseat of this BMW 8 Series. And you're using $1 million car as a farm implement car? I drop a god. People buy BMW 8 Series, are like grandparents for the same? You Taoyuan village, actually used to transport ho-sickle? It really refreshes my mind again, to the shock of the water boys. These $1 million cars, surprisingly, they were all used as farm vehicles by the uncles and aunts of Taoyuan village. No love at all. That's if the rich brothers from the limo clubs in town see it. The police were called. However, after the crowd marveled, and released, this is the village of Taoyuan. Little $1 million car. In the eyes of man, presumably, it's still not up to scratch. It's just as well it's only good for carrying scythes and hoes. Then, it was time to start the pickup session. The brides are staying at Taoyuan village. And that's when it started to get light. The lively and joyful reception of the bride has officially begun. Young people together are just joyful, especially with a bunch of eager watermen coming in today. The scene was a joyous one, and it's also the pickup session. The watermen saw even more in-depth details of Taoyuan village. For example, this hospitals, schools, and an abundance of community centers, all of which you can't see in previous footage. Plus, after the wedding has officially begun, it was held at Peachland Village. 10 miles of red makeup, very eye-catching. The scene was extremely imposing. At this point, Master Lao Zhu was sitting up there. 5 teams of newcomers take the field one by one. Then, kowtowing to the old ancestor, he called out respectfully, "Master Lao Zhu." "Hey," Xin Feng responded before taking out the heavy red packet. The couple would then come forward, take the red envelope and thank the elders. The water friends who had been in the live room for a long time had adapted to this scene. It's so much fun for newcomers. This person who sat above and was called Master Lao Zhu looks very young, even a student. And the young men who were kneeling and kowtowing to him were, by the looks of it, much older than him. This scene was so much fun to watch. And this very grand Chinese wedding, it also managed to catch fire abroad. At the moment, America, a down-and-out black community, Guo Wei Hung, wearing a denim jacket and a mushroom cap, is skating down the street. He found a fast food restaurant. Opening his own shabby wallet, Guo Weihang estimated that it was just good enough for a meal. So, they walked in and ordered. And at that moment, Guo Weihang also opened the live broadcast. Soon, quite a few people poured in. This person, called Guo Weihang, has, recently, made a small splash on the internet by smearing his own country. He came to America at the end of last year, through illegal means, by walking the line, and here, with no official status, he has been living on dole, and usually sleeps, if at all, in the streets. However, in the words of Kwok Wai Hang, he didn't feel hard done by at all. Instead, here, it's full of sweet smells. Burgers again today? Doesn't the anchor get tired of eating burgers every day? At the moment, see the words. Guo Weihang's face was a bit ugly. Believe me, the burgers here, the best in the world, are as delicious as you've ever tasted there. I won't get tired of eating it 100 times. Guo Weihang said with a stiff upper lip. The anchor definitely has a point. And I just as soon go to America for a burger. I'm almost done with my paperwork. Anyone want to go with me? We'll go together. I'll sign up. I want it too. I can't stand it anymore. One more day here is hard for me. I want to feel the sweet scent of freedom as much as Viagra does. And just then, the waiter came over and took a burger. It's not over. Then, another donut was taken. At that moment, Guo Weihang's entire body exclaimed in great surprise. Oh my god. It's a donut for me. Families, see, free donuts at America. Gosh, I'm so happy. With that, Guo Weihang couldn't wait to taste it. Then, he immediately took a bite and just acted like he was enjoying it. The sound of chewing something came out of his mouth, and the look on his face was as high as superlative. Croak croak croak. Donuts are so good. This is the best donut I've ever eaten. Guo Weihang was so excited. Said he, thinking of something. Is that family member from earlier still there? Look, here's America. He's not going to make every civilian eat a burger every day. He's going to give us free donuts. Just tell me if it's sweet. Sweet. So sweet. Wow. It's really touching. It's really so freeing and wonderful. Code. I can't wait to go right away. I want a free donut too. The moment. Countless people in the live stream were high on superlatives. Sure, not everyone is stupid. Kwak Weihang in particular has been pretty hot on the internet lately, by discrediting the mother who raised herself and pleasing the Gentiles. Quite a few people looked at Guo Weihang with displeasure. Even these people, who had long ago taken Guo Weihang's body and family information, checked out the bottom. Therefore, there were also people who knew that this Guo Weihang was exactly the person from Dave Village, and he's relied on defrauding his family and the village of big hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last year. And on that money, he's walking the line from old Mo. Came to America. And of these people, naturally, some paid attention to the old grandmaster. Then I saw the imposing scene of the great wedding in the village of Daha. Another look at Guo Weihang eating a donut and kneeling to thank him. The gang was not alive with laughter. He hurriedly came to the live broadcast room, intending to poke this Guo Weihang's heart. I'll be damned. I'm laughing my ass off. A donut moved you like that? You'd better go check it out. Your village is, right now, all about the big fish? Upstairs. You're wrong. It's not just a big fish. It's a full banquet. Yes, and it's all free. And dragged 500 water friends to eat. No money. Binge. I'm so fucking jealous. If Guo Weihang hadn't gone out and stayed honestly in Dave Village, he would have eaten a full banquet instead of a cold donut. Wouldn't he? These people, right in front of Guo Weihang's face, open big. And at the moment, seeing these pop-ups, Guo Weihang and his supporters, all froze. Especially Kwak Weihang. That's literally outside the situation. What are you guys babbling about? What kind of big fish and meat? A full banquet? I don't understand. My house? Dade Village. That place is poor as shit. You're fucking kidding me. As far as donuts are concerned, this superior delicacy, that backward place of Dade Village can't even find one in the whole village. Guo Weihang grunted in exasperation. Look at Guo Weihang's disbelieving face. So, there was a kind person, who just dumped the link over. Guo Weihang subconsciously opened it. Then it was on to the live broadcast of Peachland Village. At this point, the screen. Hers is the picture of the whole village eating a meal. I saw that everyone in this big river village was so happy, eating around the table with so much satisfaction. On this table, good cigarettes, good wine, good food, good meat. Looking at Guo Weihang, his eyes went round. Hairy crabs, Australopithecus maculatus, Buddha jumps over the wall and other precious ingredients are available. It does qualify for the words full house. Immediately, Guo Weihang couldn't hold it together. Intuition told him they were false. But at the moment, those people, they are alive. And, all of them are old acquaintances of Guo Weihang. He simply couldn't deny it. However, this was not what made Guo Weihang care the most. What caught his attention the most was clearly the small house behind the villager. Last year, if I remember correctly, it was all yellow mud houses. It's only been less than a year. I can't believe they've all turned into little houses. And it's still in every home? On second glance, the scene is, quite literally, a marriage, and the groom on the field. Heck, they're all Guo Weihang's hairdressers. They add up to 7. Grew up together, bachelored together into their 30s. Today, the other 6 are married. He was the only one who hadn't tied the knot. And, far away in another country. Seeing this, Guo Weihang was directly numb. No, how did it turn out like this? Guo Weihang was in so much shock that his beloved donut fell to the ground. Didn't even notice. And seeing Guo Weihang in this state, at once, the group couldn't live with laughter. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. I'd call it the scene of the century. Is it particularly regrettable? Are you scratching your head? This is what happens when you run out at will. At this moment, seeing these pop-ups that mocked self, Guo Weihang's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is definitely for show. Yes, definitely. Immediately, Guo Weihang's clever little brain came up with this brilliant statement. It must have been a fake and then purposely come to trap me. And hear this. The older guys on the live feed got it too. These runners. In fact, to put it bluntly, none of them are good people. Many of them owe huge sums of money in the country. Those who can't pay and don't want to pay. So they go abroad specially to avoid debts. Kwak Wai Hang is considered one of the best. Not only is he in debt, he's in debt to his folks. People like this are really putting themselves out of their misery. It's exactly the same as that king's daughter Earth who starved herself alive at Footpad's Chicken a while back. So, Kwak Wai Hang then took it for granted. These scenes, they are fake. Trying to trick him back into paying back the money. But this conclusion was more than enough to make the crowd laugh. No, who do you think you are? It's still good to go out with trash like you. Right, no contribution at all. Just know how to be a sellout. It's good for us if you get out. I prove that the big river village are to really. You look at that abalone, that shark fin. Guo Weihan, you think for yourself. To make such a big scene for you. You owe money. Are not so much, right? To put it bluntly, he just refuses to believe that this day village has developed well. And if he doesn't believe it, he'll see more. And that's when Peachland Village's live broadcast was aimed at a bunch of newcomers. The newlyweds are toasting the folks. And the wine they picked up. Heck, it's mutai. Those quaint and honest villagers with a mouthful of water. Gulp, that's a no-brainer. Drinking mutai. It's just like drinking plain water. Looking at Guo Weiheng, his eyes fell to the ground. This is a man that others may not recognize. But he recognized it. This is one of the most unassuming old widows in the village. Living is the most miserable, windswept life. Once upon a time, in the village, it was all about surviving on the dole of the village. Now, this man, he's drinking mutai and eating abalone and prawns? Look at this. Even, much more nourishing than self? This fucking. For a moment, Guo Weiheng directly choked.